Chapter 1. Food crisis, evicted from home. In Tiangang City, in an ordinary residential building, Ivory had just arrived with her 3-year-old son, Dave. They only had a simple suitcase, and the environment here was definitely not as good as the high-end community they used to live in. It would take some time for the child to adapt. "Mommy, Isabel won't come to bully us again, right?" Dave asked with fearful eyes. Ivory recalled 3 days ago when her husband died on duty and they were awarded a large sum of bereavement money. However, due to the recent rise in commodity prices, her in-laws evicted them from their home because her late husband was not their biological son. Still, legally, he was considered their son. It was also for this reason that the mother-in-law and her 3 sisters-in-law split the bereavement money. Being just one woman with a child, Ivory was outnumbered. They took over the house left by Jay and evicted them all. Furious, Ivory fought back against them. Those people were unreasonable, and Ivory ended up injured. "They won't. We're free from them now. You don't have to worry about them coming to our place anymore." Ivory stroked her son's silky hair. "If Daddy were here, Grandmother wouldn't dare to bully us," Dave said. "With Mommy here, no one will ever bully us again," Ivory said resolutely. Thinking about those people who would always appear very enthusiastic during holidays or when Cecil came back, taking advantage of every opportunity to get various benefits, and the children of the 3 sisters-in-law, acting as if they had never seen food before and would raid their home each time they came over. Their family wasn't well off, but Cecil's salary and benefits were good. Originally, her mother-in-law insisted on living together after marriage, but Cecil managed to prevent it, although she still came over frequently. The cost of living soared recently, especially food prices, while they didn't have pensions. 3 days ago, learning of Cecil's death on duty and the large bereavement payment, they started crying and causing trouble, even staying outside her door. Neighbors complained, and the police visited, leading to her losing most of the compensation and the house, ending up renting elsewhere. Why didn't she return to her own family? Because they were worse, leeches who forced her to drop out of school at the age of 12 to work and support her younger brother. They even demanded a dowry intended for Jay be given to her brother. If they knew about the bereavement money, she might lose it all. Living separately freed her from both families' entanglements, making it worthwhile. Ivory gently touched Dave's hair. Though small, he already resembled his father. If her husband were alive, knowing how they were treated, would he want to stay in such a family? "Don't worry, Mommy will ensure we live a good life," Ivory reassured him, regaining her spirit. She had the confidence. Since childhood, she possessed a magical space in her arm marked by a flower-shaped seal. She awakened to it at 6, possibly due to her experience with her parasitic original family. To protect her things, she developed the habit of keeping secrets. Initially, she could only grow tomatoes on 1 plot of land, generating new plots automatically every 3 years. Now, she had 4 plots growing tomatoes, cucumbers, apples, and yellow peaches. Each matured in a month, yielding abundant and delicious produce, which sustained them. Previously, she sold the fruits from her space under bridges, until she met and married Jay. Soon, they had a child. Unfortunately, neither her natal nor in-law families liked her, and later learned why her in-laws disliked her. Jay wasn't their biological son. Starting anew wasn't so bad. Ivory found hope with Dave. With the remaining compensation, she rented a house and bought necessities. The next day, she took Dave to a nearby mall to buy baskets and bags, preparing to sell goods on the street. The mall broadcast news: food prices continue to rise, causing public discontent. The grain production has drastically decreased. We are about to face a year of famine. A few aunties passing by, while buying vegetables, also chatted. The price of vegetables has risen from a few jiao to several yuan, or even more than 10 yuan. Not only that, yesterday the tomatoes were still 2 yuan, today they're 5 yuan, and tomorrow they'll probably be 10 yuan. Complaining to the price bureau doesn't work either. Ivory, with Dave, listened to the auntie's complaints. She had just passed by the supermarket and indeed noticed the rising prices of various vegetables. Not only were vegetable prices increasing, but meat prices were also going up. Perhaps because the prices rose too quickly, her former mother-in-law and her group caused such a fuss over dividing the bereavement payment and trying to seize her house. Ivory thought about it. Although the house was bought by Cecil, it was purchased on loan. Now she wouldn't take out another loan, and even if they lived there, it wouldn't be for long. Unable to repay the loan, sooner or later they would be evicted. Now, with the rising prices, it was actually good news for Ivory. At least she had a chance to make money. It seemed she needed to urgently retrieve some of the crops from her space. Today, buying necessities with Dave had already cost her a fair amount, and the remaining bereavement money wasn't much. Moreover, Dave was at the age to attend kindergarten and couldn't stay home forever. She had bought so many things today: bags of rice, flour, oil, and various seasonings. Her home was on the 6th floor of an old residential building with no elevator. Suddenly, Ivory felt her shoulders lighten as a clear voice said, "I'll help you carry some." Ivory turned around to see a woman who appeared to be about her age but obviously stronger in the arms. "Little brother, I'll help you carry some too." A boy of about 5 or 6 years old followed behind the woman. "Thank you, big brother," Dave smiled. "Thank you," Ivory hurriedly thanked them, realizing they were neighbors. She had just moved here and wasn't familiar yet. Chapter 2, Food Crisis, Space Upgrade. They both lived on the 6th floor, right across from each other. "I see you're also raising a child alone, so am I," the woman said with a smile. Two single mothers seemed to understand each other better under certain emotional conditions. Over the next few days, after putting Daeun to sleep at night, Alida would take tomatoes out of her space and put them in boxes for sale the next day. Supermarket tomatoes had already risen to over 10 yuan per pound, even higher in the market. Alida's tomato prices also increased but were always 1 yuan lower than the supermarket price. After a few days, Alida got to know Kyra next door better. This was mainly because their two children often played together. During the day, Kyra was almost always at home, going out only in the evening and not returning until late at night. Occasionally, there would be some bruises on Kyra's body and face. Although Alida was curious, she did not ask much. Then one day, while selling vegetables with Daeun, they still had a small basket left in the tricycle when 3 thugs tried to rob them at the neighborhood entrance. They didn't want money, they just wanted the tomatoes in her tricycle. While Alida hesitated, a familiar, hearty figure rushed over and took down the 3 men with ease. It was then that Alida found out that Kyra was actually a boxer. Despite her gentle-sounding name and usual loose sportswear, Kyra was anything but frail. "My ex-husband cheated on me, leading to our divorce, and I gave him a good beating," Kyra said. "Awesome." Alida couldn't help but give Kyra a thumbs up, thinking how, when surrounded by her husband's family throwing tantrums a few days ago, she could have done the same. But she certainly let loose too. Although Alida wasn't a boxer, she hadn't shied away from fights when she was young. In a fight, the fiercer one always won. Those who dared more became the boss. At night, after cleaning up, Alida turned on the TV. Recent news headlines all focused on the global decrease in food production due to long-term land development and pollution, causing crop yields to plummet, especially in densely populated areas. The food crisis was imminent, and some countries were already experiencing unrest. Countries like those in Africa, already facing food shortages, had sparked wars. Hunger and cold were the roots of chaos. Now, people weren't just hungry, some had nothing to eat at all. Alida started stocking up on food recently, contemplating whether to buy more rice, flour, and oil. However, to prevent hoarding, all grains were rationed per identity card. It seemed many households saw the news and started stockpiling food. Some people, however, brushed it off, like during the flu panic when pharmacies were emptied by people buying excessive medicine, only to find everything back to normal a few days later. Some thought this food crisis would pass quickly, believing China's status as a major grain producer with high-yield hybrid rice would ensure plenty. But farmers noticed the hybrid rice yield had dropped drastically, to only a third of what it used to be. For China's massive population, this meant a severe food shortage was on the horizon. A severe famine was coming. The outside world was getting chaotic. Not having enough to eat was like not having money. Desperate people resorted to stealing and robbing. Lack of food also affected people's moods, with police sirens becoming frequent. Alida didn't send Daeun to kindergarten anymore, as schools were closed due to food shortages. Daeun spent much time playing with Kyra's son, Abdullahi. One evening, Kyra came back carrying a baseball bat, which surprisingly felt heavy. "This is for your protection," Kyra said to Alida. Alida, seeing Kyra's good intentions, accepted it without refusal. Having something for self-defense was necessary now. "I box outside and know a few special forces members. With rising food prices, those who can't afford food start committing crimes. They usually target the weak first, like us single moms with kids." Kyra frowned, and Alida understood. Society often assumed women were weaker and targeted them, preying on the elderly, the sick, and the disabled. Many believed the food crisis would pass quickly, but prices kept soaring. Even with rationing, getting a portion was difficult, let alone fresh vegetables. Even rotten leaves were expensive. Throughout Tiangang City, only government-designated supermarkets could sell vegetables and grains. All other supermarkets were prohibited, including the farmers' markets which had been shut down due to lack of supply channels. Each household was only allowed to send 1 person per week. This caused much dissatisfaction among citizens, leading to numerous complaints that went unheard. Even with a large number of special police officers maintaining order at supermarket entrances, disturbances both big and small would still occur frequently. Kyra was curious why Alida always seemed to have fruits and vegetables every day. Though there were only a few types, she never asked, though she had her curiosities. One evening, Alida's Spaceland suddenly unlocked another plot, which excited her beyond words. This time it was eggplants, finally allowing her to switch up the food variety. More importantly, this unlock took less than 3 years. Alida did some quick calculations. This time it only took 2 years and 5 months, a significant reduction from the previous timeline. Not only did it unlock earlier, but the growing cycle for the crops also shortened by 2 days, from 30 days to 28 days. How did it suddenly upgrade? Alida wasn't sure, so she tried to recall if she had done anything particularly different recently or something she hadn't done before. Exercise. Could it be exercise? Kyra's mention made her realize she needed to protect her child as a single mother, necessitating a strong physique. Seeing how capable Kyra was constantly motivated her. So, Alida began secretly exercising to build her strength. Though she was far from Kyra's level, she could now carry heavy items up the stairs in one go. The food crisis was ongoing and becoming more prolonged. Some dangerous elements even emerged under official control. With a 3-year-old, Alida only ventured out for necessary shopping. Kyra set up a small boxing gym at home to train her son. Since they couldn't go out during the day, Alida brought Daeun to learn boxing from Kyra, also to test whether her space upgrades were related to physical exercise. Chapter 3, Food Crisis, Kidnapping the child. This morning, the sudden urgent knocking on the door made Alida frown slightly. Seeing that Dayan hadn't woken up yet, she went to open the door. As soon as she opened it, she saw 3 women standing at the door. The arrogant middle-aged woman was her ex-mother-in-law, while the other 2 were her sisters-in-law, the elder and the younger. Before Alida could ask how they found her here, her ex-mother-in-law loudly declared, "Today I'm taking my grandson." Hearing this, Alida immediately recalled yesterday's news. If a child belonged to martyrs or active-duty military personnel and was under 10 years old, they could receive extra supplies. With prices rising and supplies scarce, these people who had never been kind to Dayan now wanted to use him. Not possible. Saul is my son. No one can take him away. Concerned about her son, Alida's tone suddenly became more forceful. He is our GAO family's grandson, listed on the household registration. We must take him today. TMPH, my husband wasn't even your GAO family's biological son. Don't try to morally coerce me. If you know what's good for you, get lost, Alida retorted without hesitation. I raised Jay with great effort. He's my son, and Saul is my grandson. We're taking him. Guardianship of Saul belongs to me. Starting today, his surname will be changed to Lin Xingzi. I warn you, leave my house now, or I'll call the police because you're trying to kidnap my child. The 3 women hadn't expected Alida to be so tough. In the past, with Jay around, Alida seldom spoke to them, so there wasn't much interaction. At this point, the elderly woman began to cry loudly, complaining that she wasn't allowed to see her grandson, sobbing noisily outside the door. Her commotion woke up the neighbors from downstairs. You vampires. You've already taken my husband's house and pension, and now you want to take my son? How am I supposed to live as a single mother? Hearing this, the downstairs neighbors, who initially felt sorry for the elderly woman, now sympathized more with Alida, a single mother raising a child alone. Seeing Alida's firm stance and the disapproving attitude of the neighbors, the 3 women grew desperate. They tried to barge in and grab Dayan, thinking they could easily overpower Alida. But Alida grabbed a baseball bat and blocked the doorway. Whoever tries to come through this door, don't blame me if I get rough. Violet thought Alida was just posturing and wouldn't really hit anyone, so she charged first. Unexpectedly, Alida swung the bat without hesitation, aiming only at their arms to avoid serious injury. She managed to drive them out of the corridor. Watching them flee in disarray, Alida felt an intense sense of satisfaction. Sometimes actions spoke louder than word. Their insults ceased with a single swing of the bat. Amidst this triumph, her mind suddenly became clear, as if a bell had rung. Her space had gained an additional empty house. Though it looked small from the outside, the interior was vast. Was this a warehouse? There were characters written on the wall. These looked like Oracle bone script. Alida could barely recognize the character. Warehouse 1. Excitement surged through Alida at this unexpected addition. Previously, her space only contained land for growing vegetables and fruits. Now she could store other supplies. Alida couldn't stop smiling. Perhaps the excitement caused her space to upgrade and add a warehouse. Maybe her previous life was too mundane, which kept her space from upgrading. Now, in these extraordinary circumstances, she received such a huge surprise within days. Entering the room, Alida tried moving items from her home into the new warehouse and then retrieving them. While having a warehouse in her space was exciting, she currently had nothing to store in it. It was still just a decoration for now. Supplies were tightly controlled by the authorities, and she couldn't buy much even if she wanted to. Moreover, she didn't have much money either. Such food control measures had been in place for over 2 months, leading to numerous disturbances, fights, robberies, and various dangerous and unstable factors becoming more frequent. Many workers were unemployed, causing even greater chaos. People were barely able to take care of themselves. On a slightly positive note, although crop yields had drastically decreased and most farmland could no longer produce food, there was still the sea. Seafood became the most sought-after food. Alida opened Weibo's trending topics and saw everywhere people talking about how farmland could not grow crops anymore, declaring this year as a time of great famine. Some tried planting crops in their courtyards at home, but nothing sprouted after a long time. The vegetables and fruits Alida grew in her space were not sold either. She didn't dare to continue selling them. Fortunately, the residents of this old residential building were mostly elderly people. Otherwise, like in some high-rise communities, there would be daily fighting and brawls over food supplies. Even dog food for pets had become a scarce commodity. Many pets were abandoned by their owners due to food shortages, which was considered better. There were also some unscrupulous individuals who ate their pets as food. That day, Alida was taking Dayan out after collecting supplies from the authorities. Because of her son's special status, she could collect an additional portion, mainly small bags of rice, flour, and oil. Other daily necessities still needed to be purchased with money. Mom, look, there's a poor little puppy over there, Dayan said, pointing to a nearly lifeless puppy beside the trash bin, which seemed to have just been born not long ago. Mom, can we take it home? Dayan let go of Alida's hand and ran towards the little black dog. Dayan picked up the little black dog. Perhaps the warmth of his embrace made the puppy open one eye and gaze at Dayan with effort before closing its eyes again, seemingly having used all its strength to open its tiny eyes. Alida originally wanted to refuse. Although their family's food situation wasn't too tense, adding a little dog to care for while being a single mother required many considerations. Chapter 4, Food Crisis, Adopting a Stray Dog. Alida looked into the child's eyes filled with anticipation and longing. Dave was always very well behaved and had never asked for anything on his own. Okay. On a whim, Alida agreed. She looked at the little black dog, figuring it wouldn't last much longer, so she decided to take it home. No one could have predicted that not only did this little black dog not die, but a year later, it grew into a majestic and incredibly loyal big black dog. The two of them walked down a small street and saw an elderly woman fallen on the ground, crying loudly. My food. Curse you. Stealing from an old woman. The elderly woman sobbed and cursed at the same time. Alida quickly led Dave around her, minding her own business. It was most important to ensure their safety, especially now with a child in tow. Dave's attention was completely on the little dog, so he hadn't paid much attention to the situation. It seemed that even with strict food control, some lawless elements were still stealing and robbing. Such people had always existed, otherwise, there would be no need for prisons. With the current food crisis, things were even more chaotic. When Alida and Dave got home, they noticed a baseball bat by the door. They figured it might be useful to bring it next time they collected supplies. Alida bathed the little black dog and gave it something to eat. Expecting it wouldn't survive the night, she was surprised to find it lively and active the next day, playing happily with Dave. Alida's storage space was currently empty of supplies, so she started storing matured vegetables and fruits there. Only then did she understand its function. This number 1 warehouse had a preservation function. Anything put in would come out just as it went in. The hot porridge she cooked the previous night remained hot when taken out of warehouse number 1 the next morning. Discovering a new skill, Alida stored all the vegetables and fruits from her growing area in the warehouse. She had been worried that fresh produce would rot if taken out all at once, but now she didn't have to worry. A week passed, and one day Penelope came to pick up her child Ed. Ever since Alida adopted the puppy, Ed often visited, but the little black dog was particularly close to Dave and didn't pay much attention to Ed. On this day, Penelope came to collect Ed with a serious expression. Anue, you shouldn't go out recently. If you trust me, I'll accompany you next time we get supplies. What happened? Alida asked, noticing Penelope's serious expression, sensing something important. All the prisoners in Tiangang City's prison broke out. Penelope revealed shocking news. This news didn't make the headlines. Many prison guards had died, and all the prisoners escaped. It happened 2 days ago. In Tiangang City, many people have been robbed. These people specifically target the weak and elderly. Our neighborhood has many elderly residents and is likely to be targeted, Penelope continued. Alida felt chills run down her spine. A few days earlier, she witnessed an elderly woman being robbed at a crossroads, her heart-wrenching cries still echoing in her ears. For the past few days, she had been paying attention to her storage space, rarely leaving home except for weekly supply pickups. Dave stayed home with the little black dog. Penelope warned Alida because she had noticed unfamiliar faces in the neighborhood on several occasions. Now, fresh vegetables are hard to buy. Although I don't know where you get these from, you must be careful. We're both single mothers, and we need to think about our children's safety. In these times, jealousy can easily lead to crime. If others don't have what you do, it becomes a reason for their wrongdoing. Alida paled, realizing she hadn't concealed the fresh fruits on her table when Penelope and Ed visited. I truly consider you a friend, Penelope said sincerely, genuinely wanting to warn Alida. Then she left with her child. Thank you. Some things don't need to be explicitly stated, both understood each other perfectly. Alida had never misjudged anyone. This was why she hadn't made friends for years and also why she decisively left her parasitic family. Penelope was someone she considered a friend. Lately, Alida had been preoccupied with her storage space and hadn't thought much about where the fresh food came from. She immediately packed the fresh vegetables back into the space, taking them out only when needed. She then reminded Dave not to tell others about having fresh vegetables. Mommy, I know good things should be hidden, or Grandma will find them, Dave replied. Alida showed a complex expression upon hearing this, but just like that family, so Dave gave her things, all the good stuff she loved to keep hidden from others. Alida lived on the top floor. A crowd had gathered in front of their hallway door. London's house was robbed yesterday. The old lady died, no one knows when it happened, only discovered at this time. Everything in the house was taken. Call all the children back home, if possible, take them away. Listening to the voices echoing in the hallway, Alida knew that 5 families in their old residential area had been robbed this week, with 6 people dead. Hearing this, Alida started feeling nervous. She also needed to be more vigilant as she had a child at home. Over the next 3 days, more and more people in their old residential area moved away. By nightfall, fewer lights were seen in the houses. Before going to bed, Alida would lock all the windows and doors tightly. Just as she finished preparing to put the child to sleep, suddenly, the little black dog barked at the door a few times. Alida became alert. Indeed, she heard someone trying to break in through the door. Through the peephole, she saw a man in black clothes with a mask on his face, crouching down and prying open their door. Alida hurriedly entered the room, hiding Dave in the wardrobe, telling him not to come out no matter what happened. Then, holding the baseball bat, she hid behind the door, ready to strike down as soon as he broke in. This wasn't an ordinary wooden stick but a steel baseball bat, heavy in her hand. The door made a sound as it was pried open, and a man cautiously walked in. The lights were off in the house. Her home was on the 6th floor, and the moonlight outside faintly illuminated the figure entering. Chapter 5, Food Crisis, Encounter with Robbers. Alida had always had excellent eyesight, ever since she was a child. No matter how much time she spent on her phone or stayed up late watching TV, she never developed any myopia. Even at night, her vision was sharper than most people's. The man held a knife in his hand and was about to go toward the kitchen after prying open the door. Alida took a deep breath and suddenly struck him hard from behind. Ah! The man, caught off guard by the sudden attack, suffered a direct blow from Alida without being able to dodge it. Alida didn't give Ansel a chance to react. She quickly and accurately hit his arm, knocking the knife out of his hand. She targeted his back, arms, and legs, areas that would cause significant pain but not fatal injuries. She didn't want to kill him, her child was still too young. So Alida specifically aimed for non-lethal areas that would only cause pain. Stop hitting. Stop hitting. Help. Help. The man curled up on the ground, begging for help. But Alida didn't stop. If she did, and he managed to fight back, what would happen? Since having her child, every action she took was a gamble. If she lost, the consequences were unbearable. Alida gave Ansel a few more blows until he finally fell silent. Soon, Kyra from next door heard the commotion and ran over with a baseball bat. Seeing Ansel lying on the floor after Alida's assault, she quickly grabbed her phone and dialed the police. Beep beep beep. Despite multiple attempts, all she got was a busy signal. It seemed that everyone was calling the police. You beat him up. Kyra looked at Alida, somewhat disbelievingly. Alida wasn't very tall, barely over 5 feet, and her petite frame suggested she weighed less than 100 pounds. Usually, she looked like someone who struggled carrying groceries and seemed to be well protected. But now, Alida held a baseball bat, having incapacitated a full-grown man. Yep, Alida didn't deny it. Anyone who tried to harm her would face her unrelenting force. Kyra gave Alida a thumbs up. They both kept trying to call the police but couldn't get through, so they dragged Ansel down 6 flights of stairs. By the time they returned upstairs, Alida finally got through to the police. It took another hour before the police arrived. 2 officers, looking exhausted, briefly recorded their statements and took the beaten man away without further questioning. In the past, police would arrive within 10 minutes of a call. Now, it took 3 to 4 hours. It looks like things are really chaotic in Tiangang City, Kyra remarked, frowning. Kyra's earlier information must have been accurate. It appeared that prisoners from Tiangang City's jail had collectively escaped, causing even more chaos. With the ongoing food crisis, the city was already unstable. Everyone hoped for stability, but as soon as one problem settled, another arose. As the weather became increasingly hot, a virus started spreading in Tiangang City, causing painful blisters all over the body. The virus spread through contact, and soon many people were infected. Hospitals were overwhelmed, and healthcare workers themselves became infected in large numbers. This contagious epidemic quickly spiraled out of control. Infected individuals experienced excruciating pain from the blisters, and no medicine worked except for painkillers, which provided only temporary relief. Painkillers in Tiangang City skyrocketed in price, and even online supplies were sold out. With hospitals overcrowded and healthcare workers falling ill, the situation became uncontrollable within 2 weeks. Perhaps because Alida and Kyra lived in an old neighborhood with fewer residents, where many elderly had moved to live with their children for safety, their building remained infection-free. Due to the virus outbreak, most families rarely ventured outside. Masks and protective shields were long gone, and people resorted to homemade protective gear when going out. It was rumored that the official authorities in Tiangang City were also taking steps to stabilize the situation. On this day, Alida needed to go to the supermarket to collect supplies. Taking her child along was unsafe, yet not collecting supplies meant running out of essential items. After some deliberation, Alida left her child and dog with Kyra, and they agreed to take turns collecting supplies. She couldn't find masks or face shields but managed to use an electric bike helmet and wore a full-body raincoat to stay fully covered. She rode her electric bike to the supermarket via a small road. Everything was fine while waiting in line to enter the supermarket, but then someone screamed in pain. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Someone is infected with the virus." This was like a bolt of thunder. The entire supermarket instantly erupted into chaos. At first, despite the crowd, official authorities maintained order and stability. But now the whole supermarket was in pandemonium, with everyone rushing out in a frenzy. Some people even abandoned their carts and items as they squeezed out. Alida instinctively panicked too. After all, no one wanted to be infected with the virus, especially when there were children at home. But just as she turned around, she looked back at the supermarket and suddenly remembered that her storage space's warehouse was still completely empty. She gritted her teeth. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Besides, she had never been sick since childhood. Perhaps it was due to her having the storage space. Her heart racing, Alida dashed straight to the warehouse at the back of the supermarket, grabbing whatever she could find and storing it in her space without looking. Swish, swish, swish. In just a few dozen seconds, half of the back warehouse was emptied. Beep, beep, beep. The supermarket alarm went off. It was about to be sealed off. Alida couldn't afford to be trapped inside or risk being quarantined. Fortunately, the warehouse had a back door, but it was locked. Alida climbed over the wall and jumped down. She landed clumsily, bumping her knee, but she endured the pain and didn't stop, quickly leaving the scene. Just 1 minute after Alida left, the warning tape was set up behind her. Walking home on foot, she didn't even ride her bike, as there were hardly any pedestrians on the road. Soon, Alida arrived home to find her house looked as if it had been ransacked. Luckily, Kyra's place was fine, and both children were safe. Seeing that Alida hadn't brought anything back and that her leg was injured, Kyra asked, "What happened?" Alida didn't want to mention what happened at the supermarket. Though she was close with Kyra, matters involving personal interests were unpredictable. "I encountered some robbers," Alida said with a frown. Chapter 6, Food Crisis, Epidemic. Kyra didn't doubt anything after hearing Alida's words. Alida returned home with the child, and even though everything at home had been rummaged through, she didn't care much about it. Her spatial storage was stocked with half a supermarket warehouse of supplies. This was enough for her and Dave to live on for some time. Although having supplies ensured their survival, they also needed sufficient strength to protect these supplies. Alida didn't dare to use the stove either. She simply prepared some milk for Dave and then put him to sleep. The little black dog seemed to love clinging to Dave, lying at the foot of his bed. With Dave asleep, Alida checked all the doors again before entering the spatial storage, specifically storage number 1, which she temporarily named as the fresh-keeping warehouse. Alida had gathered supplies from the supermarket, opened many boxes, but due to their bulkiness, these items couldn't be moved out immediately. She was also afraid of arousing suspicion, so these boxes remained sealed in the spatial storage until there would be an opportune moment to discard them later. After reviewing the items stored, she found large quantities of tissues, seasonings, instant noodles, and milk that hadn't expired yet. Since storage number 1 was designated as the fresh-keeping warehouse, none of these items would spoil. These supplies were sufficient for Alida to sustain herself for a while. Recalling the incident at the supermarket earlier today, it occurred to her that the supermarket might be sealed off tomorrow. Sure enough, by the next day, the large supermarket near her house was already under quarantine, and everyone who had entered the supermarket had been taken away for isolation. As for where they had been taken, ordinary residents like them wouldn't know. With the nearest large supermarket closed, they would have to travel farther to collect supplies, making it more dangerous. Today, Kyra dropped off her child at Alida's place, preparing to collect supplies. Due to yesterday's supermarket incident, she had to go farther today, meaning it was riskier. After Kyra left, Dave and the other kids played with the puppy inside the room. The news on TV only mentioned that the epidemic virus caused pain but wasn't deadly. However, those infected developed body-wide pus-filled blisters, and even after recovery, they would likely be left with scars all over their bodies. Many people wanted to flee Tiangang City, but the entire city had been placed under lockdown. Trains, planes, cars, all modes of transportation had ceased operation. It seemed Tiangang City was indeed dangerous. This reminded Alida of a movie she once watched called Resident Evil, where a virus turned the city into a zombie-infested area, leading to its eventual abandonment by authorities. Soon after, the entire world was infected. Though the current virus wasn't as exaggerated as in the movie, no one wanted to contract such a painful and repulsive disease. Moreover, no one knew what this virus would ultimately evolve into or whether Tiangang City would also be abandoned by authorities. With millions of residents, Tiangang City probably wouldn't be easily abandoned. Now, the key was how to survive this period. If only she had a safe house to hide in during this time. But reality was that she didn't have a safe house, her only advantage was the spatial storage. Space. Truthfully, over the years, Alida hadn't explored her spatial storage much since food and drink had never been a concern for her. At the time, her space could only grow food, which wasn't useful since gold was what she truly needed back then. Alida re-entered her spatial storage, carefully sensing its properties, hoping to find more uses for it. However, for now, she only found several planting areas and storage number 1. Knock knock knock. The sound of someone knocking on the door interrupted her thoughts. It was Kyra returning, carrying 2 packages of supplies. There was blood on her back, someone had slashed her. Alair saw his mother injured and his eyes turned red with worry. Kyra handed over 2 packages of supplies, placing one in front of Alida with a smile. Someone tried to rob me, so I robbed him. This is for you. You got robbed last time, surely you ran out of food, Kyra said. Alida hadn't expected Kyra to give her one. Hesitating for a moment, she declined, saying, I don't lack food. Kyra didn't get upset over the refusal. Alida went to fetch bandages and antiseptic swabs from her room. What Alida didn't know was that Kyra had been robbed by a few people on her way back, but she handled it alone, showing strong combat capability. The wound on her back wasn't deep, but it was difficult for one person to handle, so Alida helped Kyra treat the injury. Kyra, I have a proposal. Let's cooperate, Alida said. In the current environment, as 2 single mothers with children, they might encounter various dangerous situations or be unable to take care of their kids properly. After all, Dave was only 3 years old and still didn't understand many things, while Alair was just 5. Haven't we been cooperating all along? Kyra smiled and said. No, it's different. The cooperation I mean refers to mutual trust, Alida said seriously. Because her trust is given only once, no matter who it is, her upbringing never allowed her to truly believe in others. However, if she gives someone her trust, then it's only given once. Seeing an opportunity, Kyra knew how hard it was for someone like Alida to open up, so she immediately introduced herself without reservation. Laurie, Tiangang City is very dangerous now. I've been trying to tell you this for some time. If we want to survive, we need to leave here. In fact, these past few days, I've also been looking for connections and ways to leave Tiangang City. Kyra told everything to Alida without reservation. Kyra has combat skills, which is why Alida wanted to cooperate with her. Of course, Kyra knew Alida had supplies, though she didn't know where Alida got them from. This was also why Kyra wanted to cooperate. At first, the desire to cooperate definitely stems from each having what the other wants. Agreeing to cooperate establishes initial trust. Building trust bit by bit takes time. Both had laid their cards on the table and decided to cooperate. Our living place isn't safe, Alida said. Leaving in a short period would likely be impossible given their capabilities. As two women with young children, they were easy targets for attack. Chapter 7, Virus Crisis, Survival First. They lived in an old residential area, which was sparsely populated now but had poor security. Living here meant they would constantly be under threat from outsiders. Just as the two were discussing what to do, the electricity meter in their neglected old neighborhood broke down. They had already reported it for repair, but no one had come yet. Given the current situation in Tiangang City, they might not wait for anyone to fix it. We can't continue living here, Alida said. Actually, Alida once took out a loan to buy a house in a pretty good location, far from the city center, but now that house was occupied by her mother-in-law's family. We can go to Tianshui Community, Kyra suggested. Tianshui Community was a newly constructed development that was still being sold. It was located at the westernmost edge of Tiangang City, quite remote. Tianshui Community has model rooms available too. We could live there, away from crowds, and it would be safer. However, it's also about 10 kilometers from here, Kyra added. But they didn't have any means of transportation. This was also a significant issue. Even the electric scooter they used before had been abandoned during a robbery. I'll figure out transportation, Kyra said with a furrowed brow. Cars were the best option now, but buying one wasn't realistic. She needed to think of something else. The weather was getting hotter, with daytime temperatures nearly reaching 30 degrees. They lived on the 6th floor of this old building without power, making it unbearably hot. Recently, whenever Alida took out supplies, Kyra never asked where they came from. Even Alaire, a child, never asked either, indicating that Kyra had probably taught him beforehand. The 6th floor was sweltering. In their building, only residents on the 2nd and 3rd floors remained, others had already moved away. Miss, our family is left with only my husband and me. Could you help me get some supplies? One day, the elderly woman from the 3rd floor climbed up to ask Kyra and Alida for help. They hadn't gone to the supermarket for supplies in days. The nearest supermarket was long cordoned off, and going to the farther ones was too risky, considering the virus everywhere outside. Each outing increased the chance of infection. Sorry, we're not going out. Alida firmly declined the elderly woman's request. Just look at you young people. Help this old lady. My legs aren't strong, and my husband is bedridden. If you don't help me get supplies, it's like condemning us to death. How can we go when we have 2 kids? Kyra frowned unhappily. I can watch the kids for you. Just help me out when you go for supplies. Have some compassion for us elderly and helpless. Kyra and Alida exchanged glances and decisively closed the door. They lacked the strength to help, especially with children to protect. People were inherently selfish, and helping the elderly could mean risking infection. Even a small risk was too much to take. Alida and Kyra firmly shut the door. They expected the elderly woman to leave, but instead, she started cursing loudly outside. You don't know how to respect elders, just wait until you're old. I curse you all to a bad end. Her loud cursing contrasted sharply with her earlier pleading tone. Kyra wanted to open the door to respond, but Alida stopped her. Dealing with such people was pointless. When asking for help, they acted one way, but when refused, they lashed out. Wasn't it presumptuous to think that asking for help meant someone had to help? At night, Alida took out some vegetables from her storage space. Though there was no power, they still had gas, so Alida prepared dinner. Kyra took charge of washing the dishes. Alaire helped take care of Dayan, while Blackie the dog stood guard nearby. Alida hadn't imagined living this way. She thought she'd be surviving alone with the baby. But reality didn't allow for it. In the dead of night, they were jolted awake by a loud explosion nearby. Flames from a high-rise gas explosion rose high, illuminating their room. Alida saw the building engulfed in fierce flames, dancing in the dark, casting a glow around it. The flames raged fiercely, accompanied by the crackling sound of burning. The exterior walls of the building were scorched red from the high temperature, and some parts had already started to collapse. The smell of thick smoke was carried over by the wind. Kyra hurriedly closed the windows tightly to prevent the ash from flying into their house. Alida faintly heard people shouting for help from the upper floors. People's screams pierced through the calmness of the night covered in darkness. The fire was fierce and uncontrollable. They had expected fire trucks to arrive, but by the next morning, not a single one had shown up. In this disaster, the building was on the verge of collapse, swallowing every inch of the surrounding structures until there was nothing left to burn. Alida and Kyra didn't sleep all night. Their room transitioned from being illuminated by the firelight to bathed in warm sunlight, but they felt cold. People are so insignificant in the face of natural disasters, Kyra finally said after a long silence. The opposite building burned all night, even catching the surrounding buildings, yet not a single police or fire truck came to rescue, Alida remarked calmly. After keeping watch all night, Alida concluded, perhaps the apocalypse has truly come. Her tone was flat but tinged with sorrow. Previously, people would joke about the apocalypse coming online, and there were countless apocalyptic movies and prophesies, like the Mayan prophecy that December 12, 2012, would be the end of the world. Yet life went on as usual, safely passing those years. Now it's 2024, and the apocalypse has arrived silently, unexpectedly, and without preparation. It came when everyone thought it was just a joke. The sudden onset of the apocalypse caught everyone unprepared. At first, the food shortage didn't seem too alarming. Over the years, China had experienced food shortages, heavy snowstorms, and major earthquakes, but never before had a fire burned all night without a single person coming to rescue. Chapter 8, Virus Crisis, Omen of the End Times. In Huaxia, no matter which city faced a crisis in the past, countless people would come to support it. Officials and people from all walks of life would do so. But this time there was an unprecedented silence. Alida believed that it wasn't that the government wasn't rescuing them, it might be that they were already powerless. This virus came fiercely, infecting many people. The dust floating in the air from the fire, where would the virus it carried spread? What Alida feared most was what would happen if the city was abandoned by the authorities. Alida guessed half correctly. A global food crisis, the viral outbreak in Tianhang City, other cities also suffered various crises, heavy rainstorms in coastal cities, and massive earthquakes inland all occurred within this 1 month. Globally, Europe was hit by blizzards, and America saw volcanic eruptions and spreading wildfires. It wasn't that they were abandoned by officials but that different disasters had swept over all of humanity. We can't stay here anymore, Alida immediately decided, which was exactly what Kyra had been thinking. The two hurriedly packed up, taking 2 backpacks. Actually, Alida's things were all stored in storage space number 1, but to avoid suspicion, they still wore the backpacks. They made protective layers for the 2 kids using plastic bags, covering their whole bodies. They, along with the little black dog they adopted, were fully geared up. It was already summer, and wrapping up like this made everyone extremely hot. Alaire and Kylie felt very uncomfortable being wrapped up, but both children were sensible enough not to fuss. The little black dog was only about 1 or 2 months old. Alida put it directly into her backpack. This little guy was quite obedient. Let's go to the back street and find a shared car, Kyra said. Alida nodded. It was indeed the best plan at the moment. After they tidied everything up, they carefully went downstairs. Suddenly, on the 3rd floor, their neighbor's door opened, and the elderly woman suddenly spat several times at them. Luckily, Alida reacted quickly, holding Kylie and stepping back, otherwise, they would have been spit on. The elderly woman's saliva hit the white wall behind them, greenish and bloody, causing Alida to feel nauseous. Kyra was also full of disgust. Looking at the elderly woman's face, hands, and arms covered in pustules, Alida remembered seeing infected people on TV who started by feeling weak and then developed pustules all over their body. Eventually, it led to intense pain. Many didn't die from the disease but were literally tortured to death. Because they couldn't bear the pain from these pustules, many committed suicide. Even the pain of childbirth couldn't compare. Painkillers could ease the symptoms, so many relied on them. Currently, the price of painkillers had skyrocketed, and supplies in Tianhang City were long gone. Online stores had sold out too. Courier services had stopped, and the pharmaceutical company in Xincheng City producing painkillers had shut down due to heavy rain. Of course, some survived after taking painkillers, but even if they recovered, they would be left with ugly scars. However, their resistance to viruses would significantly increase. It's all your fault. You didn't help me. I got infected when I went to collect supplies. You won't be spared either, the elderly woman cursed. Initially, when Alida moved in with her children, the elderly woman seemed kind, never imagining she would become like this. Human nature is complicated, and Alida had nothing to say. Die, you old witch. You got yourself infected and want to infect others. How disgusting. Kyra tore off her facade and shouted back. You can't pass through here. The elderly woman, driven by the mentality that if she couldn't have it easy, neither should anyone else, declared. There were too many people with such thoughts, wanting to infect others once they were infected themselves. Kyra pulled the children behind her and struck the old woman's stomach with a baseball bat. Taking advantage of the old woman screaming and falling to the ground, Kyra grabbed Alaire while Alida carried Kylie and hurried down the stairs. Looking at the baseball bat that touched the infected, Kyra felt uncomfortable and threw it aside. Let's go quickly, Alida said. Their old residential area had few residents, but the garbage in the bins hadn't been cleared for a month and was now piled up. Even though they wore helmets and masks, they could still smell the stench, which became more unbearable in the hot weather. Even the streets, which used to be clean in advanced Tianhang City, were now littered with trash. Occasionally, cars would pass by on the street, but only 1 or 2 at a time. During the usual morning rush hour for work, these streets would be congested. I remember there's a shared car on the street behind us. Kyra pointed towards the rear street. Their residential area, though old, used to be a bustling commercial district. Later, due to Tianhang City's urban planning, the commercial area moved entirely to the east. Sure enough, after walking for a few minutes, they spotted the shared car zone. Originally, 3 cars were parked there, but now only 1 remained. Alida wanted to scan the code, but their neighborhood had been without power, and her phone, along with other electronic devices, had long since run out of battery. I'll do it, Kyra said. Her phone still had some charge left. Figures why no one has driven this car. The price is 3 times higher than before. Kyra frowned as she spoke. But money didn't matter right now. What mattered was getting away from here. Kyra paid the triple fare and a hefty deposit directly using her credit card. Given the current situation, whether she would have to repay the credit card in the future was uncertain. Getting into the car, they realized it was electric. Kyra started the vehicle and found that it only had 40% battery life remaining, meaning it could probably travel about 60 kilometers. Their destination, Tianshui residential area, was only about 10 kilometers away, so they should be able to make it. Kyra and Abdullahi were already sweating profusely from the heat, and if they stayed like this any longer, they would likely suffer from heat stroke. Kyra quickly turned on the air conditioning to cool them down. Kyra's forehead and the back of her t-shirt were drenched in sweat, but when she glanced back, she saw that Alida's clothes were still dry and clean, not a single drop of sweat on her. "Aren't you hot?" Kyra asked in bewilderment. At that moment, Kyra noticed not only was Alida dry, but even Xiao Dojing didn't have a trace of sweat. "I have a naturally cold constitution, so I tolerate heat well." Alida gave a brief explanation. In fact, this was probably due to her unique constitution since childhood, which made her resistant to both cold and heat. Otherwise, she would have frozen to death as a child. During heavy snowfall in winter, other kids wore thick cotton clothes, while she only had a tattered thin garment. Chapter 9, Virus Crisis, Early Days of the Apocalypse. Her son, Saul, had a similar constitution to Alida's. He was neither afraid of cold nor heat and had never been sick even at 3 years old. Alida believed her son was an angel baby, just like her, with strong immunity. After all, over the years, Alida had also never been ill. She was quite heat-resistant and cold-resistant. "I envy your kind of constitution," Kyra said. She hated the heat but not the cold. This might be due to her training from a young age. The streets were eerily empty. Buses had ceased operations, and only a few people on electric scooters could be seen. Alida noticed that the glass doors of the pharmacy across the street were shattered, and the glass windows of 3 pharmacies on the same street were also broken. It looked like these pharmacies had been looted. "There's a convenience store still open. Should we buy some supplies?" Kyra asked. "Sure," Alida replied. More supplies were always better, as they were consumables. In such circumstances, production was difficult, so stockpiling was essential. Money meant nothing to Alida now. Securing enough supplies to survive was what mattered most. Upon hearing this, Kyra immediately drove next to the convenience store. "I'll go in, you watch the kids," Alida said. Kyra nodded and said, "Call me if anything happens." These chaotic times were unpredictable, and Alida got out of the car and headed for the store. Kyra also got out of the car with a baseball bat but stayed near the vehicle, keeping an eye on the convenience store. If anything happened to Alida, she would rush over to help immediately. Only half of the convenience store door was open. Snacks had long been sold out, and the shelves mostly contained daily necessities, with scattered items on the floor. Alida frowned slightly. "Boss," Alida called out. She saw a chubby man sitting on the counter with his back turned. There was no response when she called out. As she approached, she saw a large red stain on Ansel's chest, blood that had already dried. Alida was startled. Her first thought was that Ansel had been murdered and needed immediate reporting. But then she remembered her phone had run out of battery long ago. Besides, when she tried calling emergency services earlier, the line was dead. There were still many items left on the shelves. After thinking for 2 seconds, Alida put everything into storage space number 1. The shelves were instantly empty. Alida glanced at the security cameras, which were useless without power or internet. Finishing up, Alida quickly exited the store. Kyra noticed Alida's somewhat indifferent expression and the fact that her backpack wasn't very full. "What happened?" she asked. "The boss was killed," Alida said calmly, though inside she felt a bit nervous, not because of the murder, but because of the theft-like feeling of emptying the shelves. However, in the coming days, Alida found herself feeling more excited rather than guilty each time she collected items. The corpse must have been dead for a day or 2, its blood dried and emitting a foul odor. Though shocked, Kyra didn't say much. She hurriedly got back in the car and checked on the children in the back seat. No matter what, she would do everything to protect her child. At this moment, both mothers seemed to realize something. Tiangang City was in chaos. Previously, Tiangang City had strict law enforcement, and any fights would result in arrests. Now, a convenience store owner had been robbed and murdered, and no one cared for days. This clearly showed that Tiangang City was indeed in disarray. Not only that, Kyra suddenly noticed that her phone had no signal at all, not even call service. "Kyra, let's head to the highway exit of Tiangang City," Alida suggested. If the virus outbreak in Tiangang City was uncontrollable, they might be abandoned. Alida might have thought too much, influenced by too many apocalyptic movies. Okay. Anyway, their destination, Tianshui neighborhood, was nearby. Kyra sped toward the highway. The city was almost deserted, but there were many cars heading toward the highway. Many cars were blocked at the highway entrance, with heavy official presence, armed guards. Many side roads were sealed off, and the entire city was surrounded by official forces. No wonder the city center was empty, everyone was trying to escape. Beep, beep. Closer to the entrance, a loudspeaker kept repeating announcements. "All Tiangang City residents, do not leave Tiangang City. Please return immediately. Wait for the official rescue." The looped announcement kept playing. Some listened and returned, while others defied it, driving past or even getting out of their cars. Tiangang City has become a poisonous city, "We must leave," shouted a Louis with tattoos on half his arm. The highway was sealed off, with drones monitoring the area. "Do not cross the warning line," a cold electronic voice sounded. "Retreat, retreat," the electronic voice continued. The Louis did not retreat. A few others, seeing him take the lead, also followed. Beep, beep. As they crossed the green warning line, it instantly turned red, accompanied by more beeps. Bayou! The cold electronic machine instantly transformed into a lethal weapon. The high-speed rotating laser bullets shot into human flesh. Blood splattered all around. No one expected such brutality. Those who had followed behind were too frightened to proceed further. Immediate retreat, immediate retreat. The cold electronic voice persisted. In another place, in the command room of the garrison. "You're crazy. Those are residents. How can you shoot at innocent people?" an officer exclaimed, watching the bloodshed on the screen. The higher-ups gave strict orders. "No one from Tiangang City can leave. The virus spreads too fast. In less than half a month, more than half of Tiangang City's population is infected. If we don't control it, the entire country will be infected soon. Not just the country, but the whole world." Ansel added grimly. "This virus spreads rapidly, and our government is working with other countries to study it. As you know, our country now has viruses not only in Tiangang City but also fires, floods, and heavy snow in other cities. Our garrison personnel are stretched thin. We have no choice but to do this." Chapter 10, Virus Crisis, Lockdown Crisis. Not only their country, but other countries were also suffering from different levels of natural disasters. Terrifying viruses were sweeping through parts of Africa. Each country was struggling on its own, prioritizing the use of national supplies domestically. That doesn't justify shooting at innocent civilians. The man understood the current situation but still disagreed with the actions taken. "We can use tear gas to force back those residents." The man continued. "But that's not a permanent solution. People will still try to break through our defenses. How many Tiangang City residents are there? Our defensive forces are limited. If they join forces and breach our defenses, we won't be able to control them. There are millions of residents in Tiangang City right in front of us, but behind us are billions of residents from other cities. What then?" The defense minister frowned, stating that any cold-blooded decision wasn't something he wished for, but it was inevitable. Finally, Ansel fell silent, ceasing his arguments. Immediately, the room became quiet, yet both individuals felt the heavy weight of the situation. Because deep down, they knew the Tiangang City residents would have to rely on themselves to survive. This virus caused immense suffering, but the survival rate was still relatively high if one could endure it. However, survivors would be left with abscesses on their bodies. A leader, sitting there, instantly grasped what was happening. The authorities' approach meant letting them fend for themselves. Once the virus spread throughout Tiangang City and everyone became infected, only those who developed antibodies could survive. It came down to their individual immune systems. "What do we do now?" Kyra was somewhat panicked, but seeing a leader's calm expression in the rearview mirror inexplicably reassured her. A leader appeared petite, but over time, her composure and steadiness made others instinctively seek her opinion because she remained unfazed by various situations. "Stick to the original plan. Go to Tianshui residential area," a leader said calmly. Tianshui had fewer residents and could serve as temporary accommodation. Knowing that Tiangang City was sealed off and left to fend for itself explained why there was no police response, fires went unchecked, and even mobile signals were cut off. Water, electricity, and gas outages would soon follow. No one knew how long Tiangang City would remain sealed off, so they needed to stockpile enough supplies. With limited power in Tiangang City, they would need to unite with a force for supplies. Whether facing adversity alone or joining a larger group, supplies were essential. Kyra was driving while two children slept in the car. A leader's mind raced with thoughts about how to cope with the upcoming challenges. People were concentrated outside, all wanting to flee Tiangang City, explaining the scarcity of people inside. "Stop the car," a leader commanded firmly. Hearing this, Kyra instinctively stopped the vehicle. A leader grabbed a baseball bat and said, "There are several small shops nearby. We'll gather some supplies." A leader knew that once people realized they couldn't leave Tiangang City, the supplies wouldn't be replenished anytime soon, if ever, due to the tight situation. People weren't stupid. These supplies would be the only ones available in the city with millions of residents. Now, whoever secured the supplies first would have them. No one knew how long the city would be sealed off. There might be fights over supplies. She knew that supplies were paramount, and so did everyone else. They needed to act quickly. A leader wasn't going to miss the opportunity to loot stores for supplies. "Anue, what are you doing?" Kyra watched a leader wield the baseball bat towards a baby goods store. "We're getting supplies. Tiangang City is locked down," a leader replied. If it were just a regular lockdown, she wouldn't have done this. But this wasn't a simple lockdown. The severe measures implied they wouldn't be allowed to leave and that they had likely been abandoned. Don't expect help from the authorities anymore. The only hope was self-reliance. Over the years, a leader had survived by herself until she met Jay and had a brief respite. A leader held the baseball bat, feeling a fleeting panic that quickly dissipated as she calmed down. She smashed the glass door of the baby store. Bang tilde. Kyra was taken aback by a leader's decisive actions, directly robbing from the street shop. She felt some hesitation internally. After all, years of education had instilled a sense of morality and law in her, making it hard to shift gears immediately, almost like muscle memory. But there was no sound of police sirens as she had expected. Indeed, the entire area was already cut off from power. Alida realized this as she walked straight into the baby goods store. Ignoring the counter, she went straight for the shelves. She cleared out the entire shelf and put everything into her storage space number 1, which was meant for preserving fresh items, but since she had no other storage space available, she packed everything into number 1 first. Kyra, who followed behind her, was stunned with wide eyes, her mind unable to comprehend what had just happened. All the baby supplies in the store vanished into thin air. She was tempted to ask Alida if she had some kind of storage space. No wonder they had fresh vegetables before. Alida's standing in Kyra's mind instantly rose several notches. Previously, Kyra had thought that Alida had some background allowing her to get fresh vegetables, especially since she knew Alida's husband was from the official military. But she never imagined something so fantastical. Her strong curiosity was on the tip of her tongue, but she bit it back. If Alida didn't say it, she wouldn't ask, not even try to pry. Otherwise, the trust they built could collapse. Key was that Alida did everything openly without any intention to hide anything. Kyra found Alida more mysterious, confirming her decision to collaborate with Alida was right. Alida saw Kyra's wide-eyed surprise but made no move to explain. She simply didn't feel like answering. This incident instead reinforced Kyra's resolve to follow Alida. There are clothing stores nearby too. Kyra tried to keep her voice steady. Let's go. Chapter 11, City Lockdown Crisis. The shops on this street had almost all been scavenged by Alida and Kyra. Although they were supplies, there was hardly any food. However, Alida's space has planting capabilities, so food wasn't a significant issue for them. Beep 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 times. Outside on the streets, there were already other vehicles trickling in. Alida thought some people must have realized it was useless to be stuck on the highway, so they didn't wait there anymore. Alida had nearly finished scavenging, her number 1 safe storage was almost full. It was getting close to evening, and they urgently needed to find a place to settle down. Kyra led Alida directly to Tianshui community. This community consisted of newly built buildings, but since the houses haven't been delivered yet, no one lived there. There was also no water or electricity. Night fell, but the entire community remained pitch black. Alida carried Daeun while Kyra held Alaire's hand. Alida looked at these tall buildings and remembered that Tianshui community had a villa area too. She said, let's go to the model unit in the back villa area. Okay. After about half an hour, they finally found the villa model unit. Alida took out some food from her space. They couldn't cook, so they could only manage with a simple meal. The villa had 2 floors and a yard. Since it was a model unit, the decoration was pretty good, and there was even furniture. This villa is quite nice. Although there's no electricity, there's still water, Kyra said. She had just gone to the bathroom first, and there was still water. We will temporarily stay here, Alida said. When they entered the community, they also found that no one else was living there besides them. Since this community was quite remote and the surrounding commercial areas weren't established yet, most of the houses were only partially completed. Some buildings at the back hadn't even topped out. They managed to get through the night safely. The next morning, Alida got up early and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror in the bathroom. Looking at her long hair, she did not hesitate and cut it off directly. Kyra was a boxer, so her hair was not long either, just enough for a ponytail. But Alida had cut her long hair short, which would take years to grow back. Why did you cut your hair? Kyra felt a bit regretful when she saw Alida cut her long hair short. As women, we are vulnerable, especially with children. I need to conceal my identity, Alida calmly explained. In the past, as a woman, she had also suffered much unfair treatment. Now that she had a weakness, the children, she needed to protect them, which also served as her impenetrable armor. Hearing what Alida said, Kyra understood. As a female boxer, she had certainly faced discrimination due to her identity and struggled hard for her status, enduring hardships many times greater than men. This world was like this, male superiority and gender bias. Men doing certain jobs were normal, but if women did the same, they faced criticism. They had agreed that the new era meant gender equality, but women ended up shouldering more responsibilities. I'll help you. Kyra understood Alida's thoughts and offered to help. Alida didn't refuse. Though Kyra also felt a bit regretful for Alida's long hair, soon Kyra trimmed Alida's hair well. My son's hair has always been cut by me. Kyra even boasted about her skills. Although Alida's hair in the mirror looked more like a boy's short hair and slightly childish. Alida then reshaped her eyebrows, making herself look more spirited. She found sports bras from her space and changed into men's clothes. Though a closer look could still tell she was a girl, she no longer looked frail and delicate as before with her long flowing hair. Alida took out 2 fruit knives from her space, giving one to Alaire and another to Daeun. She tied the knife to Daeun's pant leg and said, if anything dangerous happens, use this. Previously, Alida would never teach the kids such things, but now the situation was special. The future was uncertain, but one thing she knew was that she had to teach them to protect themselves. Whatever happens, take care of yourself, Alida patted her son's head and said. I will also protect Mom. Daeun, though not fully understanding, responded seriously because Alida sounded so solemn. I will teach both of them boxing, Kyra added beside her. Alida didn't respond. Learning boxing required time as well. Although this model villa was nice, its security measures were lacking since it was designed for public visits and thus didn't have any protective measures in place. They lived relatively peacefully in the villa area, passing one quiet day. During the day, Alida and Kyra would take the children to search for supplies in Tianshui community. Though they found nothing, they had food and water as well as supplies. However, at noon today, the water supply to their model villa suddenly stopped. Due to the lack of water and electricity, they cooked by making a fire in the yard. Although Alida's supplies were fairly sufficient, the weather was getting increasingly hot, especially when cooking in the yard, which made Kyra sweat profusely. "We can't stay here forever, we'll continue searching for supplies tomorrow," Alida said. Kyra frowned slightly because she felt that going out would be dangerous. Not considering the virus outside, she believed staying here would be safer. But since Alida spoke up, she wouldn't argue. Although she didn't understand, she would just follow. There was no permanently safe place, but they must have enough supplies, especially in the early stages. This was Alida's idea. If they could think of it, wouldn't others also think of it? It was just a matter of time. So it was all about racing against time, securing supplies before others. Moreover, she had such a big advantage, not using it would be a waste. She had to fill her #1 storage facility completely. Tianshui community had few people, but soon those in the city center and main urban areas would realize that hiding at home while the virus spread was not viable. At such times, everyone would think of escaping to less crowded places. The more people there are, the higher the chances of viral infection. So those who hadn't been infected, especially those planning to escape, upon realizing they couldn't leave Tiangang City, would definitely not return to the main urban area. They would only move to the outskirts with fewer people. Chapter 12, The Siege of the Locked City. Alida's suspicions were not unfounded. Those fleeing humans could not escape Tiangang City nor gather in any one place, so they returned. Now everyone knew that the main urban area of Tiangang City had already become a toxic zone. 80% of the people in the main district had been infected, the air there was likely poisonous. This virus didn't just infect humans, pets would be infected as well and develop abscesses. However, the pain for pets wasn't as severe as it was for humans. More than half of the people probably couldn't endure the pain. "We can no longer live in the villa area," Alida said. Fortunately, Alida foresaw such an outcome while living here and found a better living place within these buildings of the Tianshui residential complex. It was the simply decorated apartment in building number 3. Alida merely packed up mattresses and some items and moved to the 10th floor of building number 3. Since the elevators were out of order, they climbed up. Although the model room in the villa was more comfortable, whether 2 women with 2 children could hold their ground was a concern. Alida had thought about this point. So on the second day of entering the Tianshui complex, she found this place. The building was simply furnished, with glass windows, but climbing the stairs was quite arduous. While tidying up the house, Kyra saw many cars entering the Tianshui complex through the floor-to-ceiling windows. There were even 2 groups fighting over residents in the villa's model rooms. "They are fighting," Kyra remarked. Inside the villa area, all furnishings were complete, making it naturally more comfortable. In the end, the group that came later won, partly because they outnumbered the other, mainly because they had iron rods and knives. Without firearms, having knives on them now served as significant intimidation. Kyra recognized some familiar faces, exclaiming, "It's him." One man is from the free fighting club. Kyra used to frequent the boxing club, which was next to the free fighting venue. This man was named Randall, very strong, having just won the championship for free fighting in Tiangang City in the first half of the year. If it came down to a single fight, Kyra wouldn't stand a chance against him. "As long as they don't bother us," Alida replied calmly. Kyra nodded. Surviving was now their only focus. Over the next couple of days, at least 100 people flooded into the Tianshui complex. But with over 10 residential buildings in the complex, the newcomers were fairly dispersed. Alida and Kyra stayed upstairs the whole time without going down. Recently, those entering the complex gathered spontaneously around the villa area. Meanwhile, the Tianshui complex remained relatively quiet, with most choosing to stay on the ground floor for convenience. In the following days, Alida focused on physical training, even including the 2 children. With summer arriving, temperatures soared, reaching 38 degrees Celsius midday. This heat wave might continue. If we could find a small generator, Kyra mused. A generator? Alida's eyes lit up. Although she and Xiaotuding tolerated the heat well, prolonged exposure still made them irritable. "There's a factory on Nanhuan Road, which must have backup generators," Alida pointed out. She used to work in a factory there. A nearby electronics plant could have what they needed. Transportation might be an issue without space, but Alida had the solution. "And there's also a courier transfer station," Kyra said excitedly. While searching the area, she noted on the map that there was a courier transfer station nearby. Going to the transfer station would be like opening a mystery box. You never know what you'll find. "Let's check it out," Alida decided. A large transfer station would still have unopened packages, providing a chance to find something useful. "We'll leave early tomorrow morning," Alida decided and executed plans quickly. Of course, they would take the kids along. Leaving them alone was out of the question due to incomplete security measures. Alida wouldn't allow any accidents to happen. At 5 in the morning, dawn broke and the weather was pleasantly cool, even starting to drizzle. "It's raining," Kyra said, frowning at the sight of raindrops. "Otherwise, shall we wait until the rain stops tomorrow?" Kyra said. Alida observed that it was only drizzling and didn't want to delay her plan. Finding supplies couldn't be postponed. Getting there early meant securing them, otherwise, they might become someone else's. "The rain will mean fewer people around," Alida said. Fewer people meant less conflict over resources or the risk of infection. Kyra nodded. Once Alida made a decision, she wouldn't argue. Alida found some raincoats in the storage space before heading downstairs. Their shared car had long been out of commission, so they could only walk. Not having a vehicle was really inconvenient. It was still just a light drizzle outside. This rain might stop soon, but looking at the overcast sky, Alida felt this rain wouldn't end so easily. She always trusted her intuition. They walked down 2 streets, and if they continued walking like this to the factory, it would probably take several hours. Kyra, where are there electric bike stores? Alida pointed across the street, where several stores sold electric bikes in a row. Tiangang City, being a third-tier city, mostly relied on electric bikes for transportation, so these stores were quite common. Without a car, an electric bike would work as a means of transportation. When Kyra heard Alida's words, she instantly understood her meaning. Initially, breaking into someone's store felt awkward, but after doing it once, the resistance diminished, and even a sense of excitement emerged, the joy of not having to pay. The storefronts on the street lacked glass windows, unlike their previous experiences where breaking through was simple. Now they all had locked doors. Alida and Kyra were working on prying open a door, with the 2 children holding the little dog watching from the side. The 2 kids couldn't help much and could only wait by the door. After considerable effort, they finally managed to pry open a roller shutter door. If only they were stronger, Alida thought. Chapter 13, The Crisis of Lockdown, Rain. As the roller shutter door opened, a wave of stale air rushed out. This place probably hadn't been opened for a long time, and the house hadn't had fresh air for who knows how long. Inside were rows of brand new electric scooters. Although electric scooters need to be charged, these were all new scooters with new batteries, so they should have some charge left. Alida glanced at the sidecar tricycles beside her. These scooters would cost no less than 10,000 yuan each, and one would need a motorcycle license to drive them. But in this situation, it was unnecessary. Alida and Kyra each chose a sidecar tricycle. Daeun was placed on the back of Alida's vehicle, as was the little black dog. It was raining outside, and driving such a sidecar tricycle could provide some shelter from the rain. The new electric scooters, though having sat unused for a while, still had enough charge to operate. Alida and Kyra drove their 3-wheelers toward the factory. On the road, they encountered several shops whose locks had been pried open. Cars were parked outside, and people were moving items from inside the shops into the cars. Indeed, looting wasn't just limited to them. With Tiangang City now under lockdown, one had to find supplies themselves or risk starving. And no one knew how long the city would remain locked down or if it would ever reopen. As they passed by several shops on the street that also showed signs of being broken into, Alida wondered whether anyone had gotten to the courier station yet. Before reaching the courier station, they turned a corner and saw a courier drop-off point whose door hadn't been pried open. "Let's start here," Alida said and stopped the tricycle at the entrance of the drop-off point. Kyra followed and stopped behind Alida. Seeing the sign of the courier drop-off point, she understood Alida's plan and took out a baseball bat from the tricycle. "Be good, my son. Wait here for mommy," Alida instructed her son. "Okay, mommy." Saul was very obedient, holding the little black dog which would keep him company. Meanwhile, Kyra also gave instructions to her son Jarrett. Having broken into several shops before, Alida and Kyra now had experience and quickly pried open the courier station's door. The shelves and floor were lined with packages, suggesting no one had come here yet. This drop-off point was quite remote, so no one had found it yet. The downtown stations and malls had already been looted a week ago. There were a few knives for opening packages on the counter. With so many packages, Alida couldn't store them all in her space. Her warehouse one was nearly full. "I'll have to open and check for useful items," Alida said. Opening each package one by one would take too much time, and with the children outside, Alida couldn't feel at ease unless they were right by her side. So, Kyra and Alida called the children inside. The 2 kids, aged 5 and 3, picked up package knives and started helping. The little black dog wandered around, sniffing near Daeun. Unnoticed, they spent almost an hour opening packages. The 2 little ones were hungry, so Alida took out bread and milk from her space for them. But they hadn't finished all the packages yet. The 2 kids were tired and sat on the ground to rest. Alida and Kyra continued for another 2 hours, collecting useful items and storing them in Alida's space. She threw out the cardboard boxes to clear room. The drizzle had escalated to a steady rain, and by now it was already evening. With no power, the whole city was dark. It seemed they wouldn't be able to return tonight. "We'll stay here tonight," Alida said. Kyra had no objections. There were still boxes to unpack. Electronic devices weren't useful anymore, but things like flashlights and batteries were kept by Alida. She took out soft cushions from warehouse one for the children to sleep on. The rain showed no signs of stopping and might last for a day or 2. The damp air was less stifling than the previous heat. The little black dog was trying hard to pull at a package. Alida went over and opened it. It was actually Yuncheng ham. Dogs do have keen noses. 2 big hams. Alida found dog food in her space and fed the dog plenty of it, which she had just found in the packages. There were also some cold medicines and other useful items, which Alida stored in her space. The remaining parcels were mostly large items and useless things, such as human-sized dolls and other oddities. With no power and thus no entertainment activities, and after nearly finishing unpacking all the parcels, the 2 kids were so tired they had fallen asleep. Alida took out a can of yellow peach slices from her space and gave one to Kyra. "Really delicious." Kyra couldn't help but praise it. Although she hadn't bought yellow peach slices before, those given by Alida tasted better and fresher. Alida didn't say anything. It was only around 8 in the evening after they finished eating the fruit. They were both exhausted from unpacking parcels all day and had no desire to chat, so they sat on the ground casually, leaning against cushions with half-closed eyes. Alida now had 5 plots of land for growing yellow peaches, eggplants, cucumbers, tomatoes, and apples, plus a cold storage number 1, which was now 2/3 full. If only she could have a warehouse, but how could she obtain one? Alida thought carefully, recalling that each upgrade of her space seemed closely related to her physical condition or mood. Having gone to sleep early, they woke up early too. Alida woke up at around 4 in the morning. The rain was still pouring outside, having continued all night without stopping. Alida stretched lazily. Sleeping on the ground was not as comfortable as on a bed, leaving her body stiff. She noticed some dampness near the door, with water marks already seeping in. When she opened the door to check outside, the rainwater rushed in. After raining for a whole day and night, the water had already flooded over the curbs. Tiangang City's drainage system wasn't very good, and during the rainy season in the past, the water would sometimes reach up to the calves. Looking outside, Alida saw the water had already submerged the wheels of their 3-wheelers. Rainwater kept rushing in from outside, quickly soaking the area inside the door. The water level outside had risen after a day and night of continuous rain. Chapter 14, City Lockdown Crisis, The Arrival of Heavy Rain. Alida looked out at the sky. The rain was pouring down relentlessly with no sign of stopping. They couldn't stay here any longer, otherwise, they would be trapped as the water flooded in. Kyra also noticed the rain outside. Water had already started rushing into the building, and there was standing water under their feet. Alida's shoes were completely soaked. The two hurriedly picked up the child, and Alida put the little black dog into her backpack, which she carried on her back. Why is there so much water? Kyra frowned, slightly complaining. What has happened to Tiangang City? Not only are we facing a food crisis, but we also have a virus outbreak that caused the lockdown. Now, this heavy rain is just adding to our woes. We need to find a safe place quickly, said Alida. As the rain got heavier, the water would rise higher. If they got stuck, it would be a serious problem. Maybe it's for the best. A good rain will cleanse the city, remarked Kyra. Hearing this, Alida's expression turned even grimmer. With the current virus outbreak in Tiangang City, the heavy rain would make it easier for people to get sick, especially in the hot summer. Viruses could survive in the floodwater, and if the water flowed out of the city, wouldn't other cities also be infected? Setting aside the risk to other cities, this floodwater might soon become toxic for the residents here. She hoped the city's drainage system could handle this. Despite annual maintenance, even light rain caused flooding, let alone such a heavy downpour. Praying for an effective drainage system might as well mean praying for the rain to stop. The water may drain out, making this a dead city. If it doesn't, the viruses will all be in the water, Alida said with a worried frown, imagining all kinds of animal carcasses mixed in the water. Kyra realized something was wrong and urged, let's find a safe place now. Alida took out some raincoats from her space bag. Kyra carried the child while Alida held Xiao Hudson, wearing a large raincoat before stepping outside. The water had already risen to their lower calves. The rain kept pouring down heavily outside. Why does this rain taste a bit sour? Kyra frowned, saying. The rain was too heavy, soaking their faces and running down their cheeks and noses into their mouths. Close your mouth. Let's get on the tricycle first. Alida hurriedly said. As she spoke, more sour rainwater dripped into her mouth. She spat it out instinctively. This rain tasted off. In the past, Alida had been caught in the rain, and it was usually odorless and tasteless, not this acrid. Her heart sank. Could the rain have mixed with toxic gases in the air, turning it so sour? But they couldn't afford to dwell on it. The rain continued, and they needed to find a safe place quickly. They climbed onto the tricycles. Water covered the wheels, making it difficult to start moving. The resistance was strong, and the heavy rain showed no signs of easing. The windshield wipers were struggling, barely clearing the view through the blurred windows. Suddenly, the tricycles sputtered and died. It seemed the rain had short-circuited the electrical systems of both vehicles. Unable to drive the tricycles, they could only carry the children out of them. The water level had already reached their knees. This flooding was happening too fast. Over there, Alida pointed to a high-rise residential building on the next street. There were only 2 buildings, each about 10 stories tall, which should provide shelter from the rising water. The 2 women, carrying the children, trudged through the water along the street. Though it was only a few hundred meters, every step took significant effort. Kyra frequently exercised, so carrying the child wasn't too much of an issue, but the heavy rain beating down on her body and wading through dirty water was uncomfortable. It took them over half an hour to reach the building. The entrance to one building was locked, and they didn't have a key. Let's go to the other one, Alida said. At the other building, the lock on the main door was broken, allowing them entry. However, water was already seeping onto the stairs. When they opened the door, water gushed inside. They quickly climbed the stairs to the second floor. Each building had 2 apartments per floor, without any formal neighborhood name, just these 2 high-rises. These were demolition housing projects, causing controversy last year when central city residents were relocated to the outskirts. Of course, there had been complaints, but it ended with partial compensation. Ordinary citizens couldn't match the power of capital. They were all soaked to the skin and could only change clothes in the hallway for now. Fortunately, Alida's spatial bag also contained some spare clothes. The wet clothes were temporarily hung on the railings. Maybe there are empty apartments in this building. Should we look around? Kyra suggested. Staying in the hallway for long was indeed inconvenient, and Alida nodded. They had already broken into the main door, so breaking into an apartment wouldn't add much to their mental burden. The third and fourth floors still had residents. Alida and Kyra hadn't even entered when they were turned away. Sorry, we don't accept strangers. A woman wearing a mask looked at Alida and Kyra with suspicion. Alida and Kyra understood and didn't cause any disturbance. As they climbed floor by floor, Alida noticed that most of the doors had shoe racks outside, indicating occupancy. Passing by several apartments, they could hear arguments inside. How can we go out to find food in this heavy rain? If we don't go out soon, our food won't last a few more days. What can we do now? We can only wait for the rain to stop. Alida and Kyra, upon hearing the immediate argument, tacitly continued climbing. Finally, they found the Tianshui residential area, where new buildings were unoccupied. However, due to the heavy rain, these buildings were not yet fully completed, and water was dripping from the ceilings. This one should be empty, Kyra said, noting the dust-covered doorknob and empty doorstep. Alida listened at the door but heard nothing. It seemed to be unoccupied. Alida and Kyra exerted considerable effort to break the door open, warping it in the process. It was evident that their strength had increased. Entering the living room one after another, they found the curtains drawn and garbage scattered everywhere, indicating previous occupation. Alida frowned slightly. They must have broken into the wrong door. On the sofa lay a person covered in pus-filled sores, nearly making Alida gag. Chapter 15, The Crisis of a Lockdown City, The Arrival of Heavy Rain. Alida and Kyra witnessed this scene, and without a word, they scooped up their child and hurriedly fled from the floor. The corpse on the sofa was covered in pustules, clearly indicating infection symptoms. Will we get infected? Kyra asked, somewhat nervously. No, Alida said, though uncertain herself, trying to encourage herself. Both were seeing an infected person for the first time. It was a terrible sight, especially with the ruptured skin all over the body. Someone with claustrophobia might faint at such a sight. We should go upstairs quickly, said Alida. There was already an infected person in this building, and from the looks of it, the infection had been going on for more than just a couple of days, meaning there could be other infected people within this building. They were in grave danger staying here. Should we look for another place? Kyra began to have second thoughts. The heavy rain outside, combined with the virus inside, made her feel that venturing out in the rain to find another place would be less risky than getting infected. Alida thought about the infected person they had seen. It was suicide. She guessed the person couldn't endure the pain anymore. This virus attacked both body and mind. Seeing oneself in such a state must have been unbearable. They walked back down to the first floor and found that water had already seeped into the corridor. The stairs were quite high, but with this level of water, it would reach their thighs. Moreover, the heavy rain outside continued, with large raindrops making it impossible for them to leave while carrying their child. Even if they could leave, they wouldn't find a safe high place immediately and might be in danger. After weighing the pros and cons, Alida decided they should stay where they were, hoping the rain would stop soon, and the water would drain away. The floor they had been to earlier was no longer an option. They could only keep going up. This building had 20 floors in total. This apartment hasn't been renovated yet. It's definitely unoccupied, they thought when they reached the top floor and saw a door untouched by renovation. Both felt a surge of relief. However, after prying open the door, they found the 20th floor indeed unrenovated but also leaking due to poor waterproofing. Everything inside was wet from the intense rain. If the rain persisted, this place might turn into a cave of water curtains. With no other choice, they retreated to the 19th floor, possibly drawing attention due to the sound of their repeated attempts to pry doors open. What are you doing? A man wearing slippers and a mask, holding a stick, pointed it at Alida and Kyra. The rain outside is too heavy, and we're trapped, Alida calmly replied. If it came to a fight, she and Kyra could handle this one man. Seeing Alida and Kyra with their children, especially little Edison who looked around 3 years old. You can't break into someone's house like that, Ansel frowned. A woman then walked out behind him and saw 2 women with 2 children. That's our apartment next door. You can stay there. The woman sympathized with other women and offered accommodation, even though she could provide nothing else. Saying so, the woman threw the keys on the ground. With the virus spreading, they didn't dare get too close. Thank you. Thank you so much. Kyra thanked gratefully. Katrina's name was Jacqueline, 8 months pregnant. Perhaps because she was about to become a mother, she felt overwhelmed with compassion for the 2 children. However, this decision ended up saving her in the following days. Sometimes, a kind act done unintentionally, which causes no harm, yields rewards in the future. Alida believed that everything has its return, good or evil. Kyra and Alida opened the door across and brought the children into the room, thanking the woman again before entering. The man pulled Jacqueline back into their room, visibly displeased. Why did you give them anything? Who knows if they have the virus? And what if they refuse to leave? Well, that apartment was empty anyway. I didn't think much about it, the woman answered, seeming a bit regretful after hearing Ansel's words. With such heavy rain outside, let's wait until it stops before asking them to move out, she added. The water accumulation is significant. We don't know when it will stop. We need to conserve our food, especially since your pregnancy is advanced. Hospitals won't be an option if the baby comes. Honey, those 2 women have also had children. Letting them stay opposite might mean they can help each other out, Jacqueline said, harboring this thought herself. Anyway, the apartment opposite was vacant. She had planned to rent it out but found no tenants after a year due to its distance from the downtown area. It only contained some basic furniture, nothing else. You're in charge. I just hope you can give birth safely, Ansel sighed, troubled as they were newly married and expecting a child amid a virus outbreak and city lockdown, now worsened by heavy rain. We've lost power, but not water yet. Honey, let's store more water. If we lose water supply, it'll be troublesome, Jacqueline suggested. Yeah, I've filled up all the buckets I could find. Anyway, we don't need to pay for water now, Ansel said with resignation. Why would we pay for water when the authorities are ignoring us? They said they would distribute supplies, but nothing has come through. With this heavy rain, our situation looks bleak, Jacqueline frowned. Fortunately, they had a habit of stockpiling supplies. She used to buy compulsively as a pregnant woman, and her husband's job could be done from home, so they often kept extra supplies at home. From 3 meals a day, to 2, now 1 meal a day to meet their nutritional needs, but even that wouldn't last long. Didn't you see? People started looting a couple of days ago. I'm afraid there might be conflicts in our building, Jacqueline worriedly said. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Why did you give those women another set of keys? You should mind your own business, Ansel scolded, frowning. Although those 2 women didn't seem threatening, under current circumstances, one couldn't ensure the safety of their own home, let alone get involved in others' affairs. Since it's given, it's given. We don't live in that apartment anyway. If left empty, someone else might break in, Jacqueline consoled herself. Chapter 16, The City Lockdown Crisis, Infected. This apartment also had 2 bedrooms and a living room, with only simple furniture inside. There was nothing extra. Actually, if the girl hadn't given them the keys just now, they had planned to break in. Now, they owed her a favor. At this moment, it was already dark outside, and after a whole day of searching, none of them had eaten yet. Alida hurriedly took out food from her storage space. It had rained today, so the weather was rather cool. She had stored 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot in her space before, and today they could finally enjoy them. Montague and Jarrett, the 2 children, ate non-spicy tomato hot pot, while Alida and Kyra each had a spicy hot pot. Alida also took out apples for everyone, 1 per person. Aunt Lynn, this apple is so crisp and sweet, really delicious, the child said happily. Of course, Alida smiled. The fruits and vegetables from her storage space were definitely of the highest quality. After everyone was full, they watched the rain still pouring outside. Whenever they opened the windows, the heavy rain would splash in, so they only left a small gap open for a while before closing it again. Mom, I don't feel well, Jarrett said with a somewhat pale face. Kyra also felt unwell after finishing her meal but forced herself together when she saw her son was uncomfortable. Too hot, oh no, he has a fever. Kyra was worried upon seeing her son's condition. Kyra felt dizzy and touched her own forehead. I have a fever too. Both of them, big and small, had fevers, and on top of that, a wave of nausea came from their stomachs, making both feel lightheaded. Did we get infected? Kyra asked in fear, looking back at Alida and Montague, who showed no signs of illness. Then, Kyra hurriedly carried her son into the bedroom and closed the door. Anua, don't come in, my child and I might be infected with the virus, Kyra said nervously. Alida was momentarily stunned by Kyra's actions but quickly calmed down. Leaving now wouldn't help, they had just eaten together, and if it were viral transmission, she and Montague wouldn't escape either at such close range. Alida asked through the door, Kyra, do you or Jarrett have any pus-filled blisters? There was silence for a moment, then came a slightly excited voice. No, neither Jarrett nor I have any pus-filled blisters. Since there were no pus-filled blisters, it probably wasn't the epidemic virus. They likely had common infections due to being caught in the rain. The rain today smelled somewhat sour, surely mixed with some viruses. Alida found only cold medicine in her storage space, no fever reducers. She placed it by the door and said, here's some cold medicine, take it first. Please leave quickly, Kyra said inside, not wanting to infect Alida and Montague. Alida stayed in another bedroom with Montague. She checked his forehead and body, no fever, no blisters, and felt relieved. Though she always trusted her and her son's health, she was naturally worried during a viral outbreak. They managed to make it through the early part of the night safely, but later, Alida woke up feeling extremely hot, wondering if she had developed a fever as well. Alida nervously touched her forehead and checked her son Montague, finding him sleeping soundly with no fever. Despite the intense heat and slight dizziness, there were no blisters on her arms. She hoped it was just a common cold. She took out the cold medicine, intending to take it, but her entire body suddenly went limp, falling to the ground. Her body felt immobilized, but her mind was completely conscious, her spirit entering her storage space. No, she couldn't die like this. Desperately trying to move her body, her consciousness alternated between her space and her physical body. It was like a tug-of-war, and she felt exhausted. In her daze, she heard her son calling. Mom, Mom, Montague's voice echoed around her ears. His voice gave her strength, and she struggled against the constraining film around her. Rip. It sounded like something tearing, and she abruptly opened her eyes. Beside her was her son, with red-rimmed eyes, his tears soaking her clothes. Mom. Montague, seeing Alida sit up, excitedly threw himself into her arms. Son. Alida also hugged Montague tightly. She knew that if it weren't for his voice, she might have really fallen into a deep sleep. After a while, Alida managed to pull herself out of the fear and looked at her son with concern. Seeing that he was fine, with no fever or pus-filled blisters, she felt relieved. Mom, it's okay, I just slept too deeply, Alida comforted her son. She glanced outside where the sky was still pitch black. She had thought a long time had passed, but it was only a few minutes. In those few minutes, she had already walked between life and death. However, her space seemed to have undergone a slight change. She looked at the flower petal mark on her arm. There were 6 petals in total, but now one of them had turned pink. What happened? Alida was confused, but her spirit entered her space again. The space still had the same plots of land and the number 1 refrigerated warehouse, but in the center, there was a new circular well made of blue-green bricks. Alida walked over and looked at the well water, which was clear to the bottom. It didn't seem very deep, but how did this well appear? Could it be related to drinking that contaminated rainwater? Or perhaps it was because she broke through the constraint she experienced earlier. Alida vaguely felt that these changes were interconnected. Alida examined the well water, wondering what function it might have. Since she was somewhat thirsty, she found a cup and filled it with the well water. Alida first leaned in and sniffed it with her nose. A fresh fragrance filled her nostrils. How could water have such a fragrance? It was like jasmine, mixed with mint, and the well built from the green bricks looked quite old. Chapter 17, City Sealed Crisis, Spatial Upgrade. She was very confident about the things inside her space, so she merely felt curious about the fragrant water and drank it without any hesitation. Gulu-gulu. Dayan looked at the water that his mom took out of nowhere. The scent of the water was very appealing to him, almost like a strong magnetic pull. Mommy, I want to drink too, Dayan said. Okay, wait a moment. Alida replied. She had just taken 2 sips of the water, which tasted sweet and refreshing, making it really delicious. Alida intentionally waited for 2 minutes. It seemed like it was only very delicious with no other effects. There were no other sensations. Alida did not feel anything special. Since Dayan wanted to drink it as well, she gave him the remaining water. Alida might have read too many novels, thinking the well water in her space was holy water or something similar that could improve one's aptitude or detoxify. It appeared that apart from tasting good, the well water in her space didn't seem to have any other effects. Dayan gulped down all the water in the cup at once, smiling and wiping his mouth. Mommy, it's really delicious. Even though the well water currently had no other uses, its presence gave her great peace of mind. It wouldn't be long before tap water became undrinkable, but the well water in her space resolved this urgent problem. Although only a few minutes had passed, Alida felt refreshed all over. It was now late at night, yet she wasn't feeling sleepy at all. Walking to the window, she saw heavy rain still pouring outside. However, the intensity of the rain had lessened considerably. Outside, the accumulated water had submerged the first floor, estimated to be about 2 to 3 meters deep already. The tricycle they had parked earlier was already underwater, floating away with the current. Alida didn't know how Kyra and her child were doing. Early in the morning, she walked to the door and shouted loudly, Kyra, Kyra? After a while, there was no response. As Alida hesitated whether to go in, Kyra's hoarse voice came from inside. I'm here. Kyra's tone sounded weak. Alida placed a few bags of bread and 2 apples from her space at the door. I've put the food at the door, you can come out and take it later, Alida said. Thank you. Kyra managed to say. Both mother and son had been infected with the virus. If Alida had left, they would probably have been dead by now, having fever and feeling weak all over. They simply didn't have the strength to go out looking for food. Heavy rain continued for 3 more days before gradually subsiding. The accumulated water had completely submerged the first floor. Fortunately, the building's ground floor housed shops, so nobody lived there. During these 3 days, Kyra and her child continued to run high fevers and felt weak. Thanks to the food provided by Alida, they hadn't starved to death even if they didn't die from the fever. Kyra touched her son's head. If they survived this ordeal, they must repay Alida properly. A week later, the rain finally stopped, but the accumulated water showed no signs of receding. Moreover, Alida saw floating animal corpses and muddy water from upstairs. The building had lost water supply 4 days ago. Kyra and her son had been running high fevers for 10 days. Every day felt like an agonizing trial. Their bodies were achy and weak, especially at night when burning heat filled their minds. They couldn't sleep but were tormented continuously. They couldn't swallow any food except for the fruits Alida provided. Apples, yellow peaches, tomatoes, cucumbers. These items brought them some relief. Finally, on the 11th day, their fever slowly subsided. The building had been without water for some time, and people confined indoors for so long found their supplies dwindling. This building had fewer residents, and some couldn't hold out any longer. At noon, Alida heard a scream. Through the peephole, she saw 2 men, a Hector and a young man, probably father and son. Both held kitchen knives. Through the peephole, Alida clearly saw blood dripping from the knife in Ansel's hand. This household has a pregnant woman, they must have stockpiled plenty of supplies, the Hector said. However, the sturdy security door resisted their attempts to break in, and despite much effort, they couldn't get through. Hearing the commotion, the woman inside discovered they were trying to break into her home and screamed in terror. Katrina was already in late pregnancy, and such a scare triggered labor contractions. Elan, are you okay? Jacqueline's husband noticed white fluid trickling from his wife's legs and grew increasingly anxious. This white liquid must be amniotic fluid. I think I'm going to give birth, Jacqueline said with a pale face. The man hurriedly helped Jacqueline sit on the sofa. Outside, the two men were still prying at their door, and Ansel held a kitchen knife in his hand. Their anti-theft door probably wouldn't hold for long. Please don't pry our door. My wife is about to give birth. Please let us be, Ansel begged. With all kinds of crises coming at once, he had no idea what to do. If you give us your supplies, I promise not to harm your wife, the Hector outside said. If they took their supplies, he and his wife would not survive. In these few days, they had already consumed several cans of baby formula they had stockpiled for their child. Through the peephole, Ansel saw that his own door was almost deformed. Not only that, but there was clearly fresh blood on the kitchen knife held by the men outside. They must have killed someone just moments ago. He was alone against two men. You go next door. Those two women have more supplies. And there are two kids there. Their supplies will definitely be enough for you. Ansel gritted his teeth and said. Although this was highly immoral, when faced with life and death, people would prioritize themselves. Alida, who was hiding behind the door opposite, remained unperturbed. She glanced at her son and quickly hid him in the bathroom. Then, she grabbed a baseball bat and hid near the peephole, observing the situation outside. Our shoe cabinet has the key to the opposite door. Ansel continued. Upon hearing about the key, the two men prying the door thought, why bother wasting time breaking in? Dad, look, there really is a key, the young man said as he handed the key to the Hector. We've been prying this door for so long without success. Why don't we open this one first? It's easier to deal with the two women next door, the young man said. This door was hard to pry and there was another man inside, which might take more effort and risk injury. So the father and son exchanged glances and shifted their target to Alida's place. Chapter 18, City Lockdown Crisis. The child is injured. Ivory was holding a baseball bat, her hand slightly sweaty. The last time someone came to rob their house, it was at night and there was only one person. In the pitch-black environment of night, Ivory, with her good eyesight, had struck unexpectedly. But now she was facing men. There were two sick and weakened people in her home now, plus a 3-year-old child. She could get hurt, but definitely not the child. They wanted supplies, and Ivory glanced around the house. There were virtually no supplies left because everything was stored in her dimensional space. Click, the key turned lightly in the lock and the door opened. Holding the baseball bat, Ivory watched as the two men rushed in. The baseball bat was right behind her. We don't have any supplies left, Ivory said coolly, yet did not relax her grip on the bat. Do you expect me to believe that just because you say so? The Hector didn't trust Ivory at all. She looked clean, with rosy cheeks and no chapped lips. She certainly didn't look like someone who hadn't eaten for days. Franz, keep an eye on her, the Hector said coldly. Franz, the young man, took out a knife and pointed it at Ivory. As she was considering how to deal with both of them. Dealing with both at once wasn't realistic, especially since they were so close together. If Ivory attacked Franz, the other would surely come at her with his knife. If she was surrounded, she wouldn't stand a chance. This was a one-time opportunity, much like hunting prey. Ivory quietly waited for the right moment. The young man gazed at her fair face and said, we only want supplies, we won't harm you. Ivory stared at the bloody cleaver in his hand and scoffed silently. The young man seemed to sense her gaze and added, as long as you don't resist. Not resisting. To watch her food being taken without a fight. What difference would that make from starving? The house wasn't large, it had 2 bedrooms. The Hector looked around and only saw garbage on the ground and table, no other food. He approached one of the closed bedroom doors and opened it, it was empty. The other door led to Kyra and Abdullahi, who had just recovered from fever and were still weak. The Hector opened the door and saw a woman and a child lying on the bed, nothing else around. Bang! A sound came from the bathroom, drawing the Hector's attention immediately. Ivory had hidden Dayan inside the bathroom. Seeing the Hector heading toward the bathroom, her heart raced. Don't move, the young man shouted when he noticed Ivory's movement, pointing the kitchen knife at her. There's only a child inside, no supplies for you, Ivory said, gripping the baseball bat even tighter. The Hector opened the door and indeed saw a child about a meter tall hugging a small black dog. There's a dog. His eyes lit up as he spotted the little black dog in Dayan's arms. Dog meat. It had been so long since they had had meat. They had already stewed their own pet dog. Though this small black dog was tiny, it would still be a meal. Thinking of this, the Hector started drooling. Stop taking my dog, Dayan shouted defensively. Protecting the dog, Dayan struggled, but the Hector easily snatched the puppy from her. Woof, woof, the puppy whimpered in fear. Dayan ran out of the bathroom and angrily shouted in her childlike voice, bad man, give me back my dog. With that, Dayan grabbed Ansel's leg. Frowning, the Hector, thinking only of the dog meat, swung his arm forcefully, sending Dayan flying to the ground with a heavy thud. War. Dayan burst into tears. Ivory had never hit her before, but this time, she'd been kicked by a stranger. Son. Ivory's heart tightened, her son had been hit. Her temper flared instantly. Swinging the baseball bat, she charged forward, yelling, you dare hit my son. The young man saw Ivory charging at him with the bat and tried to stab her with his knife. Smack. Ivory and the young man began to fight. The baseball bat was longer, giving her an initial advantage. Fortunately, it was a steel bat given to her by Kyra. Though heavier than normal, it was perfect for facing a knife-wielding attacker. Bark, bark. The little black dog, seeing Montague cry, seemed to be in a hurry and bit the hand of the Hector who was holding it. Ah! The Hector screamed in pain as blood seeped from the wound. In pain, he instinctively flung the little black dog away, which hit the ground heavily, letting out whimpers. But it did not give up, struggling to its feet and staggering to Montague's side, licking away her tears with its tongue. The Hector was enraged, tightly gripping a knife in his right hand, and marched towards the little black dog menacingly, intending to teach it a lesson. However, the little black dog had already guarded itself beside Montague, using its small body as an unbreakable barrier for her. Seeing Ansel about to strike with his knife, Ivory, wielding the baseball bat, jumped forward and struck him on the back of his head. Buzz. Ivory didn't hold back. No mother would show mercy to someone who wanted to harm her child. Even if she faced legal or moral consequences, she wouldn't hesitate, nor stop her hand. Bang. Blood spurted out instantly as the Hector's skull was struck hard, and he fell forward without making a sound, still clutching the knife, which pinned him down when he collapsed. Dad. The young man saw his father fall to the ground, eyes red-rimmed, and lunged at Ivory with his knife. With the young man holding a knife and Ivory wielding a baseball bat, they were locked in a stalemate. Behind Ivory was her son. Her son had been badly kicked by the Hector just now, his small body curled up on the ground in pain. Seeing this, Ivory felt an overwhelming sadness. She wished she could strike Ansel again, but she hadn't held back when she hit him earlier. The young man hurriedly knelt down and pushed his father, finding no movement. He checked the pulse on his father's neck. Dad. You killed my dad, I will kill you. The young man was filled with hatred. Chapter 19 The Crisis of the City Closure, No Mercy. Alida didn't expect that she had just killed someone, but her heart held not a trace of regret. The Hector had lunged at her son with a knife. If it happened again, she would neither regret nor show mercy. Never underestimate a mother's determination to protect her child. Seeing his father killed by the woman before him, the young man attacked Alida in a frenzy. Alida could not dodge because her son was right behind her. She dared not and could not retreat even one step. I'll kill you, the young man spat angrily. Swish. The man slashed her hand with his knife. Blood flowed down the baseball bat as it slipped from her grip. Bearing the pain, Alida did not instinctively drop the bat and continued blocking. There were no fancy moves in this fight, only primitive blows exchanged between them. Within seconds, Alida's arm was cut once more. Despite wielding a stick rather than a blade, the pain was intense, far worse since a knife merely cuts and bleeds while a blow can be much more damaging. Thud. The back of the young man's head was struck by someone. Alida saw it was Kyra emerging from the room. However, having just recovered from a fever, Kyra's strength was still weak, so her blow only caused him pain. Otherwise, with Kyra's ability, she could have knocked him unconscious or caused a concussion. Although Kyra didn't deliver a fatal blow, she gave Alida a chance. Bearing the pain in her arms, Alida lifted the baseball bat and hit Ansel several times on his neck and head. Blood streamed from Ansel's nostrils, his mouth swollen, and he staggered before collapsing on the ground. Lying motionless, Alida kicked him a few times without response. After checking his pulse, she found it had stopped. He's dead, Alida said in an unusually calm tone, though her heart raced with tension. Kyra, looking at the two bodies on the ground, tried to comfort Alida, saying, It's not your fault. It's not my fault. If he hadn't come to rob us, he wouldn't be dead. It's his own doing, Alida replied, remembering the harm done to her son. Kyra observed Alida's composed demeanor. Usually, someone who accidentally killed would be horrified. Actually, Kyra was also panicked, but after 10 days battling illness, every day felt like a struggle against death, which paradoxically made her calmer now. Seeing the danger had passed, Alida rushed to her son, asking, Baby, does it still hurt? Let me check. As she spoke, she examined her son, finding no visible injuries. Mommy, I'm not hurting anymore. It will be better tomorrow, little Edison said obediently, afraid his mother would worry. Watching her son regain his spirit, Alida finally relaxed. Now, there were two bodies on the ground that couldn't just lie there, and there were bloodstains too. We should throw them outside, Kyra suggested, as the water outside was deep enough to cover them. Yeah. Alida replied indifferently. Kyra admired Alida inwardly. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. What Alida didn't know was that those who ate vegetables and fruits grown in her space developed a bond with its owner. The more they consumed, the stronger this bond grew. During these 10 days of illness, Kyra had been eating fresh vegetables and fruits provided by Alida, thus deepening their bond naturally. Since these foods were grown in Alida's space soil. Of course, this unique effect was unknown even to Alida as the space owner, as she had never studied her space in depth. After a lot of effort, they finally threw the two bodies out through the window. Splash, the two bodies fell into the water, sinking deeply before resurfacing, drifting with the current. Only after disposing of the bodies did they rest a bit. Kyra and Abdullahi, having fully broken their fevers, were both starving from the day's exertions. From the space, they took out 2 bowls of instant noodles, resorting to cold water for lack of hot water. The tap water had stopped, but Alida's space still had bottled water, which she gave to Kyra and Abdullahi. Alida used well water from her space to prepare the noodles for herself and little Edison. Although the noodles were soaked in cold water, adding 2 sausage sticks made them quite delicious for everyone. Someone had just died here. Alida and Kyra's psychological resilience was indeed quite strong. But with the situation pushed this far, what difference would it make even if someone had died? Survival, being able to stay alive, that was the fundamental premise of everything. After finishing the noodles, Alida took out a few apples. The vegetables and fruits grown in her space were plentiful and continuously growing, so they were not short of food. Wailing sounds, wah! As they were eating the apples, the cries of a baby came from next door. It seemed that Jacqueline on the other side had given birth to her child. Alida had already lost any good feelings toward the neighbors. At first, when the girl gave them the key, they still expressed their gratitude. But when the robbery happened, she had immediately pushed them out first. Everyone was selfish, no one could blame each other. Honey, she's born, it's a girl, Ansel said nervously, his hands trembling and his face even paler. Then quickly find some cloth to clean her, and use scissors to cut the umbilical cord, Jacqueline kept instructing her husband. Jacqueline used to be a medical student and later became a nurse. The night shifts were too exhausting, so she resigned and stayed at home to prepare for childbirth. Oh, Ansel nodded nervously. To be honest, assisting his wife in childbirth was an extremely bloody scene. He almost couldn't hold back from vomiting but immediately turned away, suppressing it and thus not throwing up. I can't do it, I'm too nervous, should I ask the neighbors for help? Ansel frowned and asked. What help? You just gave the keys to those two robbers. You don't know if the woman next door got hurt, and you still want to ask her for help. Jacqueline was speechless. How could she have such a husband? The man dared not say anything further, only gritting his teeth and cleaning up the newborn as Jacqueline directed. He eventually cut the umbilical cord and disinfected it with iodine. The newborn cried a few times and then fell asleep, but Jacqueline still had blood on her body and the placenta that needed to be cleared. Chapter 20, The Locked City Crisis, Awakening of a New Mom. The man's hands trembled at the sight of Jacqueline covered in blood, but he managed to help clean her up. Honey, thank you for all your hard work, said Jacqueline weakly. Her husband was usually a programmer who rarely interacted with people, let alone dealt with such a bloody situation. After everything was settled, Jacqueline looked at her sleeping daughter and felt a sense of relief wash over her. But after feeling relieved, she started to feel anxious again. The city of Tiangang was fraught with viral dangers, there was floodwater outside, and on top of that, the city was locked down. There was no way she could properly rest during this month after childbirth, and whether they could survive was another issue altogether. Honey, once the floodwater recedes, you must go out to find supplies, especially baby formula, Jacqueline said earnestly. I know, Ansel replied somewhat dismissively. What had just happened? He had faced a robbery first, then delivered his own child by himself. Frankly, he was now somewhat traumatized and couldn't bear to look at Jacqueline's face again. That scene was too surreal. Meanwhile, Joanne Ray locked the door again and cleaned up the bloodstains. The floodwater may take days to recede. We need to be careful over the next few days, Ivory said. Without the floodwater receding and lacking supplies, those without resources would have to either search for supplies or rob others to survive. People were driven to do anything to live. Today, Ivory had already encountered one robbery, there might be another. However, their building had fewer residents, including some infected individuals. In contrast, the building opposite had more residents, and fights were breaking out frequently. None of them had ever imagined killing or robbing for food, but it seemed like they had regressed to primitive times. Indeed, survival is the foremost priority for humans. It has been 2 days, and the floodwater has only slightly receded, Kyra said with a frown. By looking at the watermarks on the walls, one could see how high the floodwater had been. It had only dropped a little compared to yesterday. Mom, there are people outside, Abdullahi said from the window. There wasn't much for the kid to do at home, so he often watched from the window. Ivory and Kyra went over and indeed saw people outside. There was an inflatable plastic boat, with 2 men sitting on either side and what appeared to be supplies in the middle, though it wasn't clear from their high vantage point. As the boat passed the building, someone even threw things at them from above. That inflatable boat looks pretty good, Kyra commented. With so much floodwater, having a boat would make life easier. And it looked like a children's toy boat from an amusement park. Ivory also envied it, but with the current flood situation, getting a boat was difficult, and they didn't know where to find one. Perhaps unable to wait any longer, some chose to enter the water wearing raincoats. But in deeper areas, the water was still about 2 meters deep, making it impossible to move forward. Those who knew how to swim could try swimming, but the floodwater looked murky and contained various pathogens. Even Ivory had almost fallen ill the night she first got caught in the rain. Kyra and Abdullahi also suffered from fever for over 10 days, except for little Hudson who remained unharmed. Some tried swimming in the floodwater and came down with high fevers that night, suffering infections. At this time, surviving an illness meant living, otherwise, they died from it. However, something very strange happened. Those infected with the pustular virus did not get infected from the dirty water. It might be because the infection enhanced their ability to fight off viruses. Those infected, including Ivory and Kyra, developed antibodies and thus didn't get infected again. Indeed, nature favors the fittest. They waited silently for 5 days, but the floodwater retreated extremely slowly. At this rate, it would probably take months for the 2-meter-deep floodwater to fully recede. Moreover, the floodwater flow slowed down considerably, turning the entire city into stagnant water. Fortunately, Ivory still had enough food and supplies in her space. However, being cooped up for so long and with the floodwater stopping, they could only dispose of garbage from the windows. Not only them, others did the same. Over time, the floodwater became dirty and smelly, sometimes emitting a foul odor. Recently, Ivory and the others subsisted mainly on instant noodles as fruit was impractical, and they had no gas for cooking. Starting a fire was not feasible due to the hot weather. It's so hot, Kyra said. With the heat and the stench from the floodwater, opening the window brought in a strong smell. Not only does it smell bad, but it's unbearably hot, Abdullahi said with a frown. Several people hadn't left their home for nearly half a month. Although it was hot these days, Ivory still insisted on exercising in the room, but after exercising for a while, she sweated quite a bit. In this half-month, the little black dog had grown significantly and was constantly sticking out its tongue due to the heat. Laurie. Kyra stood by the window, seemingly having noticed something, and hurriedly said. A few men from the opposite building are heading towards our building, Kyra said tensely. There was a corridor between the two buildings, which was at a higher elevation, so the water wasn't as deep, possibly only around 1.5 to 1.6 meters of standing water. Those men, being no less than 1.7 meters tall, could walk through the water. During the daytime in recent days, they could clearly see that a few men had looted the supplies from the residents of the opposite building, from top to bottom. They saw it all from their windows. Those who submitted were spared, while those who resisted ended up with blood on their windows. It appeared these men had already ransacked the entire opposite building for supplies. Now, lacking supplies, they were coming towards their building. Since the father and son robbers were dealt with by Ivory half a month ago, there had been no more robberies in their building. Partly because the number of residents here was relatively small, some had succumbed to the virus and died at home, and some elderly, weak, women, and children lacked the strength to rob. Another possible reason was that there was a small supermarket on the first floor of their building, and when they came up, they saw that everything inside had already been taken away. They're almost here. Kyra frowned and hurried to find her baseball bat. 5 men were approaching, all tall and muscular, and they were no match with just the 2 adults and 2 kids. What should we do? There are 5 of them. We might not be able to win, Kyra said. Don't panic. Don't forget you're a female boxer, Ivory reminded her. Kyra was capable, but she tended to panic unconsciously when encountering problems, losing her calm. Chapter 21 Water Accumulation Crisis. Encounter robbers again. Kyra calmed down unconsciously as she listened to Alida. Live and let live. If they go too far, then Alida made a gesture of slitting her throat. Indeed, this had happened before. Doing it again almost didn't weigh on her mind at all. Kyra watched Alida's gesture and understood what she meant. But they were up against 5 grown men with the strength of adult. Kyra locked the door to the room while Alida took out 2 bottles of water from her spatial ring. She drank a few gulps from one and hid 2 or 3 slices of bread under the sofa. She also concealed half a bag of instant noodles under the coffee table. It would be good if those people searched for these items and left without causing trouble. Honestly, Alida did not want confrontation until the last possible moment since they were currently at a disadvantage. Woo-woo. The 2 children understood the conversation between Alida and Kyra. Dayan quickly hugged Ailbert anxiously and said, Mommy, are they going to take Ailbert away and eat him again? Alida remembered how that Hector had also set his sights on the black dog. With food being so scarce now, eating dog meat, eating whatever was edible, people wouldn't hesitate even over rat or cockroach meat, as long as it helped them survive. Should we hide Ailbert? Jarrett asked anxiously. The thought of someone wanting to eat their little black dog made him reluctant. After such a long time, both of them had developed a bond with Ailbert. Actually, after having kept him for so long, Alida also felt affection for Ailbert. But if an insurmountable danger arose, or if keeping Ailbert endangered her son's life, she would still choose to abandon Ailbert first. How big is our home? Where can we hide him? Joannan frowned, saying. Since that incident, Alida had tried to store Ailbert in her spatial ring, but it hadn't worked. Her spatial ring could still not accommodate living creatures. Then, Alida looked at the air conditioner unit outside the window and suddenly came up with a good idea. Put Ailbert outside. Following Alida's gaze, Kyra seemed to understand her idea and asked. Yes. Alida nodded and placed Ailbert on the platform outside the window. Mommy, will Ailbert fall down? Dayan asked nervously, while Jarrett looked worried too. No, Ailbert is very obedient. Besides, there's water below, so even if he falls, he won't be hurt because dogs know how to swim naturally, Alida explained. Dogs instinctively paddle when in water, so even if Ailbert fell, he probably wouldn't get injured, although there was a risk of infection from dirty water. However, dogs have strong resistance, right? At least, Ailbert hadn't fallen ill despite the previous rainy weather. Alida looked at the baseball bat. A surprise attack might work, but lacking a knife meant less lethal force. Dayan, remember the dagger I hid for you. If you're in danger, don't hesitate, stab him, Alida instructed. She especially told Dayan that if a bad person picked him up, he should aim for the eyes, and if he couldn't reach them, stab wherever he could. I got it. Mommy, I'll protect you, Dayan said seriously. Alida stroked her son's head. At his age, he should be happily playing in kindergarten, but now he had to face all this with her. This was reality. In this kind of world, education had to adapt accordingly, and surviving was the priority, teaching him how to survive. Be ruthless, heartless, never hesitate, and never easily trust anyone. Even Kyra and Jarrett, Alida hadn't fully trusted them. It wasn't until much later, when she discovered the additional benefits of growing vegetables and fruits in her spatial ring, that she began to trust Kyra and company. They're coming inside soon. Kyra had been by the window, watching the movements of those men. They had just waded through the water and entered their building. The distance between the buildings was only a few dozen meters. Although the water hindered their progress, they only needed about 10 minutes to cross. Several men downstairs were already at the stairs. Why do I feel itchy all over? One man frowned, feeling some irritation. We're all wrapped in plastic, it should be fine. Maybe you've got heat rash from the plastic wrapping, another man suggested. Damn, you're not infected, are you? No way. It must be heat rash. No pustules yet. Ansel examined his thighs and stomach, finding only redness like hives, not those nasty pustules. Don't tear these plastic clothes. We'll need to wear them again after we gather supplies, said one of the men, who was particularly well built. Got it, Brother Jean, the others chorused in unison. Rick was the leader of this group. Not only was he muscular, but he also had tattoos all over his arms. Just remember, don't be soft-hearted. Whoever shows mercy should just leave. Don't forget how Zhongli died because of his soft-heartedness. He got stabbed to death. Everyone wants to survive now. Without food, no one can live on. Do you want to survive or let others live? And don't you dare soften up and drag the rest of us down. Don't blame me for being heartless. Remember what I say, being merciful means dying fast. If they give us supplies, we exert less effort. If they don't, we take by force. If they resist, we cut. Rick instructed the group. Rick used to be a street thug, so cutting people was something he did without hesitation. Besides Cavan, the other men were from the same building. Rick formed this team to have enough manpower for gathering and looting supplies. Relax, Brother Jean. No one will drag us back again, Cavan assured him. The others nodded as well. They needed to live, and their families back in the building were counting on them to bring back supplies. There are still residents in this building. We can raid some supplies here, which will last for a few days until the water recedes, and then we can search elsewhere. One more thing, whoever puts in more effort gets more supplies. After Rick finished speaking, the others visibly tightened their fists. For the sake of supplies and for their families. The ground floor of the building was already half flooded and the doors wouldn't open, so they abandoned it and headed straight for the second floor. They all brought prying tools, and within minutes, several men had forced open the door on the third floor. This building was empty, so they rushed in and took everything portable, like toilet paper and wearable clothes and shoes. Chapter 22 Water Accumulation Crisis, Resistance. Previously, that father and son had ransacked this building from top to bottom, forcing their way into 2 or 3 apartments and even killed someone, whose body had started to stink. When they reached Alida's place, they met their downfall and were counter-killed by her. Children were her Achilles heel. Anyone who touched them would die. After entering the building, both Alida and Kyra felt very tense. They knew they couldn't continue like this any longer. Kyra, when the water recedes enough for us to move, we'll leave, Alida said. The water was still too deep now. It wasn't possible to carry the children out. If it dropped to about a meter, it might be feasible. Even then, after the water receded, the roads would likely be impassable due to thick mud. With water depth ranging from 2 to 3 meters, the mud would also be deep. I hope they take what they want and leave, Kyra said. Neither Alida nor Kyra spoke further. What had to come would come, and avoiding it wouldn't help. Each held a baseball bat with daggers hidden in their pockets for emergencies. About an hour later, they heard noises outside. Damn it, all the previous doors have been pried open. It looks like someone has already looted this building. Might there not be any supplies left? Keep searching. There are still several households upstairs we haven't checked yet. There are 2 more households here. You 2 pry this door, and we 3 will handle this one, Ansel said. Inside the room, they could hear the voices of several people talking outside. Soon, they heard someone prying at their front door. Their door was easy to force. It was originally installed as the cheapest anti-theft door for renting purposes. Soon, 2 men entered. Upon entry, they saw Alida and Kyra standing by the window with 2 children behind them. Alida knew they would search thoroughly, so hiding the children wouldn't do much good. They would be found anyway, just like last time. This time, the 2 women stood in front of the children. Hand over all your supplies, Ansel ordered without preamble. Over by the sofa, Alida calmly pointed. Sure enough, the 2 men quickly found the items hidden on the sofa. Still unconvinced, they searched the house again, taking the instant noodles that Alida had placed on the coffee table. Could you leave us some water? These are all our supplies, and we have 2 kids, Kyra pleaded tearfully. Her acting skills were impressive. Alida held on to Sam while everyone appeared weak and vulnerable. Unseen by the intruders, Alida and Kyra clutched their daggers tightly. The 2 men exchanged glances. They had come only for supplies and had no intention of harming anyone. Seeing 2 seemingly harmless women did nothing to change their minds. You 2, come over here and help move these things, Ansel next door shouted excitedly. Upon hearing this, the 2 men ignored Alida and Kyra and rushed toward the neighboring apartment. You can't loot us. These are baby foods. And this remaining milk powder, if you take it, my daughter will starve. Please, leave the milk powder for us, Jacqueline cried, holding her daughter. On the ground lay Jacqueline's husband, beaten to a point where he couldn't stand. Several men had broken through the door, but despite being obstructed by furniture, they overwhelmed them and broke in anyway. They first pinned Ansel to the ground, beating him until he couldn't get up, before starting to search for supplies. There were plenty of items in the cabinets and half a bag of rice in the kitchen along with various beans. Several buckets filled with water were scattered around. Brother Jean, maybe we should leave them some milk powder. The baby looks like it's just born, a young man suggested, feeling sorry for them. Slap. Rick struck the young man across the face, which instantly swelled. Fine, I'll leave them 1 can, but when we divide the supplies back home, you'll get half less. Rick cursed. No, Brother Jean, please don't. I have a family and children at home, don't give me less, Ansel begged, his face swollen and voice submissive. Damn it, you're playing Mr. Nice Guy. Want to be a nice guy? Share your own supplies. Stop playing the good guy. Only you're a good person. Rick seemed unsatisfied, hitting Ansel several more times, shouting as he beat him. Times have changed. The fiercer you are, the more others fear you. The others dared not make a sound. A moment later, they heard Rick's angry voice. What are you waiting for? Take everything away. Quick, quick, take everything away. Cavan chimed in. Jacqueline watched as her possessions were being moved out one by one, and the baby formula that belonged to her child made her unable to hold back anymore. She fell to her knees with a thud. Please, leave us the formula. My child just got born. Don't you have breast milk? Why do you need formula? Cavan frowned, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Jacqueline's body, which was currently at the peak of lactation, showing prominently in front. Leave us the formula. Jacqueline knelt, crying so hard that her eyes swelled up. Sure. Let us drink some milk from you, then we'll leave you some formula, said Cavan with a sly smile. A few men didn't respond but hurriedly carried away the things. They all knew who Cavan was. He had done similar things to women in their building before. There's an expression taking advantage of someone's vulnerability, and there are indeed people who would commit such act. Brother Jean, that before Cavan could finish his sentence, Rick knew what he wanted to do. All right, I won't consider you a brother. We'll drag this troublesome man away, and you can do whatever you want with the woman, said Rick with a sneer, giving Ansel on the ground a couple of fierce kicks. Husband, husband. Jacqueline cried out, looking at her husband who was almost beaten beyond recognition. The other men carried everything downstairs, and soon only Cavan and Rick remained upstairs. Brother, we'll wait for you back at the building, said Rick, patting Cavan on the shoulder. Jacqueline's husband was now barely able to fight back. Cavan saw that everyone had left, leaving only the helpless woman and her incapacitated husband, who posed no threat. He grabbed Jacqueline by the arm, dragging her toward the bedroom. Afraid of hurting her child, Jacqueline did not dare to make any big moves. Suddenly, Ansel on the ground crawled up and lunged at Cavan, biting down fiercely. Ah! Came a soul-piercing scream from Cavan. Next door, Alida and Kyra exchanged looks upon hearing the commotion. Holding their baseball bats, they shielded the children behind them first. Suddenly, a woman carrying a child burst into their home. It was Jacqueline. Chapter 23, Water Accumulation Crisis, Violent Resolution. Alida and Kyra were stunned to see it was Jacqueline. Jacqueline held her child, with bloodstains still on her clothes. Please help me, Jacqueline said hoarsely. Soon after, Cavan burst in, his hands still stained with blood. Jacqueline's husband had not managed to resist. Instead, he saved Jacqueline by sacrificing himself, getting slashed in the neck by Cavan. Woman, you can't escape. Cavan followed closely behind. Jacqueline hurriedly ran to the center of the living room, while Alida and Kyra clung tightly to their children. Though Alida had cut her hair short and wore men's clothing that concealed her figure, her beautiful face and fair, smooth skin still caught Cavan's attention. Well, hiding 3 women here, eh? Cavan's gaze darted back and forth between Alida and Kyra. What do you want? Don't you dare. Kyra watched Cavan warily. Even without asking, it was obvious from the disgusting intentions in Cavan's eyes. Let's have some fun, all 3 of us. I'm pretty good at this, Cavan said lecherously. Kyra glanced at Jacqueline. This man had been brought here by her. Jacqueline seemed to sense Kyra's look and lowered her head guiltily. Are you alone? Alida asked coolly. Cavan heard Alida's words and thought there might be a chance. It would certainly be better if he didn't have to resort to violence. Yeah, just Big Brother here. Big Brother will take care of you first, all right? Cavan looked at Alida's clean face, feeling insatiable hunger. Back when there was electricity, he could at least watch videos. Now, even that was gone. Before, he could only sneak some peeks, even got caught once and detained for a few days. Who would catch him now? Alida and Kyra exchanged a glance, understanding each other's intentions. If there were more men behind him, they would have had to consider how to escape. But now, it was just this one man. Alida signaled Kyra, who then said, as long as you let us go, we'll do whatever. Just consider that our kids are here. They're too young, Alida chimed in. Jacqueline was stunned. She had come here for help but never expected these 2 girls to surrender so easily. You're right, it's not suitable for children to watch, ha ha ha. Cavan was delighted that someone was being so cooperative. Then quickly put the kids in the room, Cavan said, clearly agitated. Mommy. Abdullahi didn't know what was happening, only instinctively worried about Kyra. Just take your brother into the bedroom first, Kyra said sternly. Go into the room with Mommy, listen to Mommy. Alida also told Shia Hudson. Shia Hudson nodded obediently and went into the bedroom with Abdullahi. Cavan, seeing how compliant they were, turned to Jacqueline, saying, if you had been this well-behaved earlier, your husband wouldn't have died. You bastard. You murderer. The police will catch you. An eye for an eye. Jacqueline couldn't help but curse at him. Listening to Jacqueline, Alida felt somewhat speechless. Frankly speaking, she had killed 2 people a few days ago and dumped the bodies in the accumulated water. Even if order was restored, no evidence remained to prove they weren't victims of the disaster. Besides, would order ever be restored? Tiangang City was sealed off entirely, submerged in rainwater, leaving no trace of any crime. Without supplies, with the virus and flooding, it was no wonder the city was dying. Whether killed by others or left to die made little difference. Reporting it to the police. After all this time, has there been any official rescue effort? The government blocked off the entire city of Tiangang to prevent the virus from spreading back. Everyone was fighting to survive. People like Cavan, the perverted, existed everywhere, otherwise, prisons wouldn't be filled every year. In this chaotic situation, without legal boundaries, such individuals became even more unrestrained. Those with weak moral standards found their paradise here. Without laws, who could define what was a crime? Everyone was just trying to survive, weren't they? Cavan couldn't stand hearing Jacqueline's words. Call the police. Ha 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 ha. To Cavan, it sounded like a huge joke. Since the heavy rains and floods, they had done countless things while robbing supplies. Cavan was still laughing 1 second, but the next, he slapped Jacqueline's face hard. Bitch, don't get cocky. Cavan said viciously. Jacqueline cried out in pain. As a large man, Cavan didn't hold back, and half of her face instantly swelled up, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Wah-wah. The newborn baby, startled, began to wail uncontrollably. Cavan was clearly impatient and went up to grab the baby from Jacqueline, intending to throw him to his death. No. Jacqueline looked at Cavan in terror. She didn't have enough strength, but she still clung tightly to her child. However, this tug made the baby cry even harder. On the other side, Kyra seized the opportunity and attacked Ansel's lower body, while Alida grabbed a baseball bat and swung it down at Ansel's head. Bang bang. The two women simultaneously attacked Ansel's weakest spots. A heart-wrenching scream of pain came out of Ansel's mouth. But before he could react, Alida's baseball bat came down again, followed by Kyra. Cavan fell immediately, his face covered in blood. Is he dead? Alida asked calmly. Beside her, Jacqueline was terrified, holding her child and staring at Cavan's lifeless body on the ground. Her face had turned white with fear. We've killed someone. Jacqueline slowly muttered, her voice trembling. If he didn't die, we would, Alida said calmly, while blood dripped from the baseball bats in both her and Kyra's hands. We can't stay here. If he doesn't return for a long time, his accomplices might come looking, Alida quickly thought. If more people arrived, they might not be able to handle them. Kyra, let's take the children upstairs to the rooftop first, Alida urged. Yeah. Kyra responded tensely, not afraid of dealing with one person but worried about more to come. The two hurriedly called the children out and put Herman by the window into a bag. Seeing them getting ready to leave, Jacqueline finally reacted. Can I go with you? Jacqueline asked nervously, knowing that staying here would mean trouble if those people returned. Do as you please, Alida replied indifferently. The most important thing now was to leave without being noticed. They climbed the stairs to the rooftop, but getting onto the rooftop required climbing over a railing. Chapter 24, City Lockdown Crisis, Equivalent Exchange. The top floor was still leaking water because of the prolonged heavy rain, and the railings had already rusted. Alida was the first to climb up, getting iron rust on her clothes and hands. The door, having been rusted for a long time, surprisingly broke apart when lightly touched. Alida opened the rooftop door, then Kyra carried Dayan up, while Jacqueline climbed onto the rooftop with one hand holding the child. After they all climbed up, Alida closed the door again. Now they were on the rooftop with only this one door. They would guard it here, and if anyone tried to come up, they would not hesitate to use their baseball bats. There was still some standing water on the rooftop. Looking down, Kyra saw those people moving supplies back to the opposite building. Kyra remembered there were 5 of them. 1 had been killed by them, 2 were now carrying supplies back, those supplies were stolen from Jacqueline. So, there should be 2 more left here. After waiting and finding no sign of their comrades, they might come back to look for them. What would they do when they saw Cavan dead? Would they seek revenge? Of course, there's another possibility, they might not care at all. After all, they aren't family. Those companions probably wouldn't choose to take revenge. Alida thought the latter was most likely but decided not to stay where they were. They needed to find a place to hide first. Rick waited downstairs for a long time but found that Cavan hadn't returned. That brother just wanted to enjoy himself. Thinking of Jacqueline's figure made him feel somewhat impatient. Juan seemed to notice Rick's thoughts and said, Brother Cheong hasn't come down after so long. Could he have found more supplies? Rick replied knowingly, let's go up and see. The 2 men went upstairs and quickly returned to Jacqueline's home. Worried about disturbing Cavan, they didn't hear anything inside. On the floor was Jacqueline's dead husband. Brother Jean, both of them are gone, Juan frowned and said. Suddenly remembering something, Juan added, I remember there were 2 women next door, one of whom is quite attractive. Did he go over there? Hearing that there were 2 more women next door, Cavan sure had good luck, 1v3. Just as they entered the house, instead of hearing any sounds of bliss, they smelled blood. Walking into the living room, they found a corpse lying on the floor. It's Cavan, Juan exclaimed in shock. Rick went over and checked his pulse, which was non-existent. He frowned and said, he's dead. Probably killed by those women. What should we do? Juan asked. What can we do? Wanted to assault women but got killed by them. Just proves he wasn't capable enough, Rick replied. Let's go back. We'll have less trouble and one less person to share the supplies with. Rick didn't take it seriously. Even though Juan thought about avenging Cavan given his close relationship with him, it turned out that nothing happened. Considering there would be fewer people to divide the supplies among, he felt quite happy. The day's haul had been decent, and one less person meant more resources. After all, they each had family to provide for. Let's go back. Go back and divide the supplies, Rick said. On the other side, Alida and Kyra were observing the commotion downstairs. After half an hour, 2 more men emerged from their building and waded towards the opposite building. Seeing this, Kyra exclaimed, Anue, they've left. Hearing this, Alida felt relieved. It had been exhausting to remain vigilant on the rooftop for so long. Now what should we do? Kyra asked Alida. Jacqueline, trembling while holding her baby, was devastated. Her husband was dead, and she was still in the early days of her postpartum recovery. She would have to raise the child alone now. If she hadn't just given birth, she might have lost all will to survive. Before Alida could reply, Jacqueline suddenly knelt before them, shocking Abdullahi and Dayan, who hurriedly ran to their mothers. Can I survive with you? Jacqueline asked. Kyra stood aside without speaking, waiting for Alida's decision. After a long pause, Alida asked, what skills do you have? Skills? Jacqueline nervously thought for a moment and said, I used to be an intern doctor at Tiangang First Hospital, but I stopped working after I got pregnant. A doctor? Alida was somewhat satisfied upon hearing this. After all, there would always be minor ailments in the future. If I can follow you, I will tell you something, Jacqueline said. What use is it to us? Alida asked the key question directly. Jacqueline seemed hesitant when she heard Alida's words, but after thinking for a few seconds, she decided to speak. She was now on her own with a child, and her husband was gone. It would be impossible for her to survive alone. Facing natural disasters and man-made calamities, one felt too insignificant. More people made for better survival chances. My father ran a supermarket. When the grain prices in Tiangang City kept rising, many supermarkets had already sold out of food. My father wanted to stockpile, so he didn't sell immediately. Later, he was infected with the virus. Supermarket? Don't you know that most supermarkets outside Tiangang City have been looted? And besides, the area is flooded. If the supermarket is on the ground floor, who knows if anything remains? Kyra was initially excited but then remembered the widespread looting and flooding she had seen with Alida. Jacqueline quickly explained, it should be fine. My father stored everything in the second-floor warehouse and installed anti-theft doors. The ground floor goods might have been looted, but no one had gone up to the second-floor warehouse. The second floor might not be flooded, Kyra replied, somewhat excitedly. Jacqueline originally planned to wait until the floodwaters receded a bit and then have her husband go get supplies. Location? Alida asked. I'll tell you when we need to go. Jacqueline didn't fully disclose the information yet, holding back the address. Okay. Supplies were still very scarce. Although she could grow things in her space, there was never enough. Let's go down and return to where we were staying. We'll get the supplies once the water recedes, Alida said calmly. Jacqueline paled at the thought of returning, knowing the body was still there. Alida simply suggested tossing the corpse downstairs. They couldn't afford to hesitate. Chapter 25. The Crisis of the Locked City, water receding gradually. Several mummies returned to their original floors. Alida and Kyra easily disposed of Cavan's body as they had done before. Jacqueline returned home, found a key and hid it on her person. Her husband still lay in the living room. Unable to bear to discard his body, she tried to move him to the bedroom. Her husband weighed over 150 jin, 75 kilograms. She dragged him into the bedroom with great effort and found a blanket to cover him. In fact, she was quite scared of corpses. For instance, seeing Cavan's body would make her pale, but seeing the body of someone familiar did not invoke fear, only deep sorrow. Husband, if you have a soul that can hear me, please bless our child and help them live well. Jacqueline finished speaking, almost sobbing uncontrollably. Jacqueline then found some backpacks from her home, packing remaining diapers and a few small buckets of sample infant formula stored under the children's bed. Meanwhile, Alida and Kyra tidied up at home. Both adults and 2 kids were famished, their stomachs rumbling. Alida took out cucumbers from storage, and each of them started eating one, as the weather was hot, and cucumbers quenched thirst and alleviated hunger. There wasn't much left of the self-heating hot pot or bread snacks in storage. However, she still had some rice and flour, but these required preparation. With no gas supply, cooking indoors could start a fire, which was too dangerous, especially given the hot weather. Alida had initially planned to leave Tianshui community to find a small generator, which turned out to be a wise decision since many buildings in the community weren't properly decorated or equipped with windows yet, turning them into waterfalls during floods. Although food supplies were running low, they still needed to eat, and Alida didn't want the children to go hungry. If the food ran out, she could continue searching, and there was also the potential to cultivate more within her storage space. Currently, she only had 5 plots of land. How long would it take for another plot to emerge? With instant noodles and whatever soups they had, and all the sausages consumed, food remained scarce. They were just enjoying their meal when Jacqueline arrived with a large backpack and her child, watching Alida and the others dining on the table in the living room. Thinking back to a few hours ago, death had visited this place, but they seemed unperturbed, eating heartily despite everything. Starving for some time, Jacqueline's stomach growled. Without proper nutrition, she couldn't produce enough milk, leaving her child to rely solely on formula. She dared not use too much formula, fearing its depletion while her own supply of breast milk dwindled, putting her young child at risk. Surprised by Alida's extra provisions, Jacqueline hesitated about how to ask, standing awkwardly beside them. A baby's cry interrupted the silence. Kyra recognized Jacqueline's discomfort, knowing firsthand the hardships after childbirth, especially during the postpartum period. Having endured similar trials herself, Kyra knew how challenging it was for new mothers, let alone during a crisis. Seeing Jacqueline's strength despite the difficulties during her confinement, Kyra felt immense respect for her resilience. Knowing she owed everything to Alida, Kyra struggled to offer help herself. These are for you. Since we decided to support each other temporarily, any food we share must be repaid, said Alida. Jacqueline understood the terms but was moved to tears, replying, "I will share half of the supplies in the warehouse." "All right," Alida nodded, placing an instant noodle packet nearby, signaling her invitation to join them. Jacqueline walked over, sat down, and looked at the food in front of her and her child in her arms. "I'll hold the baby," offered Kyra, thinking of her own child when he was so tiny and adorable. But even shortly after giving birth, she discovered her husband's infidelity. "How cute, such a little brother," remarked the children gathered around. "Not a brother, it's a sister," corrected Kyra, her voice softening as she gazed at the baby. Dayan also approached curiously, frowning slightly and commenting, "Justine's face is a bit wrinkled and a little dark." The baby's face was still wrinkled like that of a little old man, as it had been right after birth. Justine seemed to hear Edison's comment and actually opened one eye to look at him, as if saying, "Who's speaking ill of her?" She opened her eye, Edison said excitedly. The three children were in a warm and harmonious mood, seemingly creating a heartwarming scene. Jacqueline ate the instant noodles which had already cooled down. Her eyes were red, instantly misty with silent tears streaming down her cheeks, but she endured them, trying hard to swallow the food. The noodles were somewhat spicy, but she didn't seem to taste it at all. Her tears mixed with the food. Alida watched silently without offering any comforting words. In the house, there were only 3 kids and their mothers. Alida looked out the window. The sun was almost setting, casting a beautiful twilight, the best weather they had seen recently. To survive, you had to swallow the hardships and fatigue on your own, unless you no longer wanted to live. But such an act of ending one's life required immense courage. Most people had the desire to live, unless it was a momentary impulse. 3 days passed this way, and the floodwater had receded significantly, as evidenced by the marks on the walls. "We should prepare to leave tomorrow or the day after," Alida said. They couldn't stay here much longer. People from the opposite building had already gone out to search for supplies. They found some floating plastic boxes and assembled them, allowing them to place the children inside. They also found plastic bags to wrap around their lower bodies. Early in the morning, after packing up, they decided to leave. Both Alida and Kyra carried backpacks. Xiaoli, the little black dog, was tucked into Alida's backpack. "I'll go test the water depth first," Kyra said. Kyra was taller, so when she stepped out of the building, the water only reached her calves. As she slowly walked towards the ground, the water rose to her thighs. The water was deep and filled with mud, making it quite sticky to walk through. Chapter 26, Receding Floodwaters and Resource Crisis. Alida placed Dayan on the plastic box so that it could float up. This way, several children were placed on plastic boxes, with adults pushing them from behind. The children's weight was a bit heavier, making the boxes almost fully submerged, but they could still be pushed forward. The underground road was indeed somewhat sticky due to the muddy sludge. "Jacqueline, where is your family's supermarket?" Kyra asked. Everyone had come out for the supplies in Jacqueline's family supermarket, hadn't they? "It's on Southeast Street, called Maisha Supermarket," said Jacqueline. "Maisha Supermarket? Your family runs it?" Kyra found it hard to believe. She had heard of this supermarket, known for its cooked foods. Yet Jacqueline lived in this suburban house, which seemed unbelievable. "Yes, it belongs to my family, and I have several sisters," Jacqueline replied seriously. Her family conditions were decent. She had 3 sisters. The other 2 sisters worked and had families elsewhere. She stayed in her hometown and married her husband, whose family was a demolition household and received these houses during relocation. She had no choice. They got 2 houses, 1 commercial space, but they couldn't rent it out. "I hope your family's supermarket hasn't been looted," Kyra said, hoping. "My father and mother live there and would watch over it. Also, my father has been infected with the virus. Probably no one dares to go near," Jacqueline continued. "Infection? We won't get infected then?" Kyra sounded alarmed. "As long as we take proper precautions, right? Besides, having some risks is better than having no supplies at all," Jacqueline responded. Jacqueline wasn't wrong. Moreover, Tiangang City was already a virus-stricken city where everyone might not be spared. Perhaps only by building up immunity can we solve this crisis. If the immune system works normally, this virus isn't lethal, it's just extremely painful, worse than cancer pain during an outbreak, Jacqueline explained, being a doctor who understood this field. "If painkillers can alleviate the pain and it's not deadly, why lock down our city, Tiangang?" Kyra wondered. Alida had similar doubts. The spread is very fast. While strong immunity means infection isn't fatal, it can lead to severe after-effect. Jacqueline explained. After-effects like constant pus-filled blisters wouldn't go away easily and could rupture, posing continuous infection risks, making one a permanent carrier. Even though it leads to after-effects, contracting the virus strengthens one's antivirus capability afterward, Jacqueline added. But even with strengthened immunity or antivirus capability, those pus-filled blisters would trigger trypophobia. "Why can't we just develop a vaccine then?" Kyra frowned. Locking down the city can't be the solution. Other cities experienced heavy rains too, yet their impact was minimal compared to how the floodwaters here reached the first floor. Coastal cities with SSS-level rainfall saw water reach up to the 5th floor. While infection grants viral immunity, it also significantly affects one's temperament and neural functions, Jacqueline pondered aloud. "So, the after-effects might result in mental illness?" Jacqueline nodded. This information came from hospital groups and medical forums she participated in. Mental illness is dangerous. So now, not only must they avoid getting infected, but also fear turning into mentally ill people. Jacqueline finished speaking, and everyone fell silent. The future looked uncertain. Everyone felt heavy-hearted, all unconsciously looking at their children. The children seemed unaware, treating sitting in plastic buckets like playtime. Mom, look, a pot floating over there, Abdullahi said, pointing at floating debris curiously. You're right, Kyra agreed with her son. Regardless, they would endure. Bad times will pass eventually. Sizzle tilde. Alida slightly frowned. Her plastic bag broke, letting water into her shoes, causing her to frown further. Irrespective of the foul smell from the floodwater, there was no choice but to endure and push forward. The water here is much shallower, Kyra noted, relieved. It was knee-deep here. Ah, Jacqueline exclaimed. My plastic bag is broken, Jacqueline shouted. Mine has been torn for a while. Stop yelling, Kyra remarked. Alida didn't speak. The plastic bag she wrapped herself in had also torn. It was just too thin. But, Jacqueline wanted to say more but swallowed it back. Given the situation, what was there to be fussy about? The water here had receded to knee level, but the mud was also knee-deep. My family's supermarket is almost here, Jacqueline said. Their store wasn't located in the city center and wasn't far from their current position. If they were driving normally, it would only take about 10 minutes, but walking had taken them over 4 hours. There it is. Jacqueline was somewhat excited. The glass of your family's supermarket has all been smashed. Looks like it's been looted, Kyra remarked. Let's go see, Jacqueline replied with a hint of worry. As they approached the supermarket steps, the accumulated water had decreased significantly. All 3 of their shoes were already wet. Thankfully, the weather was hot, and they were wearing shorts. They all took off the plastic bags covering them. With their shoes wet and covered in mud, they could only check if there were any shoes available inside the supermarket. The supermarket's main door was broken, clearly vandalized. Half of the shelves had been submerged, and some items floated on the surface of the water. Alida could only hold Dayan since the water on the ground was too dirty. There was still some standing water inside the supermarket. She placed Dayan on the cash register counter. Kyra also put Abdullahi on the counter, while Jacqueline held her young child. You two stay here and don't run around, Alida reminded them. Okay, Dayan nodded obediently. A damp smell lingered in the supermarket, probably due to the prolonged submersion causing things to mold. The first floor of the supermarket had been almost completely looted. Not a single food item was left, only a few household items remained, not many either. Oh my god. Behind a shelf, Jacqueline saw a bloated corpse that had been soaked for too long, its body swollen and pale white. Chapter 27, Resource Crisis, Curiosity. Not only did Kyra find the bodies, but Alida also found 2 corpses. No wonder there was still a rotten smell in the supermarket. It seemed that these people likely died during a fight over resources inside the supermarket, and after being soaked in water, they ended up like this. Although she had seen several bodies before, the sight of decaying corpses still made her feel somewhat physically uncomfortable. There's nothing left on the first floor, Kyra said. Jacqueline led a few others to the second floor. Not only was it a warehouse, but also a residential area where her parents lived. Jacqueline felt a mix of emotions. She didn't know how her parents were doing. Alida and Kyra, with the children, followed behind Jacqueline from the back door, climbing up a flight of stairs leading to a security door. Jacqueline knocked on the door and shouted loudly, Dad, Mom. There was no response from inside. Your parents still live here? Kyra asked curiously. Yes, downstairs is the supermarket, and upstairs is where my parents live, Jacqueline replied. Alida frowned slightly. She remembered Jacqueline mentioning that her father had been infected by the virus. Didn't your father get infected by the virus? Alida asked. So you all must wear masks and gloves. My dad stays in one room alone since he got infected, Jacqueline explained. If you're afraid of getting infected, you can wait downstairs. Alida was speechless. Waiting downstairs wouldn't make any sense if they had come here for supplies. They had walked so far, and staying in Tiangang City for so long meant they would have been exposed to the virus by now. Perhaps their bodies had already developed some immunity. We'll wait with you, Alida said. Jacqueline didn't say anything more, having knocked on the door for a while without any response. Then she took out a key from her backpack. You have the key, why didn't you take it out earlier? Kyra frowned. Jacqueline didn't respond, trying to open the door with the key, but it didn't work, which made her anxious. The door seems to be locked from the inside, it won't open, Jacqueline said. Kyra tried too, and indeed it wouldn't budge. Frowning, she said, hasn't your door lock been changed? It shouldn't have, Jacqueline said. I saw a window outside just now. Could we climb up from there? Alida suggested. That's too high for us to climb, and the windows have security bars, Kyra pointed out. Then let's try breaking the door, Alida said, as they seemed to have gained some experience in this recently. The 3 women spent half an hour fiddling with the door lock, finally making some progress. However, the security door remained solid, impossible to pry open. She envied those who could unlock doors within seconds. Alida dropped out of junior high school to work and once knew a girl older than her who was skilled at picking locks. They had a good relationship, but that girl was later arrested for burglary and sentenced to 2 years in prison. Now, Alida missed her friend, who could solve problems in seconds. This isn't working. After prying the door for so long and hearing no response inside, are your parents home? Kyra asked. Alida also thought something was off. Such a loud noise, yet no one responded. I don't know, Jacqueline felt very anxious, hoping nothing had happened to her parents. Mommy, I'm hungry, Dayan held his belly. Rumbling beside him, Alaire also rubbed his own belly. Alida and Kyra were also feeling a bit hungry after being out for hours. Let's eat something then. Alida pulled out apples from her backpack and handed them to Dayan and Alaire. Her supply of bread was finished, so they could only eat fruits now. Thinking back, when food was scarce, she had eaten cucumbers for days. She took out 2 more apples, giving one to Kyra. Tired, thirsty, and hot, eating a sweet and crunchy apple sounded perfect. Beside her, Jacqueline was stunned. Where did they get fresh fruit? She hadn't had it for ages. Subconsciously drooling, Jacqueline couldn't help but ask curiously, from where? If you want to eat, you need to learn to keep secrets. This is the first rule of following me, Alida said calmly. Remembering Kyra's initial curiosity, Alida never initiated asking about the source. Even now, Kyra never mentioned it. Alida's tone was calm, but her gaze was icy, making Jacqueline feel a chill. I will. Jacqueline instinctively replied. I only give one chance, Alida said coldly. This was a chance to join them. Okay, Jacqueline nodded seriously. Then, Alida handed the apple to Jacqueline. When she received it, she felt somewhat nervous. She had almost forgotten how an apple felt, smooth and rosy red. Jacqueline couldn't help but swallow her saliva. The sweet aroma of the apple filled her nostrils, and she could feel her mouth producing saliva crazily. Thank you. This heartfelt thank you came from Jacqueline. Being able to eat fresh food at this moment was more precious than anything. Jacqueline's chapped lips, which were even peeling, touched the apple. She took a gentle bite, and the crispy, sweet taste flooded her brain nerves. Delicious. Too delicious. Jacqueline couldn't help but start shedding silent tears again. It might be due to her unstable hormone levels after giving birth, Alida thought. After finishing one apple, they all felt their stomachs slightly full. What do we do now? The door won't open no matter what. We can only try to get in through the window outside, Kyra said. Let's go outside and check, Alida said. Right, the bathroom window doesn't have security bars, and it's a bit small, Jacqueline added. Let's see if we can climb in through there first. Thus, the 3 of them went back outside, finding the location below the bathroom window. The water here was almost up to their thighs. Alida observed the surroundings, a white drain pipe and an air conditioner unit outside. One could climb up the pipe and then jump onto the air conditioner unit. I'll do it, Kyra said after seeing this. Kyra had been trained for several years and was a professional boxer after all. Laurie, Alaire is with you for now, Kyra said, feeling inexplicably trusting and reassured by Alida. Okay. Alida nodded. Kyra clung to the pipe with her limbs, climbing up forcefully. Following the pipe, she climbed onto the air conditioner unit. Chapter 28, Supply Crisis. The last air conditioner's outdoor unit was some distance from the window, so Kyra had to jump across. Be careful, Alida warned. Kyra immediately ducked and dodged just in time. It turned out that pieces of the wall above had fallen off. Prolonged heavy rain had softened them until they dropped. After dodging the falling debris, Kyra jumped forcefully and grabbed the edge of the window. Fortunately, Jacqueline's bathroom glass door wasn't locked and swung open easily. Then, they watched below as Kyra slowly climbed up. Let's go wait by the stairs, Alida said. Yes. The 2 of them hurried back with the children, waiting in the hallway for Kyra to unlock the door from inside. 10 minutes later, there was finally some movement inside. What happened? Alida asked at the door. Just a moment, I'll open the door for you. You can come in and see for yourselves, Kyra whispered, seemingly having seen something unpleasant inside. Creak. The anti-theft door, which had been locked from the inside, was opened by Kyra. Jacqueline, holding her child, excitedly entered. There was an indelible smell of decay in the room. Kyra frowned and covered her nose. Only heaven knew how repulsed she felt when she first crawled in through the bathroom window and saw maggots scattered everywhere. Forcing herself past the nausea, she emerged from the bathroom. Upon entering, Jacqueline rushed straight to the bedroom. The bedroom door was locked and wouldn't budge no matter how hard she tried. I'll handle it, Kyra said, wielding a baseball bat to pry at the lock before giving it a powerful kick to burst it open. The bedroom door's lock was quite simple. Buzz buzz. As soon as the bedroom door was kicked open, countless flies swarmed out. My God, Kyra muttered in disgust. Alida held the children back, not letting them approach. On the bed lay a corpse covered in oozing pus blisters, the fluid dripping onto the sheets. Flies circled around it. It's my father, Jacqueline exclaimed in pain. She knew her father had been infected, but she hadn't expected him to die. Judging by the state of decay, he must have been dead for days. Jacqueline wanted to go in, but Kyra stopped her, saying, Do you want to get infected? Kyra immediately closed the bedroom door after preventing Jacqueline from entering. Kneeling on the floor toward the closed door, Jacqueline bowed 3 times before getting up. She looked around but found no sign of her mother. Where is your storage? Alida frowned slightly. They had come here specifically for the supplies stored there. With a corpse inside and the risk of infection, this was not a safe place. In the apartment opposite ours, Jacqueline confessed. They followed her to the opposite apartment, which served as their supermarket's warehouse downstairs. This door also shows signs of being forced open. It seems others have tried to break into your storage too. Kyra noted the marks on the door. People living in the building knew about the supermarket downstairs. While the location of this storage might have been secret, it could still be discovered by residents coming and going. Jacqueline pulled out the key to the security door. This time, opening the door went smoothly. Upon entering, the The smell of dampness greeted them. Windows were left open during the rain, causing the rice and flour stored on the ground to become damp and moldy. Mom. Jacqueline saw a woman lying beside the shelves, her mother. There were no visible wounds or signs of infection. It didn't look like she died of starvation either. Jacqueline noticed her mother's lips were blue, indicating acute myocardial infarction. She knew her mother had heart problems. Had they been able to seek medical help in time, perhaps her mother could have been saved. But hospitals were already overwhelmed. Condolences. Seeing this scene, Alida murmured. You can take half of the supplies here, Jacqueline offered. There were many items on the shelves, including various sauces like chili sauce, scallion oil sauce, and mushroom sauce, though no instant noodles or bread. Kyra glanced at Alida, who without hesitation agreed to take half the supplies as promised. Half of the supplies on the shelves were moved into warehouse number 1. Kyra observed the now half-empty shelves with a mix of surprise and envy. A flicker of astonishment crossed Jacqueline's eyes as well, but she was lost in grief over losing both parents. Since there was no way to handle the corpse, Jacqueline could only return to the room and found a sheet to cover her mother. Anue, you take the rest of the supplies. I will follow you from now on. Jacqueline seemed to have made a decision. In her heart, she had weighed it. Even if she stayed here with half a shelf of supplies, living alone with such a young child would be too difficult for her. She couldn't survive relying solely on herself. Warmth came from unity, especially in these cold times. Moreover, Alida had abilities beyond the natural, which was why she was willing to survive under Alida's protection. You promised that as long as I keep the secret, Jacqueline said seriously. Sure. The supplies in the warehouse weren't abundant, but they were enough to sustain them for a while. What a pity about the rice and flour on the ground. They're all moldy and infested with bugs, Kyra lamented. There was nothing they could do. The hot weather combined with heavy rain had caused everything to get wet and damp. A few bags are still usable, Alida pointed out. What should we do now? Kyra asked. They had collected most of the supplies from the supermarket and needed to find a place to live. Let's find a place to stay first, Alida said. Jacqueline knew they couldn't stay at her parents' house anymore. There was a corpse, and the risk of viral infection. No one wanted to stay there. I noticed there's a hotel across from your supermarket on the 2nd floor. Let's stay there, Alida suggested. The hotel had many rooms, and the hotel opposite also had 2 or 3 floors, definitely providing enough space. Following Alida's advice, they immediately headed for the hotel across the street. Indeed, no one was staying there, and the main door wasn't locked, though each room required a keycard to enter. The vending machines for drinks were all broken. Let's just pick a room, Alida said. None of the rooms on the 1st floor were habitable, as the water hadn't receded and was knee-deep. They went straight up to the 2nd floor. The 3 mothers carried their children up the stairs to the 2nd floor. They could still hear faint arguments coming from upstairs. Chapter 29, The Crisis of the Lockdown City, Water Recedes. What exactly they were saying, the 3 of them could not hear clearly. Do we still stay here? Jacqueline asked. We do. It's dark outside. If we don't stay here, there is nowhere else to go, Alida said. Indeed, it was dark outside, and the water outside had not completely receded yet. With their children in tow, it would be really inconvenient for them. They walked into the 2nd floor where rooms were on both sides. Alida chose the room at the end of the corridor. Eat. You're the only one who eats so much. There isn't much food left. A man's voice came angrily from a room. The 3 women exchanged glances and quickly passed by. Each room's door had been knocked on. In this kind of hotel room, items like water and instant noodles are usually provided, but now all those things inside were gone. With millions of people in Tiangang City and no supplies coming from outside, every meal eaten meant fewer supplies. It had been raining heavily for over 10 days, plus the city lockdown and previous food crisis, making it about a month in total. Given so many people needing food, there wouldn't be much left in Tiangang City. To survive, they could only wait until the water receded and find a way out of the city, but quite a few people died during this period. Perhaps everyone was now waiting for the floodwaters to recede and then try to leave the city. This was a standard room with only 2 beds, which would not accommodate the 3 adults and 3 children. You 2 sleep in this room. I'll take the kids and sleep in the next room, Alida said. Kyra wasn't too pleased as she wanted to share a room with Alida, but Alida preferred to stay alone. Okay, Kyra replied dejectedly. Alida took out some food from her spatial bag. The self-heating hot pot had finished these past few days. Now, she could only have cucumbers and peaches grown in her spatial world, which could be eaten raw. She also brought out some sauce. Dipping the cucumber in the sauce made it edible. After eating, Alida took Kylie to the room next door. Lock the door tonight, Kyra instructed. Alida nodded. She would do that anyway, not only locking the door but also blocking it with chairs. Mommy, I miss Daddy, Kylie said lying down beside Alida at night. I miss your father too, but he's gone. Thinking about Jay's death, Alida felt sad. Jay was practically the only man who gave her warmth, sheltering her in storms. Daddy will come back. He promised me, Kylie said seriously. Not wanting to hurt the child, Alida patted Kylie's head. Yes, he will. Jay, rest assured, I will raise Kylie even if it means doing it alone. Soon after, Kylie fell asleep. Alida, however, stayed awake as moonlight streamed in. Entering her spatial world, Alida found what seemed like energy bars over her land, well water, and warehouse. She wondered if her eyes were deceiving her, but indeed, those energy bars were real. Alida's heart raced. Could this be related to her evolution? The energy bars for the farming zones were half full, while the well water bar was empty. The warehouse energy bar was almost full. Though she knew upgrades were related to these energy bars, how did they appear? She guessed it might require continuous exploration, similar to gaining experience points in a game. Is this how it works? The hotel's sound insulation was terrible, and she heard Jacqueline's daughter, Shin, crying several times throughout the night. The next morning, Kyra excitedly came over to tell her. Anue, all the water outside has receded. Kyra exclaimed. Overnight, all the water had disappeared. How incredible. Before, the water remained for days without retreating. Alida opened the window and looked outside. Indeed, all the water had gone, leaving behind black mud and corpses. Various debris and filth surfaced with the receding water. Even gold jewelry lay abandoned, unclaimed. People instead rushed to grab soaked food like bottled water. The water had receded, and the city's inhabitants started looking for ways to escape. Buzzing sounds filled the air as planes briefly flew overhead Tiangang City without stopping. Could those planes be rescue planes? A glimmer of hope sparked in Jacqueline's heart. If the government were to rescue us, they would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? Alida had no expectations of the authorities. Then could it be that the city is unsealed? It has been raining heavily for so long, and there hasn't been a single rescue from the authorities. Kyra frowned, greatly displeased with the government's actions. It wasn't like this before. During previous floods, the government responded quickly. Kyra continued. This time, not only did they not rescue us, but they also locked down the city. Perhaps it's because of the virus, Alida suggested. Tiangang City has become a city of poison. We haven't been infected all this time, perhaps our bodies have developed antibodies, Jacqueline analyzed. Kyra recalled her 10-day fever, thinking that her body might have indeed developed antibodies. Otherwise, with the speed of virus transmission, they would have been infected after encountering several cases. While they were chatting, a few people emerged from a distant room, 3 men and 2 women. The 2 women looked frail and malnourished, their faces yellow. The water has receded. Let's find a way out of the city. If we stay any longer, we'll starve to death, one of the men said. It seemed Alida wasn't the only one thinking about leaving the city. These people had similar intentions. Now that the water had receded, many Tiangang City residents emerged, either searching for supplies or heading towards the outskirts. Alida and the others didn't rush to leave. Mainly because they had 3 children, and the thick mud outside posed a safety risk. Alida decided to stay here safely for 2 more days to observe before deciding whether to leave. I hope we can wait for official rescue in a couple of days, Kyra said, frowning. Alida and the group stayed in the hotel for 3 days without waiting for any rescue. With the scorching weather, the mud began to dry up. It was extremely hot. The hotel's water supply had stopped long ago. Alida initially provided bottled water and drinks from her spatial world to Jacqueline and Kyra, while she and the children drank well water from her spatial realm. Chapter 30, The Crisis of the City Closure, Leaving the City. The weather outside was scorching, with temperatures high enough to fry eggs on the sidewalk at noon. It seems we can't wait for official rescue, Kyra said. We can't just sit here and wait to perish, Ivory said. The supplies they had gathered would eventually run out, so collecting more supplies was the priority. Should we head towards the city center? There are large shopping malls there where supplies are certainly abundant. Even if there's no food, other necessities should be available. Abdullahi's shoes are already worn out, Kyra said helplessly. Dayan's clothes were too small, and Martha was only wrapped in a small piece of cloth torn from an adult's garment. Their own clothes hadn't been changed in a long time. Should we go to the city center or find a way out of the city? Kyra asked Ivory. Ivory pondered. While supplies in the city center were plentiful, the virus was also widespread, and it was uncertain whether they had immunity. Let's go to Yong'an County then, Ivory said. The immediate concern was whether they could leave the city. With their destination decided, they packed up and prepared to depart. Finally, we're getting out, Abdullahi exclaimed excitedly after being cooped up in the hotel for days. Finding a stable place to stay was difficult, but they had no choice but to keep searching. They set off at 5 in the morning when the weather was still cool. Most of the mud had dried over the past few days, though some areas were still damp. Occasionally, they saw bloated corpses along the road, decayed to the point where only human shapes remained. Ivory mostly carried Dayan, as a 1-meter-tall child would take forever to walk through the mud. The closer they got to the highway outside the city, the fewer floodwaters there were, and they encountered more people. These travelers were all weary, many with families in tow. Some had survived the virus, with pus-filled sores now healing into scars. It seemed that once the floodwaters receded, most people headed out of the city. By noon, the sun was unbearably hot, and there was no shade anywhere. That spot is shaded. Let's rest there, Ivory pointed to a shady area by the guardrail. Others passed by them occasionally, and some sat down nearby. Mommy, I'm thirsty, Dayan said. After walking all morning, their lips were chapped, and they realized they hadn't had any water. Ivory took a bottle of water from her backpack, actually from her storage space, and gave it to Kyra and Jacqueline. She poured well water from her space into a thermos, filling a bottle of mineral water for Dayan. Dayan drank half the bottle, and Ivory finished the rest. She fed some well water to the little black dog, which had been eating sparingly but looked healthy, with shiny black fur. At night, you couldn't see it unless it opened its eyes. With passers-by around, Ivory dared not take out fresh fruits or vegetables from her space. While they had rice and flour in the space, they couldn't cook. They had finished all the bread and instant noodles, leaving only a box of crispy noodle snacks and self-heating pots. Ivory took out a few packs of crispy noodle snacks and said, "Let's eat this for now." Kyra and Jacqueline weren't picky. Any food was welcome. Ivory secretly placed a cucumber in her backpack, positioning it behind her legs to block others' view. Dayon happily munched on the dry snack. "Mommy, I want crispy noodles too." Suddenly, a child's voice echoed ahead of them. When they arrived earlier, Ivory had noticed that this route to the highway would likely be crowded with travelers. Abdullahi, upon hearing this, quickly covered his crispy noodle snack. The group opposite them consisted of 2 men and 1 woman, accompanied by a young boy. All their faces were yellowish, and their clothes were dirty and tattered. It could be said that no one was in much better condition. They were all refugees, but Ivory's group had fresh clothes inside. They just wore the same outerwear to avoid arousing suspicion. "That's not ours to give. We'll find some for you once we get out of the city," the Hector tried to persuade. No. I'm so hungry, I can't walk anymore, I want to eat." The child started crying and fussing. "You go ask them for some food. Those are mothers, maybe they will feel pity and give something to the child," the Hector said to the child's mother. Seeing her child crying, previously a plump and rosy-cheeked kid now thin, the woman said, "I'll try." She approached Ivory's group and pleaded, "Excuse me, can you share some of your crispy noodles with us? The child really wants to eat, and he is so young. As mothers, we can't bear to see our children suffer." Jacqueline looked at the little boy, who couldn't be more than a few years old, crying heart-wrenchingly. She had just eaten half a bag of crispy noodles and hesitated about whether to give some. After all, these supplies belonged to Ivory, though some came from her family's warehouse. "Sorry, this is all we have," Ivory replied coldly. Jacqueline felt slightly uneasy about Ivory's refusal, but the woman's next words made Jacqueline believe it was best not to give. "Your child is only 3 years old, right? He can't eat that much. Just give us a small portion." The woman glanced at Dayon and said, "How can you say such things? Just because we won't finish, we should give it to you. We'll save it for the next meal." Kyra retorted angrily. Katrina turned pale with anger at Kyra's words. Seeing Ivory's group unwilling to give anything, she immediately changed her tone and cursed at them. Chapter 31 Gathering. They had been all smiles and flattery when borrowing supplies just now, but immediately turned their back if it wasn't given to them, even resorting to insults. Let her scold, anyway, they wouldn't give the supplies. Not only would they not give it, but they would also deliberately finish eating it in front of her. Jacqueline was a bit inclined to give her the remaining half bag at first, but now she had no mood for that anymore and finished off the crispy noodles right away. Even the dregs inside the instant noodles were poured out and eaten. She had to satisfy herself first. This way, there would be enough milk to feed her baby. Those people cursed continuously, especially the child who cried non-stop. Ivory and others sat where they were as if they hadn't heard anything. "In the future, we have to be careful about eating in front of people," said Ivory. Eating crispy noodles could cause such an uproar, let alone openly eating fruit, which would surely draw unwanted attention. In a time of abundance, one couldn't have imagined such a day would come. It was scorching hot at noon, and with children in tow, they did not want to continue moving around. Thus, they leaned against the railing to rest until about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, before setting out again as the sun wasn't so scorching. "We've been here for several hours and everyone is leaving the city, yet no one is going back. It's likely that the city is no longer under lockdown," Ivory speculated. When they drove out of town before, due to the lockdown, many vehicles had to turn back. "Yeah, we didn't encounter anyone returning on this trip," Kyra replied. Perhaps the city really has lifted the quarantine. They now felt somewhat hopeful, as this allowed them to leave Tiangang City and survive elsewhere. After resting adequately, they continued their journey, but the road became increasingly difficult to traverse, littered with abandoned cars. The entire body of the cars was already rusted, and some even had corpses inside, emanating a foul odor within a radius of 500 meters. "Our Tiangang City used to be a national civilized city, but look how it's become after just a short while," Kyra remarked in awe. Looking back, the whole city appeared grey and gloomy, with peeling wall surfaces and littered roads. The roadside was even worse, with excrement scattered everywhere. Having walked nearly 3 hours, it was now dusky, and they were almost at the highway intersection, where cars were piled up everywhere. Some car roofs even had weeds growing, and footprints were visible on the ground. Clearly, many had fled the city earlier. "Mommy, I'm tired, can't walk anymore," Abdullahi complained, breathlessly. Michelle fell asleep during the journey, so Ivory had to carry her, with the backpack in front carrying a little black dog. Ahead was the highway without any buildings. The trees along both sides of the road were dried up, mostly washed away by floodwaters. "Our Tiangang City experienced such heavy rain and flooding, even the government couldn't hold us back," Kyra said. Night had completely fallen, and they could no longer continue. They had to camp outdoors. Fortunately, it wasn't cold, so they treated it as camping. Kyra and Ivory collected some dry wood, which was now found everywhere. "I have a pot, let's make some lumpy noodle soup," Ivory suggested. They had been eating dry food lately, and it had been ages since they last cooked a meal. She had accumulated plenty of seasonings and sauces in her space. Sure. Kyra eagerly agreed upon hearing about the lumpy noodle soup. Jacqueline also looked happy. So, the group collected more dry branches, sitting beside the highway railing and piling a few large rocks together. Ivory took out a pot from her space, placed it on top, fetched a basin, and got some flour and water from her space. Taking out 2 tomatoes from the space, vegetables, and fruits harvested from the space had never been washed, while Kyra prepared the lumpy noodles. Jacqueline was feeding her daughter. Ivory cut an apple into 2 halves and gave one each to the kid and Michelle. She herself then retrieved a fruit knife from her space and minced the tomatoes. Before long, the tomato lumpy noodle soup was ready. The only downside was that there were no eggs. Taking out several bowls from the space, the group shared a pot of tomato lumpy noodle soup. Delicious, said Kyra. Yes. Too tasty. Jacqueline concurred. If it were before, this kind of tomato lumpy noodle soup without even an egg might not be worth eating, as there were so many delicious foods available. But now, such a bowl of tomato lumpy noodle soup was invaluable. Only during a food crisis, encountering such natural disasters, did they realize how precious food was. It seemed that several decades ago, their country also experienced a period of famine where grasslands and trees were completely devoured. Previously, their parents always said they wasted food, but those who had never experienced hunger could not appreciate it. The firelight shone on their faces. The children ate very contentedly. After eating, Ivory put the bowls and chopsticks back into her space. Feeling full and satisfied, they all felt a bit sleepy. With no beds around, they could only lean against the railing, holding their children. I've never thought I could take care of such a young child by myself. Jacqueline looked at the baby in her arms and sighed. I never thought I would be able to give birth to a baby either. Kyra chimed in beside her. Jacqueline suddenly felt a sense of reflection. They were all new moms with something in common. Soon, the 3 of them started chatting. My mother-in-law gave the better house from the demolition to my husband's younger brother. She never showed up when I was pregnant or after giving birth, Jacqueline said. You think that's bad? My husband cheated on me, and my mother-in-law even helped him hide it from me, transferring assets too. Kyra replied, seemingly recalling unhappy memories. What about you, Laurie? Kyra remembered that Ivory had been driven out by her mother-in-law, even bringing her sister-in-law to snatch the baby. There are good mothers-in-law out there, we just haven't encountered them. Ivory responded, recalling a girl she knew whose mother-in-law treated her exceptionally well. After talking for a while, the 3 women felt a bit better, though they fell into silence again, perhaps unsure of what the future held. Drowsily leaning against the railing, they fell asleep. In the dim light of dawn, a buzzing sound woke the sleeping Ivory. Ivory opened her eyes first. Strong beams of light shone down the highway ahead. Her eyes lit up. Could it be the authorities? Had they come to rescue them? Could they finally leave Tiangang City? Ivory hurriedly woke the other 2. Chapter 32, Ancient Creatures Awaken. Jacqueline and Kyra were awakened by a leader. It was around 5 a.m., and the sky was just beginning to lighten. It sounds like a big vehicle, Kyra said. It was quite far away, so they couldn't see clearly, but they could hear a buzzing sound. Let's go check it out, a leader said. If they could leave Tiangang City via some form of transportation, that would be ideal. The children were still fast asleep, so the 3 of them had to carry their kids tightly. Alida carried little Hudson on her back with a backpack in front where she placed Herman, the small black dog, only exposing its little black head. The 3 walked toward the bright light, which appeared close but turned out to be quite a distance away. It was like seeing a mountain look near, but climbing it seemed far. As they slowly approached, they discovered that it was actually a passenger aircraft parked on the highway. It's an airplane, Jacqueline exclaimed. Kyra also looked excitedly at the aircraft, and Alida appeared shocked. The buzzing sound she heard earlier came from the plane. Why would there be a passenger plane parked here? The 3 exchanged glances, their pupils filled with anticipation, and they quickened their pace. Soon, they reached beneath the aircraft. The lights on the plane hadn't gone out yet, and it was already daylight. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Kyra shouted towards the cockpit, hoping to get someone's attention. But no one responded, and there wasn't even an open hatch. Just as they were feeling disheartened, the landing ramp of the plane slowly descended and opened. They felt a wave of excitement. Perhaps this was official rescue. They might finally leave Tiangang City. So, the 3 stepped onto the plane's door. Woof woof woof. Herman usually behaved obediently and rarely made a sound, but upon entering the plane, it started whimpering. Alida frowned slightly. Her instincts told her something wasn't right about the plane. She decided that she and Kyra would enter first to check the situation while leaving the 2 children below for Jacqueline to watch over. Inside the plane, there were no passengers, only bloodstains along the long corridor. There's blood. Kyra tensed up upon seeing it. Is anyone here? Alida called into the cabin. There was no response. They continued walking down the corridor but saw nothing unusual. However, several windows on the plane were shattered. Didn't plane windows use high-hardness tempered glass? Why would they break so easily? Some seats also had bloodstains, and the cabin smelled strangely. Is anyone here? Kyra called again loudly. Let's check the cockpit, Alida suggested. Since the aircraft managed to lower the landing ramp, there must be someone inside. But what had happened? It looked like there had been a fight in the cabin. Holding baseball bats, Alida and Kyra cautiously approached the cockpit. Bump. A flight attendant, pale and twitching, fell out of the restroom door in front of them. Suddenly seeing someone fall out startled both of them. You okay? Kyra asked the woman. Help me, the woman struggled to say, then her pupils dilated, as if terrified by something, and she passed away immediately. She's dead, Alida paled. The 2 stepped over the deceased flight attendant's body and headed toward the cockpit. The cockpit door was open. Inside were 2 people in pilot uniforms, 1 dead, and only 1 pilot remained alive. Alida hurried forward. Are you all right? What happened? The pilot's face was deathly pale. He said weakly, monsters. The pilot tried to explain before his neck slumped, and he died. Monsters. Alida murmured, wondering if they had missed something during their time on the plane. They collected all the airline meals they could find, and just before leaving, Alida noticed the shattered plane windows. Perhaps there really were monsters that broke through the window and escaped. When they came down, both children were already awake. Finding the plane had been in vain. But at least they found plenty of airline meals, enough for a short while, even though there were only 20-some portions. They stored everything in cold storage unit number 1 to prevent spoilage. What kind of monster did that pilot talk about? Kyra still felt nervous thinking about the pilot's last words. Monster? What kind of monster? Jacqueline asked curiously. I don't know, maybe some mysterious creatures, Alida guessed. They could only continue walking along the highway. Not long after they left, another group of people also saw the plane and rushed over excitedly. But when they went aboard to search for supplies, they found that all the supplies were gone. The bodies on the plane had also vanished without a trace. A man suddenly screamed as a tongue coiled around him and swallowed him whole. The man weighed at least 100 jin, about 50 kilograms, yet he was swallowed in one bite. The remaining companions were petrified by the sight, crawling out of the plane in fear, but strangely, the monster did not follow them out. Satisfied with its meal, the creature simply lay atop the plane, no longer chasing after others. If Alida had seen this, she would have been shocked too. It was lucky they hadn't encountered it. The monster wouldn't attack humans right after eating. This creature looked very much like a lizard, but it was dozens of times larger, blending into the top of the plane from a distance. As Alida and her group walked along the highway, they noticed the old cars piled up together. This place was initially under official control. Indeed, they have withdrawn, Alida said. After the heavy rain in Tiangang City, they had to withdraw. Indeed, we shouldn't have any expectations from the officials, Kyra said. Many officials were involved in sealing the city, but now, after so long, not a single official person had been seen. Actually, they had misunderstood the officials. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, but they couldn't even save themselves. Let's go. We'll head for Yong'an County, which is the nearest. Alida suggested. They started walking toward Yong'an County on the highway. The water had drained away, and there was no more mud. However, there were many abandoned cars on the road, some of which were official police cars, but all of them were empty, adding to their curiosity. And look, there's a gun on the ground. Kyra pointed at the handgun lying on the ground. Chapter 33, Revival. Alida picked up a gun from the ground, which appeared to be an official firearm. Such weapons were banned in Huaxia. This thing had some weight in her hand, it must be real. It couldn't just have been thrown on the ground, could it? There were bloodstains inside the police car too. Did someone rob the authorities? Kyra said, seeing blood inside the car and a dropped gun, indicating a struggle had occurred. The keys are still in the ignition, but there's no gasoline left. Kyra said regretfully as she looked at the police car. The car had remained running, so it used up all the gasoline. They searched for other vehicles. One of them even had a corpse inside, with the doors locked from the inside. Finally, Alida and company extracted some gasoline from other cars and added it to the police car. Kyra sat in the driver's seat and tried it out. The engine roared to life. The 3 of them were elated. Finally, they didn't have to walk anymore. Kyra was fine, being a former boxer who exercised regularly, but Jacqueline was exhausted. She had a small child to carry and her feet were blistered from walking. Alida's feet also hurt from the walking, especially her calves. Driving straight to Yong'an district would be much faster, only taking tens of minutes. Alida retrieved some canned peaches from her spatial bag and distributed them among everyone. On the highway, there were also cars, including a delivery truck. Upon seeing the truck, Alida's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly asked Kyra to stop. There's a truck. Beryl Feng Express. Alida said. Kyra quickly pulled over to the side. The truck's front was severely damaged, having crashed into the guardrail. Alida instructed the 2 children not to leave the car, while Jacqueline stayed inside watching over them. Alida approached the truck's front, which was completely caved in. She wondered how this crash happened and suspected anyone inside was flattened. Kyra followed Alida to the back of the truck, where the lock was still intact. So they resorted to breaking it with brute force. With baseball bats, they bashed at it, loosening the screws though failing to break the lock. When the cargo box opened, a flood of packages spilled out. More packages, Kyra said, feeling both pain and joy. She remembered how they spent almost a day opening packages at the courier station back then. Would they have to do the same now with a whole truck full of packages? Let's start unpacking. These are all supplies, Alida said. Indeed, they had to unpack. It's free and we get to experience the joy of opening packages, Kyra said. Jacqueline placed the sleeping baby in the car and began unpacking packages with Xiao Hudson and Abdullahi. At first, they enjoyed the process, finding items like infant formula and baby carriers. Jacqueline was delighted with the finds, realizing how much easier carrying the baby would become. Alida collected useful items and put them away in her spatial bag as she unpacked. Jacqueline and Kyra were no longer surprised by this, they silently understood. Woof woof woof. Suddenly, Little Black started barking fiercely toward one direction, drawing Alida's attention since the dog was usually very well behaved. Then, a sheep suddenly broke through the highway barrier, smashing it apart. Considering the protective function of these barriers against high-speed vehicles, the impact must have been immense. "This is a sheep," Kyra exclaimed, startled by the sudden appearance of the animal. Little Black barked warily at the sheep-like creature, whose sharp horns and blood-red eyes suggested it was highly aggressive. While discussing what breed this wild mountain goat might be and whether its meat could be roasted, it unexpectedly charged at them, its eyes filled with fury. "Not good," Alida said instinctively. Most goats were quite docile, but this one was clearly not. Seeing the wild goat charging towards her, Kyra swung her bat. Underestimating its strength, the goat knocked her flying along with the bat. "Roar, Tilda!" The wild goat let out an odd sound, stomping its hooves, seemingly venting rage. Seizing the opportunity, Kyra quickly climbed onto the truck, thinking she could escape the goat. Boom! Realizing this, the wild goat attacked the truck, its sharp horns piercing through the metal. "Mommy!" The truck shook violently, nearly causing Abdullahi to fall off. Alida swiftly pulled him back. She urged the two children to move deeper into the truck. Outside, the wild goat continued its assault, making the entire vehicle sway dangerously. "Is this goat crazy?" Kyra frowned, considering goats were usually gentle creatures. Thump thump. The wild goat was incredibly strong. It slammed into the truck so hard that everyone inside tumbled as the vehicle tipped over. Alida clutched her son tightly to prevent him from getting hurt, but she still banged her head on the metal wall. Her forehead felt wet, blood started trickling down. But there was no time to worry about that now. Outside, the wild goat was charging towards them again. Little Black barked furiously at it. However, being small in size, Little Black would have been scared stiff if it were any other dog. With one powerful kick, the wild goat sent Little Black flying out of Alida's sight. But Alida had no time to think about Little Black. The wild goat was coming straight for them with those sharp horns capable of piercing through the truck's metal walls. If they got hit, it could mean certain death. Alida remembered the gun in her hand. Though she didn't know how to shoot, she and Jay once played a shooting game that mimicked real firearms but used air rifles. She found the safety catch, turned it off, and fired several shots in quick succession until the gun was empty. The recoil from the real gun left her hands tingling, her palms turned red because her grip wasn't correct. Alida fired 4 rounds in total. Only 2 bullets hit the wild goat, even at such close range. One bullet grazed its leg without much effect, while another struck its neck. Despite being hit by 2 bullets, the wild goat was still alive. It merely weakened and collapsed onto its knees. Alida picked up a baseball bat and rushed forward, striking its head mercilessly. Only when blood gushed from the wild goat's head did she finally feel relief. Strike while the iron is hot and don't leave room for mercy. This was survival. From inside the police car came the cries of the baby. Jacqueline hurriedly climbed out of the truck to tend to her child. Kyra also climbed out with her own child. "Mommy, your head is bleeding," Abdullahi pointed worriedly at Kyra's forehead. "I don't know what kind of wild goat this is. So aggressive." Kyra looked at the 4-legged beast on the ground and remarked, "Goat. Can we eat it?" "This is mutton," Kyra exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 34, The First Meat Feast. Thinking of mutton, Alida's heart leaped with excitement. At the mention of these 2 words, her mouth started to water. She simply tended to her wound. Compared to being able to eat roasted mutton, this little injury didn't seem like much at all. "Let's roast it," Alida said. As they unpacked the boxes, they found an outdoor grill and a tent along with other camping supplies. It seemed someone had bought these for spring camping, and now they were lucky to have them. While roasting mutton sounded appealing, preparing it was quite challenging, especially since none of the 3 women had ever dissected a sheep before. Having lived in the city for so long, they had only seen finished products like kebabs and racks of lamb. No one had ever dissected a whole sheep themselves. However, for the sake of mutton, they had to do what they must. After all, it had been a very long time since any of them had tasted meat. Alida had her space, but she only grew vegetables and fruits there. "The 3 of us can each take a part," Alida suggested. Despite their hunger fueling their desire, they still felt a bit hesitant and resistant when faced with the task of dissection. However, reality demanded that if they wanted to enjoy the feast, they had to get their hands dirty. Holding sharp knives, they pushed forward despite their unease. Abdullahi and Dave stood by, eyes wide with curiosity and anticipation as they watched the process unfold. No, I just can't bring myself to do it." Jacqueline had mentally prepared herself, but the idea of dissecting a sheep made her uncomfortable. She had never even killed a fish at home. Kyra also swallowed nervously. Honestly, though she practiced boxing, she had never done anything like this. In the end, Jacqueline gathered dry wood, Kyra set up the fire, and Alida, holding the knife, started by chopping off the wild goat's 4 legs, then made deep and shallow cuts on its body with her sharp blade. Alida had always helped with cooking back home, slaughtering chickens and ducks, and even filleting fish. This was her first time cutting into a sheep, but she had seen others do it at large markets when she was younger. At first, she felt uneasy, but she quickly adapted. Seeing Alida handle it so calmly, Kyra couldn't let her do all the work. She didn't want to appear useless, so she steeled herself and joined in, her hands trembling slightly. Jacqueline watched the bloody scene, trembling. "Aren't you scared? What's there to be afraid of? We've handled worse. We'll face many such situations in the future. If we can't get through this, how will we survive?" Alida replied calmly. They would gradually become accustomed to these fears and anxieties as they learned to survive. "Come on, Jacqueline. Every beginning is hard. I feel much better now. Kyra encouraged Jacqueline. Initially, the psychological hurdle of making the first cut was tough, but thinking about the succulent roasted mutton to come sped up their movements. They focused on the legs, leaving the more complicated parts like the abdomen for later. Skinning the goat was a bit tricky, but after listening to Kyra's encouragement, Jacqueline decided to give it a try. To cooperate and show their worth, everyone had to pitch in. Alida's value was evident, and they all wanted to earn her approval. It took the three women nearly an hour to prepare the goat's legs properly. This wild mountain goat was large, probably weighing several hundred pounds. Each woman prepared a leg for herself, leaving the last one for the two children. The fire was ready. Despite the heat and sweating, the thought of eating roasted mutton kept their spirits high. Alida retrieved seasoning from her space salt, cumin, and chili to brush on the meat. Sizzling sounds filled the air as the succulent mutton began to sizzle and release oils over the fire. So fragrant. Kyra couldn't help but swallow. "Mom, I'm so hungry," Abdullahi exclaimed, eyeing the roasting meat. "Just wait. It's just starting to cook, it's not done yet." Kyra chuckled. "Mommy, I want to eat too." Dayan smelled the aroma and added, with even Little Hay sitting nearby, staring intently at the roasting leg. Little Hay had fully recovered from his ordeal, proving how resilient puppies could be. All right, once it's ready, you'll get some. The bones will go to Little Hay." Alida was in good spirits. After about half an hour, the outer layer of the mutton was well browned, and Kyra couldn't wait any longer. She used a small knife to cut a piece and popped it into her mouth to taste. "What's wrong?" Alida asked, noticing Kyra's expression as she chewed. "It's delicious. And I've never tasted mutton this good before. No gamey flavor at all," Kyra exclaimed excitedly. In her urgency, Kyra cut a large piece of meat for her son Abdullahi. Alida also took one down, first cutting a piece for Dayan. Looking at the round eyes of the little black dog and thinking about how brave it had been today, she cut another piece for it. Alida also ate a piece. The most primitive preparation method and the freshest meat indeed tasted excellent. That night, they all ate quite a bit of mutton. They finished all 4 thighs. Beside them, Little Black was energetically gnawing on a bone bigger than itself, almost floating away with excitement. At night, they camped by the highway in their tent, surrounded by the rustling wind. In her dream, Kyra seemed to dream that some monster was hitting her. Her strength felt immense as she punched the goat flying away with one blow. Jacqueline also had a dream where she felt light as a feather, swimming smoothly in water. Alida's sleep quality was extremely good, and she didn't dream anything. Every morning, she habitually entered her space right after opening her eyes. The energy bar in her space had actually increased. Especially the energy bar of Warehouse 1, which was now full. Would being full mean an upgrade? But why no changes despite being full? Could it need a click? Alida tried touching the energy bar, and indeed, after she touched it, the space suddenly changed, adding another warehouse next to Warehouse 1. Temporarily called Warehouse 2, Alida saw its energy bar was empty. Cages? Could these be breeding cages? Pounding heartbeats filled Alida's ears. To test it, Alida tried putting the sleeping Little Black into Warehouse 2, and it succeeded. Little Black not only found itself in a new place but was also locked in a cage. Woof woof woof. Alida could control the cage to open and restrict Little Black within the range of Warehouse 2. Chapter 35, Spatial Evolution, Warehouse Number 2. There were probably hundreds of cages in Warehouse Number 2. Looking at the energy bar of the warehouse, it appeared that it could also be upgraded in the future. Warehouse Number 1 for fresh storage had already been upgraded, not only becoming larger but also extending its preservation time. Alida was delighted to see that live animals could be placed inside the space. She could raise chickens and ducks here in the future. Though the cages in Warehouse Number 2 looked small from the outside, the interior space was quite large. Soon after, Kyra and Jacqueline also woke up. In the past, Jacqueline had little breast milk, causing her baby to cry often from hunger and requiring formula as a supplement. However, this night, Jacqueline's breast milk was so abundant that it started to overflow. The little black dog had consumed the leftover wild mountain goat meat, which made it appear significantly bigger by the morning. "Does anyone feel different?" Kyra asked. After eating the meat last night, she felt much stronger than before. Could it be because we hadn't eaten meat in such a long time? "I also feel. I have more milk," said Jacqueline shyly. Alida didn't say anything but suspected that the spatial upgrade might indeed be related to the lamb they ate. She knew that the upgrade must have something to do with her body's condition. Her physical fitness improved, and so did the space. "I feel more energetic too," Alida commented. "The little black one looks much bigger. Is this due to us not eating meat for a long time?" Kyra frowned. "It's unlikely. I've gone vegetarian and fasted from meat for 3 months while dieting, but never experienced this kind of feeling," replied Jacqueline. "Maybe that wild mountain goat has superior quality meat," suggested Alida. "What if it's some mutated sheep?" Kyra suddenly sounded anxious. "You watch too many zombie movies." "That's impossible." Jacqueline raised an eyebrow, doubting its feasibility. They had seen so many kinds of animals on Earth, with countless species, they wouldn't recognize all of them. "It's possible," muttered Alida quietly. After hearing Alida's words and recalling her past miraculous experiences, both Kyra and Jacqueline seemed to believe it as well. "Even if the meat is from a mutated animal, it still benefits us. Let's process the remaining and take it with us," said Alida. "Okay." At first, Kyra was reluctant, But since the meat tasted good and had special effects, they should definitely take it. Getting to eat this wild mountain goat was lucky this time. Who knows when they'd have another chance. I'll start right away. Excited, Kyra took her child to handle the meat. After removing the internal organs and skin of the lamb and packing them into bags, Alida put the remaining lamb into fresh storage warehouse number 1. At first, they found the sight of raw meat bloody and unpleasant, but once you get over it, it becomes less daunting. Considering how delicious and fragrant the meat was, a little bit of blood wasn't much of a problem. Once they finished processing, they left in their car. They discarded some intestines and the head of the sheep along with signs of their campfire. They also roasted and ate the remaining intestines. Without any seasoning, they would eat almost anything when hungry. In dire hunger, even tree leaves would be stripped clean. Unaware of these events, Alida and the others continued driving toward Yongan County. We're getting off the highway and will reach Yongan County soon, said Kyra, looking at the sign. Leaving the highway onto the county road, houses lined the sides of the road, most of them unoccupied, with residents having moved to cities for work or farming. As they approached the county, the entire road began to crack, with nearby houses collapsing and trees falling. The road ahead had caved in, forcing them to stop the car. Was there an earthquake here? Kyra frowned, observing the scene. Seems like it, Alida responded. Unable to proceed with the vehicle due to the rugged terrain. Do we still go on? Jacqueline asked uncertainly. Of course. We've come this far, said Alida. Walking became their only option. Kyra frowned and asked, shouldn't there be aftershocks? Shaking her head, Alida indicated that it was unlikely. Based on the surrounding scene, this earthquake wasn't recent but happened quite a while ago. Yongan County experienced an earthquake with no sign of rescue efforts. Temporarily parking their car and locking it, they observed that parts of the road had collapsed or cracked. Be careful and avoid walking in the middle, Alida warned. The cracks in the middle looked deep, posing a risk of collapse. After walking for a few hundred meters, they found that the middle of the road had completely collapsed into a large pit, exposing pipes that were still gurgling water. It seemed that the earthquake had damaged the water pipes, and with no one to repair them, water had been continuously gurgling out, wetting the surrounding ground. This earthquake seems to be quite a big one. There's been no rescue. Jacqueline frowned, puzzled. Our Tiangang city also had heavy rainstorms, and there was no rescue either, Kyra said. It appeared that official rescues were indeed problematic. When they peered into the large pit, they saw 2 bodies hanging inside, long dead and already decomposed. In the hot weather, combined with the surrounding water, they had rotted within days. The 3 women were no longer surprised at the sight of corpses and continued walking forward. There's smoke ahead. Kyra noticed what seemed to be cooking smoke coming from a house up ahead. It seemed that there were still people alive in the county. The utility poles around them were all down, and wires hung loose in the air, some fallen to the ground. Yongan County must have been without water or electricity for quite some time. Soon, they reached the door of a house with smoke, curiously peeking inside. A fire was burning in the courtyard with a pot hanging over it, and several people were sitting there, including a child about the size of an infant. Upon seeing Alida and the other 2 women holding a child, the people in the courtyard instantly became worried and tense. One middle-aged woman hurriedly went to close the gate, her expression showing clear disdain. She was afraid they would come asking for food. Lock the door quickly, someone inside shouted. Alida was speechless. They were just passing by and took a curious glance inside, but she understood their reaction. With their own food supply barely enough, they feared others might ask for help, especially from women with children like Alida and her companions. They had changed their inner clothes, but their outer garments still looked very ragged. Though she had clothes in her space, Alida didn't change for safety reasons. Chapter 36, Earthquake in Yongan County. Alida could understand, but she still felt somewhat uncomfortable being looked down upon. They continued walking and found that many houses in the county town had collapsed. Survivors were living outside, and they met other people along the way. Strangers tacitly remained silent without exchanging words. Excuse me, can you tell me when the earthquake happened in Yongan County? Why hasn't there been any rescue effort? Kyra couldn't help but ask a woman who seemed approachable. Rescue? What rescue? It's been half a month since the earthquake, not even half a rescuer has shown up. The phones have no signal either. Katrina responded with a face full of grievances upon hearing Kyra's question. You are all outsiders, right? Our county has experienced an earthquake, and the police station has collapsed, the woman said with a frown. Listening to this, Alida knew her guess was correct. Indeed, some situations had occurred, they couldn't ensure their own safety and had no means to rescue others. Suddenly, the woman seemed to think of something and quickly distanced herself from Kyra, covering her mouth and nose as she asked, You're not from Tiangang City, right? Everyone knew there was a virus in Tiangang City. No, not at all. Besides, look, we don't have any pustules on us. Kyra showed her arms to the woman. Seeing that Alida and the others had smooth skin with no signs of pustules, the woman's mood calmed down. If not, then it's good. Before, Tiangang City was under lockdown due to a virus, and later, heavy rains hit continuously. We had rain for several days too, the woman explained. Then where did all the officials go? Do you know? Kyra asked curiously, remembering the thousands of official personnel she had seen initially. Katrina shook her head, saying she hadn't seen them and speculated that they might have left after the city was unlocked. Noticing that Alida and the others were traveling with children, the kind-hearted woman added, Where are your men? Many people were crushed to death by the earthquake here, And there are also some villains. Lowering her voice, the woman continued, they specifically rob things from outsiders. You'd better take a detour. Thank you, sister. We understand, Jacqueline said. Afterward, the woman walked back, leaving the three of them behind. What should we do? Where do we go? Should we return to the police car and leave this place? Kyra asked. Anue, isn't your hometown also in Yongan County? Otherwise. Hearing about her hometown, Alida's expression darkened. She replied, I haven't contacted them for years and don't want to anymore. Seeing how serious Alida was, Jacqueline didn't dare to press further. We can take advantage of the earthquake to gather supplies. There's an industrial area in Yongan County, including food processing zones and breeding farms, Kyra suggested. Kyra's suggestion matched what Alida had been thinking. Collecting supplies was exactly her plan. Now that she had storage space number 2, raising livestock would be feasible, especially since Ailbert was thriving in her warehouse. Moreover, Ailbert seemed to have grown within just a day, possibly indicating a shortened growth cycle in storage space number 2, though she hadn't yet confirmed this. Alida noticed that her long stable space had suddenly started upgrading since the food crisis began. While the reasons and benefits of the upgrade needed further exploration. But the earthquake might have buried everything, Jacqueline frowned, reluctant to cause more trouble. Her child was still young, and she wanted to find a stable place for him to grow up. However, a stable environment required stable supplies. Without supplies, no place would remain secure. Let's go and check. Initially, we thought the outskirts would be safer after the virus outbreak and heavy rains in Tiangang City, but then came the earthquake, and no one came to rescue us. It's not just Tiangang City and Yongan County, perhaps disasters have erupted elsewhere too, which is why the authorities can't cope. Tiangang City can't be returned to now, it's almost become a ghost town. After such a long lockdown, there's probably little food left, Alida analyzed. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't have fled the city. So, according to you, disasters have broken out nationwide, which is why they can't cope, Kyra frowned. Or globally. I remember reading news and seeing videos online before. Weibo also mentioned it, Alida said. I saw posts too, saying the virus in Africa is even more terrifying than Ebola. It can turn infected humans into monsters. Kyra recalled. I also came across this before, it should be something to grab attention online, Jacqueline followed. It must not be groundless. At that time, a video was circulating as well, Alida said, but that video had been censored due to its graphic content. It could possibly be true, but they were just speculating at the moment. Then I'll go look for supplies. Collecting more supplies is always right. With supplies, we can survive anywhere, Kyra said. Yes. Alida thought the same. Although Jacqueline had some reservations, she agreed since Alida did too. Perhaps it was because they had lived together for some time, Jacqueline began to support and increasingly trust Alida. Then let's head to the factories, Alida suggested. Having grown up in Yongan County, she knew where the factories were. Her mother had sent her to work in a factory when she was in junior high school to support the family and raise her younger brother. We'll start with the cannery. The canned goods last long and won't spoil easily, Alida said. She was familiar with the area. Her hometown wasn't in the county town but in a village called Shanglin, near which the cannery was located. Without vehicles, they had to walk on foot. Surprisingly, after walking nearly all day, they still had energy. It might be due to recent physical activity, but Alida felt it had more to do with the wild goats. They walked straight through the fields, where dried-out seedlings of crops lay scattered. The soil has turned somewhat white. No wonder crop yields have decreased, Jacqueline remarked. The soil quality seemed poor, unsuitable for planting. They found that wherever crops were planted, the soil appeared whitish. No wonder some trees had withered. Chapter 37 Gas Canister. They walked for half a day, and it seemed that beside the farmland, there were usually 1- or 2-story houses. They were built so that farmers could rest here when they got tired from working on the land. Normally, these places were unoccupied. The houses along the county road had collapsed because of the earthquake, but this kind of small house remained standing. The doors of these houses had small metal locks. Alida knocked the door handle off with a baseball bat directly. There was a musty smell inside, indicating that no one had lived here for a long time. The three people hurriedly opened the windows to ventilate the place. The house covered only about 20 square meters, and there was a big bed inside. After tidying up the bed, Alida took out new sheets from her space and laid them down again. There's a gas canister. Kyra got excited upon seeing the gas canister and shook it slightly, finding that there was still quite a bit left. With the gas canister and a stove, they could cook meals again. Alida nodded. She had tomatoes, eggplants, and cucumbers in her space. Although there was a pot here, it was black and dirty, so Alida took out the pot they had used before. Outside, they also found a well, but they needed buckets to draw water from it. Jacqueline, having grown up in the city, had never done this and had only seen such wells on TV before. The leftover mutton was still around, and Alida had seasonings in her space. I'll make you all braised mutton, said an excited Kyra. Mom makes the best food. Abdullahi cheered on his mother from the side. Then I'll stir-fry tomatoes with eggplant and make a dish of smashed cucumber, Alida said with a hint of excitement. Perhaps it had been too long since they had eaten home-cooked dishes. I'll wash the dishes and clean up, Jacqueline quickly added. Though she wasn't good at cooking, doing household chores wasn't a problem for her. The two children were hungry and couldn't wait, so Alida cut each of them half an apple. They would be eating soon anyway, so fruit didn't need to be sliced excessively. After we finish eating, let's take some flour. We can steam mantu, steamed buns, or lamb-filled buns, Kyra suggested. She knew Alida had stored flour. Alida nodded. They could steam more and store them in the first refrigeration warehouse in her space. While cooking, Alida released Albert from the breeding warehouse in her space. It hadn't seen Dave for a whole day and went off to play with it. Half an hour later, the fragrant braised mutton was ready. The remaining mutton was marinated as filling for the buns. Preparing smashed cucumbers and fried eggplants didn't take long. On a small table were 3 hot dishes. Eating the warm meal together, they found it incredibly delicious. It felt like what the elderly used to say, during famine times, even a mouthful of hot vegetables is the happiest moment. Nothing was left in the plates, they were all eaten clean. Recalling how they didn't eat leftovers before and even threw away unfinished food, even tossing food they didn't find tasty into the trash bin while the elders always warned them against wasting food. Now they wouldn't waste any food, and when very hungry, they wanted to lick the plates clean. The leftover bones and broth from the braised mutton were fed to Albert, which grew faster in the breeding warehouse. In the night, the bright moonlight shone into the room. The 2 children and a puppy were playing. Occasionally, they would shake the small baby on the bed. Looking at the bright moonlight, Alida suddenly wondered if Cecil might not have died. Jay had hinted at something similar before. Alida shook her head, thinking it was unlikely. Jacqueline had tidied everything up neatly, and then the 2 of them steamed the leftover mutton into buns. Without enough mutton filling, they steamed a large bag of mantu. By the time they finished, the kids were already asleep. I feel really energetic after eating the wild goat meat, Kyra remarked. You feel the same? So do I. I feel full of energy, Jacqueline replied. Alida nodded, agreeing with them. Even after walking all day, they didn't feel exhausted. Previously, just walking 10,000 steps for work made them feel tired. Now they easily walked tens of thousands of steps daily. Get plenty of rest. We're going to the canning factory tomorrow, Alida said. Thinking about the supplies at the canning factory made Alida eager. Early next morning, Alida took out freshly steamed lamb-filled buns from her space. Her number 1 warehouse had preservation functionality, so whatever was put in would come out the same way. Albert was put back into the number 2 breeding warehouse in her space, where it developed and grew much faster and stronger. Alida relied on her memory to walk for over 2 hours. It seemed that the signposts on the road had all fallen due to the earthquake, and most of the ground had cracked. They had to avoid these cracks, which made their journey more troublesome. Up ahead is the factory, Alida said. However, looking at the entrance of the factory in front of them, there was a huge deep crack on the staircase wall. Outside the factory were large trucks, all used for transporting finished products. Some had sunk into the ground, while others had fallen sideways. The factories up ahead are for production, the warehouses are at the back. We'll go straight to the warehouses, Alida explained. The factory buildings in front were not completely collapsed but only partially. There were dried bloodstains on the ground. These bloodstains looked like they were dragged for quite a distance by something, Kyra observed as she looked at the bloodstains on the ground. After walking a few hundred meters, Alida found half a corpse, only the lower half remained. Jacqueline couldn't help herself, seeing such a partial corpse was too much for her to bear. Alida frowned slightly. What could tear a person apart like this? Let's go. No need to look anymore, Kyra said after glancing at it, not wanting to see any more. Alida nodded with some doubt but decided to focus on collecting canned food first. She glanced back once more before leaving. There were bloodstains at the entrances of several warehouses, but no corpses were found. The warehouse doors were all open, revealing neatly arranged cans inside cardboard boxes. This brand was Gang Sheng Yuan canned goods. The boxes were labeled with markings indicating fruit cans and fermented black bean fish cans, among others. Alida stored them all in her space, thankful that the number 1 preservation warehouse had been upgraded, otherwise, it wouldn't have been enough. There were also bloodstains and a few shoes on the ground in the warehouse. Kyra and Jacqueline were very excited since they now had plenty of supplies, but Alida was puzzled. Thinking that there was another warehouse behind this factory, they might as well clean out everything since they were already here. However, just as they stepped out of the warehouse, they heard the sound of motorcycles getting closer and closer. Someone was coming. Alida frowned slightly. Chapter 38 Military Truck. A few men riding electric motorcycles saw Ivory and her group emerge from the warehouse, and they slightly frowned. One of the men asked, "Did you take anything?" "No, this warehouse is empty," Ivory replied calmly. Seeing that the 3 people in Ivory's group had their hands empty and were with children, the men did not press on them too much. Still, they stopped their motorcycles and looked into the warehouse only to find it indeed empty. "Aren't you the one who said the canned food factory's warehouse had supplies?" "It's all empty." A man with a crew cut frowned in dissatisfaction. "That could be because someone else already emptied it. We thought of it too late," another man analyzed. "They all came from a rural county, so each household would have some stockpiled food. Up ahead, there's another warehouse," one of the men pointed at the upcoming warehouse. Hearing that there was still another warehouse up ahead, the group hastily rode their motorcycles towards it. Ivory watched as they headed for the next warehouse and slightly frowned. "They went," Kyra said, frowning. "It's fine, what we found here is enough," Ivory replied. "We should quickly head to the next factory, the noodle factory." "Let's hurry," Ivory urged. "If only we had a vehicle, walking would be faster," Jacqueline sighed. "With a car, they would move faster." Just as they were about to leave, they heard a scream from the back warehouse. Help! Help! A man screamed in terror. Buzzing engines roared as Ansel on the motorcycle sped away, covered in red blood. Ivory and the others watched as a single man fled without looking back. Just moments ago, there had been 3 riders, now only one blooded survivor remained. Aru tilde. An unfamiliar cry echoed overhead, like an animal sound they had never heard before. Mom, was that a dinosaur? Dayan asked curiously. He loved his dinosaur toys and sometimes watched cartoons featuring dinosaurs, which somewhat resembled the cry they just heard. Whether it was a dinosaur or some other animal, it clearly terrified Ansel, who fled earlier. We should go too, Ivory suggested. Since 3 grown men couldn't handle whatever was there, it was best not to linger. Last time, having the gun helped significantly when dealing with that wild mountain goat. She still kept the gun but had no more bullets. Kyra and Jacqueline followed Ivory away from the canning factory. The Baiseong instant noodle factory wasn't far, only a few kilometers away. The factories were close to each other. Laurie, there's a key still hanging on this truck. I'll check if it can start, Kyra said happily. Having a vehicle would make things easier. Kyra tried starting the engine. After a buzzing shake and a puff of black smoke, she concluded, it's broken. Kyra also noted that half the cargo truck's load remained intact and called Ivory over excitedly. Entering from the driver's seat, they opened the rear door. Sure enough, half the cargo was still inside. Ivory inspected and took the undamaged items into her storage space. 2 other trucks were empty and in poor condition, smelling of decay. Since the trucks wouldn't start, they continued toward the noodle factory on foot along the road. The weather was hot, causing them to sweat after a short while. Ivory quickly provided apples and water from her storage. By the roadside, they paused to replenish their strength. It was already noon. Eating apples quenched their thirst, but Ivory added mutton buns from the first warehouse and recently acquired canned goods to their meal. Opening a can of bin paste and another of strawberries, they enjoyed their lunch, finding nothing more satisfying than being full and content. Ivory also fed Ailbert, the little black creature in the second storage room, giving it a mutton bun and steamed bread. Without rest, they immediately set off for the noodle factory. After about half an hour, not far ahead, they saw 2 vehicles collide, a cargo truck and a military green truck. Clearly, the latter was a military vehicle. The collision between the 2 vehicles was severe, especially for the cargo truck, which had completely overturned with its front end badly damaged. This green military truck was something they were seeing for the first time, the appearance of a military vehicle. Beneath the military green truck, a puddle of gasoline was forming, still dripping from it, raising concerns about a potential explosion. It's better to mind one's own business. Encountering such situations, they would typically ignore and go around them. However, a sudden glint caught Ivory's attention as they passed by the vehicles. She noticed a shiny military knife on the driver's seat of the military truck. Recalling the wild mountain goat she encountered earlier and the unidentified animal sound she just heard, she realized how crucial weapons were. Moreover, this was a military vehicle, possibly containing guns. With that in mind, Ivory approached. The airbag in the truck's cab had already deployed, and inside lay a body, presumably dead. The military truck seemed sturdier. Looking inside, Ivory saw that the passenger side door had been ripped off, revealing a man in camouflage lying there. Ivory thought Ansel was dead and reached out to retrieve the gleaming, sharp military knife. It was smeared with some green sticky fluid, unknown in origin. Just as she was about to leave, Ansel moved and opened his eyes. The man wasn't dead, but his left leg was trapped under the airbag, unable to free himself. Startled by the sudden movement, Ivory quickly composed herself. The man's face was pale, and his lips were dry and cracked. She expected him to plead for help, given the survival instinct, but instead, he strained to speak, his voice hoarse from lack of water. Quick, quick, get away, there's a monster. A monster. Ivory glanced around but saw no sign of any monsters. Looking at Ansel's anxious eyes, it seemed he genuinely worried for them. Chapter 39 Ancient Creature, Millipede. Monster. This was the second time Ivory heard someone say this. The last time was on the airplane. Could there really be some strange monster? But they didn't encounter anything. The man's lips were chapped, and he seemed to faint again after saying that. An army man. Should we help him? Jacqueline saw that Ansel was wearing a military uniform and still had a good impression of soldiers. Ivory's husband was also a soldier, so she understood. Ivory went up to check his breath. He was alive but barely breathing. Also, Ansel's leg was trapped in the truck. Kyra and Ivory both came over to help, trying to figure out how to get Ansel out. We need to prop it up with a baseball bat and have one person pull him out, said Ivory. I'll do the pulling, Kyra said. Ivory propped up under the truck with a baseball bat, creating space. Kyra then gradually pulled Ansel out. The man's calf was crushed, possibly broken. Let me see, said Jacqueline. She had studied some medicine and did a basic examination of Ansel's injuries. This soldier was only just 18 years old, at an age full of vitality, but now looked worn out. I need water and iodine, Jacqueline said. Ivory took out supplies from her bag and handed them to Jacqueline, who then processed the wound, bandaging it perfectly. All we can do now is hope for the best. As long as it doesn't get infected, he should be fine, Jacqueline said. Jacqueline also gave Ansel some water, though he was unconscious. Should we take him with us? Asked Jacqueline. The boy's leg was injured, and he was unconscious. Taking him would definitely be inconvenient. No, we have to hurry to the noodle factory. We can't drag him along. We 3 women wouldn't be able to carry him anyway, Ivory said. Collecting supplies was their priority. After finishing speaking, Ivory left Ansel some food and water, leaving the rest to fate. Mommy, will the soldier brother die if we leave him here? Alaire asked, frowning slightly. He won't. Didn't we leave him food and water? Kyra replied. If not for his being a soldier, they probably wouldn't have gone through such trouble to save him. Ivory wiped her knife and put it away. It was incredibly sharp. They no longer paid attention to Ansel on the ground and continued toward their destination. Ivory saw signs of impact on the roadside barriers and many bent grasses, especially the large footprints on the ground. Look, Ivory pointed at the footprint. It was a concrete road, not newly paved, yet there were footprints. There were even cracks next to the footprints. It looks like a tiger's paw print. Is it possible that there are wild tigers around here? Kyra said nervously. A wild tiger could tear them apart easily. They once saw a tourist being dragged away by a tiger at a wildlife park for getting out of the vehicle. Upon hearing about a wild tiger, the 3 of them turned pale. Tiangang City has no wild tigers, not like in northeast China, Ivory frowned. Mommy, could it be an escaped zoo animal? Daeun offered his opinion. Indeed, Tiangang City had a large zoo, but it was located elsewhere. Ivory thought of what the soldier mentioned earlier, maybe there was a monster they hadn't seen before. She wanted to go back and ask Ansel more questions, but thought of the noodle factory. In the end, Ivory chose the latter. Let's head to the noodle factory, said Ivory. As they walked, they found a big hole in front of the noodle factory, forcing them to circle around to the back where there was a small door. This small door was an employee entrance, locked, making it difficult to break in without professional tools. The lock was inside. Alternatively, they could climb over the wall, jump down, and open the door. While the 3 mothers were discussing how to get in, Daeun looked at the gap in the iron gate. Mommy, I can squeeze through and open the door for you. Daeun said proudly. You can squeeze through, but the lock is too high for you to reach. Kyra chuckled. Mommy can reach her arm in and hold me up, said Daeun. Alaire was taller than Daeun and could reach the lock but couldn't fit through. Good idea, said Ivory. Finally, Daeun squeezed through the iron railings. Outside, Ivory extended her arm to lift him up, and then pulled open the lock. The door opened, and everyone was very happy. The entire instant noodle factory was quite large, with warehouses, production workshops, and office areas. Ivory had never worked here and was not familiar with the layout, so she could only search place by place. The instant noodles in the production workshop have all been taken away, leaving only a few moldy unpackaged noodles, Kyra said with a frown. It was definitely the workers who took the produced instant noodles. This warehouse was huge, showing signs of looting, and there were tire marks outside the warehouse. Someone must have used a vehicle to haul things away. They could think of this, and others could too. After all, people aren't stupid. Although there were no instant noodles left in the warehouse, they found them in the office area, which seemed to be a live stream room. Dedicated to live streaming sales of noodles, there were several large boxes of various flavored instant noodles behind, at least 7 or 8 boxes, which Ivory put into her spatial bag. They searched the office area on the 2nd floor of the office building but found nothing useful. My God. Look over there, what is that thing? Jacqueline stood by the window on the 2nd floor and saw something lying on the roof of the 1st floor factory. Ivory and Kyra also came over and looked out the window. That thing was at least 2 meters long, and the key point was that it had many legs. It should be a crawling animal. It looked like a centipede. Is it a centipede? Kyra looked at it, as it seemed somewhat like a centipede. Has a centipede ever been this big? Jacqueline said with a frown. Wow, I see a live millipede. Daeun excitedly pointed at the big creature in the distance. Millipede? What is that? The 3 adults were a bit puzzled. Ivory often bought books about ancient creatures for Daeun, watched animations and documentaries, since her son particularly liked them. Chapter 40, Escape. It looks exactly like the ones in fossils, a millipede, Ashton said seriously. Alida and the others saw the creature indeed had numerous legs, resembling a millipede. Could it be an ancestor of the centipede? Soon, Ashton began to talk non-stop, and Alida and the others gradually understood some of what he was saying. This type of giant millipede is also called a megamillipede. They can grow up to 3 meters long, and the one before them was about 2 meters. They have thick armor, providing astonishing defense, and can release a green, sticky fluid with a pungent odor. If it sprays onto someone's eyes, it can cause blindness, and the fluid is also toxic. And if you step on it or come into skin contact with it, congratulations, your pleasant day will soon be over. To them, it resembled an oversized poisonous centipede. Is this the monster they were talking about? How could such a thing exist? Kyra frowned. In the past, any unusual species would have made the news long ago. The key is that there are no such creatures. Most animals are kept in zoos, right? Besides, their part of Asia isn't like Europe or Africa. We just came out of that warehouse. We're lucky we didn't encounter it, Jacqueline said, feeling somewhat fearful. A creature this big looked terrifying just to look at. It's moving. Kyra pointed at the enormous millipede as it wriggled quite quickly and crawled down the wall. At this moment, coincidentally, another car arrived at the factory. The millipede seemed to hear the commotion and started crawling towards it. They couldn't hear the car screeching from upstairs but could see it retreat hastily in fright. The millipede climbed over the car, and after it left, the car hood was already completely corroded. From above, they could see clearly how the 2 people inside the car had turned into puddles of flesh. Ooh. Jacqueline watched this process and nearly couldn't hold back her nausea. Alida and Kyra didn't fare much better either. Jarrett and Ashton, however, stared without blinking. Alida didn't cover their eyes because they'd inevitably encounter such brutal scenes in the future. Instead, the sooner they experienced these things, the better chance they had for survival. Times had changed, so educational methods naturally had to adapt too. In the past, she would have avoided exposing her son to such sights or even lied to protect him with a made-up story. But now, in their current era, they'd all face these challenges. She could only teach the children to accept and grow stronger. Survival was the primary concern. That monster releases substances like strong acid, Alida said. Fortunately, they hadn't disturbed the creature when they exited the warehouse where it was staying. Let's wait a bit before leaving, Kyra said worriedly. What if they ran into the millipede again outside? It would be dangerous. Yeah, Alida nodded. Alida recalled seeing those pools of blood on the ground when they first arrived at the factory. They might have been killed by the millipede. Otherwise, why would nobody take the instant noodles from the factory? But some warehouses were empty, indicating that many items had been moved out, and the rest remained untouched. The sun gradually set, making the outside pitch black. Considering night travel was even more dangerous, staying put was safer. So, they locked the office doors and arranged several desks into a makeshift bed. For dinner, they had steamed buns and canned food. The two kids enjoyed it, but Alida and the two adults barely had any appetite due to the events of the afternoon. These must be ancient creatures, maybe only seen in fossils, Kyra speculated. Aren't these creatures supposed to be extinct? How did they reappear? They're really scary, Jacqueline shuddered at the thought of the millipede. Who knows? Maybe it's caused by some natural disaster, Alida guessed. Regardless, the sudden appearance of these creatures made them realize that survival would be even harder. Not only would they need to find supplies and cope with natural disasters, but they'd also have to deal with these ancient beasts. Alida took out a dagger from her bag and said, "Here, take this knife for self-defense." She held a military dagger obtained from a soldier, about a meter long, handy and sharp. Kyra and Jacqueline could only pick one fruit knife each, tying it to the outside of their thighs. Kyra also had a baseball bat, which was made of steel but was already dented and battered. That night, except for the three children, the adults didn't sleep very well. Before going to sleep, Alida entered her spatial pocket to check on things and fed some more food to Herman. In the breeding space, Herman had grown another circle around its body. It seemed that her breeding warehouse had an effect that could increase the breeding speed. After coming out of the spatial pocket, they finally went to sleep. However, any noise in the middle of the night would wake them up. Fortunately, everything was peaceful that night. The next morning, Alida stood by the window. She saw that giant millipede again, still lying on top of the warehouse. Clearly, that giant millipede has claimed this place as its territory, Alida said with a frown. It's back. How are we supposed to leave? Jacqueline asked anxiously. They couldn't stay here forever, right? Facing this monstrous millipede every day, they might be discovered one day, and that would be dangerous. We'll look for another way out, Alida suggested. They hadn't expected that the giant millipede would return after leaving. They thought it had gone far away, so they planned to leave early this morning. Indeed, reality doesn't align with imagination. Now they had to leave this place as soon as possible. The three of them searched the second floor and found a window. If they went down from there, they would directly reach the factory's outer wall, without having to leave through the main gate. We can jump down, but it seems too high for the children. Kyra was worried about the kids. See that white rain pipe? We can slide down. Have you seen Jet Li's movies? Alida asked. They wrapped loose cloth around their feet and slid down, carrying the children on their backs. The two-story building wasn't very tall, and the ground below wasn't cement but relatively soft soil, so it should be fine. It was better than going out the main gate and facing the giant millipede head-on. Chapter 41, A Moment of Peril. Ivory took the lead. She had done similar things many times as a child, so she was quite experienced with it. For safety reasons, however, she tied the child to herself using a bedsheet. Ivory slid down gracefully and untied herself before gently placing Dave down. Jarrett was somewhat scared, especially since he wanted his mother to carry him. "Mom, I can slide down by myself," Jarrett said, seeing how smoothly Ivory had just descended. He also wanted to try it. Kyra hesitated but then Ivory assured her, "I'll catch him from below. Let's hurry up." After all, there was still a millipede creature ahead, who knew if it would come over. "Okay," Kyra responded, though still worried about the child. She tied him with a bedsheet and watched anxiously as he slid down and was caught by Ivory before feeling relieved. "It's easy." Jarrett made a victory gesture after landing. "Mom, next time I want to be like Brother Jarrett," Dave said, not wanting to be outdone. All right. Ivory quickly consoled him. Soon, Kyra and Jacqueline came down as well. Jacqueline was hesitant because, firstly, her child was still young, and secondly, she was a bit scared. She had never climbed over a wall in her life or participated in any thrilling activities. These days, her life felt like a roller coaster ride, full of ups and downs. After they got down, Ivory put away the bedsheet. They couldn't afford to lose any more supplies. After tidying up, they ran without looking back, fearing that even a moment's delay could be dangerous. Unknown to them, the millipede was currently incubating eggs and didn't have time to pay attention to anyone else. If there were drones observing, one would see a cluster of dark brown eggs under the millipede's multitude of legs. If observed closely, One could see worm-like creatures moving inside the black eggs. There were at least several dozen eggs, produced all at once. Ivory and the others were unaware of this. They walked on a dirt path through a forest before finally reaching a road. "Where should we go now?" Kyra asked. They were now like wanderers, unable to return home and with nowhere to call their own. They could only seek refuge wherever they could find. "Let's head to the county town," Ivory suggested. There were only 2 large food factories around here. Everything else was far away and impractical without transportation. Moreover, they had encountered a millipede, so there might be other monsters. The county town seemed safer than the open wilderness. The county town was hit by an earthquake. "I wonder if it's still livable," Kyra commented. "At least it will be safer than staying in the suburbs. Or maybe we can go to a nearby village," Jacqueline proposed. Ahead was Shanglin Village, Ivory's hometown. To be honest, bringing the children back home would likely get her expelled, but they could stay at her grandmother's house. Though her grandmother had passed away, Ivory had contributed significantly to building the house. It was practically built with her money. Thinking of this, Ivory felt tempted but then considered that Shanglin Village was several kilometers away from the factory. What if the monster went there? Kyra noticed her hesitation and suggested, "Maybe we should go to the county town. If necessary, we can move to another city and settle anywhere we can survive." In the pre-apocalypse world, besides going to Tiangang City once a year, we rarely left the urban area. "We'll treat this like a trip," Kyra said. "A trip?" Jacqueline furrowed her brow slightly. If this was a trip, it was certainly a disaster tourism package. "Let's go to Shanglin Village today. I know of a few houses that are always unoccupied. The county town's supplies are probably buried after the earthquake. We can stay for a few days and think of other plans," Ivory decided. Hearing Ivory's words, Kyra and Jacqueline followed her. Along the way, they moved cautiously, mainly due to the terrifying sight of the millipede monster earlier. They retraced their steps and saw that the person they had saved yesterday was gone, along with the food they had left. "He must have left," Kyra noted. "But that guy injured his leg, he wouldn't have gone far even if he left," Jacqueline said, recalling Ansel's injury. "Poor soldier brother. If he hadn't left, maybe we could have learned something useful," Kyra added, thinking that the soldier brother might have known more than they did. Now, with no cell service or power, they had completely lost contact. As they talked while walking, Ivory suddenly became alert. She pulled out a military dagger from her waist. "What's wrong?" Kyra asked, becoming tense upon seeing Ivory's sudden vigilance. Jacqueline looked around. There was no one in sight. The road had cracks from the earthquake, and on both sides of the railing were some bushes. Nothing seemed out of place. Perhaps it was due to the spatial evolution. Ever since she acquired the second warehouse, her hearing had become more acute. Suddenly, a large toad, also known as a devil frog, jumped out of the crack ahead. This creature was a meter long, rib-bit. The deep sound came from its belly. "This thing. It's like a giant frog. How can it be so disgusting?" Kyra couldn't help but comment. While Kyra was still making remarks, Jacqueline was nearly scared stiff, never expecting such a huge creature to be in the pit ahead. This creature had a robust body with a wide, powerful frontal bone. Its skull looked exceptionally hard and solid, covered with protective bumpy armor-like structures, living in semi-arid regions, and then suddenly jumping out to hunt for food. Its target was Dave, who was about the same size as it. Ivory saw it flick its green tongue towards Dave, but in her eyes, everything seemed to slow down into slow motion. In the next second, Ivory scooped up Dave at an even faster speed, dodging the devil frog's attack. Seeing that its ambush failed, the devil frog didn't linger any longer. With a leap, it easily cleared the railing and quickly disappeared into the bushes. The devil frog's jumping ability was astonishing. It could leap over a meter high, and its landing distance was astounding. Scary. Jacqueline tightly held her child in her arms, still feeling shaken. She had seen the whole thing clearly. Ivory's quick reaction saved the child from that lethal strike. If it were her, she would have been too terrified to react so swiftly. Kyra, seeing this, hurriedly pulled her son closer. Ivory rolled on the ground with Dave and quickly got up. "Mommy, the big frog wanted to eat me." Dave seemed to sense what the monster intended. Chapter 42, A Place to Settle Down. "Let's go quickly." Alida didn't want to stay here any longer, so she urged them. As they approached the deep pit, Alida and her companions glanced down. Inside were several dozen mini devil frogs, no bigger than ordinary frogs. Would it not take long for them to grow into the size of a fully grown devil frog? Or could they grow even larger? Changed. What kind of world is this? Kyra felt her mind would explode from encountering 2 terrifying creatures in one day. Is the world regressing? How did those ancient creatures revive all at once? Do I think I'm watching Jurassic Park? Kyra couldn't help but complain. That was too scary just now. If Alida had reacted slower, it might have swallowed the child directly into its belly. The devil frog looked so enormous. Alida wasn't considering whether she'd meet her relatives or not right now. The most important thing was to find a safe place with a house. They needed to be careful about living outside from now on. Anything could pop up unexpectedly. Suddenly, Alida thought of something. There were still mini frogs in those pits, which could be raised in warehouse number 2 of her spatial dimension. Should she try raising one? With so many, one less wouldn't be noticed, and it could serve as compensation for scaring her son earlier. Firstly, Alida wanted to study it, and secondly, see if it was edible. Bullfrogs are quite tender when cooked, but these devil frogs looked highly toxic. Anyway, Alida secretly took one away again, placing it inside warehouse number 2. Aelbert stayed outside the cage, while other cages remained open, allowing Aelbert freedom to move around wherever he wanted. There was no classification system in the livestock warehouse, just ordinary spaces, so Alida easily housed the devil frog there. Seeing an odd animal invade its territory, Aelbert barked fiercely at the little devil frog. It was small and probably couldn't harm Aelbert. Alida wasn't sure what the little devil frog ate either, guessing it might be meat, but she wouldn't feed it meat. She pulled out a cucumber from the spatial dimension and tossed it inside. Aelbert wasn't happy with that, so Alida threw him another cucumber, along with an eggplant, making sure he also had enough food. After exiting the spatial dimension, they hurried on their way, unaware that Alida had stealthily taken a young devil frog. The group quickened their pace but kept a close eye on their children. They walked for about half an hour until they reached the entrance of Shanglin village. The village gate was blocked by wooden fences. As Alida and her group prepared to pass, several people stepped out. "We don't allow outsiders here, please leave," said one Hector. Though Alida had been away from Shanglin village for years, having grown up here, she quickly recognized them. "Tony, it's me, Anue," Alida spoke calmly. The Hector called Tony scrutinized Alida, then slapped his thigh in recognition. "It's Anue. It's been years since you last came back." "It really is Anue. Didn't we hear you married an officer in the city? Your mother said you live comfortably there." A few men murmured, then allowed Alida and her companions into the village. But as they hadn't walked far, they heard someone say behind them, "She's back with her child. In these times, her mother will likely drive her away again. Such a poor girl. When she was wealthy, she drove her away. Now she returns penniless with a burden. Her mother will yell at her. Do you suspect she isn't her own daughter?" Jacqueline and Kyra saw this scene, glancing at Alida. They tacitly remained silent. "We'll head straight to my second grandmother's house at the village end. It has been unoccupied for a long time, so we can stay there temporarily," Alida said calmly. "Anue, once we're settled, we should leave here," Kyra said, thinking of what the villagers had said. They believed Alida would have a tough time here. Actually, not only they suspected, Alida herself was suspicious. She didn't look like her family, nor did she resemble their personality. In a patriarchal household, she shouldn't be treated this way alone. After all, she has an older sister. Why only treat her this way? Although Alida understood these reasons, being treated differently had caused her psychological trauma as a child. After all, as a child, one doesn't think much, but such repeated coldness gradually shaped her aloof nature. The last household at the village end, most of Shanglin village had built 2-story cottages, and even 3-story ones. The tallest, belonging to the village secretary's family, was a 5-story building. Second Isabel's home hadn't constructed new buildings, it only had a small flat house with a very spacious yard, a small kitchen, and a tiny toilet. The main door was a wooden one, easily opened, leading into the slightly damp main room. The 2 kids were playing in the yard. Alida let Aelbert out, and now he had grown much bigger, equivalent to the size of a teddy dog. The 3 women tidied up the room, sweeping away the dust at least. Alida looked at this familiar house. In her childhood, whenever she was driven out by her mother, Second Isabel would take her in, cook her a bowl of steaming noodles, and add an egg. That egg, even Grandma couldn't bear to eat. Thinking of this, Alida felt mixed emotions. "I see there is a stove and some dry firewood at the back, and there's also a well in the yard. Should we heat some water for a bath?" Kyra said excitedly. There was a well in the yard, with clean water inside, suitable for bathing. Almost every household in the countryside had such a well. The city's tap water supply had stopped, but the rural well water remained unaffected. Alida looked at the children in the yard and thought it would be good to give them a wash too. Dayun's hair had grown long and needed a haircut. Just as they were tidying up, someone came to the door. Katrina was not much older than Alida, but her face was yellowish, and her hair was dry. "I knew you would be here," the woman said, looking at Alida. This person was Alida's sister, Cheyenne. "What's the matter?" Alida's attitude was somewhat cold. "You didn't bring anything back this time?" Cheyenne frowned slightly. "Indeed, you returned as a refugee. Mom and Dad said you declared to sever ties with the family, so nothing in the house has anything to do with you," Cheyenne said disdainfully. Chapter 43, A Pet? Alida understood. She knew this elder sister wouldn't be so kind as to come and see her. They were afraid she would come back for her belongings. After all, at that time, to sever ties, Jay had given her gifts and the money she earned from part-time jobs all went to them. It was at least over 200,000. Now, unable to stay in Tiangang City, they had returned in refuge, fearing that Alida might cause trouble again. Alida was just about to retort when it seemed that Little Black sensed Alida's emotions. It suddenly started barking at Cheyenne, even trying to bite her, scaring Cheyenne into quickly retreating. "Cheyenne, I have nothing to do with your Lin family anymore. Don't come find me again," Alida said coldly. Jacqueline and Kyra exchanged glances. Were the Lin family's brains damaged? Alida had long been used to Cheyenne's behavior. She came purely to irritate her. "Anue, we will leave here tomorrow?" Kyra asked, as if the Lin family feared Alida coming back to snatch their belongings. "She can't disgust me. There are ancient creatures outside the village now. We should settle down here first," Alida said. The sudden appearance of ancient creatures outside was still unknown. Staying in the village was better than being in the wilderness. Kyra nodded after hearing Alida's words. Jacqueline put the sleeping baby on the bed, while she herself started a fire, and Kyra fetched water. The 3 adults, plus 2 children, ate dinner together. With a pot and fire, Alida took out rice from her storage space to cook porridge. She then stir-fried eggplants, made cucumber salad, and took out 2 cans of food. Her storage only contained so much, and vegetables could only be cooked in a few ways. After dinner, they boiled 2 large pots of hot water. Since it wasn't cold, they washed directly in the yard. Alida took out shampoo and shower gel from her storage. She cleaned the 3 children and trimmed their hair before putting them to bed. The remaining hot water was divided for hair washing and body cleaning. They also washed their intimate clothes. Alida changed into clean clothes taken from her storage. The house only had 1 big bed, which was actually a large kang, traditional Chinese brick bed. Despite being crowded, they all managed to sleep. Before falling asleep, Alida habitually entered her space. The devil frog couldn't be left hungry either. There was no meat, they didn't have much themselves, so she fed it raw eggplants and cucumbers, which it enjoyed. Thus, they lived stably in Shanglin village for a week. Within a week, Little Black grew twice its size, transforming from a small dog to a medium-sized one, and still growing. Alida let it roam outside during the day and kept it in her space at night. Regarding the devil frog, the one they previously saw was nearly a meter long. This one grew to a meter within a week and was still growing. Feeding it vegetables and fruits every day, Alida watched as it grew rapidly. In her space, Alida's body was spiritual, and as the owner, no object could harm her. Alida perceived her space as a miniature world. Perhaps due to its vegetarian diet, this devil frog's color had changed from brown to green. Entering the devil frog's cage, it showed no intention to harm her but rather became quite affectionate. Moreover, she could clearly perceive the devil frog's emotions. It seemed to consider her as a mother. Alida felt increasingly amazed. She originally intended to raise chickens and ducks for food in storage warehouse number 2. However, this devil frog turned out to be quite obedient, becoming a pet. There seemed to be more bugs lately, Kyra noted, especially in the mornings when the ground was covered with thumb-sized insects. We don't have any pesticides, Jacqueline said with a frown. Not only them, but everyone in the village noticed the abundance of bugs. Though none had harmed or bitten anyone, their sheer number was overwhelming. People with trypophobia might faint. Let's take this opportunity to go to the county town, Alida suggested. They had stayed for a week without searching for food, causing villagers curiosity and suspicion. Yes, good. Kyra replied eagerly. Staying in the village every day was peaceful at first, but over time it became quite boring. Jacqueline said a little embarrassedly, should I stay behind? It would be troublesome for us to take 3 children to the county town. Indeed, what Jacqueline said made sense, and her child was still very young, just over a month old. So Alida decided that Jacqueline would stay home to look after the 3 children. Alida left them some food and also kept Albert with them. Despite Albert being only a medium-sized dog now, it was very obedient and protective. Its intelligence could even rival or surpass that of border collies. We will leave early tomorrow morning and should be back by afternoon. Don't go out while you're at home, Alida said. Rest assured, I'll definitely take good care of the kids, Jacqueline promised. Alida also left a baseball bat and a dagger at home and instructed Emmanueling not to go outside. Fortunately, the 2 older children were well behaved and had playmates, so they didn't cause any trouble. The next day, the 2 children hadn't woken up yet when Alida and Kyra set off. The 2 of them walked out of the village toward the county town. Their speed was much faster since both were physically fit and didn't have to carry children. As they approached the county town, they found a tricycle and took turns riding it to increase their speed. Spring had been disrupted by the disaster, and most fields had already dried up due to missed planting times. The county town had experienced an earthquake, with some poorly constructed houses collapsing, though most were still standing, albeit with cracks. Why are there so few people in the county town? Kyra asked, frowning. The streets were empty, even less crowded than the village. Let's head straight to Yong'an Mall, Alida said. They were riding the tricycle toward the mall when suddenly someone jumped out from the side. This person was completely soaked, his head drooping as if unsupported, with a bluish-purple face and pale skin, looking lifeless. A zombie. Chapter 44, Collecting at the Mall. The man walked towards them, but his body was extremely uncoordinated. Oh my god, is that a zombie? How did zombies appear here? Kyra said in horror. Have we entered a world of biochemical crisis? No, something's not right. Alida frowned and said. Take a closer look at the guy's head, Alida said. Kyra looked from afar and felt her scalp tingling. She had to look closely now. That trembling figure, although extremely strange-looking and uncoordinated, moved rather slowly. A pure black octopus seemed to be tightly sucking on the person's head, while Alida noticed the long tentacles of the octopus clinging to the person's limbs from behind. Was the person already dead, then controlled by this thing? Fortunately, the guy was walking unsteadily and couldn't run. Kyra sped up on the tricycle. Strange creatures have appeared in the city too, Alida said with a frown. That thing looks like an octopus. Why is it black? And isn't this thing supposed to be in the sea? Why did it appear on land? Kyra frowned. Alida remained calm, having seen quite a few bizarre mutant animals these past couple of days. She always adapted quickly. We need to be careful anyway. Let's finish finding what we need and get back soon, Alida said, still somewhat worried about her child. Alida tightened her grip on the military dagger, which made her feel safer. They headed straight for the busiest commercial street in the county town, where they saw even more of those zombie-like humans. See, that person's back of the head is empty, Kyra swallowed nervously. I see it too, It looks like these black octopuses suck out people's brains and then control their movements, Alida analyzed. We need to be careful and avoid being stuck, Alida said. Yeah. Kyra nodded repeatedly, feeling a chill on top of her head at the sight of the black octopus. Not wanting to waste any time, they hurriedly went to the mall, hoping to gather supplies quickly and return. The most prosperous street in Yong'an County was now littered with garbage everywhere, with scattered items on the ground. Electric scooters and bicycles were overturned on the roadside, and some cars were parked haphazardly in the middle of the road, all looking rusty. The ground had cracked in some places, but despite damaged walls, the buildings around the streets hadn't collapsed yet. The road was too difficult to navigate, so the tricycle couldn't go through. They abandoned it temporarily and walked into the large mall. Just as they reached the entrance of the big mall, they felt a cold wind blow over them, prompting both to instinctively tighten their weapons. The mall had glass doors that were shattered due to an earthquake. It was eerily quiet inside the mall, with no one around. The critical point was, how could there be no one looting such a rich resource? Yong'an County had a population of several 100,000. Initially, they thought there would be many people here, but upon arriving, there were surprisingly few. In fact, they hadn't encountered a single person along the way. Inside the mall, it was also deserted, with no one around. Due to the earthquake, many display cabinets had fallen over. The two entered the mall, first descending to the supermarket on the basement level. There were still plenty of items on the shelves, none of which had been taken. So many things. This is just too great, Kyra exclaimed, seeing so many goods. Items in the refrigerators had long lost power and were no longer fresh. Things inside had broken down and smelled bad. Some things even had maggots, but Alida collected whatever she could take, then proceeded to the second floor of the mall. Electronics weren't useful to them, so they didn't collect those, instead gathering plenty of clothes and shoes in 3 sizes. Alida's storage space number 1 was already full. Fortunately, it had been upgraded, otherwise, it wouldn't have fit everything. Once storage space number 1 was full, she started using storage space number 2. When they were about to head up to the 4th floor, having found no danger from the 1st to the 3rd floors, they relaxed a bit. As they walked up to the 4th floor, an indescribable smell hit them. What's this smell? It has a briny scent. Kyra frowned, since they weren't near the sea, how could this be? Upon reaching the 4th floor, they were shocked by the scene before them. Neither dared to step forward, no wonder there was no one in the mall. The entire 4th floor was packed with zombie-like humans, each with a black octopus stuck to their heads. Alida also saw, right in the center, a huge octopus tightly attached to the wall ceiling. Alida and Kyra exchanged a glance, both wanted to quietly head down. But Kyra was somewhat nervous, and her baseball bat accidentally hit the nearby glass. The escalator's glass had been nearly shattered due to the earthquake, and now it shattered loudly. With this touch, all the glass on the escalator broke apart. Such a loud noise instantly alarmed them. Creaking, several people controlled by the octopus monsters started moving toward them. Fortunately, these people's bodies were uncoordinated, so when they chased after them, they tumbled down the stairs one by one. Alida and Kyra sprinted downstairs in one breath. One black octopus flew toward Alida very quickly, but her reaction was even faster. The black octopus didn't stick to Alida's head but fell to the ground, drying up instantly. Quick, let's go, Alida hurriedly said. From time to time, octopus monsters would spring at them. Alida's reflexes were truly fast. The flying octopuses either missed her or were pierced by her military dagger. Black fluid spilled all over the floor. A black octopus stuck to Kyra's body, almost reaching her face. Alida quickly used her military dagger to pry it off. Kyra endured the pain, her skin where the octopus slime touched turned red with spots. Without looking back, the two of them ran as fast as they could. Only when they escaped the mall did the octopus monsters stop chasing them. They didn't dare to rest and quickly left the place. They had originally planned to stay longer, but now they rushed out within half an hour. Once out of the commercial street, they caught their breath. Alida took out water from her space storage, and they both drank half a cup. This water is delicious, Kyra couldn't help but say. The water Alida gave to Kyra was well water. You reacted so fast just now. Smooth movements, if you were in combat sports, I bet no one could hit you, Kyra said enviously, recalling how Alida had dodged the octopus monster's attack. Chapter 45, Shopping Mall. Now they understood why the large shopping malls in Yong'an County were deserted. Those octopus creatures must have invaded Yong'an County, Alida said, frowning. What's happening? First natural disasters, then torrential rain, and now monsters. Kyra felt as if she was living through a horror movie. Perhaps these animals originally lived on this blue star. After the last cycle, they were submerged in the river of history. The last era belonged to humans, but now they are gradually awakening. Humans might no longer be at the top of the food chain. Kyra's wound wasn't severe, but it hurt terribly, and the red spots on her shoulder had swollen up. They shouldn't stay in Yong'an County any longer and just wanted to return quickly. Alida had gained much this time, with supplies sufficient for their survival. However, when they returned to look for the tricycle, it had vanished without a trace. The bustling county that once teemed with life now seemed silent, leaving only empty streets and the quiet whistling of the wind. How long did it take for our vehicle to get stolen? We didn't even see anyone, Kyra complained, her gaze darting around, trying to find some clue. Alida glanced around. Although there were plenty of electric scooters and bicycles lying around, none of them were usable, either they had no power or flat tires. Let's go. Alida said calmly. After walking down 2 more streets, a woman suddenly rushed toward them from the opposite direction. Help me, the woman screamed hysterically. Alida saw an octopus creature attached to her chest, its suction cups fully embedded in her body. Since it hadn't reached her brain, she hadn't become a mindless zombie yet. But having a monster attached to her chest, pulling it off would cause immense pain. She looked incredibly distressed, as the creature was draining her nutrients. Alida pointed a knife at the woman and coldly warned, "Stay back." She knew these creatures could jump. If one leaped onto them, they would be the next hosts. It hurts so much, the woman cried out, feeling her chest constrict. Kyra and Alida didn't want to meddle or bring trouble upon themselves, so they silently turned and ran. These octopus-infested beings were in hibernation during the day but became active at night. "There's a repair shop over there," Alida pointed to a shop across the street. She saw several motorcycles inside. The 2 of them walked into the shop together and each rode a motorcycle. As they emerged, the walls of the shop collapsed, already unstable from the earthquake. Alida looked at the rocks beside her. Indeed, she had some good luck. Riding motorcycles, they moved much faster and didn't want to linger in Yong'an County any longer, heading back to Shanglin Village. On the road, Alida took out backpacks from her spatial bag and gave one to Kyra. They couldn't come back empty-handed after looking for supplies, to avoid raising suspicion. Back in Shanglin Village, both of them riding motorcycles and carrying bulging backpacks drew slightly envious glances from the villagers. "I wonder where they found those motorcycles. Look at those backpacks. Could they have gone to the county? It's impossible. People who went to the county for supplies haven't returned." The old men thought about it. It was true. Groups from their village had also gone to the county, but none had returned after many days. The remaining elderly stayed behind, self-sufficient within the village, so they didn't venture into the county. Alida and Kyra hurried home. As they arrived, they heard barking from inside and noticed the wooden door was damaged. Alida, worried, immediately abandoned her motorcycle and rushed into the yard. There were bloodstains and the carcass of a large rabbit 1 meter tall, pierced to death. "Anue, you're back." Jacqueline breathed a sigh of relief seeing Alida return. With them, accidents always came unexpectedly. A giant rabbit suddenly leaped from the roof, shattering the piece. Jacqueline's previous notion of rabbits being gentle and docile was shattered by this ferocious creature. Its teeth were unusually sharp, and it lunged straight at Dermot. Fortunately, Ailbert was guarding nearby and immediately pounced, engaging the enormous rabbit in a fierce battle. The rabbit's size was astonishing, almost matching the medium-sized dog Ailbert. To protect her child, Jacqueline rushed forward with a dagger and stabbed at the rabbit's head several times. Her hands were covered in blood. The sudden burst of energy surprised Jacqueline. She didn't realize she had so much strength. Only after the large rabbit fell silent did she stop. A mother's love gives her strength. When seeing her child in danger, instinct overcomes fear. "Mommy," Dermot said excitedly when he saw Alida return. Jarrett also hurried to Kyra. "Mommy, Ailbert is bleeding," Dermot said, pulling his mother's hand and pointing at Ailbert. Following Dermot's gaze, they saw that Ailbert's front leg had indeed been bitten by the rabbit, leaving bloodstains on the ground. However, since Ailbert's fur was dark, it wasn't easily noticeable. "I'll clean and bandage Ailbert's wound," Alida said hurriedly. So, Alida found some iodine tincture and purple medicine water from her spatial bag and then bandaged Ailbert's wound. Jacqueline went to wash her hands. The scene just now had been unexpectedly dangerous. "Mom, how big is this rabbit? Is it an Angora giant rabbit?" Jarrett asked curiously. He had been to the zoo before and seen Angora giant rabbits, but this one looked different and was even larger, with triangular sharp teeth. "Probably another mutant species. Didn't expect such things would appear in the yard," Kyra remarked. They would need to be more cautious in the future. Unfortunately, they hadn't gone to Yong'an County together today. Thinking about those mutated octopuses, Kyra shuddered. Such a large rabbit shouldn't be wasted. Since it was already dead, roasting it would make for a good meal. The 3 of them had experienced dissecting wild mountain goats before. This time, dealing with a rabbit wasn't as psychologically challenging. Just as they were discussing roasting the rabbit for dinner, someone came to the door. It was Alida's younger brother, Joan, a person spoiled to be incredibly selfish. Chapter 46. Alida, you've collected so many supplies and even have 2 motorcycles, yet you never show any filial piety to your parent. Joanquan's voice was as irritating as ever. Alida was clearly 2 years older than him, yet he had never addressed her as his elder sister. "We severed ties 3 years ago. Don't forget, the money for your food and clothes came from me. What kind of person do you think you are, to dare talk about filial piety to me?" Alida spoke harshly, not letting him off in the slightest. "They are your biological parents. Anyway, now that there's nothing left at home, if you don't give them something, they'll starve to death," Joanquan said indifferently. "How could someone like you be born?" Alida replied with utter sarcasm. "Joanquan, stop the nonsense and quickly get your sister to give us the motorcycle keys." Another man's voice came from behind Joanquan. Seeing this person, Alida frowned slightly. This man was notorious in the village, despised by all who wouldn't play with him. To say how despicable he was raping an 8-year-old girl at the age of 10 and being released due to insufficient criminal age, pushing a 2-year-old neighbor into a river at 11, watching the child drown without enough criminal responsibility, then killing a person at 14 and entering juvenile detention for 3 years. He had just returned to the village. But everyone in the village knew what a menace he was, and parents kept their children away from him. His own family couldn't control him either. His parents died in a car accident, leaving only grandparents too ashamed to face anyone. Villagers avoided him entirely. Of course, there were some small-time thugs who looked up to Kieran as their boss. Having committed murder and rape yet avoiding prison, he gained several henchmen, including Joan Kwan. Word spread quickly in the small village when Alida rode back on her motorcycle. Soon enough, they heard and ran over. Alida pulled out a dagger from behind her back and walked directly toward Ansel named Kieran. Thinking of robbing me? Dream on, Alida said coldly, her eyes icy. If he dared come closer, she would not hesitate to act. Kieran, having killed before, understood Alida's gaze well. TCH, you're ruthless, Kieran muttered, stepping back and leaving, though unwillingly. Alida knew this guy would surely return. She frowned slightly. Though Joan Kwan saw the knife in Alida's hand, he wasn't afraid. After all, she was his sister and wouldn't hurt him. Big sister, don't scare me like this. If you do, I'll tell Dad and Mom, Joan Kwan threatened. Alida frowned, remembering how as a child, her parents always blamed her no matter right or wrong. Being only 2 years older, how could she possibly have taken care of Joan Kwan? All she did was argue with him, scold him, and sometimes hit him. You'd better get lost. Though Alida didn't slash at Joan Kwan, she kicked him out angrily. Alida, wait until I tell Dad and Mom, you wait. Joan Kwan said fiercely after being kicked. Anue, your brother is truly spoiled. Has anyone ever spoken to their sister like that? Kyra frowned, determined to teach him a lesson. She's not my brother, Alida replied, frowning. We will stay here for 2 days and then leave, Alida said, thinking that this family would surely come to bother her again. Better to leave early since they now had motorcycles. Okay, I'll follow your lead. Kyra agreed with no objections. Jacqueline felt the same, as they both depended on Alida. In the afternoon, they dissected the rabbit. Since it was a species they hadn't seen before, fearing it might be toxic, Alida gave a piece of meat to the devil frog. However, it refused the meat and only ate vegetables and fruits. Alida fed the meat to Ailbert instead. Ailbert wagged its tail happily. Alida thought that whenever they ate wild animals, Ailbert always tried them first. It must bear a lot. So Alida rewarded it with well water. Though she didn't know the effect of the well water, after drinking it herself, she felt more comfortable. It must have special properties. That night, they roasted the rabbit in the courtyard. With such a large rabbit, there was enough for a good meal. They had already marinated it with various spices, half spicy, half cumin, for the children who couldn't eat spicy food. Kyra also told Jacqueline about the day's events in Yongan County. What a close call, and so many strange creatures appearing suddenly. What's happening? Jacqueline frowned, having seen too much recently. Anyway, this ancient rabbit really smells delicious when roasted, Kyra said, sniffing the sizzling rabbit meat. If only we had a mobile phone, maybe we could get some information from outside, Jacqueline said. Alida's eyes lit up. She had indeed found a new power bank today, picked up casually from the mall. But this power bank only had 50% charge left. She had been thinking if it could power up her own phone. Her phone had been dead for a long time, but she never threw it away and kept it in her space. So, Alida took out her phone and plugged it into the power bank. All 3 pairs of eyes were on Alida's phone. If it turned on, they might actually learn something. Their information was severely isolated right now. As the phone was charging, the rabbit was almost done roasting. Alida also sliced apples and yellow peaches so it wouldn't be too greasy. The meat was nearly ready, but all 3 were focused on the charging and powering up phone. It's on. Alida's eyes lit up as she announced. Is there any signal? Kyra hurried over to look. So, with Kyra on the left and Jacqueline on the right, both leaned in to see the phone in Alida's hands. The 2 kids weren't as curious. They were eating yellow peaches and chatting quietly. There were 3 bars of signal, which meant there was some signal. Don't let it be overdue, Jacqueline said. If the phone was overdue, they wouldn't be able to access the internet. It won't be. My number is lifetime free. It's specially arranged for military spouses, Alida said with a smile. Indeed, having a soldier husband does have its perks, Kyra commented. Jacqueline seemed to think of her deceased husband, her eyes turning slightly red. Alida tried opening the WeChat app. It's open, Kyra excitedly exclaimed, as there was an internet connection. Chapter 47, Mobile Phone. The top conversation in Walia was with her husband. The profile picture was grey, and the chat content remained unchanged from a few months ago. The last message was him telling Alida to wait for him. She had always been a lone wolf, disliking social interactions, so she didn't have many friends. Should we call the police? Jacqueline asked with a frown. Although they knew it was likely no one would answer, Alida still tried. But the call wouldn't go through. Their hope of reporting the incident was dashed. Even though they were mentally prepared, it was still disappointing not getting through. Then, Alida opened Duel, only to find countless rescue videos being streamed. It looks like it's not just our Tiangang city. Other cities have also suffered disasters, Alida said. Look at this one. Official rescue operations are underway, Kyra excitedly pointed out, referring to a video posted 3 days ago. Unfortunately, this is not our Tiangang city, but Anyang city, Jacqueline responded. Another video appeared, warning about ancient crocodiles coming back to life and urging people to stay away from such creatures. They finally found an official video stating that rescue cities had been established, 1 per province. The rescue base for their province was located at the junction of 3 cities, 11 City. No wonder they hadn't seen any official rescue teams, they had all gone to Eleven City. But without mobile phones, people wouldn't see this information, would they? Should we go? Jacqueline asked. Don't rush. Let's investigate Eleven's rescue base before making a decision, Alida calmly replied. Opening the official dual account of the Eleven rescue base, they saw that life there had mostly returned to normal. Most importantly, there were hospitals and electricity. However, due to having only one rescue city, the population was dense, and gold was used as currency. Gold. So much gold in the malls, and we didn't take any. Kyra regretted after seeing the common currency was gold. With all the official military concentrated in the rescue city of Eleven, safety was more or less guaranteed. They all had firearms and were far safer encountering dangerous ancient creatures than civilians. Eleven is over 300 kilometers away, Alida noted. A distance that would have taken around 90 minutes by high-speed train previously. But now the high-speed train was halted, and highways weren't easy to navigate either. If they drove via the highway, it would be roughly a 3-hour drive, which might still be worth attempting. Yet, why did the authorities not send any rescue forces? Had they abandoned Tiangang City? Sure enough, in the comments, someone informed them that Tiangang City had experienced heavy rain and severe virus outbreaks, leading to a lockdown. Tiangang City had been deserted. Most crucially, the virus in Tiangang City infected not only humans but also animals, causing mutations in these animals rather than death. Therefore, Tiangang City was sealed off. Due to heavy rain and hordes of mutated animals, some rescue personnel couldn't withdraw in time and died outside Tiangang City. Upon reading this, they all fell silent. They thought the official troops had retreated, abandoning them, but they never expected this outcome. I hope the young man we saved earlier is still alive, Jacqueline murmured. Official rescue teams did wish to help surrounding cities, but with limited manpower and so many residents. Alida browsed further on her phone, gathering more information. Some unknown animals had undergone ancestral regression, becoming highly aggressive. Some forests' trees grew exceptionally tall and thick. Blue Sky City, another city in their province, was now covered in vines, looking like an ancient forest instead of a bustling urban area. Some believed that Earth must have regressed due to unknown reasons. Others speculated this was purification, Earth suffering from pollution and unrestricted exploitation, starting to self-purify. Alida even read some religious perspectives that this was divine punishment. Alida believed ancestral regression was possible. Moreover, those who survived the virus infection had immunity 3 to 10 times stronger than usual. That was impressive resistance, suggesting that human evolution had begun. Those who didn't evolve naturally would be left behind. As they continued browsing, indeed without phones they would have missed this information. They learned about special ancestral animals and plants through the network. Some of these regressive animals could be eaten, being nutritionally richer, several times more nutritious than ordinary animals. No wonder we felt so energized when we ate the wild mountain sheep meat, Kyra said excitedly. Although some of the ancestral animals were edible, their danger levels had increased significantly. Even a seemingly gentle rabbit could regress into something formidable. If it's an ancestral regression, does that mean our human ancestors were apes? Jacqueline speculated uncertainly. If animals can regress, wouldn't humans also regress? The thought of turning into furry apes was hard to accept. It probably won't happen. Humans won't degenerate, Kyra replied, at least not into hairy apes. Alida, seeing her phone battery was running low, quickly turned it off. She only had one power bank, but they had managed to gather some information from outside through the phone for now. Build up our bodies. Master self-defense skills, that's our real security, Alida said. They might encounter more ancestral animals in the future, and face even greater dangers. Only by growing stronger could they protect the children. Abdullahi and Montague were playing with Herman, both showing happy smiles. They hoped this smile would always remain. This was their wish as mothers for their entire lives. In the evening, around 9 o'clock, the children went to sleep. The three women sat in the yard where the weak firelight had yet to go out. They had eaten an entire roasted rabbit. I find I can eat much more than before, Jacqueline said. She never used to eat this much. Me too, Kyra agreed. Perhaps the previous life was more stable, and they didn't expend so much energy daily. Now they were constantly consuming physical energy every day. I remember a video on my phone said that eating the meat of these ancestral animals would increase human strength, Alida recalled. Then wouldn't these regressive mutated animals eat us to extinction? Kyra joked. Chapter 48, Reversion. Kyra's joke had historical grounds. Lanching once had many animals, most of which became endangered due to overhunting. It's probably not very likely. These reverted animals are incredibly powerful. Just look at that millipede. Even if it were a rabbit, it's huge with sharp teeth, Alida said, frowning. The other two people also nodded silently. They had seen in their phone videos that some of the reverted animals were enormous, very, very large. Even firearms sometimes couldn't handle them, so survival was the priority. However, these mutated reverted rabbits could still be hunted and eaten cooperatively. What they didn't know was that the breeding capacity of these mutated reverted animals was several times to dozens of times stronger than ordinary animals. Suddenly, Alida thought of the devil frog she raised in her spatial farming area and said to the two, last time I raised a devil frog, and now it has grown quite large and is very cute. Not only was it cute, but it also listened to Alida well, especially loving eggplants. When did you start raising the devil frog? Jacqueline asked in surprise, feeling somewhat frightened thinking about a devil frog being raised by a leader nearby. Didn't that thing specifically eat children? Want to see it? A leader suggested on a whim. Mainly because the devil frog had grown significantly, and with everyone here and the kids inside, it felt safer. Sure. Kyra replied boldly. Jacqueline hesitated, but since Alida didn't seem concerned, she decided to take a look as well. Alida then summoned the devil frog and Ailbert from her spatial farm. Although Ailbert had an injured arm, possibly because it had bullied the devil frog when it was young, it was still a bit afraid of Ailbert. No matter what kind of animal it was, the environment after birth was very important. She remembered a news story once where a golden retriever was kept together with 3 tigers at a zoo. Not only did they coexist harmoniously, but the 3 tigers were actually scared of the golden retriever. It turned out that the 3 tiger cubs had been raised drinking the golden retriever's milk. Is this the devil frog we saw that day? Kyra asked, somewhat incredulous. It looked like an extra-large frog, already as big as Ailbert. Maybe because it eats vegetables, it turned green, Alida explained. Come here, Wowo. When Alida called it, it hopped over obediently. Isn't it too obedient? This is just a giant pet frog, and its eyes are so big, black, and round. Kyra commented. This was cuter than the devil frog they had seen before, and if Alida hadn't told them, it wouldn't even seem like the same species. This devil frog had excellent jumping ability. A medium-sized dog equivalent would jump 1 meter high, while Wowo could leap up to a 3-meter-high roof. It could also spray venom and had backward-facing spines on its tongue. Anue, others raise dogs, cats, or even turtles as pets, but you're the first to raise a frog. Kyra laughed. This is a devil frog, Alida emphasized, finding Wowo cuter every time she looked at it. In fact, it's great. This time, if Ailbert hadn't been there, I might not have been able to deal with that reverted rabbit. Its teeth were incredibly hard. Jacqueline reflected. This devil frog looks pretty smart. Jacqueline added. Alida had a similar thought, which is why she brought out the devil frog for Kyra and Jacqueline to meet. Who knows, maybe in the future, the devil frog could protect the children. Kieran's unsatisfied gaze today might suggest he could come back for revenge. So, in the following days, during the daytime, Alida always left the devil frog and Ailbert in the yard, allowing the children to feed them and build a deeper bond. She hoped that through this way, the children would gradually become familiar with and accept these 2 special companions. After living in Alida's farming space for some time, the devil frog left its shape imprinted on the door of one of the breeding cages. But not Ailbert, perhaps because Alida didn't place Ailbert in that specific cage. With this imprint, Alida found that Wowo understood her commands better and showed particular affection toward Dayan, sometimes even obeying Dayan's instructions, possibly due to the blood relation between her and Dayan. Alida suddenly wondered if this farming space was suitable for raising pets. She originally planned to raise more chickens and ducks for food, but now it seemed things were different. That night, the 3 children were asleep. Jacqueline was washing diapers and children's clothes, Kyra was doing push-ups, and Alida was holding her phone, checking recent news. The power bank had 20% charge left, and the phone had 50%. Alida uninstalled other apps that wasted electricity. She scrolled through Weibo and watched some videos. Videos of reversion were becoming more and more common, and there were even a few from abroad. However, due to incompatible satellites, communication between countries was limited. Although contact was restricted, some videos managed to circulate. For instance, in Australia, kangaroos were already numerous, and with some reversion mutations, life in that country had become very difficult, exacerbated by forest fires, among other issues. Have we humans gone too far? Is Earth trying to reshuffle? Kyra said while exercising. Maybe. 2 years ago, Sakura country dumped radioactive wastewater into the sea, causing many marine creatures to mutate, Alida said. The 3 women chatted warmly, but this atmosphere didn't last long. Outside, footsteps approached. Alida's hearing had become extraordinarily sharp, and she frowned slightly, signaling to Kyra that someone was outside. Kyra slowly got up and picked up the baseball bat leaning against the wall, while Alida retrieved a military dagger from her spatial farm. Jacqueline was still in the bathroom inside, unaware of the situation here. Though it was night, the moonlight clearly illuminated the courtyard. Through the door crack, Alida saw 3 men. 2 of them were familiar. They were Kieran and her estranged younger brother, Jonkwan. The third one with a buzz cut seemed like a petty thug as well. Could anyone who hung out with Kieran be good? The wooden door had long been broken, and they had their eyes on the 2 motorcycles parked in the yard. But Alida had already taken the keys off the bikes. They held knives, which gleamed under the moonlight. Alida tightly gripped the military dagger, watching them coldly. The keys must be inside. Gaius, you control her kids. Xiao Lin, you find the keys. As long as we have her kids, they'll give us the keys. Chapter 49 The Poisonous Devil Frog. What if they resist? Sullivan said, after all, they were 3 people, and if they resisted, it would be troublesome. That's why I asked you to catch their children first. Once the kids are caught, they won't dare to resist. Kieran frowned, wondering how could someone not understand such a simple matter. Ivory slightly furrowed her brows. This good-for-nothing brother actually wanted to join forces with outsiders not only to deal with her sister but also to harm her child. Ivory exchanged glances with Kyra, both gripping their weapons tightly. After some thought, Ivory decided this was a perfect opportunity to test the combat capability of the devil frog she had recently raised. Ivory quietly released the devil frog from her space storage and let it stand by the bed, waiting for the men to enter so that the frog could test its poisonous saliva on them. Joan Kwan and the short-haired man came towards the door as they spoke. Ivory and Kyra no longer tried to hide as the intruders were about to enter their house. Bam! The doors in this village were all wooden, especially since Grandma's house had been unoccupied for a long time. There wasn't even a lock on it. The wooden door was pried open directly, revealing that Kieran was holding a meter-long spear made from steel pipe, sharp and dangerous, a stab from which could result in deep wounds and possible death even if treated promptly. Ivory and Kyra engaged in a fight with Kieran. He was ruthless, stabbing at them wildly without mercy, showing no intention of letting either live. Jacqueline was startled by the commotion inside the house. Seeing strangers with weapons, she instinctively cried out in fear and rushed forward to protect her children. Just as Joan Kwan and the short-haired man reached the window, a large blue-green frog suddenly appeared, leaping from somewhere unknown. It was dark inside the room, but moonlight faintly illuminated the area through the opened door. The devil frog sprayed saliva into the faces of the two men, then slapped them with its long tongue covered in tiny suction cups that stuck to their skin, peeling off a layer. It hurt. The two screamed in pain, catching sight of the frog's huge eyes in the moonlight. Startled by its appearance, they covered their injured faces and fled in panic, ignoring Kieran who was still struggling outside against Ivory and Kyra. Ivory knew it was the work of the devil frog and planned to reward it later. Kyra, being trained in boxing, quickly found Kieran's mistake and hit him over the head with a baseball bat. While he bent over in pain, Ivory slashed his neck fiercely with a knife. A cut to the carotid artery in the neck is one of the fastest ways to cause death. This person had threatened their lives and intended to harm their children. Ivory naturally wouldn't show any mercy. Anyone who wanted to harm them deserved to be eliminated before they acted. Jacqueline finally reacted, having been initially too shocked by the intrusion. Now seeing the situation resolved, she hurried to check on her children. 2 of the 3 kids on the bed had woken up. Dayan, go back to sleep, Jacqueline comforted them gently. The 2 children slowly drifted back to sleep, while the devil frog approached Ivory as if asking for a reward. Thus, Ivory threw it an eggplant, sensing its delight. What should we do with this one? Kyra asked, frowning. The other 2 had fled, leaving only one. Ivory said coolly, throw him behind the mountain to feed wild animals. This kind of person deserves to die, and the villagers will thank us. But thinking about Kieran's parents, who might come looking for trouble, and considering her own bizarre parents, Ivory no longer wanted to stay here. We'll leave Shanglin village tomorrow morning and go to Elevenon City, Ivory said calmly. Since a rescue city had been established there, they needed to go there eventually for safety. All right, Kyra agreed, having no objections to Ivory's decision. She also wanted to move to Elevenon City as life in the city was better than in the village. Besides, it was about time her child started school. Ivory and Kyra carried the body to the hill behind the house and disposed of it. 2 hours later, they returned, cleaned up again, and went to sleep. Ivory pacified the devil frog and put it back into her spatial storage. It preferred staying there more than outside anyway. Early in the morning, Ivory's parents and Joan Ryu barged into their house with an intimidating air. At this moment, Jacqueline and Kyra had just finished preparing breakfast. Steamy rice porridge was served along with pickled cucumber strips and eggplant strips on the table, accompanied by warm steamed buns. The 2 children each held a bun larger than their hands, savoring them with delight. Ivory also had a bowl in hand, drinking the steaming white rice porridge. This so-called white rice porridge contained finely chopped yellow peaches and apples, giving it a sweet aroma. Ivory hadn't seen her parents for a long time. Though they were barely over 50, they looked much older now, full of wrinkles, pale and emaciated, clearly not doing well recently. Seeing that they were having breakfast and all the food was hot and fresh, especially the buns which emitted a savory aroma that filled the room. Over the past days, although they had some stockpile of food at home, it couldn't last for long given their large family size, and they had been eating sparingly every day. Now seeing Ivory enjoying breakfast, Ivory's mother, Amaya, stared fixedly at the warm fruit porridge in Ivory's hand. You ungrateful child. You've been back for such a long time but never came to visit us. You're hogging all the food. Don't you care whether your mother is doing well or not? Amaya scolded immediately. If Amaya knew Ivory had food and fresh vegetables here, she would have rushed over earlier, but mainly because she was afraid Ivory would ask for money, specifically the substantial severance payment from years ago. Great job, Ivory, blinding your own brother, yet you still have the nerve to sit here. Joan Ryu sneered. Ivory, you ungrateful child. Hand over all the food to us immediately, Elmo commanded arrogantly. Chapter 50 Attack. Kyra and Jacqueline had never seen such parents before. They used to think that a leader's descriptions were exaggerated. After all, no matter how bad parents might be, they wouldn't harm their own children. Being mothers themselves, they could understand a mother's feelings, but when they saw a leader's parents acting so petty and mean, it was as if they came to collect debt. Moreover, their appearances were completely different. A leader had fair skin and was beautiful, whereas this family, including her sister, all had darker complexions. Especially her brother, Joan Kwan, who looked sharp-mouthed and thin-faced. A leader just didn't seem to belong to them at all. Have you forgotten? I paid you back then. Don't talk about filial piety here. Alida sneered. She had gone out to work even before she turned 18. If not for the awakening of the space, she would have starved to death long ago. She still remembered the first item from the space was an apple, which she ate every day, every month. How absurd. Elmo and Amaya seemed to lose some face, recalling that they indeed took quite a bit of money from Alida back then, but times were different now. Alida, we are your parents after all. You can't treat us like this. Anru, find a way to take away all the food. Elmo directly said. Are you really their biological parents? If you take all the food, what will your daughter and grandchild eat? Starve to death? Kyra angrily said. She had never seen such parents. A hint of guilt appeared on Elmo and Amaya's faces, but they continued their actions, even searching the kitchen only to find nothing. All the food was kept in Alida's space. She felt insecure leaving it outside. So Alida remained very calm. Over these years, she understood exactly what kind of people her parents were. The process from being heartbroken to feeling cold and indifferent was unimaginable. Finding no food, they noticed a pot of porridge and some side dishes on the table. Cheyenne approached, trying to carry away the pot of porridge. Alida suddenly pulled out a dagger and stood in front of her. Do you believe me? If you move your hand any closer, I'll chop it off. Alida's tone was extremely calm, but her eyes were icy. Dayan and Jarrett, sensing the tense atmosphere, stopped eating. Son, you should continue eating, Alida noticed Dayan pausing and softly said. How dare you? This is your sister. Amaya glared. If you dare to snatch my things, don't blame me, Alida coldly warned. We are your parents. Hurting us is against the heavens. Your son is watching. If you hurt your parents, he'll learn from you. He won't. You're bad people. Bad people. Dayan suddenly stood up, agitated. Usually obedient, he had already understood the situation. At the same moment, Alida sensed the devil frog in her space getting extremely restless, almost wanting to come out. It must have been affected by Dayan's emotions. Without controlling it, the devil frog appeared out of nowhere, a frog over a meter long in front of them, startling everyone. My God, what is this thing? Elmo exclaimed, while Amaya recalled her son mentioning seeing a frog monster last night, likely this one. Wah-wah, chase away the bad people. Dayan was excited to see the sudden appearance of the devil frog, pointing at Elmo and his group. Wah-wah. The devil frog seemed to understand Dayan's words and stuck its tongue out at Elmo's arm. Aya. Elmo couldn't help but cry out in pain. The devil frog's tongue suction cup hurt. Monster. Monster. Amaya screamed in terror, and Cheyenne was also startled by the sudden appearance of the devil frog, causing them all to flee. Don't chase them. Alida stopped the devil frog as it intended to follow. Let's finish our meal and leave quickly, Alida said. She didn't want to stay here anymore with these vampiric parents. Only by distancing herself could she live comfortably. Okay. Kyra and Jacqueline agreed. After finishing the meal, Alida put the devil frog back into her space and rewarded it with 2 long eggplants. They rode on 2 motorcycles, Alida on one, Kyra on another. Jarrett stood in front, while Jacqueline held the child behind her. Alida held Dayan as she rode. Just as they prepared to leave the courtyard, they saw Amaya leading a group of people holding various sticks running toward them. There's a monster in their house. Amaya and Cheyenne both pointed towards Alida. A group of people surrounded Alida and Kyra, while Jacqueline, holding the baby, suddenly cried again. Alida, you unfilial daughter, you hurt your brother and your father. Cheyenne loudly accused. Crazy. Kyra cursed. Just as Cheyenne was about to retort, a mournful howl from the village entrance instantly attracted everyone's attention. Help! There's a monster! There's a monster! Came the cries not far away. Let's go. Seizing the moment when they were distracted, Alida revved up the motorcycle and shot through the gap, with Kyra quickly following. They then saw millipedes crawling not far from the village. These were relatively smaller ones, but they were still over 1 or 2 meters long, and most importantly, there were many of them. Some people were directly crushed by the millipedes, even swallowed whole. Although these millipedes had many legs, they didn't move very fast. However, most villagers were elderly, and they were quickly overtaken. Alida didn't dare to stop riding the motorcycle, speeding straight ahead, while Jacqueline clung tightly to Kyra while holding the child. Alida glanced back. The houses of Shanglin village were crawling with countless millipedes. How could there be so many? The last time she saw only one in the factory. Indeed, living outside brings more dangers. To seek safety and stability, they must go to the 11 and rescue city. After all, with the official military force and various weapons, including heavy artillery, they can handle these mutated monsters. Otherwise, ordinary people cannot resist. They didn't dare to stop riding motorcycles until Alida and Kyra's motorcycles were almost out of gas. There's a gas station 100 meters ahead. We'll push the bikes over there, Alida said. Motorcycles are now the most useful mode of transportation, so they can't be abandoned. Chapter 51, A Chance Encounter. This gas station was clearly visited by someone else before. There were still gasoline stains on the ground, probably from a careless spill. Alida refueled the 2 motorcycles. There was also a service station inside, which caught Kyra's attention. She said with bright eyes, I'll go check if there's anything left inside. Gas stations on the roadside might have already been looted. Besides, warehouse number 1 in Alida's spatial storage was already full, leaving no more space for other items. Mom, I'm thirsty, Dayan said. It was already morning, and the temperature must have been over 30 degrees Celsius. Alida took out Dayan's special teddy bear cup from her spatial storage. She also handed a bottle of mineral water to Abdullahi and Jacqueline each. Glugging, Dayan drank greedily, then returned the cup to Alida after finishing it. Just as Alida put the cup back into her spatial storage, she heard some noise from inside the gas station, but it stopped almost immediately. Alida frowned slightly. Kyra, Alida called, but received no response. Jacqueline, watch the kids. I'm going to take a look inside, Alida said, frowning. Okay, Jacqueline responded. Alida drew her combat knife, holding it behind her back, and cautiously approached the service area of the gas station. There was a thick layer of dust on the steps, along with 2 sets of footprints. Is there someone else inside besides Kyra? Alida frowned, realizing that entering rashly might not be safe. Kyra? Alida called again. Expecting no reply, she suddenly heard Kyra's voice. I'm fine, Kyra exclaimed, stepping out from behind the shelves. Following her was a man dressed in army green uniform with 2 bars on his shoulder. Recognizing Ansel, Alida's eyes lit up. Norman, Alida exclaimed in surprise. Sister-in-law. The man also looked at Alida with pleasant surprise. Do you know each other? Kyra asked, observing their familiar expressions. When she had barged in, finding someone inside, both of them instinctively fought until Norman saw it was a woman and stopped, while Kyra ceased upon seeing his military attire. I never thought I'd run into you here. Violet even said you were dead. Brother Xiao must be thrilled to hear this. Norman said excitedly. Brother Xiao? Jay? Alida was astonished. Didn't Jay die on a mission? His family had even received compensation. Brother Xiao went undercover for a drug lord operation, so they claimed he was dead. After taking down the drug lords, he came to get you all before the city was sealed off. They are part of a special forces unit, and Brother Xiao used his special privileges to rescue people from the epidemic, requiring 1 month of quarantine before free movement. A few months ago, Brother Xiao came for you. He contacted your mother-in-law then. You should have been reunited by now, Norman said. Alida's expression darkened upon hearing this. Tiantang City hadn't been sealed off 2 to 3 months ago. Why didn't her mother-in-law inform Jay of her location? And why did Violet, her sister-in-law, tell him she was dead? It seems Jay is still unaware that the parents weren't their biological parent. Unfortunately, Violet told him you and the child were taken away due to infection. Norman continued, looking at Alida and noticing she showed no signs of infection, no scars or boils. But Alida still looked fair-skinned and beautiful, unlike someone who had been infected. Sister-in-law, did you develop immunity after being infected? There's no sign of it at all, Norman asked. He knew quite a bit of insider information. Many survivors from Tiantang City were either military families or officials' families. While many were infected, those who survived gained strong resistance to the virus. Their infection period usually lasted 1 to 3 months, an extremely painful process, but afterward, they gained super resistance. Alida's face changed slightly, but she was genuinely thrilled that Jay was alive. Cecil is over there. Take me to him, Alida demanded. He should be in Elevenan City. All military forces have gathered there because it's a military stronghold, Norman replied. Elevenan City, good. She was planning to go there anyway. Thinking about how her mother-in-law had already been rescued by Jay but lied to her husband, claiming she and the child were infected, she couldn't wait to appear before Jay and expose their hypocritical faces. Alida was infuriated. They continued to chat. The reason Norman encountered them here was because the optical cable near Yong'an County's military base was damaged, and he and a few comrades were sent to repair it. If the optical cable was damaged, certain specialized weapons would be unusable. Recently, various atavistic animals had emerged, some of which were quite large. The superiors even used positioning missiles for attacks, which required optical cable signals for accurate targeting. So they came out to repair it. This military-grade optical cable was designed to withstand even strong earthquakes, but this time there was no signal at all. When they arrived, they found that a group of atavistic rats underground had destroyed the cable. These rats had sharp teeth and were as big as wildcats. One of his comrades was bitten to death on the spot, another soldier was seriously injured, and Norman managed to escape, though he was also bitten by an atavistic rat on the leg, resulting in a rotting and foul-smelling wound. He decisively cut out the rotten flesh with a knife. Although he saved his life, he could not return to Elevenan City, and the mission was not completed, leaving him injured. Thinking of this, Norman felt sad. Since they had encountered Norman here, and they were headed to Elevenan City anyway, they decided to travel together. Besides, having military personnel along would make it easier for them to enter the rescue city. At noon, Alida did not hesitate in front of Norman. She took out water, steamed buns, and fruit cans. After walking for half a day, everyone was hungry. To save energy, they packed only essential items in their backpacks, while most supplies were stored in Alida's spatial storage. The service area had long run out of food, and Norman had been hungry for 2 days and 2 nights. Auntie, you are actually a special ability user, Norman exclaimed in surprise and delight when he saw the food appear out of nowhere. Special ability user, Kyra asked. Actually, she and Jacqueline were also quite curious but had remained silent out of politeness. However, when Norman mentioned these words, they became very interested. Chapter 52, So That's How It Is. Norman was both surprised and intrigued. Now that the situation was out in the open, Norman started explaining to Alida and the others as they ate. Special ability individuals have existed for a long time, but they were extremely rare. The triggering of special abilities was random, almost like a lottery. These special ability individuals were usually discovered during childhood and then joined official specialized organizations. Generally, the younger a special ability individual was when their ability was triggered, the stronger it would be. For instance, the earliest known case was a 5-year-old fire-type special ability user. Brother-in-law, when did you trigger your ability? Even Brother Xiao doesn't know. Norman asked curiously. Discovering a special ability must be reported immediately because some abilities can be dangerous, leading to social chaos if not controlled from the start. I only triggered my ability after the heavy rain, Alida replied calmly. Actually, she had triggered her ability at age 6, but it hadn't grown since then. So that's how it is, Norman said, seemingly regretting the older age of ability manifestation. However, being able to trigger a special ability was an incredibly rare occurrence. Norman didn't ask specifically about Alida's ability. Given that she could retrieve items from thin air, it seemed likely she had a spatial storage type ability. You'll have to wait until you meet Brother Xiao, he'll tell you more. I don't know much either, Norman said with a smile. Since Jay was also a special ability individual who needed to keep his identity secret, this matter would be discussed upon meeting him. So that's how it is. Kyra nodded, having always been curious along with Jacqueline, but never expecting the truth to be like this. I remember seeing a video once where a little boy could control water, but online sources quickly claimed it was a special effect, and the video was taken down soon after, Jacqueline said. That was a water element controller. It seems someone made a mistake and leaked that video, Norman confirmed, having heard about such incidents before. So are you also a special ability individual? Kyra asked curiously, given how much Norman knew about them. No, not me. But the military has dealt with these cases before, so we know quite a lot, Norman explained. Both Kyra and Jacqueline nodded. How do you trigger an ability? I wish I could have one too, Kyra said enviously. Norman shook his head. If everyone could trigger abilities, the world would be chaos. He wasn't sure exactly how it worked. It depends on one's physical constitution, Norman commented. So you're saying that movies like X-Men are based on reality? Jacqueline exclaimed. Superman. They really do exist. Kyra added enviously. The US is so bold while our country keeps it so secret. Kyra remarked. Different countries have different policies. And US special ability individuals are very powerful, Norman sighed. Despite advanced technology, special ability individuals still played a significant role. Anue, how did you trigger yours? Can you tell us? It's fine if you can't, Kyra asked carefully, knowing it might be sensitive information. I'm not sure. I woke up, and it was there, Alida said solemnly. She didn't mention the petal on her arm or its connection to her ability. It varies from person to person, impossible to predict, Norman noted. With so many studies, researchers would have found a definitive method by now. But current research suggests it might be related to genetics, Norman added. Kyra didn't speak but thought about Alida's parents and siblings, none of whom seemed to have special abilities. However, Alida glanced at her son, Kylie, who was eating. If Chandler was a special ability individual, and both parents were, the child had a high probability of inheriting it. Norman seemed to think of the same thing, curiously observing Kylie for a moment. After finishing their meal, there were only 2 motorcycles available, so Alida had to ride with Norman, with Kylie sitting between them to avoid awkwardness. On the way to Elevenant City, they encountered several other groups, clearly responding to the same information. Most were fleeing on their own, though some had formed small groups led by individuals. There were also police rescue teams from other cities, which made the journey safer for many. The highway was filled with evacuating civilians. So many people, Kyra exclaimed, surprised by the crowd. Coming from Tiangang City, they hadn't seen so many people before. These people all came from other cities. It didn't seem like a part of Tiangang City where some had died in their homes. The critical issue was that Tiangang City had no water or electricity, and people couldn't receive information. Some people had their cars damaged on the highway, unable to repair or tow them, so they could only abandon them. The abandoned cars blocked the road, preventing the vehicles behind from passing, forcing others to also abandon their cars and proceed on foot. Most people chose to walk, and Alida and her group had to drastically slow down on their motorcycles. The cars were so congested ahead that people opted to walk through the gaps between vehicles. This kind of traffic jam is impossible to navigate. Kyra frowned and said. Even provincial roads wouldn't be much better. Mainly due to the abandoned vehicles blocking the road, with no one to clear them. Let's keep moving slowly, Alida said. At this speed, we might not even reach Elevenant City in 1 or 2 days, Kyra sighed. Considering the hundreds of kilometers distance, traveling by high-speed rail used to be much faster. Jacqueline's child suddenly started crying, probably hungry for milk. With so many people on the highway, she couldn't let the baby go hungry and had no choice but to feed him. The nearby Norman felt a bit embarrassed and quickly turned his head away. They walked on this congested stretch for about 2 hours before the road finally became somewhat less crowded, though it was already evening. Many people were resting beside the highway barriers, appearing as if they were fleeing, including pregnant women. Alida and her group just found a spot under a big tree, parked their motorcycles, and prepared to rest when they heard a woman's piercing scream nearby. Ah, what should I do? My water broke, I think I'm going into labor. Alida looked over. It was already dusk, and the light was dim, but she could vaguely see it was a pregnant woman. 2 men and a woman were surrounding her, among them was a girl who seemed to be in junior high school. One of the women, heavily pregnant, leaned against a nearby car and slowly sat on the ground, looking extremely frightened. Her legs were already wet with fluid. Chapter 53, Childbirth Assistance. The 3 people nearby were in a panic. One of them, presumably the husband of the woman in labor, quickly knelt down. Honey, are you okay? Ansel asked nervously. What do you mean okay? I'm about to give birth. Help me, the woman shouted loudly during a brief lull between contractions. Giving birth here felt like a nightmare. They were surrounded by abandoned roads and even onlookers. Alora, please help your sister-in-law with the delivery. You're the only female here, Ansel said tensely, his lips trembling. I am a girl, but I've never given birth before. The young woman was also panicking. She was only in her teens and had never been in love, let alone had any experience with childbirth. Is there anyone who can help us? The Hector, likely the expectant mother's father-in-law, couldn't help but call out for help to the bystanders. However, everyone around seemed more interested in watching the drama unfold and none dared step forward. Alida saw a middle-aged woman who appeared willing to help but hesitated and ultimately stayed back. While traveling, people tend to avoid trouble. If something went wrong with the childbirth, they might get blamed. This age sees all kinds of things happen. Katrina screamed in pain, possibly due to an abnormal fetal position. Is anyone here to help? The young girl repeatedly called for assistance from the crowd, but no one stepped forward. Norman got off his motorcycle. As a member of the official military force, he naturally felt a sense of responsibility in this situation. Let's get the pregnant woman lying down first and cover her with clothes, Norman instructed calmly. Is there a nurse or doctor here? Norman shouted loudly at the crowd. Jacqueline, trained as a doctor, hesitated at first whether to come forward. Mommy, that little baby inside can't come out. Please save her, it's so pitiful. Dayan pointed at the woman in labor, as if he could hear the baby's cries for help. Alida was curious how Dayan knew it was a girl, so she agreed to his request. I'm a doctor, Jacqueline finally said. I'll go with you, Alida added, wanting to confirm what her son had said. So Kyra helped carry Jacqueline's child. Alida and Jacqueline walked over to assist. The two men, seeing some help arrive, were immensely relieved. Jacqueline noticed a school bag propped under the woman's waist and instructed her, stay calm, follow my commands when pushing. Now, I need you to take off your pants. Katrina nodded, her face drenched in sweat. Alida assisted from the side. Katrina's lips were cracked, and her complexion was pale from exertion. In the scorching summer heat, with such prolonged labor, dehydration was a serious concern. Do we have any water? Alida asked. Gone. We finished all the water we brought. The last sip went to Alora, Ansel replied. His lips were chapped too, not having drunk water for hours, saving it all for his wife. Alida frowned slightly, then pretended to retrieve water from her backpack but actually took out half a cup of well water from her personal space. The amniotic sac has ruptured. We must deliver the baby soon or it will suffocate. I'm so thirsty, the woman licked her dry lips. Not only was she thirsty, but she was also feeling hungry. Alida gave the woman a few sips of water, which she gulped down eagerly. Suddenly feeling revitalized, with Jacqueline's assistance, the woman successfully delivered the baby. The two men standing nearby turned ghostly white witnessing the bloody childbirth scene, and one of them couldn't hold back and vomited. The newborn was covered in blood and still attached by the umbilical cord. Alida used a utility knife to cut the umbilical cord. Looking at the newborn baby, Alida was surprised to find it really was a daughter. Could her son truly perceive the baby's gender? Did he have some special ability, like X-ray vision? As Alida marveled at this, her personal space suddenly expanded, revealing a patch of cornfield. She was astonished. The land advancement came earlier than expected, just a few months after the last time. What did she do this time? Could it be because of helping deliver this baby girl? She still hadn't figured out the criteria for her space expansion. Jacqueline cleaned the newborn with cloth and wrapped it simply before handing it to the woman's husband. Thank you. Ansel's face was deathly pale, clearly still shaken by the scene. His hands trembled slightly as he held the newborn baby. Katrina, who had just given birth, was extremely weak but made an effort to look at her child. How did you know it was a girl? Alida asked curiously. I saw it. Dayan couldn't really explain and just said that to Alida. After Dayan spoke, Alida became even more convinced that Dayan might have some kind of superpower. That night, everyone settled down on the highway. Alida took out steamed buns and canned food from her personal space and distributed them for everyone to eat. It wasn't very convenient here, especially with others around, otherwise, they would have cooked instant noodles. Alida was in a good mood because she had just unlocked a new type of food, corn. Now she had apples, yellow peaches, cucumbers, eggplants, tomatoes, and corn, a total of 6 types. Alida mentally entered her personal space, picked a corn, which was still raw, and threw it to Albert and Devil Frog. Both the dog and the frog enjoyed munching on the corn, having started to eat vegetables since entering her personal space. Especially the frog, which preferred vegetables over meat. The night wind was warm. Is it midsummer? It's getting hotter and even nights aren't cool, Kyra frowned. Now without phones, we don't even know what day it is or what date it is, Kyra said helplessly. In 2 more days, Martha will be 2 months old, Jacqueline remembered clearly. Waiting safely until the next day, they hurriedly set off again. There were trucks and other vehicles overturned on the highway. However, anything inside had already been looted by passers-by. On both sides of the highway were lush woods and areas close to villages, where some people went down to search for wild vegetables or edible things in the fields. Villagers guarded their greenhouses closely but couldn't stop the looting completely. Previously, everyone yearned for city life, but now they all wanted to go to rural areas. Even though crop yields were decreasing, farming was the only way to get food. But with natural disasters everywhere and animals reverting to primitive states, growing food was increasingly difficult. Nowadays, grain was the most valuable thing. Chapter 54, Frenzy. The highway had a huge sinkhole in the middle, its depth unknown, leaving only the option to cross the railing and detour around it. Those ahead had already begun to detour. Ivory was rather curious. How did such an enormous pit form here, as if the ground had cracked open? Ivory glanced inside, noticing green moss covering both sides. The sinkhole appeared to be 2 or 3 meters deep with half of a missile buried within. Actually, it's a missile, Ivory exclaimed in disbelief. It's quite normal. The signal disruption plus the earthquake caused chaos in weapon controls, Norman sighed. Some individuals, for their own desires, turned official controls into private forces. Small towns were controlled, not accepting official allocation orders. In times of unrest, there would always be people who took advantage to break away. The official control in Lebanon for rescue operations isn't that chaotic. Moreover, sister-in-law, you are a special ability user, just like Zaire. There's no need to worry. Norman comforted her. Ivory shook her head, saying nothing. She wasn't worried about her livelihood at all. The highway was impassable, so they could only take rural roads. However, riding motorcycles on these rugged paths led to both of their tires deflating after a short while. Upon inspection, the motorcycle tires had been punctured. There are sharp pebbles all over the road, the tires deflated because of them. Norman frowned. There was no other choice but to abandon the motorcycles. Most of the countryside roads were dirt trails, making walking extremely tiring. The surrounding houses appeared abandoned for a long time, and they were mostly bungalows. With Norman's injured leg and the 2 slow-moving children, their progress was glacial. Mom, I'm hungry and can't walk anymore, Abdullahi said with a frown. Me too, Dave followed suit. Dave wasn't tired, his stamina was usually excellent, but he was hungry. Ivory also noticed that her son's appetite had increased significantly recently. Even though he was just over 3 years old, his food intake was similar to hers. Let's find a place to rest. It's noon and too hot now, Ivory suggested. Yes, Kyra responded. In fact, it was mainly due to the intense heat. Their clothes were drenched in sweat. Except for Dave and Ivory, whose constitutions were better suited to heat and cold, everyone else was struggling. Thus, they found a bungalow covered in spiderwebs but provided shade from the scorching sun. Sitting inside, Ivory distributed 3 bottles of mineral water from her spatial storage. The supply of bottled water was running low. Outside, there was a dry well. Let's have boiled corn for lunch today, Ivory said with a smile. Jacqueline and Kyra got excited at the mention of corn. For months, they'd been eating the same vegetables, cucumbers, tomatoes, and eggplants. To finally have another type of food was exhilarating. I'll find firewood, Jacqueline said with a smile. I'll look for bricks to build a stove, Kyra added hastily. Yeah, corn, Dave cheered. Norman was curious about Ivory's awakened special abilities but felt awkward asking, assuming someone who awakens abilities in their 20s wouldn't be particularly strong. Using bricks, Norman built a simple hearth efficiently, a testament to his military training. Ivory brought out a pot from her spatial storage, then added some corn and began boiling it. She also prepared a few corn cobs on sticks for roasting. Once roasted, she squeezed salad dressing and tomato sauce over them from her spatial storage. The freshly boiled corn was tender and sweet. This is delicious. It feels like sweet corn, Jacqueline commented. So good, Kyra echoed, munching on the corn. Dave, enjoying grilled corn with salad dressing, had his mouth covered with sauce. Just as they were enjoying their meal, Norman's expression suddenly changed. He quickly stepped outside. Not far off, several young men were sprinting towards them, sweating profusely, pursued by a nearly 2-meter-tall, 500 or 600-pound ancestral mutant bull. Not good. It's an ancestral wild buffalo, incredibly strong and will attack humans. Norman identified the beast immediately. These mutant bulls were temperamental despite being herbivores and often attacked humans. However, their meat could enhance human strength. Jacqueline, still nibbling on her corn, seemed not to fully comprehend Norman's words. Ivory had already drawn her military dagger, while Kyra grabbed her baseball bat. If those young men don't run towards us, that wild buffalo shouldn't be able to reach us following this direction, Norman observed. Norman only had 2 bullets left in his handgun, and such a mutant bull could not be killed by just 2 bullets, it might even get enraged. Just as Norman finished speaking, a woman nearby spotted him standing outside the bungalow, wearing camouflage military uniform which clearly indicated he was a soldier. Help! Soldier brother! Katrina shouted and ran towards their position. Her bright clothes and loud shouts quickly drew the mutant bull's attention. Damn! Ivory couldn't help but curse. The small bungalow was built with red bricks and mud. Such a robust mutant bull charging would surely make the house collapse. They hastily picked up the children and fled out, while the woman reached them at the same time. Seeing so many people, the mutant bull roared wildly. Its eyes were blood red, making Kyra wonder if it had contracted mad cow disease. Boom! A wall of the bungalow instantly collapsed from its charge, yet it remained unscathed, instead advancing towards them. Norman immediately raised his gun and precisely shot out one of the bull's eyes. However, this made it even more frenzied. Blood flowed from one eye as the surrounding area turned into rubble under the rampaging ancestral mutant bull. Roar! Seeming to have locked onto a target, the mutant buffalo suddenly sped up, charging directly forward. Another girl stumbled on a stone beneath her feet. Katrina screamed in terror. The buffalo stomped down hard, leaving the person on the ground crushed almost beyond recognition. This gruesome scene made everyone extremely uneasy. "Soldier brother, you must shoot it. Shoot this mad bull. What are you still standing there for?" Katrina exclaimed, agitated after seeing her companion trampled to death. The buffalo, hearing the loud cries, seemed further enraged, now charging toward their direction. Chapter 55, Taking Action. The mutated wild buffalo was extremely sensitive to sound, especially loud and sharp sounds, which could easily drive it into a frenzy. Bang! Katrina hid behind Norman without any regard for the 3 children behind her. Norman raised his pistol and aimed at its second eye. If he could blind it, they might have a chance to escape. But the woman gripped Norman's arm in panic, causing him to miss the mutated buffalo's eye. This only infuriated it. It's charging, the woman stammered. Norman also pulled out a green dagger from his chest, preparing to fight the mutated buffalo. Only women and children were there. As an adult male and a member of the official forces, how could he run away? Especially since one of them was his sister-in-law. Norman's leg was injured, and this mutated wild buffalo was immensely strong. He was clearly at a disadvantage. "Sister-in-law, I'll lure the buffalo away. You take the children and run," Norman said in a deep voice. Alida saw that Norman's face was pale, and his leg was not moving properly, but she had to ensure the children's safety. Alida surveyed the surroundings and spotted a small hill nearby. She pointed to that place and led them toward it. "Kyra, Elan, you two protect the children. I'll help Norman," Alida said calmly. "All right, be careful," Kyra replied. "Mom, go for it." Dayan cheered for her mother anxiously. Alida ran back with a bayonet. Norman was moved yet worried seeing Alida returning with a knife. "Sister-in-law, why did you come back?" "Run away quickly," Norman exclaimed anxiously. "No nonsense. Distract it, I'll jump on its back," Alida said rapidly. In this critical moment, the two didn't waste words. Seizing the moment when the mutated buffalo lowered its head to attack Norman, Alida circled around from behind and jumped onto its back. Alida stabbed the blade directly into the back of the buffalo's neck. The sharp bayonet went all the way through. But this wasn't enough to kill it. It shook wildly, like being on a crazily swinging ride. Alida struggled to stabilize herself. If she fell off, she would be trampled to death. She didn't want to end up as a pile of flesh. With both hands gripping the embedded bayonet, she pulled out another dagger from her space bag. One hand holding the bayonet, the other wielding the dagger, she plunged it repeatedly into the mutated buffalo's neck. After countless stabs, she hit the carotid artery, and blood spurted out. Sizzling. Blood splattered everywhere. Alida's face, hands, and clothes were covered with the red blood of the mutated buffalo. Some even splashed near her mouth, filling her mouth with the smell of blood, making her entire body feel more heated. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Alida launched a fierce attack on the mutated buffalo. With each swing of her bayonet, the buffalo's front part gradually weakened, clearly due to excessive blood loss. Only when the mutated buffalo finally collapsed did Alida put down her blood-stained bayonet. Looking down, she saw that the buffalo's neck was riddled with holes from her stabs, almost devoid of any intact skin. She lightly leaped off the buffalo, pulling out the bloody bayonet. Throughout the process, she remained calm and decisive, as if this was just an ordinary hunt, not a life-or-death struggle with a mutated creature. Everyone was stunned, especially Norman, who subconsciously swallowed. Just now, Alida's killing of the buffalo was incredibly intense. Norman remembered what Zaire said about Alida being gentle and kind, weak in strength, with all household chores done by Jay. He had previously thought that such a powerful person like Zaire seemed mismatched with a gentle wife, but Zaire liked her, so he never said anything. However, just now, the cold-blooded determination in Alida's eyes when she killed the mutated buffalo was too similar to Zaire. Kyra and Jacqueline were also momentarily stunned. Kyra recalled that initially, she perceived Alida as a single weak woman raising a child, who even got robbed while selling apples, and she had helped back then. "My mom is really super awesome. She's like an invincible female warrior." Dayan clapped enthusiastically, filled with admiration, completely unfazed by the bloody scene. Abdullahi silently marveled inside. This scene was indeed shocking. Aunt Anua was quite ferocious. "I always feel like I don't fit the word boxer. Kyra murmured, perhaps because boxers were too formalized in their techniques, lacking Alida's ruthlessness. Alida usually appeared frail, but when in action, she transformed into someone else, cold-blooded and fierce, never going easy. For Alida, once she decided to act, she would go all out. Would it be wise to hesitate and wait for the opponent to counterattack? At this moment, she was covered in blood. She frowned and looked at herself, urgently wanting to find a place to change her clothes and clean up. Looking at the lifeless mutated wild buffalo on the ground, she decisively instructed, "Kyra, Elan, we have work to do tonight." Both of them knew what the work entailed. Though the scene had been bloody, the thought of having meat made this insignificant. Kyra glanced at Norman beside her. At least they had an extra pair of hands now. Now that everyone was safe, they gradually gathered around. The bloodstains on the ground were shocking, forming a large pool of red. "We can have beef tonight. This big ox must weigh 600 or 700 pounds. Kyra guessed. "More than that, over 1,000 pounds, Norman said. "How are we going to handle it?" Jacqueline asked nervously, though they had processed a sheep before. But this wild buffalo was obviously much larger. "I'll help. I know how," Norman said with a smile. Two other women stood nearby, one of whom was closer to them. Upon hearing that the wild buffalo could be eaten, she spoke up. Can you share some beef with us? Yes, soldier brother, this wild buffalo is something we brought over, a short-haired woman named Nora added. You also know you brought it here? Didn't you see there were children here? You still ran toward us, Kyra said frowning. Nora's face turned sour because it was her running to their shelter that attracted the buffalo's attack. You can see the path is so narrow, Nora continued arguing, hoping to get some beef from them. Your companion is still torn apart over there. Don't you want to bury him first before thinking about our beef? Jacqueline retorted. The situation just now had been really dangerous. Chapter 56J. Alida found a secluded spot behind a half-collapsed house to change into clean clothes, but her face and hands were still smeared with blood. All she could do was wipe herself clean with wet wipes. The surge of power from within had left her blood pounding. Alida clenched her fists tightly, knowing that to survive in this chaotic world, she had to be ruthless. By the time she finished and returned, Norman was surrounded by women, and two groups of them had already started arguing. Dayan and Jarrett didn't back down either, joining their side in the argument. When Alida approached, even though she had changed her clothes and wiped off the blood on her face, the ferocity she displayed earlier had left an impression. As soon as she appeared, everyone fell silent. Looking at the wild ox carcass still unprocessed, Alida frowned slightly. Such a strong smell of blood, combined with the late afternoon, would make it even harder to handle once night fell. Why are you all standing there? Hurry up and deal with it, she said briskly. They insisted on fighting us for the meat. Jacqueline spoke up boldly upon seeing Alida arrive. Did you kill this? Alida asked casually. No, Nora stammered, clearly unnerved by Alida's cold gaze. Well, then why don't you leave? Alida was not being polite at all, her tone flat but icy. Nora took a couple of steps back, seemingly realizing Alida was tough to deal with, and immediately turned to Norman. Brother soldier, you're also part of the authorities. You can't just watch us common folk starve, can you? Yes. My companion has already been trampled to death. And our families aren't here, another girl began crying as she spoke. Norman, confused by the situation and remembering his role, said, Sister-in-law, maybe we should give them some? Their companions have also died. Alida looked at Norman and exhaled, we'll talk about it after we finish processing. That meant they'd slice most of the meat and leave what remained for them. Okay. Norman nodded, and the two women seemed pleased, thinking that with such a large wild ox weighing over 1,000 pounds, they'd get quite a bit of meat. But they overestimated how much would be left. With Norman, Kyra, and Jacqueline slicing the ox, it became clear men were indeed useful, especially a capable soldier like him. With his help, they quickly processed a large portion of the ox. Meanwhile, Alida, along with the two kids, had gathered firewood and started a fire. This beef, when grilled over flames, smelled delicious, but it required marinating first. The three spent over 2 hours slicing the beef. Most of the meat was stored by Alida in her spatial ring. She planned to give the remaining ox head and butt meat to Little Black. He had been eating quite a lot recently and couldn't always be fed vegetables. Devil frogs didn't eat meat, though. That's all that's left, Norman said. Seeing only that much left, Nora grumbled under her breath, so much meat, you won't finish it, yet you only gave us so little. That's not too bad, it's over 10 pounds, Norman replied, frowning slightly. Brother soldier, can you grill it for us? We don't know how to. Nora began flirting with Norman. An 18-year-old single guy who'd never dated before, Norman found himself unable to refuse the two women's constant pleas, despite his injured leg, and helped them start the fire. Meanwhile, Alida had already marinated the beef, and Kyra was frying it in a pot. Alida cut several fruits and distributed them to everyone. After more than an hour, Norman finally returned, by which time the meat was done. Oh, brother soldier, did they roast the meat without offering you any? Kyra taunted sarcastically. Norman blushed slightly and said, Sis-Shia. Alright, I'm not teasing you, kid. Kyra found Norman's embarrassment amusing. The kids' faces were shiny with grease from eating. Don't think this crazy beast tastes tender, it's even more delicate than any meat I've had before. Kyra commented. This is ancestral animal meat, eating it can improve one's physical constitution and enhance immunity, Norman explained. The nutritional value of this meat is dozens or even hundreds of times higher than ordinary meat, he continued. No wonder. I feel stronger after eating it, Kyra said. Even Jacqueline felt her physical condition had improved. Dayan sure can eat. This is his third piece, right? Kyra stared in shock at Dayan. I can eat more. Dayan raised another piece of meat. Jarrett had only managed to eat 1.5 pieces before he was full, but Dayan had already finished 3 and was still ready for another. Each piece of meat was the size of a palm. Alida had nearly finished eating and glanced into her spatial ring where the devil frogs were munching on corn and eggplants. Little Black was happily gnawing on a bone twice his size. Alida gazed at the moon, hoping to reach Eleven City as soon as possible. She wondered if Jay would be surprised to see her in a residential area within Eleven City. Since Jay was also a special ability user and part of the official military forces, his family had been arranged to live in this housing complex. Since the apocalypse, the entire Eleven City had been replanned, and this complex was considered high-end. All the residents here were family members of special ability users from the official military forces. They had been allocated a large house with 105 floors, shared by Alida's mother-in-law and 3 sisters-in-law. 2 of the sisters-in-law each brought a child, so the rooms were filled to the brim. Jay, the head of the family, however, was staying in a small room that could only fit a bed, serving as a storeroom. Xiao, Laurie is already dead. Look at how well-rounded and beautiful Yuan is. Wouldn't you like to meet her? An elderly woman pulled Jay and laughed. This woman was none other than Alida's mother-in-law, Kylie. Mom, Laurie and Cici have only been dead for less than a year, and you're already trying to set me up? Jay said coldly. Standing before her was a man who was 185 centimeters tall, muscular, and rugged-looking. This was Jay, but unlike before, there was now a scar above his left eye. Yuan is only 18 years old. She doesn't mind your age or the scar on your face. What's wrong with it? Kylie frowned. She was actually worried because they hadn't really seen Alida die and feared she might suddenly show up one day. So she wanted to quickly find Jay a new wife, settle down, and then nothing could be done if she appeared again. Mom, please don't mention this again. I've got missions these days and won't be staying here, Jay said coldly and left immediately. Chapter 57, Alida's return causes turmoil. Alida has 3 aunts, but none of them share any blood relation with Jay. The eldest sister is Violet, who brings along a daughter. The second one, Lucia, also has a daughter, and the youngest one, Joanne, is pregnant. Of these 3 women, 2 are divorced, leaving only Joanne, who moved here with her husband for a better life. Her husband's family lives in the civilian district of Eleven City, where several people squeeze into a 20-square-meter room. These past few days have been strange. My eyelids keep twitching. Maybe it's time we find Jay a match, Kylie said. Mom, the city of Tiangang has been sealed off, and then there was that heavy rainstorm. The rescue teams haven't even gone to Tiangang City yet, don't worry about it. Violet replied. She knew what her mother was worried about, none other than Alida returning. Yeah, I checked this morning. No refugees from Tiangang City have come here yet, Lucia chimed in. I didn't expect brother to be so capable that he could live in such good conditions compared to our old place in Tiangang City. Joanne laughed. Our current living space is just enough as it is. If we let brother marry Yuan, his room has only a single bed, which would require a room change, Violet frowned. Why not forget about making brother get married? He isn't willing anyway, Lucia quickly added. After all, they now had double beds. Mom, if brother marries, you will have to switch rooms, Violet remarked. Kylie frowned and replied, no way. As an elder, I should stay in the master bedroom. Despite their grievances, the other women didn't dare speak up, knowing that everything depended on Jay. What times are these to still be thinking about rooms? Kylie complained. Tiangang City has faced heavy rains and viruses, and now there are stories about ancestral mutant animals. Alida looks skinny and frail and has a 3-year-old child. It would be a miracle if she survived, Violet dismissed nonchalantly. The other sisters agreed that Alida likely wouldn't return, but Kylie was tense, guilty from when they had assumed Jay was dead, expelled them from the house, and tried to take away their child. If Alida did return, their previous actions would inevitably be exposed. Jay wasn't biologically related but adopted, perhaps out of respect for the deceased father. The next morning, while little Hudson was still asleep, Alida instinctively checked the dimensional space first. The devil frog had grown even larger, its appetite increasing too. A whole row of newly planted cornstalks could be consumed in one meal. At this rate, Alida's plots wouldn't be enough to feed it, though its maturation time seemed shortened. Originally about 1 meter tall like Hudson, it had now reached around 1.3 meters, and appeared to have evolved. Wah-wah. Sensing Alida's arrival, the devil frog called out excitedly, seeming more attuned to her intentions. Alida noticed that the picture outside the cage in the breeding warehouse had changed accordingly to her thoughts. Additionally, she observed a petal-shaped mark on the devil frog's forehead similar to the one on her arm. In the morning, everyone felt less hungry after the meat feast last night, except for little Hudson. Mommy, I want more corn, Hudson said. Cici, you ate so much meat last night, how can you still be hungry? Kyra couldn't help but ask, wondering if overeating would upset the child's stomach. Doesn't your tummy hurt from eating so much? She asked again. This kind of mutated ancient meat was highly nutritious, creating a strong feeling of fullness. Not at all. Hudson patted his empty belly, it was already flat with hunger. Hudson has always been a big eater, Alida explained, recalling how he drank 3 times the amount of milk powder compared to other children. Kyra asked her son, Abdullahi, do you want some? No, I'm full, Abdullahi firmly replied. Observing the 2 kids, Kyra concluded that each person's constitution varies. Considering Alida as a special ability holder, Norman mentioned that such abilities were linked to genetics, suggesting a high possibility for Hudson too. After eating, they prepared to depart, needing to travel a considerable distance to reach Eleven City. Just as they packed up and went outside, they saw 2 women squatting outside waiting. They were the same women they met yesterday, who had followed them since last night, ready to follow them immediately upon noticing their intention to leave. Soldier, are you guys also heading to Eleven City? Can we go with you? It would be great if we could look out for each other, Nora said, still shaken from the encounter with the mutant beasts. Yes. Katrina, standing beside Nora, chimed in agreement. Great. Brother Jean, you truly are a good soldier of the people, Nora praised. Alida frowned slightly. Kyra also felt uncomfortable, but given Norman's status as a military personnel, it was natural that they trusted him and believed he could save them. In fact, China was now fragmented, with many people taking advantage of the chaos to form private forces. However, the government still held the upper hand, especially with control over high-tech assets like satellites. Kyra frowned, her disgust with the women apparent. Their tone seemed overly affected. More importantly, Norman had a duty as a soldier. To him, these were civilians, and establishing a refuge in Elevenham City was essential for the displaced. After walking all morning under the hot midday sun, they were all drenched in sweat, especially the children. A leader took out apples from the dimensional space, distributing one to everyone, which provided some relief from thirst. Nora noticed that only she and son Shue didn't receive any, frowning and saying, "Brother Jean, why do they have apples, but we don't?" Nora assumed that Norman had gathered all the supplies and considered him the core supporter for the group with children. Norman wasn't sure what to say. As a soldier, he prioritized food distribution to women out of moral obligation, so he offered his apple to Nora, intending for her and son Shue to share. But in the next moment, Kyra snatched the apple away. "Norman, these apples are from our newer. If you don't want to eat, give it back," Kyra said coldly. Chapter 58. Strangers had no right to take any advantage of her, let alone these two people who nearly got them injured by luring the mutated bull over. It was already generous enough that a leader didn't slap either of them. "If you want to eat, find your own," Kyra said unsparingly to the two women, then handed the apple to a leader. "Have this," a leader said in a deep voice. The apple was so large, fresh, and hard to come by in such hot weather. Forget about tasty fruits. After receiving another one from a leader, she was naturally thrilled, quickly thanking her and putting it away for her son. Nora and Alexia's faces showed just how displeased they were. Norman licked his parched lips too. They seemed to regret their earlier actions but hesitated to ask again now. "We're all women. What's wrong with helping each other?" Katrina frowned, thinking Kyra was being too stingy. "Our home is in Elevenham. Maybe we could help you if you flee there," Nora added. "How?" "By letting you stay at our place." Kyra snorted. Nora stayed silent. Living with them was impossible. Elevenham, being the provincial capital and a top-tier city, had exorbitant housing prices, and their home was tiny. "I can help you find a hotel," Nora forced out. "All hotels have been converted into official refugee accommodations under unified management," Norman pointed out. Nora didn't know what to say. "Consider it my purchase." "Not happening. Tiangang City has money floating all over, yet no one picks it up. Who would care?" Kyra retorted. In the end, the women didn't get anything to eat and set off with empty stomachs. Meanwhile, a leader and company walked very fast, having eaten and drank their fill, giving them the strength to walk. Soon enough, they were far ahead, seemingly trying to shake them off deliberately. Fortunately, they encountered some civilian houses along the way. Excited, the two women rushed in and searched. They did find food, though it had long expired. Even expired, they devoured it hungrily despite its poor condition. However, when they finished eating and came out, they found that a leader and the others had vanished without a trace. "There are so many people." Kyra furrowed her brows. "Hold on to your child tightly," a leader said as she picked up Little Dumpling. Too many people around caused some families to get separated. They even encountered several children crying on the roadside, desperately searching for their mothers, covered in dirt. Living in the 21st century, it felt like they had regressed to the famine-stricken era of the 1950s. From afar, the road ahead was packed with people. Elevenham City was covered with iron plates, clearly a hastily assembled setup. People queued densely, entering Elevenham City in batches, which was inevitably slow. Queuing like this would probably take a day or two. "Brother-in-law, I can enter through a special passage first. I'll call Brother Xiao to pick you up, so you won't have to wait in line," Norman suggested. He could enter via the special passage, but not the rest, as entry required strict staff verification, facial recognition checks. So he needed to go in first and inform Jay to escort them out. Jay worked in a special department and should have no problem bringing people in. "Okay," a leader nodded, watching the congested crowd ahead. They didn't want to squeeze in either. After all, the refugees hadn't bathed for days, especially in this hot weather. Men would start smelling bad within a couple of days, let alone 10 days or half a month. Hair greasy and shining. With so many people squeezed together, the heat was intense, causing some weak individuals to faint directly. Once someone fainted, they'd be trampled by those behind them, ending life that way. Everyone saw this, so they didn't push forward but climbed down the railing and moved into the nearby woods instead. Here, there were fewer people. "There are too many people. I just saw someone fall and get trampled to death." Such an unfair end, Jacqueline couldn't help but comment. They had traveled so far only to meet such a tragic fate. In this chaos, there will likely be many orphans. "I wonder if the authorities will arrange something," Jacqueline said with sympathy. Perhaps it was because she had become a mother herself, feeling inexplicably maternal towards children. "That's none of our business. As long as our child isn't an orphan, it's fine," a leader responded coldly. Though a leader's words sounded indifferent, they were truthful. Now that Norman had gone in, they just needed to wait for him to find Jay before entering. It took Norman more than 3 hours of squeezing through the crowd. Thinking that a leader was still waiting outside for them, he went to his own residence first. A series of very urgent knocks sounded on the door. "Who is it? Knocking so loudly? Don't you know it's night now?" Kylie said irritably. The door opened, and Kylie saw it was Norman. She instinctively covered her nose. Norman had been pushing through the crowd all this time and hadn't taken a bath for several days, giving off a strong stench. Norman didn't mind Kylie's disdainful gaze but asked, "Is Brother Gao home?" "Is Brother Gao at home?" "No, he's out on a mission." "What's the matter? Why did you come over so late at night?" "I need to find Brother Xiao." Norman frowned slightly, and seeing that Jay wasn't at home, he hurried to go to his workplace. Alida was still waiting outside, and he had to inform Jay as soon as possible. Little brother, what's the matter with Brother Xiao? For some reason, Kylie suddenly felt anxious. Brother Xiao needs to pick someone up. I have to tell him quickly. Norman hastily left this message before rushing away. Kylie, left behind, froze upon hearing these words, her face turning pale. Pick someone up? Who could it be? Alida? Impossible. She's dead. Kylie felt extremely uneasy. If Alida really came back, she wouldn't be able to hide it anymore. Kylie couldn't sleep well all night. Chapter 59, Rat Swarm Uprising. Alida and Kyra temporarily stayed outside the city. Many people had been entering the city these past 2 days, as Norman had announced. But even by the next morning, there was still no sign of Jay. Why isn't Dad here yet? Dayan said, frowning his small brows. Ever since they learned that Dad would come to pick them up, the child had been excited all night long. Alida frowned slightly. Knowing Jay, if he knew she had arrived, he would have rushed over immediately. However, with so many people, Eleven City couldn't accommodate everyone at once, and with ongoing inspections, it was nearly impossible for anyone else to squeeze in. Unless, like Norman, one could use a special passage. Now, only Jay could come to pick them up. They're not letting us in. They told us to come to Eleven City, but now we're not allowed entry. Yes. They say it's personnel saturation, and they're urgently trying to coordinate. How can they coordinate? If they can't handle this many people, why did the authorities notify us to come here? The gates of Eleven City were temporarily closed, blocking later arrivals outside. It seems they want us to go to Quanju County first, some resigned people muttered, although most were unconvinced, and protested loudly outside. What do we do now that Eleven City is closed? Kyra asked, frowning, then looked at Alida awkwardly. Anue, don't worry too much. Maybe your husband got delayed with something, Jacqueline comforted. Yes. Alida nodded. Based on her understanding of Jay, he wouldn't let her wait this long. What Alida didn't know was that Kylie never told Jay anything. What do we do? That woman really didn't die. Kylie paced nervously at home. Mom, don't panic. Can't we just not tell brother? Lucia asked. Violet was also anxious. After all, she was the one who told Jay that Alida had been taken away due to infection, along with her child, both supposedly dead. The problem is that woman is right at the entrance of Eleven City. Kylie felt her heart racing and started planning how to spin a tragic story. If all else failed, she would resort to revealing Jay's real parent. Kylie vowed not to reveal this unless absolutely necessary. There are too many refugees gathered outside Eleven City. There are too many people, no one can push through. Violet remarked dismissively. Eldest sister is right. If she could get in, she would have already entered and wouldn't need brother to pick her up, Joanne said. Do we, as a family, have anything to fear from Alida? He shares blood ties with us. What do we have to fear? Joanne added. Jay wasn't Kylie's biological son, a fact only known to Violet. Kylie and Violet exchanged guilty glances. Of course, Alida knew about this too, as Jay had told her. Jay's adoptive father had treated him very well and saved his life, but sadly passed away early. Kylie used this as leverage. Alida waited outside Eleven City for an entire day and night. With the gates now closed, she found herself unable to enter. Anue, what do we do now? Jacqueline asked. Wait, Alida replied firmly, believing Jay would rush over upon learning the news. Otherwise, Norman might not have informed Jay yet. Not only were they waiting in the woods, but outside Eleven City, many others refused to leave, staying nearby instead. Some brought tents, while others used old cars as makeshift shelters. Alida and her group slept under trees, enduring heat, humidity, and without proper hygiene facilities. They could only clean themselves at night using wet towels. Shin developed heat rashes due to the conditions. Without talcum powder, Alida used well water to soothe the rash effectively. Alida believed the well water improved their physical condition. That noon, the weather remained scorching, and Chandler still hadn't arrived. Alida wasn't worried, but Jacqueline and Kyra were visibly nervous. Kyra even suspected Jay of having a mistress, possibly influenced by her own husband's infidelity. Her husband's mistress family seemed to be from Eleven City. Oh no, please don't let them meet here. Suddenly, shouts erupted nearby on the highway, causing everyone hiding in the woods to run towards the commotion. What's happening? Some didn't understand the situation but followed the crowd. A monster. Run. Someone shouted, and good Samaritans warned others. Hearing about a monster, some abandoned their belongings and fled. A human stampede resulted, tragically resulting in several deaths. Let's run over there, Alida pointed into the distance, thinking that everyone was rushing towards Eleven City. Without considering whether they could squeeze into Eleven City, they had a child with them. If they got separated in the crowd, it would be dangerous. Roaring. As they ran inside, they saw a monster charging straight ahead. It was actually a swarm of rats. These rats seemed to live in dark underground sewers and were usually very afraid of people, but now each one was unusually large and fearless. They even bit people on sight, and one person was entirely enveloped by the rat swarm, soon chewed until blood-soaked. The cries of victims filled the air. It was a rat swarm attacking humans. Help, help. The cries for help and screams echoed everywhere. Beep beep beep. Inside Eleven City, large crowds surged directly forward. These people rushed in without being screened yet. At the 11 official office, at this moment, the electronic screen showed the rat swarm attacking people on the highway. These devolved rats did not spare even children, different breeds, completely inhumane, natural enemies. There's a devolved rat swarm outside. Dispatch troops to eliminate the rat swarm immediately and protect the people. Commander, the devolved rat swarm is numerous. We should also mobilize a squad of special ability users. Agreed. The officials issued various orders within 1 minute. Every extra minute meant more injuries or deaths among the populace. Jay had been stationed in the Special Abilities Department and received the mission as well, immediately preparing to go out with the troops. Norman, as part of the military forces, was also dispatched urgently but went to find Jay first. Zaire, have you picked up your sister-in-law? I intended to bring her in directly, but yesterday there were too many people, and only immediate family members could use the special passage, Norman said apologetically. Chapter 60, Not Dead. Upon hearing this, Jay furrowed his brows slightly. What sister-in-law? His wife had already passed away, and thinking of this caused a pang in his heart. Nonsense, Jay said sternly, his brow still furrowed. Brother Xiao, I came back with sister-in-law yesterday and then went to your place looking for you, but you weren't there. So, I went to your department, but the special ability department wouldn't let me in. Are you talking about a leader? Jay did not even notice that his voice was trembling. Norman frowned slightly upon hearing Jay's words and said, You didn't pick up sister-in-law yesterday? When I was doing my mission, I bumped into sister-in-law and your son, so we came back together. I specifically told your mother yesterday to have you pick them up. There were too many people outside 11 City yesterday, and I needed to hurry back to report the mission. Entering the city also required inspection, so I wanted to come back and tell you first. Besides, I couldn't bring sister-in-law in through the special passage, as you know its requirements. As Jay listened to Norman's long explanation, he caught the crucial point. Anue isn't dead. She and her son are not dead. At this thought, Jay's heart suddenly surged with excitement. But the police sirens outside kept blaring non-stop. Oh no, the rat swarm outside. Without another word, Jay ran out towards the outskirts of the city, leaving Norman behind. Norman, watching Jay's hurried figure, cursed inwardly. Did Brother Xiao not go to pick up sister-in-law yesterday? Damn. He should have waited for Brother Xiao to return yesterday. Now there's a rat swarm outside. He almost wished he could die. If only he had brought sister-in-law back that day, even with more people, it would have been better than now. Sister-in-law mustn't be hurt. Otherwise, he would be the culprit and would never forgive himself. Thinking about how fierce a leader was when she killed the wild bull, she should be fine, right? But she has a child with her, and the others accompanying her are all women with children. Norman couldn't wait any longer. After 2 seconds, he dashed out as well. By now, the gates of 11 City could no longer hold back the crowd. Masses of residents rushed in, making health checks impossible. Due to the rat swarm, the authorities had directly allowed the residents to enter. A leader and the others also tried to squeeze into the city, as it was safer inside, but there were too many people. Pant, pant. Everyone, get your knives ready, a leader urged. Let's get the children up on those trees, she added, pointing at nearby large trees with sturdy branches. Even as they spoke, stray rats started charging towards them. The main body of the rat swarm headed for areas with more people. A leader protected her son with one hand and held a military dagger in the other. A cat-sized rat snarled and leaped at her. A leader swiftly thrust her dagger, sending the rat flying. If it were just 1 or 2 such large rats, they could handle it. They had dealt with larger wild goats and bulls before, but the sheer number of these rats was overwhelming. Kyra tightly protected her own son, while Jacqueline carried her child safely on her back in a baby carrier, unaware of the danger ahead. She watched the approaching mutant rats with wide eyes. About 300 meters ahead, 2 people were already being surrounded by a swarm of rats, which were biting their skin. Help! Help! Instinctively, they ran toward a leader's group, each covered in over a dozen mutated rats. Hell! Kyra couldn't help cursing aloud. Jacqueline gripped her knife tightly, fear and resolve warring within her, yet determined to protect her daughter. Kyra dragged Evander up a medium-sized tree, and a leader pulled little Doding up quickly as well. The 2 children climbed higher up the branches. Grasp the trunk firmly, a leader instructed. The 2 children clung tightly to the tree, afraid they might fall. Mommy. Little Hudson looked at a leader anxiously. Don't worry, be good. Mommy will protect you. Nothing will happen with Mommy here, a leader reassured her son. Thus, the 3 mothers huddled close to the tree, forming a circle around it. One comes, one dies. A leader's eyes were bloodshot. Jacqueline glanced at the child in her arms and gripped the knife with both hands, vowing not to let her child get hurt. Katrina, bitten all over by rats, collapsed before reaching them, unable to bear the pain. The dozen mutant rats hadn't finished feasting on her, tearing off chunks of flesh, and now they screeched toward the 3 women. The 3 women did not retreat, holding their weapons firmly. Jacqueline, who usually feared rats, showed unprecedented courage. With constant hissing sounds, Kyra swung her stick, sending a rat flying. A leader kept jabbing with her military dagger without any slack. They all knew that once bitten by the rats, the excruciating pain would distract them, and then other rats would swarm over them. Jacqueline continuously waved her knife, her movements quick and powerful, as if she had forgotten her physical exhaustion. A circle of mutant rat corpses soon surrounded them. Some rats were flicked away and did not return to attack. After about 10 minutes, the official troops finally arrived. Bang bang bang. The sound of gunfire echoed through the night sky, like a distant mountain call or the whisper of nearby water. It's the official troops. Kyra's voice was filled with excitement and anticipation. Hold on, we're going to be saved. Alida's voice was firm and full of strength, like an invisible wind dispersing their fear and confusion. As the gunshots approached, they knew that holding on meant rescue. A mutant rat accidentally stepped on another one and was hit hard by a baseball bat, landing far away on a tree. However, it did not fall unconscious. Instead, it wobbled up from the tree and began crawling towards them along the branch. Mommy! Alaire screamed in terror as a grey rat crawled toward them, its eyes red as if about to bleed, and its tail long and thin, instilling fear. The mutant rat leaped directly at them. Alaire retreated, and due to his size, when he moved back, little Hudson lost his grip on the trunk and fell down. Hudson! Alida quickly caught little Hudson. Her reflexes were now comparable to those of a cat. Just as she caught him, a rat took advantage of the moment to bite at her. Alida endured the pain from her arm while Jacqueline stabbed the mutant rat's head with her dagger. Mommy! Little Hudson cried out in anguish when he saw the piece of flesh bitten out of Alida's fair arm. Chapter 61 Encounter. Where? Dayon watched his mother get hurt and shouted anxiously. It was only then that Alida remembered about the devil frog and immediately released it from her dimensional space. Where Tilda? The devil frog had grown to about 1.30 meters in length by this time. Upon seeing the mutated rats, the frog seemed incredibly excited. Though it usually ate a vegetarian diet, at the sight of the mutant mice, its tongue flicked out and reeled in a mutated rat, swallowing it whole into its large mouth. With the devil frog's assistance, they found themselves less burdened. The mutated rat on the tree branch was thrown away by Kyra. Bang bang bang! The gunshots became denser, with even flame guns being used to drive off these mutant rats. Their numbers thinned as well, easing their side greatly. Burp! The devil frog had swallowed too many mutated rats in one go and started to burp. Seeing no more mutant rats rushing towards them, Alida took the frog back into her dimensional space. This time, the devil frog had swallowed over 10 mutated rats. It wouldn't be able to eat for 3 days. Alida did not overly concern herself with the condition of the devil frog but hurriedly picked up her son instead. That's the army. Kyra pointed at the nearby road. On the highway, there were numerous figures in camouflage, armed with firearms, including flame guns, and soon, the mutant rats were eliminated. The remaining rats scattered in all directions. Let's head to 11 City, said Alida. Mom, does your arm hurt? Dayon asked, seeing blood still flowing from Alida's arm. It's fine. Alida retrieved bandages from her dimensional space and disinfected the wound temporarily with alcohol. In truth, it still hurt immensely. If she had been bitten by dozens of mutated rats at once, it would have been unbearable. Her arm was just bleeding where it had been bitten, without any flesh torn off, as that rat had been killed by Jacqueline's dagger. Otherwise, it might have truly ripped off a piece of her flesh. Alida carried Dayon while Kyra held the child's hand as they climbed over the railing. This area is dangerous. You must retreat now, a young soldier in camouflage holding a firearm told Alida and company. There were also those who had been severely injured by the mutated rats being carried away by military personnel. Those who had been killed by the rats were taken away for unified incineration and burial. They followed the fence towards the road when Dayon, who was in Alida's arms, suddenly cried out loudly, Daddy, it's Daddy. How could it be? Alida frowned slightly, thinking her son had made a mistake. After all, there were so many people in camouflage here. Alida turned around, and amidst the soldiers clearing up stood a man holding a gun, with dust on his face. Jay. Alida's grey eyes gradually brightened. Alida put down her son, and Dayon ran happily towards Ansel. The man lifted Dayon up with one hand and kissed the child's forehead deeply. Daddy, I missed you. Dayon hugged Ansel's neck. Holding Dayon, Jay walked over, afraid to blink, for fear that it was an illusion. Meeting this scene, he had only dared to imagine in dreams. At this moment, everything felt so real. Jay embraced Alida tightly, unable to say a word. He did not dare to think how she had managed during this time, carrying a child. Even though he knew Alida always appeared gentle but was inwardly strong. Jay noticed Alida's wound, his eyes reddening. I'm sorry. Alida felt relieved in his familiar embrace. After experiencing countless crises, attacks, robberies, and monsters, she felt safe now. Knowing you are alive is enough, she thought as she gently touched the scar beside Jay's eye. What a deep cut it must have been to leave such a mark, nearly costing him his sight by a centimeter. You're hurt too, said Jay, noticing the blood on Alida's arm. Just a scratch, nothing serious, replied Alida. Jay felt elated finding his wife. Finally, there was hope for life again. Let's go home, Jay said. Yes. Alida nodded. Kyra and Jacqueline couldn't help but feel envious and pleased. Jacqueline missed her husband, while Kyra envied such love. Captain Gio. Most of the mutated rats outside have been cleared, a soldier reported. Dispose of the bodies properly to prevent a plague outbreak. Yes, sir. Only after everything was dealt with did Jay take Alida to 11 City. Xi'an City was already filled with many people, and all the hotels in the city had been fully allocated. Even the unrenovated residential areas were being gradually distributed. Your 2 friends have been arranged at Tianyuan Hotel, Jay said. Alida handed the child over to Jay and went to find Kyra and Jacqueline, giving them a lot of supplies. I'll see you again after everything settles down in a couple of days, Alida said. Sure. Kyra replied, somewhat reluctantly. Aunt Laurie, remember to bring Dayan to play with me, Abdullahi added. No problem. Alida agreed. After 2 or 3 months of close companionship, they had developed quite a friendly relationship. The two of them received large bags of supplies from Alida and expressed their gratitude sincerely. Jay temporarily brought Alida and the child to the official military office. The cafeteria opens at 6. I'll take you there later. I need to handle some matters now. This is my office, you can rest here. Jay instructed. Alright, go ahead and take care of your work, Alida responded without any concerns. Looking around, Alida felt as if she had finally returned to the pre-apocalypse era. Jay must hold a military position in the army, though she wasn't clear about his exact rank yet. There would be plenty of time to ask later. This office wasn't big, only containing a neatly made single bed, and a small desk with a computer on it. It was clearly a temporarily converted office. Dayan had already fallen asleep from exhaustion, so Alida gently laid him on the bed. Bored, but curious about Jay's recent activities, she started browsing through things on the desk. One file caught her attention. It was about the innate abilities of special ability holders. The level of one's talent seemed to be determined when their special ability was first awakened. Of course, there were also conditions for potential upgrades mentioned, but these varied from person to person and were not specified. Chapter 62, Duel. Alida was engrossed in what she was doing when the door to the office opened, and a woman dressed in camouflage uniform walked in. She was about Alida's age, with short hair, looking very sharp. Who are you? Don't you know this is the captain's office? How could you just sit here? Katrina frowned and questioned. Alida noticed that the woman was holding a beautifully wrapped cake. Only then did she remember that Jay's birthday was also in summer. Please forgive her, it's not that she forgot. In these months without her phone, she didn't even know what day of the week it was, let alone the date. Hello, I am Jay's wife, said Alida calmly. Wife? Isn't Brother Xiao's wife dead? Katrina responded in disbelief. No way, Jay had been in mourning for several months. There was no way his wife wasn't dead. Are you Alida? The woman asked again. Alida answered indifferently. Katrina's sixth sense told her that this spirited girl before her should like her husband. Katrina scanned Alida from head to toe, as if trying to understand what kind of woman could make Jay so unforgettable. But her expression suggested she found Alida unworthy of Jay. You don't deserve Brother Xiao, the woman bluntly stated after her inspection. Do you, then? Alida raised an eyebrow. All you have is good looks. You're useless in this chaotic era. You can't help Brother Xiao at all. I bet you don't even know that Brother Xiao is a special ability holder, do you? And I'm a special ability holder too. Out of China's 1.5 billion people, there are only 10,000 special ability holders. Alida was taken aback. She hadn't expected the ratio of special ability holders to be so low, given China's population of 1.5 billion, but what she didn't know was that among the 10,000 special ability holders, only a few hundred were capable of advancing. Most special ability holders possessed very ordinary abilities. Special abilities were categorized by their danger level according to interstellar standards, and every special ability holder was under official supervision. Of course, there were some whose special abilities had awakened but remained undiscovered, like Alida herself. Only I can match Brother Xiao, the woman boasted proudly. See that sleeping child over there on the bed? His name is Saul, Alida said indifferently, seemingly ignoring the woman's words. Sure enough, the woman turned back and saw a small figure lying on the bed. Soon she realized it was Jay's son. You've had a child. Katrina frowned. It seems my husband is quite excellent, Alida replied with a smile, unperturbed. Of course, but don't get too excited. What difference does having a child make? Marriages can end in divorce, the woman said dismissively, clearly looking down on Alida. Alida didn't continue the argument. Just as the woman was about to say something more, the door to the office opened again. Brother Xiao tilde Katrina exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Jay. Anue, let's take the kid to the cafeteria for some food, Jay said. He was aware of the hardships outside and figured Alida must be hungry. So as soon as he was free, he wanted to take Alida to the cafeteria. Although there were restaurants in Lebanon City, none matched the variety available in their cafeteria. After all, the authorities still controlled the supplies. The child just fell asleep. Let's wait a bit, there's no rush, Alida said. She had provisions in her spatial ring and wouldn't starve. Seeing the sleeping child, Jay still insisted, then let me take you for some food. There was a rule in the cafeteria, only dining in was allowed, no one could take food out to prevent its being given away or sold, wasting resources. Brother Xiao, I brought a small cake for you, the woman said in a gentle tone, contrasting sharply with her earlier proud manner. Kira, what are you doing here? Jay seemed to notice her only now. Sage's face changed slightly. She had been there for quite a while, yet the moment Jay entered, his attention immediately went to Alida. I came to bring you a small cake. Nowadays, the price of small cakes had skyrocketed in Lebanon City, especially since all food-related items were twice as expensive. Moreover, these cakes were rationed daily. Jay instinctively didn't want to accept anything, but he looked at Alida. Thank you. Jay took the item, and Kira's expression instantly soured again. Dear, here, have a little snack. Jay placed the small cake in front of Alida. He opened the cake box and handed Alida a fork. Alida could feel the dagger-like glare from Kira, but she didn't care. Thank you, dear. Please thank your colleagues for me, Alida said with a smile. No problem, eat up. If it's good, I'll go buy more for you tomorrow, Jay said. Zaire, this is limited, and even if you queue, there's no guarantee you can get it, Kira said, sounding somewhat aggrieved. Really? Then I'll go early. Jay was completely unfazed, but Kira was almost furious that the cake she had queued to buy was eaten by this woman. Kira's face turned red with anger, especially since Jay's attention had been focused on Alida ever since she arrived. Kira stormed off, but Jay didn't pay much attention. He watched as Alida took a few bites of the small cake. Wife, you must have gone through a lot these past few days. When I went back to pick you up, Violet told me you were infected by a virus. Jay still looked at Alida anxiously, noting that she showed no signs of any after effects. I'll take you for a checkup after dinner, Jay insisted, still worried. I'm fine. I never got sick. Alida forced herself to stay calm and then recounted what happened in Tiangang City. Jay's face turned ashen after hearing this. I've always treated them like my own family, providing them with the best care, yet they treated my wife and child like this. Norman clearly visited your house this time but chose not to inform you. He's probably feeling very guilty right now, Alida remarked. Jay thought about how they were still living in his house. Now that his wife and son had returned, they needed a place to live. I'll kick them all out when we return, Jay said angrily, insisting that he couldn't tolerate such behavior again. The two continued talking for a while, and little Hudson also woke up. So Jay took them to the cafeteria for dinner. Zaire. On their way to the cafeteria, Jay and Alida encountered a few people, but not many. The people in your department are so strange, Alida commented. Jay chuckled but didn't say anything. Chapter 63, Big Appetite. Jay's department was a special forces unit, so naturally, it had fewer people than other departments. However, the benefits here were still quite good. Jay brought Alida and Dayan to the cafeteria. The environment here was also pleasant, and it was mealtime now, with many people already here eating. Alida noticed that each person could only get one serving of food as indicated on the window. Jay arranged for Alida and Dayan to sit down. At this moment, Dayan's stomach was already growling from hunger. Although he had eaten half a small cake, for Dayan's appetite, that was merely an appetizer. Alida saw that no one else had brought family members to eat here, it seemed only Jay did. Before long, Jay came back with a full bowl of rice and a bowl of rice porridge. Alida observed there were only a few side dishes and a drumstick, but the bowl of rice was indeed generous. The meals served in their unit were always decent. They got fresh vegetables for all 3 meals daily, which were expensive outside now. Nowadays, farmland is hard to cultivate, and vegetables are scarce because they're grown in greenhouses. Jay explained, knowing what Alida was thinking. Go ahead and eat. Jay pushed the food toward Alida and Dayan. Mom, I'm really hungry, Dayan said pitifully. Eat first, son. Alida handed the food to her son. Dayan devoured the food ravenously, nearly finishing the entire plate. Seeing this, Jay felt heartbroken. How hungry must this child be to eat so much? Shishi, slow down and let your mother have some too, Jay frowned, worried about how long Alida must have been hungry if the boy had been fasting for so long. He glanced at Alida, seemingly noticing she looked thinner. Mommy, Dayan looked at Alida pitifully. It's okay, eat up, Alida patted Dayan's head. She wasn't hungry since she had a stash of food in her spatial realm but never told Jay before. Previously, when food was plentiful, her spatial realm only stored a couple of types, so it wasn't significant. Soon, Dayan finished everything on his plate, leaving Jay speechless. This was an adult's portion, yet the little guy ate it all. Doesn't a child eating this much cause indigestion? Jay asked in shock. No, his appetite has been big lately, Alida responded calmly. Seeing Dayan finish all the food, Jay worried about Alida going hungry. Anua, let's go to the supermarket and buy more food, Jay suggested. There's a supermarket. Alida's eyes lit up, wondering if she could just take everything without paying. Unfortunately, most of her spatial realm was already full. Yes, I'll take you right now, Jay said. Jay took Alida out of the cafeteria. 11 city supermarkets were now under official control. In this large city, vehicles were rare now compared to bicycles, and many refugees lined the streets from the influx yesterday. Jay drove them to the nearest supermarket. There weren't many people inside, and fresh vegetables sold out quickly, only available for 3 hours in the morning. What remained were snacks and other foods, but prices were steep. Since you've just moved in, let me buy you some toiletries, Jay offered. Facing these tempting items, Alida resisted her urge to collect them into her spatial realm. She didn't refuse Jay's kindness, planning to reveal her ability later. Jay bought a cartload of items, which cost an astonishing 30,000 yuan. Pay with points directly, Jay instructed. Using facial recognition, they paid with official military points. Only military personnel had points, civilians needed cash. So expensive. Alida frowned, realizing how these items would have cost only a few hundred yuan before. Alida regretted not taking more gold from Tiangang City's mall. Putting the items in the car, Alida pulled Jay aside. Norman told me you're a special ability user. So am I. Jay paused for a moment after hearing Alida's words. Noticing his doubt, Alida collected all the groceries into her spatial realm, convincing him. A storage-type special ability, Jay remarked. Are there categories for special abilities? Alida was a bit curious, and she wondered what type Jay had. In fact, I shouldn't have kept it from you. But storage-type abilities are very special, so we concealed it to ensure your safety, Jay said sincerely. Then Jay told her about the general classification of special ability users. Fortunately, you awakened your storage ability now. If it were before the apocalypse, you would have been kidnapped by gangs, Jay said. He had once gone undercover in a gang. They transported organs and drugs using people with storage abilities. These people were controlled and suffered a lot. Jay explained a lot about special ability users to a leader. 2/3 were ordinary awakeners who couldn't advance. The advancement of special ability users varied from person to person, depending on their own unique abilities, with different conditions required for advancement. Jay also demonstrated his ability to a leader. Jay spread out his palm, with lightning flickering over it. A leader instinctively wanted to touch it, but Jay quickly stopped her. My special ability is gathering and controlling electricity. High voltage can hurt you if you touch it, Jay said. Ha! A leader couldn't help laughing as she thought of something. You're kind of like Thor or Legenzi. A leader said amusingly. Well, actually, they are based on me, Jay said seriously. But you don't have a hammer. I used to need one to conduct and accumulate electricity, but not anymore, Jay explained. Although special ability users enjoy good benefits, they also need to pay a price, Jay continued. I'll report you tomorrow so you can get better treatment in 11 City and be included in my special ability department. Your child can also attend a special school. Just follow your arrangement, a leader said. With Jay taking care of everything, she didn't have to worry so much. Chapter 64, Cutting Ties. Jay drove a leader back to the neighborhood. Along the way, they still saw quite a few people fleeing here and there, but the closer they got to the neighborhood, the fewer refugees they encountered. These residents in this neighborhood are all family members of special ability holders in 11 City. The environment here is good, and no one dares to cause trouble, Jay explained. Thinking about Kira, a leader assumed that this woman, who claimed she was also a special ability holder, probably lived here as well. Do Violet and the others live here too? A leader asked with a frown. Jay could sense the disdain in a leader's tone. Honestly, he was also very angry. Before a leader could say anything, he declared, since my wife has returned, you are the master of the house. Whoever you want gone must leave. All right, a leader nodded, realizing she had a big argument waiting for her once they got home. But she wasn't worried. As long as Jay stood by her side, nothing else mattered. To fight against evil, one had to be even more ruthless. Soon they took the elevator and met an elderly lady inside. Jay has come back. Who's this? The elderly lady asked curiously. My wife and child, just brought over today, Jay replied sternly. The elderly lady sized up a leader while they rode the elevator, finally leaving when it stopped. She only just brought her husband and child over, yet their house must already be filled with many relatives, the elderly lady thought. Who didn't have a few relatives living with them these days? It was hard to ask anyone to leave. However, Jay's family consisted mainly of women, there were so many issues, and the children always jumped around making noise. Soon, Jay led a leader into the house, unlocking the door with a code. As soon as they entered the living room, Kylie and her eldest daughter Violet were watching TV along with two little girls. They were Violet and Lucia's daughters, aged 6 and 5 respectively, playing in the living room. Seeing Jay return, Kylie immediately intended to tell her son that the money for groceries had nearly run out due to the number of people staying with them. But upon seeing a leader standing behind Jay, her entire expression changed. When Violet saw a leader, she froze for a moment, her pale face betraying her guilt. However, the old fox was quick to react. Despite Kylie's skilled acting, she quickly composed herself, even forcing a smile as she said, "Oh, Anue, you're finally back. Oh, my dear grandson, did you suffer much? Let Grandma take a look." Kylie reached out to hug Dave. "Don't." Dave frowned, breaking free from Kylie's grip and pushing her backward several steps, causing her to fall on her bottom. You little rascal." Kylie rubbed her sore bottom, but a leader saw right through her performance. How could a 3-year-old boy have enough strength to push down a fully grown woman? Especially one who weighed over 150 pounds. Mom. Violet hurriedly helped Kylie up, glaring at Jay for not moving an inch. Brother, how could you not help our mom up when she fell? How can a 3-year-old boy weighing less than 30 pounds knock over someone heavier than him? Jay frowned. Violet considered this. Looking at Kylie's pained expression, it was almost convincing. This time, Kylie really seemed wronged, not putting on a show at all. Despite his small size, Dave had surprising strength just now. Violet helped Kylie sit on the sofa. Hearing the commotion, Lucia and Joanne came out too, both showing somewhat uneasy expressions at the sight of a leader. There were already too many people living in this household. The storeroom where Jay used to stay only fit one bed. Now that a leader had returned with her child, Jay certainly couldn't let his family of 3 live in the storeroom. Kylie occupied the master bedroom, the secondary bedroom was taken by Violet, another room by Lucia, and the study by Joanne. Joanne wasn't overly concerned since her room wasn't very large and likely wouldn't be taken over. Either Violet or Lucia would have to give up their rooms. What Joanne didn't expect was that a leader had no intention of letting all of them stay in this house. Joanne was eager to see her sister's arguments and hoped to mediate, making a good impression on her sister-in-law. Enough. Since you're all here, let's get straight to the point, Jay coldly stated, while a leader stood behind him holding her child. In the past, Jay always handled such situations, standing in front of her. If a leader had been in charge, it wouldn't have been a mere argument. A leader believed that fighting with words never truly convinced anyone, only physical force did. Violet, when I came back to take you all, what did you tell me? That Anue died of a virus, Jay said coldly. Violet, feeling guilty upon hearing Jay's words, tried to argue, I just heard it from others. Also, Mom, I call you Mom out of gratitude for the few years you fed me before I joined the army. After I was reported dead, you seized my property and the compensation without any scruple. My friend clearly told you that Alida wasn't dead and asked me to go pick her up, but when I returned, you said nothing. Knowing very well that Alida and my son might still be alive, you even thought about introducing me to other women every day. Jay's face turned dark with anger. Alida didn't look pleased either upon hearing this. Our relationship ends here. Jay calmly finished. Except for Alida, who remained calm, everyone else was stunned. Kylie stared wide-eyed. Brother, what are you saying? Can blood ties be severed so easily? As someone working in the government, aren't you afraid of gossip? Lucia said angrily. Ha ha. Alida gave a cold laugh. I am not your brother, Jay said coldly, sitting there patiently facing so many women in his family. He had done enough. I joined the army at an early age, earning every penny for you all, supporting this family. I believe I've done more than enough. The debts I owed you have long been repaid. You can suck my blood, but never my wife or child. Jay declared firmly. No, we can't cut off kinship. Don't forget, you are legally my son. You bear the surname Gao. Surname Gao. Kylie hurriedly interjected. They couldn't let Jay sever ties. Otherwise, how would they eat and where would they live? There is a way for me not to cut off ties. Jay's next sentence seemed to relax them, but his following words plunged the other three into despair. Starting tomorrow, Violet, Lucia, Joanne, pack your bags and leave my house. Chapter 65, Argument. No, I won't leave, Violet said immediately. As a woman with a child, where could she go if she left? Outside, there were refugees everywhere, food was expensive, and she had no source of income. Kylie is my legal mother, and by law, I have the obligation to support my mother, but not my sisters, Jay said coldly. How can you be so heartless? I'm your elder sister. After my divorce, I still have to take care of my daughter. You're forcing us into a dead end. Violet cried, hugging her daughter. Brother, I'm your younger sister, and I'm pregnant. Before Joanne could finish, Jay directly said, you haven't divorced yet. When you lived here, I turned a blind eye even when you used our points to send things to your in-laws. All right then, Joanne, how dare you take our family's things to give to your in-laws? You traitor. Kylie shouted angrily. Alida, it's all because of you. If it weren't for you, brother wouldn't treat us like this. Lucia pointed at Alida and said angrily. Do you want to keep draining Jay's resources? You say Jay is your brother or cousin, but what have you ever done for him? What have you ever bought for him? He's not your relative. Why should he support you for nothing? Alida said coldly. She felt this way largely because her life experiences were very similar to Jay's. Both of them were being drained by their original families. I've already arranged a hotel for you. You'll move out tomorrow, Jay said coldly. It was quite decent for refugees to be temporarily housed in a hotel. Most people didn't even have a place to stay, sleeping on the streets or under bridges in Lebanon. No, I won't move. Violet refused furiously. She refused to leave. Neither will I. Seeing Violet wouldn't leave, Lucia naturally couldn't leave either. If you don't move, I will report to terminate our parent-child relationship tomorrow. We can get a DNA test, Jay said coldly. Kylie shook her head immediately. If they really terminated the relationship through a DNA test, who would take care of them in old age? These daughters could barely take care of themselves. No, it's not acceptable. Kylie rejected immediately. But these were her own flesh and blood daughters and granddaughter, and they were now crying in unison. From now on, I won't give you any more money. Take care of yourselves, Jay said with a frown. Brother, you can't do this to us. You can't. Joanne cried. I don't have such sisters who harm my wife and son, Jay said coldly. However, several women hugged each other and sobbed uncontrollably. There was no way anyone could rest properly with this ongoing situation. It would be impossible to make a leader spend another night here under these circumstances. Given their current state, making them move out would also be difficult. I don't want to stay here tonight, Alida said with a slight frown. Hearing this, the few women felt extremely happy inside. We won't move. We won't move unless you make us die here. I'm pregnant, brother, you can't be so heartless. Joanne pleaded. Violet pinched her daughter, urging her to run over and grab Jay's leg, crying, Uncle, don't drive us away. Lucia also pushed her daughter, and soon the entire house was filled with the sound of children crying. While it might have been easy to live here tonight, it was almost impossible to make them leave. When Jay died before, they had moved right into the family home. She had reported to the police multiple times, but the police couldn't intervene, saying it was a family matter. They even spread bad words about her to create a better environment for her children, leaving her no choice but to take her child and leave. Now, the same scenario was unfolding again, even using two young girls as leverage. Since you've occupied this house, from now on, you have nothing to do with my husband. Kylie, you decide. Alida said coldly. If she couldn't force them out, she would sever all ties and stop any future contact between the two families. Or your daughters will move out immediately tomorrow, Alida said coldly. Mom, don't make us move. Latoya is too young. Where will we go if we move? Lucia cried. Mom, these were Kylie's own daughters, and making them move out would mean letting them wander homeless. Unable to bear the thought of her daughters becoming homeless, Kylie finally agreed with Alida. Alida specifically recorded the conversation on her phone. Jay, let's go, Alida said. Just as Jay and Alida were about to leave, Kylie blocked Jay's way once again. she said, one last time, just one last time, give us a buyout fee, 1 million. Hard times. Jay's face turned very grim, looking at Kylie who was pushing her luck. His expression wasn't any better. You really don't think for me at all, Jay said coldly. You are part of the official forces, you can eat at your unit and still have money. Can't you even come up with this much? Kylie said. Didn't I already give you all my money? Where would I have any left now? Jay frowned and said. I only took a total of 500,000. From now on, there won't be a single cent tomorrow. I will report to the unit that we no longer have any relation. Jay directly transferred the money to Kylie and left with Alida. Downstairs in the neighborhood, noticing Jay's sour look, Alida asked, still angry? The house is gone, the money is given, there's nothing left. Jay shook his head, holding Alida in his arms and said, no, I feel very relieved. Seeing their faces pushing it just now, I finally cut them off completely. You're just too emotional. You once told me that Kylie's husband was indeed kind to you, but after so many years, your debt of gratitude has long been repaid. Alida said. One thing is one thing. The person who saved Jay back then was Kylie's husband. Coincidentally, Jay originally had the surname Gao, so he was adopted. One reason was that their family didn't have a boy. Yes, I allowed them to drain me, but I cannot allow you to get hurt, Jay said. Alida and Emmanuel Jing were his soft spot. No. In the future, nobody is allowed to drain your blood either, Alida said coldly. No one could bully her people, except herself. All right, except you. Jay laughed. Tonight was indeed an infuriating night, but both of them felt relieved. From now on, they won't be burdened by that family anymore. Let's stay at my unit first. Tomorrow I will report that you are also a special ability user, Jay said. Chapter 66, Joining Special Unit 1. Both had gone through moments when they thought the other was dead, making them cherish their relationship even more and realize that only each other truly mattered. They had both escaped from their parents' exploitation, and now they would have to make it on their own. By the way, if I also have special abilities, could I be allocated housing as well? Alida asked. If so, he and Jay would still have a place to live. In theory, yes. However, current housing in Lebanon is quite tight, so allocations may not be sufficient. I'll ask tomorrow, Jay replied. Alida nodded. Jay informed Alida that there were over 3,000 special ability users in Huaxia Nation, most of whom had joined official ranks. In fact, in the past, newly discovered special ability users only had two choices, join officially or be monitored. To prevent any danger posed by special ability users to regular people, most opted for joining the government for freedom. The best and powerful ones were usually stationed in Shangjing, the capital. Lebanon had two special ability units, namely Special Unit 1 and 2, along with logistic support. These units were directly under central command. Jay was the leader of Special Unit 1, and after completing an anti-drug mission, he had been promoted to one of 8 leaders of Special Unit 1. Most special ability users who could join Special Units 1 and 2 were combat-focused and underwent rigorous training. Could someone like me, with spatial storage abilities, join your department? Alida frowned slightly, wondering if he'd be relegated to logistics. Don't worry, I've got you covered, Jay assured him. The next day, Jay submitted documents for approval, while Alida was taken for a physical examination. Outside, Jay held Emmanuel, who nervously looked inside and asked, will my mom be okay? Don't worry, she's just getting a routine checkup, Jay replied. Captain Chen, this is your son. Shouldn't we do a checkup on him too? Both you and Auntie are special ability users, so there's a high chance he inherited it. A man in a white coat smiled. No need, he's only 3 years old, Jay replied. Most special abilities typically manifest between 5 and 6 years of age. The man said nothing further but couldn't help feeling curious. Many women who had secretly admired Captain Gao were probably saddened by his reunion with his wife, especially since she turned out to be a special ability user. Spatial ability users, according to their records, had abilities like spatial storage, spatial movement, and space transformation. In the past, before the return of ancestral monsters and natural disasters, spatial storage wasn't particularly useful. But now, with transportation difficulties and disrupted infrastructure, spatial storage skills had become highly valued. After over an hour, Alida's examination was still ongoing. It felt like being in an MRI machine, lying in what felt like a coffin. Bored, Alida's mind wandered into his space to feed the devil frog and Xiahe. Xiahe could now be called Dabei, and the devil frog had grown to 1.5 meters tall, almost catching up. Jay waited outside, wondering why it was taking so long. Normally, such examinations took no more than half an hour. Jay frowned slightly. Captain Gio, your wife's results are extraordinary. A man in a white coat rushed out. Her serum detoxification index is 182 times higher than an average person. That's the highest recorded. Alida came from Tiangang City, where most survivors had detoxification indices dozens of times higher than normal, though few surpassed 100 times, making Alida exceptional. But there's no sign of infection on her skin, Ansel added excitedly. All her energy indices are several dozen times higher than an average person. So, is she healthy? Jay asked, concerned. Absolutely. She's in perfect health, Ansel exclaimed. Seeing Jay holding Emmanuel, he couldn't resist wanting to check the boy's indices. Well, then that's settled. Get the report ready, and I want a leader in my special unit 1, Jay stated. The man nodded. Although impressed by Alida's health report, he thought it best for someone with her abilities to start in logistics rather than directly in Special Unit 1 to avoid upsetting other team members. Jay didn't care about others, he just wanted his wife by his side. Previously, due to official confidentiality, special ability users couldn't openly bring their spouses. Now, he could finally do so without secrecy. Soon, the Special Unit 1 members received an urgent assembly notice, and of course, Special Unit 2 also learned that someone had been added to Special Unit 1. Captain Ju, a new member has joined Special Unit 1, said a member from Special Unit 2. I heard it's Captain Gao's wife. She just has a spatial storage skill and can hold some items, another member remarked disdainfully. Previously, they had caught a drug trafficker with spatial storage skills. Using another logistics special ability user's skill for scanning, the space was only a few square meters and hadn't expanded over many years. Skills awakened at a young age like this couldn't be upgraded and lacked clear conditions for advancement. The benefits of joining Special Unit 1 are much better than those in logistics. Maybe some members of Special Unit 1 will object. This is a good chance for us to recruit a few people here, another member suggested. Although both units were composed of special ability users, they were also competitors since resources were limited. Special Unit 1 always had the upper hand over them. Edward from Special Unit 1 has always envied Jay, and Kira has always liked Jay. Now, with Jay's wife joining the team, they probably won't be happy, a Special Unit 2 member said. Alright, old 6, isn't it you who likes Kira? Another member pointed out. The man chuckled but didn't deny it, as any way to recruit members from Special Unit 1 would work. Kira's water control skill is quite good, we don't even need to carry water when going out, one of the members joked. Indeed, besides rescue cities, most other cities had contaminated water or dysfunctional sewage treatment systems. Who knows what Jay was thinking, adding his wife so openly to Special Unit 1, another member scoffed. Chapter 67, Jay's Insistence. Jay gathered the Special 1 team members and had already briefed a leader carefully before entering. The Special Operation team members were few but each of them was highly skilled compared to the support team members. There were 5 members in the Special 1 team, making 6 including Jay. Edward, who was powerful, could cooperate with Jay, as well as Kira, Charadian, and Jay's abilities. The remaining members, Iona and Usher, were close friends of Jay. And there was also Wayne, a 15-year-old boy who spoke little, was taciturn but had high IQ. Alida had met Usher a few times before and was somewhat familiar with him. Jay led Alida straight into the small conference room where several people showed their facial expressions clearly. Iona and Usher, who were close to Jay, welcomed Alida's addition. However, Edward wore an extremely unconvinced look while Kira frowned deeply, giving Alida an unhidden cold stare. This is Alida. She will be joining our Special 1 team from now on, said Jay. But before he finished, Edward sneered and replied, just because she has a storage skill doesn't mean she can join our Special 1 team when even the support team might not accept her. Isn't it because she's married to our Captain Gao? Is this fair? Alida frowned slightly, surprised that someone would openly challenge her. In fact, she was unsure herself since she did get the position through connections. Edward was second only to Jay in strength and always thought their abilities were comparable. Jay gave Alida an assuring look and continued, this time, the Special 1 team has a secret mission to escort a group of science professors to Lebanon City in northwest China, carrying advanced scientific instruments. Jay couldn't leave Alida and the child behind in Lebanon City. He didn't want to lose them again after his undercover identity was exposed, fearing they might be targeted if he was not around. Even if Alida wasn't an ability user, he would still choose to bring them along. Besides, Alida possessed special abilities which made it more advantageous for her to stay with them. There were currently no spatial special ability users in the support team. A spatial storage type 1 had been caught by them for drug trafficking and was imprisoned in Motown Shangtiaoqiao prison. So she's only temporarily joining us. One person commented that being a support type special ability user wasn't enough to enter their Special 1 team. Before Jay could respond, Alida interjected. She didn't want to make things difficult for Jay and also had confidence and strength to stay in the Special 1 team. Yes, Alida said calmly. Alida gestured for Jay to stop. In such an elite team, everyone was at a genius level and nobody was easily convinced. Besides, Alida knew words wouldn't persuade them, only strength would do. Alida wasn't worried while Jay frowned slightly. Kira suddenly stood up and said, I hope sister-in-law won't hold our Special 1 team back. Kira's gaze seemed to spark with Alida's. Everyone knew that Kira liked Jay within the team. Hold back. Even if she wasn't strong in combat, she'd be the best auxiliary member eventually. Of course not, Alida replied coolly. Usher and others watched Alida. Despite her delicate appearance like Lin Dayu, Alida's demeanor was calm and commanding. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and a young man around 28 or 29 years old entered. Reporting in, Captain Gao. Hi everyone. I'm Anita, temporarily transferred from the logistics department for this mission, Anita said cheerfully. Anita noticed the tense atmosphere but remained unfazed. Aren't you the animal handler? Edward asked with a slight disdainful tone. It's me, indeed, Anita said with a smile, showing no sign of feeling disdained. Gao said we are going to the northwest, where wildlife is abundant. Anita is here to assist us, explained Jay. Anita's special ability was communicating with animals, effectively preventing casualties. Though his ability was previously not very useful, now that animals were reverting and mutating, his skill became quite beneficial. This mission is critical as we need to rescue national-level professors and experts, Jay added. These rescues were under secret protection, involving satellite science research among other important areas, and other cities were now very dangerous. If the instruments are destroyed and the experts die, then the satellite system would be unable to function. Given their country's current situation, it wouldn't be able to launch satellites again. Upon completion of this mission, each person will receive a reward of 1,000 points. Everyone was delighted to hear this. Why do they undertake such dangerous missions? Isn't it just to make life better for their families? The rewards for Special 1 Team were numerous. More importantly, there was power involved. Prepare yourselves. We'll set out in 3 days, Jay said. Though there was some dissatisfaction, especially with Alida, everyone agreed to Jay's mission plan. Alida knew Jay too well. She asked, "Is it because you're going to the northwest that you want me to come along?" "Yes," Jay replied. After the near-death experience, Jay didn't want to be separated from Alida anymore. Although this time they were on a mission together, which could be dangerous, having her around would ensure their safety. What about the child? Alida frowned slightly. The child was only a little over 3 years old. Bringing the child would definitely be inconvenient. But if she left him in Elevenant City, Alida still wouldn't feel at ease. In fact, Alida first thought of Jacqueline and Kyra, who might help them take care of the child. But leaving the child alone with anyone made her uneasy. "I want to bring the child. Our family should stay together," Alida said. "Okay," Jay responded seriously. Although it was dangerous outside, people usually preferred to live a stable life in the city. But Alida thought differently. She had seen many reversion animals and expected to see more in the future. With natural disasters and reversion animals, the world would become increasingly unstable. Alida wanted to live peacefully in the rear, and Jay had the conditions to provide it. He would spare no effort to create a safe environment for her. If Alida wanted to fight alongside him, he would slow down so they could face everything together. Times have changed. Now, Alida preferred to fight alongside him. Moreover, she believed that to advance her spatial abilities, she couldn't remain passive. Her space hadn't advanced for many years, but after the disaster in Tiangang City, it had been continuously changing. "You've taken care of your son for so long without any problems. This time I'll be here too, nothing will go wrong," Jay said. In fact, even if she didn't join Jay's Special 1 team, with the resources in her space, she could still live comfortably. Chapter 68, Parrot. But Ivory knew clearly that future events were unpredictable. Only by becoming stronger herself could she be prepared. She couldn't just remain stationary and make no progress. "Just think, if I bring the child with me following you, quite a few people will criticize you," Ivory said, frowning. "Doesn't matter. If they want to bring their wives and children, I have no objections." Jay waved his hand nonchalantly. Special Forces Captain GAO bringing his wife and child, truly treating this mission like a vacation. They'll make a spectacle of themselves when the mission isn't completed. He must really be the first to bring his family on a mission. Does he not fear for the safety of his wife and child? I feel like Captain Gao's wife is also pretty impressive. Not many can accompany their husbands. One woman commented enviously. Ivory was not deaf. While eating in the canteen, she could hear much of what people said about them. Jay remained calm, not caring about the discussions around him. Since joining the Special Team 1, Ivory had been allowed access to the mess hall, having her fingerprints registered on the badge, reaping the benefits of joining the Special Abilities Department. They enjoyed full board accommodation, and even better, their child could attend top schools, protected from arrests by regular police forces. "This Special Force 1 department really has considerable power," Ivory remarked. "Yes, greater responsibility means greater power," Jay responded with a slight frown. Though enjoying things others could not, they also bore what others could not bear. Some special ability users join the nation's ranks, but others cause chaos, being more harmful. "Their families are also in danger," said Jay. Therefore, they used to conceal their identity as special ability users like undercover cops. They kept it secret from ordinary citizens out of safety concerns and sometimes out of fear that envy might lead to trouble or experimentation. There had even been incidents where underground people kidnapped special ability users for research, trying to obtain their powers, leading some countries in Europe to create pseudo-special ability users. Who wouldn't want to be a special ability user to rise above others? They neither underestimated nor overestimated human nature. 3 days later, they packed up to depart, a total of 7 people in 2 SUVs. This journey to the northwest region would cover several hundred kilometers, passing through Huacheng, now suffering extremely low temperatures and localized snowstorms, so they needed anti-slip and insulation equipment. These supplies should fit in Ivory's space pocket, shouldn't they? "It won't be too small to accommodate this much, right?" Kira remarked. Ivory frowned slightly. The stuff couldn't fit into Warehouse 1 since it was already full. She stored it in the breeding area of Warehouse 2. Without saying anything, she simply put the items into her space, making sure nothing could be taken out without her permission. One shouldn't provoke a supply manager. On the day of the mission, the Special Forces 2 also received a task and headed northwest. The vehicles were large SUVs equipped with satellite positioning scanning systems that would transmit real-time data if any obstacles within 1 kilometer were encountered. In total, there were 2 cars. Usher drove one with Iona as passenger, while Jay, Ivory, and the child sat behind. In the other vehicle, Wayne drove, Honest sat beside her, and behind were Kira and Anita. Kira looked displeased. He and Jay usually traveled together on missions, but now, Anita's incessant chatter annoyed him further. Why do you bring a parrot along? Doesn't it stink? Kira wrinkled his nose at Anita's red parrot. You stink, replied the red parrot. Enraged, Kira formed a water ball with his fingers and splashed it over the parrot. The once beautiful bird turned into a drenched mess and flew over to peck Kira. They had to rearrange seats. Thus, Anita switched places with Iona in Jay's car. How cute! Daeun exclaimed happily upon seeing the parrot. The parrot, previously brawling, perked up hearing a child praise it. This is Anita, his special ability allows him to communicate with animals, Jay quickly introduced. Ivory had already heard about this from Jay during the meeting. So, can you communicate with any animal? Ivory thought of her own devil frog in her space. She could sense its emotions and commands obeyed her implicitly. But the reason must be related to the breeding warehouse. If it were other animals with atavism, it wouldn't work. Probably. Anita responded curiously when asked about his special ability. He too was a chatterbox. He talked for quite some time about how some animals have very low intelligence, while dogs are smarter, and also about these types of parrots. He even told some interesting stories that Daeun found entertaining, as if someone were telling him bedtime stories. Soon, their vehicles started and left Elevenant City. Ivory looked out the car window and saw helicopters flying by. Wouldn't it be faster to take a helicopter over such a long distance? Ivory asked, puzzled. Some cities are experiencing heavy rain, and even attacks by atavistic birds, making long-distance flights very dangerous. Jay explained to Ivory. Although planes are convenient, they have become dangerous modes of transportation nowadays. The safest mode now is driving a car. Their vehicle traveled on the highway. This time they took the provincial road because most of the expressways were already blocked. There weren't many people fleeing from Elevenant City now, most chose to stay put and survive. It was difficult to travel on the road, and they mostly had to detour. Traveling outside meant having 2 meals a day, one at noon and one around 9 in the evening, to save food and time. But Ivory didn't plan to do so, especially for Daeun, who needed several meals a day. Ivory took out some cooked corn cobs from her space. The fragrant corn immediately caught the parrot's attention. The parrot flew straight to Daeun's head and started pecking at the corn in Daeun's hand. Red. Anita immediately stopped it when he saw his parrot robbing the child's food. It's okay, Daeun said, breaking off a piece of corn for the little parrot. Thank you, Anita said gratefully. His parrot loved eating corn, but now only dried corn kernels were available, fresh ones like these were truly rare. Chapter 69 True Fragrance. They hadn't been on the road for long when it was already noon. The two vehicles stopped by the roadside. After sitting in the car for a long time, it felt very uncomfortable, so they got out to stretch their legs and attend to their physiological needs. Their cars were equipped with supplies, mostly military rations and compressed biscuits as backup food. Mommy, I'm hungry, Dave said. Hungry again? You sure can eat with that little tummy of yours, Anita said, squatting down to pat Dave's stomach. From morning till noon, Dave's mouth hadn't stopped. He had already gnawed through 2 corn cobs and now was hungry again. It was about time for lunch. Each person had packed their own share of food in their backpacks before departure. Iona took out a compressed biscuit from his backpack and prepared to eat it with water. The weather was still scorching hot even though the cars had air conditioners. Just stepping outside for a while made them feel unbearably hot. Mommy, I want to eat an apple, Dave said. In this sweltering weather, eating a juicy apple would also quench thirst. Alida took out a large apple from her storage space for Dave. Kira glanced over and frowned slightly. She knew all too well the current prices of food in the city. Vegetables were expensive, fruits even more so. What was worse was that many types of fruit had ceased production. Some fruits weren't available unless it was their season, and even if they were, the yields were pitifully small. Moreover, due to transportation difficulties, fruits from other regions could no longer be transported over long distances. For instance, durians used to be imported from abroad, but now such fruits had vanished locally, basically limited to self-sufficient production. As for apples, she hadn't tasted them since the calamity started. Apart from the city center, everything outside was very dangerous. Electronic protection barriers had been set up outside the city of Elevenon, and protective walls were under construction, although such projects couldn't be completed overnight. With such a large population and vast territory, it might take 1 to 2 years just to build the walls. After resting and moving around for about 10 minutes at noon, they set off again. However, the drivers needed to switch places. Inside the car, Alida also took out apples to give to Jay and Anita, each receiving one. Thanks, sister-in-law. Being with you sure has its perks, Anita praised. Actually, Alida was younger than any of them. These apples are so delicious. So big, sweet, and juicy, Anita said after taking 2 large bites. Usher usually didn't like eating fruits much, let alone when fruits were in such short supply. The taste really was quite good now because the soil couldn't grow vegetables, and most vegetables were hydroponically cultivated by the government, making the quantity very limited. Ding ding, the road ahead is collapsed, please detour, the smart system in the car alerted. With no choice, they had to take a winding bypass along a mountain on one side and a guardrail on the other, with a shallow stream below. This place, Alida recognized, was the 3 Heroes of Jong River area where many people would come to barbecue during spring and summer. Ahead, rocks had rolled down, blocking the central part of the road, making it impassable. Just as Alida thought they would have to detour again, a young boy got out from the passenger seat of the lead vehicle, Wayne. He walked to the front of the car, gathered a transparent ball of energy in his hand, which enveloped the huge rock, causing it to float up. He then hurled the rock over the guardrail into the shallow stream below. What kind of ability is that? Alida asked in amazement. This was her first time seeing another special ability user in action. Wayne is a telekinesis user. His highest control capacity is 10 tons, Usher chuckled. Wayne was supposed to enter Central Command, but he stayed here for Brother Xiao's sake, Usher added. Alida nodded. She hadn't expected that young boy to be so powerful. The journey resumed smoothly. Inside the car, Alida couldn't help but ask about the others' special abilities. Kira can gather and control water, Honest possesses storm power and is very strong. Iona is a speed-type ability user, nicknamed Lightning. And me. I can control fire, Usher said. There were so many special ability users, it seemed the mutant powers shown in foreign X-Men movies weren't entirely fictional. No wonder they looked down on Alida. Possessing powerful control-based abilities naturally meant not being impressed by storage-type abilities, but things were different now. That night, they failed to find a suitable village, so they parked by the roadside and set up tents. For safety reasons, they never traveled at night. They would depart at dawn and ate pre-prepared meals that only needed to be heated. Thinking of the several hundred pounds of beef in her storage space, Alida decided to take some out for Jay to barbecue since Dave wanted to eat it. Wow, there's meat, Anita said excitedly. This is the meat of a regressed animal, with special energy. Usher also sensed the uniqueness of this beef. Its texture and quality were incomparable to ordinary beef. Let me do the grilling. Smokeless grilled meat takes only 1 or 2 minutes. As Usher finished speaking, a thin layer of flame condensed on his palm. In no time, the beef changed color right on his hand, getting done in less than a minute. How convenient this is, Alida exclaimed in surprise. There was no need to light a fire for grilling at all. This skill was incredibly practical. Usher, you really waste your energy, Kira said disdainfully. Fear not the waste, as long as it can be eaten. It really smells good, Usher replied, giving the first piece of well-grilled meat to Alida. After all, the meat came from her storage space. Sister-in-law, can you give me some too? Anita asked, running over, mainly because the smell of grilled meat was irresistible. Sure. Alida didn't refuse, so she took out a few pieces from her storage space and let Jay distribute them. I'm on a diet, I don't eat meat. Kira turned her face away and said. All right then. Jay didn't insist, directly handing the meat to Wayne. Kira felt an inner pang of regret. If she said she wouldn't eat it, did that mean she couldn't have any? Wayne initially refused, but then Jay shoved it into his arms. She didn't even get a second chance to ask. Honest seemed to understand what Kira was thinking and suggested, should I share half of mine with you? No need. Kira retorted angrily, it's just a piece of meat. What's the big deal? With just a storage skill, how much could it possibly hold? The size of a spatial ability couldn't change after awakening, and she didn't believe Alida's space could be very large. According to the records, the largest spatial storage skill holder had only a 20 square meter space before joining the Central Logistics Department. This really smells good, much better than pre-prepared meals, Anita commented. Chapter 70 Human Charger. At night, they set up tents here and slept directly in them. Kira, being the only female, slept alone in a separate tent, while the others paired up. They took turns standing watch at night, rotating every 4 hours. Jay told Alida that these atavistic animals now had very strong reproductive capabilities, dozens of times stronger than ordinary animals, and there was also a powerful ancient animal. Fortunately, none had been discovered in their country yet, but Europe had seen signs of ancient lifeforms reviving. Wouldn't it be dinosaurs? Alida guessed. She could only recall dinosaurs when thinking of ancient animals, which had gone extinct millions of years ago. Yes, and other creatures as well. The viruses they carry can turn humans into bloodthirsty beings once infected. If fossilized creatures can come back to life. Hopefully, it's only animals and not plants. So, aren't those like vampires or zombies? Alida thought about foreign movies and said. They become something neither human nor ghost, pretty much. Jay, who had seen a video about it before, replied. Do you know why all this happened suddenly? Alida asked. Jay shook his head and said, do you remember the news about Japan dumping radioactive wastewater? Yeah, the entire world tried to stop them. Seafood was hard to sell then. Alida said. The radiation levels were 56 times higher than the safety standard. Jay frowned, contradicting Japan's claim that the water was harmless. In fact, their country experienced nuclear exposure, causing human mutations and the appearance of atavistic animals. This catastrophe might have been triggered by Japan, pushing the Earth to its limits, resulting in changes across the globe. Our neighboring seaside city and Shanghai suffered heavy rainfall and other disasters, Jay added, mentioning the seawater backflow. Some atavistic mutant sea creatures rampaged through cities, and the authorities couldn't provide effective rescue operations, even suffering huge losses. Alida felt a bit startled. Cecil held her hand and looked at their sleeping son, saying, don't worry, I won't let any danger come to you. You mean the city isn't safe either, especially crowded places, Alida commented. Alida couldn't sleep. She wanted to check her phone, but the battery quickly drained, so she didn't dare to use it too much. Don't you know what my skill is? Jay smiled, taking the phone from Alida. Blue electricity gathered at Jay's fingertips, and soon, the phone started charging, rising from 5% all the way to 100%. Jay, you're not just a human charger but a fast one too, Alida said happily. With a fully charged phone, the journey wouldn't be boring, and they could show some cartoons to Giovanni for early education. Amazing. Alida couldn't help praising her husband. After playing on the phone for 2 more hours, Alida went to sleep. At around 4:30 a.m., dawn was breaking, and they began to set off. They packed up the tents and put them in the trunk. Giovanni was still asleep, so Jay carried him into the car. Entering the spiritual space, Alida found that Blackie had grown into a large dog and seemed bored staying in the breeding warehouse. Occasionally, he would run over to play with Devil Baby, and they often fought. Devil Baby's face was swollen now. Alida should find a chance to let Blackie out for a walk. She fed Devil Baby eggplant, corn, and tomatoes. Recently, they hadn't eaten many vegetables, and too many matured ones piled up, leaving no place to store them. Alida wasn't sure when warehouse number 3 would be ready. According to Jay, everyone's promotion conditions are different. Some people cannot promote after their talent awakening. Some may never discover their promotion conditions. Therefore, most people keep their promotion secrets. Alida asked Jay about his promotion condition. His promotion condition was dangerous, it required getting severely injured. During the last mission, Jay nearly died but managed to break through right before dying. Hearing about his promotion condition, Alida thought about her own, perhaps emotions. She pondered on the common factors during each promotion. Giovanni woke up hungry in the morning. Alida pulled out some bread with cucumber slices for him to eat, while she munched on a yellow peach. Usher, checking the rearview mirror, thought storage skills were pretty useful. Another 60 kilometers or so, and we'll be near Tangshan City, Usher said as they passed by. Tangshan City has been suffering from drought and water pollution these past few months. A few days ago, a strong electromagnetic burst interfered with the city's entire power grid, Usher said based on the information he had. The impact of the electromagnetic burst still lingers, meaning they might be affected as they pass through. However, this didn't affect Jay at all. After driving for a while longer, they noticed layers of willow catkins floating outside. Aren't these supposed to float in spring? How come they are flying around in summer? Alexei observed through the car window. This stuff can easily cause allergies, and it floated in the air like snowflakes. Unusual events always have strange reasons, Jay said solemnly, and upon hearing this, no one opened the windows. They didn't plan to enter the city but intended to bypass Tangshan via the provincial road. But along the way, all they saw were floating willow catkins, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The entire route from here to Tangshan was filled with these floating catkins. More importantly, there were no trees on either side of the road, only some weeds. It was already noon, having driven all morning, they needed a rest now. The car slowly stopped by the roadside, still about 30 kilometers away from Tangshan City. As soon as they got out of the car, the floating willow catkins stuck to their faces upon breathing. Iona, check if they are toxic, Jay frowned and said. Sure. Iona nodded and took out a small detection instrument from his backpack. Beep beep beep. Soon, the device emitted a red alarm sound. These floating catkins contain toxic substances, Iona said immediately covering his mouth. Others also hurriedly covered their mouths, lacking masks, they could only tear pieces of cloth to cover their mouths. The catkins are toxic, just don't let them get into your mouth, Iona explained. These floating catkins, where did they come from, how could they be toxic? Alexei also covered the parrot's beak with a piece of tissue paper. They couldn't eat outside like this, so after a brief rest, everyone got back into the car. Chapter 71, Trypophobia. Because the floating fluff was toxic, everyone could not get out of the car and could only eat inside the vehicle. The food they brought along was in the trunk, there were water, supplies, and some ready-made dishes. Now, they could only eat these. The cars continued to travel toward Tangshan City. On the highway, they saw several cars that had been smashed to pieces from collisions. There were also cars with shattered windows, completely entangled by a transparent white substance. They had already seen at least a dozen cars wrapped up by this white silk-like material. What is this thing? Alida frowned, feeling an uneasy premonition as she looked at it. This should be spider silk, Alexei said. Brother Xiao, the thermal imaging device detects faint life signs inside the car, Usher said, looking at the thermal imaging display. Life signs meant there was a possibility that someone inside was still alive. Rescue them and ask what happened, Jay said. The 2 cars pulled over to the side of the road, and Iona, Honest, Usher, and Jay got out. The 4 of them approached one of the tightly wrapped cars. The thermal imaging device indicated someone was inside. Jay held a triangular military dagger, intending to cut through the web-like material. However, the material was elastic and sticky, and the military dagger failed to pierce it. Usher conjured flames from his fingertips, and sure enough, the material was afraid of fire. Sizzling like burnt marshmallows, the entire layer of silk burned up. But the smell wasn't pleasant. After sizzling and burning, it seemed Alexei sensed something inside the car. Not good. There's no human inside, Alexei said, quickly getting out to warn Jay and the others. As soon as Alexei got out, the car with a loud crack split open, and 7 or 8 black spiders of various sizes emerged. These were Amazo nigriorania ghost spiders, originally only palm-sized, but now each one was as large as a corgi. Sizzle. They could spray deadly webs, and this kind of spider silk was toxic. Be careful, its silk is poisonous, Alexei exclaimed. Alida noticed his eyes flickering with an unusual blue light. This was Alexei's special ability. Not only could he communicate with animals but also scan their characteristics. He had also been a renowned zoologist before the apocalypse. Jay and his team reacted quickly, but unfortunately, many spiders suddenly burst out. Sizzle. Watch my roasted spider. Usher conjured a large fireball and threw it at the spiders. The intense heat temporarily suppressed the spiders. "Mommy, there are spiders," Dayan said, looking out the window. At this moment, Alida realized that many vehicles on the roadside had swarms of spiders tearing out. Densely packed, it was enough to trigger trypophobia. F***ck, get in the car, there are too many, Usher cursed. Initially thinking that dealing with a few spiders would suffice, but turning around, an army of spiders had appeared. Alida was witnessing the Special Ones battle for the first time. It felt like watching a special effects movie. Jay conjured lightning in his hand and tossed it to the ground. All the spiders instantly twitched as they were electrocuted. Then Honest summoned a storm around him, sweeping away the incoming spiders. Wow! Dayan's eyes lit up. Not only his, Alida's eyes sparkled too. She wished she had such powers. Unfortunately, she didn't. No wonder they looked down on her. Such powerful attacks were impressive. Seeing this, Alida started thinking about how to enhance her combat abilities. Instantly, she thought of her breeding space. Her breeding space could raise these prehistoric creatures, and they would follow her commands, leaving imprints within the space. This way, she could gather more mutated animals for her use. She might as well consider herself a summoner, like those in movies who summon beasts for battle. Although they cleared the surrounding mutant spiders, more were still crawling over. They hurriedly got back into the car. Usher quickly started the engine and fled the area. Bang! Some spiders climbed onto the top of the car, so they sped up, trying to shake them off, but their silk was too sticky. Bang! The car driven by Iona was flipped over, and the people inside quickly crawled out. A gigantic spider crawled out from the mountain path. A giant spider. It stood 4 to 5 meters tall, the largest ancestral animal Alida had ever seen. It was almost as tall as a building. Oh my god! Usher couldn't help but exclaim. Even the experienced Alexei was startled. It wants to store us as food. Alexei quickly understood the meaning behind the giant mutated spider's actions. The car was moving fast, but the silk produced by this large spider was even bigger and stickier, adhering to them directly. Get out of the car, Jay said decisively. If they stayed in the car any longer, they might be swallowed. After quickly getting out of the car, Alida stood at the back with Dayan. Iona and the others also crawled out from the overturned vehicle. Wayne controlled the flying sword to stab the surrounding small spiders. Brother Xiao. Kira condensed a water column and sprayed it toward the giant spider. For it, the water column was like taking a shower, but then Jay's lightning ball struck its body. Water conducted electricity, doubling the power of the lightning, which instantly scorched the entire spider's spines. Following that, Honest used a storm to blow away the approaching spiders. That day's fight caused a ruckus. Alida held Dayan, watching as the mini spiders attacking her were directly received into her space. In the space breeding warehouse, number 1 was the devil frog, and number 2 was now these few small spiders. The sign on cage number 2 changed to indicate the presence of spiders. Together, they managed to trap the giant spider, but the cars behind them, one had tipped over, and the other was covered inside and out with spider silk. Moreover, many small spiders had squeezed inside. They had thought their cars might break down on the way, but not this quickly. Quick, let's go, Jay said. They ran forward along the highway, leaving the injured spider behind, which surprisingly was still alive after the damage. Seeing everyone had run far enough ahead, Iona tossed a bomb at the giant spider. As the bomb exploded, Iona vanished in a blur and ran up to join them. After the explosion, the giant spider was severely injured, surrounded by green fluid, its blood. But upon closer inspection, the giant spider could still move, and the small spiders were approaching it. The giant spider devoured the small spiders to heal its wounds. Chapter 72 Come out, Devil Frog. The giant spider stopped chasing them due to its injury, so they walked along the road until no spiders were in sight behind them, then they stopped. Iona went ahead to scout the path, and Alida could see a trail of afterimage left by his accelerated speed. Iona wore specially made anti-drag clothing. Normal fabric would be torn apart if he ran that fast. One can't possibly end up naked every time after using his ability, right? It hurts, Kira said with a frown. Me too. Usher looked at his arms covered in many small red dots. Honest's face also had red dots on it. Xiao, you have red dots on your neck too, Alida pointed out as she saw the red dots on Jay's neck. Except for Alida and Dayan, everyone else was infected with the red dots. That spider is poisonous. Anyone who touches its silk will be infected, Alexei said. Alexei's arms were also covered in these red dots which hurt and itched. A parrot flew over Alexei's shoulder, gently touching his neck as if comforting him. Why is Alida fine? Kira asked, eyeing Alida enviously, as she showed no sign of discomfort. Maybe she didn't get exposed. Alexei speculated uncertainly, but there was still a piece of spider silk hanging from Alida's hair. Jay thought about how Alida's immune system against viruses was more than 100 times stronger than an average person's. What can we do? It's both itchy and painful, Kira said, wanting to scratch her face, which was covered in red dots, but knew doing so would disfigure her. Maybe the spider's mucus can detoxify, Alexei added. Though the spider's silk was poisonous, its mucus might neutralize the poison. Do we go back to catch a spider? What if it doesn't work? Kira asked hesitantly. Then we endure it. It should pass in a few days, Alexei said. As special ability users, their immune systems were robust enough to overcome this. Reflecting on the densely packed spiders they encountered earlier, they decided enduring was the best choice. However, their car was now totaled, leaving all their supplies inside. This was when Alida's spatial skill came in handy. They needed to walk another 20 kilometers to reach Tangshan City. Once inside, they could find a hospital or pharmacy to apply some anti-itch cream to relieve the symptoms. Alida entered her mental space where several baby spiders were kept in warehouse number 2. She tried tossing a corn to them, surprised to see they actually ate it. Great. The animals in her space seemed to be vegetarian. Walking alongside the road railing for over 3 hours straight, the group finally took a break. "Mommy, I can't walk anymore," Dayan complained. For such a young child, walking non-stop for 3 hours was already impressive. Jay wanted to carry the child, but his neck was covered in itchy red dots. After so long, they were all tired and hungry. Alida hurriedly pulled out a can of food for Dayan from her spatial realm. Sitting by the roadside, Dayan enjoyed the meal, noticing several gazes directed towards her. Looking back, Alida found everyone else gazing at Dayan. Only then did she remember that all their supplies had been taken by the spiders. Taking out several cans of food, Alida distributed them to the others. "Thank you, sister-in-law." "Thanks," Iona, Usher, and Alexei thanked her gratefully. Honest looked somewhat displeased, having previously belittled Alida's combat skills. Now faced with hunger, Honest didn't say thanks, but he no longer regarded Alida with disdain. Kira wanted to refuse outright but remembered she'd have no food otherwise. So, she reluctantly said thank you while holding the can. Just as they savored their canned meals, a deafening cracking sound erupted from the ground. Then, a colossal python emerged, rapidly heading toward Dayan. Before anyone could react, Alida quickly scooped up the child, nimbly dodging to the side. The python's strength was incredible, easily shattering the highway guardrail. Failing to capture its intended target, the python focused on Alida, lunging at her once again. Simultaneously, a thick bolt of lightning wrapped around the python's body. Sizzling sounds came from the burning snake skin. The mutated python thrashed, causing large cracks to appear in the surrounding road. Alida's grip on Dayan faltered, nearly dropping the child as the ground split and shook. With no time to spare, Alida summoned the devil frog. Ribbit. In just a few days, the devil frog had grown larger, now standing nearly 2 meters tall. Alida held onto the devil frog's back with one hand and cradled Dayan in the other, jumping out of the crack zone. The roadside where they had just stood had completely collapsed into the fissure. On the other side, the giant python, after being electrocuted by Jay and scorched by Usher's fire, quickly burrowed underground and escaped. Only a deep, long crack was left on the ground. "Laurie." Jay anxiously looked at Alida and the child. "Don't hurt it." Seeing Jay sending lightning bolts towards Wawa, Alida hurriedly said. Jay immediately stopped his electric attack. But Sima Tumo didn't stop. Her telekinetic rocks were directly launched at Wawa. Wawa. The devil frog stuck out its tongue and caught the flying stone, swallowing it whole. "This devil frog is my pet," Alida explained hastily. Upon hearing Alida's words, everyone exchanged glances in surprise. "Keeping such a large toad as a pet? It has no intention of harming us." Alexei, who could communicate with animals, quickly understood the devil frog's intentions from its eyes. "Wawa, is this your pet?" Jay asked in slight shock, though he remembered Alida mentioning her pet before. "Yeah, sure. Didn't I tell you before? This is Wawa. It's very obedient," Alida replied. Wawa, hearing Alida's words, jumped in front of her, trying to look cute. However, given its huge size, greenish color, and 2 black bulging eyes larger than footballs, the effect wasn't quite there. Alexei could see that the devil frog was actually trying to be adorable. "Where did you get this devil frog? It can understand human language and seems very intelligent," Alexei said enviously, despite his ability to communicate with animals. "But being able to communicate doesn't mean being able to tame them." "I found it," Alida casually answered. "Your spatial skill can store living creatures?" Kira asked incredulously from the side. Chapter 73, Farming. Moreover, such a large frog clearly looked like a atavistic animal. How could such animals possibly listen to humans? Perhaps dogs might. Kind of, Alida did not deny it. "So, we humans can also enter your space?" Usher asked curiously. "If humans could also enter the space, wouldn't it be perfect to hide there in case of danger?" "No, humans cannot, even I can't. Only animals can," said Alida, as space number 2 has a farming warehouse that can store animals. Unless a small house could be added to the space later. Several people were looking at Devil Child with curiosity but no one dared to get close except Alexei. "It doesn't pay attention to me." Alexei was somewhat deflated. Although the python had left, they didn't dare stay here for long either. Everyone hurriedly left, and they hadn't been away from Elevenant City for long before encountering so many atavistic animals. Fortunately, Elevenant City had long banned keeping any animals, and animal farming had to be conducted in unified farms. Thus, eggs and meat were quite expensive in Elevenant City. Devil Child came out and directly let Emmanuel Ding sit on its back, relieving Alida and Jay of having to carry him. On the way, Alexei tried to communicate with Devil Child but Devil Child wasn't interested in him. Iona came back from scouting ahead and said, "A few kilometers ahead is Tangshan City's outer ring road where there are several Carrefour S stores." Jay noticed it was almost dark and they needed a vehicle to pick up the experts from the Northwest Research Institute later. "So, let's go there," Jay said. The others didn't object. They headed towards the 4S stores, directly going into the nearest car shop, which was empty. Tangshan City's power was out, leaving the city pitch black except for occasional solar-powered lights. That night, they planned to sleep in the VIP room upstairs inside the shop. The entire shop was dark, luckily for the emergency solar lights providing minimal visibility. Alida put Devil Frog back into her space so it could grow better there. There was a tea station in the VIP room with some snacks and water, mostly small bread and cookies. Iona and the others found and distributed these, while Alida didn't need them. She had plenty of supplies in her space, including dozens of cans and instant noodles. Remembering that Jay was like a human generator, she brought out a small electric pot, brand new from the supermarket originally. Jay, can you generate power for this pot? Alida asked. If it worked, they could have cooked instant noodles. Yes, Jay agreed but pointed out he would need to keep his finger connected to the pot continuously. Alida quickly fetched water from her space to half fill the pot, then took out 3 packs of instant noodles. The pot was small and could only hold so much at once, more would have to be cooked if needed. Sister-in-law, can I eat some too? Alexei held a piece of bread which suddenly seemed less appealing. Others also looked eagerly at Alida. In the past, they didn't worry about food wherever they went on missions. Now, they truly realized that food was indeed the pillar of human spirit. An empty stomach made everything else seem pointless. Energy is precious. Yet Sister Lin makes Brother Xiao waste energy on this, Kira remarked sourly. They avoided excessive energy expenditure outside, as it could be dangerous without energy in emergencies. Alida genuinely didn't know that powers required energy consumption. Her space never needed energy for operations. A little bit of energy isn't significant, Jay said nonchalantly. Humph. Kira snorted and silently moved to the window. She couldn't stand people like Alida, wondering why Jay protected her. She just met him earlier. Otherwise, who would be his wife? This energy usage is negligible and will recover overnight, Jay reassured her. Alida nodded, recalling today's dangers and Jay's repeated use of his powers. He indeed needed rest. Let's cook just this one pot, Alida decided. Let me do it. I'll use fire to cook, Usher offered. He really wanted those instant noodles after being hungry all day. Others thought their abilities wouldn't help much with cooking and didn't want to trouble Jay, so they let Usher take care of it. Jay witnessed Emmanuel Ding eating with genuine interest, from curiosity to shock and finally getting used to it. The VIP room had sofas, and Alida rested on one with the child. Everyone was tired from days of traveling. Alida closed her eyes but didn't sleep. Instead, she entered her space. She glanced at the spiders she had put into her space. These were relatively small, only a few dozen centimeters in size, but they should be able to grow larger. Sure enough, once they entered the cages in her farming warehouse, their appearances were displayed. Alida tried calling out to a few small spiders and found that they could understand her words, establishing a connection with her space. Amazing. It really worked this way. Her farming warehouse number 2 was absolutely wonderful. As time went on, the bond would deepen. Only Emmanuel Ding wasn't inside a cage. Instead, he acted like a warehouse keeper. Alida now wanted to collect more atavistic animals. Unfortunately, she could only collect those that had been born not long ago. She had attempted to gather the large python into her farming warehouse earlier that day. However, it couldn't enter. Alida suddenly understood only recently born animals could be collected in the farming warehouse, like Emmanuel Ding, who couldn't enter the cages. As its name implied, it was for raising from infancy. Even so, Alida still felt a small thrill of excitement. That night in the car dealership was relatively peaceful, with no other dangerous incidents occurring. In the morning, Jay and the others found 2 SUVs in the warehouse and spent half the day gathering enough gasoline. They could finally hit the road. The car didn't have a navigation system, which made driving tricky, but it was much better than walking. As they crossed Tangshan City, they noticed the weather getting colder. We passed Huacheng City, where the temperature is extremely low, down to -40 degrees, Usher said. They had known they would pass through Huacheng City beforehand, so they prepared equipment accordingly, luckily storing everything in Alida's space. The highway here was wet from recent rain. Ahead, a bus had overturned into a ditch, with many people still shouting for help inside. Several men in official camouflage uniforms were trying to figure out how to pull the bus back up. Chapter 74 Exposure. Several officials saw 2 cars approaching and immediately moved forward to stop them. Usher rolled down his window, and Ansel in camouflage gave a salute to Usher, saying, "Brother, I'm from Huacheng Military Unit. We need to requisition your vehicles right now." Mr. Gao? Usher frowned slightly but still wanted to consult with Jay as their time was precious too. Help! Help! The people hanging in the ditch were screaming for help. If the car fell down, it would be steep slopes below. If they didn't die, they'd suffer serious injuries. In such circumstances now, getting seriously injured was no different from dying. The only difference might be dying sooner or later. Jay nodded in agreement. They had to get off the cars, letting the 2 cars tie ropes to pull out the bus. After tying the ropes, the 2 cars started simultaneously, pulling back the passengers of the bus. The passengers of the bus came down one by one. There were old people and children among them, all looking pale with dirty clothes. It was evident that they were refugees. "Thank you," said Ansel in military uniform. "You are heading to Huacheng?" Ansel in uniform asked. "Yes." Usher nodded. "The deeper you go into Huacheng, the lower the temperature gets." All these people fled from Huacheng. At first, there were over 1,000, now only hundreds remain, Ansel sighed. "But with low temperatures and monsters in the city, it's best if you take a detour," the soldier advised kindly. "Thanks," Jay replied, though they had to go through Huacheng for the journey to northwest. Seeing that they wouldn't be swayed, the soldier said nothing more and led the group of Huacheng refugees. Huacheng seems dangerous, Alexei remarked. He was afraid of the cold. After passing through Huacheng is the secret research institute in the northwest region. Central Command orders us to arrive within 7 days. They don't have much food left, Jay explained. 2 days had already passed, and they hadn't reached Huacheng yet. By high-speed rail, it would have taken just a few hours. Alida's car stopped by the roadside due to the large vehicle coming from the opposite direction. The road was narrow with a ravine on one side which was partly collapsed, so only one car could pass at a time. Since the convoy was long, they had to wait until it passed. Alida held Dayan while everyone hid by the roadside. Suddenly, rocks began rolling down from the mountain above the road. Initially small, they soon grew larger. Be careful, someone shouted loudly among the crowd. Some people quickly ducked behind the cars, but there were still falling rocks. Some unlucky ones were hit directly on the head. A huge rock was about to fall, endangering dozens walking below. If it landed, many would surely die. People stared wide-eyed in horror, not knowing where to run. But what happened next dumbfounded everyone. The large falling rock halted mid-air without dropping down. Get away quickly, Iona shouted loudly, and the dozens under the rock snapped out of their shock and ran off quickly. Seeing no one below, Wayne withdrew her telekinetic power. With a loud thud, the big rock hit the ground once and then rolled downhill, leaving a big crater on the ground. What just happened? Was my eyesight deceiving me? You didn't see wrong. That young man's hand was glowing just now, another person said. Is this a superpower? Superpowers actually exist. Too bad I didn't capture it, an excited girl exclaimed. Was this not some special effect? Wayne's act caused a stir among the crowd. After the convoy passed, a leader drove away. Would it be okay to reveal ourselves to civilians now? Usher wondered. Previously, when carrying out missions, they needed approval and were forbidden to use powers among crowds. No problem. Now it's not a secret anymore, Alexei said. Ever since the apocalypse, special ability users in various cities have been exposed. Some even became traitors, forming their own forces to rule in chaos. Now China was chaotic, with terrorist attacks occasionally occurring despite central control. With the disaster, those people acted even more recklessly without legal restraint. If one could establish their own city-state, it would offer a sense of security. Less than a kilometer ahead, winter turned into spring. The trees beside the road gradually became withered, and as they kept driving, there was a layer of white frost covering the whole tree. Looking closely at the frost, there were wriggling white bugs that were hard to spot at first glance, like caterpillars moving around. I thought we were going to Antarctica. Wang Chu frowned and said. It's only a few kilometers difference, yet it's already winter here, Usher remarked. The car had begun to get cold, so they had to turn on the air conditioning. The data says that Huacheng's lowest temperature is more than 40 degrees below zero. At this rate, we'll have to stay overnight in Huacheng tonight. We need to find a hotel or house, otherwise, we'll freeze to death, Usher said. The car can have its air conditioning on, but it can't be kept on all night. It wasn't practical to traverse Huacheng at night either. The highway conditions were complex, with some areas impassable and visibility hindered, making it easy to encounter danger. As long as they could safely cross Huacheng, they would arrive at the northwest. The northwest belongs to a desert area, rarely visited by people. Resources would also be scarce there. Collect supplies when we enter Huacheng, Jay suggested. The others had no objections and were even excited. Collecting supplies from such an abandoned Huacheng city would essentially be taking what they needed for free. Thinking about this made everyone feel quite excited. They searched through their phones for the nearest large mall in Huacheng. They had already equipped sub-zero temperature clothing, and Alida took them out from her storage space, dressing each person up. Alida also wrapped Dayan thoroughly from head to toe. Upon entering Huacheng, it was deserted, although some power remained in the surrounding residential areas. Their cars were covered with frost and appeared rather ugly and slippery. However, they managed to drive to the Huacheng Mall. As soon as they got out of the car, they felt the intense cold wind. Everyone couldn't help but shiver. However, Alida and Dayan felt fine, not particularly cold. Chapter 75 Frozen. Just yesterday, it was still summer, but now it's suddenly winter, a winter with temperatures below minus several degrees, as if they've been instantly transported to the Antarctic. The global temperature is indeed unstable. The ground is covered in a layer of ice, and the glass windows of the shopping mall have cracked from the cold. They would shatter into pieces at the slightest touch. Their breaths are white clouds of mist. This cold is so intense that water could turn to ice just by being splashed. Huacheng is a southern city, yet it's now enduring conditions similar to northeastern regions. The key problem is that Huacheng doesn't have heating systems, and people can't handle such a sudden drastic change in temperature. In the north, where everything should be covered in ice and snow, it's now wet with running water, and the weather is gradually warming up. Huacheng's power system lacks protective measures. Many parts have already cracked or even been completely damaged by the freezing temperature. The entrances to the malls are frozen and cracked, leaving shattered ice on the ground. Inside the mall, icicles hang from the ceiling. Why do I feel it's colder inside the mall than outside? Anita felt his teeth chattering from the cold. Libby is freezing. The red parrot was hiding in Anita's chest, only exposing its little head. Anita pressed it back, feeling a bit of coldness seeping through where it emerged. They were all wearing extreme cold weather protective clothing, and although they expected Huacheng to be cold, they didn't expect it to be this bad. Hands must be gloved. Prolonged exposure to the frigid air would cause frostbite. The first floor of the mall, usually filled with jewelry stores, was eerily empty, and even indoors, the cold was biting. The basement level was a supermarket, and they decided to go there to find some food. As they prepared to descend to the lower level, they noticed a few people on the escalator. From afar, they looked like ice sculptures, but on closer inspection, they realized these were people frozen solid, their bodies stiff and seemingly frozen instantly. Everyone suddenly felt something wasn't right. Zaire, though it's very cold here, it shouldn't freeze people into ice bars instantly, especially not in this escaping posture, Iona frowned. If someone lying on the ground had been frozen solid, it might have taken a day or two after fainting to become an ice block. But the positions of these people clearly indicated they were running upward when they froze. Not only that, but their faces bore expressions of terror upon closer examination. Could it be Bert? Kira guessed with a furrowed brow. Bert is an ice manipulator who has the ability to freeze things. Isn't he supposed to be in Motown? And he can only freeze liquids, not human bodies, right? Usher remarked. Maybe his powers have evolved. Kira replied unsatisfactorily. Alida has excellent eyesight and observation skills, and she quickly noticed something amiss. Zaire, look at this person's eyes. It looks like there are worms wriggling in their pupils, Alida leaned in to say. She had previously encountered mutant squids capable of controlling humans in another city with Kyra, parasitizing human brains. Is this the same kind? Jay followed Alida's words and examined the frozen person's pupil. Without close inspection, one wouldn't notice it, but indeed there was a white, thin worm wriggling inside. Forget it for now, let's go downstairs to the supermarket to find supplies, Honest said. Finding food was the top priority now. Staying here longer meant more cold and danger. It would be best to locate supplies and leave as soon as possible. I don't see any worms. Kira also leaned in but saw nothing of what Alida described. Choosing not to touch the worms for now, they hurriedly went down to the basement supermarket. There, they found many people frozen in place, capturing the last moments of their lives like wax figures in a museum. The goods in the supermarket were covered in a thin layer of white frost. Kira was about to grab something from the shelves but was stopped short by Alida slapping his hand away. What did you do that for? Kira exclaimed angrily. He was already annoyed by her, and this seemed like another provocation. There's something on them, Alida said. Kira frowned as the others looked over half believing her. All they saw was a layer of frost. Don't think you can hit me just because you're married to Jay, Kira retorted, reaching out to push Alida aside. In Alida's vision, anything moving rapidly appeared to slow down, like watching a slow-motion replay. This was why she always reacted so quickly. Don't bully my mom. Daeun watched as Kira charged toward Alida, who had already moved out of the way, but Daeun stood up to him. Despite only reaching up to Kira's calf, Daeun pushed him forcefully away. Rattling sound. No one expected that 3-year-old Edison would have such strength, pushing Kira back several meters and knocking over the shelves behind her. Alida was also stunned by this scene, wondering if it was true that Kylie was not pretending when she was pushed down last time. Kira. Honest rushed to help Kira up as soon as he saw her fall. Jay, don't you and your family go too far, Honest said coldly, favoring Kira as always. Jay trusted Alida. There must have been a reason for her to stop Kira just now. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Alida quickly explained, there were worms on the bread you were about to take. I suspect these worms are the reason those people froze. Worms? What worms? You're just jealous of me because I can work with Brother Xiao. Kira's anger made her speak without thinking. Kira then formed a water ball in her hand, ready to throw it at Alida. Though not lethal, the water ball would certainly freeze anyone in this cold weather. Alida was prepared to dodge, but Jay stepped in front of her. Jay's hair and clothes were instantly drenched. Brother Xiao. Kira hadn't expected Jay to shield Alida. Kira, this is the last time. I won't allow anyone to hurt my wife, Jay said coldly. He didn't retaliate this time, but next time, he wouldn't hold back. After so many years of being teammates, you still side with her. Kira exclaimed angrily. Iona noticed Jay was soaked and quickly grabbed a towel from the nearby shelf. But as soon as her hand touched the towel, she felt an icy sensation, followed by something wriggling into her hand. Iona's hand visibly turned pale. It got in. Chapter 76, Bugs. What is this thing? Alexei, look at what this is. Usher asked anxiously, watching his good friend's hand spread as if poisoned. I don't know. I can't communicate with microorganisms. Alexei also looked helpless. His special ability was to communicate with animals, but he couldn't talk to single-celled organisms without intelligence. Kira seemed to realize that she had just misunderstood Alida when she saw this scene. Did you touch anything on the shelves? Alida frowned and asked. Yes, Iona said, furrowing his brow, looking somewhat pained. The others were somewhat relieved they hadn't grabbed anything off the shelves first. This couldn't go on any longer, otherwise Iona would be frozen by the bugs. Usher, you have fire, right? Give it a try, Alida said to Usher, thinking these freezing bugs might be afraid of fire. Yeah. Usher quickly nodded. It was the first time they had encountered such mysterious ice-freezing bugs, which made them all panic. Usher ignited flames in his palm and moved it close to Iona's hand. At that moment, Iona felt both burning and freezing on his hand, an extremely uncomfortable experience, like being in two worlds of ice and fire. Sizzling. Upon encountering fire, the thing began to swell. Now everyone could see something protruding from Iona's hand. Jay took out a small dagger and said, bear with it. He then cut into Iona's skin. As the blood froze inside, something directly drilled out. Expanding upon heat, it instantly swelled to the size of a thumb, and Jay used the dagger to flick it away. Usher immediately withdrew his ability, but Iona's hand couldn't avoid being burned. Still, it wasn't too bad. If it had been delayed any further, his body would have been completely frozen. These are all small creatures. They shrink when cold and expand when heated, a leader explained. No one dared touch anything else here after that. I saw them too. Gideon pointed to tiny, worm-like bugs resembling grains of rice crawling on the shelf, which would go unnoticed unless carefully observed. If examined closely with a magnifying glass, a thin layer of frost covering the surface could be seen as these things. No wonder the supplies in this supermarket weren't moved, Usher frowned. Just touching these things caused them to burrow into a person's body and freeze them, surviving and reproducing inside. Knowing these things were afraid of fire, Usher no longer feared them. He walked over to a frozen woman and used scorching flames. Soon, large lumps appeared on her skin and eagerly crawled out. To their surprise, the frozen woman showed signs of agony, collapsing semi-kneeling due to the lack of support. "Save me," the woman pleaded in pain. "Not dead," Usher exclaimed in shock. These frozen people weren't dead. However, there were multiple holes in her body, red blood flowing out, left by the bugs when they exited. Soon, the woman closed her eyes for good. Though not frozen to death, the damage from the bugs drilling through her organs led to internal bleeding and death. These frozen people aren't dead. Kira stood up, feeling quite alarmed seeing this. Iona felt even more grateful. Lucky only one bug had entered his arm and Usher had a fire-based power. "We should leave quickly," Alexei shivered. Seeing numerous frozen people, who may still be alive or even conscious yet unable to move, brought a terrifying realization. Everyone agreed and hurriedly left the mall, but before leaving, a leader secretly took an item from the shelf and placed it in cage number 3 in the breeding warehouse. Cage number 3 originally had a small space that adjusted according to the size of the creature inside. Like devil frog number 1, initially very small so the space was compact, but now almost 2 meters tall, significantly expanding the area. Instead, number 3's space shrank to the size of a box, marked outside the cage with a snowflake symbol. Dahe noticed a new companion entering, and wanted to patrol its territory. Recently, it couldn't match devil frog number 1, while spider number 2 relied on its number advantage. Dahe's dog eyes blinked, noticing a bag of chips with white patches on top. On closer inspection, several small white grain-sized bugs crawled on the chips. As soon as it walked in, it felt a chill, and the small space inside was frozen solid. It moved closer to look, only for its nose to feel a bit cold, so it immediately pulled back and sneezed loudly. They came up from the basement supermarket and did not go to the second-floor mall. Now it was already dark, they could only find an office building and hotel across from the mall. Those people came out, actually from the supermarket. Does that mean it's safe now? A few people stood by the window on the opposite floor, one of whom held a pair of binoculars. "They are heading towards our hotel," another man said. "Let's go ask them." A few people went up to the hotel. The elevator had stopped working, so they had to take the stairs. They had just entered the second floor of the hotel when they saw a few people blocking their way. "What are you doing?" Honest frowned, gathering his power in his hand. No, we mean no harm. We are all of the same kind, we are good people, we don't rob." The man quickly raised his hands, indicating he was unarmed. Recently, Hua Cheng has been short of supplies, and robberies have been frequent. "Why did you block us then?" Kira asked. "We saw you come out of the supermarket safely from upstairs, so we wanted to ask you." Many of our companions went to the opposite supermarket to find supplies, but none of them came out, Ansel said with a sad expression. His few partners went in there and never came out. A leader thought of the frozen people in the supermarket, fearing those who searched for supplies might have turned into ice statues. "They were frozen inside," a leader said. "There is a type of freezing bug inside, very small. Once touched, they freeze you." Quite a few people were frozen in the basement supermarket, Kira added. After saying that, she glanced back at a leader with a complicated look. If a leader hadn't warned her, she would probably be frozen too. "Can't be. Does that mean they are all dead?" the man said painfully, and now they couldn't retrieve any supplies either. "Pretty much," Usher sighed. Chapter 77, Can we hitch a meal? "That you're fine? Is there any solution?" another man asked with hope. After all, they were the only ones who came out, but none of them had supplies. "Fortunately, my teammate discovered it early." Usher finished and looked at a leader. "These insects seem to be afraid of fire, they expand when they encounter heat," Usher continued. "So we should bring fire with us. But without supplies, we can't live either." One of the men frowned and said. "Why don't you leave here?" another man said. "Leave? Isn't it this kind of weather everywhere outside? The world has become extremely cold." Ansel sighed. The signal tower in Huacheng was already frozen, causing the entire city's communication to break down. Huacheng suddenly experienced a drastic drop in temperature overnight, which made them realize that the extreme cold mentioned about the end times had arrived. Not only that, but since you came at night, during the day, there are white rats in the city. "They will eat anyone they see," another man said with a hint of terror in his eyes. "White rats? What are those?" "No one dares to leave at night because the roads are too dark," Ansel said. A leader frowned slightly, but she noticed that there was a group of people who left Huacheng when they arrived. Even if they left Huacheng for other cities, they would still encounter other disasters. "This is how the world is now. This hotel is open for you to stay in, After all, the owner isn't here anymore, Ansel said. They had long searched and scavenged the rooms for supplies. The group went to the second floor of the hotel. It wasn't far from the ground, so if there was danger, they could break the window and escape. For safety, 3 people shared a room. However, Kira, being the only woman, it wasn't appropriate for others to share a room with her. Kira volunteered to share a suite with Alida. Alida brought Emmanuel Jing and Aiden to sleep inside while Jay slept outside. Ice covered the windows, but it was much better inside than outside, though they couldn't take off their clothes. In the bathroom, Alida took out a set of clean clothes from her space and gave them to Jay. His clothes were frozen solid. After breaking the ice, Jay finally changed into the clean clothes. His skin was red from the cold, and there was a deep scar on his back. Jay's 8-pack abs were also reddened by the cold. Seeing this, Alida felt some disgust towards Kira. She couldn't understand why Kira wanted to come and sleep with her. It felt like Kira was intentionally trying to upset her. Her family of 3 had been doing just fine. Outside the room, I don't want to sleep with you. You bullied my mom. And you even poured water on my dad, Emmanuel Jing pouted. It was a misunderstanding. Kira admitted her mistake. What's a misunderstanding? Anyway, you're annoying. I don't want to sleep in the same room with you. Emmanuel Jing pushed Kira, trying to push her out of the room. Kira didn't think much of Emmanuel Jing, saying in a huff, I'm not leaving. But the next moment, Emmanuel Jing managed to push her leg. You little guy, you're so young but you have such strength. Kira found herself being pushed by a child, despite weighing over 100 pounds. Alida emerged from the bathroom upon hearing the commotion and saw Emmanuel Jing almost pushing Kira out of the door. Sorry, Miss Fang, but my son really doesn't like you. Perhaps you should stay in your own room, Alida said coldly. Kira was rejected and became upset. Fine, I'll stay alone. As she prepared to leave, she added, what happened today was my misunderstanding. Sorry, but don't expect me to accept you. You're still not worthy of my brother Xiao. Hearing this, Alida frowned, and Jay, fearing she would get angry, quickly hugged her. I'm hungry. Cook something for me, brother Xiao. Alida said sarcastically. Yes, dear. Jay replied promptly. Alida took out an electric pot and some sliced beef from her space. In this situation, having a hot meal was essential to stay warm. Thinking of the hot pot seasoning and lamb slices she had, Alida decided to make a hot pot. Unfortunately, there weren't many vegetables available for hot pot, and she wondered when she could cultivate a plot of land. She craved durians. Hoping the next random patch would yield durians, Alida prayed to all deities. And sesame paste too. Honey, you really have a lot of stuff. Jay commented. I did gather a lot of free items back then, Alida smiled. If her storage space hadn't been nearly full, she could have gathered more from a few more malls. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking came from the door. Jay put down his chopsticks and went to open it. There stood Rachel, with Iona and Usher behind her. All eyes were immediately drawn to the bubbling hot pot on the table, and without a word, they all swallowed hard. The fragrance had reached them even in the next room. Brother-in-law, can we join you for a meal? Usher asked with a thick face. Alida nodded. After all, she was almost finished eating. So, they swarmed in. Iona's wound had been bandaged but still wasn't fully healed, making eating a bit inconvenient for him. The other men were busy grabbing food from the small pot. Seeing the group had grown, Alida took out more food from her space. Hua Cheng was freezing, and eating something warm made a significant difference in comfort. The sounds of scrambling for food were too loud. Honest in the next room couldn't sit still, staring at the dry biscuit in his hand. Knock, knock. The knocking sound came from Alida's door once again. There stood Honest, looking rather awkward. After all, he was the first one who openly opposed Alida when she joined the special team one. Honest swallowed, wanting to say something but feeling uncomfortable to speak. But his stomach growled loudly. Come in, Alida said in a low voice. Brother Chen, come join us. It's so nice to have some hot food. Brother-in-law has some liquor here. Have a couple of sips to warm up, Usher added. After having their fill in Alida's room, the men left. Thank you, Honest said to Alida as he was leaving. Honest felt his face sting. Things were different now. In the past, while doing missions across cities, if they ran out of supplies, they could simply buy what they needed. Later, they were in Elevenan City. Though they knew food prices had risen and crop yields decreased, they never lacked food. Though the quality had dropped, they had never gone hungry. Only now, being out in the world, did they realize that these supplies couldn't be bought even with money. Sometimes, supplies were there, but you just couldn't get to them. Chapter 78 The True Reason for Bringing Ivory. Daeun had fallen asleep from exhaustion, and Ivory was looking at his sleeping face. Avon, do you think Daeun will also awaken with special abilities? Ivory asked, yet she felt 100% that Daeun seemed to be showing signs of awakening. For example, on the day she gave birth, he could sense that the pregnant woman was giving birth to a little girl, who could eat quite a lot and wasn't lacking in strength either. Special abilities have a very important genetic component. Over 60% of special ability carriers come from families with such abilities. We too are both ability carriers, so the chances of Daeun inheriting them are quite high, Avon said. Ivory nodded, gazing at Daeun, hoping that he would develop special abilities. The world would only become more chaotic in the future, and only the strong could survive. Ivory had a feeling that the future belonged to those with special abilities. I've made you suffer by following me. I'm not sure if my decision to bring you along was correct. Avon sighed lightly. But leaving you in the city wouldn't put me at ease either. Avon frowned slightly. Ivory quickly noticed something was off with Avon and directly asked, "Is there something you haven't told me?" Avon nodded and decided not to hide it anymore. He confessed that when he was an undercover narcotics officer, he killed the brother of a special ability carrier. That ability carrier was powerful and had already betrayed the government. Avon was worried about potential retaliation against Ivory. In fact, when Gaoxiang told him Ivory was infected with a virus, he even suspected that man was responsible. Even if Ivory wasn't a special ability carrier, he would find a way to keep her close. That person is named Clarence, very strong. His special ability is poison. One could say he himself is a poisonous person, Avon said. You should have told me back then. Ivory frowned slightly. It's always been too urgent, so I never got around to telling you. Today, it's just the two of us, Avon explained. Ivory nodded. Avon helplessly continued, cracking down on criminals has offended too many people. Without people like you, there wouldn't be a peaceful era. But now we're in an era of natural disasters, uncontrollable by humans, Ivory remarked. The price for stability will be greater, Ivory quietly added. The greater one's power, the greater one's responsibility. This world needs someone to bear the burden. Laurie, I can only feel at ease when you're by my side, Avon said solemnly. After experiencing the pain of losing once, he didn't want to try it again. The three of them slept huddled together. They needed to set out immediately the next day, but Dayan was still fast asleep. The little guy could eat and sleep well. He was healthy. Oh no, the car broke down after being left overnight. Yang found the car wouldn't start. Cars are usually able to withstand temperatures far below zero, but the entire surface of this car was covered in ice. The car won't ignite, Bo Chen frowned. No wonder Huacheng had no cars running. Let's leave here and try to get away from Huacheng today, Avon said. Remembering what they said last night, that snow rats, which can attack humans, might appear during the day, they decided to be cautious. The road was already icy, and as they walked along the street, everything was covered in a layer of frost, trash cans, bus stop signs, and bicycles. They felt like they were in a world of ice and snow. Kira tried to gather a water ball, but it quickly turned into an ice ball. Fortunately, there was little wind during the day, it was just very cold. Thankfully, they had prepared for extreme cold weather, or they wouldn't survive long in such conditions. Some people had fled from Huacheng, while others chose to stay put. Even though it was cold outside, some preferred to stay in familiar places, possibly due to lack of information. There wasn't a single pedestrian on the road. When they glanced at the residential buildings beside them, a few chimneys were emitting smoke. Hey, what are you doing out there? Quickly find shelter, someone shouted from an upstairs window. Don't shout, you'll attract them. Leave them alone, another man pulled the woman back inside. At this moment, they recalled the snow rats mentioned last night. Were they talking about rats? Mutated rat swarms? They quickened their pace. Suddenly, Ivory noticed a toy store with a rocking horse inside the storefront catching her attention. Avon, that rocking horse over there, Ivory pointed to the nearby shop. Avon nodded, leading Ivory towards the toy store where they broke in directly. The windows had already frozen and cracked, shattering completely with one blow. Ivory went over and took the twist toy car down, along with a rope. This way, she could place Dayan inside and pull him along. Dayan was very happy sitting in the little car. Beside them was a convenience store. Honest saw cigarettes on display and couldn't help but want to smoke a couple. Since Jay had already broken into a shop, they had nothing to worry about. The door of the convenience store wasn't even locked. They walked straight in, only to find that the snack shelves were almost empty, with a pool of dried blood on the floor. Honest and the other men found the cigarettes first, each lighting one up. Anita's parrot suddenly popped out, chirping as if trying to break free. Boom. Soon they felt the ground seemed to be trembling slightly. An earthquake. They thought instinctively. It's not an earthquake. Hurry, get inside, Anita said. They quickly ducked into the convenience store. What they had just felt wasn't a major tremor, but a nearly 3-meter-tall white bear. This was a white bear from Huacheng Zoo. It wasn't a polar bear, it was an albino black bear, so it had gained some attention online at the time. It must have mutated somehow and now stood over 3 meters tall. Hunting during the day, sleeping at night. Is the snow rat a bear? That's quite a difference. Actually, snow rat was local slang, which they didn't understand. The tremor they felt earlier was caused by this creature running. They hid in the convenience store, out of its sight. Being too tall was actually a problem for it. These regressive animals are getting bigger and bigger. If all future animals grow this large, it would be like living on Skull Island. Don't make a sound, its hearing is very sharp. Anita immediately used his special ability to probe the large white bear. It was searching for food, relying on its acute hearing. Just as Anita finished speaking, the giant creature heard something and ran toward their convenience store with a thunderous roar. The white bear blocked the entire entrance with its legs. Ivory looked at the furry thighs and had an urge to stroke them. Thankfully, her reason held her back, otherwise, she might have given in to the temptation to touch it. Chapter 79, Collecting Hobby. Roar Tilda. With a roar from the giant white bear, the glass of nearby storefronts instantly shattered. If she weren't living in the 21st century, Alida felt like she had been transported to a world of mythical beasts. Alida quickly covered Dayan's ears. None of them dared to make a sound. They were all special ability users and didn't wish to provoke such a massive creature. Needless to say, ordinary people would stand no chance without heavy weapons. The weapons they brought this time were lost with the destruction of their vehicle, leaving only a few grenades for self-preservation. Weapons had become disposable items, difficult to produce, and even out of production. Even if production resumed, transportation would be a significant issue. At that moment, the giant white bear was roaring on the street, and none of them inside dared to utter a word. A single swat from its paw could turn them into mush. After about 5 minutes, another tremor shook the earth as the white bear finally left. Did you see that? Such a huge bear. Usher couldn't help but exclaim. Alida remained calm. She had once seen a 2-meter-long centipede. Alexei, what did you observe just now? Iona asked. The white bear is ill-tempered and bloodthirsty. Simply put, we are all food to it. Alexei replied. No wonder there wasn't a single person on the streets during the day with such a large white bear around. There might even be more than one, as retrogressive animals tend to have enhanced reproductive functions. What do we do now? Kira asked. Zaire, I'll go out and scout, Iona said, as he was a speed ability user. If discovered by the white bear, it wouldn't catch him. Be careful, Jay warned. Iona's hand injury from yesterday hadn't healed yet. They couldn't afford any accidents. He vanished in a flash, leaving behind only an afterimage. Alida couldn't help but marvel at his lightning-fast speed. The others weren't idle either, searching the convenience store for anything useful. After about half an hour, Iona returned. Given his speed, he could have toured all of Huacheng City in that time. However, his disheveled appearance indicated a tough journey. The others looked at Iona, waiting for news. From her days with them, Alida understood their roles roughly. Iona's speed abilities allowed him to gather intelligence, Honest provided physical strength, Usher and Fengzhu's Huoshi supported each other. Kira assisted Jay, while Wayne used telekinesis like an assassin. There's more than one white bear. We saw 2 big ones earlier, and there are several others about 2 meters tall, Iona reported. These creatures are large but slow, with immense strength, Iona added. If it were just Iona alone, escape wouldn't be an issue. Do we have to wait until nightfall to leave? Honest frowned, rubbing his chin. Though they were all special ability users, they were still human. These creatures have keen hearing. Our group will surely be detected the moment we step out, Iona explained. Returning to Huacheng via the same route would be too dangerous, especially since they were supposed to escort experts from the Northwest District. We'll have to leave at night then, Usher sighed. Nighttime temperatures were colder than during the day, making nighttime travel perilous due to poor visibility and harsh conditions. We can take the back roads. My phone has a map. We can sneak through, Honest suggested. Staying put or traveling by daylight posed dangers, and staying in the convenience store would also get cold. Then let's take the back roads, Jay decided firmly. It was time to act decisively. Try not to make noise, Alexei reminded everyone. They nodded. Jay carried Dayon with a sling, and Twinkle Car was tucked away by Alida in her storage space. Iona first checked outside. Seeing no white bears, they crossed the street along the wall to avoid detection. Bypassing the main urban area, they planned to cut through the outer ring and directly leave via highway. They safely passed 2 streets. Once they reached the outer ring, the white bears should be out of sight. However, human nature sometimes underestimates the unexpected. Alida looked up to see someone in a 10-story building opening a window and tossing a garbage bottle downward. Her quick reflexes took over. With a roll forward, she caught the bottle midair. Upon catching it, she realized it was a beer bottle. If it had hit the ground, the noise would have alerted the white bears. Usher gave her a thumbs up for her quick reaction. Rachel looked up and saw a child on the upper floor throwing bottles down to play. It was a pity that the distance was too far, otherwise, he would have used his telekinesis to control the object and throw it back in front of the child. Alida slowly put down the bottle and continued walking forward when the child upstairs started throwing bottles down again. This time, 3 or 4 bottles were thrown down at once. Even if Alida's reaction was fast, she couldn't catch so many bottles at the same time. Fortunately, Rachel reacted in time. As soon as the bottles entered his telekinetic control range, he controlled them directly. Damn, that kid is definitely doing this on purpose. Honest couldn't help but curse. The group didn't dare to delay any longer and quickly ran out of the street. They had just run out when they noticed several white bears lurking by the roadside, but their bodies weren't large, looking only about 1 meter tall. Beside these little white bears, there were 2 or 3 corpses. There were 4 little white bears in total. 3 of the little white bears were gnawing on the corpses nearby, with their white fur stained red with blood. Only one little white bear, much smaller than the others, seemed to be excluded and hid behind the others. Seeing that all the little white bears were busy eating and posed no immediate threat, the group hurriedly ran past. Alida followed behind and glanced diagonally ahead, hesitating for a second before running over. Jay, holding the child, had been following right behind Alida. When he saw her suddenly change direction, he was genuinely startled. After Alida ran over, she immediately locked onto the skinny little white bear that wasn't eating the corpse and directly stored it into her space. Turning around, she bumped into Jay. Neither of them spoke, knowing that making noise could easily attract the attention of the bears. So Jay pulled Alida along and quickly caught up. She had developed a habit. Whenever she saw newborn animals, she wanted to collect them into her space. She didn't want the other little white bears that had eaten from the corpses. This one, although skinnier, appealed to her, so she took a risk. The little white bear was directly placed in cage number 4 of the breeding warehouse, and a mark of a white bear appeared on the sign at the cage door. Buzzing tilde. Chapter 80, Quantity Causing a Quality Change. As the white bear entered the space, the entire breeding warehouse's energy seemed to change. Quantity causing a quality change? Alida noticed that a petal-shaped mark appeared on the head of the little white bear she was holding. This mark was identical to the floral mark on her arm but in the shape of a single petal. Through the petals, Alida could clearly sense the white bear's condition. It wasn't good, suffering from malnutrition. Alida then looked at the devil frog's head, which now had an additional green mark. The devil frog was in good health. She glanced at the second frozen worm. It was so tiny. Unless with a magnifying glass, its head would be hard to see. In such a small package, there were 7 frozen worms in total. Alida silently named them the 7 brothers. In the third warehouse were 3 little spiders, and the entire breeding space was filled with webs. The spiders also had small petal-shaped marks. Now, the floral mark on her arm had 4 petals, green representing the soil, blue representing the well water, yellow representing the preservation warehouse, and pink representing the breeding warehouse. These animals in the breeding warehouse all had pink petal-shaped marks. Alida didn't know why this was happening, but it might be due to collecting more creatures, leading to an upgrade in the space's energy. Alida noticed changes in her arm as well. She hadn't paid attention before, but now she saw blue petals beside the water well, and each piece of land had green petal-shaped marks. Looking at Dahe in the corridor without any marks on his head, Alida frowned slightly and placed him in cage number 5. These breeding warehouse cages adapted according to various animals' different habits. Her special ability was definitely related to these petal-shaped marks on her hand. Alida gained a deeper understanding of her space. Before, she had never thought about it so much when there were no disasters. Walking through several streets, they hadn't stopped, walking for hours in the cold winter. Jay had been carrying Daeun the whole time. Now everyone's stomachs were rumbling, but any food brought out would be icy cold. We should reach the outer ring after a few more kilometers, Usher said. Outside the outer ring should be better. Usher, being a fire manipulator, found his ability severely compromised in this icy environment. Mom, I'm hungry, Daeun pitifully said. Everyone else was also hungry but remained silent. After all, while traveling, one must endure what they can until they leave Huacheng. Although enduring some discomfort was possible, children couldn't hold on. It was mealtime, and Alida insisted on taking care of her child meticulously, never letting her baby go hungry. Why don't we rest and have something to eat at that shop ahead? Alida pointed to a few shops along the road. Okay. Jay nodded. It was past noon, and in such cold conditions, not eating meant no heat for the adults either. Moreover, they could encounter dangers anytime and needed to maintain their strength. They broke into the shop entrance, which was still locked. The men immediately searched the rooms but found no dangers. I found a few packets of cookies and a large bucket of black tea, Usher said, placing the items on the table. There's a frozen corpse in the backyard, dead from hypothermia, Iona said, frowning. Encountering corpses now was becoming common. As long as there was no danger, everyone settled down. Mom, I want noodles, Daeun said. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned toward Alida. Having been eating Alida's food lately, they felt somewhat embarrassed, except for Usher, who had a thicker skin. He and Jay were close, and Alida had met Usher a few times and even invited him home. All right, let me cook you some warm noodles, Alida patted her son's head. Alida took out an electric pot from the space, which Jay naturally accepted. No one complained about wasting energy. In such a freezing environment, a hot meal was too satisfying. Cousin-in-law, can you cook a bit more? Usher asked with a grin. Cousin-in-law, I just realized, you are now our team's logistics captain, even more important than Brother Xiao, Usher exclaimed. Others nodded in agreement. Right, Honest. Usher looked at Honest, who had strongly opposed joining the group initially. Honest's expression was rather grim, but indeed, they had been eating Alida's food these few times. He thought of the hot instant noodles he would soon be having. Yes, Honest said somewhat awkwardly. Kira beside him also looked unhappy, but he had to admit that his view of Alida had changed a bit, although he still wasn't willing to admit it. Alida wasn't petty, she just had a personality where she would retaliate if wronged. Alida took out another pot, a few packets of instant noodles, and some corn. Gay could gather fire, Kira provided water, and together, they could cook in one pot. Otherwise, with so many people crowding around one pot, it would take forever to cook. Alexei pulled out the parrot's head from his chest to feed it some cooked corn. The little parrot, despite its feathers, was also sensitive to the cold. It shivered when it came out, which looked quite amusing. Unfortunately, Alida didn't have any vegetables in her plot. There were only eggplants and tomatoes, which made for a rather odd hot pot. After finishing their meal, they cleaned the pot and returned it to Alida. They didn't rest after the meal but set off directly. Staying put would only make them colder, so it was better to keep moving and leave Huacheng as soon as possible. Following the outer ring, they walked close to the roadside, occasionally spotting deep large footprints left by the giant white bears. After about 4 hours, they finally exited the outer ring. The temperature here was still cold, but not as frigid as in the city. The closer to Huacheng city center, the colder it got. People living right in the city center had even frozen into ice sculptures. They hadn't gone there and naturally hadn't seen it. At night, they continued on the road without stopping. Alida's space had flashlights. She had walked the entire day today, something that would have been impossible with her previous physical condition. Today, after walking all day, she only felt tired. With the enhancement of the space, her physical constitution had also improved. Finally leaving Huacheng, the temperature clearly started rising. Alida felt that Huacheng's weather was truly peculiar. In fact, Alida's guess wasn't far off. It was due to an ancestral icebone worm sleeping beneath Huacheng's city center. Chapter 81 Attack. 2 days later, they finally walked out of Huacheng. The temperature has finally warmed up, Usher said in a good mood. Anita's parrot also stood on his shoulder, occasionally playing with a manual ding. Damn this old van, it's about to jolt me to death, Usher couldn't help but say. After leaving Huacheng, they managed to get a van that could accommodate all of them. The institute in the northwest region was located in a remote county outskirts, and the roads were not well constructed, making the journey quite bumpy. Abram, how many more kilometers? Jay asked. Abram glanced at the instrument in his hand and replied, 20 more kilometers. In another 20 kilometers, they would reach the institute. Once there, they would return the instruments and experts to Xi'an City, completing their mission. There was only one winding, rugged road here, with no sign of people around. At least they could rest when they arrived at the institute. The long journey had left them quite tired. There's a wolf ahead. Iona, sitting in the passenger seat, quickly spotted a four-legged wolf standing on the hillside ahead. Wolves generally don't travel alone, there's usually a pack, Anita said, frowning slightly. There was a vast grassland in the northwest, so wolves were common. However, these wolves seemed unusually numerous. As long as they don't attack us, we should be fine, Usher said. Anita stretched his neck to look outside. Suddenly, several more wolves jumped out from the hill. Some wolves even jumped onto the road, forcing them to stop. A few more wolves chased from behind, biting at their tires. Anita tried to use his special ability to communicate with the wolves. It won't work, there's no alpha wolf here, Anita frowned, for only the alpha could make decisions. These wolves aren't ordinary ones, their bodies haven't changed, but their genes have. Their speed, strength, teeth, and claws had all been enhanced. Several wolves tore at the van from behind. It must be said that the quality of the van was surprisingly good. Alida hadn't finished her exclamation before the rear door of the van was ripped off by the wolves. The wind howled into the vehicle. Honest conjured a ball of wind in his hand, unable to create a larger one while inside the moving vehicle. Howl. Several wolves were blown away, rolling on the ground, but soon got back up again. The wolves didn't let them go, continuing to chase and bite. The already damaged van became even more battered. Everyone was anxiously worried, but Alida felt an urge rising within her. Were there any small wolf pups? She wanted to bring one into her space. She promised to take good care of them. Unfortunately, they were all adult wolves. With wolves chasing from behind and attacking relentlessly, soon the engine of their car made a strange noise and emitted white smoke. The van came to a halt with a loud rumble. They hurriedly jumped out of the vehicle, which instantly filled with thick smoke. Soon after, flames emerged from the engine. Indeed, the old van wasn't reliable. Several wolves immediately surrounded them. They first used their abilities to drive them away. Kira's water ability wasn't very effective here, but she drew out a double-bladed weapon from her waist and moved swiftly and decisively. Even Fang Yu's agility was excellent, while Alida, who had never trained, fought spontaneously. However, Alida's reaction time was genuinely impressive. Without using much of their abilities, they managed to deal with the wild wolves. If we kill these wolves and get their scent on us, they will definitely continue to cause trouble, Anita said, frowning. The surroundings were barren and deserted, so they needed to reach the institute as quickly as possible, where there were protective measures. Is there no military unit here? Why not send soldiers to escort the experts back? Alida asked. Because the units here have become independent, Jay explained. Independent. They've rebelled. A high-level special ability user controls the entire force and the nearby Lhasa city, Usher elaborated. Misfortunes always come hand in hand with man-made disasters, impossible to avoid. Might they also target the experts? After all, isn't it about controlling the satellite system or missiles? Alida asked casually. Hearing Alida's words, everyone else grew serious. Jay then said to Iona, Iona, you're fast. Go ahead to the institute base and meet us there. Okay, Iona nodded and vanished like a shadow. The remaining group continued walking down the road, now broken and damaged. About 10 kilometers remained, roughly an hour's walk. The weather had warmed up, and they all felt thirsty from the journey. There was no shortage of water thanks to Kira, and Alida took out an apple from her space, sharing it with a manual ding. Usher and Anita saw this and each asked for one to eat as well. Kira wanted to eat too. The apple looked fresh, and when Usher bit into it, the juice glistened. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva. But Kira stubbornly turned her head away. She didn't believe that Alida could store so many fruits in her space. Being so generous, they would eventually run out. Humph. Sure enough, they encountered wild wolves' harassment from time to time along the way. However, the combat strength of these few people was very strong. Hi Xiao, when we return to Elevenan City, can you teach me as well? Alida asked. Sure, I noticed you have a quick reaction and agile movements, but your strength isn't enough. A single strike should hit their vital points, such as the throat, which renders them powerless, Jay explained. Alida nodded, listening attentively. Alida summoned the devil frog so Emmanuel Ding could sit on it. The little parrot felt both fear and curiosity towards the devil frog, so it kept squawking. The devil frog's back was very steady. Alida tied a rope around its neck so Emmanuel Ding could hold onto it. Once Emmanuel Ding grew a bit bigger, there would be no need for the rope anymore. If you had released the devil frog earlier, those wolves wouldn't have dared to come up, Usher remarked. These wolves are somewhat scared of the devil frog, Anita observed, using his ability to check their thoughts. The devil frog was much taller than them, standing at nearly 165 centimeters, almost matching Alida's height. If the devil frog stood up straight, it would likely be about 180 centimeters tall. Wah-wah. Alida took out an eggplant from her space and fed it to the devil frog. Your devil frog actually loves eggplants. Anita occasionally used his ability to examine the devil frog, mainly due to sheer curiosity. Around them were constantly mutant wild wolves circling behind them, testing them one by one. Chapter 82 Crawlers. Amidst a cluster of rocks, they finally saw some houses, all protected by electric fences. We're here, Kira said excitedly. We've come this far, but Iona hasn't come to meet us. That's not right, Usher frowned, sensing something amiss. The others also noticed the anomaly. If Iona had arrived here, he would definitely have sent someone to meet them. Be careful everyone, Jay said with a frown. There were tank tracks on the road, and at least 20 to 30 wild wolves' corpses lay on both sides. The stench of dead bodies permeated the air as flies buzzed incessantly above them. Some military unit has been here, Jay muttered, frowning at the scene. Could Alida's suspicion be true? Anue, you stay here with the child, Jay instructed. Inside was eerily quiet. Danger could be lurking. Alida nodded without objection. I'll stay and protect sister-in-law, Alexei offered, worried about leaving Alida alone outside in case any danger occurred. Jay had indeed considered leaving Wayne behind for this reason, but agreed when Alexei volunteered. Thank you, Jay replied. It wasn't his duty to leave anyone behind to protect his wife. Don't mention it, don't mention it. We should thank sister-in-law for everything she's done on the way, Alexei hurriedly responded, remembering the supplies Alida had provided him and the parrot. Jay nodded silently, leading the rest toward the research institute. The distant research institute spanned about 500 or 600 square meters, with a large tower-like structure on its roof. The entire institute was encircled by an electric fence, and surveillance cameras lined the path, though they appeared to have long lost power. Alida stood by the roadside with her child and Alexei. Standing there felt a bit exhausting, so she took out 2 stools and a small table from her spatial ring along with a cutting board and knife. She sliced apples and yellow peaches into pieces for Dayan. Alexei enjoyed a share too, lounging while eating fruits. This treatment was luxurious. While he had heard that storage-type abilities could hold items, seeing one that could even keep living creatures and make such obedient pets was unprecedented. After about an hour, nothing unusual happened, and the 2 waiting outside were already full and comfortable. A sudden explosion echoed, causing the seated Alida to leap up immediately. Explosions were coming from the distance. What's happening? Alida frowned, worrying about Jay's safety. Don't worry, Brother Xiao is very capable. He earned his name fighting solo against a drug den back then, Alexei remarked, recalling Jay's battle achievements. Alida put away the table and chairs into her spatial ring, unsure of what was happening inside. Only occasional explosions could be heard. Both looked anxiously towards the institute. Boom boom. A shadow flashed by. It was Iona returning from reconnaissance, bloodstains still visible on his body. Sister-in-law, I need your spatial ring, Iona panted. All right. Alida summoned the devil frog to guard her child. Rest assured, I won't let anything happen to the child, Alexei stated seriously. With that, Iona took off with Alida toward the institute. Despite the reduced speed due to carrying her, it was still fast enough for her. Dayan clung to the devil frog's back, feeling drowsy. Wow, hello, I'm Alexei. Alexei tried to communicate using his ability, but the devil frog paid no heed. Feeling somewhat defeated, Alexei began examining the frog. It had remarkable jumping strength and a poisonous tongue. If it were bigger, it would resemble Gamabunta from Dougie. On the other side, Iona brought Alida to the building housing the instruments. These people. Alida frowned, smelling the faint bloodiness in the air, spotting the contorted bodies in white coats. They've all mutated, Iona explained. Thud-thud sounds of combat came from the adjacent area. Sister-in-law, quickly store these, Iona urged. Alida hurriedly stored everything into warehouse one of her spatial ring before following Iona out. Suddenly, a bizarre creature dropped down from above, human-like in form but crawling on all fours, with an unnaturally long and twisted neck. What kind of monster is this? Alida shivered, as if watching a sinister horror movie. A twisted crawler. Before Iona could respond, the thing lunged at them. He drew his knife and fought the crawler, but it was incredibly strong and fast. One crawler was tangling with Iona, while another one jumped out. Alida's reaction was extremely quick, but the latter's speed was very fast. Moreover, the crawler's claws were long and sharp. Zizi, Alida dodged it, but its nails scratched a deep mark on the ground. Alida drew her knife, but this crawler was incredibly strong and sent her flying. Its claws nearly pierced through her throat. Alida quickly blocked with her knife, but her right shoulder was still torn open. So, it hurts. Alida took the opportunity to stab its chest directly with the knife. However, even after being stabbed through the chest, it continued attacking her as if nothing happened. We need to cut off its head, said Iona from the side. His palm had been injured earlier and hadn't healed yet, making it difficult for him to hold the knife in his left hand. Boom boom. A A thick bolt of lightning struck the crawler from behind, zapping it. The whole crawler trembled as if paralyzed by electricity, its movements becoming sluggish. It also emitted a burnt, foul smell. But it could still move. Fortunately, Jay and the others had rushed over, and in the next moment, Jay decapitated the crawler. The other crawler was dealt with by Wayne as well. Anue. Seeing a leader's shoulder wound, Jay became tense. Behind them, Honest carried the injured Kira, all of them exhausted from energy depletion. I'm fine, let's leave first, a leader said, thinking about the child outside. Although she didn't know what these creatures were, she feared they might threaten Daeun. Let's go. There's a military truck outside, Iona mentioned. He had noticed it when he arrived. Take it. They hurried to the garage at the back. Wayne got into the driver's seat, and everyone quickly climbed aboard. They crashed through the Research Institute's gates. WA. A leader called out, and not far away, the devil frog easily leaped up with Daeun, covering a distance of at least 200 or 300 meters. Chapter 83, New Land Durian. Then Alexei also climbed into the truck. Luckily it was a military truck, so the space at the back was quite spacious. Laurie, how are you? Jay looked anxiously at Ivory. Ivory shook her head and said, just a bit sore on my shoulder. Kira's arm had also been scratched by the crawler. Although the wound was much shallower than Ivory's, the color of the wound was purplish-black. What if its claws were poisonous? Could we be infected? Usher asked nervously. Ivory took out some alcohol from her storage space, which was all she had as she didn't have any medicine. Suddenly, Ivory felt her shoulder getting hot. When she looked down at her arm, it had already turned black. Her symptoms were exactly the same as Kira's. Although special ability users were physically stronger than ordinary people, if this had happened to an ordinary person, they would probably have already been infected by now. Jay wanted to help clean Ivory's wound, but it was on her back, and there were other men present. There was no time for such concerns now. Jay said, Laurie, let me clean your wound, otherwise, too much toxin will enter your body. Kira's wound had already been cleaned first. Okay, Ivory nodded. The others tactfully turned their heads away. Daeun sat obediently beside them, but his eyes stayed on Ivory, full of worry. Jay took out a dagger, sprinkled some alcohol on it, and had Usher sterilize it with fire. If it hurts, just shout, Jay said. Ivory nodded. Jay tore off the clothes on her back, revealing the deep wound, which was more severe than Kira's. However, unlike Kira, who had fainted soon after being scratched, Ivory was still conscious. Sizzle. Ivory's forehead was drenched in sweat from the pain. After cleaning the wound, she felt exhausted and fell asleep on Jay. She slept for what seemed like an indefinite amount of time. Mommy feels so hot, came Daeun's worried voice through her semi-consciousness. Jay could feel Ivory's fever. The temperature was scorching. Why is she so hot? Jay frowned. On the other side, Kira's body temperature wasn't rising but actually dropping, and occasionally, she mumbled that she was cold. Honest held Kira in his arms, warming her with his own body heat. What's going on? Sister-in-law is burning up, yet Kira is freezing. Usher frowned. Kira's face was pale while Ivory's cheeks were flushed. It might be that sister-in-law's immune system is fighting the infection. Alexei speculated, as fever was generally a sign of battling viruses. Looking at Kira again, it was obvious that her condition wasn't good despite having a much shallower wound compared to Ivory's. We're approaching Huacheng, and the weather will get colder, the driver Gideon mentioned. The temperature was clearly dropping, yet Ivory was still burning hot, making her warmth comforting. This isn't good, Kira's temperature keeps dropping, Honest fretted, feeling increasingly anxious as he himself started to feel cold while holding her. How about putting Kira next to Ivory? Usher suggested. One cooling down, the other heating up? Usher boldly suggested. It seemed like a viable solution. Sai 2, we won't enter Huacheng, let's drive directly on the highway and return as soon as possible, Jay said. They would need to drive through the night without stopping, aiming to get back to Xi'an City quickly where medical help was available. Okay, Gideon replied. So Jay placed Ivory and Kira together. Kira's temperature doesn't seem as low anymore, Honest noted. Ivory's temperature appeared to stabilize. We're about to reach Huacheng, Jay frowned. The air was starting to chill, and they were taking the county road, slower and longer but avoiding the main urban area. It's so cold. Usher complained, regretting the lack of air conditioning in the truck. Daeun was both cold and hungry, but seeing Ivory still unconscious, he remained silent, not complaining. The others were also hungry, but the vehicle hadn't entered Huacheng yet. Xiao, there's a shop nearby, let's find some food, Usher said. Returning would take a long time, and they couldn't go without eating for too long. Usher, Iona, and Gideon went out to find supplies, while Honest, Jay, and Alexei stayed behind. A large devil frog was still in the truck, forgotten by Ivory before she passed out. The devil frog remained quietly seated at the rear of the vehicle, almost like a mascot. The truck was quiet, and then came a growling sound. Daeun quickly covered his stomach. Are you hungry? Jay asked. Daeun nodded, but Jay's heart was still heavy with worry for Ivory. None of them had eaten or drunk water during their day and night long journey. In a moment, when the uncles come back with food, you can eat, Jay patted Daeun's head. No, I'll eat after Mommy wakes up, Daeun said. Quack. The previously silent devil frog suddenly croaked. The devil frog was connected to Ivory, whose arm now bore an even more pronounced petal mark. Ivory felt her entire body burning hot, with soreness all over as if she was in a fight. Her body cells were boiling at full speed. After about an hour, they finally returned, bringing back crispy noodles, snacks, water, and milk. They found a snack shop, which had been mostly emptied, so they brought back what was left. Dayan was hungry but didn't eat, and neither did Jay and Honest have any appetite. They rested for about half an hour before continuing on their journey. They took the county road, encountering dangers along the way, but managed to handle them. Ivory's consciousness entered her petal space. This time, the land was about to expand again, directly doubling to 2 plots of land. Durian, Durian. Ivory prayed to all deities for blessing, and perhaps they really heard her. The new plot of land was Durian. This made Ivory ecstatic, though it would take 2 days for the first harvest. This upgrade added another plot of carrot land. Both storage areas expanded significantly, including the well deepening. This was a comprehensive upgrade, which made Ivory extremely happy. Looking at the unripe durians, Ivory almost drooled. She speculated that this might indeed be related to her wishes, something she never considered before. From now on, to get what she wanted, she needed a strong desire before upgrading. Chapter 84 New Residence. Alida emerged from the spatial realm, her consciousness returning to her body. Damn. Her body felt incredibly relaxed, as if she had just won a great battle, but she also felt unbearably hot. Anue, Anue. Jay immediately sensed Alida's movements and asked urgently. Yes, I feel so hot, Alida said as soon as she opened her mouth. The others in the truck were shivering due to the cold at this moment, especially since their winter coats were all inside Alida's spatial realm. You've finally woken up. You've been unconscious for 2 days, Jay frowned. Alida saw Kira beside her, while Giovanni was curled up in his arms, looking very tiny. You were unconscious for a day and night, Jay added. Alida slowly sat up, seeing that Kira was still leaning on her, and Edward had even taken off his own coat to wrap around Kira's body, who was shivering with cold. Anue, do you feel any discomfort? Jay asked anxiously. No, just feeling a bit hot, Alida answered truthfully. Hot. They were currently passing through Huacheng territory, almost frozen to death. Sister-in-law, aren't you cold? Alexei's words trembled along with his body. Alida hurriedly retrieved the winter coats from the spatial realm, which everyone put on, feeling warmer instantly. Giovanni was also freezing and huddled close to Alida. Mom, you're finally awake, Giovanni exclaimed happily upon seeing Alida. Alida quickly wrapped him in warmth. They spent the entire night crossing Huacheng. They hardly slept at all. Thanks to your devil frog last night, Usher mentioned. Devil frogs have remarkable combat strength. Alida, can you please hold Kira a little closer? Edward's tone was filled with pleading. What? Alida thought she misheard. Hold Kira. You have a very high body temperature, and Kira's is dangerously low. So we made you hug each other to balance out the temperatures, Jay explained. Alida touched Kira, whose body temperature was indeed frighteningly low. You don't realize how unnaturally high your body temperature is, Alexei said. You two are both infected, one with a high fever, one with a dangerously low temperature, really worrying us to death, Usher said. On the way, Alida kept holding Kira. Her body temperature didn't decrease significantly but wasn't as scarily high anymore. This return trip was relatively smooth, yet it was extremely tiring. They had barely rested, constantly rushing along the road. Now that Alida was awake, it also shortened the time needed to find food. A day later, they arrived at Elevenant City, where Alida and Kira were directly sent to the hospital. Alida walked in, while Kira was wheeled in on a stretcher. When will Mom get better? Giovanni asked by the ward door. Soon, Jay comforted him, though he was quite anxious himself. An hour later, Alida's test results came back showing that her body was perfectly healthy, with viral infection levels of over 10,000 but no actual infection. In contrast, Kira's viral load was only about 10,000 but remained in a coma. If he couldn't resist, he might mutate from infection. Therefore, after entering briefly, Alida came out, but Kira stayed in intensive care. Upon completing their mission, each person received a reward of 1,000 points. The good news was that Alida, due to her special ability, received a house allocation. The bad news was that it was in the same community but smaller than expected, mainly because most houses had already been allocated. That evening, Jay and Alida returned to their assigned complex, which was Building 9. This apartment was simply furnished but came with a bed and sofa, which was quite satisfactory. I need to go back to work and will return tonight, Jay said, needing to handle matters related to the mission. My instruments in the spatial realm? Alida asked. Just leave them there for now, we'll discuss it when I come back, Jay replied. After Jay left, Alida tidied up the small apartment, which consisted of 1 bedroom and 1 living room. The kitchen had natural gas and electricity. After coming back from the hospital, she felt hungry. Alida started cooking, retrieving a pot and ingredients from the spatial realm to make a couple of simple dishes and grill some steaks. Giovanni ate 3 pieces of steak. Satisfied and full, Alida gave Giovanni a bath. With his back still injured, she could only give him a sponge bath and washed his hair. Alida didn't sleep but instead charged her phone and checked the recent news on social media apps. Recent trending topics were about warriors, heroes, and how to become a special abilities user, among various messages. It seems that the matter of special ability users has already spread. After all, things are rather chaotic now, and without the strong concealment by any country, no news can be hidden. It wasn't until the dead of night that Jay returned from outside and saw Alida was still awake. I'm not sleepy, I feel very energetic, Alida said, feeling good after this bodily evolution. Be careful lately, 11 and City might also experience changes, Jay said with a worried expression. What were those creepers we encountered? Alida had been wanting to ask. We don't know, those experts were all infected with such a virus. Now that the experts are dead, it's unknown how long the satellite system can continue to operate autonomously. Once there's a bug, the signal will be interrupted. Do you remember the virus I told you about in Africa? Now it's in China too, Jay said with a frown. They referred to the creepers they had encountered earlier. The next day, Jay went to Special Division 1. The other members only gathered for missions and usually enjoyed considerable freedom. Secondly, since Alida has a spatial storage skill, she wasn't required to go to work every day. She could still clock in for work if she wanted to. After all, there was free food. Alida noticed that the durians in her spatial realm were ripe. Although their smell is unpleasant, they tasted delicious. Unfortunately, there was no oven, otherwise, roasting the durians would make them even more delicious. Speak of the devil. She now had points, so she took Giovanni to the mall to buy an oven. They left home but had no car, so they walked toward the nearest mall. Exiting the residential area, the previously vibrant 11 and City, with its bustling traffic, now had dirty roads everywhere. The city lacked cleaning services, yet it was better than other cities, at least it was safe. Construction of city walls was ongoing on tall buildings nearby. Alida took Giovanni to the supermarket and bought an air fryer and an oven, spending over 100 points in total. It has to be said, prices for everything are quite expensive now. Chapter 85, Daeon's Special Abilities. In fact, Daeon was old enough to attend kindergarten, but Alida was a bit worried because the urban area was too chaotic now. However, it wasn't good for the child to stay out of school for too long, and Alida was quite conflicted about this. When she came home at noon, Alida directly used the oven to bake a full box of durians. The soft and chewy durian was delicious, and Daeon also ate several pieces. Kids were great, they never picky eaters. There was still a TV at home, and Alida turned it on. It had been a long time since she watched TV. At the moment, there were only 1 or 2 channels available on TV, one from Magic Capital and the other from the Capital Shangjing channel. Now only these 2 cities had such capabilities. The news reported that various cities in Huaxia country were severely affected by disasters. Not only that, but some rebels had betrayed the country and declared independence. These people were collectively referred to as dangerous elements. Nowadays, it resembled the warlord conflicts of the past, with everyone wanting to establish their own kingdom and declare independence. There was nothing that could be done, natural disasters were severe, and each city was barely managing on its own. Alida saw some information but didn't care further. She hoped that 11 and City would remain stable. A week later, in a county town over 100 kilometers away from them, a crawler infection occurred, and a large number of civilians were infected. After being infected, they would crawl on the ground, not only becoming completely inhumane but also attacking everywhere. They were basically like zombies from movies, except that once humans were infected, they wouldn't walk upright but instead crawl on the ground. Therefore, they were all called crawlers. During this more than a week, Alida's spatial pets had undergone many changes. The devil frog size was still growing, it was already over 2 meters tall, and its cage space had correspondingly increased. The little bear she had brought back before ate the most. If it weren't for planting crops in the spatial land, they really couldn't afford to feed them. Having pets was not enough, food was also needed. Only the frozen worms ate the least, with just a small amount, 7 little worms could last a whole week. In the afternoon, Alida would take the child down to play in the neighborhood. This neighborhood was made up of special ability holders' families or military dependents of 11 and City, so everyone got along relatively harmoniously. Alida, why are you back here? Violet, who returned home, saw Alida in this neighborhood and thought she was here to snatch houses again. Actually, after leaving Jay and others, their life hadn't been good because prices were getting higher. The money Jay left behind initially seemed substantial pre-cataclysm. But now, it wasn't nearly enough. Prices rose sharply due to inflation. So Kylie made them all go out to work. Why can't I be here? My home is here, Alida said calmly, who knew that when Violet heard this, she couldn't keep calm. You want to snatch the house again? Didn't you agree with my brother before? Violet said anxiously. We've bought another house here. Is that not allowed? Alida said teasingly. Another house? Violet was incredulous, as the houses in this neighborhood were non-sale items. How could they buy another? Alida looked at her changing expression, not knowing what she was thinking, but it definitely wasn't pleasant. Alida didn't care about that and wanted to leave with Daeon. It's impossible for you to buy a house here. Impossible, Violet frowned, almost nervously speaking. Recently, Violet's life had been extremely difficult, making her often tense, especially when seeing Alida living better than them. Alida and Daeon were dressed cleanly, and Daeon even held a fresh apple in his tiny hands. Instinctively, Violet felt extremely unbalanced and tried to snatch the apple from Daeon. Unexpectedly, Daeon pushed her away 10 meters. Others watching were stunned. This kid has incredible strength. Alida frowned, walked straight up to Violet, and slapped her. Ah! Violet was dazed by the slap. How dare you hit me? Violet attacked Alida crazily, but for Alida, it wasn't much. Violet ended up bruised and battered while Alida took Daeon home. What should have been a happy day was ruined by encountering someone as unpleasant as dog poop. But Alida did consider others' comments about Daeon's unusual strength today. Thus, she tested Daeon, having a wrist wrestling match where Alida asked Daeon to use all his strength. Alida looked at Dayan in shock. She didn't win the wrist wrestle. Could it be that eating a lot made him incredibly strong? Alida felt a bit excited. Dayan was very likely to be a special ability user. That night, when Jay came back, Alida told him about it. She also tested Dayan. Jay, with his towering height of 185 centimeters and well-built muscles, was the benchmark. Dayan's strength was on par with Jay. A 3-year-old child had strength equivalent to that of a fully grown, muscular man. He is very likely a strength special ability user, but he awakened quite early, Jay couldn't help but say. Awakening at the age of 3. Both were delighted by this news. After all, in these chaotic times, having self-protection abilities was crucial. Jay, headquarters asked us to go to Linqian County. Jay frowned. Because of the crawler infection there? Yeah. These crawlers spread quickly. Anyone with open wounds who comes into contact with them gets infected. Special ability users have extremely strong immunity. Hearing this, Alida thought of Kira in the ICU. She's still unconscious, Jay sighed. But we've found that some people with mild infections didn't die. Instead, they triggered their latent special abilities. This was a significant breakthrough. Previously, it was only known that special abilities could be inherited. But the probability is low. However, 2 individuals whose abilities were activated are now in Lebanon City Hospital. In other words, if the threshold for becoming a special ability user was set at 60%, then those who had 50+% capability would activate after being infected, reaching 60% and thus becoming special ability users. However, those with only 20 or 30% capability failed and became infected directly. I feel like the world is evolving stronger ones and failing weaker ones. Alida couldn't help but sigh after hearing Jay. Chapter 86, 11 and Creeper Incursion. Jay was leading a team to the neighboring county for a sweep operation, but this time he did not choose to bring Alida. Since Jay learned that Alida had the devil frog, he knew she could take care of herself and believed it would be safer for her to stay home. Most importantly, the situation with the creepers was unsafe, with a large number of infections, making it dangerous for Alida to be out with her child. Alida prepared plenty of supplies for Jay. If everything goes smoothly, I should be back in about 4 or 5 days, said Jay. Don't worry. I'll keep us inside during these few days. Alida understood Jay's concerns. I will return as soon as possible, Jay promised. In truth, Alida had her own thoughts. She only wanted to live a simple life with her husband and child. She questioned the purpose of such missions for the sake of the country or the safety of Lebanon City. They were irrelevant to her. Some might call Alida selfish, but it didn't matter. Jay had been a soldier since childhood and still held on to his beliefs and responsibilities. Over these few days, Alida spent all her points and only left a bit of Jay's points enough to cover electricity and gas fees. 7 days after Jay left, he still hadn't returned. In the first 2 days, she occasionally received messages from him via her phone, but recently there had been no contact. Recently, Lebanon City was placed under lockdown to prevent any infected creepers from entering the city. And this distance was alarmingly close. Jay had been gone for half a month now, with the entire city under lockdown, causing supply shortages again. Even though there were official military forces managing Lebanon City, incidents of robbery still occurred from time to time, but nothing happened in their neighborhood yet. Until half a month after Jay left, Alida started feeling anxious. If Jay returned this time, she would definitely persuade him to leave the special task force. She only wanted them, a family of 3, to survive together. On the 3rd day, Alida received a notice to assist with a mission for Special Task Force 2. But she refused, citing the need to take care of her child. Your child can be entrusted to our specialists. We won't neglect them. It mainly involves transporting ammunition. Spatial transportation is faster, more efficient, and safer, said the person from Special Task Force 2. How about this? Let me consider it. Alida knew she couldn't outright refuse today, so she stalled. A response is needed by tomorrow morning. Alida nodded and hung up the phone. Jay still hadn't returned, and now they wanted her to do a mission and entrust her child to others. Alida absolutely wouldn't agree. If necessary, she would have to take her child along. That night, before Alida prepared to set out with her son the next day, Lebanon City erupted into chaos with gunfire heard throughout the night. What was happening? Alida stood by the window, looking outside in fear, only to see a creeper climbing on the building opposite her apartment. A creeper. Were there creepers in Lebanon City now? Alida quickly locked the door and sealed all windows. All night, screams echoed outside. The next day, no one called her about the mission. Alida realized the situation was becoming dire. When she looked outside again, the streets were in disarray. She and her child could only stay inside for now. It wasn't safe to go out with infected beings everywhere. Alida checked on her pets first. After a month of growth, the devil frog had grown to 3 meters long, comparable to the giant white bear. The room could barely fit it now, and the white bear had grown even faster, reaching over 2 meters. The 7 frozen insects showed little change in size. Alida had summoned them once, controlling them telepathically. Dahi had become stronger too, with sharper claws and teeth. The 3 spiders had also grown to over a meter, capable of spinning webs. Looking at her pets, Alida felt a sense of security. These past few days, everyone stayed indoors, but as supplies dwindled, some began knocking on doors or venturing out to find supplies. Venturing farther meant encountering more creepers, so some started trying to break into other people's homes. However, every household in this neighborhood had closed and fortified doors. Most families belonged to the official military forces of Eleven City and had weapons, even some with handguns for self-defense. Robbery in this area was unlikely. Days passed, and Eleven City experienced water and power cuts, even gas supply had stopped. Jay still hadn't returned. Staying in Eleven City became increasingly dangerous, but leaving might mean missing Jay. It was a difficult decision, but reality forced Alida's hand. In the morning, huge plumes of thick smoke appeared from top to bottom. Damn! Their building was on fire. Due to the lack of electricity and gas, some people could only cook by making fires at home, which eventually led to their homes catching fire accidentally. Mom, it's on fire, Dayan coughed and said. The thick smoke had already spread into the room. If they didn't leave now, they would either be burned to death or suffocated. Alida quickly took out wet towels, soaked them in water, gave one to Dayan, and kept one for herself to cover her nose. She opened the door and ran upstairs. Since the fire was downstairs, they could only run upstairs to avoid being scorched by the high temperature. Alida brought her child all the way to the rooftop terrace, where a few other people were already standing. Cough, cough Tilda. The black smoke from downstairs grew thicker. Help! Several people stood on the rooftop terrace, covering their mouths with towels and shouting desperately. No matter how loudly they shouted, no one came to save them. Alida immediately thought of a solution and directly summoned the devil frog from her spatial dimension. Help! What the hell is this? Monster! Monster! Don't eat me! The moment the devil frog appeared, the few people on the rooftop instantly screamed in terror, some even trembling with fear. Some were so scared by the devil frog that they almost fell off the terrace. Alida didn't care about all that. She directly carried her child onto the back of the devil frog. Now the devil frog was huge, over 3 meters long, with astonishing jumping power. Although jumping down from a building more than 10 stories high might turn them into mush, the devil frog wouldn't be harmed at all. Alida held Dayan and knelt on its back, then took out a rope from her spatial dimension to create a protective device around it. If she were to fall off during the jump, it would be counterproductive. Alida took a deep breath. Honestly, she was a bit nervous too. It was over 10 stories high, and she was on the back of the devil frog. Though she knew its jumping power was incredible, this was her first attempt. This was even more thrilling than bungee jumping. Chapter 87 Jump, Devil Frog. Jump, Devil Frog, Alida said boldly, but inside she was panicking. The people on the rooftop were all stunned. Not only did a giant toad appear out of nowhere, but a woman carrying a child actually stood on its back. Fortunately, the devil frog's back was flat. Isn't that person Dougie from Dougie? One man said, frowning. Have you been watching too much anime? It must be the Great Summoner, another man interrupted seriously. Can you take us with you? Someone pleaded. All they got was the sight of the giant frog leaping into the air and landing steadily on the ground. What the tilde? Too exciting, too exciting. Alida felt an indescribable thrill. This bungee jumping experience was even more exhilarating. The wind whipped past her face as her heart pounded fiercely. Whoa whoa. Mommy, this is so fun. Little Doozy found it amusing. Devil Frog's flat back ensured a comfortable ride down, but the moment of weightlessness during the leap made her heart race. No one knew how big Devil Frog could grow, but so far it was the largest of her pets. Alida looked up at the sky. If she could summon a flying bird in the future, could it also carry her through the skies? That would be even more thrilling. Devil Frog's massive size made walking on regular roads somewhat crowded. People on the road screamed in shock, terror, or disbelief. Monster. Various sounds echoed around her, but Alida, with Little Doozy, wasn't overly concerned. Crawlers on the walls were attacking others nearby. Hissing. Alida paid no mind until one crawler approached Devil Frog. Whoa whoa. Devil Frog's tongue lashed out, and the crawler's head was swallowed whole. Only the lower half of the crawler's body remained on the ground. Devil Frog became stronger by devouring these crawlers' heads. As Devil Frog's controller, Alida immediately sensed its intention. Swallow. Alida patted Devil Frog's back. Go there. Alida pointed ahead. Taking advantage of Eleven City's chaos, she planned to empty the supermarket. Her storage space had just doubled. Whoa whoa. With a light jump, Devil Frog soared several meters high. They quickly reached the supermarket entrance. Devil Frog, standing over 3 meters tall, couldn't fit through the doors. So Alida left Devil Frog and Little Doozy outside, entering the supermarket herself. It was safer for Little Doozy to stay with Devil Frog, and to ensure safety, Alida summoned an ice bug to rest on Little Doozy's skin. Its temperature could be controlled, now feeling like a snowflake on his skin. With a military knife in hand, Alida rushed into the supermarket. The first floor still had some people, most clutching items. Some were being attacked by crawlers, but Alida ignored them, rushing straight to the shelves, collecting everything. Free items were truly the best. The points earned wouldn't even buy a few things. In fact, she swept through both floors of the supermarket. Hiss. As she collected items, a newly mutated crawler attacked her. Alida knew its weakness, the head. She just needed to decapitate it. Unlike zombies, this crawler moved using all 4 limbs. Though weak in speed and strength, Alida missed severing the crawler's neck in one strike. Despite the half-severed head, it still moved, drooping in a terrifying manner. This was a life-or-death situation, but Alida wasn't fazed. She dealt a second blow, finally cutting off the crawler's head. For a moment, Alida hesitated. A previous encounter with this creature had granted her storage space upgrade upon injury. Would another bite possibly do the same? But losing consciousness would be disastrous. Little Doozy and Devil Frog were outside, along with other threatening crawlers. Alida couldn't afford any mistakes. She continued collecting items, focusing mainly on food. Ah! A person rolled down from the second floor and crashed in front of Alida, who, holding her knife, walked past without hesitation. Sympathy was useless at this moment. Only after ensuring her own safety could she consider doing anything else. Just as Alida was about to leave, another crawler suddenly appeared behind her. This crawler was clearly infected for a longer time, charging over at an alarming speed. It was about to pounce on Alida when, bang, 2 bullets shot out, blowing the crawler's head apart. Alida saw Alexei standing in front of her, holding a pistol and pointing it at the crawler behind her. How are you here? Didn't you go on the mission with Jay? Alida asked in shock. Brother Xiao left me behind to protect you before he set off. This logistics team didn't take me, Alexei said. He could communicate with animals but not crawlers. After Alida came out, several more crawler corpses lay around Devil Frog. Whoa. Devil Frog had eaten quite a bit, its belly now round and full. Once it digested all this, its size would increase significantly. This is Devil Frog, so big already. Alexei was amazed, beyond his wildest imagination. Previously, it wasn't even as tall as him, and now it was twice his height. Alida climbed onto Devil Frog's back, looked down at Alexei, and frowned. What mission did Jay go on? Don't hide it from me anymore. Alida frowned. I'm not sure of the details, but the mission is very dangerous. I'll take you to headquarters first. It's safe there, Alexei said. Bringing such a huge Devil Frog along was inconvenient, so Alida could only store it in her space first. Headquarters is filled with special ability users. It must be safe, Alexei added. With that, Alexei led Alida toward headquarters, encountering other crawlers along the way. Alexei had firearms. Although he only had the communicator ability, he was also very skilled. Anyone who could join Special Department 1 had undergone special training. Boom. A loud explosion came from inside headquarters. Chapter 88, Special Ability Mutated Crawlers. An explosion occurred at headquarters, and instantly flames erupted everywhere. What's going on? Alexei was completely baffled. Suddenly, a crawler almost 2 meters tall walked out from the fire. Alexei found this person's face very familiar. This is Barkley from Special 1. He is also a special ability user. How did he get infected and turn into a crawler? Alexei shouted in shock. The infected Barkley had astonishing destructive power. Originally, he was a metal-type ability user, who could transform his whole body into steel-hard metal. A steel man. At this moment, after becoming a crawler, his eyes were bloodshot red, with devastating destructive power. Surrounding soldiers attacked him with weapons, but bullets had no effect on him at all. Retreat. Ivory said immediately. This guy looked so powerful, it would be even more dangerous to go into headquarters now. Alexei naturally knew this too. The dense gunfire around didn't faze him. The two quickly retreated, walking in the opposite direction. We can only leave Eleven City now. It won't take long for everyone here to possibly become crawlers, Ivory said after a few seconds of thought. She needed to leave Eleven City and go to Linqian County to find Jay. These two kept running while escaping, arriving directly at the hospital. Kira, Ivory. At a corner of the hospital, Ivory met Kira, who was wearing a patient gown. You're awake? Alexei asked upon seeing Kira, who had been unconscious due to infection for quite some time. Awake, Kira nodded. Not only awake but her ability had also undergone a mutation, transforming from water-based to ice-based. Let's go, Ivory said as she looked at the crawler nearby. Infected crawlers were everywhere. These infected people would act up within minutes. If they didn't mutate in a short time, they might evolve into special ability users. Where to? Ivory looked at the large mall opposite and said. The three of them sneaked into the mall and rushed straight to the top floor. After dealing with 2 crawlers, the trio temporarily found a safe room. There were windows outside, the door was locked, and it was an office in the mall. Ivory had just seen Kira's water ball turn into an ice spike sword, directly piercing the crawler's head. Temporarily safe, Alexei checked the surroundings and said, but there were still intermittent noises and cries for help coming from outside the window. By this time, it had turned dark outside. Grumble. Kira and Alexei's stomachs grumbled simultaneously. Kira had just woken up and hadn't eaten anything for over a month, being fed only nutrient solutions daily. Alexei had been running all along, seeing Ivory's residence catch fire, trying to think of ways to save her. He saw Ivory riding a devil frog jumping down from a tall building. That scene was exhilarating. Ivory took out bread and ham sausages that she had collected from the supermarket. Thanks, sister-in-law. Alexei hurriedly thanked. Kira's voice was very soft but she still managed to say, thank you. Seeing that the two had eaten enough, Ivory asked, do you know what's going on? I just woke up today. Kira frowned, unaware that she had been asleep for so long. When she woke up, she found chaos in the hospital, blood everywhere, but luckily, she was in the intensive care unit where there were usually no people. There must have been a crawler-infected person entering Eleven City, causing the spread of infection, Alexei said. But wasn't Eleven City checked very strictly? Ivory frowned. No matter how strict, there are always lapses. And if something is smuggled in, wouldn't it get through? Alexei said, such incidents had happened before. Once an infected person gets inside, the spread happens rapidly. Most people in the city are ordinary, how can they resist? Moreover, some special ability users got infected, and their powers enhanced after infection, Alexei added. Ivory had also observed this, like Barkley who couldn't resist and turned into a mutated crawler directly. Just like Ivory and Kira, they were also infected, but after enduring it, their abilities became stronger. It's dark now, let's rest here tonight and think of ways to leave tomorrow, Ivory said. With the passage of time, the number of infected people would increase. Elevenham City was densely populated even before the apocalypse, and now, as a rescue city, more people had gathered. Every second, people were getting infected, leading eventually to a city besieged by zombies, unable to escape without wings. What should have been a quiet night was filled with roars, fires occasionally broke out in skyscrapers outside, and thick smoke billowed from various places. This chaos was far greater than what happened in Tianguang City initially. It seems like the zombie apocalypse has come true, Alexei said. Soon, Alexei's parrot flew back from outside. He opened the window to let the parrot in. Alexei's eyes gleamed with an unusual light, and soon he received some information. This parrot was his life-bound parrot, which he had raised since childhood, allowing him to share its vision and hearing. It's Che, all special ability users have joined them, Alexei said. The name Che sounded familiar to Ivory. He was that toxic person, Jay's archenemy. In other words, the special ability users in Elevenham City had betrayed them. This made sense. Now it was a world where the strong ruled. The leader of Huaxia in Shangjing was not a special ability user, naturally causing dissatisfaction among those below. Before the apocalypse, there were laws, armies, and moral boundaries, but now these things were weakened. Only the strong could rule everything. Could the crawler mutations in Elevenham City be related to them? Ivory speculated boldly. Forget it, let's leave Elevenham City tomorrow, Ivory said. The longer they stayed here, the more dangerous it would become with more infected crawlers. After one night, the commotion outside had decreased significantly. At this time, most people were likely hiding at home. After devouring several crawlers, her devil frog grew to 4 meters long, growing 1 meter overnight. Ivory switched the ice bug from Emmanuelji, taking turns to protect him. For safety, Ivory released Dahuhei in the mall. Now Dahuhei was the size of a large dog, even bigger than that, reaching up to Ivory's waist. She placed Emmanuelji on Dahuhei's back, telling him to hold onto Dahuhei's fur tightly. Emmanuelji seemed very happy. Sister-in-law, what do your pets eat to grow so big? Alexei asked curiously. Vegetables, Ivory replied. She fed them vegetables and fruits grown in her dimensional space. Recently, she discovered that the 3 spiders actually loved eating durians the most. Chapter 89, Fight, My Pets. Anita didn't believe that animals eating vegetables could grow so big. How much vegetables would they need to consume? They occasionally encountered crawlers on their way. However, Anita still had bullets, and both Kira and he were quite agile. Alida casually picked up plenty of useful items from a nearby small store. She was familiar with such opportunistic scavenging. As more and more infected appeared, they dared not be so blatant anymore. These infected became weaker in brighter places, a fact that others had also discovered. Therefore, the safest time to leave would be at noon when the sun was harshest. Where do we hide now? Crawlers are everywhere, or it's mutant animals, Kira said, slightly frowning. I'm going to Lin County, Alida said. She needed to find Jay, who might be trapped in Lin County. I'll go with you, Kira blurted out uncontrollably. Well, I'm not looking for Brother Xiao. I'm looking for Honest, Kira stammered, somewhat embarrassed. Even though she had been unconscious recently, she heard Honest's voice every day. Suit yourself, Alida said. Anita naturally followed, as following her meant there was meat to eat. An hour later, when the sunlight was strongest, they crossed the streets directly towards the outskirts. On the way, Alida collected many things. Finally, they found a car. Anita drove, Kira sat in the passenger seat, and Alida sat in the back with Dayan. With a car, they moved much faster. Buzz. A few cars came from adjacent streets toward them, their windows all open. Those are Che's people, Anita immediately recognized. Furthermore, the people in the subsequent cars were from their previous special department too. It seemed they all joined Che's team. They were also heading out of town, and indeed, these several vehicles were a group of psychics. The crawlers they met were no match. The gate of Elevenham City was already breached, with many fleeing to the countryside, while some chose to stay within the city. After all, there were supplies inside the city, and more crawlers here, at least 100 visible at a glance. But with the city gate of Elevenham broken and giant rocks blocking the path, passage was impossible, surrounded by newly built walls. These crawlers started attacking them upon noticing movement. Definitely, the humans attempting to leave gathered together, only to become infected. Hurry, retreat, Kira said urgently, frowning. Anita quickly reversed the car in the opposite direction. Bang! The car hit a crawler. These creatures felt no pain, nor fear of death, charging recklessly even after being struck. Their car frame was nearly shattered, and another vehicle approached from the front. Damn! Anita cursed. The approaching car charged straight at them. Alida hurriedly shielded Dayan. Crash. Their car was pushed several meters and stopped against a wall. Airbags popped out inside the car. Fortunately, none of the 3 were seriously hurt, but a crawler had already jumped onto their car. Kira immediately released an ice spike, which instantly pierced into the crawler's body. But without decapitating it, the creature remained mobile. Kira used to form water spheres, but now with ice spikes, her accuracy was off. However, the ice spikes slowed down the crawler's movements. The three quickly crawled out of the car. The car that had just crashed was already overturned, with its 3 occupants bitten, likely soon to mutate into crawlers. They had just gotten out of the car when several surrounding crawlers swarmed around them again. Swish swish. Kira's ice spikes rained like petals, slowing the crawlers but not completely stopping them. Anita ran out of bullets in his gun and pulled out a folding combat knife from behind. Creating ice spikes consumed more energy than forming water spheres. Releasing so many at once left her weak, making her even more strained. Come out, my little darlings. Alida summoned her pets from her spatial pocket, the large white bear, Dahi, and the 3 spider brothers. The 3 spiders stood guard beside Alida, using thick white spider silk to bind any approaching crawler, immobilizing them. Each spider was over a meter tall. The white bear, nearly 2 meters tall, grabbed a crawler with its powerful paws and tore it apart effortlessly. Alida realized that unless the crawlers' heads were separated, their bodies would continue moving. The white bear is amazing, Dayan couldn't help but say. The spiders controlled the situation, while Dahi's claws were sharp, tearing apart the crawlers that tried to approach them. Roaring. The white bear tore off a crawler's head and swallowed it in one bite. However, neither the spiders nor Dahi intended to eat, indicating that only the devil frog and the white bear needed the crawlers. In about 10 minutes, all the crawlers around them were eliminated. Alida summoned her pets over and put all of them back into her spatial pocket except for Dahi. Amazing. Anita exclaimed in surprise. Weren't that white bear and those spiders the ones we encountered a while ago? Anita asked in shock, and Kira was equally astonished. Anita's guess wasn't far off. These were indeed the creatures Alida had acquired recently. How did you do it? Can your spatial pocket evolve pets? Anita bombarded her with curious questions. No comments, Alida replied calmly. Why should she reveal the secret of her spatial pocket to others? Even her husband Jay didn't know this much. At this moment, Kira looked at Alida with a completely different expression, mainly due to the impact of the pets she just summoned. She no longer dared to think Alida wasn't worthy of Jay, rather, it seemed she herself wasn't worthy. The sky is getting dark. Let's find a place to stay, Alida said. As the sun set, the crawlers would become more active. They rushed into an adjacent shopping mall. Upon entering, they found a few people at the entrance, some holding weapons. Seeing Joni you come in, one of the men excitedly said. You are special psychics. Are you like superheroes? Clearly, they had watched too many anime and movies. These few had witnessed the battle outside. To them, Kira releasing ice spikes was like watching a magic movie. A real-life Harry Potter. Alida ignored them and headed inside, looking for a safe place to rest. But a few people surrounded them, chattering incessantly, hinting that they wanted to follow. It's already dark. If you keep making noise, you'll attract the crawlers, Alida coldly warned. Chapter 90, Shared Interests, Clean Sweep. After Alida finished speaking, no one dared to make a sound for fear of attracting the crawlers. Alexei inquired and found out that the large shopping mall had 3 floors, with all the main entrances already locked by them. So there were no crawlers around for now. Alida and her 2 companions went straight to the 3rd floor, while the others locked the mall's main doors, preventing anyone else from entering. As long as we follow them, we can also be protected, one woman said. The others agreed. After all, they had seen how that woman could control so many mutated beasts. There was another woman who could release ice spikes. These things used to be only on TV for them, but now it was all real. They secretly followed Alida up to the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor were mostly home textiles and clothing, with beds in some vendor stalls. The entire mall was pitch black due to the power outage, but everyone remained quiet. Fortunately, they were in a mall where there was plenty of food downstairs. Alida took out small solar-powered lamps from her spatial pocket, so it wasn't completely dark. Alida also distributed some food she had taken from her spatial pocket to everyone. Mommy, I want to eat durian, Giovanni said. Okay. Alida nodded. Durian? This thing hasn't been around here for a long time, right? Kira frowned, saying that she too loved durian, but ever since the disaster, she hadn't eaten any. Durian is grown in other countries, and transportation has been difficult, so it had long been cut off. Just as Kira finished speaking, Alida pulled out roasted durian from her spatial pocket, something she had previously roasted at home. The smell of durian instantly filled the air. What is this smell? Alexei covered his nose. He couldn't stand the smell of durian. Durian. Kira's eyes lit up as she suddenly found the noodles in her bowl not as fragrant anymore. Alida, can you give me a piece? Anue, I won't compete with you for Zaire anymore. Here's yours, Kira said. Phut. Alida couldn't help but laugh at Kira's somewhat childish words. Firstly, Jay has always been my husband. Secondly, a piece of durian makes you give up your liking for him? That doesn't seem like much, does it? Alida said. Between durian and Zaire, of course I choose durian. Kira said, her face slightly flushed. Alida then pulled out another piece for Kira. It seemed they did have a shared interest. Alexei refused to eat it no matter what. Alida noticed that Kira's attitude toward her was completely different now compared to before. What Alida didn't know was that people who often ate food produced by her spatial pocket would develop an inexplicable trust in her. Because the food came from her land, it created a kind of faith. Over time, as more food was consumed, this trust gradually strengthened silently. The smell of durian was still noticeable, and everyone on that floor could smell it. Did you all smell durian? Am I hallucinating? I smelled it too, but it can't be durian, right? Could it be someone's poop? There's no way there would be durian here. Everyone, stop talking. If we attract zombies, it will be dangerous, one man sternly reminded. Upon mentioning zombies, everyone fell silent again, but the faint smell of durian still lingered in the air. I want to eat it so badly. The next day, the mall was still dim during the daytime but not completely dark. They could see quite a bit. Alida had already checked the corridors of the mall, which had large windows. Outside, the streets were desolate, but there were more blood-dragged corpses lying on the road. Alida decided to go outside to check, especially the two shops opposite, which were children's stores. Giovanni would grow faster, so clothes and shoes of various sizes needed to be prepared. Kira had already changed into a new set of clothes. Since this was a mall, clothes were everywhere. There were quite a few people here, at least dozens, so Alida didn't completely strip the mall bare. Instead, she collected useful items like camping tents and barbecue grills. Why are you blocking us? Kira frowned slightly, looking at several women blocking their path. You're all ability users, can you take us with you? Yes. You're all special ability users, aren't you heroes? Enough. Don't morally coerce us. It's useless now, Alida said coldly. She had witnessed plenty of moral coercion. Seeing the main doors were already locked, Alida frowned slightly and said coldly, open the door, otherwise, I don't mind destroying it. When the crawlers come in, don't blame me. Under her cold threat, the person holding the key eventually opened the door. They walked directly out onto the street and headed toward the shops across, cleaning them out. After this night, the giant polar bear had devoured many crawlers and had grown larger again. The largest one now was the devil frog, which was as tall as a building. It was uncertain if they would grow any bigger in the future, but there must be a growth limit. It's just that no one knew how big the devil frog's limit could be. After cleaning out the warehouse, they decided to leave the city. We will climb over the wall, Alida said. Climb over the wall? This wall is at least 10 meters high, Alexei said with a frown. Alida directly summoned 2 spiders. These look bigger than yesterday, Alexei said in shock. What does Alida have in her spatial pocket? Is there some kind of amplifying skill? Ride on them, and we can get out. Alida said calmly. Spiders can climb walls, so she summoned the devil frog directly. When the devil frog appeared, the 2 giant spiders looked small in comparison. Wow, even the devil frog has grown. Sister-in-law, can I ask you for a favor? Can you put Hong Hong in your spatial pocket for a few days? Alexei said, imagining wild possibilities. Maybe after a few days, Hong Hong would grow big enough to carry him and fly. No, the conditions aren't right, Alida replied. She collected these animals when they were young, having just been born. Moreover, once the parrot entered her spatial pocket, it would be bound to her. Alexei would definitely cry if he lost his parrot. Alright, let's hurry up, Alida said with a slight frown, noticing crawlers approaching from behind. I'm a bit nervous, Kira couldn't help saying. Alexei wasn't afraid at all and even started communicating with the giant spider. It's your master who asked you to take me. Don't drop me, Alexei said as he climbed onto the spider's back. Chapter 91, Let's have some thrills. Kira was also somewhat nervous. The last time they encountered this thing, they had fought a giant spider. This time, they had to climb onto its back. A spider's back is relatively flat, but its 2 front eyes can rotate 360 degrees. The giant spider's pitch-black eyes reflected Kira's somewhat anxious face. Alida placed Dayan in front of her and said, hold on tight. Let's go. Following Alida's command, the giant spider stood up, walking swiftly with its many legs. The devil frog effortlessly leaped, covering over 100 meters in one bound. The giant spider behind quickly caught up. So thrilling. Kira gripped the spines on the giant spider's back tightly, not daring to let go. Though she had undergone much training and seen many things, this was her first time sitting on the back of a huge spider. Like walls, these giant spiders could simply crawl right up them. There were also walkers around, but sitting on the spider's back, none of these walkers dared to attack. Even if there were, the spider's venomous silk could trap all of them. This is more thrilling than a roller coaster, Alexei said. There will be even more thrills soon. These city walls were only half built, and before they could finish, the entire Elevenan city had fallen. It just goes to show how unpredictable life can be. As the giant spider climbed higher and higher, they felt increasingly thrilled. Looking up, they saw Alida's devil frog leap high into the air, its 2 long frog legs propelling it forward. Then it landed steadily. The jumping power of this frog is really astonishing, Kira said in amazement. After getting over the city wall, they prepared to follow the road away. Alida also put the giant spider and the devil frog into the spatial ring for storage. They could only evolve faster inside the ring. Really too thrilling, Alexei couldn't help saying even after coming down. If it were charged like riding a swing, I bet many people would want to try it. Alida decided to name them magical beasts, as they were indeed different from other animals. Now without vehicles, going to Linqian County would have to be done on foot, which would take at least several days. After walking for a few hours, the sun began to set. Up ahead, there's a village, Alexei said, then instructed the parrot Hong Hong to scout ahead. About 10 minutes later, Hong Hong flew back, and Alexei used his skill on the parrot again. No walkers, Alexei reported. In places where people are densely packed, infection spreads faster. Villages like this one have small populations, and most residences are individual homes. Why don't we rest in the village? Kira suggested, feeling quite tired from the journey. Upon entering the village, they faced a large slope with a dried-up well beside it. Following the village path, they found that there were mostly elderly people here, with young people having long gone to work in the cities. Each household's doors were shut tightly. They stopped at a house that seemed to be built reasonably well. Alexei went up to knock on the door, bang bang, and surprisingly, the door wasn't locked. Inside was a large courtyard with grapevines planted, though unfortunately, the entire vine had turned yellow and withered. Next to it was a chicken and duck coop, but it was empty. "I'll check it out," Alexei said, holding a knife and went in to investigate. The two women and the child stayed behind, as this task fell upon him. Parrot Hong Hong perched on his shoulder. After 2 minutes, Alexei came out, saying there was only an old man's corpse inside. Alida and Kira walked in and indeed saw an elderly person lying dead on the bed, with a foul smell permeating the room, and the body starting to decay. "Let's stay upstairs. No one is there," Alexei said. One could directly go up to the second floor from outside the courtyard. Alida opened the door, and dust flew everywhere. Judging by the furnishings, it appeared to be a newlywed couple's home, probably left after their wedding in the hometown. "Why don't we rest here for the night?" Alida suggested. Kira had no objections. There was only one double bed, so Alexei would have to sleep on the sofa. Without Jay, they couldn't even use pots to cook. After eating a simple meal, the three sat together with little to talk about. Alida took out a book from her spatial ring to teach Daeun some words, while Kira did some physical exercises, doing sit-ups. Late at night, a strong wind blew through the windows, causing the doors to creak loudly. Parrot Hong Hong seemed to sense something and pecked Alexei's face. Awakened by Hong Hong, Alexei frowned. He hadn't slept well for days. But what he saw hanging outside the window scared him so much he didn't dare sleep anymore. "Ancestral bats!" Alexei exclaimed, wondering why so many bats had suddenly appeared. Alexei quickly locked the door and hurriedly drew the curtains on all the windows. Inside, Alida and Kira woke up at the sound. "Why are there so many bats outside?" Kira frowned. "These creatures suck blood and fear fire. It's a pity Usher isn't here," Alexei said with a frown. "If Usher were here, dealing with these bats would be much easier." The bats were hanging outside, but they had no intention of attacking yet. "Are they here to suck our blood?" Kira asked, frowning. "With crawlers in the city and vampire bats outside, oh, life has become too hard." "Yes, definitely, they live by sucking blood," Alexei replied. "But they only come out at night. If we can hold out until daylight, they will disperse," Alexei added. These bats weren't ordinary ones. They were larger in size, covered in black fur, and their exposed teeth were white and sharp. The sharp fangs had hooks that would pierce through skin, and inside the hollow fangs was a mechanism to continuously suck out blood. The windows outside rustled. "We need to block the doors and windows," Alexei said hurriedly. They quickly pushed the sofa over, but some windows were not sturdy. The strange bats outside kept colliding with the windows, and after a few more hits, the windows would surely break. Giant spiders. Alida remembered something and immediately brought out the 3 giant spiders. Just then, a window beside the door shattered, and several bats squeezed through. They tried to rush over to suck their blood, but the next second, they were stuck by the silk spit out by the giant spiders. The spider silk was very sticky and also carried a paralyzing poison. The entire window shattered, and a swarm of bats rushed in from outside. SSSSSS tilde. The 3 giant spiders trapped all the bats that flew in, covering the whole window with spider webs. "Really nice," Alexei said, thinking he also wanted to keep such a big giant spider. Chapter 92: The Freezing Bugs Attack Ability. One of the bats squeezed in through a hole in the air conditioning duct and flew towards little Hudson on the bed. With only 1 centimeter left to little Hudson's neck, a sudden burst of white cold air instantly froze the vampire bat's entire body. It crashed straight onto the floor beneath the bed, having been bitten by the freezing bug. Anyone bitten by the freezing bug would be frozen solid immediately. Alida decided to give this freezing bug an extra meal later. This freezing bug loved sweet foods that could replenish its energy and even enhance its abilities. Alida had often fed it sugar lately, which was also why it loved durians so much. They were very sweet. The freezing bug looked like a snowflake but possessed a powerful freezing ability. Otherwise, how could the supermarket have been completely frozen? Alida even suspected that the drop in Huacheng's temperature was due to too many freezing bugs. The frozen vampire bat lost all mobility and was directly fed to the giant spider by Alida. These ancestral mutant bats were nutritious for the giant spiders. To distinguish between the 3 bugs, Alida simply called them Big 1, Big 2, and Big 3. That night was truly intense, with the walls shaking as if they might collapse at any moment. Finally, daybreak came, and the bats outside gradually dispersed. The bats caught by the giant spiders were devoured by several spiders. "This night was terrifying," Anita said, frowning. Without Alida's 3 big treasures, hundreds or thousands of vampire bats flooding in last night would likely have turned them into dry corpses today. In the morning, Alida took out food from her storage space. After everyone ate their fill, they continued on their journey. As they passed through the village, they discovered that some families had already turned into dry corpses. Clearly, these bats had attacked multiple times. A sound came from a cellar in one courtyard, and they instantly became vigilant. Alida held a knife protectively in front of little Hudson. Suddenly, a dark little hand crawled out from below the cellar, followed by a small black head. "It's a child," Anita exclaimed, hurriedly pulling the child up. Thank you, big brother, the little boy said humbly, looking around 11 or 12 years old. The boy was a left-behind child in the village who survived by hiding in this cellar. Where are your family members? Kira asked curiously. My parents work in the city. My grandma is dead, the boy said, his eyes red. The vampire bats had been terrifying when they attacked. Since then, he hid in the cellar at night and came out during the day to find food. Most homes in the village stored food. Coincidentally, this little boy had awakened special powers, though he did not tell the few people in front of him. Alida didn't intend to stay longer. She wanted to reach Linqian County as soon as possible, and they hadn't planned to bring the boy along either. However, little Hudson poked his head out and said, Big brother, do you want to come with my mom? She's very strong. Alida frowned slightly. She didn't plan to take on another child, which would only increase their burden. Can I? The boy's eyes showed surprise. He had been here for a long time and wanted to find his parents. I want to go to Linqian County to find my parents, the boy said. Linqian County? Our destination is the same, Anita said. It's the same, Kira echoed. However, they subconsciously looked at Alida, as if seeking her approval. Can I go with you? I won't be a burden, the boy said. He noticed the two men looking at the woman in front of him and turned to look at Alida with pleading eyes. Alida frowned slightly, considering the pros and cons. Will you play with me? Little Hudson asked. He felt lonely without anyone to play with since his friend Jarrett was gone. Yes. The boy responded earnestly. Being only a teenager, he enjoyed playing too. Alida seemed moved by what little Hudson said. Indeed, after the apocalypse, no one had seen other children, let alone played with them. Let's go then, Alida agreed. My name is Jimena, Jimena said shyly. That sounds like a girl's name, Kira asked skeptically. I am a girl. I'm 10 years old. Jimena blinked her eyes. Alida and the others were momentarily stunned. The child before them, with short hair, tanned skin, and a slender frame, looked like a boy. Big sister, little Hudson said. Since they had decided to take Jimena with them, they also decided to set off immediately. They were all heading to Linqian County anyway. If there was a large-scale crawler infection in Linqian County, it was highly likely that her parents were already gone. Wait, auntie, there's food in the cellar, Jimena said. Alida told them to wait while she went down into the cellar. Sure enough, there were neatly arranged sweet potatoes, which Alida stored in her spatial pocket along with several jars of pickled vegetables. Alida then realized that most families in the village had cellars for storing food, and Jimena had reminded her of this. So she visited a few more houses and found their cellars. However, some households still had survivors living in the cellars, so Alida did not take from them. She only emptied the cellars of the dead households. After collecting enough supplies, they headed towards Linqian County. In the village, they found 2 tricycles that needed pedaling. Anita rode one tricycle, carrying Kira, while Alida rode another, carrying the 2 children. Considering how many chickens and ducks we used to have in the village, why are they all gone? Kira frowned, as she had been craving roasted chicken. They were all drained of blood by the vampire bats, even the cattle at home, Jimena explained. The animals drained of blood were too dangerous to eat, but some had been saved in cellars. The tricycles moved relatively fast, but they took the small rural roads. Along the way, they encountered abandoned cars and willow trees shedding fluff everywhere, filling the air with hair. It was now noon, so they stopped the tricycles under some shade. We found quite a few sweet potatoes just now. We can roast them, Alida said. Anita and Kira gathered dry wood, and Alida had a lighter from her spatial pocket to start the fire. Everyone held a sweet potato and started roasting them. There was also milk. This milk is 2 months past its expiration date, Kira said, looking at the expiry date, but after opening it, she didn't detect any sour or rancid smell. Chapter 93 Mind Control. Don't worry, it's fine to drink, Alida said calmly. In the number 1 preservation warehouse, items went in and came out exactly as they were. Thank you, auntie. Jimena held the milk carefully, sniffing it first. The aroma of milk reminded her of the village she lived in before the apocalypse. Her family couldn't afford to buy milk often. Jimena took a small sip, feeling content as the sweet taste filled her mouth. Meanwhile, the little boy next to her had already finished 3 bottles. Did he not realize how precious food was now? Jimena watched Alida retrieving items with bare hands and thought about her own special ability. Despite being young, she didn't ask many questions, silently drinking her milk. She also took out several frozen lamb skewers from her spatial ring and roasted them, but they tasted far less delicious compared to the mutated lamb. The little boy devoured 7 or 8 skewers while Jimena only ate 2, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Actually, Jimena hadn't eaten enough, but she didn't dare to eat more. Growing up, her grandmother always complained that she ate too much, even hiding good food, which made her feel inferior and sensitive. The little boy seemed to sense her mood and offered a skewer to Jimena. Eat it, big sister. The little boy put the skewer into Jimena's hand. His hands were rough and calloused, not like those of a child at all. As they were eating, a vehicle sound approached, and soon an SUV stopped in front of them. This vehicle was clearly modified, equipped with protective railings outside and thickened tires. Initially, Alexei and Kira guarded their food against dust but were surprised when the car actually stopped by them. A woman got out, looking young and wearing a halter top and shorts. There was a mark on her neck. Though slightly timid, seeing just 2 women and 2 children around, she walked directly to Alexei. Hello, I saw you roasting meat. Can you give us some? We'll pay for it, the woman asked, assuming Alexei was a man in charge. Pay? Are you kidding? Alexei frowned. Money was useless in this world, no stores to spend it, and it can't be eaten or used against zombies. These things come from a leader. Now, it's all about who has strength and resources, Alexei added. Anua, do you need money? Alexei asked. No. Alida replied coldly. Katrina's face changed. Mommy, why don't you give her a skewer? Otherwise, she might get beaten, the little boy suddenly said. Ah! Katrina was startled. How do you know what I was thinking? She was astonished. She had just thought if she couldn't bring anything back, she'd be punished. This surprised Alida as well. Before anyone could react, two muscular men got out of the car, clearly having undergone physical enhancements. Katrina wondered if this child also had special abilities. Damn, taking so long to get something. What use are you? One man grumbled, glaring at the woman. Alexei and Kira realized these people intended to rob them, masquerading as buyers. Katrina trembled in fear, clearly used to being bullied. The two men each wielded a long knife and approached Alexei, pointing their weapons at them. Get lost if you know what's good for you. They still had uncooked sweet potatoes and lamb skewers emitting enticing aromas. Jimena's face turned pale, wanting to offer her half-eaten skewer. Big sister, don't give it to him. He's a bad guy. Don't even think about hurting my mom. My dad will electrocute you. The little boy puffed angrily. But Ansel ignored him, his gaze falling on Alida's smooth face, revealing a sinister lust. Bastard. Don't curse me. The man raised his knife toward the little boy. Jimena, though scared, instinctively pulled the boy behind her for protection. Perhaps it was the warmth she felt for the first time, coming from a 4-year-old child, which made her bold. Kira conjured an ice blade and thrust it directly into Ansel's arm, causing blood to gush out immediately. Alexei took the opportunity to kick Ansel down to the ground. Special ability user, the woman exclaimed in shock, never expecting Kira to be a special ability user. The other man, seeing his brother injured, still wanted to step forward. This man was very strong and charged over with his knife. But in the next second, a large, strong dog, half the height of a person, appeared out of nowhere and pounced on him, tearing at his arm and instantly ripping off a piece of flesh. The two men rolled on the ground in pain. Seeing that Darhe wouldn't let them go, they were so frightened that they hurriedly climbed into the car. Drive fast, came a roar from inside the car. Katrina tried to follow, but as soon as the door closed, she was left behind. Darhe prepared to chase after them, biting into the car's bumper and tearing it off. Come back, Darhe. Alida, seeing the car had already fled, called Darhe back. Katrina was terrified, covering her head with both hands, trembling all over, fearing that this big black dog would tear her apart. But in the next moment, she heard a woman's voice calling Darhe back. Slowly, she released her hands and saw that the fierce Darhe who had been attacking moments ago was now lying calmly by the feet of the woman sitting in the middle. So, this big black dog is her pet. Katrina finally realized. Now, they had lost the mood for barbecue. Alida put away the remaining things into her spatial ring, preparing to leave. But the woman quickly followed. Can I follow you? I don't want to die. My family is very rich. Huashan Group belongs to my family. If you take me with you, I can give you a lot of money, the woman said hurriedly. Huashan Group. That's a state-owned enterprise in Huaxia. Chapter 94 Abducting the Little Colorful Snake. Do you still not understand? Money might have been useful before, but now it's utterly useless, Kira said helplessly. You are a special ability user, so please help me. What if money becomes useful again in the future? Katrina directly knelt in front of Kira. Let's go. Alida frowned and said. She did not want to waste any more time and clearly did not want to bring this woman along. Sorry. You'd better not follow us. It's more dangerous for you with us. Anita looked at the female opposite him and kindly warned her. If you can bring two useless kids, why can't you take me? Katrina almost begged. We won't. I hate her, Mom. She was cursing at you just now. Dayan pointed at the woman in front of him. You. Katrina looked at Dayan in surprise again. It seemed like he had heard her inner thoughts. How do you know that? Alida asked, curious and even felt her heart pounding. She told me herself, Dayan said, somewhat confused. Little sister, don't be afraid you're useless. I like you. Even if you're useless, my mom will take you along. Dayan held Jimena's hand and said. Jimena blushed a little, but it wasn't obvious. But Jimena didn't speak. Alida seemed to realize something, then she squatted down facing Dayan, looking into his eyes and asked, Can you read what Mom is thinking? Dayan nodded and leaned close to Alida's ear, repeating the words she had thought just now. Sure enough. Telepathy. Kira also paused for a moment beside them. It makes sense. Both you and Jay are special ability users, and the child must inherit this. But to awaken at 4 years old already? Kira was surprised. Alida didn't say anything, but initially, she and Jay thought Dayan might have physical strength type abilities or something similar, never expecting telepathy. What do you mean by telepathy? Alida asked. She still didn't fully understand special ability users, though she had seen some information in the office. Do you know Professor X? From the movie X-Men, that's low-level telepathy, while high-level involves mind control. Yes, as far as they know, there are 8 such individuals, others being from different countries. Our country has one, who remains a secret. The lowest level of telepathy is mind reading, which is very difficult to enhance, with extremely strict conditions for advancement. If not controlled properly, it can easily lead to mental illness. Daeun should be one, but remember not to tell people about their thoughts outside, okay? Kira reminded Daeun. Alida patted Daeun's head, and he nodded uncertainly, realizing they would need to pay more attention to their son's condition in the future. They rode away on a tricycle, but the woman behind them seemed unwilling to give up and continued following them. This woman is still following us, Kira frowned and said. Anita, ride faster, Alida shouted, and both sped up. Katrina, who looked malnourished and weak, managed to catch up initially, but gradually lost strength. Finally, we lost that person, Kira remarked. They kept riding until late afternoon, having ridden for over 3 hours and feeling quite tired, they decided to stop for a rest. Alida took out fruits from her spatial pocket apples and yellow peaches and gave each person one. Anita needed to urinate, but since everyone else was female, he went into the nearby woods. Hell. Soon, they saw Anita run back with his pants up. What did you do? Kira frowned. Snakes. A bunch of small snakes. I'm terrified of these things, Anita explained. Because of his childhood trauma, he was once swallowed by a python and saved later, after which he gained the ability to communicate with animals. But the snakes became his lifelong nightmare. Childhood traumas truly last forever. Small snakes. Are they newborns? Alida's eyes lit up. She also raised snakes in her farm. Just hatched, too awful to look at. Anita commented. So Alida walked over and indeed found broken eggs among the green grass, along with several entangled baby snakes. These little snakes were all light green, and even Alida felt a bit uneasy seeing them, maybe because they are cold-blooded. Suddenly, from one of the eggs near the edge, a colorful snake emerged. So beautiful. Alida couldn't help but exclaim, although the more beautiful a snake might be, the more venomous it could be. I choose you. Alida picked up the newly hatched colorful little snake along with its shell and put it into her breeding warehouse. She glanced at the other baby snakes, feeling that having one was enough for her. As the little snake entered Alida's breeding space, a petal mark instantly appeared on its forehead. At the same time, its image emerged in its designated cage. Alida established a connection with the little snake, then her face changed dramatically. Its mother was a huge python, and she didn't know if it would come back. Alida hurriedly returned, urging Kira and Anita to leave this place quickly. In reality, after laying and hatching eggs, once all the eggs hatched into baby snakes, the big python wouldn't care for them anymore. It was their survival rule. Did you really abduct the little snake? Kira looked at Alida's anxious expression, fearing that the parents might come looking for trouble. Yes. Let's not talk about it, let's leave this place first. Alida said. So they hurriedly set off to leave. When Anita learned that Alida had indeed taken a baby snake, and knowing that it would grow into a huge python someday, he was already deeply troubled. Now, he only felt an immense sense of reverence for Alida. After all, she was the woman who now controlled his nightmares. Katrina behind them kept walking while continuously cursing. Why can't I go with them? They are clearly special ability users. If I were a special ability user too, how arrogant they look. Disgusting. She cursed non-stop, as if this vented her anger. After all, she was the daughter of Huisheng Group. With a wealthy family, where had she ever suffered such humiliation? But this is the end times. No matter how noble one's status was before, strength was the only truth in the end times. SSSSS. Hearing some noise, the woman turned around. Waiting for her was a huge python, covered in dark green triangles. Ah! Katrina screamed in terror, but in the next second, she was swallowed whole by the giant python. Chapter 95, Lin County Base. Alida didn't know what a newborn little rainbow snake would eat, so she gathered vegetables and fruits from her space, even included a ham sausage. They continued cycling towards Lin County, but Anita's tricycle ran out of air after pressing on something unknown. The tire was cut by pebbles, Anita said with a frown. There was no place to patch up the broken tire now. Then let's walk, Alida said. There was nothing else they could do. Kira pointed at the sign ahead. According to that sign, it's only 10 kilometers to Lin County. Anita had sent a parrot to explore ahead. They rested for a while before continuing their journey again. About an hour later, the parrot Hong Hong flew back, flapping its wings. A glow appeared in Anita's eyes, and he stopped after about 1 minute, looking rather upset. Lin County is under control, said Anita with a frown. Under control? Wasn't it a crawler area? Were people not infected? Kira and Alida remained silent, continuing to look at Anita. I saw through Hong Hong that Lin County has been controlled, probably by a group of psychics. It was common now for special psychics to establish their own territories. Ordinary people were reduced to being their slaves. Have you seen Jay? Alida asked with a frown. Anita shook his head, but Alida firmly believed he should be in Lin County and would not give up until she found him. Just as they arrived in Lin County, they were surrounded by a group of people. Their stuff was all in Alida's space. There were only symbolic things put into the backpacks. Several of them frowned slightly, and Jimena wanted to find her parents too. So they stayed in Lin County for a while to look for people. Now the richest residential area in Lin County was used as a base. Inside, there were villa areas, which were where the special ability holders and management lived. The remaining houses were for the commoners, and they grew hydroponic vegetables to provide food. Hydroponic vegetables required high conditions but solved part of the problem of fresh vegetables. Now most land could barely grow crops, so hydroponic farming was still popular. The main reason they could cultivate large-scale hydroponic vegetables was that they had a person who could control plants. All living residents in Lynn County who could work were gathered here. All the supplies in Lynn County were controlled here, surrounded by electric fences. Mutant animals often roamed around in Lynn County, and they could only survive in this base. This base was called Berylhuang Base. It seemed like they really thought of themselves as emperors. Ordinary residents could hardly survive in such an environment without special abilities or any lucky breaks. "Where are you from?" a few men approached and asked. Seeing Alida, Anita, and Kira all clean, 2 children, one extremely skinny, the other plump and fair. "From Elevenant City," Alida replied calmly. They also received news from Elevenant City. Crawlers had infected many people there, so lots fled. "Are you here to join our Berylhuang base?" the man asked, his eyes shifting between Alida and Kira, finally settling on Alida. Giovanni seemed to sense something and almost cursed but was stopped by Jimena. Jimena leaned close to Giovanni's ear and whispered, "Did you forget what your mom told you?" Giovanni frowned slightly, seemingly remembering, then turned to see Alida shaking her head slightly. Alida told Giovanni he was special and can hear others' mental conversations, which were mostly not good. He shouldn't get upset, he needed to hide his ability. "Millimeter," Alida nodded. "Then come with me," said several men leading Alida towards Berylhuang base. Most of Lynn County's urban area was destroyed, corpses everywhere, all decomposed, emanating a foul smell as they passed by. No one dealt with these problems. They followed the path to Berylhuang base, protected by electric fences, with plenty of middle-aged and elderly people guarding the entrance. Seeing the few people walking into Berylhuang base, the elders cried, "Let us in, let me in, go away, bunch of old fools." These men drove the old people off with curses, which did not seem very effective. Alida frowned slightly. Everyone would grow old someday. No matter what identities these elders held before the apocalypse, they became this now. In a chaotic world, power and status were shuffled, and only becoming strong could help one stand. The Berylhuang base expelled elders over 60 years old, but they did not drive away the children. However, there were quite a few people in the Berylhuang base, probably over 10,000. So many people living here, daily necessities and expenses were a significant burden. But, they required these people to go out and search for supplies during the day and return at night. However, elders were absolutely not allowed to enter their base. "I wonder if Jay is here," Alida frowned slightly, voicing her concern. If Jay was here, why wouldn't he think of returning to Elevenant City to find them? On their first day living here, their backpacks were also confiscated, but since there wasn't much in the bags, Alida didn't mind. They planned to understand the situation here before making any decisions. The 3 adults and 2 kids were assigned a house with about 80 square meters, which had been occupied by 2 families. One family consisted of a young father and mother pair, while the other had a family of 3. With only 80 square meters and 3 rooms, one room was already taken by one family. The remaining room was relatively small. "Such a small bedroom for us 4. Kira frowned. Anita looked stronger, so he was sent to live elsewhere. However, Anita gave them an assuring look and left the parrot Hong Hong with Alida, allowing her to communicate with him through the parrot. I can sleep on the floor," Jimena pointed to the gap between the bed and the door. "Or I can sleep outside," Jimena hurriedly added. Alida looked at the little girl Jimena, who was sensible yet timid, somewhat resembling her younger self. But later, she had changed. "You don't have to, you and Emanuelzi sleep on the bed," Alida said. "Our room is small, crowded with people, and now 5 more have come." The house was so compact that any sound could be heard clearly. "And with 2 children, it's very noisy," someone muttered. Chapter 96, Temporary Residence. The house was originally small, and with several people moving in, it felt even more cramped. Voices from outside were loud, almost as if they were deliberately spoken for them to hear. This tiny house now housed so many people because of the housing shortage in this area, yet nobody wanted to leave. Inside here, there was a protective net and electricity. Most importantly, it was safe. The mutated animals outside were truly terrifying. The 4 of them decided to temporarily settle down here. Although the room was crowded, it was far better than being exposed to the elements outside. Alida let the 2 children sleep on the bed, which only had a mattress without any bedding. All these supplies needed to be scavenged themselves. To survive in this base, they needed to go out daily to scavenge useful items, with 20% to be turned in. Additionally, they had to work in the base for at least 3 hours a day. Various aspects of the base's operation required support, such as waste transportation, maintenance, hydroponic plants, and the expansion of the base. Therefore, once assigned a task, working 3 hours daily was essential for survival in the base. However, children under 10 years old were not required to work. Luckily, Jimena was slender, and Alida falsely reported her age as 7. The next day, they had to start their tasks, completing their assignments. Alida and Kira were assigned cleaning duties. Jobs like this that were easy and profitable were usually introduced by relatives or acquaintances. This place left only 3 children behind, including a family of 3, with a boy who was 8 years old. He was dark and chubby, much heavier than Dave and Sheila. To ensure Dave's safety, Alida placed 2 freezing bugs on her. Through the freezing bugs, she could clearly perceive her son's condition and location. "Sheila, please take care of Dave," Alida said. "I will take good care of Dave," Jimena nodded seriously. Alida left plenty of food for Dave and Jimena, instructing them to stay in the room and eat inside, not to go out, and not to interact with the fat boy. Both children obediently nodded. Even though it was relatively safe with freezing bugs guarding them, Alida was still anxious about leaving them alone for the first time. Alida and Kira were assigned to the cleaning area. With so many people living together, the garbage was considerable, making it a dirty and tiring job. While cleaning, they only needed to work for 3 hours, seemingly easier than the previous 8-hour workdays. But actually, the workload in these 3 hours was significant, and the base did not provide supplies. These 3 hours were essentially rent. Alida and Kira cleaned and learned about the situation here. Unexpectedly, this county base had 12 special ability users, 5 of whom gained their abilities through late-stage infection. The strongest ones were Cristobal and Tyson, after whom this base was named. Kira had seen both of them in the documents. Cristobal's ability was gravity field. Anyone entering his range would be affected by gravity, feeling as if carrying hundreds of pounds, but he remained unaffected, making him excellent in single combat. Tyson, on the other hand, whose name rang in Kira's ears, always wore black-framed glasses. With red pupils, he possessed high-temperature laser eyes, incredibly destructive. The rest didn't catch her attention, except one who had transformable wings allowing flight. Initially, Kira envied the ability to fly, but later learned the wings couldn't be fully retracted, sticking out prominently and requiring side sleeping at night. These ability users lived in luxurious villas far better than their current conditions. Actually, if Kira and Alida revealed their identities as special ability users, they might also be assigned villas. But Alida had no immediate plans to stay long-term. Revealing their identities might result in restrictions. She just wanted to live well with her children, ensuring they weren't lacking in food or shelter and avoiding confinement. She could freely raise her children, but humans are social beings. Defending against mutant beasts alone would be difficult. At this moment, Alida felt conflicted, even considering building her own base. It might not be impossible when the food in her spatial storage is sufficient. But she needed to be strong enough first. These 12 special ability users do not include Zaire and the others, Kira said with a frown. We can go out and look for them after we finish our work, Alida said. After work, they would have free time to go out in search of supplies. The ancestral mutant beasts in Lynn County often appeared at night, and the most common ancestral mutant beast here was the bee. Originally tiny bees had become as large as small sparrows after undergoing ancestral mutation, and the key was that they were aggressive. Their stingers carried toxins. If someone got stung, they could fall into a coma or even die. However, their honey could act as an antidote. If one could find their hive and obtain the honey, it could be used to detoxify. Upon hearing about the ancestral mutant bees, while others felt fear, Alida felt excitement. If she could find a hive and collect a swarm of little bees, her breeding warehouse would have another species. Moreover, bees produced honey, and thinking about this made Alida feel a bit thrilled. On the other side, Alida had left plenty of food for Dave and Jimena, as well as for the parrot Hong Hong, to whom she specially gave corn. Alexei was assigned more laborious tasks, and he didn't want to stay here, though he did encounter an acquaintance here. Dave usually got hungry easily, so Alida left him a lot of food. His appetite was 7 to 8 times that of an average 4-year-old child. Sheila, you should eat too. This is durian. It's very delicious. Dave offered her a piece of peeled durian. Jimena covered her nose. She had never eaten such a thing before, and right now, she just found it somewhat smelly, but she didn't want to reject Dave's kindness. However, after taking a bite, it tasted soft, smooth, and sweet. Even though it was her first time eating it, she found it very good. Despite its strong smell, the little fat boy who had been playing in the living room smelled it and approached their door with ill intentions. Chapter 97 Healing Ability. Daeun's telepathy would sense whenever anyone came close to him, and the little boy frowned slightly. Daeun opened the door and indeed saw Xenon pressed against it. Caught off guard, Xenon nearly fell. What are you doing outside our room? Daeun asked with a frown. As the door opened, Xenon immediately saw a pile of food on the bed, including fresh fruits. Wow, where did you get all this fruit? Xenon's eyes lit up, though his gaze was fixed hungrily on the mound of food. That's none of your business, Daeun said with a frown. But Xenon didn't care. He had never been truly full before, even though his parents prioritized him when eating. Since I've seen it, I want some too. With that, Xenon rushed forward to grab the food. Despite being small, Daeun appeared tiny compared to the bulky Xenon. However, Daeun pushed Xenon several meters away effortlessly. Jimena, who had moved to help, stopped mid-motion. This kid is so strong. Thrown back, Xenon landed on his bottom, clearly unhappy. Just wait till I get back at you. Xenon turned and headed toward the bedroom, returning with a kitchen knife in hand. I'm telling you to give me those things right now. Otherwise, I'll cut you. Xenon threatened viciously. Previously, Xenon had seen others yield when confronted with knives, thinking it would scare the two kids too. Jimena was genuinely frightened. Let's go inside. Seeing the knife-wielding Xenon, Jimena tried to pull Daeun into the room and lock the door. Xenon initially only intended to intimidate them, not really planning to harm them. But as the door was about to close, seeing the piled food, Xenon impulsively charged at Daeun with the knife. Jimena shielded Daeun, her arm instantly bleeding profusely. However, Xenon showed no fear or hesitation, raising the knife again. With his freezing bug ability, Daeun instantly froze the bloody knife in Xenon's hand. The cold spread rapidly, invading Xenon's hand. The bone-chilling sensation made Xenon drop the knife, but his hand was already frozen solid. War. Xenon began crying from the cold. Sheila sister, does it hurt? Daeun asked anxiously. Don't worry, look. Realizing Dayan had a freezing power, Jimena revealed her own abilities. Warm light emitted from her hands, stopping the bleeding and partially healing the wound. However, she looked increasingly pale. Seemingly overusing her powers, Jimena fainted. Zenon, still frozen, wailed for his mother. Sheila, sister. Dayan cried out in alarm. Meanwhile, Alida sensed the disturbance from the freezing bug, but feeling Dayan wasn't in danger, she remained somewhat calm. Still, Alida rushed back. Inside, Zenon was sobbing uncontrollably due to the frozen hand, while the blooded knife lay on the floor. Alida first checked on Dayan, who was unharmed. Mom, please check on Sheila, sister. She passed out, Dayan said urgently. Alida hurried over, noting Jimena's pale face and the non-bleeding, healing wound on her arm. She gave Jimena a few sips of well water, and after a few minutes, she woke up. I'm fine, Jimena reassured, having healed herself before. You have special abilities? Alida asked, noticing the nearly healed wound. Jimena nodded. I can heal wounds, but using it leaves me very tired lately. Having grown close over the past days and given the trust established through shared food, Jimena felt safe revealing this to Alida. Alida was surprised by this revelation, recognizing that healing abilities come with significant energy costs, as documented in her records. Seeing Jimena's pale face confirmed that even healing herself consumed considerable energy. Alida instructed Jimena not to tell anyone about her abilities. And she must always supplement energy, preferably eating as much as Dayan to replenish her internal energy. No wonder Simona looked emaciated and weak, it seemed like she had been sick for a long time. At first, Alida thought it was due to staying in the cellar too long. But rural children were usually robust, with few looking so frail. Behind them, Zenon had already fainted from crying, his hand frozen solid and unable to move. If not thawed in time, he might lose his hand. Under the current medical conditions, it was uncertain if there were any doctors available. Mom, this little fatty came to snatch our food. When we didn't give it to him, he tried to stab me with a knife. Dayan pointed at the unconscious Zenon lying in the living room. It's because the smell was too strong, which attracted him, Jimena said, pointing to the items on the bed. Alida followed her gaze and saw the durian that had been peeled open. Alida frowned, realizing it was her oversight. The smell was indeed very strong, but since her son liked it, she kept it. Moreover, during the day, only 2 children were in the house besides Zenon. Don't underestimate kids, some are inherently wicked from a young age. Otherwise, there wouldn't be cases of children killing at just 10 years old. Alida decided she needed to take better care of the children and couldn't leave them alone here. She initially thought this place would be safe as a base. And during the day, others went out to work and search for supplies, assuming the children would be fine. Alida couldn't bear to think what would have happened if not for the freezing bug. With a knife in hand, Zenon could have endangered Dayan. She even recalled a news report about a 10-year-old boy dismembering a 4-year-old girl. Bang bang. Zenon's father returned from work, looking clean, suggesting his tasks were much easier compared to Alida's group. Peng peng. Seeing Zenon unconscious on the ground, both of them ran over in shock. Chapter 98. More people, more problems. The parents of the chubby child hurriedly helped their son up, only to find that his right palm was extremely cold, as if frozen solid. What happened? The woman asked angrily. The man rushed to fetch warm water to thaw the boy's hand first. At this moment, the chubby child woke up and burst into tears again, sobbing and shouting, "He did it. He hurt me." Hearing the reason for their son's injury, the parents glared at Alida. The man even stood up and walked toward her. "How could you bully such a little kid? Damn. Bully your kid. Look at the knife under him." She struck first, Alida replied with a cold snort. Indeed, Ansel saw the knife in his son's hand but noticed neither Alida nor the other children had any signs of injuries or blood. "Look, none of you are injured. Is my son's hand like this because of you?" Ansel said sternly. "H, he deserves it. You." Hearing Alida's words, Ansel became even angrier and lunged at her. Although Alida's martial arts were average, her physical abilities had been greatly enhanced due to the upgrade of her space. Reacting swiftly, she grabbed Ansel's outstretched hand and kicked him hard in the groin in the next second. "Aya!" The room echoed with Ansel's painful scream. Only men could truly understand the agony from that area. "You shameless woman. How dare you hit my husband?" The woman behind picked up the knife on the ground and slashed at Alida. This time, Alida didn't dodge. A chilling sensation came from her hand, and in the next second, the woman's arm was frozen by the iceworm. This time, from her palm to her shoulder, everything was completely frozen. This was the ability of an iceworm, although the current one wasn't fully grown yet. "Ah, ah." Katrina's screams and shrieks filled the air, giving Alida a headache. Kira, who followed closely behind, arrived and was momentarily stunned by the scene inside the room. "Indeed, where there are many people, there are many problems," Alida said coldly. Alida packed all the food in the room into her space and then prepared to leave the base with the child. Parrot Hong Hong had already flown out of the window to look for Anita. On the way, Alida told Kira about their journey. They were shocked when they learned that the little girl they brought along had healing powers. "Heavens! It's a healer. We must protect her. If bad people find out, Jimena will be in great danger," Kira said. Healing-type special ability users were rare and particularly easy targets for criminals. There were 2 types of special healers, those who healed themselves and those who healed others. Jimena's type was even rarer, as she could heal both herself and others, meaning she required significantly more energy, likely 3 to 4 times the amount needed by an adult, or even more. No wonder Jimena is so frail. Her blood pressure must be very low. She shouldn't use her abilities for now, otherwise, her life might be at risk, Kira added. Jimena nodded beside them, feeling increasingly weak. Perhaps every special ability came with a price. The power given by heaven also came with its corresponding cost. However, having a healer around was definitely the best support anyone could ask for. Sheila, eat more. I have plenty of food, Alida said. Jimena nodded shyly. She couldn't afford to use her energy recently and needed to replenish it. But Kira was curious about Alida's freezing ability. Always straightforward, she asked immediately. Alida, do you have freezing powers too? Kira asked curiously. Impossible, how could someone have dual abilities? She had never heard of such a thing. Not me, I have an ice worm, Alida extended her hand. Kira frowned and looked closely, noticing a tiny snowflake on Alida's palm. Ice worm? You don't mean? Alida nodded. Kira guessed correctly, her ice worm came from Hua City supermarket. Your space can store things and even raise animals. That's amazing, Kira exclaimed. She knew of spaces, but only ones that offered a few square meters of storage, maybe dozens at most. I've never seen another space like yours, Kira marveled. Have you been to other people's spaces? Alida frowned. Why was Kira so certain? Spaces belonged only to oneself, others couldn't enter or investigate, let alone be told the truth. I believe those with space abilities aren't fools. In Jing City, there's a special ability user who can see through anyone's ability attributes. Anyone entering the special department will be checked by him, Kira explained. Alida was an exception, given how the world had changed. Alida nodded, understanding now why she wouldn't want to meet that person. Her space held too many secrets. Like the petals on her arm, they seemed to form independent layers of space. Leaving Linsuan base, Alida decided to head for the city center first. Maybe they'd find something there. Strange, Hong Hong should have notified Anita, yet he still hasn't shown up. Kira frowned. They didn't wait any longer for Anita, confident his parrot would find them. Walking down the street, it was eerily quiet with few people around. They all say Linsuan isn't very dangerous. Why is it so empty? Kira asked, frowning. The streets were quiet, not even a breeze. Most shops along the street had already been ransacked. Doors were open, and surely everyone from Linsuan base came out to look for supplies as it only provided shelter. People could go out during the day and return at night, indicating Linsuan must be dangerous at night. With dusk approaching, they headed straight for the nearby Grand Hotel, the Linsuan Grand Hotel. The lobby was empty, and they moved into the most luxurious presidential suite. Surprisingly, this place hadn't been ransacked. There was even a row of snacks on the table. Alida walked to the window. They were on the 4th floor, and looking outside revealed nothing unusual. Chapter 99. 7 Little Bees. We're not going back tonight? Kira asked. The base was safer than being outside since it had an electric fence. Alida shook her head. She had already injured 2 people, and returning would only entangle them in the issue again. She planned to stay in this presidential suite for now. She had originally come here to find Jay. Alida took out quite a bit of food from her storage space. The dining table in the presidential suite was large, and Alida opened a solar lamp. The dim house instantly became bright. Jimena, you should eat more. Your body's energy is too depleted. If you don't eat enough, your body won't be able to handle it, Alida said. Aunt Anua, I want to find my father and mother, Jimena said, biting her bloodless lips. Do you remember your parents' address? Alida asked. I do. Jimena nodded. She had only been there once last year but had deeply memorized it. At Wangyuan residential area, Jimena said. Alida nodded. It was dark today, so they couldn't go searching until tomorrow. But it was possible that her parents had gone to Linqian base. Still, they would take Jimena to her home first, and if it didn't work out, they'd return to Linqian base. However, Jimena's abilities needed to be kept secret when they returned to Linqian base. Actually, Alida was also shocked the moment she learned about Jimena's ability. After all, no one could guarantee they wouldn't get hurt in such an environment. They were unfamiliar with Linqian, and they truly didn't know where Wangyuan residential area was. However, Alida had a mobile phone with 30% battery left. Without Jay as her charger, she had been very frugal with its usage and hadn't used the phone for a long time recently. Just as she opened her phone to look up the map of Linqian, she received a text message from an unknown number. Honey, wait for me. Seeing the message, Alida froze for a second, then immediately called back without thinking. Beep, beep. The call made a sound but quickly went silent. Alida saw that the text message was sent 2 days ago, so Jay must be fine. Although the call wasn't connected, Alida still tried sending a message to let him know she was in Linqian. After sending the message, Alida eagerly awaited a reply, but there was none. Still, she continued checking the location of the Wangyuan residential area that Jimena mentioned, which was about 6 kilometers away. Alida noted the location and then turned off her phone for fear it would lose power. Maybe Jay would contact her again. This was a presidential suite with 2 large beds. Dave wanted to sleep with Sister Sheila, so they slept on the inner bed. Alida, however, slept on the big sofa nearby, not daring to be too far from the children. Kira slept in the small outer room. Alida entered her spatial pocket and checked on the various animals. She then fed them, giving the devil frog eggplant, the 3 giant spiders tomatoes and apples, and feeding sweet treats like durians to the freezing bugs. She also gave chocolates and candies collected from supermarkets to the freezing bugs. The white bear loved to munch on apples and could eat over 10 at a time, while Dahe ate anything. After coming out of the spatial pocket and preparing to sleep, a faint buzzing sound came from outside. It was the sound of bees flapping their wings. Alida woke up abruptly and hurried to look out the window. Meanwhile, Kira had already woken up and stood by the window. Outside was filled with blue lights floating in the air like fireflies, swaying and looking incredibly beautiful. They had closed all windows tightly before sleeping, or else these bees would have surrounded them. These mutated bees were indeed much larger. Getting stung by them might result in poisoning. Alida recalled seeing what looked like needle pricks on the walls earlier. It was probably the attack of these mutated bees. At night, these mutant bees emerged en masse to forage. The night scene, illuminated by their glow, was breathtakingly beautiful. But stepping outside would mean becoming part of this beauty, turning into nourishment for them. Alida pulled all curtains shut and tried not to make any noise, plunging the room into complete darkness. The next day, Kira opened the curtains to check if the bees had dispersed. The moment he opened them, Kira felt his scalp tingle. Circular, sparrow-sized objects densely covered the windows, layered upon each other. What are these things? Kira frowned. Alida walked over and saw that the windows were covered with things that looked like transparent eggs, densely packed together. Are these bee eggs? Why would those mutated bees lay eggs here? She remembered that bees usually have hives where the Amina lays eggs. Alida took out a flashlight from her storage space and shone it on one of the objects. The egg illuminated by the strong light showed something wriggling inside. Sure enough, these were bee eggs, each as large as a quail's egg, and there were many of them, almost covering the entire exterior wall and windows. How did they manage to lay eggs on the walls? It looked quite terrifying. Eggs. Alida's eyes lit up. She could expand her breeding warehouse again. Alida carefully opened the window. Are you crazy, Anue? Won't they come in if you open the window? Kira frowned, looking nervous. They are just eggs, they can't fly in, Alida said calmly. You don't mean to raise them, do you? Kira had almost guessed, but seeing Alida's affirmative nod, he still felt a bit strange. Does Alida really treat herself as a zoo? Can anything be raised in her space? Wouldn't so many animals fight? It was bad enough raising dogs, frogs, snakes, spiders, and now she wanted to raise bees too. But thinking about the animals Alida bred in her space, they were even more peculiar than the mutated ones. If their evolved animals were a level of mutation, then the animals Alida raised were the evolved versions. Each one bigger, an amplified version. Alida carefully collected 7 bee eggs. She thought this thing might hatch in the future, so she didn't collect too many. Later, Alida discovered that once an animal entered the breeding warehouse, it could not add more of the same species unless the stored animal died. And there were corresponding conditions. Secondly, the animals entering her space had no reproductive capacity. This was something Alida discovered later. Her space's evolution and various evolutionary conditions needed to be slowly explored by her. Chapter 100, Upgrading Conditions for the Breeding Warehouse. 7 little bees were collected into the breeding warehouse within the spatial dimension, and each bee egg had an additional mark on it. These bees were still eggs, not yet hatched. Kira watched as Ivory put the bee eggs into the space, closed the window, her face brimming with excitement. She wondered what these few bees would turn out to be after Ivory's care. Soon enough, the 2 children also woke up from their sleep. Ivory took out food from the space, everyone ate some. This time Himena ate quite a lot more, mostly due to Michelle urging her constantly beside her. Normally reserved, Himena ended up eating more. Ivory glanced at her phone again. No messages had come in, leaving her somewhat disappointed. Today we will go to Wang Yuan community to find your parents, Ivory told Himena. Himena nodded gratefully and said, thank you, Aunt Lin. After tidying up, they left the Grand Hotel and headed towards Wang Yuan community. The walls outside were densely cluttered. Was that glowing mutant bee laying eggs yesterday? Kira asked, looking at the eggs on both sides of the wall and on the glass, feeling somewhat uneasy. Hurry up. We don't know when these things might hatch, Kira hurriedly said. They continued walking toward Wang Yuan community. On the way, they met several groups of people who were all out searching for supplies. Most people wore helmets from electric scooters that could provide some protection. Most shops on the road showed signs of being searched, but jewelry stores rarely saw any plunder. Almost none of them had been robbed. Ivory looked at the rings and gold in front of the window, thinking she might as well take some just in case they could be useful later. If the world order ever recovered, this gold should still have value, right? With these thoughts in mind, Ivory entered the gold shop directly. Laurie, this gold isn't very useful. Kira frowned, as gold can't be eaten or drunk. But, this looks pretty good. Women are inherently fond of jewelry, and Kira was no exception. Though Ivory kept a few beautiful necklaces, women do love beauty. Even if they weren't valuable in the future, it'd be nice to wear something beautiful when they eventually settle down. Just as she stored the gold in her space and directly moved it into Zone 1 of the warehouse area, it was absorbed by Number 2 breeding warehouse instead. Ivory was completely stunned by this scene. How could Number 2's breeding warehouse devour gold? Ivory had never stored gold before, and this was the first time she encountered such a situation. She tried putting all the gold from the counter into the space, and it was still absorbed by the Number 2 breeding warehouse. This time, the flowers in the warehouse shone brighter than ever. Ivory then put all the jewelry from the entire gold shop into her space and found that only gold was absorbed while other items were ignored. Why did you take everything? Kira stared at the now empty gold store. In case it might be useful in the future, Ivory didn't reveal the true reason. Gold shops usually opened consecutively in multiple places, so Ivory gathered all of the nearby gold shop's goods. Michelle and Jimena obediently followed behind Ivory. Sure enough, her breeding warehouse only absorbed gold and ignored everything else. Absorbing the gold from 3 gold shops upgraded her breeding warehouse, and the petals turned golden. One of the petals on Ivory's arm also turned golden. Upgrading the breeding warehouse added several small spaces within the cultivation area. Moreover, all animals inside also leveled up. Every pet's eyes turned golden once entering her space. Ivory was indeed surprised at this unexpected turn of event. It was a great discovery. Gold was the key condition to upgrade her breeding space. As they continued their journey to Wang Yuan community, whenever encountering gold shops or malls, Ivory searched thoroughly. However, Linqian being a small city, there weren't too many gold shops, and some of the gold in these shops turned out to be fake, hence they were not absorbed by the breeding warehouse. Kira was confused about why Ivory started crazily searching for gold. From time to time, they came across corpses and decayed odors. The city, neglected, had bodies strewn randomly along the roadside, which over time led to rot and maggots. While Michelle had become accustomed to it, Jimena felt sick despite having seen it before. Up ahead is Wang Yuan community, Ivory said. Jimena knew the route well, feeling thrilled upon seeing the familiar path. Wang Yuan community was an old residential area with 5 buildings in total, none higher than 6 stories, and small courtyards on the ground floors. As soon as they entered the community, there was a mountain of garbage piled up at the entrance. With the city paralyzed, trash was everywhere. This community still had residents. They saw many windows nailed shut with doors and windows to prevent crawlers from entering. Indeed, there were crawlers in Linqian County, but the number of infections was not high, and some psychics had come to clean them up. Jimena's home was in Building 3, on the first floor, Unit 1, Number 1. Thank you. Jimena did not rush to knock on the door but bowed deeply to Ivory and Kira in gratitude. You can go in, Ivory said. This old residential area didn't have many residents. When Ivory and the others came in, they noticed some people watching them from their windows. Jimena nodded, then waved goodbye to Michelle, and walked inside. Mom, will I never see Sister Sheila again? Michelle frowned, her small face showing sadness. I like Sister Sheila, she is so clean and white. Michelle didn't know what adjectives to use, just expressing what she saw straightforwardly. Clean. White. Kira frowned. This was completely opposite to Jimena's appearance. Ivory perhaps guessed that Michelle was talking about Jimena's heart. Ivory and Kira didn't leave immediately but waited until they heard the sound of a door opening inside, confirming it was her parents' home, before preparing to leave. But the voices coming from inside made them stop again, so they hid behind the corridor to listen. Sheila, how did you end up in Linqian County all alone? A Hector's voice came from inside. What about your grandmother? How could you leave her alone at home? Go back home quickly. You left. How can your grandmother live on her own? I missed you. Where is my mom? Jimena stood by the door with red-rimmed eyes, waiting for a long time without seeing her mother come out. Your mother died a long time ago. The Hector frowned but still said it. Chapter 101. Is Wn coming home? Jimena's eyes instantly welled up with tears, finding it hard to believe. Her mom had promised to come and pick her up. Dirk, hurry up and close the door. If any walkers break in, we're all done for. A strange woman's voice came from inside. I've told you countless times to go to the base, but you never listen. Now we're living here in constant fear. Seeing Dirk still not closing the door, the woman walked out and saw a dirty little girl at the doorstep. Where did this wild child come from? We don't have food, so scram. Daddy. Jimena called pitifully to Dirk, hoping to gain some fatherly love from him. Is this your daughter? Let me tell you, we don't have much food left, and there's no way we can afford to feed one more person. Katrina frowned at Jimena, full of disdain. I eat very little, said Jimena. Wn, how did you get here? It's such a long journey. Where's your grandmother? Dirk continued to ask. My grandmother is dead, killed by bats. I was brought here by kind-hearted people, Jimena replied truthfully. My mother died. What about my brother? Jimena asked. What do you mean died? Your mom divorced your dad years ago and moved away, the woman behind directly said. Divorced. So she was awarded to her father in the divorce, but he ignored her, leaving her with her grandmother and then found another woman? Yes, I divorced your mother. She lives somewhere else. Why don't you go find her? There are too many people here already, you can't stay, Ansel frowned as he said. Daddy, you want to drive me away? I'm your own flesh and blood. Jimena could hardly believe it. She had come here just to find her parents, but her father didn't want her. Dirk hesitated for a moment. After all, she was his biological daughter. In the end, he gritted his teeth and let Jimena stay. However, the stepmother wasn't happy about it, constantly complaining until Dirk finally promised he would go out to search for supplies tomorrow. The arguing gradually ceased inside. Alida and Kira exchanged glances, sensing something wasn't quite right. Families with a stepmother often have complicated relationships. This Jimena might be better off staying with us. She used up too much energy earlier. Without replenishment, she may run into trouble. Kira frowned and said. Although Alida also wished to keep Jimena around after all, She has healing abilities, he couldn't guarantee that none of them would get injured in the future. But since the child wanted to return to her parents, they couldn't force her to stay, or they'd be resented. I bet in a few days, Jimena will be kicked out, Kira speculated. In that case, I'll check on her in a couple of days, Alida said, thinking about that woman's attitude and feeling uneasy. Thus, they decided to settle down somewhere nearby. The residential building across became an ideal spot. Upon entering the house, a small walker suddenly emerged from a dark corner. The infected looked like a child of around 7 or 8, but its lower limbs had been severed, making it immobile. Seeing Alida and the others, it only growled fiercely. Kira quickly dispatched the infected with an ice spike. They stayed there for 3 days, during which Alida almost cleared all the visible gold stores in the neighboring county. Her breeding storage space underwent significant changes. It now featured a miniaturization skill. For instance, the devil frog had grown to 5 meters long, becoming a giant devil frog. However, Alida could shrink it down to just a few dozen centimeters. During these few days of collecting gold, Alida seemed almost obsessed. She thought of a plan. She took over the mall downstairs. Though there weren't many supplies left inside, she needed gold. So she posted advertisements offering food in exchange for gold. But there were so few people around now, the ad posting was practically useless. Although Kira didn't understand the point of Alida's actions, he still helped her. Who would be around in such a place? People were either at the base in the neighboring county or were caught in the rain. Had she known that metal was required to upgrade her farming space, she would have collected it much earlier. During this period, she discovered other conditions for advancing her space. She tried using jade and other materials, but they had no effect. Mommy, I miss Sister WNY, Dayan said. Thinking of Jimena, Alida recalled the neighborhood she went to, an old community densely populated. There might be gold in the hands of the residents. With food on hand, she could offer gold for trade. Alida pinched Dayan's cheeks. This gave her a good idea. In recent days, she had combed through the surrounding malls, collecting gold, but still hadn't found any trace of Jay. She took the opportunity to boost her visibility while collecting gold here, hoping that Jay might find her in the future. Over these few days, she also figured out the patterns in Linqian County. Bees would come out to forage during the day. Occasionally, creepers would appear in the county, but they preferred to emerge at night, so by evening, the whole county was eerily quiet. Most people chose to live in the Linqian County base for safety reasons, but some preferred to stay in their own homes. After all, living in the Linqian County base required work. Today, Alida and Kira came to Wangyuan neighborhood again, which was even dirtier than a few days ago. With no one to clean up, garbage piled up more and more, and if this continued, diseases would surely follow. Upon entering the neighborhood, they noticed that many windows and doors were damaged. Buzz Tilda. A mutated pure black wild cat leaped down from the rooftop, with red pupils and sharp claws. Hiss Tilda. Instead of a cute meow, it emitted a harsh, raspy sound from its mouth. It pounced directly at Alida but was dodged in the next second. Kira shot an ice spike, but the mutated wild cat was incredibly agile and managed to dodge it. Alida summoned 3 giant spiders from her storage space to protect them. The 3 giant spiders worked together to spin a web. No matter how agile the mutated wild cat was, it couldn't escape this highly adhesive web. Roar! The wild cat struggled frantically, trying to break free from the spider silk, but the giant spider's web was toxic. The mutated wild cat was knocked out by the toxicity and instantly went limp. Roar! At this moment, there were several more mutated wild cats on the rooftops around them, but none dared to approach. They seemed to be wary of Alida's 3 giant spiders. Why are there suddenly so many mutated wild cats here? Kira frowned and said. Chapter 102, It's already a miracle. The mutated wild cats around them had their fur standing on end, some white cats still carried fresh bloodstains. Once adorable kittens now had elongated mouths revealing sharp teeth. Alida walked straight to the first floor of Jimena's house. The windows and doors showed scratch marks but weren't damaged. She hurriedly kicked at the door, receiving no response from inside. Dayan pressed her head against the door and said tensely, Mommy. Hearing this, Alida attempted to kick the door open, but her strength wasn't enough. Summoning the giant white bear, she smashed the door with one punch. An indescribable smell filled the room, a clear sign it hadn't been aired out in a long time. What do you want? A woman holding a kitchen knife confronted them as soon as they entered. Where's Jimena? Alida asked directly. Who are you? Why did you break into my house? We have no food left, the woman answered, clutching the knife and eyeing them warily. Without waiting for a reply, Alida kicked the bedroom door open. Katrina holding the knife tried to rush over but was held back by Kira's ice spike. You're an ability user, the woman exclaimed, looking surprised at Kira. Opening the bedroom door, Alida saw a man lying on the ground covered in blood. She also noticed bloodstains on the knife Kira was holding earlier. This man was Jimena's father, and Jimena looked deathly pale. Alida quickly picked her up, feeling her body completely cold. Sheila. Alida frowned. Anua, Jimena struggled to open her eyes, meeting Alida's worried gaze before fainting completely. Alida carried Jimena away while her stepmother cried out, trying to follow. However, the outside were all staring menacingly. Alida brought Jimena back to their hotel. Her lips were parched, and she had noticeably lost weight. It's already a miracle she's not dead. Alida hurriedly fed her water. For now, she could only slowly nourish her back to health. After a few days, Jimena finally recovered somewhat, but her body was still too weak to get out of bed. Alida went to the central mall during the day when many people were searching for supplies. The entire mall had been occupied by Alida. 3 giant spiders were stationed at the entrance, enveloping the perimeter with thick spider silk. Big Black and the devil frog guarded outside, though the latter had grown to a height of 6 meters. It was the largest of all her animals, so Alida temporarily shrank it to 2 meters. At the entrance, Alida set up shelves with fresh carrots, eggplants, apples, cucumbers, tomatoes, and peaches harvested from her dimensional space. Next to it was a sign indicating that anyone could exchange gold for a portion of these fresh fruits and vegetables and stay in the building for free. Alida had temporarily turned this place into a base. "Anua, are you really setting up a base just for gold?" Kira marveled at her ingenuity. It made sense to her since the food growing in her space was more than she could eat. With such a short maturation period, storing it was only taking up space in the safe deposit vaults. Better to exchange it directly. Initially, no one came to trade until several people chased by mutated wild cats stumbled into the mall in panic. The devil frog at the entrance swallowed 2 of the mutant cats without harming the humans. "These are mine. They won't hurt you unless I give the order," Alida explained. Still shaken, the people watched the devil frog, which, despite its terrifying appearance, remained calm before Alida. "Are you also a special ability user?" one of the men asked bravely. "Yes. As I see on your sign, we can exchange gold for these foods and stay here. No need to work or provide resources, only gold is required for now," Alida confirmed. She needed gold to upgrade her dimensional space. Another man removed a gold necklace from his neck and asked, "Can I exchange this for how much?" Alida's eyes lit up upon seeing the gold necklace. A scale specifically for measuring gold was placed there. 1 gram of gold exchanged for 1 type of vegetable. Weighing it, Alida found Ansel's necklace weighed over 30 grams. "You can choose any of these," Alida said. The man was somewhat excited. This gold had no practical use for them. He had worn the necklace out of habit, so he had kept it on. In exchange for his gold, he received a bag full of fresh vegetables and fruits, and he even ate a cucumber on the spot. The fresh taste of cucumber. Oh, it had been so long since he last tasted it. Although the Lynn County base had hydroponic vegetables, these were limited to leafy greens like cabbage, lettuce, rape, and spinach, all of which required trading supplies to obtain. Moreover, despite the short cultivation cycle, the yield of hydroponic vegetables was very low. Vegetables are something that everyone needs to eat every day. Seeing this exchange actually work, others also began trading their gold. "Anua, you traded for so many vegetables?" Kira asked, sounding somewhat worried. "Yeah, it's fine." Alida wasn't concerned because she needed the gold more than anything else right now. A week passed, and Alida's dimensional space did indeed upgrade. All her pets began to develop golden patterns all over their bodies. Their evolution sped up even more. Not only that, but the recovery ability within the space improved as well. This meant that if her pets got tired from fighting outside, they would recover faster once inside the space. The bees hatched, and they evolved a special ability. Alida could receive the visual input from the mutant bees. Just like the relationship between the parrot and Alexei. After several days of rest, Jimena recovered and even started helping out. The surrounding malls were enclosed with spider silk by Alida. If Lynn County base had an electric fence, she had spider silk. News of the gold for food exchange quickly spread to the Lynn County base, and many people started bringing out their gold to trade for food. After all, the land in the entire city was no longer suitable for farming. It was autumn, the season when fruits should be abundant. Unfortunately, the fruit trees outside had long since rotted, and some people had tried growing crops at home, but the seeds wouldn't sprout. The soil had become saline, making it unsuitable for growth. Chapter 103 Sweet Potato Field. The central mall in Lynn County had been completely taken over by Ivory. As more and more people exchanged items, they consumed more of Ivory's food. Suddenly one morning, Ivory abruptly opened her eyes and immediately entered her space. This is about to grow again. Ivory was somewhat excited. Surprisingly, it was going to grow again. Ivory thought for a while but hadn't decided what should appear on the new land. Before she could finish thinking, the land already appeared. Actually, it's this. A sweet potato field. Not only that, her land grew faster than before. She found that the green petals belonging to the land had darkened. It had leveled up. A sudden thought occurred to Ivory. Could the condition for the land leveling up be food? Food grown from the land, given to others to eat. The more her vegetables and fruits were eaten, the higher her land would level up. Because all these stemmed from faith, eating her food would instill trust in her, which acted as nourishment for the land, aiding its advancement. The commotion caused by these fresh vegetables and fruits drew special ability users from the Lynn County base. 2 special ability users arrived, not Cristobal or Siege Beryl. Instead, they were Arwin and Giselbert, both special ability users. The streets on either side of the city center mall, along with the entire mall, were enveloped in a huge net. Even if mutated bees attacked at night, they would be caught on it and become fodder for 3 giant spiders by morning. Currently, no one was living in Ivory's base yet because it lacked proper water and electricity compared to the Lynn County base. However, exchanging vegetables and fruits still attracted quite a few people, as long as they could find gold. This simultaneously caused confusion within the Berylhuang base for a while, since gold, once disregarded, had now become something everyone fought over, and they definitely couldn't ignore it. I've never heard of this special ability user. The special ability must be some skill like taming pet beast. The two came straight to Ivory Street. There were many people ahead, exchanging gold for goods, and Ivory conducted each exchange. Simona played with Dayon inside the mall, this being the Wonder Mall of Lynn County, where all mutant animals and creepers had been cleared out by Ivory. Inside, there were toys and play areas for children. For safety, Ivory also assigned Blackie to accompany them. Freezing bugs took turns clinging to Dayon's skin. Walking up to the stall, the two observed that the vegetables and fruits indeed looked very fresh, as if just picked. Move aside, Arwen coldly ordered. Most people here were from the Beryl Huang base, familiar faces. Seeing the Beryl Huang personnel, several individuals instinctively stepped aside, wary of their formidable reputation. These special ability users are almost like mafia bosses. You're the one selling these vegetables and fruits? Giselbert asked. Ivory slightly frowned. These two didn't seem interested in exchanges. I'm from the Beryl Huang base, and I'd like to invite you to join us, Giselbert said. Sorry, I only sell here. If you want to exchange, you're welcome, but if you intend to cause trouble, don't blame me, Ivory replied. At her words, 3 giant spiders descended from the ceiling. Their imposing size added an intense pressure. A control-type ability user? Arwen frowned. Only control-type ability users could manipulate animals or objects. Yet, this woman didn't look like one. Control abilities could easily backfire. Strong awakenings come with greater challenges. We are all ability users and should help each other. Our Beryl Huang base will cover your vegetables and fruits. Arwen suddenly changed his tone, smiling. I hope we can directly connect with your Beryl Huang base in the future, he continued, revealing their intentions. Previously, someone mentioned that knowing they used gold to exchange for food, the Beryl Huang base started acquiring gold en masse, then resold it at a higher price. Whoever has gold, I'll exchange with them, Ivory coldly replied. If you don't wish to stay, please leave now, Ivory sternly said, not wanting to be disturbed. Wah-wah, Ivory softly called. A gigantic devil frog appeared, making people instinctively move away, clearing a large area. The 6-meter-tall frog created enough pressure. The 3 giant spiders also appeared behind her. The 2 special ability users' faces remained unchanged. You'd better think it over. If you don't cooperate with our Beryl Huang base, you won't have a good end. Arwen threatened and then left. Watching the 2 figures leave, Ivory finally sent the devil frog back to her space. How could that woman possibly control such a huge devil frog, and even 3 giant spiders? From what I've seen, control-type ability users can hardly manage more than 2 creatures without immense mental pressure. That woman just controlled so many. If such a person existed before the apocalypse, the boss would surely know about her, Giselbert frowned. Let's head back to the base. Those 2 monsters are beyond our capabilities. We should report to the boss, Arwen said. We should have exchanged for some vegetables and fruits earlier. It's been ages since we last had fruit, I can't even remember how it tastes. As soon as they left, people started discussing. The Beryl Huang base was becoming increasingly strict, making them start building city walls. Work hours increased from 3 to 6 hours daily, and food supply had to be sought on their own. How is that enough? Ivory's farming space still absorbed gold. With more people consuming her vegetables and fruits, the cravings grew stronger. Ivory found that the growth rate of her crops had accelerated. Indeed, consuming the produce from her space boosted the faith power, allowing the land within her space to level up. Recently, it rained almost every day in Lynn County, with light rain lasting for 7 or 8 hours during daylight, making the air very humid. Since she scared away the 2 special ability users from the Beryl Huang base, no one came to exchange anymore. Even though it was raining lightly, could it be that there were other creepers or monsters around? Ivory dispatched her 7 little bees. Through them, she could see the outside situation, thanks to her shared vision ability. These 7 little bees were not as big as those mutated bees but were rather small. However, their toxins were potent, with an extremely strong anesthetic effect. Moreover, these bees flew at incredibly high speeds. Chapter 104, Co-viewing ability, monitoring the little bees. Alida was initially unaccustomed to this new skill, but she soon grew used to it, even managing to co-view 7 little bees at once. It was like having 7 small screens inside her brain. Alida inspected the entire Linyuan County base. Although the roads were uneven and pitted, many monsters had already been eliminated, and the bee swarms only appeared at night. Recently, a lot of these bee swarms had become food for the 3 giant spiders. After several days of rest, Jimena's complexion improved significantly, especially since food supplies had caught up. She thought no one would come back today for exchange, but unexpectedly, another woman arrived with a child. The child, around 1 year old, was Jimena's half-brother. Alida recognized the woman as Jimena's stepmother. Back then, when Jimena stayed home, arguments broke out because of the scarcity of food. Jimena's stepmother was ruthless. During an argument, she threatened Jimena with a kitchen knife to force her to leave in order to reduce their food consumption. Unexpectedly, Jimena's father still had some familial feelings left and argued with the stepmother, resulting in him being slashed by the latter. Jimena tried to save her father, but her immense energy expenditure caused her weak body to faint. Fortunately, Alida and the others came just in time. Jimena's father had his artery cut and died from excessive blood loss. At that moment, they did not notice that the woman was also carrying a child. Katrina saw Kira first, recognizing him vividly as a special ability holder. Meanwhile, Jimena, who returned with Dave, also saw this woman. Fear and a trace of hatred filled Jimena's eyes. Katrina wanted to trade gold for food. Looking at the fresh vegetables and fruits, she licked her nearly dry lips. The city's water had turned murky, and the water supply had stopped. They hadn't had any water for several days. Alida looked at the woman, whose hair was matted and disheveled, without an ounce of pity. I don't want to trade with you. You can leave, Alida said coldly. For someone she disliked, she'd rather not give anything than exchange items with her. Why not? Everyone else can exchange. Why can't I? The woman asked, frowning and holding her golden jewelry. Because you're unpleasant to look at, Alida replied harshly. Katrina pinched the child in her arms, making it cry loudly. Some onlookers felt sympathetic, but no one stepped forward to help. You. Katrina tried to rush forward to snatch something, but Alida wasn't going to give her the chance. Grabbing her by the hair, Alida pulled her down to the ground. Normally, a mother falling would instinctively protect her child, but this woman didn't. Her child fell to the ground, hitting its forehead and bleeding. Seeing Jimena behind the counter, the fallen woman pointed at her. Sheila, it's you. Was it you? Good job. This is your own brother. Are you going to watch him starve to death? The woman shouted before getting up and running away without looking back. She left behind the crying toddler. No one lingered to watch after the woman left. They finished exchanging items and left. At this point, very few exchanges were possible as almost all the gold in Linyuan County had been collected by Alida. The livestock warehouse had also been upgraded. Of course, some envied her. Seeing Alida with just 2 women and 2 children, there were attempts to rob them. But seeing Alida's devil frog and the 3 giant spiders, nobody dared to act. Even the special ability holders from Berylhuang base didn't dare to raid directly, though they did manage to collect nearly 1,000 grams of gold from their people and exchanged it with Alida. These people wouldn't dare take the food back to Berylhuang base since gold had suddenly become valuable again due to its ability to exchange for fresh produce. Rain began to drizzle outside, and the child cried along the road, only babbling. Jimena looked at her half-brother and finally approached, picking him up. Auntie Anue, Jimena said, glancing at Alida and then at the child, acknowledging he was her brother. Let him stay, Alida sighed. Raising 1 child or 3 made no difference to her. Strange, no news from brother Xiao, and Alexei has also been missing for a while, Kira frowned. Alexei had been absent since heading to the Berylhuang base. Inside Berylhuang base, people hesitated to bring the food exchanged for gold back to the base. Previously, gold wasn't valuable, but now it could be traded for fresh vegetables and fruits, making it highly sought after and leading to occasional robbery incidents. Inside a villa in Berylhuang base. That woman needs so much gold, it must mean gold has some use for her, Tyson speculated. They were all special ability holders, and each person's advancement conditions were different. They needed to discover them on their own. Some people never even discovered their advancement conditions in their entire lives. Brother Beryl, the pupils of those 3 giant spiders she controls and that frog are golden. Could she be feeding the gold to them? Giselbert speculated. If Alida had heard this, she might have been slightly surprised. Although not entirely correct, it was close enough. Then where does she get all those fresh vegetables and fruits? Cristobal asked. This was what they were most concerned about. They needed fresh food. Hydroponic vegetables required their plant-type ability holders, but with so many people in the base, there was only one such ability holder available. This small amount of fresh vegetables wasn't even enough to be equally divided among these dozen or so special ability holders. People we sent out to scout reported that there are wild vegetables outside, but they're all contaminated. Eating these contaminated vegetables weakens the body. Eating them long-term is akin to slow suicide. The vegetables and fruits exchanged from that woman's hands are completely uncontaminated. Not only that, they are incredibly nutritious. Giselbert blurted out. Brother Beryl, if we could bring that woman over to our side, it would be great, Giselbert said. Arwen frowned slightly, recalling how he was startled by Alida's large frog last time, which made him feel very embarrassed. I'll personally invite her, Cristobal said. The base offers such excellent conditions. He could offer her an entire villa on her own. It's definitely better than staying in the mall outside. Most importantly, the water and electricity here have already been renovated. The mall has no power or water, making life inconvenient. Having Brother Beryl personally invite her is giving her face, Arwen said sarcastically. Chapter 105, Collecting Gold for Promotion. The food in the mall has been cleared out quite a bit, but there are still many other items, such as various toys. Daeun had been running around with Ivory these past few days, and finally settled down. Jimena was still taking care of the 1-year-old child. She herself was still a child yet had to take care of another child. Kira couldn't bear it either and helped out with the caregiving. His stepmom doesn't want him, so why do you? Kira frowned as he looked at Jimena. This kid has awakened with healing powers. If his heart is kind, troubles will surely not be scarce in the future. Jimena, being young, did not have such complicated feelings because of that. She hated that woman for injuring his father. But during those few days in that house, even though his biological father wasn't nice to her, he protected her at the last moment when danger came. For this little brother, perhaps it's the blood relation. Human hearts are just so complex, making you sway between good and evil. Jimena didn't know what to say, looking at Philip playing with toys on the ground. Perhaps he was the only family left for her. Sister Sheila, you still have me. Daeun seemed to sense Jimena's thoughts and hurriedly said, yeah. Jimena nodded heavily, looked at Daeun, then turned her head and took a deep look at Ivory. It was drizzling outside. Recently, no one had come to exchange gold. Was the gold gone? Was there only so much gold in Linqian County? Ivory sat on a rocking chair helplessly. Kira asked, Laurie, are you collecting gold for promotion? Kira wasn't stupid and could naturally guess as much. Having reached this point, Ivory saw no reason to hide it anymore and nodded. I know everyone's promotion conditions are different, but using gold like you, this is probably the first, Kira said. Promotion conditions were always kept secret, otherwise, people might deliberately sabotage them. Just like Ivory loudly announced her need for gold, now all the gold was under the control of Beryl Huang base. However, living here was stable enough, and Wen Yi, Daeun, and the other two kids were playing happily together. Still, Ivory underestimated the complexity and limitlessness of human nature. It was still drizzling, and now 2 more 3- or 4-year-old children appeared outside. People threw them here, leaving them alone. Kira looked at the weak children sadly, and one of them even had a fever. Damn it, they just throw their kids to us. Do they think we're a children's shelter? Kira complained. Last time, Jimena's younger brother was abandoned here, and they took him in. Now some people were throwing their kids here too. These people, they can even abandon their own children. Kira exclaimed angrily. Actually, Ivory somewhat understood them unable to survive themselves. Taking a child with them would make survival even harder. Just like a poor person giving birth to an unhealthy child and abandoning the baby at the hospital entrance, hoping someone would save the child and give it a chance to live. Some simply didn't want the child and directly abandoned them. Selfishness, possession, kindness, all kinds of motivations, reflecting the complexity of human nature. The 2 children cried pitifully, and Ivory decided not to set a precedent and thus did not take them in. Yet, the 2 children were outside their mall, crying out loud. They cried for an entire day until they got too tired, but their parents never showed up. Aunt Laurie, why don't we let them in? I'll take care of them, Jimena offered. Ivory furrowed her brows slightly. Did Jimena get such a special ability because of her kindness? Although Ivory liked kind children, she only wanted to focus on taking care of her own child now. If we do that, more and more children will be abandoned here. Sheila, our food supply is limited. We must prioritize our survival, Ivory explained calmly. Jimena nodded. The food she ate was given by Aunt Laurie, who had to provide for all of them. Sorry, Aunt Laurie, Jimena apologized, realizing her naivety. Ivory patted Jimena's head and said, we must act within our means and prioritize our safety. Especially with your special ability. While you can heal wounds, it costs you personal energy. Ensure your safety before doing what you think is right. Until then, do not use your ability on anyone, understand? Ivory reminded seriously. Overusing your special ability will harm your own vitality, Ivory stressed. Kira had mentioned this to her before. Jimena also recalled the time she wanted to use her ability on her father, and the chilling sensation that enveloped her body as if she were frozen in an ice cellar. Jimena nodded. Seeing Ivory approach, Philip wanted her to pick him up. But thinking of this child's mother, Ivory had no particular fondness for the child either. The light rain outside gradually turned into a downpour, drenching the 2 children. From a distance, the parents of one of the children watched as Ivory showed no intention of taking them in and left them in the heavy rain. Eventually, the mother couldn't bear it anymore and ran back, hugging her child and cursing loudly. How can you be so heartless? You left such a little child out in the rain like this. You have so much food, what would it hurt to take in this child? Katrina wanted to continue berating her, venting her anger. I'm not that stupid to raise other people's children. Occasionally, wealthy people might do good deeds or donate money for charity. But she wouldn't get involved with such obviously irresponsible behavior of abandoning children to others. How can you be so heartless when you have your own child? The woman said while holding her child. Exactly because I have my own child, I won't leave them with others. Get lost. Ivory said without mercy. A large black dog emerged from behind Ivory, growling fiercely. Anyone who dares to abandon their child here again, I'll let Big Black bite them to death. Ivory said coldly. Katrina, holding her child, looked at Ivory's stern face and then at the fierce black dog beside her. She really could do it. She really could. Katrina quickly left with her child, regardless of the heavy rain outside. There was still one little boy left. He was truly in bad shape. With a high fever and drenched by the rain, his tiny body curled up. Kira glanced outside. No one came, and it was nearly evening. They won't come, Ivory said coldly. Chapter 106 Lost Child. Alida saw that the one who had left this little boy was a father, and the expression on his face as he abandoned the child was filled with extreme disdain. That look was as if he were discarding a burden. She even doubted whether that man was the child's biological father. The little boy seemed to have barely any breath left. Kira leaned over him, furrowing his brow slightly and asked, "Dead?" "No breathing." Alida walked over and squatted down. Indeed, the little boy's face had turned deathly pale. His dirty little face had no trace of vitality, and his hair was still wet. Children like him used to be the blossoms of the motherland before the apocalypse, adored in kindergartens and at home. Alida picked up the child. He weighed no more than 20 or so kilograms, yet such a small life might still have infinite possibilities ahead. In today's society, prehistoric mutated creatures roamed everywhere. Humans once lived at the top of the pyramid. Now that the entire social pyramid has been reshuffled, would humans still be at the apex? These children's lives can't even survive. Alida shook her head slightly. She found herself thinking on such a grand scale just because she had a bit of food from her space. Match your capacity to the task. Support as many children as you can afford. Her supplies were enough to support dozens of children without any problem, but she couldn't guarantee their safety. She only wanted to carefully raise her own child. Alida was about to find a place to bury the little boy when suddenly she felt an icy touch on her arm. The little boy actually grabbed her arm and opened his eyes, clear black and white pupils. He hadn't formed concepts of good and evil yet. He opened his mouth and looked at Alida as if he wanted to call her mom, but he lacked the strength. In his eyes, all he saw was Alida's entire face. Alive. Finally, Alida kept the little boy. She gave him water from the well in her space, fed him milk powder, and administered some antipyretics. Whether he could live or not depended on him now. Kira looked at the little boy and said, "How pitiful. Since he's alive, I'll take care of him." "Let's see if he can make it first," Alida replied. For her, taking care of one child wasn't much different from taking care of three. "You can be his grandma, and I'll be his stepmom," Kira joked. This little boy was really cute. It's true that attractive kids get more affection. The next day, the little boy made it through, although his body was still very weak. Like Giovanni and Jimena, he should have been in school by now. But in the current environment, just surviving was enough. Schooling was almost a luxury. However, whenever Alida had free time, she still taught Giovanni how to recognize characters. No matter what happened to the world, culture was essential. At least basic knowledge should be understood. That day, Alida opened her phone again. The battery was down to 15%. She hadn't received any new messages from Jay in days. But this time, there was an unread message on her phone. Suppressing her excitement, Alida opened it. Although she had changed her phone number, she was sure this message was from Jay. Jay could generate electricity, others couldn't use electronic devices, but Jay could. Any phone, as long as there was signal, he could charge and use it. This message was longer than previous ones. Instead of reading it immediately, Alida called back first. Since the message was sent yesterday. As expected, the call didn't go through. Only then did Alida read the message. It told them they were assigned to go to Linqian County on a mission but took a plane directly to the capital base. Capital? They were in the capital. They wanted to return, but the plane encountered an accident en route. Edward, Iona, and the others were injured to varying degrees. They were currently staying in Shanyan City and would return to Elevenon to find her once stabilized. They assured her that none of them were seriously hurt. After seeing the message, Alida informed Kira. How could this happen? Kira hadn't expected the capital base to send a plane for them. Planes were very unstable modes of transportation these days. Plane accidents often resulted in serious injuries or death. But they were special ability holders, so even if they survived, they must have suffered severe injuries. How badly is Edward hurt? Kira asked anxiously. Alida hadn't expected Kira to ask about Edward first. It might be because Edward protected her during her journey after he was injured last time. "I thought you'd ask about my husband first," Alida said jokingly. Over these days, she realized Kira admired her husband, a young girl's admiration for a strong figure. "Zaire already has you, and your abilities match Zaire's," Kira said approvingly. Previously, Jay was very affectionate, and an emotionally deep man was very attractive to other girls. Later on, when they saw Alida, her gentle appearance didn't seem to match Zaire at all. But after spending so much time with Alida, she had come to genuinely recognize her worth from the bottom of her heart, even feeling a mysterious sense of peace around Joni Yu. "Since we know they're in Shanyan City, let's set out tomorrow," Kira said excitedly, wishing she could leave right away for Shanyan City. Alida had already sent a message to Jay, unsure if he would receive it. However, since he mentioned being injured in Shanyan City, they likely wouldn't leave anytime soon. Moreover, they probably didn't know that the Elevenon base had fallen. Alida nodded. She also planned to depart for Shanyan City tomorrow. However, Shanyan City was across a province from them. Without a plane or other modes of transportation, the journey would be very challenging. At this moment, if they could encounter Little Horse, it would be great. They could get a carriage. Cars were always problematic, requiring fuel, and now they couldn't be repaired when broken down. A carriage would be convenient. Indeed, in this chaotic world, they seemed to have regressed to a primitive era. Alida gathered everything usable in the mall and left behind what wasn't useful to her. Just as they were preparing to leave, the roar of a car came from outside. Kira looked down from the second-floor window and frowned. It should be people from the Berylhuang base. "We'll go out the back," Alida said. She didn't intend to enter the Berylhuang base. "If we go out like this, we'll definitely run into them," Kira said. Alida and Kira took the children and left through the back door of the mall. No one in the mall. The Berylhuang base's effort ended up fruitless. They collected a lot of gold to monopolize Alida's food supply. Yet, today, the place was deserted. "They tricked us," Giselbert said angrily. Cristobal also had a dark expression. He had come for Alida and ended up wasting so much gold, which was now utterly useless to him. Chapter 107, Mutated Fruit Trees. Gage was extremely angry, instantly creating an energy sphere around a 500-meter radius. Everything nearby sank into the ground. Others were also forced to the ground by the sudden increase in gravity. After a while, Gage withdrew his power. Alida and Kira had already left the place with the children. There's so much gold in the world, if there isn't any in Linqian County, she could always go elsewhere. She wasn't clear about other conditions for upgrading the space, but now she only had the breeding warehouse which she naturally wanted to upgrade as much as possible. Upgrading the breeding warehouse made her pets stronger, allowing her to better protect herself. Not only for self-defense, these pets could also take care of the kids. Jimena and Philip sat on the giant spider, initially very afraid, but eventually became unafraid. It was like sitting on a dinosaur rocker. With the giant spider taking care of the kids, they didn't need to bring them along. They left Linqian County and headed towards the provincial county road, replenishing supplies as they went. Anue, why isn't there a single green plant on the way? Kira said with a frown. Now it's autumn. Even if there are fewer green plants, there should be plenty of autumn fruits. But now the trees have all withered, Kira continued. Alida noticed this too. She squatted down to examine the soil but found nothing wrong. Though it was autumn, the temperature here hadn't dropped to autumn levels yet. There are some fruits over there, Kira exclaimed, looking at a nearby field. Actually, Alida had many fruits in her space, but Kira didn't know that an assumed Alida must have used up most of her fruits recently from exchanges. Excitedly running over, they found peaches, but the peaches Kira saw, normally rosy and tender, were tinged with brown. What is this? Kira frowned slightly. Alida walked over and found all the peaches were brownish. Moreover, with so many peaches, why hadn't anyone picked them? These peaches look infected, Alida said with a slight frown. At this moment, the giant spider carrying the children crawled over. The giant spider conveyed to Alida that it wanted peaches. Alida looked at the dark-colored, seemingly infected peaches. Her big spider still wanted to eat them. Alida picked 2 peaches and fed them to the giant spider. Chomp chomp, the giant spider started eating. Seeing the spider eating, Kira felt a bit curious and took a bite herself. Expecting sweetness, it tasted like paint. Kira immediately vomited. Kira quickly asked Alida for water and gulped down a whole bottle, but the taste remained in her mouth. So disgusting. Kira finally recovered and couldn't help exclaiming. But Alida saw that the giant spider seemed very happy eating the peaches, apparently liking the flavor. On their way forward, they saw more fruit trees and harvested fruits, but each one had brown streaks on the outside. The fruits were incredibly bad tasting, but people still picked and ate them. When starving, people would even eat tree bark or guanine soil. These hard-to-swallow fruits were no exception. I wonder if these things are poisonous, Alida said with a slight frown, noting the brown streaks on the surface. Whether they're poisonous or not, I won't eat them again. They're too terrible, Kira frowned. One bite of that flavor was unforgettable for life. Alida put the giant spider back into her space. She had previously acquired a small outdoor vehicle where the 2 children could sit. Alida gave toys to Emmanuel, Jing and Philip to play with. Dahe pulled the cart ahead, and Alida patted Dahe's head. When she got a little foal later, Dahe wouldn't have to pull the cart anymore. They had been staying in the city area of Linqian County and didn't expect the outside land and vegetation to be like this. Walking on the village road, they occasionally encountered people who were pale and thin, clearly refugees. Alida saw scenes reminiscent of old photos from the 1940s and 50s. Some people were even holding the awful-tasting fruits, just to have something edible. It seemed this area hadn't been infected by crawlers. It was relatively safe, but they didn't know what dangerous animals they might encounter on this road. Still, Alida looked forward to seeing newborn animals. She loved them regardless of what they were. As night approached, they needed to find a place to rest. This area was mostly village roads with occasional houses. Alida sent out 7 bees to scout around and found several unoccupied houses ahead. These were private residences built beside village roads, essentially illegal constructions. But in the current world, legality wasn't much of an issue. The house contained some second-hand furniture. Alida and Kira tidied up a bit with Jimena pitching in to help. Alida took out new bedsheets and quilts from her space for the 3 kids to sleep on at night. There was a coal stove inside, and the corner held a stack of honeycomb coal bricks. It was perfect for preparing a warm meal for the night, like cooking some porridge. There was plenty of rice in her space. She also sliced some tomatoes, cucumbers, and carrots, which they ate with salad dressing. This is real food, Kira remarked with satisfaction. Heaven knew how the taste of paint had lingered in her mouth all day after that bite this morning. Sheila, drink 2 more bottles of this. Alida handed over blood-replenishing drinks to Jimena. These were from the pharmacy she'd taken from the mall. Thank you, Auntie Anue. Jimena gratefully accepted. Following Alida made her life better than before the apocalypse. She never lacked food or drinks. Whatever Alida gave her, she would eat without hesitation. Jimena's small body was severely depleted. She was already thin and frail, plus she had awakened her ability. Though healing powers were rare, they consumed one's essence. Healing others hurt herself. If Alida had awakened such a power, she would keep it hidden, only telling those closest to her. From her space, Alida took out a rocking chair she'd found in the mall. It was soft and comfortable, so she had stored it in her space. If there was electricity, or if Jay were around as a human charger, she would have taken an electric massage chair. Kira envied Alida lying comfortably in the massage chair. She who once doubted the usefulness of Alida's space now felt embarrassed both in her face and feet. After eating, the children went to play on the bed. Alida provided them with storybooks. Jimena, being in 5th grade, could read some storybooks. She read stories to the 2 little ones on the bed. Chapter 108, Mutated Sparrow. The 2 children listened intently. Alida often told Dayan stories, but later crises left her no time or energy. Now Jimena has taken over this duty. Although she's only in elementary school, she can read all the words in storybooks. Children have more fun when they're together. They had relatively safe travels these past couple of days. If one ignored the black and brown plants, it might even be mistaken for a camping trip. But there were also encounters with robbers, just like now. 3 men looked at them greedily, and Dayon frowned, seemingly sensing the men's disturbing thoughts. He clenched his little fists tightly. 2 of the men approached Alida and Kira. Clean and neat attire like Alida and Kira's was rarely seen nowadays. Moreover, Alida wasn't unattractive. Kira summoned 3 ice spikes, suspending them before everyone. Sorry, great heroine. Sweat trickled down Ansel's forehead as he didn't expect her to be a special ability user. Get lost, Kira said, and the 3 men fled in fear. There were plenty of bullies who feared tough opposition. If Kira weren't a special ability user, these 2 women venturing out alone would not only face natural disasters but also human threats. Earth has experienced numerous large-scale disasters in its history, and the extinction of ancient creatures is supposedly attributed to a solar storm. However, dinosaurs ruled Earth back then, and only afterward did humans appear. Now, the entire planet is undergoing monumental changes. For humans, it's a disaster, but for these regressive mutant animals, it signifies evolution. If humans once stood at the pinnacle of the pyramid is now in chaos. Can humans still remain at the top? It's unknown, but one thing is certain, the future will belong to special ability users. Ordinary people might find it hard to carve out a place for themselves. It now depends on whether special ability users can establish a strong human sanctuary. Cars have become a luxury. Despite their abundance, most are dilapidated and unusable. Moreover, they can't even be bought anymore. Following the railway tracks, Alida was preoccupied with thoughts of her little pony. As Alida looked up, a huge sparrow swooped down toward them, specifically toward the children. This mutated sparrow dived swiftly, targeting Philip by grabbing his back. Philip cried out from the pain. Jojo, Jimena exclaimed anxiously. At this moment, Kira formed ice spikes and shot them at the flying predator. However, it dodged, and the ice spikes missed. Kira was frustrated. Previously, she used water globes, combining with Zaire's lightning to widen the attack range. Since her ability changed from water-based to ice-based, her attack power greatly increased, but accuracy needed practice. Furthermore, drinking water required melting the ice first. There were both advantages and disadvantages. Alida summoned 7 small bees from her spatial realm, originally intending to summon 3 bats. However, bats have impaired vision during the day and tend to be sleepy, especially around noon. She worried that upon summoning the bats, they might close their wings and fall asleep immediately. Hence, she called forth the 7 bees instead. These were now her only 2 pets capable of flight. Upon receiving Alida's command, the 7 bees charged forward, though they were much smaller compared to the mutated sparrow, which was even larger than an eagle and had eerie triangular eyes with narrow pupils. Despite their size disadvantage, the bees surrounded the sparrow, and fortunately, their numbers made it hard for the sparrow to escape. Kira once again formed ice spikes, aiming directly at the sparrow's wings this time, taking advantage of its restricted movement. The mutated sparrow's injured wings caused it to plummet to the ground like a plane with damaged wings. Alida summoned the devil frog, now nearly 7 meters tall, with soft spots on its back despite its green, bulbous appearance, patterns that served as camouflage. The devil frog easily caught Philip on its broad, stable back. Stretching out its long, green tongue, it swallowed the falling sparrow whole. After a gentle burp, the few bees it accidentally ingested flew out. Through the bees' shared vision, Alida discovered how vast the interior of the devil frog really was. Moreover, the devil frog's belly had 2 spaces, one for storing items, which could then be rolled into its stomach for digestion when hungry. It was surprising that the devil frog had such a hidden skill. Anything not swallowed into its stomach could be regurgitated. Alida reduced the size of the devil frog before carefully lifting Philip down. Otherwise, with the devil frog's enormous size, it would take them considerable effort just to climb off. Philip's back bore several scratches from the mutated sparrow's attack. Jojo, Jimena looked at her younger brother with concern but didn't rashly use her ability this time. Seeing that Philip's wounds were only surface cuts that would heal in a few days, using her healing power might make the rest needed these past days redundant. Alida took out some iodine tincture from her spatial realm to clean Philip's wounds and changed his clothes to a clean set. I didn't expect danger to come from the sky as well, Kira said, still shaken from the encounter. Ordinary animals had all undergone mutations. It was no surprise for flying creatures. The entire blue star was undergoing changes. We should still find a vehicle. Walking on the road like this is still dangerous, Alida said. Due to their large size and weight, the mutated flying beasts couldn't easily grab them, but they could easily catch children. Thinking about what happened still felt scary, so Alida placed another ice worm on Dayon, now making 3. Mom, 2 worms on me are enough. 1 more, and I feel too cold. Dayon protested. Alida sheepishly touched her nose, carrying ice worms lowered body temperature. Despite it being autumn, the weather was hot. Although Alida had put the ice worms in a resting state, they still provided a cooling effect. Usually, 2 ice worms made Dayon feel as if he had an air conditioner, staying cool and comfortable. But adding 1 more made him feel cold. Chapter 109, Wanting to Capture a Foal. So, Alida withdrew 1 frostworm, 2 should suffice. Then she turned her gaze to Jimena and Philip, placing a frostworm on each of them. Philip was still young, only feeling a bit cooler. Jimena, however, was quite curious. These are frost worms. They will assist you when they sense danger, Alida explained to Jimena. Thank you, Aunt Anue. Jimena thanked her, feeling as if a cool flake of snow had landed on her body. Originally it had been sweltering, but now it felt considerably cooler. However, every evening Alida would replace their frost worms, as only in the spatial realm could the worms evolve faster. Kira had ice-based abilities, so her body tended to be on the colder side, which made her immune to heat. The journey offered no operable cars, either there was no gasoline or the cars were broken. We're almost at Zhengyang City, Kira remarked, looking at the road sign ahead. To Zhengyang City, Alida said, planning to replenish supplies while collecting gold. Zhengyang City is a second-tier city, so there shouldn't be a shortage of gold. It also has several subordinate districts, Kira added, recalling her past mission there. We won't stay long. We'll spend tonight here and leave tomorrow, Alida said. Though gathering gold was important, finding Jay in Shanyan City was equally crucial. They found an operable car on the outer ring of Zhengyang City, significantly speeding up their travel. Zhengyang City has a large zoo, right on the outer ring, Kira mentioned. Alida remembered watching videos about the animal kingdom of Zhengyang City, featuring various breeds of deer and horses. Horses. There might be foals. But it was unknown whether the animals had mutated. Thinking of the foal she yearned for, they decided to rest overnight before heading directly to the animal kingdom. That night passed peacefully. The next morning, Kira drove while Alida sat in the passenger seat, with the 3 children in the back. Though Alida could drive, her skills were mediocre. Alida logged into her phone to check the specific location of Zhengyang City's animal kingdom. She then went online to browse information about Zhengyang City. The latest news from Zhengyang City was half a month ago, indicating the city's internet connection had completely cut off by then. Half a month ago, Zhengyang City issued a blue wind warning. A superstorm ravaged the city. Glass windows of tall buildings were blown away, and some people, even in bed, were carried off by the wind, falling to their deaths. No further information was available. It seemed that Zhengyang City's disaster was indeed the windstorm, explaining why signs and cars were scattered and overturned along the way. Their car lacked windows. Animal mutations hadn't appeared on any videos, perhaps due to the abrupt end of internet connectivity. With changes happening daily, who knew what had occurred during this half-month gap? Following the road, they soon approached the animal kingdom. On the ground lay an enormous footprint, its length comparable to a car. Kira, stay here with the kids. I'll go scout alone on Devil Frog. I'll return within 20 minutes, Alida instructed. Sure. Don't worry. I'll keep them safe, Kira assured her. Alida nodded. From rivals, they gradually grew to acknowledge each other's capabilities and built mutual trust. She left behind 3 giant spiders to protect them. Then, Alida summoned the fully-grown devil frog. Kira noted that the devil frog seemed to have grown, now measuring over 7 meters high, equivalent to 2 stories. Would it eventually grow as tall as Kong? Alida climbed onto Devil Frog's back, enlarging him afterward for easier riding. The enlarged Devil Frog's jumping power greatly increased, leaping hundreds of meters with a single bound. Alida first sent out bees to survey the surroundings, checking for threats or potential foes. Through the bees' shared vision, she observed the situation inside the animal kingdom. Soon, Alida was startled by the mutated animals. These creatures were terrifying, and they fought among themselves. If Alida had recklessly entered, it would have been dangerous even with Devil Frog. Though she spotted mutated horses, she dared not capture them. Luckily, the bee's vision prevented an impulsive entry that could have resulted in injury. Kira thought Alida would be gone for 20 minutes, but she returned after only 5. Received it? Kira asked, somewhat curious. Alida shook her head, explaining that the inside was too dangerous. The animal kingdom housed all kinds of animals, and those that had undergone atavism mutations were even more terrifying. Although she really wanted to capture them, she decided not to risk her life. Without a foolproof plan, she would never take such a risk. The car drove toward Zhengyang City District, arriving in about half an hour. Along the way, there were flying pieces of wall, fallen billboards, and glass windows from high-rise buildings. Doors and windows were scattered on the ground. There were even half-standing walls that seemed ready to collapse at any moment. It appeared Zhengyang City had truly experienced a massive windstorm. Yet, it was unclear where the wind came from, as Zhengyang was not near the sea. Kira parked the car by the roadside, and the two got out to check. Kira looked up and saw someone standing motionless on an outdoor air conditioner unit, probably blown out during the storm but left unrescued for a long time. On the road were overturned cars, with people likely crushed to death underneath. Some car engines had caught fire, leaving the vehicles charred. The entire city looked chaotic. Kira stayed outside the car to watch over the 3 children while Alida entered the mall. Inside, everything was in disarray from the wind. She went directly to the gold jewelry section on the first floor. The counters had been blown away, but the items were still there. Alida collected quite a bit of gold, which was directly absorbed into storage space number 2. She also checked the supermarket on the first floor to see if there were any supplies left. No one ever complained about having too many supplies. Just like money, having 10,000 made you want 20,000, then 30,000. After such a long period of chaos, the supplies on the first floor were nearly depleted, but Alida still took what was left. The city was eerily quiet. Since they entered, they hadn't encountered a single person. Considering Zhengyang City had a population of millions, this was strange. Chapter 110, The Little Black Cat. Not only did they not encounter anyone here, but they also didn't come across any mutated beasts or the like. The empty streets were filled only with various scattered debris blown about by the wind. With a loud bang, a piece of loosely hanging wall skin from above fell down, landing right in front of them. This city was unsafe everywhere. After being battered by strong winds, the walls had become unstable and could collapse at any moment, potentially injuring people. Every so often while they were here, something would fall from above. It seemed that Zhengyang City wasn't safe either. No wonder there wasn't a single soul around. It looked like everyone had fled. However, Zhengyang City still had plenty of supplies, so some people would risk coming here to find what they needed. Meow. A cat's cry came from the surrounding walls. Alida walked over and found a large black cat with an injured leg. Her belly was swollen, and there was a pool of blood nearby. The big cat was giving birth and had already delivered 5 kittens, but her injured leg prevented her from licking off the afterbirth from the newborns, causing the little ones to suffocate to death. The large black cat had red eyes, looking quite normal, as if it hadn't undergone any mutation. Alida thought she might have seen something unusual flash in the black cat's eyes, which made her instinctively want to help move the large stone away. But when she did, she found a body drenched in blood beneath it, with a steel bar piercing through its rear half. It must have pierced straight through the cat's body. Alida took out a dagger from her spatial bag and cut open the cat's abdomen. Anue, Kira exclaimed in shock. Alida pulled a tiny black kitten from the cat's belly and placed it beside the mother. Using all her strength, the mother cat licked off the afterbirth from the kitten and bit through the umbilical cord. Alida could see that every movement caused more blood to flow from behind her. In the end, the mother cat lost all her strength, her red eyes staring at Alida. At this moment, Alida realized with surprise that the large black cat was almost dead. She had been subconsciously influenced, probably experiencing some kind of hallucination. Everything just now was likely controlled by the black cat. It was saving its kitten. Maternal love was truly profound. The pain experienced could only be understood by those who have gone through it. The pain of flesh separation. I'll take good care of it, Alida said solemnly. People say that black cats are spiritual creatures, and this one probably was too. However, the feeling just now was inexplicable. Alida put the newly born kitten into the second breeding warehouse. Once inside the breeding warehouse, the cage bore the mark of the little black cat, and its originally red eyes turned golden. Mom, are you okay? Dave asked, approaching Alida with concern. He felt something was off with her condition just now. Alida shook her head and said, I'm fine. Alida cleaned the blood off her hands and looked around at the empty houses. Though they had traveled all day, the 2 adults were fine, but the children were exhausted. Philip had already fallen asleep, and Jimena, with her weak constitution, appeared very tired. So, Alida decided to find a safe building to stay overnight. Actually, Zhengyang City wasn't uninhabited. Instead, the people there were infected with a disease that allowed them to go outside only at night, unable to tolerate direct sunlight. Infected with this illness, their entire bodies would turn white, resembling albinism, making them unable to withstand sunlight. In the daytime, their vision would be hindered, but at night, it became clear. Some long-term myopes, even those with severe myopia, would regain normal vision at night. Not only that, their speed would increase significantly at night. Those few people left, someone upstairs said regretfully, holding a high-powered telescope. It's going to get dark soon, and we can go out then. 2 people in the room licked their dry lips. These infected people survived on blood and evolved using blood as well. Drinking blood could sustain them for a period, but not drinking for a long time would make them extremely uncomfortable and gradually lose their sanity. To maintain their sanity, they would drink blood. Alida entered Zhengyang City's supermarket. Despite the passage of time, there were still plenty of supplies inside. In other cities, supermarkets would have been emptied long ago. The mall downstairs was mostly intact, but surprisingly, the 3rd floor home section was completely cleared, with blankets and such missing. This piqued Alida's curiosity. Could it be that the nights in Zhengyang City were unusually cold? Still, she collected a lot of gold from the surroundings, further upgrading the breeding warehouse and expanding the cages. They temporarily settled on the 3rd floor of the mall, and Alida took out food from her spatial bag to distribute among them. She also found pet supplies in the mall, including a baby bottle for pets, so she prepared some formula for the newborn kitten that was less than a day old. The little one entered the breeding space, and its originally weak condition quickly improved. Strange. Kira frowned slightly. How did it get dark, and the commotion outside increased? Alida joined Kira at the window and saw quite a few people coming out downstairs, with some heading towards this large mall. These people all had white hair, walking through the city streets which were empty during the day but now filled with people. Could they be some kind of crawler or infected person who doesn't go out during the day but comes out at night? Kira speculated. Alida hid with them and had no intention of going out. Initially, they thought these people would come out looking for food and enter the mall first. However, they didn't rush in but wandered around the streets. Alida directly released her 7 small bees from her spatial bag. These drones helped her observe the situation outside. After about 20 minutes, Alida, through the collective vision of the bees, saw what was happening outside. Those infected people with white hair are drinking blood, Alida said with a frown. These white-haired people searched the city for those hiding, as if playing a game of cat and mouse. Uninfected humans hid in corners, alive and unharmed. But some women still had their menstrual cycles, making their blood scent very sensitive, leading these people to capture and keep them to drink their blood. They could only be active at night, even the morning sunlight caused them great discomfort. If they didn't find a completely dark place to hide by day, their skin would burn and rot under the sunlight. Chapter 111. This thing is hard to kill. At least half of Zhenyang City's population had been infected by this virus, and these people were referred to as vampires. Over this long period, a leader had visited several cities and noticed that humans were undergoing various changes everywhere. Those who failed evolution became crawlers, those who succeeded became special ability possessors. Perhaps these blood-sucking individuals also counted as failures? Not only animals but humans too had to mutate to adapt to the changes on Blue Earth. Drinking human blood? Zombies? Kira asked with a frown. Alida shook her head. Zombies sucked blood after reanimating from death, but these people sucked blood after infection, more like Western vampires. However, they feared sunlight but were not afraid of garlic or crosses. No wonder there's no one around during the day, they're all hiding, Kira remarked. However, a few uninfected people secretly came out during the day to look for supplies. Most of these uninfected people lived on the top floors due to ample sunlight. The rest, who were infected, lived in basements and came out at night to hunt anything that bled, be it animal or human. Among them, there were strong ones who fed more often, and weak ones who did not. Alida and the others hid in the mall. She retracted her small drone and said with a slight frown, "We're probably not safe here either." These creatures had extremely sensitive noses. Philip had a wound on her back that, though stopped bleeding, still emitted a bloody scent. Some nearby, sensitive infectees could still detect it. "Then we'll kill them one by one as they come," Kira said. Under the dark sky, the two women's gazes were clear and sharp. In such a world, it was survival of the fittest, a fight to the death. Downstairs in the mall, a young woman dressed in black detected a faint trace of blood. Though the scent was faint, she smelled it. Blood was irresistible to them, a most delicious meal. Initially, when she contracted the virus, she thought she could resist fresh blood. But this irresistible temptation couldn't be withstood even by someone well-trained. Let alone them, once they took their first sip, they were lost to the addiction, craving blood every few days. Groups formed, capturing uninfected people to keep as livestock. Following the scent, the woman arrived at the mall. The smell was faint, possibly due to a minor wound. However, she was sure there were other people hidden in the mall. Moonlight outside didn't harm them, but visibility was poor under lit areas. Darkness made their vision clearer. As she reached the second floor, sudden glints of cold light appeared, and she found herself frozen solid. An ice spike pierced her heart, but Kira's attack left no blood trail. The woman pulled the spike out herself. Even more astonishingly, the spike had no trace of blood either. Katrina didn't flinch, showing no sign of pain despite a gaping hole in her chest. "No heartbeat," Kira said, surprised. "Blood." Katrina sensed the fresh blood before her, her eyes turning greedy as her nails grew long and sharp instantly. Sharp nails attacked Kira. Kira was highly trained, so much so that even a leader would be overpowered within a couple of moves if facing her. Martial skills required rigorous training. A leader could hold her own against ordinary toughs, but she wasn't a match for soldiers with years of combat training. But a leader had been honing her combat skills, hoping to share her pet's abilities, like the bee's surveillance, upon the upgraded breeding warehouse. Yet, the level 2 warehouse still needed more gold to upgrade. Despite this mutant woman's increased speed and strength, she was still defeated by Kira. She bore several holes in her body, including one through her neck, yet she didn't die. Though weakened, she lay gasping for blood, whispering about her thirst. "This thing is truly hard to kill," Kira commented helplessly. A leader approached, squatting down to examine the wounds on the woman. There was not a drop of blood, just raw flesh. Give me blood," the woman struggled to say, clearly intent on feeding on a leader. This creature proved incredibly resilient. "If you don't give me blood, you can't run away either," the woman said fiercely, her eyeballs bulging out, looking extraordinarily terrifying. In the next second, an abnormally piercing scream emitted from the woman's mouth, causing Alida and Kira to cover their ears involuntarily. This sound was simply unbearable, like the sound of nails scratching a blackboard, making one feel uneasy. Even though it only lasted for a few seconds, Alida and Kira both felt uncomfortable. "Is she calling for help?" Kira speculated. Without hesitation this time, Kira cut off the woman's head. But what surprised her was that the decapitated woman could still scream. The neck showed nothing but white flesh, not a drop of blood. Finally, Kira unleashed a bunch of ice spikes to mash the woman's head into minced meat, which finally stopped her. What kind of monster is this? Vampires should die with just a beheading, but this guy can't be killed even after decapitation. Kira frowned. Does it have to be turned into minced meat? Actually, they would turn to ashes when exposed to sunlight the next day. "Let's leave here first," Alida said, as she had already heard movement outside the mall. "Damn. She really did call for help," Kira said angrily. These infected usually do not bother each other, they drink blood on their own. But this woman had joined their organization, originally intending to act stealthily. But she didn't expect to encounter special ability possessors. So she could only meet a tragic end. Yet if she had gotten fresh blood tonight, she could have revived. But alas, it was too late now. Sure enough, the people outside got excited by hearing the scream. "Wow, someone found fresh blood. But we need to be careful. It might be hard to deal with, otherwise, why would they let everyone know?" another man said. No matter how powerful, they were still ordinary humans compared to these fearless and immortal vampires. Chapter 112, Consuming Flesh. Alida held little Edison, while Kira carried Philip, and Jimena followed behind. To the rooftop. Alida urged hastily. Many people were already entering the mall from outside, so if they exited now, they'd have to face them head-on. Hearing Alida's words, Kira hurried toward the rooftop, where all the glass windows had long been blown away. The moonlight was still faint, hiding behind clouds, impeding their vision. Soon, 2 mutants chased after them by scent. "Wow, smells good. Come here quick," said Ansel excitedly as he spotted Alida and the others. Especially upon seeing several children, his delight increased. There are even kids. Though children had less blood, it was richer in flavor and more potent in enhancing their strength. Thus, what they cherished most was the blood of children. Hardly any children in Zhengyang City had been spared because once bitten, they would be drained dry. Of course, some children had contracted this virus with their parents' consent, depending on their parents for sustenance. A few humans had transformed into vampire-like beings but couldn't bear the act of feeding on or devouring fellow humans. However, such individuals were rare. "The kids are mine," Ansel exclaimed with excitement. Their sharp, elongated nails appeared as they grew more excited. The stronger their powers, the harder their nails became. ZZZZT. Kira released ice spikes, hitting both men just like the woman earlier, causing no reaction at all. Yet, these two seemed even more excited, saying, "A special ability user." Their strongest mutant used to be weak until he drank a special ability user's blood, leading to a significant power boost. That special ability user was his wife. Alida summoned 3 giant spiders that instantly startled the advancing men. They had consumed animal blood before, but never spider blood. In fact, they had never seen such spiders. Spider webs immediately wrapped the 2 men into balls, the silk being highly adhesive and having a numbing effect. Alida then summoned her 3 bats, which had grown up but never participated in battle. It was time to test their abilities. Because bats had low combat effectiveness during the day, they'd fall asleep upon encountering sunlight, yet now they were quite excited. Vampire bats paired with vampires, if not witnessed firsthand, Alida would have thought she was watching a fantasy movie. SSSS. 3 vampire bats charged forward. Though the vampires had no blood for the bats to drink. 2 cries of agony emerged as the bats bit down on the mutants' necks. Earlier, even if their bodies were pierced, the mutants made no sound, seemingly devoid of pain. Did the bat bites hurt so much? Soon, the 2 mutants ceased to breathe, leaving the bats full. Alida approached and found only human skins left. "Your bats are kinda scary," Kira remarked. Alida hadn't expected her small bats to consume flesh. Normally they ate vegetables inside the spatial realm. However, after eating flesh, the 3 bats visibly swelled. Alida soon realized that the flesh and blood of vampires were rich nourishment for the bats. Likewise, if the vampires had fed on the bats, it would have provided similar benefits. After consuming 2 mutants, the bats needed to evolve, so Alida put them back into the spatial realm. There upstairs came muffled shouts of mutants from within the mall. "Let's go." Without lingering, Alida summoned a gigantic devil frog. Standing 6 meters tall, the frog leaped directly from the mall onto their backs. "Hold on tight," Alida warned urgently. People outside watched the sudden appearance of the devil frog, almost mesmerized by the sight of fresh blood. Some rational mutants didn't pursue, but those who were starving nearly lost control. If they did not get fresh blood soon, they would completely lose their sanity. They rushed wildly, and 3 grabbed the devil frog's legs. Using their sharp fangs, they bit into the frog's tough skin, which generally wouldn't be harmed, but these mutants' fangs were extremely sharp. However, the devil frog's blood was green and toxic. The 3 individuals who only took a sip of the devil frog's blood quickly turned green all over and fell straight to the ground. The devil frog easily leaped away from the place with them on its back. Alida did not let the devil frog stop but continued leaping, leaving the city. She did not want to stop before dawn. There were too many mutants, and they were extremely difficult to kill. With children in their group, they did not want to take any risks. Those 2 individuals who drank the devil frog's blood did not die. After more than half an hour, they slowly regained consciousness. However, both of them turned entirely green, including their eyes. "Why have we become like this?" The man looked at his completely green hands, and the other man facing him was exactly the same. Yesterday, they were too hungry, so seeing such a huge creature, they could not resist their thirst and hunger, thus rushing up. He only broke the skin slightly and sucked a little blood, turning into this state. He had previously sucked on rats and wild cats' blood without any problems. Why did it turn out like this now? "Yesterday, what we sucked on must have been extraordinary," said Ansel. "I feel my strength has been enhanced." "Me too." Both felt that there was something different about their bodies. In short, they had managed to get some blood. Otherwise, if they didn't drink blood for a long time, even if they didn't die, their minds would become blurry. Without clear thoughts, what difference was there from animals? They wouldn't be themselves anymore if they lived like that. Alida did not know about the changes that occurred to those 2 mutants after drinking the devil frog's blood. Losing a little blood was like getting a scratch for the devil frog. It had no effect on it. Sitting on the back of the devil frog, each leap felt like riding a roller coaster. Alida was already used to it. But Jimena and Kira were not accustomed to it. Seeing that dawn was approaching, Alida then let the devil frog stop. After jumping for such a long time, she directly sent the devil frog back to the spatial realm to recover its strength. Chapter 113, Advancing Again. Kira and Jimena's faces were ashen white. Luckily, they had digested last night's dinner, otherwise, they would have thrown up by now. The two children, on the contrary, played happily and showed no reaction at all. But now they were exhausted and fell asleep soundly. This is really not something an ordinary person can endure, Kira said with a frown. It might look cool from the outside, but only when sitting in it could one truly feel such intense turbulence. It took nearly 10 minutes for both of them to recover. By this time, they were almost out of Zhengyang City. They ate some food to replenish their strength and continued on their journey. About 2 hours later, they arrived at a county under the jurisdiction of Zhengyang City, where the streets were deserted as well. The doors of the shops on the side were tightly shut, with windows and doors covered by black cloth or cloths of various colors. Alida, seeing this situation, knew that there must have been infected people in this county. They did not intend to stay in the county for long and planned to leave directly by passing through it. However, Alida saw a mall and couldn't resist going in to collect another wave of gold. This way, her breeding warehouse could be upgraded. The entire entrance of the mall was broken, so Alida walked straight in. Jewelry items like gold and silver were left untouched, so Alida easily collected them into her space. After collecting enough gold, Alida finally felt that her breeding warehouse had been upgraded. She had collected gold from at least a dozen jewelry stores. Although she knew that gold could upgrade the breeding warehouse, she didn't expect it would require so much. Another golden petal appeared in the breeding warehouse, making a total of 2 petals. Great. After the upgrade, the breeding warehouse gained a new skill, sharing. She could share the abilities of the pets in her warehouse for a certain period of time, which made Alida excited. However, the sharing time was limited, and only one ability could be used at a time. For example, she could use the giant spider silk spinning ability, but it had a time limit, and during this period, she could only use this one ability. There was also a cooldown period. In that case, she might as well bring out the giant spider directly. Though the sharing ability seemed somewhat weak, it might prove useful in the future as she grew stronger. Moreover, after sharing abilities with her pets, Alida found that her own capabilities had also improved. To upgrade the breeding warehouse to level 2 required so much gold, so upgrading to level 3 would likely need even more. Alida was a bit worried, but every problem has a solution. Gold was certainly not scarce in the post-apocalyptic world. Suddenly, Alida slapped her forehead. She had been thinking about gold shops before, knowing that they contained the most gold, the purest. Naturally, that would be banks. Given the current state of the world, banks were probably the places visited by the fewest people. After finishing collecting things from the supermarket, Alida rushed straight to the bank. Collecting gold from the bank. Kira understood Alida's thoughts upon seeing the bank. Indeed, gold bars in banks were the purest. Small banks generally don't have that many gold bars, Kira said. Gold bars are usually stored in vaults, which only large banks possess. There aren't many banks in this small county, and vaults are hard to open. We don't have explosives either. Before Kira finished speaking, a large white bear appeared beside Alida. Roar. The white bear was visibly larger and stronger than before, and it easily tore down the bank door. Good job, bear boss, Alida praised. Chapter 114, Arrival at Shanyan City. Dax dismantled his way through, even prying open the heavy anti-theft door of the bank. The strength of this white bear was truly terrifying. It could rival that of a special ability user with enhanced strength. The bear had flown. Alida rushed straight into the bank's vault, where stacks of crisp new bills were stored. Previously, the sight of such wealth would have been thrilling, but now she felt no interest at all. Just as Kira had said, there weren't many gold bars here, but Alida still took all of them away. After collecting the gold bars, they prepared to leave. As they were about to depart down the street, they saw a window upstairs open and several people climbing down one by one along the air conditioning units. They didn't know what had happened. Following the principle of minding their own business, Alida and her group ignored it. Help! Help! The people upstairs kept shouting. Kira and Alida ignored them and walked away. Before the apocalypse, helping anyone casually could lead to being extorted, let alone in such a situation now. Alida didn't have that kind of power yet. 4 days later, they finally arrived at Shanyan City, encountering various situations along the way. Shanyan City was entirely surrounded by mountains, encircled by bamboo forests. It was most famous for the bamboo that pandas ate here. But now, there was no sign of lush greenery. Although Jay had informed them of his location, it wasn't precise, and recently she hadn't received any messages from him. However, since they had already reached Shanyan City, finding Jay was just a matter of time. Long journeys made people mentally exhausted, especially after reaching their destination, which made them less vigilant. Shanyan City used to be famous for its good environment, but how did it become like this? Kira couldn't help but sigh. Which city isn't like this? Alida remarked. Indeed, every city they had encountered on their journey had transformed from vibrant life to dead silence. They could still move freely through these cities, whereas others didn't even have the courage to traverse them. All over Shanyan City, signs of destruction could be seen, and mutant animals appeared from time to time. This place had the most mutated beasts they had encountered so far. In a room on a high-rise building in Shanyan City. Abromo, you stay inside tomorrow. I'll go out to find food, Jay said. I'm fine. I can manage. Abromo Mo replied. Damn it. There are traitors in the central radio base who want our blood. Iona couldn't help but curse. They aim to create more special ability users, Usher said. Using the blood of special ability users to create more pseudo-ability users. To put it nicely, it's for the welfare of the masses, but they're taking bone marrow, not just blood. It harms us and makes future evolution more difficult, Usher continued, frowning. Brother Xiao, if it weren't for saving us, your eyes wouldn't have been poisoned and blinded, Iona said guiltily. In the past, creating pseudo-ability users with bone marrow extraction only happened abroad, but they never imagined it would happen domestically. And specifically targeting them. Exploiting their sense of morality, they wanted them to willingly donate. But Brother Xiao had experience as an undercover agent. This wasn't something as simple as drawing blood. The other side consisted of several special ability users equipped with weapons, resulting in varying degrees of injury among them. Damn it, we will eventually go back for revenge, Usher said angrily. Revenge what? Let's focus on surviving first. Iona responded helplessly. At the moment, some were unconscious, others blind or disabled, leaving only Abromo fully capable. Chapter 115, Arrival. Back then during the battle, Wayne had also given it her all, but overusing her ability led to severe headaches whenever she tried to use it now. Although they had temporarily stopped in Shanyan City, mutant animals frequently appeared here. The survivors huddled together for warmth and protection. The largest group consisted of 100 or more people, while the smallest groups comprised at least 10 people. These groups scavenged for supplies everywhere. Each time they went out, if two groups encountered each other, there might be fights over the supplies. Have you heard from your sister-in-law? Jay asked with a frown. They hadn't received any news from them for several days now. However, Alida should still be safer in Elevenant City. Honest remained unconscious, not yet awakened, and they couldn't leave him behind to return alone. Iona's shoulder wound, though cleaned, was too severe in this hot weather. Usher had 2 fingers on his left hand severed by those special ability users, who also possessed advanced weapons. Laser weapons. They were weapons from America. On the other side, Alida had just entered Shanyan City when she encountered a few mutant animals, none of which were very powerful, and they were quickly dealt with. After Alida and her group left, some sharp-eyed individuals rushed forward to loot the carcasses of the mutant animals they had killed. Although the malls showed signs of scavenging everywhere, this city looked much more normal compared to others. At least other cities suffered from earthquakes, strong winds, or even infections turning people into mutants. However, due to fewer natural disasters, more people survived here, making supplies scarcer. Upon entering the city, they could see many street vendors exchanging goods for items. Most transactions required food as an exchange, though fruits were also available. These fruits, which Alida and Kira had seen before, were blackened ones. These fruits were edible, but tasted terrible. Look, someone is selling mutant animal meat. Kira pointed out one vendor selling this. What a pity we didn't think about taking the meat of that mutant animal we killed, Kira said with a frown. Alida noticed a stall covered in gold, filled with gold bars, yet no one was interested in exchanging for them. How do you exchange for these? Alida asked. The vendor was a Hector, once a wealthy businessman who had stockpiled gold before the apocalypse. Now, despite holding on to his gold, he couldn't buy any food. So long as you have food, it's fine. The man looked at Alida hopefully. She was the only person who had shown interest in several days. I'll take all of them. Alida pointed to the stall. There were dozens of gold bars, each weighing 100 grams. All of them? You need to give me food in exchange, the man said excitedly, as he was most lacking in food. However, seeing only a black backpack behind Alida and 3 children following, he doubted she had enough food herself. Alida took out a large bag of instant noodles and offered Ansel a pack of cigarettes. Will this do? Alida asked. Yes. The man stared at the large bag of noodles, knowing that the 10 packs inside would last him several days without having to eat those terrible fruits. Chapter 116 The Evil Woman. The man quickly hid the things he had received from Alida and hurried away. He seemed afraid that Alida would change her mind at any moment, but what he didn't know was that Alida couldn't be happier. With all these gold bars, Alida put them all into her spatial ring while the storage warehouse kept absorbing them. She thought setting up a stall to collect gold here might not be bad. The street had been peaceful just now, but someone suddenly shouted ahead, scaring the vendors into scattering. Are mutated animals coming? Kira asked, frowning. Alida shook her head, seeing no mutated beasts ahead, only a few motorcycles approaching their direction. Everyone around had fled, leaving only Alida, Kira, and a few children behind. In an instant, several motorcycles surrounded them, riders wearing black helmets and wielding knives in their hands. Alida carried a small bag on her back as a disguise, everything else was stored in her spatial ring. Hand over your backpack, one of the men said, pointing his knife at Alida. This chick is pretty. Take her back later for our boys to enjoy. A few others openly leered at Alida and Kira. These were once ordinary and humble people before the apocalypse, but now they had become even more brutal, indulging in boundless darkness. Men knew no limits, especially since there were no longer any legal constraints, turning this world into heaven for villains and hell for the good. Behind them, Jimena hugged Philip and little Edison. Alida frowned slightly. Impatient Kira took immediate action, tackling Ansel down without using her powers. Others joined in, some aiming at her son. In the next second, Alida released 3 giant spiders. What the hell is this? Ansel exclaimed in terror. Fut. The men were instantly wrapped up by the spider silk. Alida walked over and stepped on Ansel's face. Just now, this man had intended to slash her son with his knife. Sorry, miss, please spare me. Ansel begged pitifully. How fierce his tone had been earlier, how humbly he pleaded now. You wanted to kill my son. Alida looked down at him, her voice soft but her eyes icy cold. No. Ansel shook his head in fear, sensing an overwhelming killing intent. In the next moment, Alida's palm emitted white spider silk that completely covered Ansel's face. Unable to breathe, Ansel writhed desperately, but it only took minutes before he stopped breathing. Alida's eyes remained cold. Let people call her an evil woman, anyone who touched her son would die. This was the first time she used her shared ability. Though not as large or powerful as the giant spider's silk, it felt quite satisfactory. Like Spider-Man. But the female version? The other men were also wrapped up and begged for mercy endlessly. Only one cursed, if you dare kill me, my brother won't let you off. I'll rape you and make soup out of your son, ha. The man spewed disgusting words non-stop, and Kira slapped him twice. But Ansel continued cursing until Alida sealed his mouth with spider silk. Though Shanyan City didn't have major natural disasters, human evil was the disaster here. Chapter 117, The Iceworm's Hidden Skill Air Conditioning. Alida didn't know where Jay was, but now that they had reached Shanyan City, and knowing they were all ability holders, she believed he would be fine. We can search each hospital, Alida said. They would surely go to a hospital if injured. Although Shanyan City was in a relatively chaotic state, the hospital would still be their first choice for treatment. Okay, Kira nodded, finding Alida's suggestion reasonable. Alida's phone had run out of power days ago, preventing her from checking the map of Shanyan City. However, as a famous tourist city, Shanyan was particularly renowned for its pandas. Shanyan City is too large, it won't be easy to find hospitals, Kira remarked, considering the scale of the city. Alida looked at the sky. It would be better to find a place to rest for now. Shanyan City has many large hotels, including no shortage of 5-star ones. There's a hotel over there, a fast-service hotel. Kira pointed forward. Why don't we stay there? We'll look for a better hotel tomorrow. Alida replied. Kira agreed. After all the travel recently, having a bed to sleep on was already quite good. The door to the quick-service hotel was locked, with no one at the front desk. Yet, it was clear someone lived inside. Alida and the others wanted to find an empty room. They encountered several people hiding here. Many rooms had been occupied, some with garbage piled outside their doors. Auntie, there's still an empty room over there. A little girl, around 7 or 8 years old, pointed toward the end of the hallway. Come over here quickly. Aubrey dragged the little girl away swiftly. Don't speak to strangers, she said sternly, pulling the child back into the room with a bang. As Alida passed by, she could still hear voices from inside. Don't talk to strangers. What if they are bad people? Grandma, those 2 aunties were also carrying a little kid. They seem nice, the little girl spoke naively. They may look nice, but what if they are bad people? Don't you remember that woman who killed someone a few days ago? The grandmother replied. I got it, I won't talk anymore. Grandma, I'm hungry, the little girl said, clutching her flat stomach. I'm sick of eating this rotten fruit, she complained pitifully. Wait for your father to come back and see what he brings. The elderly woman sighed. Originally, they had a home, but due to gas leakage causing an explosion in their residential area, their apartment's foundation tilted. So they took over this hotel. In fact, there were better large hotels in Tianyin City, but they had all been occupied. Without proper maintenance, the city infrastructure slowly deteriorated into chaos. They found an unoccupied room. All the food and water in the hotel had long since been taken. There was still a double room with a sofa available in this fast-service hotel. Finally, a bed to sleep in, Kira smiled. Alida closed the door, opened the window for ventilation, then retrieved new bed covers from storage. Jimena helped arrange them neatly. Alida pulled out self-heating hot pot from storage. It had been ages since they enjoyed a hot pot. Having a temporary resting place today allowed for a bit of comfort. However, the temperature inside was still rather warm, so Alida fetched an iceworm from storage, immediately lowering the room temperature. Chapter 118, Shared Power. Several people were eating hot pot in the room, and everyone was enjoying their meal thoroughly. Over the past few days, most of the time they had been sleeping rough, with few opportunities to sit down for a proper meal. After having their fill, they prepared to rest and sleep. The soundproofing in this hotel wasn't very good. Occasionally, various sounds would come from outside. Ivory decided that for the children's mental and physical health, he must find a better place to stay. In the middle of the night, drowsy Ivory woke up hearing a child's crying. In the dimly lit room, the kids were all sleeping soundly, as was Kira. Considering how restless sleep had been outside, it was only natural that he slept deeply indoors, especially on a bed. Ivory opened the door and listened. The cry sounded familiar. It was from the little girl who guided him last night. Why are you crying? What are you crying about in the middle of the night? Soon, I'll make you happy, one of the men said, wearing shorts while pulling the little girl's leg. But the next second, his arm was grabbed by Ivory. The man turned around to see a woman and paid no attention, saying, "Get out of the way, bitch. Don't interfere here." Ivory noticed the little girl's clothes were half off, and she looked to be around 10 years old, about the same age as Camilla. Sharing the power of the polar bear, Ivory punched directly at Ansel's chin. Phut! Blood flowed out of Ansel's mouth instantly, and several teeth were broken. Ivory threw Ansel out of the room like a chick. The man was already unconscious, and Ivory found sharing the polar bear's power quite effective. However, it lasted only about a minute. "It's okay, don't cry anymore," Ivory said, looking at the sobbing and obviously frightened child. "My grandma was beaten and injured by him," the little girl choked out. Ivory took out a small knife and a packet of instant noodles from her space bag. "Crying won't help. Only by being strong can you protect yourself," Ivory said as she tossed the items to the little girl and left back to her room. She couldn't help so many people. Survival ultimately relied on oneself. Anyone could want to be a good person, but good people tend to die the quickest. Ivory didn't mind helping the kid within her capacity. Perhaps it was because she had her own children. Justine trembled as she put on her pants, clutching the dagger tightly, which gave her some sense of security. The next day, Ansel was found dead in the hallway, and no one mourned or cried out. Instead, someone threw his body out. He was a bully, often mistreating people here using his strength. He dared not bother those powerful families but always targeted the elderly, weak, and children. Of course, the strong ones also did not wish to intervene. He had been eyeing this little girl for days, but the family had a father who came home every day. For some reason, he didn't return yesterday. So Ansel took advantage of the situation when only an elderly lady was in the house. Even though others in the hotel heard it, no one dared to intervene. If such an event happened before the apocalypse, only a few would dare to step in. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many heroic rescue stories promoted everywhere. It wasn't that people were too cold-hearted, but rather in this world now, protecting oneself was enough. Everyone only has one life. Chapter 119, Wait Here. Alida found it incredibly enjoyable to share abilities. She could now use the strength of the giant panda bear and the silk from the giant pearl spider. The devil frog had grown again, now nearly 9 meters long. None of the other animals grew as large or as fast as the devil frog. The giant panda bear remained about 2 meters, seemingly no longer growing in size, but its strength continued to increase. The little rainbow snake had grown into a giant python, capable of swallowing a human whole. The 7 bees had become smaller, even shrinking down to mosquito size. The 3 bats' wings had hardened after consuming flesh and blood last time. Currently, her space included the devil frog, the strength of the giant panda bear, the sense of smell and hearing of Dabo, the giant black dog, 3 giant spiders, 3 bats, 7 frozen insects, 7 bees, and 1 small rainbow snake. Yes, there was also the recently acquired little black kitten. Originally, this kitten had red eyes, but now whenever it entered her space and bonded with her livestock warehouse, all their pupils turned golden, and a golden flower mark appeared on their foreheads. The little black kitten was quite adorable. Alida had once owned a pet store where she had placed climbing frames and various toy balls for the kitten. The kitten was growing the slowest and was still only palm-sized after several days. All other animals within her space grew at an accelerated rate. It hadn't been long since the rainbow snake became a huge python. Maybe the kitten was just too small, and its abilities were not yet apparent. In the morning, Alida and the others went out with their child. Today, they mainly searched hospitals. Alida noticed that most shops on the streets had already been looted. They walked for quite some time before reaching the First People's Hospital of Shanyan City. The hospital had already been seized and had become a power stronghold. To enter for medical treatment, one had to go through them. Instead of entering directly, Alida released 3 bees. After about 15 minutes, Alida roughly understood the situation. "Jay is not inside," Alida said somewhat disappointedly. The hospital had been occupied, with doctors and nurses under control, which surprised Alida. Everyone inside was armed. Over the next few days, Alida and Kira searched several hospitals without finding Jay. "Maybe he's not in a hospital?" Kira frowned. "If not in a hospital, where would he be? He must be somewhere in Tianyin City." Alida found that large hotels had been taken over, turning the city into something more like a dark society, similar to a lawless Myanmar border area. "Then let him find me," Alida said. She found a large banner that read "Jay, come to Guang'an Street." Even with such a large banner, given how big Tianyin City is, where do you plan to hang it? Kira couldn't always understand Alida's logic. "I'm not hanging it," Alida said, snapping her fingers. 7 bees simultaneously flew out, quickly lifting the banner high into the sky. Seeing the banner floating above, Kira gave Alida a thumbs up. "You're awesome. Let's just wait here for now," Alida calmly said. "Suddenly, I feel my abilities aren't so cool anymore." Kira frowned. Chapter 120 found. "Look at that outside," a woman pointed out the window curiously. "How can a banner be floating outside? Could it be a drone?" Many curious people popped their heads up all of a sudden. In this period, there was no electricity or internet. Usually worrying about survival, everyone could not help but look over when something entertaining occurred. "Jay, I'm waiting for you on Guang'an Street." The huge white cloth had very clear words written in red paint. "Jay? Who is Jay? Didn't you see sparrows or bees? What kind of animal is making such a large thing fly?" Some said it was a drone, others suggested animals. Anyway, all sorts of theories circulated as people looked over. For a moment, those who saw it were somewhat curious about who Jay was, as mentioned on the banner. But Ivory didn't know that Jay was blind and couldn't see at all. In a 13-story building, Jay and his companions lived here. Apart from them, there were dozens of other people residing here. However, there were only about 10 able-bodied adults in this building. They usually led a small group since they needed strength to survive. It was impossible to do so relying solely on a few people. Could the words on the banner be looking for Brother Xiao? Usher asked excitedly upon seeing the banner. Could sister-in-law have arrived? Iona added. That seemed unlikely. From Elevenan to Shanyin City is quite a distance. Now it's dangerous outside, how could sister-in-law bring a child and come over? Perhaps it's just someone with the same name as Brother Xiao. Jay couldn't see, either. Yesterday they fought with the people from the opposite building for supplies, because only Jay's building had power. Though they were special ability users, they were injured and haven't recovered. Besides, most residents in this building were children and elderly people, with fewer able-bodied adults. The opposing building had more people and 2 physically strong special ability users. Should we tell Brother Xiao? Usher asked. Brother Xiao had overused his abilities yesterday and didn't sleep all night. He just fell asleep now. I'll go first. If it's not true, we can't make Brother Xiao hopeful for nothing, Usher said. Jay always wanted to return to Elevenan, but Dino was in a coma, sustained by machines that required power which Jay provided alone. If the power was cut off, Dino would likely die. Otherwise, Brother Xiao would have returned to Elevenan long ago. However, his eyes wouldn't recover anytime soon. Ivory waited on Guangtai Street. Admittedly, her propaganda method drew many spectators. People wanted to see who could actually command animals to create such a scene. It's been half a day, and Brother Xiao hasn't come, Kira said. Just as they were getting anxious, Usher ran over. Kira, sister-in-law, it really is you guys. Seeing the banner, Usher rushed over, followed by Wayne. Usher. Kira was also excited to see him. They were comrades in arms, and it was emotional to see familiar faces. Your hand, what happened to it? Kira noticed Usher's 2 broken fingers immediately. There was an accident. Let's not talk about it now. Come with me quickly, Usher said but avoided looking at Kira and Ivory. Eventually, under Kira's persistent questioning, they learned that they were all severely injured. Chapter 121, The World Has Changed. On the way, Kira and Alida were both very tense. If I hadn't seen your banner, I wouldn't have believed it. I can't believe it's really you guys, Usher said excitedly. Actually, Alida had been searching for several days before finally coming up with this idea. Though it was a bit showy, it worked. If they had used this method from the start, they might have found each other much earlier. On the way, Usher told Alida and Kira how they had been deceived and attacked. Now almost all special ability holders listed on the roster are being taken to Kyoto. These people are too excessive, Kira said angrily. The world has changed. What hope do ordinary people have now? Only those with abilities can fight against the mutated animals, Usher sighed. Indeed, along the way, they encountered many mutated animals that ordinary people could hardly contend with, which was why humans spontaneously formed teams. It was like ancient tribes. If one person couldn't defeat the enemy, they united to face it together. Human nature is complex, with both good and bad. Some people were incredibly righteous, protecting the elderly and children, while others only accepted able-bodied adults, and anyone injured or disabled would be cast out of the group. At that time, they were living in this building when they happened upon a very famous surgeon who saved Honest. Thus, they took over the hospital equipment and settled here. They also protected the residents of their building. Although they were injured, they still retained their strength. Other buildings didn't dare come near them, but most residents in their building were elderly or children, with few able-bodied adults. Sister-in-law, you must have endured a lot on the way here, Usher said. Alida actually felt it wasn't too bad. Along the way, they had gathered many animals and found conditions for upgrading the breeding warehouse. There was also Alexei, who had left Elevenan with them, but after Linqian County, he seemed to have vanished. At this moment, hearing Usher's words, she wondered if Alexei had also been captured by the people from Kyoto. They were about to reach their neighborhood, but there were at least dozens of people standing in front of their building. Hand over that doctor, a crowd shouted outside the building, all wielding weapons. People from the opposite building had been treating women rudely and continuously plundering others' supplies. Today, Usher had come out to meet them, Wayne had gone out to search for supplies, and Iona's shoulder injury wasn't healing properly. The remaining members included the unconscious Honest and blind Jay. These people knew Wayne and Usher were ability holders. With both absent today, they saw an opportunity to snatch the doctor and their supplies. Every day now there were skirmishes, and having a doctor around provided some security since major hospitals were already controlled by more powerful groups. Their building only had 7 or 8 able-bodied adults compared to the 20 or 30 from the opposite side. But those 7 or 8 armed people did not retreat, as their families were behind them. Retreat meant losing everything. We can't afford to wait. When will Bro Mo and Bro Young return? I don't know. Just as tensions were about to explode, Jay appeared. His face, which once had a faint scar, was now completely sightless. Bro Xiao. Chapter 122 Roll over to apologize. Some people, seeing Jay come out, immediately stood behind him. The opposing side didn't know that Jay was a special ability user. Do you have no one else? Calling a blind man as your leader. Mockery came from the opposite side, yet Jay's face remained unchanged. While saying this, several of them threw stones at Jay. His eyes were completely black, but his hearing was still functioning. Just as he was gathering lightning in his hand, a huge spider blocked the way in front of Jay. Ah, monster, monster. A giant spider suddenly appeared among the crowd, causing the entire scene to erupt in chaos. But when they got a clearer view, they saw a woman standing on the giant spider. Katrina's hair had grown long and even curled, wearing a simple white t-shirt and denim shorts, looking like a young girl. But she was standing on the giant spider, and 2 more giant spiders emerged around her, blocking their escape route. The group stared tensely at the woman standing on the middle spider. "If you cause trouble one more time, you'll become food for my giant spiders," Alida said coldly. Originally, there were over 20 people on the other side. Seeing these 3 giant spiders, they were instantly terrified. Alida pointed at Ansel, who had mocked Jay earlier. Instantly, spider silk erupted from her fingers and wrapped around Ansel's neck. As soon as Alida spoke, Jay recognized her voice. Although he couldn't see now, he already knew what happened from the surrounding murmurs. He knew about his wife's devil frog, but he never expected there would be 3 terrifying giant spiders. "Apologize." Alida glared at him coldly. The man, staring at the close-up giant spider, especially its pitch-black legs and bulging golden eyes, his face mirrored sheer terror. Sorry. Scram." Alida directly threw Ansel away. The other 2 giant spiders moved aside on Alida's command, and the remaining people hurriedly fled. Alida jumped down from the giant spider, and everyone automatically made way for her. Only Jay stood there motionless. "I'm here," Alida said. "Wife." Jay's voice was low, his eyes moist. He should have gone to Eleven to find her and protect her. "Dad." Dave ran out from not far away, and Jay patted his son's head, hugging Alida in his arms. Surrounding people looked on with surprise, their gazes shifting back and forth. Katrina controlling the giant spiders is Brother Xiao's wife. So cool. It turns out she's Brother Xiao's wife. Who will dare to bully us in our building from now on? People couldn't help but whisper behind, except for a roughly 20-year-old girl who clenched her teeth, looking at Jay's face, then at the affectionate family of 3, before lowering her head slightly. Kira first went to see Honest. Most of his external injuries had healed, but the main damage was to his head. Honest. Kira's eyes were moist. Last time they met, she was unconscious, and now that she had woken up, Honest was like this. "Iona's wound keeps festering. We need hospital equipment for debridement surgery and special drugs," Usher frowned. But the hospital was under control by those people, armed and with special ability users. It would be tough to raid it. Chapter 123 Fear of Bullets. Iona's wound was inflicted by a special ability user, which is why it hasn't been healing. "Jay, what about your eyes?" Alida asked. "There's poison on my eyes. As long as the poison remains, my eyes can't heal," Jay sighed. "Actually, there is a way, but only a healing ability can remove the toxins left by poison-type abilities," Usher said from the side. "But healing abilities are extremely rare, and they might all be under close watch in the capital," Usher continued. Jimena had been standing to the side the whole time. Upon hearing that Aunt Anue's husband needed healing abilities to be treated, even though Alida had told her not to reveal to others that she possessed healing abilities, she still went over and tugged at Alida's clothes. "Aunt Anue, let me give it a try," Jimena said. Everyone else was puzzled, only Kira and Alida knew what she meant. Though Alida also wanted to treat Jay's eyes, Jimena's body hadn't fully recovered yet. She squatted down and patted Jimena's head. "Not now, we need to wait until you're completely better before I let you try." "Okay." Jimena nodded happily. She could help Aunt Anue. "Thank you, Sister Sheila." "So you should eat more recently," Samding also said. "I will definitely eat more," Jimena said. Alida didn't hide this from Jay. The few people who knew that someone so young like Jimena was actually a healer were quite surprised. "We must keep this a secret, otherwise if the capital finds out, Jimena will surely be taken away. A rare healing ability is far more valuable than us," Usher said. Though healing abilities are rare, using them to heal others also harms oneself. Thus, once discovered, they become protected beings. With Jimena's body not fully recovered yet, Alida wouldn't let her use her ability. However, now that they had reunited, there was hope for the future. Who would have thought 11 City would be infected? "It seems some base cities won't hold up," Jay said. Due to advanced supplies and weapons being concentrated in major cities, currently, the strongest bases are the capital base in the north, Moksu in the south, Stiffness City base in the west, and Harbor City base in the north. Smaller bases rely on themselves or risk being swallowed up. Without strong supplies or advanced weapons, they cannot compete. These large bases are expanding their special ability users. So looking forward, it will be the age of special ability users. "No wonder they're extracting our bone marrow to create pseudo-special ability users," Usher frowned, explaining to Alida how damaging bone marrow extraction can be, especially for those whose abilities haven't progressed. "Let's put aside the big bases for now. For now, focus on getting you both healed before anything else," Kira said, truly not expecting them to be injured so badly this time. "Well, tomorrow I'll look for the hospital, find the special medicine, and surgical equipment. But whatever it is, I need that doctor to describe it," Alida said. "Sister-in-law, let me go. That hospital is tightly controlled and very dangerous," Usher said. He and Wayne had tried to break in before, but the opposition had firearms, and though they were special ability users, they weren't impervious to bullets. Chapter 124, Recovery. Alida patted Alize's head. She had intended to steal, but not by herself. She would let her little pets do the stealing. Afterward, Alida met the only doctor in this building. The doctor was somewhat nervous when he saw Alida, mainly because the first impression from earlier that day was truly unforgettable. Alida had appeared out of nowhere, standing on a giant spider, which was indeed quite shocking. Actually, Alida wasn't fazed at all, but Kira thought that these people really lacked mental fortitude. If they saw a leader standing on the back of a devil frog, wouldn't they be frightened speechless? Thinking about how she stood on the devil frog and leaped from such a height, it was something not many could endure. After the doctor finished his description, he left. There were still 2 empty rooms in the building. At night, Kira stayed to guard Honest, while the remaining people in the opposite room slept together, Alida with Michelle, Jimena, and Philip. With Alida around, their meals improved significantly. Heavens, this is the first time I've eaten such fresh fruit, Usher said. Iona also took a few bites and felt some strength returning to his body. Nowadays, resources in the city are very scarce. To find food, we have to go outside the city and eat those infected mutant fruits, Iona said with a frown. Just like money being concentrated in a few hands, these resources are also accumulating in the hands of increasingly powerful individuals. Tomorrow I'll go with you, Jay said, as he was worried about Alida going to the hospital alone. Don't worry, I'm planning to steal, not rob, Alida replied. Alida explained to Jay about her new pets, which finally put him at ease. Jay, I'm not the little girl I used to be. I can stand before you now and protect you, just like today, Alida said seriously. Yes, you're not a girl anymore, you're a Ramina, Jay said with a smile. In this world, one must constantly become stronger to survive, right? It's best to wait until night when things are more relaxed, Jay suggested. So, the next night, Jay followed Alida to the Shanyan First Hospital. I've been blind for a while now, so I'm used to it, Jay said. Though Jay was blind, his other senses had become much sharper, combined with years of training, which didn't hinder his actions too much, though there were still some inconveniences. Alida first used the bee's shared vision ability to locate where the medicines were stored, but the hospital still had plenty of guards. Chandler used his special ability to cause an electrical failure throughout the hospital, allowing Alida's spider to successfully steal the medicine. Told you I didn't need to do it myself, Alida said, though Jay still insisted on accompanying her. When they returned with the medicine, Iona's wounds were finally treated with effective medication, allowing them to slowly heal. Previously, besides looting, trying to steal medicine had always been extremely difficult. Since Alida arrived, the lives of these few people had begun to improve. However, a week later, the temperature in Shanyan City started rising. People in the city were already searching everywhere for generators, with temperatures soaring up to 40 degrees Celsius. Jimena also helped treat Jay, but due to her limited energy, Alida didn't dare let her cure him completely at once and could only proceed gradually. Now, although Jay's eyesight hadn't fully recovered, it was akin to severe myopia. Chapter 125 Entering the Dream. Now it's already autumn, and winter is just around the corner. Yet, the weather has been getting hotter. Yeah, so hot. I really want to drink water. I'm so thirsty. Most of the water from the tap turns into limescale when boiled. It's good to have any water at all. When the tap water stops, we won't even have that. They now live in high-rise buildings, and with the elevator out of service, they have to climb the stairs for every trip. With this scorching weather, many people choose to sleep in the garage at night to avoid climbing up. The garage is not only cooler but also saves them the trouble of climbing. Most people have moved underground, but poor ventilation means a mix of smells from daily life makes it quite unbearable. In this weather, being outside feels like being baked alive. The temperature only slightly drops deep into the night. Alida still felt fine because she placed an ice-cold bug on herself, which kept her cool. Honest's equipment requires uninterrupted power 24/7, so Chandler used most of his energy to maintain the machines for Honest. Does Bo have any chance of waking up? Kira said worriedly. He had been unconscious ever since then. Without the vital signs on the monitor, Kira would have thought he was dead. His brainwaves are still normal, he hasn't fallen into a vegetative state. However, doctors can't explain why he remains comatose, Usher said. But doctors have said there's a possibility he could wake up, he continued. Since Alida provided Iona with the stolen medicine, his wounds were healing well and would fully recover in time. Actually, Jimena had checked too, but her healing ability could only treat physical injuries, not something like Honest's, which seemed more like a mental trauma. Bo suffered most of the psychic attack and might have injured his brain, Iona said. Who attacked Honest? Kira asked. Gemma. Usher frowned, saying, It was her. Kira exclaimed, surprised. She had once worked as a training partner with Gemma during orientation. Gemma's combat skills were average, but her special ability was extraordinary. Bo isn't just unconscious. He's likely trapped in a dream, Kira said with a frown. Trapped in a dream? Alida frowned slightly, asking. Gemma's special ability traps people in dreams. By using hypnosis techniques, she can lead their consciousness into the dream world she creates. How can he wake up then? Usher asked. Honest had been unconscious for quite some time, relying on nutrient solutions. They'd fought many times at pharmacies and clinics trying to get nutrition fluids and glucose supplements for Honest. Strong stimulation, intense enough, might wake him up, Kira said. They hadn't expected leaving Honest undisturbed for such a long time without any stimulation to wake him. At least it seems he's not in danger within the dream, Kira said. She knew about Gemma's ability. Once trapped in her dream, Gemma could control everything inside. If someone dies in the dream, they would suffer brain death in reality. But since Honest wasn't brain dead, it meant Gemma hadn't intended to kill him. Chapter 126, Stimulation. Thus, they began to stimulate Honest in various ways. Even Kira used his ability to give him a full-body ice pack. You see, there's a response in the brainwaves, Usher observed as the EEG on the instrument showed fluctuations, indicating that what Kira said was indeed effective. More stimulation, let's add some pain, said Kira. He then focused on forming tiny ice needles, pricking them into Honest's fingertips. Except for a larger fluctuation in brainwaves, nothing much changed. Could there be other crucial points? Kira kept thinking about what happened with Gemma, hoping to get some clues from that incident. Alida was collecting gold in the hallway. As long as it was gold, she could exchange it for fresh vegetables and fruits. Within 2 days, all the gold in the building had ended up in her hands. Unfortunately, the livestock warehouse required a significant amount of gold for further upgrades, meaning more resources were needed for advancement. The temperature had been at 40 degrees Celsius the day before, but the next day it soared directly to 50 degrees. The sun wasn't particularly intense, yet the heat was overwhelming. They lived on the 8th floor, and their building was the only one with air conditioning because Jay was there, ensuring power supply. Now, it was impossible to go outside. Staying in the sunlight for just a few minutes during the day would cause sunburn, dehydration, and peeling skin. The supplies in our building are running low, Usher said. To be precise, other supplies were nearly depleted. Thanks to Alida's presence, these few people not only had ample food but also had better quality than before. There were few able-bodied adults in this building, most were elderly or children. All supplies have already been snatched and shared. If we want more, we'll have to rob others, Iona said. Initially, Tianyin City wasn't so dire. Unlike other cities hit by various disasters, it only experienced massive thunderstorms for a few days, causing few deaths. But those thunderstorms led to citywide blackouts. Then came the shortage of supplies. A single day without electricity would cause many problems, let alone an entire city being plunged into darkness. Sudden blackouts caused deaths in hospitals' ICUs and trapped many people in elevators, with some unfortunately falling to their deaths. Initially, police were still managing the situation, but the sheer number of incidents across the city overwhelmed them, leading to chaos. Robberies, murders, coupled with unrest in other cities, everyone seemed to realize that this was the end of the world. Tianyin City turned into a chaotic Gotham City. There were other mutated beasts here, but the city had pandas, which oddly attacked only other mutated creatures, not humans. Indeed, national treasures are no ordinary creatures. This explained why mutated beasts appeared rarely in Shanyan City. Knock knock. While discussing supplies, there was a knocking sound at the door. Usher went to open it. Standing at the door was the middle-aged doctor, accompanied by a young girl and an elderly woman with graying hair, presumably the doctor's daughter. Cannon. Seeing Cannon, Usher greeted warmly. They owed their recovery to this surgeon, Cannon. This Cannon was among the top-ranked surgeons nationwide. Chapter 127 Moving in. They lived in a house of about 150 square meters, which still belonged to Cannon, as they had 2 houses here. Cannon lived upstairs while they stayed downstairs. Cannon came in first to inquire about Honest's condition and then checked Iona's wound. Thanks to the treatment with special medicine and Iona's re-cleaning and suturing of the wound, he was now on the mend and would soon be fully recovered. Well, Cannon adjusted his glasses, somewhat embarrassed. The weather is getting hotter, and my mother can't bear it because she is getting old. So I wonder if you could spare us another room, said Cannon. Usher looked at Jay, asking for his opinion since theirs was the only apartment with electricity in the whole building due to Jay's power supply. It had been scorching recently, and their air conditioner ran around the clock. There were 2 spare rooms left in this house. One was shared by 3 kids, and the other one was occupied by Kira and Ivory. Iona shared a room with Usher, while Honest generally needed someone to watch over him at night, making the occupants not fixed. Sure, then let me and Iona sleep on the sofa. Usher replied. The living room was spacious enough for 2 people, and the air conditioning made it cooler there. Yes, thank you very much, Cannon thanked hastily. Actually, the temperature in the garage basement was lower, but it was poorly ventilated and unsuitable for many people due to the poor environment and the risk of disease from high temperatures and waste. Usher did not know what to say, considering Cannon had treated their wounds before. This arrangement made the house a bit crowded, but fortunately, it was spacious. Jay needed to consume energy daily, and his required nutrients increased significantly. Besides running Honest's machines, now he also powered the air conditioners, draining almost all his energy. Fortunately, Ivory was there, keeping Jay well fed, otherwise, continuous depletion would have exhausted him. Don't worry, I'm fine. Plus, I only take care of daytime electricity consumption. At night, your frozen bugs will help reduce the temperature. Jay reassured. If she had known earlier that frozen bugs could cool things down, she should have collected more than just 7. Their evolution seemed slow, requiring direct contact with human skin to work effectively. Thus, no need for air conditioning in her room with the children, where she placed 1 frozen bug with each child, 2 with little Doding. I hope the heat wave passes quickly. Ivory frowned. However, the hot weather showed no signs of abating, with temperatures rising to 55 degrees. Without protective clothing, going outside would result in sunburn. All curtains in the house were drawn, as the outside temperature was extremely high, causing cracks in the dry earth. Even cars parked on the road suffered from overheated batteries, leading some electric vehicles to explode under intense heat. One after another, many people approached Jay and company, asking them to lead expeditions for supplies. Due to extreme heat, they could only venture out at night when it was slightly cooler without direct sunlight. Chapter 128, Still Wants More. It was unbearably hot, even with the air conditioner running, The room temperature was nearly 30 degrees Celsius, while outside it was probably over 50. Alida took out fresh fruits from her dimensional space, and Kira condensed quite a few small ice cubes, turning them into chilled fruit servings. Everyone held a bowl and enjoyed the refreshing treat. "Mom, I want more," said Dayan. Alida cut him another piece of apple. Unfortunately, her cultivation area in the dimensional space didn't have watermelons, otherwise, they could have had chilled watermelon. Alida still had some goodwill toward Cannon for saving them, so she also sent them a serving. Thank you, Cannon expressed his gratitude. Frankly speaking, their supplies were running low, and if not for staying here, what was left would barely be enough to feed them. "Mom, have some." Cannon handed the bowl to his mother upon returning to the room. "Just one bowl? We have 3 people," the elderly woman complained. "I don't need any, give it to Guogua. An old lady like me might die anytime, eating now would just be a waste." The grandmother frowned, clearly feeling one bowl wasn't enough. "Mom, these are fresh fruits. Where can we find such fresh produce now?" Cannon explained. Guogua looked at the chilled fruits and couldn't resist picking one up and putting it in her mouth, savoring the icy cold sensation. "So delicious. It's been ages since I last had an apple," Carly exclaimed. "Guogua, give it to Grandma first." Cannon frowned, unhappy with her behavior. "But I want another serving. They're all special ability users. Yesterday, I heard them mention that woman being a dimensional ability user, so she must have stored a lot of food. Giving us a little won't hurt." "No way. They've already given us plenty." Cannon frowned. Over the past few days, they'd always received a share whenever rice or noodles were cooked. "Father, you saved their lives. A bit of food is nothing," Carly pouted. Initially, when they were covered in blood, no one helped them. And 2 of them had severe injuries. If father hadn't operated on them in time, they would have developed infections requiring amputations. It wasn't just about losing 2 fingers. "Yes, this house is ours too," the grandmother chimed in. "While that's true, giving us food is out of kindness. If they don't, we can't force them. We shouldn't push our luck," Father Beryl scolded. "It's just a bit of food. With a dimensional ability, who knows how much food they have? They eat heartily every day without saving anything," Carly argued. "Even that little kid eats more than us," the grandmother added, recalling seeing the child finish 2 large bowls of noodles. "Father, if you feel shy, I'll go ask for more." And with that, Carly opened the door and left. In the kitchen, Alida sliced more fruits and made additional chilled fruit using Kira's ice cubes, mainly because her son ate a lot. Although Chandler was helping Alida prepare the food, though his eye condition hadn't fully recovered from the toxins, it had improved significantly. "Zaire, can I have another serving?" "My grandma really likes it," Carly asked Chandler. Frankly, she disliked Alida and even saw her as a rival. Perhaps the first time she met Alida left such a strong impression, almost like a movie scene where she encountered the female lead. Chapter 129 Love It or Leave It. Every girl dreams of being a heroine, and Carly is no exception. When they first encountered these individuals with special abilities, anyone would have been captivated, just like meeting superheroes in the movies. Carly even fantasized about becoming someone with special abilities. Once, when her father asked her to help during a treatment, she secretly took some blood. Maybe she had watched too many movies and read too many novels, leading Carly to imagine that drinking the blood of someone with special abilities could grant her powers. She thought she could be like them. Surely, this idea wasn't unique to her, but after they recovered, anyone who tried to exploit them was dealt with decisively, leaving quite a few people intimidated. Although she had stolen the blood, it had no effect on her. What she didn't know was that it required extracting the bone marrow of those with special abilities and diluting it before injection, similar to a bone marrow transplant for leukemia. Of course, the special abilities obtained through such a transplant were fairly weak, which is why people called them pseudo-special ability carriers. This method of acquiring abilities couldn't lead to any advancement. Carly avoided Alida, who was cutting fruit, and went to ask Jay instead. Jay was quite courteous to the daughter of his savior. "Let me ask my wife," Jay said politely. "Just give her another portion," Alida said, loud enough for everyone in the small space to hear. The extra portion Alida referred to was just leftover scraps from the edges of the fruit she had cut. Seeing this, Carly frowned slightly and said, "Can you give me a new one?" Alida was particularly sensitive to the gazes around her, especially the disapproving looks from others. "No. This stuff belongs to me, and I can choose who gets it." "You." Carly hadn't expected Alida's sudden harshness, especially after how gentle she had been just moments ago. "Love it or leave it." Alida immediately put the leftovers away and fed them to Dahe. "Zaire," Carly turned to Jay, hoping he would take her side. After all, who wouldn't find their spouse's temper unbearable? She wondered how Jay managed to deal with Alida every day. Ignoring Carly's glance, Jay said, "You should stay inside. Don't come out unless necessary." Fuming, Carly returned to the room, where her grandmother complained again. "We saved their lives, treated their wounds, gave them a place to stay, and now they won't even share an extra portion." The old lady's complaints echoed throughout the house. "Mom, please stop," Igor frowned, not wanting to stir up more trouble. In the living room, the walls were thin, and as special ability carriers, they easily overheard everything. "This Igor really does us a favor, knows his boundaries, and most importantly, we need a doctor." But his family, Usher frowned. "We've provided them with plenty of food and supplies, risking our lives to gather them." Usher grumbled. All the old lady saw was her son's contributions. Did she not see what they had done? Without them, her son would have been kidnapped long ago. Who would still look after this old lady and her daughter then? Let's calm down. Once Chang Hai wakes up, we can leave, Iona suggested. Chapter 130 Awakening. The moment Iona finished speaking, Kira shouted excitedly that Honest had woken up. None of them saw how he woke up. After all, they'd subjected him to various stimuli recently, and apart from his brainwaves showing a reaction, there was no response in other aspects. But Dave and Jimena secretly witnessed it while they were playing. Was it because Kira fell onto Honest's body and accidentally kissed him? In any case, this was how Honest woke up. The first thing Honest did upon waking was feeling hungry, so he ate a considerable amount of food. I feel like I've been transported. First, it was the North Pole at minus several degrees, then the desert, and finally, it seemed like hell. Honest recounted his dream scenarios, which were somewhat terrifying. Upon hearing Honest's words, the others remained taciturn without uttering a word, even feeling somewhat guilty. Because to wake Honest, they put him through quite some trouble. They froze him, heated him up, and even pricked him to stimulate pain perception. He knew he was trapped in a dream but couldn't find a way out. Gemma's self-constructed dreams always left behind a key, and only by finding the key could one escape the dream. This Gemma's ability feels really powerful. Can it be cracked? Alida asked. If they faced such an opponent in the future, how would they deal with it? Gemma's dream construction ability is indeed special, but it also has high requirements. Resolve her quickly before she gains control over you, and naturally, you won't be controlled by the dream. Kira said. However, Gemma's equipment is still very strong, and she usually has people protecting her. Mental control can also be countered since we can see through her thoughts. Kira couldn't help but look at Dave. Alida also instinctively looked at Dave. She thought her son was a strength-type ability user but didn't expect it to be mental control. Anyway, we should be careful when we encounter Gemma in the future, Kira said. Honest was also very moved to see Kira. He had fallen victim back then because Gemma, although able to make people fall into a coma in dreams, also possessed a healing method. She could create dreams to awaken comatose individuals or vegetative patients from their dreams. The special abilities in Kyoto are all very powerful. Gemma didn't intend to kill me or deliver a deadly blow, Honest said. Kyoto wants to cultivate a large number of special ability users. This is what Gemma told me in my dream. They want to build a powerful super base. Honest added. Even in his dreams, Gemma showed him the Kyoto base. To survive in the future, special ability users are the mainstream, and ordinary people will be eliminated in this evolutionary process. The evolutionary process is cruel. You mean they want us to sacrifice ourselves? Kira frowned. Do they want us to voluntarily donate our bone marrow? And if we don't donate, they'll come and take it by force. Kira angrily remarked. They say donating bone marrow has no impact, but in reality, it affects deeply. This is why Jay opposed it. They won't risk their own bodies for such selfless sacrifices. They need strength to protect their families. They claim it's voluntary, but it isn't, Honest said. So it seems that many of those special ability users in the Kyoto base might have had their bone marrow extracted. The younger ones absorb better, but children aren't easy to control, so mostly it's teenagers from high school to college age who undergo the process. The fake special ability users trying to absorb likely suffer side effects, Honest added. There's no free lunch in this world. Chapter 131, Pandas. Everyone had thought the temperature rise would only last a few days and were hoping it would drop back down soon. But more than a week had passed, and there was no sign of the temperature decreasing. Today is already the third group of people coming to us, Usher said. Supplies are tight. They don't dare go out on their own, Iona said with a frown. Should we also go out to look for supplies? We can't keep using so much without replenishing, Usher suggested. Sister-in-law? Usher asked Alida, since they had been getting food from Alida's space recently. They all felt a bit embarrassed after consuming so many supplies provided by Alida over these days. Sure. Alida nodded, but she was actually thinking about finding the bank vault or shopping mall in Tianyin City to collect gold. Her known information was that gold could help her upgrade the breeding warehouse, so naturally, she wanted to collect more gold. Tianyin City, as a first-tier metropolis, should have a lot more gold. Most of the supplies in nearby malls have already been looted. If we want to find supplies, perhaps the warehouses might still be untouched. Usher said. What do you think, Abram? Usher asked. Malls, supermarkets, and other places were initially frenziedly looted by people, including some warehouses. Now most of the food supplies are controlled by a few groups in Tianyin City, Wayne explained. The largest and strongest group was the former police and SWAT team of Tianyin City, whose firearms were the most potent weapons. These policemen had protected a number of civilians, and now there were only a few groups left. So where can we search for supplies? Kira asked. These areas must have been thoroughly searched. There are a few places they didn't dare to search, and no one dared to, Wayne replied. Where? Alida asked. The New Era Commercial Street. It was a bustling commercial street in Tianyin City, famous for being next to the panda house. That area has been occupied by pandas. Although those pandas don't usually harm humans, there are exceptions, so no one dares to take supplies from that commercial street, Wayne said gravely. He had previously led a group there, but it was indeed occupied by pandas. Although pandas appear cute on the surface, they are still bears. And very powerful ones too. Especially now, after reverting to an ancestral form and mutating, they have become even stronger. These pandas don't eat bamboo, they eat iron instead. Wayne had noticed this issue, though he hadn't ventured inside last time. Metal-eating beast. The ancient sayings do have their reasons, Usher added. If they eat iron, surely the commercial street must have been chewed up quite a bit by now. With such hot weather, these pandas must not be feeling well either, given their thick fur coats. They had dug huge pits and buried themselves in the soil to cool off. We'll wait until dusk tomorrow when the temperature drops a bit and then go see. I'll go with Jay, you can take care of the kids, Alida said. No problem. Iona replied. Honest had just woken up and hadn't fully recovered his energy. Kira, Iona, and Usher stayed behind to take care of the children. Wayne, Jay, and Alida would go. Alida also wanted to try her luck to see if there were any newborn baby pandas. After all, they are national treasures. Raising one personally would be fantastic. Chapter 132 Times Square. Alida had left them with plenty of food, along with various fresh fruits and vegetables. She was not short of these fresh fruits and vegetables at all. Usher also informed the people in this building that they would set off at 4 in the morning to go to Times Square. Where? Isn't that all giant pandas' habitats? Yes. Won't those pandas harm us? A few people began to hesitate upon hearing Alida's plan to go to Times Square. I'm just notifying you. If you're willing to follow, you can come along. If not, then find your own food, said Usher. It was their decision whether or not to go. The remaining young leaders started discussing. One group agreed to follow. Although there were pandas, which might be dangerous, the supplies were abundant. Another group disagreed due to the danger involved. Though pandas generally don't hurt humans, that's under normal circumstances when they don't provoke each other. However, venturing into a panda's territory is a different story. Most animals have territorial instincts, and some mentioned that people who ventured there before ended up being killed by pandas. Ultimately, opinions were divided. So, if you want to go, come along. If not, find somewhere else, the bald-headed man said. Sure, I'm not going. Otherwise, we may not come back alive, another man responded. In the end, only 3 people decided to follow a leader, while the rest 7 or 8 refused out of fear. We could search small shops and office buildings. Though it's troublesome, we can still get supplies, another man suggested. This option was more labor-intensive but safer. So, the group split into 2. Some really can't understand why they must go to that Times Square, some still grumbled. Despite having settled on the plan, they still harbored resentment over searching for supplies at high-risk locations. Without the protection of special ability users, they felt insecure. Collecting supplies also increased the risk of robbery. On the other side, Alida wasn't too concerned about this. She still had frozen bugs left in her hand. Originally, there were 7, with 4 planted on the kids, now only 3 remained. Xiao, Wayne, I'm placing a bug on both of you, one that resists high temperatures. Don't resist it, Alida instructed. All right. Jay nodded without any resistance. Wayne also nodded. Soon, Alida placed the frozen bugs on their arms. These bugs looked like snowflakes and stuck to human skin, instantly making the surrounding temperature feel less hot. Not bad, Jay commented. It felt like a personal air conditioner. The group gathered in the hallway, finally forming a team of 3 following Alida. Those who were prepared wore lots of sunscreen. Cars were long rendered unusable due to the extreme weather, so they could only walk to Times Square. We can go through the subway, Wayne suggested. Otherwise, walking on the street with such high temperatures, the cooler underground seemed like a better idea. So they entered the subway. Unexpectedly, there were quite a few people in the subway. With surface temperatures rising, higher floors became hotter, so many survived in places like garages or deep underground areas like subways. We can reach there by crossing 2 subway lines directly, Wayne explained. Chapter 133 Full Screen Luck. They crossed through the subway tracks, where it was rather dim and visibility was poor. After walking for about 2 hours, they finally emerged from the subway. Despite the assistance of the frozen bugs, they still felt thirsty, let alone the 3 people who had followed them. These 3 individuals appeared to be high school students around 17 or 18 years old, unafraid of adventures. Thus, they agreed to come along. Ivory distributed 2 bottles of water to them. Thank you, sister. The 3 young men thanked her, gulping down much of the water. Exiting the subway station led them directly to Times Square outside, but something had blocked the subway exit. The subway exit is blocked, Gideon said. He wanted to use his telekinesis to move it, but the object was too heavy. After effects from his last big battle hadn't fully subsided, and his head throbbed slightly now. Sigh too. Ivory went over to stop him. He was just a teenager after all. I'll handle it. With that, Ivory summoned Dubai from her space. Raw. Dubai found the ambient temperature hot upon emerging and didn't like it much. But upon receiving Ivory's command, he immediately cleared the obstruction ahead. Light appeared in front as Ivory then recalled Dubai into her space. The 3 youths, seeing this scene, were suddenly reminded of the day they saw this woman stand before the giant spider. I might be reading some kind of summoner novel, I guess such things do exist, one youth remarked. The world was changing, and the 3 youths adapted quite well, yet their gaze towards Ivory carried a clear hint of admiration. Exiting the subway and moving one more street over brought them to Times Square. This area was barren, there wasn't a single person or car around. Ivory released 3 small bees from her space. Let me check what's ahead, she said. The 3 bees already flew out. Her eyes emitted a faint golden glow. Jay had seen these small bees before and knew of their abilities, so he waited quietly on the spot. Although Gideon was somewhat curious, his personality didn't lead him to ask much. On the contrary, the three youths grew agitated behind. Sister must be a summoner, first the spider, then the giant white bear, and now bees. But are there summoners among special ability users? The few youths indulged in whimsical thoughts, even fantasizing about having some special abilities themselves. About 10 minutes later, the three bees returned one by one, and Ivory gained a general understanding of the surroundings. Why were the empty roads devoid of cars, even electric bikes or bicycles? Even tires were barely left intact. Because they were all eaten by pandas, more accurately, these pandas had mutated into iron-eating beasts. Not that these iron-eating beasts didn't harm humans, but they preferred iron, hence having little interest in humans. Also, being zoo-raised animals previously, compared to other mutant beasts, these pandas seemed far more docile. Through the small bees, Ivory also saw corpses, indeed, bodies. These corpses were trampled or crushed to death by the pandas, which did not consume them. These pandas won't eat humans proactively, but they will attack if touched. So we must be cautious and try to avoid them, Ivory explained. The three youths felt a bit nervous, but they had come out to seek supplies, and families were waiting for them to return. Follow me, Ivory said. Ivory sent the three bees to fly around, acting as drones. If they encountered pandas, Ivory would simply avoid them. They directly crossed the road. On the opposite side, several pandas were digging holes, leaving large pits everywhere. Of course, people had come here hoping for luck. Even if someone came to get supplies, without cars, they could only carry backpacks, limiting the amount they could take. If cars were used, the sound would attract these pandas, which would chew on the cars. Thanks to Ivory's bees, their journey was relatively smooth, allowing them to enter a snack shop directly. The items inside the shop hadn't been taken yet, making the three youths incredibly happy as they stuffed their backpacks with goods. By the time they finished, their bags were full, unable to hold any more. Hide, Ivory suddenly urged. The three youths hurriedly crouched behind counters, while Ivory hid beside a wall. Shortly, a panda, roughly 1 meter tall, passed by the entrance. It tore off the metal glass door they had just opened. After a while, the panda finally left. The three young men were now crawling on the ground, their clothes drenched in sweat. It was too hot. They had walked for over 2 hours to get here and had picked up a lot of things. Without Ivory's frozen bugs, they were nearly suffering from heat stroke. The three young men had collected enough food, but Ivory hadn't finished yet. They had only just entered the first shop, and she hadn't explored them all ahead. She wouldn't come back empty-handed, but for the three young men, this was already their limit. Actually, even Simu and Jay wouldn't be feeling too good without the effects of Ivory's frozen bugs. After the panda left, Ivory prepared to head to the mall ahead. The three young men indicated that they couldn't move anymore and wanted to stay behind to wait for them. All right, you can wait for me here, Ivory said. Actually, the three young men were scared too, given the pandas everywhere. They also wanted someone to stay with them, but they didn't know how to ask. I'll stay, Gideon said. Gideon simply didn't want to be a third wheel, perhaps because he was the same age as these young men. Okay, then you two wait here, we'll be back soon, Ivory said. After Ivory and Jay left. Thanks, bro, one of the young men said to Gideon. Bro, can I ask you something? How did you trigger your special ability? Just curious. If you don't want to say, it's fine too, said one of the boys, Atlas. I don't know, Gideon replied indifferently. These special abilities truly appeared without knowing how they were triggered. If we were special ability users too, we could protect ourselves and our families, another boy sighed. It's all about luck. Or maybe it's bloodline. Anyway, the pandas have mutated now. We humans will evolve and mutate eventually, right? Maybe one day we'll mutate or activate our abilities, Atlas said. Chapter 134, Don't be fooled by a cute appearance. All the animals were mutating and evolving. Perhaps humans could evolve too. Growing through evolution, who knows what conditions might trigger this evolution? Maybe getting bitten by a mysterious spider could turn someone into Spider-Man from the movies? Movies often originate from reality. Thinking about it, there's really a possibility. Tosha, if you say so, then if you go outside now and get bitten by a panda without dying, maybe you'd mutate into a panda hero, another teenager Haldan laughed. You know what, I've actually thought about that. But I wouldn't dare let a giant panda bite me. It would probably bite me to death in one go. But Faxon's huge spider just might work. One bite, and maybe I'll mutate into a silk-spinning Spider-Man. Isn't that how it's shown in the movies? Tosha said whimsically. Then when you get back, you can ask Sister Lin to try. It's so hot. Too hot, Haldan said. After chatting for a few moments, they stopped speaking and focused on rehydrating, or they'd risk dehydration soon. They wondered how pandas with their thick fur coats weren't overheating. The teenagers leaned against the ground, hoping to cool down a bit. Matthew moved a little closer to Gideon and noticed that the temperature near Gideon was slightly lower. So, Matthew couldn't help but move closer to Gideon. It's cooler next to you, Matthew said curiously. Really? Hearing Matthew's words, Tosha also moved over. It's much cooler here, Tosha exclaimed. Gideon looked to be about their age, yet he always seemed aloof, like someone owed him 8 million. He usually had a cold demeanor. In this sweltering weather, 3 teenagers clung awkwardly close to another youth. Do special ability holders have special physiques too? Tosha joked. Gideon didn't respond, merely frowning slightly. The other 3 wisely kept quiet as well. On the other side, Ivory and Jay walked through a corridor into a mall, dodging pandas using bees vision. Pandas used to be national treasures, nearly extinct species. Now, look at them. Ivory sighed. Sadly, these pandas can no longer be contained in cages. Perhaps this is an animal rebellion. In the future, more species will become endangered. They seem to have suddenly awakened. Remember, I told you before that dinosaurs, once rulers of Earth long before humans, have also awakened, Jay said seriously. Dinosaurs existed for tens of millions of years on Earth, ruling the planet before humans evolved after an extraterrestrial explosion caused their extinction. The past rulers versus today's human rulers, both existing simultaneously, who stands at the top of the pyramid? Regardless, humanity seems to be teetering on the edge. Too bad baby pandas are so small. Who knows if we'll encounter one? Ivory murmured silently. Jay knew that Ivory could only take in newborn animals, so he noted it in his mind. Inside the messy mall, several young pandas roamed the parking garage, which was cooler. A few were even rolling around on the first floor. From afar, Ivory saw they were already a few months old, too old to be taken into her space. Previously, panda reproduction was difficult. Now they reproduce so quickly. Ivory cleaned up all the gold on the first floor and went upstairs to collect usable items. This new commercial street was indeed large. If they wanted to fully explore it, it would likely take a day. But with so many pandas, she didn't want to disturb them. Still, coming all this way without getting a baby panda was disappointing. Who wouldn't want a baby panda? And with pandas' large bellies, it was hard to tell which ones were pregnant. The duo collected plenty of gold in the mall. Eventually, Ivory felt signs of an upgrade in her storage area. The next street has a big bank with a vault, Jay said. The bars in banks aren't plentiful, Ivory frowned, recalling previous lootings. Banks had less gold than jewelry stores but higher purity. Unlike some jewelry shops where the gold was heavily alloyed and barely absorbable. They hit a few stores, filling her warehouse. After 2 hours, she thought of the kids and Gideon waiting for them. They should hurry back. When they turned the corner on their way back, they encountered a small panda that was about as tall as Ivory's calf. How cute. Ivory couldn't help but say. Roar. The little panda, upon seeing people, didn't attack them proactively. However, humans appearing in their territory was seen as an invasion of their domain. Other races entering their territory were considered enemies. Fortunately, Ivory reacted quickly, and the wall behind her was forcefully pushed down by the panda. Don't be fooled by its adorable appearance. Even though it's a national treasure, this no longer applies now. ZZZZT. In the next second, Jay zapped it with an electric shock, instantly burning its black and white fur. It then fell to the ground straight away. Jay, is attacking a national treasure illegal? Ivory asked humorously. Let's go, Jay replied. Pandas have very sensitive hearing, and the panda's cry had already attracted their attention. Ivory also saw several other giant pandas approaching to surround them. There were too many pandas in this area. They ran into 2 more right outside the entrance. Attacking Ivory and Jay. ZZZZT. Jay continued using lightning, but there were too many attackers behind him, and his energy wasn't infinite. It could easily be depleted. Run. The two ran down a narrow path, and Ivory looked up at the tall buildings, hugging Jay. It looks like I'll have to experience what it feels like to be Spider-Man, Ivory said as she attached a web strand to a high wall. The spider silk was highly elastic and resilient, but she overlooked one issue: she wasn't strong enough. So, Jay grabbed the spider silk from behind, embraced Ivory, and swung forcefully. They swung from a height and landed on the 5th floor of a skyscraper, crashing through the glass and rolling inside. Jay shielded Ivory, but his back still got cut by shards of broken glass. Ivory simply treated Jay's wounds and looked for a way out. They took the stairs directly. Just as they reached the 1st floor, they found several extremely tiny pandas, clearly newborns with fur not yet fully grown. Chapter 135, Red Pandas. Alida sighed, originally planning to give up on catching red pandas since they were hard to find and dangerous. She never expected to encounter them right here on this floor. Alida counted, and there were actually 5. No wonder pandas had such strong reproductive capabilities. In the past, it was challenging to raise even one, but now there were so many here. Alida prepared to put all 5 red pandas into her space. However, the breeding warehouse could only accommodate 3 giant pandas. This was the first time she faced such a situation. What's wrong? Jay asked, noticing Alida's frown and unhappy expression. There are 5 here, but I can only keep 1, Alida said, feeling somewhat reluctant. Perhaps it was because the breeding warehouse hadn't been upgraded yet. But 7 bees and 7 icebugs were fine. Why did it have to be just 1 giant panda? Maybe it was related to the spatial activity of the breeding area. Anyway, Alida could only bring in 1, so she spent a long time choosing among the 5 pandas. I'll take this one. In the end, Alida chose the liveliest one. Later, Alida understood why she could only take 1. This guy ate too much. It would keep eating as long as food was available. Though it ate a lot, its strength was also impressive. Although both pandas and polar bears belong to the bear family, pandas had exceptionally strong teeth. Normally, this guy chewed on hard steel. Its defense was incredibly surprising. Of course, that was all later talk. After putting away the red panda, Alida heard some noise outside and quickly hid with Jay. These giant pandas were quite relaxed, glanced around once, then left without noticing that one small panda was missing. When the panda mother left, Alida and Jay came out. Don't worry, I'll take good care of your cub, Alida silently promised. It seemed all her animals were captured from a young age, almost like a child trafficker. However, the animal world was more brutal than humans. Humans raise their children until adulthood and still worry about them even after that, but in the animal world, once they pass the nursing period, cubs are driven out. Those who are injured or sick are also expelled. The animal world is far crueler. Perhaps because humans have richer emotions, they try their best to treat illness, even at great cost. Receiving the red panda made Alida happy. She could now show it to Emmanuel Jing. Children love pandas the most. They've seen them before on TV, books, and phones. To personally observe and even touch one would make Emmanuel Jing very happy. The two hurriedly avoided the giant pandas and returned to the snack shop. When Jay and Alida came back, they saw 3 teenagers sitting around Wayne. This scene looked rather unusual and funny. Seeing Alida and Jay return, Wayne stood up suddenly. "Let's go quickly," Alida said. Each of the 3 teenagers had bulging backpacks, and all bags they could carry were filled. Wayne also carried a lot. Just as they were leaving, 2 giant pandas discovered them. "Run quickly," Alida urged urgently. They rushed towards the subway station, but the pandas chased them relentlessly. Alida released spider silk to trap the 2 pandas, blocking their way. They took the opportunity to run down into the subway entrance, feeling relieved when the pandas didn't chase after them. They narrowly escaped disaster. The 3 teenagers tightly hugged their belongings. On the way back, they walked by subway, and the 3 teenagers intentionally stayed close to Wayne. "Can you stay a little farther?" Wayne frowned slightly. Being socially anxious, he wasn't used to having 3 men closely following him. The other 2 teenagers felt embarrassed and dared not get closer, mainly due to Wayne's cold gaze. Madeline, however, shamelessly moved closer to him. "It's cooler near you. You look around my age. Why so serious? Do you play games often? League? King's Glory?" Madeline asked with a grin, completely ignoring Wayne's cold expression. "There's no power now, where to play games?" These teens usually had few entertainment options. "Oh, right, no electricity now. Once the weather gets better, shall we play mahjong or cards together?" Madeline continued. Wayne glanced at him and said, "Let's survive first." Madeline looked over Wayne's frail body, weak and lacking any abilities, unsure how long he could last. But she had some courage, at least daring to follow them. "Eat when it's time to eat, drink when it's time to drink, don't worry about anything, live one day at a time." Madeline had a rather positive attitude. But reality was that there were still people back home. "Watch your things carefully," Wayne said. By this time, they had already walked a long distance along the subway tunnel. There were quite a few restless people in this subway. Seeing the 3 teenagers bulging backpacks and carrying many items in their hands, these people obviously had their eyes on their supplies, without any attempt to hide it. In fact, as long as one person made a move, these people would swarm around them. Fortunately, there were 6 of them in total. If there were only 1 or 2 people carrying so many supplies walking here, they would have been robbed long ago and wouldn't have made it this far. The 3 teenagers felt a bit nervous and couldn't help but stick closely to Alida and Jay. "Brother Xiao, there are people following us from behind." Haldan looked back and saw a few ill-intentioned people silently trailing them. Their eyes were like hungry wolves, staring at their backpacks. Alida wanted to avoid trouble and put all their stuff into her space, but this time she had filled up storage warehouse number 1. Just at that moment, a middle-aged woman suddenly knelt down in front of them. "I beg you, give me some food. Please have mercy on my child," the woman pleaded. Alida looked around. If she dared to give even a little, people around would probably come over. Why not give her some? Matthew looked at the pitiful woman. "No way. We can't give now." Before Alida could speak, Madeline stopped Matthew. The kneeling woman, hearing Matthew's words, thought there was a chance with him, so she knelt and bowed vigorously towards Matthew. Matthew, a high school student in his teens, had gone through a lot in this new world, but this was the first time someone bowed vigorously to him right in front of him. If someone tried to rob him outright, he would certainly fight back without hesitation. Chapter 136, Surrounded. "Move," Ivory said coldly. Matthew took out a bread from his pocket and threw it in front of the woman, saying, "Please move." "Matthew, you idiot," Tosha scolded. As soon as Tosha finished speaking, several women around surrounded over and started bowing to Matthew. "Please, give us something." The surrounding pleading voices enveloped Matthew's ears. Instantly, several people surrounded him, and some even reached out to rummage through Matthew's backpack. "Get away." Matthew finally panicked, immediately holding onto his backpack. "Scram." Tosha helped Matthew fend off these people. "Haldan, come and help quickly." Tosha frowned, but Haldan watched as Matthew was surrounded by so many people, almost having things in his pocket snatched away, instantly becoming flustered. Finally, Ivory kicked out, directly summoning Big Black. Bark bark bark. Big Black was larger than a large dog. The sudden appearance of this mutant animal startled everyone, making them retreat one after another. Fortunately, nothing was taken from Matthew's backpack, though a few items in his clothes were snatched. "Thank you, Sister Lin," Matthew said, regaining his composure. "Hurry up and let's go. There are too many people here, you can't handle it." "No room for do-gooders in the end times," Ivory said coldly. "Don't you see all those people eyeing you? How dare you give?" "I don't know whether to call you kind-hearted or foolish," Tosha said angrily. "Just now, quite a bit was taken from your pocket." "I'll make it up to you later," Matthew said gratefully. It was Tosha who first came to his aid. "We're classmates and brothers." Despite feeling a bit heartbroken about his own possessions, Tosha wouldn't leave his friend behind. "You should thank Sister Lin more," Tosha said. Hearing this, Matthew looked at Ivory and sincerely thanked her again. Tosha observed the big, black, and strong dog standing next to Ivory, almost half a person tall. First a spider, now a big black dog. This dog didn't seem ordinary. He wondered if being bitten by her dog would trigger any special abilities. But forget that, it might just result in rabies infection, and there's nowhere to get vaccinations during this time. Keep close. Watch your belongings, Jay said. Sure thing. The three young men followed closely, holding their supplies tightly. In reality, if it were only Ivory and Jay, they wouldn't have so much trouble, but these three youths had insisted on coming along, and they couldn't just leave them behind. It was dim in the subway, but there were cracks allowing light through. Some people following still hadn't given up despite seeing the big black dog. Food temptation was huge, and when starving, people could become cannibals. How could they fear a mere black dog? Some even started eyeing the dog meat. Of course, Ivory didn't have Xiao Hudson's mind-reading ability to know what they were thinking. However, their starved and famished eyes didn't escape Ivory's notice. They were finally close to the subway exit. Ivory felt the atmosphere becoming increasingly tense until a man wielding a stick finally lunged at them. Jay dodged the stick and kicked Ansel away. With years of military training, dealing with these famished civilians required no superpowers. Those who were about to charge in paused, not expecting the three of them to be skilled. Within seconds, they subdued the attackers easily. No food means death anyway. Might as well take a chance, one of the men said. With the extreme heat and lack of resources, they would die anyway, might as well try robbing. Snap snap. As expected, the attackers were knocked down, and Big Black even bit a few of them. If you're capable, go to New Era Square. If you're going to die, why not find supplies there? Ivory taunted. The pandas won't pity anyone. Trespass into their territory, and you're dead. They dared not go there to find resources, yet they tried robbing others. Many people watched this scene, none offered help or intervened, just coldly observing. To win quickly, they didn't want to stay longer here. Following the stairs up and walking a short distance, they would reach their neighborhood. But it was too hot, and after the subway fight, the ice parasites on them kept their body temperature down. However, the three youths struggled under the heat. Haldan fainted due to the heat. Matthew and Machuzhi had to help Haldan walk, as the weather was unbearably hot. Their shirts were drenched in sweat, which quickly evaporated in the high temperature. Their lips were chapped and peeling from the intense heat. But finally, they arrived at Ivory's home. Tosha poured 2 bottles of water over Haldan, and he gradually came around. Another group had returned earlier because they didn't dare go with Jay to New Era Square. They searched for supplies but it was too hot, making them dizzy after a short time, so they came back with very little. Now seeing Tosha and the 3 youths with full backpacks, they felt both envious and resentful. You really went to New Era Square? One man asked, surprised not only by their distance but that they returned unscathed. The man looked at their full backpacks, estimating they had gathered quite a bit. Yes, Tosha said, clutching her backpack tightly and stating she was exhausted and needed rest. Most residents in this building had garages, so they all went directly to the basement. Should we talk to Brother Xiao tomorrow about going to New Era Square with him? Another man suggested. Although there were many pandas there, those 3 youths returned safely, so maybe they would be safe too. Sure. I'll go ask now. So Ansel went to find Jay to inquire if they could join him at New Era Square tomorrow. Ivory's storage space was already full, and the baby panda had been put away. It was too hot outside, so she planned to rest for a few days before going again. The other men couldn't help feeling somewhat dissatisfied upon hearing this. They took the 3 youths today and got such a great haul, enough to last several days without going out. I wish I had gone with them. The men couldn't help regretting it now, but it was too late. With insufficient food, they all wanted to approach the 3 youths to borrow some supplies. Chapter 137. Are you crazy? Sorry. I risked my life to bring this back. I can't spare any. Atlas directly refused. Rupert, we've been neighbors for so many years. Could you possibly share just a little bit? In a few days, when the temperature drops, we'll pay you back, the Hector said. The man bypassed Atlas and spoke directly to Rupert. Well, it was my son who risked his life to get this back. We really can't spare any. Rupert also firmly refused. How can you have the heart? You have children too. Send them out to look for supplies. My son took risks to find these. Why should we give them to you? Who knows when the temperature will drop? Gracelyn angrily retorted. We're all old neighbors. If you don't want to lend, that's fine, but why be so nasty? Can my daughter do what your son can? The man argued. Seeing an argument brewing, Atlas separated the 2 people and slammed the garage door shut with a loud bang. It wasn't much better for Matthew and Haldan. People were always trying to borrow food from them. After what happened in the subway, Matthew no longer felt generous about these resources they had risked their lives to obtain. If not for special ability users like a leader protecting them, their food would likely not have been safe either. Thinking about today's events and the fight in the subway reminded Atlas of past incidents involving. Note, this phrase appears to have been cut off mid-sentence, which affects the translation continuity. It means grabbing resources. Without strength, one simply cannot survive. Atlas made a decision in his heart and began intensively training his body. Without special abilities, he would focus on physical training. Lanzi, it's so hot, doing sit-ups here will only make you hotter. Sweating too much could lead to dehydration. Gracelyn worriedly watched her son. Luckily, the water supply hasn't stopped yet, but the quality has become very poor. To drink, they must boil the water first as tap water hasn't been treated for a long time and looks slightly green. Drenched in sweat, Atlas forced himself to exercise every day. He couldn't continue living aimlessly as before. One doesn't fear death until faced with it, but once confronted, the desire to live becomes incredibly strong. With his parents here, he was now the only young adult capable of protecting them. Atlas even fantasized, if bitten by a leader's spider, would he mutate? Like Spider-Man? 3 people risked their lives to bring back these supplies and had to constantly be vigilant against potential raids from others in the building. Alida paid no attention to them. Upon returning, she immediately checked on her little panda. Kira, I brought back new clothes from the mall. Want to change? Alida smiled, noting Kira hadn't changed clothes in days. Brother-in-law, do you have men's sizes? Usher asked somewhat embarrassedly. Their clothes were worn out after so long. Except for Jay, who had clean, neat clothes, everyone else looked like they were wearing beggar clothes. Yes. Alida laughed. Great, Usher exclaimed, feeling envious watching Jay change into new clothes. Finally, they could shed their tattered outfits. Everyone put on fresh, dry clothes. The 3 kids also got new clothes and shoes. Carly peeked through the room gap, feeling somewhat imbalanced. Why didn't she have special abilities? If she had space manipulation, she'd be the center of attention. Everyone wanted special abilities, but how does one acquire them? These special ability users seemed like chosen ones. Different constitutions, different genes. The temperature outside is still very high, no need to go out recently, Alida said. Returning, Alida placed the frozen insects back into her space, allowing them to recover. They preferred cold environments. She also stored the little panda inside the space, paying special attention to this national treasure. Feeding it other things grown in the space, the little panda surprisingly didn't like them despite other animals loving them. But thinking of pandas eating iron, Alida wondered if this small panda might also eat iron. Finding a metal spoon, she placed it in front of the panda. Sure enough, the panda started munching, crunching away. Sure enough, it eats iron. Alida fretted, searching for gold wasn't enough. Now iron too? Fortunately, she had some iron objects in her space, and there were plenty of metal items around due to the heat. Suddenly, Alida eyed everything in the room with a mischievous look. This intense heat lasted nearly a month, and Honest's group finally recovered. The temperature has started dropping recently, Kira noted. 3 days later, the temperature gradually returned to normal, reaching 26 degrees Celsius, a comfortable human body temperature. With the temperature recovery, Tianyin City became even more chaotic, as everyone could go out to look for supplies now. Zaire, Sister Lin, a tanned and robust young man called out. He was Atlas. He had been consistently going out to search for supplies lately, making him much stronger than before. Judging by his appearance, one would hardly believe he was only a teenager. With so many special ability users in their building, more people wanted to join them, including those from opposite buildings. However, Jay and his group didn't want to take on additional responsibility. They only took care of the people in their building, which led to several people spending resources just to move into their building. Sister Lin, I need your help with something, Atlas said, an issue that had troubled him for quite some time, especially after they encountered numerous conflicts while searching for and protecting supplies. With what? Alida had a fairly positive impression of Atlas. After all, this young man knew how to exercise and protect his companions, far better than the cowardly ones. In their building, besides the few special ability users, Atlas was someone who could communicate well with others. One reason was that he had good relationships with several special ability users, especially Wayne, who always brought him along on missions. Wayne would even help train Atlas. Jay felt gratified. Atlas was the first person Wayne considered a friend, a testament to his remarkable qualities. I want your spider to bite me. Steady and composed Alida couldn't help but widen her eyes at this request. Are you crazy? My giant spider is venomous, Alida frowned. Though she could control the amount of venom, it was not something a sane person would ask for. Chapter 138. I didn't. Madeline said very seriously. Alida wondered if Madeline had damaged his brain by falling while exercising recently. Alida looked at Jay who was standing beside her, not quite understanding the teenager's logic. Did you know about the blue spider? Jay asked. Abram told you? Jay added another sentence. Yeah. Madeline nodded seriously. Blue spider? Alida seemed to have heard Jay mention this before. In fact, in American movies, Spider-Man is based on a real prototype, but the actual event has been modified. An astronaut brought back a blue spider from Saturn, but due to changes in living conditions on Earth, this blue spider soon grew weak and eventually died. But before it died, it bit the astronaut. However, this astronaut did not die, perhaps because of his robust physique. After all, training for spaceflight made his body far stronger than ordinary people's. For some reason, later on, the astronaut gained the ability to climb walls and shoot webs like the blue spider. And the astronaut's genes also changed. But that spider came from outer space. Mine is native, Alida remarked. Big sister Anue, I want to try. Madeline said seriously, his attitude very firm. Madeline must have been thinking about this for a long time. Seeing his determined eyes, Alida guessed he must have decided this before coming to her. How do you choose a spider? You could choose something else. Alida tried to influence Madeline's thoughts. Other creatures might not cause successful gene mutations, and I might end up contracting rabies, Madeline admitted, slightly embarrassed. After all, in Chinese people's perception, cats and dogs are prone to rabies, while snake venom can be too deadly for gene mutation. Well then, I can control the minimum dosage of poison of the giant spider, Alida said as she looked at this stubborn teenager who would not give up until his goal was achieved. Alida decided to indulge him. Jay remained silent on the side. Among the teenagers and high school students living in their building, only the three of them dared to go out looking for supplies, with only Madeline daring to attempt such a thing. Although Madeline often talks incessantly, he indeed puts effort into what he does. Alida took out the spider from her spatial bag. The giant spider she shrunk down was now only palm-sized. She feared a larger spider would leave deeper bite wounds. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Alida asked again, knowing that backing out was still an option. "Yeah." Madeline showed no sign of regret. Once decided, he would never look back. He chose this path and intended to walk it through thick and thin. Alida thought that a single bite wouldn't be harmful. Her giant spider's venom merely served to anesthetize. Where should it bite? Alida thought it would just be a finger. Here. Madeline pointed to his neck. Alida was momentarily speechless. She shrank the spider even further before letting it crawl toward Madeline's neck. Despite appearing fearless, Madeline was clearly nervous, with sweat breaking out on his forehead and his fists clenched tightly. Sizzle. The spider bit down once and returned to Alida's hand. Alida watched as Madeline instantly turned pale, the spider's toxin spreading throughout his body. Soon, Madeline passed out. Jay had no choice but to carry Madeline back to his home. However, it wasn't long before Madeline's parents came knocking. "How could you let a spider bite my son? He is still unconscious," the woman cried. Alida frowned slightly. "Did someone witness it? Who said I released it? Who saw it?" Alida countered. "He has bite marks on his neck. Here, only you can control animals. My giant spider is enormous, and you know that well. If it really bit your son, he wouldn't be left in half," Alida stated. But Carly said you were the one who released it," the woman blurted out. "I suggest you go back and take care of your son properly," Alida coldly advised. Katrina, intimidated by Alida's presence, paled. Everyone knew of Alida's abilities. A few days ago, when someone tried to steal food from their building, Alida released a devil frog as tall as half a floor. No one dared to rob them again. If they offended this woman, they might get thrown out of the building. Many people wish they could enter this building for survival. "Your son won't die," Alida finally said, though she felt Madeline's idea was somewhat fanciful. The toxin she controlled was at its minimum and didn't reach a lethal level. It would only make Madeline suffer a bit. If it were Xiaotsai snake's venom, even at its minimum dose controlled by her, it would still be fatal. There was no help for it. Xiaotsai snake's venom was just too potent. Zhong's father and mother went to see Cannon again. Madeline was running a fever now, and they could only try to lower his temperature as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Alida had barged into Carly's room. She and her grandmother were eating food, which was taken out by Alida from her spatial bag. "Since the temperature has returned to normal, you should go back to your original place," Alida said coldly. "But, this house is ours as well." Carly frowned, adding that their previous home had been rented out by the people in the opposite building. "You mean you're trying to drive us out?" The old lady pointed at Alida and asked. Others, hearing the commotion, came over one by one. Kira and others might not know exactly what had happened, but they definitely stood on Alida's side. "Carly, you know very well what you did. Move out immediately," Alida said. "What have I done? It was indeed the spider that bit Madeline. I'm just telling the truth," Carly said. "Then you must have heard everything. It was Madeline who begged me. But how did you explain it to his parents?" Alida frowned. She wasn't afraid of conflicts but disliked troubles, especially those caused by people like Carly, who would always cause trouble if kept nearby. If someone made her life uneasy, she would clear them away instantly. "So, you can't drive me out because this house belongs to us too," Carly said. "Why don't we leave then?" Anue, both Bo and Iona have recovered from their injuries. The temperature has also normalized. "We might as well find a villa to live in. This small house is too cramped," Kira beside her suggested, who had long wanted to say that. Chapter 139 Establishing a Base. Upon hearing Kira's words, Carly became somewhat flustered. Although this house belonged to her family, they were well aware of the reason why this building was so sought after. It housed several special ability users. If they all left, the value of the building would be gone. "We're moving out," Carly said through gritted teeth, her eyes filled with reluctance. Alida naturally did not take her reluctance seriously. Their different levels of strength naturally led to different perspectives. Carly's petty dislikes meant nothing to her and could not affect her in the slightest. It was easy to invite deities but difficult to send them off. "I've been wanting them to leave for a while now." "Alida, you're awesome," Kira remarked. They had refrained from speaking up only because of Igor's face. In the past few days, this old and young pair had always found something to bother them. Especially Carly, who always came around, pretending to be sweet and innocent. Now that Carly and Grandma Beryl had rented out their place, she could only move back and live with them in cramped quarters. A little while later, Igor hurried over. "I have troubled you all these days," Igor said apologetically before leaving after saying a few more words of apology. Igor is a decent person, but his daughter. Kira frowned, finding her to have too many ulterior motives. "Great, we finally have an extra room. No need to sleep on the sofa anymore," Usher said excitedly. Now he could have a bed. Actually, what Kira said made sense. With their abilities, they could also find a villa to stay at for peace and quiet. However, living here had its advantages. The people in this building needed their protection. So daily cleaning didn't fall on them, otherwise, accumulated garbage would have stunk up the place. But despite the building being clean, the entire city's operations were still paralyzed, with trash flying everywhere outside, most buried on site. Carly knows better, or else it would be hard to get rid of her, Usher commented. If she wasn't considerate, everyone in this building would curse her out, right? Kira pointed out, knowing no one was a fool. Well, maybe we should really find a small villa to live in. It's spacious, Usher suggested. Living in high-rise buildings had its advantages, especially now that the city was heavily polluted and littered with garbage, where ground-level air barely circulated. We can enclose this neighborhood, Kira proposed. You want to establish a base? Honest asked. In fact, this was what they had in mind. With many of them being special ability users, establishing a base could improve their lives since humans are social animals. Although they couldn't return to the previous society, they hoped to live normally. I think it's a good idea, Alida agreed. After all, children were growing up without schooling, and restoring normal life was what everyone hoped for. Tianjin City was at least a first-tier city with decent geographical conditions, unlike coastal cities plagued by heavy rain and sea monsters. Overall, it was quite a nice city. Unknowingly, Alida's influence had grown significantly. Everyone was inclined to listen to her suggestions partly because of the vegetables and fruits from the space, and partly due to her control over substantial resources. In this era, those with resources had power. Coupled with Zaire's strength, Alida's voice carried even more weight. What about Brother Xiao? Usher looked at Jay again. I'll follow my wife, Jay smiled, acknowledging the decision to transform the neighborhood into a base, meaning they would be busy from now on. Usher first gathered all the building managers in the neighborhood. Being a special ability user, most responded to his summons. This complex consisted of 12 buildings, almost all inhabited, though a few remained empty, especially farther away from Alida's building. All were high-rises, surrounding a large garden and square filled with playgrounds for children, now abandoned. The lush greenery had withered due to the recent heat wave. Usher, Iona, and Honest held a meeting with the building managers. Really? That's wonderful. So, you'll be in charge of us? The residents of other buildings immediately got excited upon hearing Usher's announcement. Previously, Alida's group only managed the 6 buildings they lived in, ignoring the others. Everyone was thrilled to know that the entire complex would be protected by special ability users. Of course, this meeting wouldn't solve all problems immediately. They started integrating resources within the neighborhood step by step. They also divided up their responsibilities among the special ability users. Jay took charge of internal management in the complex, while Gideon was responsible for training young adults and teenagers within the complex. Kira was in charge of all the women in the complex. Iona, a speed-type special ability user, managed external security and searched for supplies. Laurie handled logistics and stored supplies, and Honest was responsible for all construction work within the complex. The simple division of tasks aimed to establish the base first. For minor issues, make decisions on your own. For major issues, we'll vote, Kira suggested. They were no longer a small team, the former Special Task Force one had dissolved. Now, they were establishing a small base. The others didn't object, but Alida still made a point. She said, we need to find a warehouse. My personal supplies will not be mixed with the collective supplies. Yes, that's natural. I've already been looking for a suitable location for the storage area. The warehouse needs to be guarded by our own people, Usher replied. After all, the supplies Alida had recovered came from her personal space. In the future, when everyone started collecting communal supplies, they couldn't rely on Alida's space indefinitely. These days, they discussed things enthusiastically. Of course, some people in their building were unhappy about this arrangement. Igor, at first, we spent supplies to rent a place in your home. Now that the entire complex is under the control of special ability users, you should refund our supplies, a woman complained. The supplies have already been used. It's impossible to refund them now. If you want to live here, fine. If not, go back to your own homes, Carly retorted angrily. Their family's house had become so disgusting because of these few people. She never expected that the special ability users would take over the entire complex. Though the two women argued at length, eventually, they did move out. Despite Carly being just a woman, her father was still a doctor, whose status was quite high now. After all, besides needing special ability users to protect them, they also needed doctors. Chapter 140, Transformation. Devon had been in a high fever coma all this time. Her parents even went to consult Cannon, but this kind of toxin required an antidote, which needed testing. The community did not have the equipment for it. Wayne also took a look at Devon and assured her parents that there was no risk to her life after consulting a leader. The entire community was undergoing renovations, with people being reassigned tasks. Everyone was so busy they barely touched the ground. Alida, in charge of the supplies department, didn't have much communal supply yet, so she was quite idle. The property management center of their community would be transformed into a storage area for Alida. Of course, these past few days were not wasted. Everyone could get fresh vegetables and fruits every day. When the population of their community was counted, there were only 320 people left, including 150 women, about 20 children, 255 young adults aged 16 to 50, and the rest were elderly people. Originally, their community had over 1,000 residents, but many had died from sickness, those unwilling to be a burden, or from the heat. They were buried in a deserted area behind the community, where bodies were burned and buried. These days, they had been renovating the community, and Alida had been distributing fresh vegetables. If anyone exchanged gold jewelry, she would give them extra supplies. One morning, after distributing the day's supply of vegetables and fruits, Alida suddenly felt her spatial ring acquiring new land again. Since she hadn't decided yet, the new piece of land was chosen randomly. It was cabbage. This was the first leafy vegetable, set to mature in 3 days. Sure enough, Alida had a bold guess: the upgrading of her land might be related to how much of its produce was consumed. She had initially thought it might be connected to her mood, but the conditions for promotion remained a puzzle for her to figure out. Devon had been unconscious for 10 days. Worried, Alida went to see him again, accompanied by Jimena and Wayne. Still in a coma? Has he regained consciousness? Alida asked. He was awake for a while the day before yesterday but quickly passed out again, Devon's mother said. Initially, she blamed Alida, but because they received fresh vegetables daily, her resentment towards Alida diminished. Strange, Alida said, frowning slightly. What is it? Wayne asked. Noticing Wayne's anxiety, Alida replied, it seems you two are quite close. The venom I used was minimal, and I controlled it to prevent such a prolonged coma. After checking on Devon, Alida consulted Jimena. Although Jimena's healing ability couldn't detoxify, she could investigate. Sister Lynn, the brother has 2 kinds of energy in his body, as if they're fighting each other, Jimena said. Alida deliberately brought Jimena along. Although her healing power was not meant to be known, investigating secretly was fine. 2 energies fighting? Alida frowned slightly. Perhaps his theory has merit. We can only leave it to fate, Alida said, noting Wayne silently furrowing his brows as he returned. After half a month of changes, the community underwent tremendous transformations. With leadership, the people formed an organized team. Jay and Iona somehow procured a bulldozer and led a group to refurbish the walls. Food was becoming increasingly scarce, especially cultivated food. After so long, everyone was looking for solutions. Hydroponics lacked purity in water, most of which was contaminated. Soil cultivation was impossible due to severe drought preventing cultivation. Currently, they hunted mutated beasts. Lately, there were sightings of mutated rats in town. Although these rats caused harm, they also became prey, solving some food issues. While the meat was sour, it was still better than nothing. Moreover, the acidic meat of mutated rats enhanced human resistance. The city now resembled a chaotic fortress, but it was still safer than living in the outskirts, overrun with ancestral mutant beasts. The next noon, Devon woke up, successful. He excitedly came to find Alida. His pupils showed a faint golden hue, matching the giant spiders. I feel an energy in my body, Devon said excitedly. I always thought you were daydreaming, Alida said honestly. She didn't expect that Devon really succeeded, but the probability of this was very small, and it was also due to Alida's control. In movies, they are adapted from reality. Devon smiled. Although he succeeded, there were side effects as well. In that unique perspective, the world of Devon had lost its vibrant colors, leaving only shades of gray and white intertwined. Just like the vision of giant spiders, which cannot appreciate the colorful beauty of the world. Devon, inheriting some mysterious powers of the giant spider, gained abnormally sharp vision but also lost the perception of color. Perhaps those ancestral mutant beasts all have this effect, but the probability is the main issue. Most importantly, it depends on a person's physical condition. Evolution is fair. Devon suddenly acquired special abilities, arousing curiosity among others. After all, everyone wanted to have special abilities. Many people often asked Devon, but he never revealed anything. Dad, Mom, don't tell anyone about what happened, Devon instructed his parents. His parents quickly nodded. Now that their son was a special ability user, their life wouldn't be too difficult. At least they could rely on their son in the future. On the contrary, Carly seemed to know something. When Devon suddenly gained special abilities and considering what she saw that day, her guess was pretty accurate. Could it be that gaining special abilities isn't from blood, but from being bitten? Carly muttered to herself. However, Carly knew that Devon had been unconscious for 10 days and nights, and his body had undergone some changes. She did not want to become like that. They went to the hardware store and found many solar lights. With these, the buildings had basic lighting equipment, and the environment of the entire community became cleaner. Having protection versus not having protection really made a difference. Wayne trained some young adults, none older than 30, who practiced both day and night and patrolled at night. Of course, some couldn't endure the hardship, but most managed to persist. Chapter 141, Terms of Respect. Everyone knew that in the current environment, they could only survive by becoming stronger. Survival of the fittest, this was more than just a phrase. These young people were not fools. Naturally, they all wanted to train themselves even more. The entire neighborhood operated fairly steadily and remained relatively peaceful. Alida's little black cat in her space had finally grown up, but it still looked like a regular-sized cat. However, the black cat was very agile, and the most important thing was that it had a pair of unique eyes. It could tell if someone was lying or telling the truth. However, the cat's abilities leaned more toward the spiritual side. In the farming space, growth rates doubled, but this little kitten grew rather slowly. The children's playground in the neighborhood was reorganized, and Jay brought back a generator, which could only power some basic appliances. Moreover, several buildings could not use electricity simultaneously, or else there would be a power outage. To solve this issue, they needed multiple generators. Many generators were already taken, so they were quite lucky to find this one. During the day, Alida would let Dahi, big black dog, and Shio-hai, little black cat, out. Dahi was a big black dog, and Shio-hai was a small black cat, allowing them to roam around for a bit. Despite its small size, the little black cat had a strong sense of self and could even communicate what it wanted to Alida. It would express when it wanted to come back and could be affectionate. Who wouldn't enjoy petting a playful cat? Work in the neighborhood was mostly divided clearly, with Kira organizing the women's tasks. Those who wanted to train were grouped together, while those who didn't train did other jobs. The neighborhood functioned like a mini-community, with a cafeteria where a few elderly ladies and gentlemen cooked meals. There was also a clinic staffed by Cannon and his daughter, Carly. Of course, some issues occurred, like the kitchen. Alida would place fresh vegetables there daily. A few elderly men tried to steal the food, but Kira caught one and immediately cancelled his cooking privileges. Furthermore, when one person made a mistake, the whole family was punished with reduced rations and banned from working in the cafeteria. The neighborhood's internal environment became neat and tidy, with children playing in the courtyard and a designated schoolroom. Dayan, Jimena, and Philip played in the yard daily, no longer cooped up inside, as it had been too stuffy before. Several other children joined them in their play. Such peaceful days lasted about a week until one midday when a mutated lizard broke into the neighborhood. This lizard was massive. Is this a lizard? It looks like a velociraptor from the movies. This mutated velociraptor had razor-sharp claws and astonishing attack power, instantly destroying the iron bars. Children were still playing in the garden, and this sudden appearance of a mutated beast terrified them into crying. Jimena hurriedly protected Philip and Dayan. Just as the mutated velociraptor rushed over, Dahi descended from the sky, almost the same size. The two mutants tore into each other instantly. A graceful black kitten with golden eyes stood on the slide railing, leaped gracefully in front of Dayan. At this moment, Usher and the others immediately sensed the danger and quickly cooperated, swiftly killing the velociraptor. Dahi had immediately stopped the mutated velociraptor, otherwise, the children in the garden might have been harmed. Fortunately, there were no casualties, just damage to the gate. How could a dinosaur suddenly appear? Dinosaurs only exist in movies, right? Now even dinosaurs are appearing. Many people discussed this sudden appearance of the dinosaur. Today we owe it all to that big black dog. It usually seems lazy, but I didn't expect it to be able to fight a velociraptor at such a critical moment. That big black dog is so cool. I heard it's Faxon's pet. I've seen Faxon's 3 giant spiders. That's terrifying. Several people chatted. What Faxon? Faxon? Look at your age. You should call her Faxon. And Hector frowned. They were all in their early 30s. This is a term of respect. Fire God Usher, Lightning Iona, Ice Queen Kira, Storm Chen Haonan, Thunder God Jay. What should we call our Faxon? One of the men said. These names are good. Haven't you watched enough movies? Faxon should be called the King of Beast. Haha, what do you think of my name? King of Beasts. Maybe Giant Spider Woman? Most people thought Alida only had 3 spiders and a big black dog and hadn't seen her other animals, so the title King of Beasts seemed too grand. Let's just call her Faxon. The titles for other special ability holders in the base were all accepted by everyone, but when it came to Alida, it felt very uncoordinated, with all kinds of suggestions being made. The protective walls of the neighborhood were further reinforced and patrolled more intensively. Tosha's spider abilities became increasingly proficient, she could even climb 10-story walls by hand. Thus, slowly, Tosha also earned the nickname Little Spider. The stewed meat today is from the velociraptor. It's been a long time since we've had meat. I heard eating mutant beast meat can enhance one's physique. Many people looked at the cafeteria's meals excitedly. Recently, there had been quite a few velociraptors appearing in Tianyin City, attacking various districts. Their neighborhood was occasionally harassed by velociraptors as well. In the end, Alida released Xiao Cai Shi, which had now grown into a huge python, coiled up at the entrance of the neighborhood. As soon as any velociraptors tried to intrude, they would be swallowed one by one by Xiao Cai Shi, so regular velociraptors dared not enter. Over time, many people actually wanted to move into their neighborhood. Recently, a lot of people want to join our neighborhood, Usher said. The buildings behind our neighborhood are empty, naturally attracting many who wish to come, Kira said. In fact, the main reason was their giant snake and the presence of special ability holders, making the safety level of their neighborhood the primary attraction for these people. Mainly because Laurie's giant snake gives such a sense of security, Kira added. Many were attracted by the safety of their neighborhood. There are too many people, and our neighborhood cannot support them all. I screened and chose the useful young adults to join, Honest said. Actually, this was common. Every base chose the useful young adults. Children could also join as they represented future strength, while most elderly people would be directly abandoned. In fact, until now, there were fewer and fewer elderly people. Chapter 142, Tanks. Their community had welcomed about 100 new residents. There's actually fresh vegetables here. My God. I can't even imagine it, one of the newcomers, who was joining the community for the first time today, exclaimed with excitement when he saw that the canteen served fresh vegetables. Everyone received meals at fixed times and in fixed amounts. No matter if they were full or still hungry, adult portions remained the same. With the addition of the 100 new people eating her vegetables, Alida felt once again that evening that her land had unlocked another type of vegetable. This time, before Alida could even consider what kind of vegetable she wanted, the land had already given its answer, spinach. The maturity period was also 3 days. Indeed, the conditions set by the land turned out to be rather peculiar. As more people ate the vegetables from her space, more land would appear within her space. It seemed that faith-like devotion nourished her land. Psi 2, 2 tanks have arrived outside our neighborhood, Atlas said, running over. The two indeed had a good relationship, others would usually call him brother. Tanks? Military personnel? Gideon frowned slightly, wondering why they chose this moment to find them. Alida, along with Kira, Honest, and Jay, were out searching for supplies. Gideon quickly went downstairs and ran to the entrance of the residential area. At this moment, tensions were high, and both sides were armed. The difference was that the other side held guns, while their weapons varied widely, sticks, knives, and such. Seeing Gideon, the others automatically made way for him. At the gate, Usher and Iona were negotiating, though neither looked pleased. On the opposite side stood two men, one towering at 1.9 meters with a robust and muscular build, a clear strength-type ability user. The other wore black-rimmed glasses. This person was someone Gideon recognized, Lin Lei, the laser-eyed man. You say you're here to trade, but you clearly want to rob us. Usher frowned. We've only heard that you have plenty of fresh vegetables here and just wanted to know how you grow them or where they come from, the leading man replied. Usher and Iona's expressions darkened. Their community supplied vegetables daily, which was all internal information. How could it have leaked out? There must be a mole inside. Or perhaps the news had spread accidentally. Usher frowned, regretting not having anticipated this. This is an internal matter. Usher clearly didn't intend to share any details. As humans, we should help each other, don't you think? Ansel said. Help each other? With tanks and armed men? Doesn't seem like you're here to help, Atlas couldn't help but retort. Bang! A bullet shot towards Atlas. Caught off guard, he froze for a second, but his instinctive reaction kicked in quickly. He dodged like a spider. Had it not been for this quick reflex, he would have surely been hit. Though Atlas dodged, someone behind him wasn't so lucky. The man behind Atlas was shot in the chest, blood spreading rapidly. Quick, find a doctor, Usher immediately ordered, and a few people quickly carried the injured man to Igor. The remaining people became tense immediately. The opposing side also aimed their firearms at them. I know your ability users, but don't act rashly. One word from me, and my tanks will blast your entire neighborhood to pieces, Ansel sneered. Let's see whose abilities are stronger, their power or my cannons. The two tanks behind him were truly intimidating. Despite being ability users, Usher and his group couldn't withstand powerful thermal weapons. After all, flesh and bone can't match steel. Give us the vegetables today, or we'll open fire. Dream on. Why should we give you our vegetables? Tensions were palpable. Either side could erupt into battle at any moment. The numbers favored the opposing side. You're all soldiers from before the apocalypse, still trying to rob ordinary citizens like us. Now it's the apocalypse, who cares about soldiers? Ansel laughed mockingly. Might makes right. As the two sides were locked in stalemate, Alida and the others returned. This trip had been productive, but seeing tanks and cars at their gate, they knew something was wrong and hurried back faster. Brother Xiao, Sister Anue. A few people were overjoyed to see Jay and Alida return. Sister Anue, they want to rob our food, our vegetables, and they even injured one of us. Atlas quickly walked up to Alida to report. Rob my vegetables? Alida was not the least bit intimidated by Ansel in front of her. The men on the other side were also taken aback. Those who had been a little scared before suddenly became confident upon seeing this woman return. Alida was momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of so many armed men, but she quickly realized that news of their recent supply of fruits and vegetables must have leaked out, prompting these people to come and rob them. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to rob their neighborhood. After all, they had multiple ability users here. I can give you the vegetables, but the person you injured must be compensated, Alida said coldly. TSK, don't push your luck. Ansel on the other side sneered. Even with multiple ability users, they couldn't deal with the tanks behind them. A bolt of silver-white lightning instantly numbed several men, making the guns in their hands fall to the ground. Jay never spoke much and always went straight for action. Thus, both sides immediately engaged in battle. Ordinary people could not participate in the fight between ability users. The strength-type ability user's power was truly formidable. Honest and Kira teamed up against the strength-type ability user. The other side had a laser-eyed man and another earth-type ability user. Jay faced off against the laser-eyed man, whose laser energy was extremely strong. Being hit would result in huge holes. They needed a quick victory, or more people would be injured. Jonuke directly summoned the devil frog and stood on its back. Everyone stared at the enormous frog that appeared out of nowhere. It was at least 10 meters tall. The devil frog was the largest of her pets. Next to it was a large, colorful python coiling in midair. Alida also released 3 giant spiders, which instantly spun webs around the tanks. The powerful sticky fluid made it impossible for the tanks to turn or move. Chapter 143, The End Times, Year 01. Stop. Stop. We won't rob anymore, the leading man shouted loudly. Alida stood on the back of the devil frog, looking down at them from above. Wait. Alida waved her hand and called 3 giant spiders. At this moment, behind Alida, giant spiders and pythons were coiled around her. Although they stopped in time, both sides were already injured. Damn it. You start robbing when you feel like it. And stop when you want to. You. Leave the guns and scram, Alida said coldly. No way. These guns are our weapons for survival. Without weapons, how can we survive? At this moment, a man emerged from behind and stabbed toward Alida with a knife. As long as Alida was dead, these pets would be leaderless. A black shadow instantly darted over. Ah! A scream of agony followed. The man's neck was slashed open, blood gushing out. The perpetrator had already jumped into a leader's arms. When the crowd saw clearly, what jumped into a leader's arms was actually a pure black cat with shiny fur. Especially its golden eyes, which were unforgettable once seen. The black cat licked its paws and then rubbed its head against Alida. Very impressive. Alida praised it. This little guy was just like a child. The injured man covered his neck and took several steps back. Swish. The giant python swallowed Ansel whole. The crowd was horrified by this scene. Either put down your stuff and leave or stay here as food, Alida said softly but coldly. Let's go. Unable to withstand the pressure from the giant beasts, the others hurriedly ran away. Now only the 3 special ability users remained. The 3 special ability users exchanged glances, then looked at the giant beasts behind Alida. Finally, the 3 left very reluctantly. Seeing them leave, Alida put the giant beasts back into her space except for the little black cat. The black cat usually liked to play outside unless it was tired and needed to return to the space to recharge its energy. Then it would come to Alida asking to return to the space. Without the pressure of the giant beasts, the others relaxed somewhat. That scene of the giant python swallowing Ansel not only intimidated the opponents but also put immense pressure on their own side. Zaire, what about those guns? Usher asked. Store them up, Jay replied sternly. With firearms, the safety of ordinary people was improved. Of course, in the base, weapons must still be managed uniformly to prevent accidental injuries. Not only were there firearms, but there were also 2 tanks, which had been entangled by Alida's spider silk, and 2 men inside the tanks. Alida didn't handle the remaining matters, she went upstairs to find her son instead. The others gradually organized the firearms. Apart from those who had served in the army, ordinary people had never handled firearms before. This would need to be taught slowly later on. The spider silk could be destroyed by fire. Almost everyone in the building witnessed what had just happened. Faxon's pet beasts are amazing. Is Faxon's special ability making these pet beasts obey her? So scary. Didn't you see that devil frog? It was so tall. The giant python was terrifying too. People in the building were now enthusiastically discussing which of Alida's pet beasts released today was the most powerful. I heard that Atlas's spider ability comes from Alida's giant spider. I wish I could get bitten. Be bitten by a snake. Become a snake woman, another woman teased, thinking of becoming a snake woman covered in scales. Bitten? I think being swallowed whole is more like it. 1 bite and you're gone, said a Hector helplessly. But if others can succeed, maybe I have a chance too, the woman imagined. Why don't you try? Hearing this, the woman stopped talking. She was just talking. If she really wanted to be bitten, she wouldn't dare. If she didn't succeed and instead died from poisoning or got swallowed, how dangerous would that be? After yesterday's incident, Alida's status in the base rose even higher, unshakable. The community restored its normal order for survival, and even more people wanted to join their community base. The number of residents in the community was strictly controlled. Too many people meant insufficient supplies. The community also set up an educational institution with specialized teachers to educate the children. Everyone knew that Dayan, Jimena, and Philip had close relationships with Alida, especially Dayan, who was Alida and Jay's son. Therefore, they were treated very politely. In recent days, Alida and Jay had collected quite a few jewelry stores and banks in Tianyin City to find gold bars. Alida's farming space finally upgraded again. Several more breeding cages were added, and Alida could now utilize her pet's abilities for longer periods. However, there was a prerequisite. The pets had to be in her space. For example, if the little black cat wasn't in her space, she couldn't borrow its abilities. Or if the little black cat was within 50 meters of her, it would also work. After that battle, their community base became widely known, and no one dared to rob them anymore. But as the population increased, more supplies were needed. The community set up a bartering spot where residents could come to sell items they didn't need and exchange them for others. Clothes, shoes, and various items were available. It seemed everything was moving in a positive direction. At least life now offered hope. You're going out again? Kira asked when Jay and Alida were about to leave. Yes, we're heading to Nanshan district. The banks and jewelry stores there haven't been searched yet, Alida said. Recently, they had been busy searching jewelry stores, with Jay always accompanying her. All right, come back early. Today is New Year's Eve. There's a party tonight, Kira said. If Kira hadn't mentioned it, they would have forgotten. It was winter, but the temperature was normal, so they hadn't thought much about it. Okay, Alida nodded. This year marked the first new year in the end times. The new era was defined as year 01 of the end times, ushering in a new epoch. Kira found a projector and even managed to connect power and set up internet access, though the connection was very unstable and intermittent. This was achieved using military equipment, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to connect to the internet at all. With this setup, the base's network could connect to places like Jingju and other satellite-linked networks. Despite the unstable signal, many people still wanted to find cell phones to connect to the internet. Because of the internet, there was now another wave of enthusiasm for finding cell phones. Chapter 144 Emotional Breakdown. Alida went to the Nanshan district with Jay. This area was still relatively prosperous, as Tianyin City was a first-tier city after all. Yet, it had already turned into a desolate place, with broken-down cars visible everywhere and cracked wall plaster flaking off some walls. The entire shopping street clearly had been ransacked, with shattered glass and even decaying corpses visible at corners. There were also corpses being eaten by mutant rats, filling the air with an acidic stench. The ground had cracked due to high temperatures previously, giving the whole city a feeling of being shattered. Alida and Jay robbed a bank here. Almost no one came to loot banks in this post-apocalyptic world, as people prioritized food. They looted the bank on the street first, but the amount of gold bars stored inside wasn't much. It was unclear where all the gold bars had gone. Perhaps the gold bars in rich people's safes are more than what's here, Jay said. Possibly, Alida replied, though the upcoming upgrade for her cultivation space would require even more gold bars. As they walked through the devastated city, they occasionally encountered mutant beasts attacking them, but Jay dealt with each one. Alida remembered that Jay's promotion conditions required him to be injured. The worse the injury, the greater the chance of promotion. It was indeed a harsh requirement, almost risking his life for each promotion. Nevertheless, despite such conditions, Jay had promoted 4 times, meaning he had suffered severe injuries at least 4 times or more. That drone? Alida frowned, surprised to find a drone amid the devastation. Following Alida's gaze, Jay confirmed it was indeed a drone. This isn't a civilian drone, it's a military one, Jay remarked, frowning slightly. A military drone? Could someone in Tianyin City be using it to survey the area? As they were about to leave, the drone began beeping. What's going on? Alida asked, not knowing much about military equipment. This is a thermal imaging drone, it has detected us. Let's go quickly, Jay said, unsure who controlled it but guessing it was for terrain inspection. However, as they moved forward, the drone continued following them. It's still chasing us. Alida looked back at the drone, frowning. Suddenly, 7 small bees appeared beside Alida. The 7 bees flew towards the drone. With buzzing sounds, their tails extended into sharp weapons. In an instant, the bees punctured the drone, emitting white smoke before crashing down. Alida didn't instruct the bees to chase it further but called them back, intending to inspect the fallen drone. Don't go near it. Jay held back Alida. With a thud, the drone hit the ground and triggered its self-destruction mechanism, exploding loudly. Self-destruct device, Jay stated. Why don't we go back? Alida felt something was off. Just as they prepared to return, a black figure descended from the sky. A man with pure white wings, like those of a dove, stood before them. Black clothing with white wings, a strange combination, yet Alida envied Ansel's ability to fly. Suddenly, she wondered if she could borrow the flying capability of future small flying creatures she might receive. Not knowing Ansel's intentions, Alida suppressed her curiosity. Long time no see, Jay. Katrina ignored Alida and spoke through clenched teeth to Jay. Jay turned his head and shielded Alida behind him. The city has collapsed, and your former loyalty has become a joke, the woman said. Jay remained silent, her words did not shake his faith. In this world, where there was light, there was darkness, and sometimes light could shine through the darkness. This woman was named Adley, from a dark underground organization. When Jay went undercover, he disrupted their drug trafficking and human organ trafficking operations. What do you want? Jay asked coldly. Without further ado, the woman flapped her wings, generating thick black fog which soon enveloped the surroundings. Jay formed a dense electric grid around himself, instantly weaving silvery white lightning to block the black fog. The black fog obscured everything, making it impossible to see Ansel outside. Who is she? Alida asked. I didn't expect to run into her here from the dark underground organization, Jay said with a frown. Back then, when Jay went undercover, he did offend quite a few people. Jay, your lightning won't hurt me. Katrina's voice seemed to be right next to his ear. Adley could not only fly but also transform into fog. Jay's lightning was powerless against the fog. In the next second, a powerful aura surrounded the thick fog, making it seem tangible. Alida felt unbearable discomfort, dizziness, and difficulty breathing, falling to the ground in a daze. She vaguely saw Jay being taken away by the woman. She wanted to reach out to save Jay, but her body felt incredibly heavy as if weighed down by 100 pounds of stone, especially her head, which felt like it had been injected with anesthetic. After an unknown amount of time, Alida was awakened by licking. It was already night, and only a pair of golden reflective pupils were licking her face, with over 10 mutant rat corpses around her. She opened her eyes. It was Herman. The thick black fog was toxic or had a strong anesthetic effect. She couldn't hold on and passed out. Herman sensed Alida. The originally wandering Herman hurriedly ran back to stay by her side. It was now deep into the night. Under the moonlight, there was a more than 1 meter deep hole on the ground. Jay. Alida called out but received no response. Damn it. Alida felt emotionally overwhelmed, but she quickly regained her composure. Jay must be alive since she saw him being taken away before she lost consciousness. She tried to stand up, but her body was weak, and the toxins were still in her system. Swoosh tilde. Suddenly, a football-sized mutant rat jumped down from the roof, rushing towards Alida to tear and bite. Alida wanted to resist, but her body was too weak, and she could only watch helplessly as it charged at her. But in the next second, the mutant rat's head was slashed open by Herman's claw. Meow. Herman made a soft mewing sound. A cute little voice, fierce and skillful. Alida noticed that there were still several mutant rats eyeing her hungrily around her. She didn't know how long she had been unconscious, but the ground was covered with dead rats, indicating Herman had guarded her for quite some time. Chapter 145 Leaving. Alida hurriedly summoned 3 giant spiders. With the 3 huge spiders' help, The mutant rats surrounding them were almost instantly swallowed by the spiders. Alida felt weak all over, likely due to the toxic fog she had inhaled. Allison, Alida silently repeated this name. The underground dark organization Allison was something she had heard Jay mention before. It was an international criminal syndicate that would do anything as long as you paid the price. Prostitution, gambling, and drugs were just the basics. Human trafficking and organ trading were regular occurrences. Alida sat on the back of a giant spider. After about an hour, her mind cleared up somewhat. At the same time, she recalled what had happened right before she lost consciousness. Allison had said someone offered a huge sum for Jay's ability. In addition to Allison, another man appeared. But Alida didn't see Ansel's face, and she realized they weren't where they had first encountered Allison. Quickly, Alida pieced together that someone must have hired the underground dark organization to find someone with lightning abilities. Jay's lightning power was well known, and there were no other known individuals with such abilities at the moment. This observation confirmed that awakened individuals rarely had the same type of power, although it did happen, but very rarely. Alida had nearly been taken away too, but her little black creature appeared just in time, thwarting their plan. The giant spider quietly carried Alida back to the base. The gala at the base had already ended. It seemed successful, but Alida couldn't feel happy about it. Inside the room. What? Allison took Jay? Kira exclaimed in shock. Wasn't Allison in TAI country? How did she come here? Kira asked, knowing that Allison was from TAI and was wanted in China. Indeed, now in this post-apocalyptic world, there were no longer any warrants, especially considering Allison could fly wherever she wanted. It's impossible for one person to kidnap Brother Xiao, Usher said. There was indeed another man with her during the night, but I didn't see his face, Alida frowned. Alida looked pale and felt weak. The toxins hadn't completely left her body yet. We need to save Brother Xiao, Kira said. Everyone else fell silent, not knowing where to start or where to go. They all fell into deep thought. I know their human trafficking locations are in the border region between Myanmar and China. Could they be there? Honest suggested. Pity we don't have a tracker. Tracker. Alida suddenly had an idea. She didn't have a tracker, but she had the big black dog. Relying on the dog's sense of smell, they might be able to find Jay. I have an idea. I'll go and save him. I'm coming with you, Usher, Kira, Iona, and others said. My pets will take me faster. Kira, Usher, Abram, Dave, and the children will be in your hands. Alida said. This time, leaving the kids behind was for safety and convenience. Don't worry, I'll take care of the children, Kira said. So will I, Usher added. Alida wanted to set off immediately and packed quickly. She left plenty of fresh vegetables, fruits, and 2 boxes of candy. These candies are for the frozen bugs inside the children. Feed them when I'm gone, Alida instructed. Sure. Kira nodded, knowing Alida had placed frozen bugs within the children for protection. For additional safety, she also left the 3 bats, which slept during the day and hunted at night. Alida told Dave and Jimena, Mom is going out for a while. You must be good and stay within the base. I will take good care of Dave, Jimena pledged solemnly. Alida released the 3 bats and told Dave, these bats will follow your commands. Make decisions only if you encounter danger. Yes, Mom, come back soon, I'll miss you, Dave nodded with red eyes. Separation was hard after so much time together. Take care of yourself, Alida said. After giving them some more instructions, especially warning them not to reveal their special abilities, particularly Jimena. I'll return as soon as I find Dad, Alida assured them. Alida left that night. Knowing others would secretly follow, she avoided them, but Wayne still managed to follow her. I'll go with you, Abram said. Alida shook her head and said, help me take care of the kids. Despite Wayne's determination to follow, Alida released her giant black dog and the devil frog. Alida jumped directly onto the back of the devil frog, which Wayne couldn't keep up with. Wait for my news, Alida said. Seeing this, Wayne didn't attempt to follow anymore. It wasn't that she didn't want to, it was simply impossible to keep up. Allison has many mutants. I hope she can bring Xiao back safely, Kira said, somewhat worried. She had already packed her things, preparing to go with Alida. She definitely can. You've seen Alida's giants. One of her is like several people combined, Honest reassured, not at all concerned. But this time, even with Alida around, Brother Xiao was still taken away, Kira pointed out. Don't worry, everything will be fine, we'll take good care of their child, Honest said. Honest knew Jay well. Each time he faced certain death, he always managed to turn the tide and emerge stronger than before. Alida's giants are really strong. Even if we wanted to follow, we couldn't keep up, Usher said. Iona isn't here either, he might have gone to chase after them, Usher added. You all promised yesterday not to go, but now you're all secretly planning to follow, Usher remarked in exasperation, though he had intended to do the same. But when Alida summoned the devil frog, it easily leaped hundreds of meters in a single bound, far beyond anyone's reach. Besides Iona, no one could keep up. Standing on the massive back of the devil frog, Alida had now arrived at the place where she and Jay had parted ways that day. Big Black, Alida let Big Black down, carefully sniffing the air. Although Alida could also use Big Black's ability to detect scents, she wasn't as proficient or persistent as Big Black. Big Black indicated a direction for Alida, and so she continued forward with the devil frog. The devil frog now measured 8 meters in length, and with a single leap, it could cover 700 to 800 meters effortlessly. While the speed was impressive, the ride was bumpy, tolerable for short periods but exhausting over long distances. Chapter 146, Meteor from the Sky. This was Ivory's first time attempting such a long ride on the Devil Frog. However, the Devil Frog had excellent stamina and showed no sign of tiring, but her stomach felt as though it would spill out due to all the jostling. Riding on the Devil Frog's back felt like being on a roller coaster over and over again. Although she got used to it somewhat, she was still affected by the toxic mist she had inhaled earlier. Although the toxic mist wasn't fatal, it left her feeling slightly numb, especially at her fingertips. Ivory could only put the Devil Frog away for now. She noticed D.A. Hayes' paws were slightly red after he sniffed around the ground. Only then did she realize they had almost been running all day and needed to find a place to rest. Ivory also put D.A. Hay into the space, leaving only the little black cat, which indicated it didn't want to go into the space. This little black cat was different from other pets. It was very opinionated. Ivory took out food from the space, sharing it between herself and the cat. At night, there were no houses around, only withered trees and cracked land. Luckily, Ivory brought out a hammock from the space and tied it between two trees. Lying on the hammock, she thought about Emmanuel Ding. This was the first night without her. She wondered if the little one could adapt. She also recalled the day Jay was taken away. Every time it was Jay who disappeared. Was this something owed? Maybe because in the past Jay always chased after her, and she kept disappearing. Now in this world's end, it's always Jay who disappears. The little black cat returned after half an hour and jumped into Ivory's arms, rubbing against her arm before curling up together. The moon was very bright tonight, with stars clearly visible. Ivory closed her eyes. Perhaps because the numbing effect of the toxic mist hadn't completely worn off, she felt dizzy and soon fell asleep as she relaxed. What Ivory didn't know was that this toxic mist's anesthetic effect could cause ordinary people to fall into a coma for several months. Even those with strong resistance would be unconscious for half a month or even a month. Yet, Ivory was only affected for a few hours. One could say that Ivory's body already had very strong antitoxic capabilities. Meow. The little black cat licked Ivory's eye, waking her up groggily. In the distance, a massive fireball was hurtling towards the ground rapidly, like a meteor from outer space, heading directly towards their position. Ivory instantly woke up upon seeing this scene, meteor falling, to witness such a scene at this moment. Most importantly, this meteor was headed right for them. Ivory quickly packed up the hammock, carried the little black cat, summoned the Devil Frog, and leaped out of the way immediately. She definitely didn't want to be buried under a crater made by a meteor. Boom tilde. With a loud boom, not far behind her was a huge pit with smoke rising from it. Ivory dismounted from the Devil Frog's back. She was actually quite curious, as she had only seen such scenes on TV before, the meteorites from outer space. These meteorites were usually preserved and stored in museums. Ivory remembered that 3 years ago, there was a dense meteor shower of large and small meteorites, which were reported on TV and video. Ivory hesitated about whether to go and see it when the little black cat already jumped down from her shoulder and ran toward the giant hole. Sure enough, curiosity killed the cat. So, Ivory followed her little black cat. Now, there was a several meter deep hole with a burnt smell surrounding it. It was gradually getting lighter, and Ivory finally saw the meteorite. Such a large fireball created such a huge pit, but the meteorite was only the size of a palm. The little black cat really had courage disproportionate to its size. It leapt into the pit and grabbed the palm-sized meteorite with its paw. It scratched at it but couldn't break it, showing how solid it was. Seeing that it was safe, Ivory also jumped down. The smell of burning lingered around her, causing her to frown slightly as she held her breath. Ivory squatted down and reached out to touch the meteorite. Hot. She looked at her finger, which instantly formed a blister. Ivory instantly felt defeated. Seeing that the little black cat's paws were fine, she realized that despite coming from hundreds of thousands of meters in the sky at high speed, and burning everything around it, it shouldn't have harmed her so easily. Thinking the cat was fine, she assumed she'd be fine too. So, Ivory could only observe the meteorite carefully. She remembered that meteorites on TV were always dark, like ordinary black rocks. But this one was entirely different, smooth and iridescent, resembling some peculiar metal. It looked quite beautiful. So Ivory decided to put the meteorite into her space, waiting until it cooled down before handling it further. At the Beijing Central Television Base. Detected meteorite landing at coordinates 123, 433, 3, roughly in the northwest direction of Tianjin City. Report immediately. Emergency protocol. Great. Send people to retrieve it immediately. Deploy fighter jets. Fighter jets fly fast. We don't know if this one is an evolution stone or an activation stone yet. Everyone in the hall was extremely excited. It turned out that all the meteors they had seen in videos before were fake. Real extraterrestrial meteorites looked like this. They discovered that these extraterrestrial meteorites, also known as evolution stones, could also be activation stones. Special ability users needed evolution stones to evolve, but conditions varied from person to person. Some found their evolution conditions too difficult, making the path to evolution long and arduous. Evolution stones, however, could bypass any evolution conditions. Once absorbed, they would directly trigger evolution. Of course, the extent of evolution depended on the size of the evolution stone and the degree of absorption. Moreover, someone who had fully absorbed an evolution stone found their advancement conditions changed. This was globally recognized. Any meteorite that fell into a country became the private property of that country. The appearance of the meteorite was not disclosed to the public. To obtain evolution stones, some countries even ventured to the moon or Saturn. However, the rocks brought back from the moon and other planets had no effect whatsoever. The secret of the evolution stones was tightly controlled by the state, especially within the special ability community at the Beijing base. This explained why there were so many special ability users at the Beijing base, and why they were so powerful. Ivory had no idea about this. She simply thought the meteorite was beautiful and thus stored it in her space. The surrounding area was charred black. She looked up at the sky, realizing she hadn't made a wish when she had the chance. Too bad she didn't make a wish just now. Looking at the large crater, with 2 nearby trees burned to a crisp, those were the same trees she had tied her hammock between earlier, it seemed like the meteorite had been aimed at her. It wasn't unreasonable for her to have kept it. After a few hours, Ivory felt tired and wanted to retrieve something from her space. Suddenly, she let out a startling scream. Chapter 147 Spatial Chaos. Her space wouldn't open. Alida felt a boiling energy within her space, disrupting it. This energy was too powerful, putting her space into an absorbing chaos mode. To reopen it, she needed to completely absorb the energy. Alida didn't expect that the meteorite would have such an effect. On one hand, she was happy because she had gained something valuable. On the other hand, she was sad because this meant she couldn't access her space. She had no idea how long the disturbance would last. How terrible. She was just about to find Jay and release Dahe. Fortunately, she could still use Dahe's abilities, but there was a limit to the usage time. She also hadn't anticipated that the meteorite would cause such significant changes in her spatial energy. Now she was hungry, and without access to her space, Alida suddenly felt like she had lost something. Fortunately, Xiaohe was still with her. Alida took Xiaohe along and continued walking until she finally saw a village. By now, her lips were cracked, and Xiaohe darted out instantly. Alida entered the village first, hoping to find food and water. The village was eerily quiet, with a layer of grey-black soil covering the ground. Alida went into a house. The front door was unlocked and opened easily. The courtyard was empty, and without much thought, Alida went straight into the house. But the door to the room was locked. Alida wiped the blurry window frame and saw no one inside. She smashed the glass window, reached in, and opened the door. A thick layer of dust greeted her, indicating that no one had lived in this house for a long time. After searching the entire house, Alida found nothing useful. She had no choice but to continue searching the village, which appeared to be completely deserted. In the center of the village stood a small grocery store named Huatsuan Grocery. Alida licked her dry lips. She had never experienced such scarcity of food and supplies before. Only now did she understand why people would go to extremes for even a little bit of food after experiencing a day without her space. Her stomach rumbled, making it impossible for her to focus on anything. Without food or water, she became irritable. The grocery store had a roller shutter door, slightly ajar. Normally, such stores should have been emptied out by now. However, upon entering the store, Alida found plenty of items remaining. The store only had 4 rows of shelves, and although some items had been moved, they were still neatly arranged. Without hesitation, Alida grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the shelf, ignoring the dust. Downing the bottle, she finally felt a bit better. Her thirst was quenched, but her hunger remained. Her eyes turned toward the back shelves. The bread on the shelves had mold, which Alida usually wouldn't consider. Now, she had no choice but to reach for the moldy bread. As she picked up a loaf, bugs floated off it, prompting her to immediately toss it aside. Besides the moldy bread, the shelves held sausages, instant noodles, and various snacks, all gone. Apparently, someone had already eaten everything edible. Alida frowned and rubbed her rumbling stomach. At this moment, Xiaohe was nowhere to be seen. Alida ventured deeper into the house, hoping to find something useful. The room was filled with dust, having been uninhabited for a long time. On the floor, she noticed fresh bloodstains. Alida frowned and immediately became alert. As she approached, a shadow emerged from behind her. "Who's there?" Alida said coldly. Suddenly, something wrapped around her, causing pain as she struggled. It felt sharp, almost like kite string. "Don't move," a raspy voice commanded. A man emerged from behind Alida. He had a beard stretching from his chin, clearly unshaved for days. He controlled Alida using thread-like strings, with one wrapping around her neck. She hadn't even noticed them coming. Alida's reflexes were usually quick. "I'm just looking for something to eat," Alida explained. Her stomach growled at that moment, as if corroborating her words. The man, resembling a mountain wildman, frowned, seemingly debating whether to release her. Just then, Xiaohe leaped down from the roof outside, carrying a freshly caught mutated wild rabbit in its mouth. This mutated wild rabbit was almost as big as Xiaohe itself, but Xiaohe had managed to catch it. Xiaohe had gone to find food for itself. After eating its fill, it caught a wild rabbit for its owner because it could sense that Alida was very hungry. It put the wild rabbit down and noticed the stranger who appeared with hostility. Xiaohe's fur stood up instantly, and it pounced at the wild-looking man, biting and clawing. The wild-looking man was also highly skilled, and this time, Alida saw where the threads came from. This man is a special ability user. Xiaohe dodged the threads with great agility. The surrounding shelves were sliced in half by the threads, making it clear how sharp they were. "Wait, stop fighting." Hearing Alida's words, Xiaohe stopped immediately, jumping in front of Alida and growling fiercely at the wild-looking man. The man also stopped, looking at the protective black cat. He paused and said, interesting. We just came here to find something to eat. We're both humans, there's no need for this, right? Alida said softly. There was no choice, a thread still wrapped around her neck, and she felt that any movement would cause blood to trickle out. I know you are a special ability user, Alida said. The wild-looking man stared into Alida's eyes coldly, his gaze darkening. Suddenly, the threads moved as if controlled, and one instantly slashed through her shoulder's clothing. Alida was about to curse under her breath. It was her first encounter with such a bizarre ability. The wild-looking man looked at Alida's shoulder and then retracted the threads. Feeling the tension release from her body, Alida felt a bit better and quickly picked up Shahe. Looking at the wild rabbit Shahe brought back, she realized it could be roasted. The small grocery store had matches and salt. Go roast the rabbit, the wild-looking man told Alida. Me. My cat originally caught this. Alida didn't finish her sentence. She saw the threads already extending toward her face. Chapter 148, Who are you? Fine. I'll roast it, Ivory said, not wanting to court trouble. If her spatial ability wasn't in chaos right now, she would have frozen the worms instantly and solidified this damn thread. At that moment, the giant python had swallowed Ansel whole. The little black cat seemed to sense Ivory's agitation and growled at the wild man. Ivory hurried to soothe the little black cat until it stopped. She found a knife from the supermarket to butcher the wild rabbit and then looked for lighters. Not many of the lighters were working. Ivory started a fire and roasted the wild rabbit. She was hungry too. But she could only focus on roasting this rabbit before her for now. After the rabbit was done, Ansel directly controlled the threads and took away the rabbit. Ivory wanted to explode with anger. However, because of the wild man's strength, she did not act and decided to wait it out. But after a while, Ansel used the threads to slice open the wild rabbit and left one thigh for Ivory. The wild man did not eat all the wild rabbit meat. The meat roasted by Ivory was pretty good. The wild rabbit smelled great. She was very hungry and quickly ate it. Having not eaten for so long since the apocalypse, Ivory prayed her space could absorb and upgrade soon. After Ivory finished the roasted rabbit, she prepared to leave with the little black cat but packed some useful items from the supermarket first. The wild man did not stop her. This man was strange. However, Ivory didn't have much time to think about it. After a tiring day, she was ready to find a place to rest. There was nobody in the village, making Ivory feel uneasy. And there were no corpses either. While Ivory was searching for a place to rest in the village, the wild man approached. What are you doing? Ivory asked, frowning. She had no good feelings towards this wild man who ate half of her rabbit. Do not go out at night and do not be exposed to the light here, the wild man said. It seemed like he was warning Ivory. What did do not be exposed to the light mean? Better listen to advice when you're hungry. At night Ivory found a quiet room to sleep. She planned to rest for the night and set out tomorrow morning to look for Jay. Maybe by tomorrow morning her space would have recovered. If it hadn't recovered, she could only rely on Da Hei's ability, though she couldn't fully utilize its keen sense of smell. Usually, Little Black would dart out the door freely, but tonight it stayed obediently beside Ivory without running around. Curiosity piqued by the unusually bright moonlight outside, she peeked out of the window and was startled by what she saw. Outside, shadows floated like spirits wandering around. Suddenly, an idea sprouted in Ivory's mind. Could the villagers have turned into these floating shadows? No. Ivory stared at the moonlight again and finally realized something was wrong. These weren't shadows but countless tiny flying insects forming human-like shapes under the moonlight. The glow came from them. They formed human shapes to lure people or other creatures close, which would be drained of blood instantly. Seeing this scene made Ivory nearly break out in goosebumps. She recalled the wild man's warning. Yet, his power was truly peculiar. Those threads were thin yet incredibly resilient. Ivory remembered how iron shelves were cut through effortlessly. Meow. Ivory spent the night hugging Little Black. In the morning, there was nothing outside as if the bugs had vanished overnight. Ivory knew they must have hidden somewhere, only appearing at night. Upon waking up, Ivory checked her space immediately, but it was still in disarray. Ivory didn't realize others only needed a small piece of evolution stone for sufficient use. She had thrown in an entire block. No wonder it was overwhelmed. Ivory could only temporarily use Da Hei's sense of smell, hoping to find any trace of Jay. However, unlike Da Hei, her borrowed sense of smell wasn't as sensitive and didn't last long. It also had limited reach. Her borrowed ability worked for a short time before losing effect, giving her only a general direction. Ivory slung the worn-out backpack over her shoulder, carrying all useful items from the house. She didn't find any food but did come across a packet of sugar. Although it had expired by a few months, it could still help replenish her energy. Ivory had barely stepped out of the courtyard when she noticed the wild man still standing there. She referred to him as a wild man because he hadn't cut his hair or shaved in a long time, and his clothes were in tatters, making him look like a savage. What are you doing? Ivory asked cautiously, eyeing Ansel before her. Come with me, the wild man said in a deep voice. Ivory's expression turned bewildered upon hearing this, suspecting that the wild man might be mentally unstable. What do you mean, mister? Ivory asked, puzzled. The man paused for a second. His reflection on the windowpane behind him caused him to unconsciously touch his beard. I still have something to attend to. Ivory, the wild man suddenly spoke out her name. This startled Ivory. She became even more vigilant. Reflecting back on yesterday's events, why did the wild man suddenly warn her about the nighttime? He initially took an entire rabbit from her and ended up returning half of it. Who are you? Ivory asked, furrowing her brow. How did he know her? She quickly searched her mind but couldn't recall any information about Ansel. Forget who I am. Follow me. Why should I? Ivory replied coldly. She couldn't tell if this person was friend or foe and thought it better to keep her distance. Just as she was about to leave, those damned transparent threads wrapped around her again. They stuck firmly to her arm, and if the wild man moved, the thread could easily sever her arm. Because of my dark threads, the wild man rasped, his tone heavy with menace. What do you want with me? Ivory asked. There must be a reason for Ansel wanting her. After all, they only met once, yesterday. No, this man seemed to know her. But she had no recollection of him at all. Chapter 149 Will. Alida frowned. Who was this man in front of her? Why did he want her to follow him? But the dark threads wrapped around her arm, and even the slightest movement could get her killed by Ansel. Alida felt very annoyed. With no choice, Alida could only follow this uncle. Uncle, how do you know my name? Do we know each other? Alida asked curiously. The lips of Ansel walking ahead twitched slightly but said nothing. No matter what Alida asked, this man remained silent. However, whenever Alida showed any sign of escaping, the dark thread would reappear around her wrist. However, Alida noticed they were heading in the direction where Jay was abducted, so she wasn't resisting much. Why are you holding me like this? My husband has been kidnapped. I need to save my husband. Alida frowned. She didn't expect a response from the uncle in front of her. After all, she had been talking for a long time and Ansel had pretended to be deaf. But at this moment, Ansel stopped. Your husband was kidnapped? By whom? The uncle suddenly stopped and asked. I really have something urgent. What do you want from me? Or can I just provide you with food? Alida said. You're still eating expired food yourself. The uncle frowned, clearly not believing Alida. It was an accident. Once her spatial energy recovers, there would be plenty of delicious things. Just tell me how you can let me go. Alida said. When luck was good, she found a falling meteorite that could upgrade her space. When bad, it was meeting this uncle. Although this uncle in front of her hadn't shown any intention of killing her yet, and even seemed to know her, something still felt off. The man remained silent for a while. Looking into his eyes, Alida saw hesitation. What was this man hesitating about? Take me to save Jay. After a long pause, the uncle finally spoke. He even knew her husband's name. You, who exactly are you? Can we at least establish some basis of trust? Alida asked. After a long time, Ansel finally spoke solemnly. My name is Will. Gao? Same surname as Gao? But Alida had never heard Jay mention this name. I'm his older brother, Ansel added, stunning Alida on the spot. That doesn't seem likely. Jay never told me about this. Alida didn't believe Ansel's words. She knew everything about Jay. Because he didn't know either. But I knew about your relationship and your marriage. The man said. Not only did he know, but he had even attended the wedding, and even Alida's childbirth. So, he recognized Alida instantly. Alida's mind was spinning now. Never did she expect to meet Jay's brother here. This wasn't a coincidence. Will had a connection method with Jay, their secret means of communication. He chased Jay to Tianyin City, but the connection broke a few days ago. If the connection was broken, it meant Jay was severely injured or unconscious. Hold on, Alida indicated. She needed a moment to digest this information. Where is Jay now? But Will didn't give Alida time to process and directly asked. She only knew the general direction. What proof do you have? Just saying you're his brother won't make it true, Alida asked. Why had Jay never mentioned having a brother all these years? Leaving Jay to live alone? Will touched his beard and turned away. Alida tried to sneak away quietly, but the dark thread around her wrist wouldn't allow it. She didn't know what Will was doing behind her back, so she could only wait. Alida saw large pieces of beard being scraped off and dropping to the ground. Was he shaving? Shaving now? After a few minutes, Ansel turned back. Only then did Alida understand why he had turned to shave. Proved anything? Will said. Looking at the face almost identical to Jay, Alida was dumbstruck. If not for the lack of scars, she might have thought this man was Jay. Jay had a faint scar on his face. You two are twins? Alida couldn't help but ask. They looked so similar, too similar, except for their voices. Yes, Will nodded. Alida was once again hit by a dramatic plot twist. So, Jay was a twin. But Jay should know. Alida said confusedly. He thought I was dead. Will explained, but only with this one sentence. He didn't elaborate on other matters. Let's not talk so much now, let's find Jay first, Will said with a frown. Alida was speechless. Alida could only track down the general direction at the moment, so the two of them walked together. The kidnappers were in a vehicle. We are too slow walking and chasing after them. Alida frowned. She remembered that the person she encountered had wings and might be even faster. However, flying also required stamina and energy consumption. It wasn't possible to fly all the time. Will asked about who had kidnapped Jay. Alida told Will everything without reservation. They are the ones. Will slightly frowned, his fists unconsciously clenching. Hearing Will's tone, it seemed he recognized them. After a long pause, Will asked, what about the child? Alida didn't expect him to suddenly ask about the child and was momentarily stunned. Very well, I placed him in a safe place, Alida replied. Her friends were taking care of him, and her pet beast was protecting him. Will nodded, saying nothing more. Alida was meeting Jay's brother for the first time and felt she should call him brother. Thinking about how she had been calling Ansel in front of her uncle, Alida felt a bit awkward. But looking at the face that was almost identical to Jay, she found it hard to call him brother. The two of them had been traveling all day, and the water in their backpacks was all gone. Their lips were chapped and peeling, and they would look for fruits to eat when they were hungry along the way. These fruits were awful, but to stave off hunger, they endured eating them. At night, they rested under a tree, with a fire in the middle, roasting a wild mountain chicken above it. Little Black curled up nearby to sleep. Your black cat is good, Will commented. It went out to hunt and brought food back. Aha. Are you a special ability user? Will asked, remembering that Alida didn't have any special abilities before. Chapter 150, Transformation. I've been following you for years and haven't detected any energy fluctuations from you, Will suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Alida frowned slightly. Did this guy have a? How could he secretly follow her for years? Will, catching Alida's gaze, clarified, don't misunderstand, it was for Jay. Though Jay thought Will was dead, she never heard him talk about it much. Alida knew he was adopted, his birth parents had died. Hadn't he mentioned it before? Just in passing. My former parents and brother are all dead. At the time, Alida didn't think too much of it, but now in this end times, Jay's brother had appeared unexpectedly, and they looked almost identical. Why didn't you appear earlier? Jay would have been happy to know, Alida asked, wondering why he appeared now after not showing up before. No, he wouldn't be happy, Will said quietly. Alida could tell that Will seemed to have something on his mind. Since Will wasn't planning to tell her, she wouldn't pry further. But Will suddenly spoke, recounting what happened when they were 6 years old. That year, when they were both 6, on the same day and at the same time, they awakened their special abilities. Jay awakened lightning, while he awakened dark threads. Because they were twins, their abilities could even swap places, as they shared the same genetic material. Alida was quite shocked upon hearing this swap. Abilities could swap. Their visible abilities were different. His hidden ability was lightning, while Jay's hidden ability was dark threads. Their powers were discovered by both the state special department and some dark underground forces. So on that day, many people stormed in. Their parents also died that day. Jay was taken away by the state, while he was taken by the dark underground organization, which is why Jay could infiltrate so smoothly. Because their faces were so similar, otherwise infiltrating such a tightly controlled dark organization would be extremely difficult. After the apocalypse, the dark underground organization experienced much turmoil, giving him more freedom of movement. Because once you join the dark organization, a mark is implanted in your body. But unexpectedly, Jay was actually captured this time. Why was Jay captured? Could it be because of his past undercover work? Is this retaliation? Alida asked. Otherwise, she couldn't think of why they would capture Jay. Because someone wants his ability, Will replied. Not just the dark organization, even the state is gathering special ability users now. How the world has changed. You know how powerful abilities can get, ignoring heat weapons completely. They want Jay's ability. This. Alida furrowed her brows, admitting that she was a bit out of her depth. Because she had never dealt with these things before, but she seemed to recall something. It's not bone marrow donation, right? Back then, the state special department came to forcibly collect bone marrow, leading to a fierce battle. That kind of bone marrow collection, though exhausting, wouldn't cost a life. Hearing this, Alida immediately sensed something was wrong and stood up. Little Hay, who had been curled up beside her, also stood up instantly. What are we waiting for? They want Jay's ability. To take his life. Besides, how can an ability be transferred? Isn't it a person's innate gene? In the Dark Underground organization, there is someone with the special ability to transfer. He can transfer anything, including a person's ability. Alida couldn't help but exclaim. But the person being transferred gets drained completely, Will explained, as a member of the Dark Underground organization, naturally knowing about this person. His ability was bizarre and unique. So, she can give anyone whatever ability she wants. Alida asked. There are conditions, Will replied, though he wasn't sure of the specifics. Everyone in the Dark organization is controlled, including him. The apocalypse offered an opportunity for escape. The collapse of the world and unstable signals gave Will a chance. Removing the chip from his body still caused him some injury, requiring immense willpower, especially since hospitals have collapsed. Do you know the specifics? Alida asked. Since Will was part of the Dark Underground organization, he must know. Yes, Will nodded. No wonder their paths diverged similarly. Hearing so much from Will, it made sense why he avoided Jay. Even though they were brothers, they ended up on opposite sides. Alida understood there must have been other reasons over the years. But Will hadn't said, so she wouldn't press further. I should go now, Alida said, worried about the frightening ability transformation and fearing for Jay's safety. Don't worry, Jay won't be messed with in the short term. Will was quite at ease. Besides, it's dark now, and they need rest too. They needed rest as they traveled, and so did the other party, no need to rush. But the other party has wings and can fly, right? She can fly on her own but can't carry anyone, Will said. Adding the weight of another person, how could she possibly fly? He is my brother, so you should call me brother too, Will said. Alida pouted. Calling him brother just wouldn't come out of her mouth. Calling you uncle would be fine, Alida said petulantly. Since Jay wasn't around, why should she call him brother? Will didn't continue to argue with Alida. Seeing Alida sit back down, little Hay also curled up again. What's your special ability? Related to pets? Will asked curiously. Something like that, Alida nodded. It was hard to explain briefly, so she was lazy to explain. I haven't seen you keep any pets, Will pointed out. Did this guy used to sneak into their house frequently? Or had he been using Jay to secretly enter their home? Actually, Alida's guess wasn't far off. Will would often sneak a peek when they were not at home. Especially when Jay was on missions, and Alida was alone with the baby, he would frequently check in. Occasionally, looking became a habit. If they had swapped roles back then, he went to the State Special Department, and Jay went to the Dark Underground organization. Would their lives have been exchanged too? Thinking about this made his chest feel slightly painful. The two stopped chatting further. Alida leaned against a tree to rest, and as no more wood was added to the fire, it gradually grew weaker. That night, Alida had a nightmare, dreaming that Jay was tied to an operating table, blood being drained from his body. She woke up suddenly, a layer of fine sweat covering her forehead. How did she and Jay meet? It was the first time she stole something. She stole money from Jay. She was caught by him. She thought he would send her to the police, but Jay took all the money out of his wallet and gave it to her. Pretty little girl, don't steal money. Here, I'll give it to you. Chapter 151 Nightmare. The little black creature curled up nearby immediately sensed Alida's movement and climbed up to her. It nudged her chin with its head, as if trying to comfort her. This pet seemed more human-like than the others. At this moment, dawn was breaking. Will saw Alida's pale face and furrowed brows and asked, "Did you have a nightmare? Let's hurry and find Jay." Looking at Will's face, which resembled Jay's, Alida felt a bit more at ease. Yeah, Will nodded. They set off quickly, but they had no water left. We need to find food, otherwise, we'll starve to death before we find Jay. Will frowned. Alida frowned too. She now regretted casually tossing the meteorite into her spatial ring earlier. She couldn't open it now. On the other side of the meteorite crater, an advanced stealth aircraft landed. This is the place, for sure, Ansel said excitedly. They held boxes specifically designed to store meteorites. Two men got off the aircraft and entered the crater. Judging by the size of this crater, the meteorite must have been substantial, Ansel said, barely containing his excitement. As they descended into the crater, their expressions grew increasingly somber. How could it be gone? Did someone else take it? That's impossible. There's no internet now, and there's no one around. Yet, the meteorite was indeed missing. Could it have been taken by some mutant creature? Before the apocalypse, news of a meteorite landing would have been suppressed immediately. But now, information was delayed, so they only discovered the landing site after the meteorite had already touched down. What do we do? How can we report back? Ansel asked, his face grim. Request backup, and follow the scent. Ansel replied without hesitation to his superiors. But what they didn't know was that the meteorite wouldn't be found, it had vanished from where it fell. At that moment, it was evolving wildly within Alida's spatial ring. Meanwhile, Alida and Jay could only rely on their legs to walk. Alida had walked long distances before, and though they rested occasionally, she was very tired. In the past, she could replenish her energy whenever she needed. Food and water were always available in the spatial ring. Now, without access to it, they were exhausted. Cheng'an County. Alida read the sign. They needed to enter Cheng'an County to resupply. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, the sky turned dark. It had been sunny just moments ago. Splash. A heavy thunderstorm began. Meow. Little Black jumped into Alida's arms, its fur soaked wet. Alida could feel the cat's aversion to water. She held Little Black tightly as her clothes were drenched too. There's a gas station ahead. Let's go inside to take shelter, Will suggested. A short distance away, they saw a gas station and ran towards it as fast as they could. Outside the gas station, a charred car frame lay abandoned. They rushed inside. Inside, cobwebs hung everywhere, but there were still supplies. In the small convenience store attached to the gas station, various items were scattered across the shelves. Alida went into the store to look for a towel. Finding one, she first dried Little Black thoroughly. Her hair dripped with water, so she started drying it while her clothes clung wetly to her body. Suddenly, a grey-blue work uniform appeared before her. Put this on, Will said, looking slightly uncomfortable. Alida looked at the clothes, a work uniform from the gas station. She glanced down at her own drenched clothes, which clung to her skin, revealing her silhouette. Recalling Will's odd expression earlier, Alida realized something wasn't right. So, she quickly changed into the uniform. When she emerged from behind the shelves, she saw Will wringing out the moisture from his shirt. Alida noticed the numerous scars all over Will's body. She was shocked. Jay had scars too, but not nearly as many or as striking. What had Will gone through? Will knew Alida had come out and calmly put on the work uniform. Dressed in the same uniforms, they looked like a couple. The rain hasn't stopped. We can't leave yet, Will said with a frown. Yeah, but there's food here, Alida replied. There was still quite a bit of water in the gas station, and food on the shelves, though most of it was snacks. Bang, bang, bang. A sound came from a locked little room. Joan was looking for snacks and found this bang, bang, bang sound very urgent. Crash. The lock on the door of the little room started to shake. With each bang, the impact frequency increased until the lock finally fell off. Out came a withered, zombie-like person, with sunken eye sockets, no muscles at all, like dried tree bark. Just as Alida was about to counterattack, this person who rushed out was instantly entangled by several dark threads. Snap, snap. This person instantly disintegrated into 7 or 8 pieces and fell to the ground. Strangely, there wasn't any blood. What is this thing? Alida frowned. It didn't seem like someone who would live long either. These people were originally cancer patients. After being infected, they won't die but turn into this form, Will answered Alida's confusion. Though she had no idea how Will knew that. Cancer patients. Alida furrowed her brows slightly. After the apocalypse, cancer patients wouldn't die. They just got infected with a virus and became like this. It would be better if they died. They've almost lost all human consciousness, Will said indifferently. Killing them was actually helping them find peace. Infected cancer patients didn't need to eat or drink. Their body's cancer cells were sufficient to sustain them, but their consciousness would gradually be consumed. In a way, they could be considered immortal, but without consciousness, such immortality seemed meaningless. It was as if their bodies were immortal, but their souls were already dead. The two of them casually searched the shelves for something to eat, completely ignoring the scattered remains on the floor. Though such occurrences were not uncommon, Will looked unusually calm. Alida still felt somewhat physically uncomfortable. The rain outside was getting heavier, showing no signs of stopping anytime soon. Oh no, such heavy rain would affect the smell and wash away scents. Realizing this, Alida's face turned pale. Chapter 152 Fainting. Alida immediately told Will about the situation. The rain is so heavy that all scents have dissipated. I can't find Jay's scent anymore. Alida frowned, her tone anxious. They should be heading to the underground base in Langfang, Will said. That place housed the headquarters of the Dark Underground organization. Langfang? It was a coastal city, and almost all coastal cities were major first-tier metropolises. Alida had seen on her mobile phone videos that almost all coastal cities were hit by heavy rains. Would Langfang also be submerged? The seawater has already receded. Will seemed to know what Alida was worried about. An underground organization like this exists in a first-tier coastal city, and we haven't even found it. Alida sighed with a hint of emotion. Will didn't say anything. Living near coastal areas made it convenient for them to enter international waters. They had their own submarines to smuggle people across various locations. Alida didn't ask further questions but remained silent. The rain outside kept pouring. Alida wasn't feeling sleepy either, until she heard the roar of an approaching car. A vehicle was coming. Alida slightly frowned, but Will's eyes lit up. Alida quickly packed a backpack full of food and water from the gas station. Outside, a modified car arrived, with several people getting out and heading straight toward their gas station. We now have a car, Will said nonchalantly, but Alida didn't quite understand his meaning yet. Seeing Will get up and walk towards the car, Alida realized something was happening. Will talked to the 3 men briefly, then they started fighting. Those 3 men didn't possess any special abilities. How could they match Will? Snap, snap, one man's arm was severed instantly, blood gushing out. There were no hospitals in this era, and such severe injuries wouldn't keep someone alive for long. The remaining 2 men turned pale but didn't dare continue the fight, fleeing in terror. Alida was stunned for a few seconds as she recalled Will's words, finally comprehending his intention. He meant that they now had a car. Looking at Will gesturing her over, Alida gathered her wits and walked out with the backpack on her shoulders. The rain had slowed down, though it still drizzled lightly, while dark red bloodstains covered the ground. The man whose arm was chopped off by Will had fainted from excessive blood loss. Blood mixed with rainwater, creating a vivid, startling red hue. Alida stared at the face identical to Jay's but with a completely different personality. Her heart felt uneasy. Alida wasn't overly kind-hearted, but she didn't harm others unprovoked. However, Will acted differently, only caring about achieving his goals. Jay was the ray of light in Alida's once dark world. She too had once hurt others, resorting to ruthless means to survive. Her environment since childhood shaped her this way. To survive, she did what she had to. It wasn't wrong. Get in the car. Will's tone was casual, as if nothing extraordinary had happened. Don't you want to find Jay sooner? Will asked, raising an eyebrow. Hearing this, Alida got into the car without hesitation. Opening the door, she saw a trembling woman sitting in the back seat. Get out, Will said coldly. Katrina shivered, having just witnessed Will's ruthlessness, and hurriedly grabbed her belongings before getting out of the car. Why aren't you leaving? Will asked Alida, changing his tone again. Alida wondered if Will had a split personality. Once inside, Will inspected the car and noticed the fuel was low. He went back to the gas station to fill it up. After starting the car, he noticed various items scattered inside, including some condoms, which Alida silently tossed out the window. With a car, their travel speed increased significantly. They just needed to reach Jay in time. Will drove while Alida felt drowsy, likely due to the relaxation of her tension. She soon fell asleep. Aelbert curled up beside Alida, then suddenly stood up and growled loudly. Will cast a cold glance at Aelbert, causing him to stop and quietly curl up beside Alida again. Over the next 2 days, Will and Alida took turns driving. They hadn't reached Langfang City when they encountered numerous car accidents and decomposing trucks along the road. Stop, Will suddenly ordered, causing Alida to brake abruptly. Aelbert tumbled from the car seat under the chassis. Alida looked at Will through the rearview mirror. Will got out of the car and examined the roadside vehicles. A flipped-over car caught his attention, a black armored vehicle, which was unusual. What is it? Alida followed him out of the car, noticing Will had found some traces. This car belongs to the Dark Underground organization, Will said. Will recognized this car and its license plate. Hearing this, Alida was surprised and said, "You mean Garciao might have ridden in this car?" The entire armored car had been flipped over, with damage on the body, as if it had been destroyed by some large animal. The gasoline tank in the trunk had been damaged, spilling gasoline all over the ground. Alida moved closer to the car and used Ailbert's ability, her sense of smell. Sure enough, she sensed Garciao's scent inside, along with a strong smell of blood. Was someone injured? Alida frowned. They should not be far from us, Will said. After checking the car, they didn't find anything useful. However, Alida roughly locked onto the direction through her sense of smell. Their food supplies, after 2 days of consumption, were already running low. While hesitating about where to find more food, Alida suddenly felt dizzy and lightheaded. Her heart was pounding. Normal heart rates are usually in the dozens, but Alida's had skyrocketed to 130, and it showed signs of continuing to rise. Ailbert seemed to sense something wrong with her, circling around her feet. Alida. Will frowned slightly, getting no response from Alida. Her dizziness became overwhelming, and everything went black as she fainted. Just before she hit the ground, Will caught her. Will saw Alida's face turn red and felt her forehead. She wasn't running a fever. Will picked up Alida and carried her, with Ailbert growling beside her. "Go catch a rabbit," Will said coldly. Ailbert was reluctant, wanting only to protect Alida. "I won't harm your master," Will said. Because the first time Ailbert met Will, he had hurt Alida, so Ailbert always kept his guard up around Will. Moreover, Ailbert's abilities were similar to Emmanuel Ding's. Chapter 153, Bipolar Disorder. Ailbert's golden pupils flickered. Will wasn't lying, so he just brushed past and left to go hunting. Alida felt a sudden rush of energy that made her dizzy. Though her body fainted, her consciousness was directly pulled into her own space. Now, the space had drastically changed. The space was layered into 4 levels, shaped like the petal pattern on her arm. There were 4 levels in total, the first for planting, the second for well water and spring water, the third as a much expanded fresh storage area, and the fourth for breeding livestock, where her adorable animals lived. Surprisingly, there was an additional 5th level which was empty except for its soft black soil. Currently, her petal shape had transformed into a 5-petaled one. It seemed each petal represented a level of space. The purpose of this extra 5th level was unknown, only containing dark soil. Could it also be for planting? However, she already had a planting space on the first level. Since she couldn't figure it out immediately, she stopped trying to study it further. First, she entered the breeding space to check on her pets. She was taken aback by the devil frog size. It had grown to 10 meters. Among these breeding enclosures, only the devil frogs was the largest. Moreover, the breeding space underwent tremendous changes, with each enclosure now having environments best suited for their residents. Previously, the enclosures were bare. Now, they resembled miniature worlds. The devil frog space was filled with large green lotus leaves and grasslands. The iceworm space, being the smallest, about the size of a showbox, remained white. The other spaces also saw considerable changes. Besides the devil frog, the little rainbow snake was now more accurately described as a giant python. At present, only the 5th level space with its black soil had an uncertain function. When Alida exited the space, she felt a headache, possibly due to the excessive mental energy surge. Her veins throbbed as she awoke to find it was night. Ailbert lay beside her, fluffy and warm, while a fire burned before her. Will was roasting an unidentifiable animal, emitting a savory smell. Awake. Without turning around, Will seemed to sense her consciousness returning. Alida supported herself as Ailbert approached, rubbing against her chin. She stroked Ailbert's head, enjoying the smooth texture. No wonder cats are always fun to pet. Millimeter. Alida replied indifferently, sometimes unintentionally mistaking Will for Jay. How long was I out? Alida asked, feeling that she hadn't been unconscious for too long. Yet, it had transitioned from day to night. 6 hours, Will answered. So long. Meow. Ailbert rubbed her hand again, indicating his desire to return to the space to replenish energy. During this upgrade period, the animals inside his space had upgraded while he stayed outside. Sensing Ailbert's intent, Alida allowed him back into the space. Will, noticing Ailbert's sudden disappearance, paused and asked, "Space?" Alida didn't expect Will not only to guess correctly but also ask directly. Usually, even if others guessed right, they would tactfully remain silent. "Yes," Alida admitted. "You have a space and you're still hungry? Don't you trust me?" Will said coldly, sounding slightly offended. Looking at the almost done wild chicken, clearly mutated with firmer meat, Alida took out some honey from her space to brush over it for better taste. However, Will pulled the roast away and coldly replied, "Hungry? Then cook it yourself." "You." Alida exclaimed angrily but soon calmed down. With her space unlocked, she wouldn't worry about running out of food. Thus, she walked behind the trees and started munching on an apple from her space. Will and Jay really had different personalities. Alida's clothes hadn't been changed for days, and after the rain, they smelled. Now that her space was unlocked, she planned to change into clean clothes and moved away. Glancing back at Will, who was still focused on roasting meat, and seeing a tree blocking his view along with the darkness of the night, she assumed he wouldn't turn around. Therefore, Alida fetched new clothes from the space and thoroughly changed into a fresh set. She discarded the work uniform from the gas station, making her outfit resemble a couple's wear with Will. Alida instantly found the well water from her space, filled a basin, and used it to wash her hair. After washing her hair thoroughly, she poured out the dirty well water. She dried her hair before returning. Alida didn't realize that the well water she had just poured out seeped into the soil, moisturizing the dry and cracked earth. Not only that, but the withered grass roots began to show signs of life. Will saw Alida come back clean and coldly harumphed. Alida ignored him and took a hammock from her space, hanging it on a tree so she could rest on it at night. "Get one for me too." Will looked down at her from above. Alida, lying in the hammock, looked at Ansel standing before her, frowned slightly, and said, "No way, he didn't even give her meat when roasting, now he wanted a hammock?" "I'm your brother," Will said without changing his expression. "No, you're Jay's brother. And besides, he hasn't acknowledged you yet." Alida replied in a deep voice. She has always been tough against strength and gentle with weakness. Will moved closer, and Alida could see his cold pupils. Was this guy really planning to go with her to find Jay? In Will's deep eyes was such coldness and indifference. Alida noticed Will's clenched fists, then relaxed them as if restraining something. Will turned away and punched a nearby tree, breaking it halfway with a crack. "You." Alida didn't provoke Will anymore. Initially wanting to be angry, her tone softened. "Are you okay?" Alida asked, realizing that Will seemed off. He showed signs of violent tendencies. In fact, Alida wasn't wrong. Will had bipolar disorder. "Go away," Will coldly said, his eyes turning a bit red. "I'll give you my hammock." Alida was speechless. Did this guy get so agitated over a hammock? Recalling his previous behavior of grabbing cars, where he would simply snap and take what he wanted, it wasn't hard to understand why. Chapter 154, Don't even think of escaping. "This is for you too." Ivory took out a bright red apple from her space. "It's very sweet." Ivory stuffed it directly into Will's mouth. That stopped him from getting any angrier. With the apple stuffed in his mouth, Will bit into it and indeed found it deliciously sweet. Thus, he ceased to be furious, his temper gradually calming down, and then he lay down on Ivory's hammock. Ivory had originally intended to take out another hammock from her space, but after some thought, she simply sat down by the tree roots nearby. She initially thought Will was a normal person, only to discover that he was anything but. She had assumed, given Jay's temperament, that Will wouldn't have many issues either. But they turned out to be worlds apart. In the past, it was always Jay who cajoled her. Now with Will, she had to do the coaxing. The former Ivory would definitely stand up to Will no matter what, never backing down, never admitting defeat. "Why should I humble myself before you?" But having been softened by Jay's presence, her personality had gradually mellowed. Now with her space unlocked and Big Black assisting her, she did not need Will at all. Being around someone like him was just too unbearable. Recalling Will's cold, piercing gaze just now, while she could pacify him today, she wasn't going to in the future. She knew her own disposition well. Once she squared up against Will, both would probably lose. Right now, all she wanted was to find Jay. Not wanting to invite trouble, after an indeterminate amount of time, Ivory heard almost no sound coming from him. The firelight had also dimmed, so she turned her head to look in Will's direction. Slowly rising, Ivory prepared to sneak away quietly. Just as she stood up and took a few steps, several strands of dark silk appeared wrapped around her arm, a material she recognized instantly, Will's dark silk. Turning back, she saw Will, who had just been lying down, standing behind her. "Don't lose it." Ivory observed Will's eyes. This guy's eyes were turning bloodshot red. "Leave quickly." Will's voice was hoarse, as if resisting something. Ivory froze the binding dark silk using her ice powers and broke free. Without looking back, she ran, but Will did not chase after her. Running a short distance, Ivory suddenly stopped. She frowned slightly. Something was seriously off about Will just now. What happened to him? Recalling his gaze earlier, her whole body trembled as if he was fighting something off. However, she detected a murderous intent in his eyes. As if possessed by something else, Ivory certainly wasn't going to seek death now. So, she sent out a small bee toward the direction she had just left. Due to the bee's shared vision, she soon witnessed the scene. The sight was quite eerie. Will's transparent dark silk had turned black and swirled around him. His expression showed pain, as though enduring something severe. The black silk alternated between white and transparent, like a tug-of-war. Will's veins, including those on his face and eyes, bulged. Suddenly, a mouthful of dark black blood gushed from his mouth, followed by him collapsing straight down. Ivory retracted the small bee, pondered for a moment, and then returned. "Will." Ivory watched Ansel on the ground, frowning as she called out. There was no response from Ansel. Ivory nudged the prone man with her foot. Still no reaction. Ivory knitted her brows, squatted down, and felt Will's neck. A pulse still beat. He was alive but burning hot. Just as Ivory lifted Will, several pairs of oily green eyes appeared nearby. Mutant wolves. They must have caught the scent of blood. These mutant wolves had such sharp senses. They picked up on the scent not long after he spat out the blood. Ivory immediately summoned 3 giant spiders from her space. The giant spiders engaged in battle with the mutant wolves, swiftly wrapping 2 of them up completely. Ivory lifted Will, gave him some water to drink, and although she intended to leave, she noticed the roaming mutant wolves. Looking at the face identical to Jay's, Ivory couldn't bring herself to abandon him. By dawn, Will had woken up, his bulging veins now receded. Opening his eyes, Ivory noticed a much clearer look in them. Scared you last night, didn't I? Will said as his first words. You have some illness? Ivory asked, recalling how Will had exhibited signs of a sickness-induced frenzy last night. Bipolar disorder, Will casually mentioned. After a moment's silence, Ivory remarked, because I didn't give you a hammock. This man. No. Will didn't elaborate further. It was a side effect of his ability. While most people's abilities come with side effects, they are usually negligible. Seeing that he had recovered, Ivory took out an apple from her space and said, have something to eat. Will accepted the apple and started nibbling on it. Get some rest, Ivory said. After resting for a while, they left. Don't even think of escaping in the future, Will said solemnly. Ivory lowered her head, not saying anything. In her heart, she thought it was useless to argue with a mentally ill person. Bipolar disorder. Didn't you take your medicine? Ivory asked calmly. No medicine. He had taken medicine before to control it for a while, but it made the side effects of his ability worse, so he stopped. All this manic business. As long as things were handled smoothly, there would be no mania. He always did it this way. Ivory summoned Big Black and put the 3 giant spiders back into her space. It can lead us to Jay, Ivory said. Ivory noticed that there was still blood on Will's clothes from yesterday. She took out a clean set of clothes from her space and said, put these on. These clothes were all sized according to Jay's measurements that Ivory had collected. Without hesitation, Will undressed right in front of Ivory, not caring at all. Ivory was speechless. She had originally intended to turn around, but when she saw that Will actually had wounds on his chest, which seemed to be festering, she paused. She had accidentally seen the scars on his back before, and indeed there were many. But there were wounds on the front too. Could it be from being caught in the rain a few days ago? If you don't treat this wound, it will get infected, Ivory frowned, persuading him. She then took out alcohol, disinfectant cotton, and bandages from her space. You help me, Will said without changing expression. Ivory frowned, thinking about his mental illness, and prepared herself mentally. So, she sprayed alcohol directly onto the wound. The high concentration of alcohol stung when it touched the wound. I'm going to use a small knife to drain the pus, Ivory said. Will remained silent as Ivory treated the wound. Suddenly, Will remarked, I didn't know why Jay liked you before. Now I do. Chapter 155, Injured Black Magnetic Bug. Ivory heard Will's words but didn't make any movement, she just continued to clean his wound. She had no idea why Jay fell in love with her since she used to be a troubled girl. Otherwise, at the start of the apocalypse, while others still trusted the police and believed that help would come, she wouldn't wait and took immediate action without hesitation. After Ivory finished treating Will's wound, she was ready to set off. I'm hungry, Will said gravely. Ivory took out a packet of instant noodles and water from her space and threw them to Will, while Ivory switched to eating a canned peach and drinking a box of milk. This kind of boxed milk has a relatively long shelf life and has been stored in her refrigerated warehouse, so it hasn't changed much. After eating almost enough, the two continued to drive on the road, this time with Ivory driving. My wound has just been treated, I can't drive, Will said. Without further ado, Ivory immediately got into the driver's seat. Never argue with a mentally unstable person. Ivory did not drive too fast, mainly because the road was uneven and bumpy. The highway had long been neglected, so the pits and bumps were inevitable. Will closed his eyes resting, who knows what he was thinking. Neither of them spoke, the air was unusually silent. Ivory opened the window a bit, only a slight breeze blew up. As the car reached a highway junction, Ivory wasn't sure which way to go. She originally intended to release Big Black to sniff for the scent. Who knew, Will suddenly said, go right. Ivory was still somewhat unconvinced and immediately let the Big Black dog out. Big Black sniffed around for a long time, maybe because it had rained, the scent was weak, and Big Black needed some more time. After a few minutes, Big Black pointed the way for Ivory, the direction was the same as what Will had said. Will glanced coldly at Ivory. You're right. Ivory smiled immediately, she didn't want to provoke Ansel in front of her. After a long pause, Will unexpectedly explained, Jay and I are twins. As long as he is awake, I can sense him. Ivory was also baffled by Will sometimes speaking normally and even giving explanations, yet other times directly going berserk and being murderous. Will was like a starred number, unpredictable. Millimeter, Ivory nodded, believing Will's words. Thus, Ivory drove the car towards the right lane. Just after traveling a short distance, there appeared numerous smashed corpses on the ground, already turned into pieces, even into meat paste. They seemed to have been run over by countless people. Ivory's car also drove over them, the tires carrying circles of flesh paste. Suddenly, the car ran over something unknown, and the front tire burst. The car tilted. Ivory seldom drove, encountering such an emergency situation, though she reacted quickly, she didn't know what to do. She could only grip the steering wheel tightly, yet the car was shaking intensely, with a scrapped vehicle lying sideways ahead. Ivory quickly hit the brakes, causing the car to tilt severely and crash straight into the vehicle. The airbag on the driver's side popped open. Will was fine with his seatbelt on, but Ivory's leg was injured. Don't slam on the brakes when you have a blowout, Will frowned. My driving skills were average to begin with, Ivory frowned back. Seeing Ivory's pale face and bloodstains on her leg, Will stopped scolding. Will kicked open the passenger door, the front of the car was deformed. He hurriedly went around the car, noticing the fuel tank at the back was leaking, posing a risk of catching fire. He sped up and rushed to dismantle the driver's door, cutting the safety belt on Ivory with hidden threads. Seeing Ivory's leg trapped under the seat, Will forcefully pried open the seat and carried her out. He placed Ivory by the roadside guardrail, tearing her pants open with his hands. Ivory slightly frowned, while Will heaved a sigh of relief. The artery isn't cut. If the artery was severed, fresh blood would gush out, making things complicated especially without hospitals or blood transfusions available. Get bandages, Will ordered, knowing Ivory had these supplies in her space. Taking out a tourniquet and iodine solution, Will treated Ivory's wound directly. Now they were even. Ivory watched Will's proficient moves, wondering why he had her treat his wounds yesterday. But the wound on her thigh kept seeping a little blood when she moved. Not far away, a car emitted a bit of activity and then instantly ignited, bursting into flames with a crackling sound. Is driving a car now this difficult? Seeing that she was injured and couldn't walk, Ivory prepared to summon her giant spider. However, Will came over directly, offering to carry her on his back. No need, I can manage. Ivory was about to say something when Will immediately picked her up. Let's go, I feel Jay isn't far from here, Will said. You said you can sense Jay if he's awake? Ivory asked, recalling Will's previous words. Actually, she had a question. If Jay is awake, why doesn't he try to escape? Why not come back? Yeah, he might be under control, Will said. What do you mean? Suddenly, Ivory felt a bit uneasy. Like Jay, such a mutant would be injected with a black magnetic bug to control him, Will explained. Black magnetic bug? What's that? Ivory frowned slightly. It was the first time she heard of this thing. Artificial black magnetic bugs, like small black circular magnets at the nanometer level, attached to blood vessels to control the person, Will elaborated. Ivory realized that Will seemed very familiar with these things. She recalled that Will was also a member of the Dark Underground organization. People from the Dark Underground organization could recruit so many mutants, how could they not have a way to control them? Will had 8 embedded in his body, each costing millions. After the apocalypse, with the weakening magnetic field and signal interference, he pulled them out one by one from his body. This kind of pain was not something ordinary people could endure. No. Even someone with strong willpower probably couldn't bear it. You should know, the world's most advanced technology is in the hands of a few. Take the disasters erupting in various cities, the awakening of ancient biological genes, the resurgence of various viruses. Every city has countless people struggling for survival and food. But the lives of those few individuals remain unchanged. Chapter 156 Will actually has acrophobia. Alida had always lived in the lower strata of society. She once dropped out of school because her parents favored boys over girls and did not let her finish her education. Thus, while she did not fully understand the higher echelons of society, she was somewhat familiar with them. Just like in areas such as employment, schooling, medical treatment, and even down to clothes and food, those who were wealthy often had more choices and better resources. The less affluent might not even be able to afford minor treatments. Advanced medicines and cutting-edge technologies were often controlled by a select few, sometimes not even made public. Will carried Alida all this way. His breath smelled heavy, even with a hint of smoke, unlike Jay's light scent. Held in Will's arms, Alida looked at him from behind, somehow feeling like Jay. Unconsciously, she treated Will as a stand-in for Jay. She extended her hand towards his ear, almost pinching it, just as she used to do when Jay carried her. Suddenly, she noticed there was no faint scar on his neck. He wasn't Jay. Alida quickly stopped and pulled her hand back. Will seemed to notice something, frowning slightly. Put me down, I have a way, Alida urged. As if he hadn't heard her, Will continued walking with her on his back. Eventually, Alida had no choice but to summon a giant spider. Upon seeing the giant spider, Will instantly reached out with hidden threads, ready to wrap around and dismantle the creature. Don't. It's my pet. Alida cried out in time. Will retracted his hand. Let me down, Alida said. Will frowned but saw that the spider wasn't attacking them. Slowly, he lowered her down. She limped toward the spider and climbed atop it. It can take me away, Alida said. The spider's back was much smoother than a devil frog's, and with 8 sturdy legs, it moved incredibly stably. Alida patted the spider's head to calm it. Will watched the giant spider, though he found it somewhat disgusting, he said nothing. Looking at Alida sitting on the spider's back, he felt a certain disappointment as warmth left his own back. Little Black in the pocket dimension had recovered well, and the space itself seemed to have undergone another evolution. Feeling bored, Little Black reminded Alida that he wanted to come out. Alida liked Little Black despite him not being as noble as a ragdoll cat or as sturdy as an orange tabby. With its pitch-black fur and bright golden eyes, it was quite smooth to touch. After emerging, Little Black immediately stretched. Suddenly, Will grabbed the thick leg of the spider and flipped himself up. Alida had struggled to climb up before, with the spider's cooperation. Alida frowned. With Will on board, the spider's back felt smaller. Though the spider could bear their combined weight easily, especially after evolving alongside the pocket dimension. There's no reason why I shouldn't walk myself, Will frowned, answering her unspoken thoughts. Before Alida could respond, Will winced and put his hand on his chest, perhaps remembering the injury caused by her driving mishap earlier. She had worn a seatbelt and the airbags worked. Alida didn't press further. The spider carried them slowly, and she occasionally fed it snacks from her pocket dimension. Sitting on the spider reminded her of taking a manual to the park where a ride on a small car cost 15 yuan, or a pony ride cost dozens of yuan. Riding this giant spider would cost hundreds, surely? Unfortunately, money didn't matter now. Up ahead was a massive tunnel through the mountain, dark inside. When they approached, they found the tunnel blocked by rubble, leaving no other apparent path forward. The road is blocked, Will said. This was surrounded by rocky mountains, only this tunnel existed. We'll climb up, Alida said calmly. Her spider could climb walls, but Will didn't know this and looked dubious at the steep rocks above. Hold on tight, Alida warned, instructing the spider to start climbing. The spider leaned upward diagonally. Prepared, Alida held on tightly. Caught off guard, Will almost slipped. Alida quickly grabbed his hand. Hold on, she urged. Noticing Will's pale face, she realized his hand was ice cold. How could a man's hand be colder than hers? Alida looked at Will's uneasy face and asked, You have acrophobia? Alida wouldn't have thought that the ruthless Will standing before her actually suffered from acrophobia. Will didn't speak. Alida was about to let go of his hand but was grabbed by him again with no intention of letting go. Alida felt some pain in her hand. It's okay, don't be afraid. Alida had to console him. Even toddlers aren't scared of heights, yet her uncle has acrophobia. As the giant spider climbed higher and higher, Will's face turned paler. When the giant spider reached the peak, Alida saw many rocks scattered ahead in the tunnel. More critically, she spotted a huge creature lying ahead. The creature was at least 4 to 5 meters tall, and the large puddle of green liquid on the ground was its blood from its injury. Little Black, seeing this, jumped off the giant spider and approached the dying giant beast. They would also need to cross over this giant beast. The giant spider stopped a few meters away from it. Upon closer inspection, Alida realized that the giant beast was a black pangolin, having mutated to an enormous size. No wonder such a big tunnel could collapse because of it. Alida noticed the scorched marks on the pangolin, exclaiming, Is it from lightning? Could it be Jay? Beside her, Will remained silent but extended his dark threads toward the dying mutant pangolin, dismembering it directly. The pangolin's shell was so hard. Will's dark threads were incredibly resilient. Alida had secretly observed this. Will's dark threads were like body hairs, extending infinitely, stretching and contracting, but definitely had a distance limit. Alida's freezing insects could also freeze them. Little Black was digging inside the pangolin's body, its sharp claws rummaging around inside, making its fur sticky with green slime. Just as Alida wanted to call Little Black back to clean its paws, it dug out a green, glowing object from the pangolin's heart. Chapter 157, Black Magnet Bug Generation 2. Alida walked over and saw that the pangolin beast was already dead. The little black cat hummed a couple of times, saying it wanted the green orb. Alida didn't think about eating this thing. It was green with mucus. Aelbert informed Alida that this item contained energy. Aelbert was a naturally occurring atavistic animal. They could be considered first generation, like the initial atavistic mutants which were imperfect as the atavistic genes hadn't fully transformed. It wasn't until the first generation mated and reproduced that they produced animals like Aelbert. Most of the animals Alida had acquired were from the first generation. The first generation wasn't perfect either, and the mutations would increase in future generations. The world was becoming increasingly bizarre. Fortunately, plants hadn't mutated or shown any signs of atavism yet, otherwise, who knows what the future world would look like. With Alida's consent, Aelbert returned to its space and swallowed the green energy orb. The electrical burn marks here, Jay must have been involved, Will said. He knew Will's strength well. The dark underground organization definitely sent at least 3 people. Now it was likely that Jay was carrying the second generation black magnet bugs and under their control. This mutated beast isn't fully dead yet. They must be nearby, Alida said, somewhat agitated. Will didn't deny it. Alida became even more determined. She would soon see Jay. What if he really was controlled? Will, you're also from the dark underground organization? There must be a way to remove the control, right? Alida asked. There is a way, but it will hurt a bit, Will said, frowning slightly. Alida didn't fully understand how much hurt meant for Will. He had never complained about pain, not even when cut by a knife. Relieved that there was a solution, Alida sighed. It was enough that they could break free from control. Without needing to summon Darbay, Will could sense Jay's location. Though they were far from Langfang City, they were now heading towards Yangtai City. Without Alida's spatial ability, they definitely needed to replenish supplies after such a long journey. As Alida had guessed, Jay and the others were indeed staying at a hotel in Yangtai City. Jay, stop thinking about running away. You've experienced the agony of the black magnet bugs. You're dealing with the second generation. An evolved version of the bugs, the first generation still had flaws like signal transmitters. The second generation connected via satellite. Will had been injected with the first generation black magnet bugs because of the loopholes in the post-apocalyptic era. Many psychics managed to escape control due to these gaps. They were even researching how to use black magnet bugs to control high-intelligence atavistic mutant beasts at their headquarters in a lawless area of the Myanmar India region. Jay's face was pale, his fists clenched tightly. During the early stage after being injected with the black magnet bugs, daily pain occurred, especially when the bugs passed through his bones, causing unbearable itching. Once the bugs spread throughout his body, they became dormant, but if uncontrolled, punishment ensued. Have some food. Lavender offered a bucket of instant noodles to Jay. Get lost. Jay snapped coldly. Rarely did Jay lose his temper, but now he showed no mercy toward Lavender. The hell, Jay, who do you think you are? Think I can't kill you? Lucian, a bulky strength-type psychic, snarled from the side. Lucian wasn't just strong, his body had evolved with bones as tough as steel. Another man in the room, Ian, remained silent, cloaked in black, his face hidden. Jay, so defiant now. Wait till we drain your blood, then see how hard you are, Lucian sneered. Lavender, unperturbed by Jay's rebuke, leaned closer and whispered, want to feel the black magnet bugs again? No problem. Still hoping someone will come to save you? Your brothers? How amusing. In this world, no one risks their life to save another. Give up. You know our methods, Lavender chuckled cruelly. Jay fell silent, staring at the bucket of noodles without speaking. What a pity. Your wife was poisoned and thrown in the city center. I wonder if mutant rats will eat her alive. My poison leaves humans unconscious for at least half a year. At least she'll die peacefully in her sleep, a fortunate end, wouldn't you say? Lavender smiled chillingly. Hearing Lavender's words, Jay thought of a leader. His eyes turned red, as if he was deeply shaken. Red lightning gathered in her palm, and Lavender pressed a small button. In the next second, Jay convulsed all over. His lightning did not cease, it still struck toward Lavender. Barkley, standing nearby, could not tolerate it and started fighting with Jay. Damn it. Who the hell do you think you are? Barkley shouted as he swung a punch at Jay. Jay, enduring the pain from the black magnet bugs, fought back against Barkley. Bang. Barkley was punched down by Jay. The main reason was that Jay's fist was charged with electricity, which conducted through Barkley's chest when hit. Baker Xiao is under the control of the black magnet bugs, yet you can't even beat him, Lavender taunted. Damn it. Barkley struck even harder after hearing this. The surrounding walls were smashed, and the furniture scattered. Enough. The man in the black cloak said in a deep voice. Seeing Ian speak up, Lavender dared not continue. She pressed the button to increase the control over the black magnet bugs. Intense pain made Jay pause, veins popping out all over his body, while Barkley took the opportunity to pound on Jay. Jay couldn't dodge in time and had no choice but to take the punch. Jay spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and fainted on the ground. Barkley wanted to continue but was stopped by the low voice, his useful. Barkley, recognizing Ian's voice, spat viciously at the unconscious Jay. Damn it, consider yourself lucky. Lavender looked at the blood-spitting and unconscious Jay. This guy has an incredible endurance. They all endured the control of the black magnet bugs. They couldn't hold out for such a long time, the pain spread through their blood, making them wish they were dead. Even if you didn't have pain nerves, you would still feel unbearable suffering. Otherwise, how could the Dark Underground organization control psychics who all had special abilities? Who would willingly dedicate their lives to the Dark Underground organization? They all had implanted fear since childhood, engraved in their bones. Who knew that Jay could endure for so long and even fight Barkley without losing? Indeed, he is very strong. Chapter 158, Moss. This severe injury unexpectedly triggered the conditions for Jay's advancement. These black magnetic worms were constantly destroying his body. Now, the electric energy in his blood was slowly advancing. However, this advancement was progressing quite slowly. It could take a few days or even several months. Don't kill him. If he dies, we won't complete our mission, and you know the consequences, Ian said calmly. Thinking about the consequences of failing the mission made all three of them fearful, the fear brought by the black magnetic worms. If they had fled back then, it would have been better. Now, their bodies hosted both first-generation and second-generation black magnetic worms. The accumulated pain left a deep impression on them after just one experience. Barkley, put Jay back on the bed, Adley said. Barkley was somewhat reluctant but still threw Jay onto the bed. Adley looked at Jay's face and felt genuinely sorry for him. When Jay infiltrated the Dark Organization as an undercover agent, she had developed feelings for him. However, her perfectionism meant she disliked any flaws on her partner's face. To refuse her, Jay had slashed his own face and refused to use scar removal cream. So, Adley later lost interest in Jay. But this man who rejected her was indeed the first. Despite feeling resentful, she remained a perfectionist. On the other side, Will and Alida had already entered Yangtai City, and the giant spider had been put away by Alida. Her legs weren't as painful now, and her physical condition seemed to have improved considerably, possibly due to the meteorite. Though there were still wounds on her thighs, they wouldn't be a problem as long as she didn't overexert herself. Yangtai City appeared rather desolate. Unlike other cities, green moss-covered buildings everywhere here. Yangtai City had also been hit by heavy rain, which receded later, leaving behind extensive moss growth. The ground, stairways, and old cars were all covered in moss. There were still people in the city, seemingly normal and non-hostile. Nearby shops and supermarkets showed signs of being ransacked, leaving little behind. They thought they might not find much food if they went into the city to look for it. But what Alida didn't know was that they weren't looking for food, they were prepared to seize it directly. There's actually moss growing here, Alida was surprised. None of the cities she had passed through before had any moss or green plants. Alida went closer to inspect. Sure enough, it was true. Trees lined both sides of the road. These trees were 2 to 3 times larger than common trees. The middle of the road had cracked due to the extending tree roots, and even the walls alongside had fissures. These huge tree trunks had no leaves at all. On the entire journey, none of the trees they saw had any leaves. It was strange. Actually, the reason was that the leaves were edible. People desperate for food would climb trees to eat the leaves. Only the incredibly tough tree trunks prevented them from being completely stripped. Alida noticed some deep and shallow marks on some trunks but couldn't understand why. They should be there. Will pointed to a distant high-rise building. It was already dark, Yet there was still some light in the city, solar-powered lights. Finding Jay soon made them excited. We'll go to the opposite building first. Don't act rashly, Will said. Before dealing with the black magnetic worms controlling Jay, they shouldn't cause a commotion. Alida nodded. Although excited, she wasn't acting impulsively. They walked towards the opposite building, with moss covering the stairs and entrance. The moss made the ground very slippery. Alida wore new shoes and, with her injured leg, moved cautiously. Will walked ahead of Alida and suddenly stepped on a large patch of slimy green moss. His body paused for a moment. Lost in thoughts about Jay, Alida accidentally bumped into him. Although Will was tall and robust, his feet slipped, combined with Alida's diagonal impact. 1 foot forward, the other not yet lifted, he almost fell. Alida, Will lowered his voice, seemingly irritated. Alida knew he suffered from bipolar disorder. Why did you have to bump into me on such a wide road? Feeling guilty, Alida didn't say anything. She followed his footsteps to avoid slipping. They entered the building where the ground floor housed shops, and the stairways were also covered in moss. Inside the building, the elevators had stopped working, and the originally white walls were covered in moss. How resilient this moss was. Unable to use the elevator, they had to climb the stairs. The first floor steps were all covered in moss. However, these moss patches showed signs of being trampled, indicating that someone was indeed in this building. As they walked through the corridor, it was narrow and pitch black, with no light penetrating at all. Who knows which floor they're on, Alida said. 7th floor, Will replied. It seemed like he was trying to relieve the awkward silence, more out of Alida's curiosity. Can you sense Jay, and can he sense you? Alida asked. Used to be able to, Will said indifferently. Alida understood from Will's words that previously they could sense each other, but later only Will could sense Jay. Alida marveled at how twins were quite extraordinary. They found an empty floor where nobody lived, probably a company office. Alida projected a solar-powered lamp from her storage space, instantly illuminating the surrounding darkness. This moss is really everywhere, Alida remarked, noticing the moss even grew inside. To rest, she needed to clear the moss first. The moss in Yangtai City grew wildly. It would grow back again after being cleared today. Limping, Alida cleaned up the area. If Jay were here, she wouldn't have to do any of this herself. She looked over at the opposite building. Several floors had lights on, indicating people lived there. Taking out food from her storage space, she gave a pack to Will and kept one for herself. It was a self-heating hot pot, which intrigued Will upon seeing it. Do you have any cigarettes? Will asked. No, Alida shook her head. Despite visiting malls and supermarkets, she hadn't collected any cigarettes. Jay didn't smoke, so she didn't want to waste space. Throughout their journey, she hadn't seen Will smoking. After finishing their meal, Alida opened the window and released 2 small bees from her storage space. Although she couldn't go over herself, sending the bees to gather information should work fine. So she dispatched the bees, buzzing. The bees were shrunk by Alida to the size of flies, which slowed their flight speed and reduced their visual range. Chapter 159 Injured Bee. Alida dispatched the little bee to fly directly into the opposite building for reconnaissance, but the glass at night was somewhat murky. Among them, one window was broken, and the little bee slipped in smoothly. Through the shared vision ability, Alida saw that there was moss growing on the walls inside the opposite floor as well. Admittedly, this thing had a vigorous life force and could grow everywhere. Alida searched floor by floor, and some people were still cleaning up these mosses at home. They cleaned the moss out and threw it outside. These mosses grow back so much if not cleaned up every day, a woman complained. Every day they have to clean these mosses, otherwise, their homes would be flooded. The moss grows so fast, but why do the vegetables grow so slowly? Yeah, it's been 2 months since we sowed these seeds, and only sprouts have come up. Eating these dried foods every day, even our feces are dry. The man frowned. The little bee quietly flew past and continued searching floor by floor. Finally, it found Jay. Alida was very excited when she saw him through the shared vision ability. Jay. Alida's eyes lit up. The little bee hovered above Jay. It only had the shared vision ability and couldn't transmit sound. Alida looked at Jay's pale and distorted face with bloodstains on his body, clearly having been beaten. Seeing this, Alida was furious. How dare someone beat her husband? Just as the little bee was about to get closer, a man in all black robes suddenly appeared. The man suddenly produced sharp needles in his hand, ready to stab the little bee. Alida immediately warned the little bee. Swoosh. The black-robed man instantly released 10 black needles, each as large as an ordinary needle. Although the little bee reacted quickly, it was still hit by one of the needles. Wobbling, the little bee fell to the ground. Alida felt heartbroken and wanted to rush over. As the little bee fell, the black-robed man glanced at it and went over to crush it underfoot. Suddenly, the fallen little bee wriggled and quickly flapped its wings to fly away. And behind it, a golden stinger was launched from the little bee. The stinger was fast and tough, and Edmund didn't have time to dodge, but he managed to block it with his hand. The little bee's stinger pierced into his palm. At the same time, the little bee instantly grew bigger and sped toward the window. The golden stinger embedded in Edmund's hand made him dizzy. He immediately controlled his own black needles to pull out the golden stinger. But the moment it was pulled out, the golden stinger turned soft and melted into a pool of liquid. A golden mark like a thread appeared on Edmund's palm, which was toxic. Edmund took out a detoxification pill from his pocket and put it in his mouth. Edmund gazed at the direction where the little bee escaped, frowning slightly. To think he got injured by a little bee. However, if he could refine the little bee, his black needle ability could also be enhanced. Unfortunately, the little bee ran fast, and combined with the toxins from the stinger, although it wasn't fatal, it made his body uncomfortable. Edmund? What happened? Adley came over, noticing Edmund seemed unsteady. Nothing. Edmund said silently. Adley didn't say anything. Edmund's abilities were strong, and he had long known his evolution conditions. This time, capturing Jay, both she and Edmund were the main forces. Watch him carefully. Edmund said coldly. Adley didn't say anything. She had just gone out to snatch things. If they didn't want someone, killing them directly was fine. Before the apocalypse, killing someone required all sorts of considerations. Now there was no need. On the other side, the escaped little bee wobbled back to Alida's side. Alida quickly caught the little bee through the window. The little bee had a black needle stuck in it. Alida quickly placed it on the table. She shone a light on it, seeing a sharp black needle on its abdomen, which needed to be removed. Alida was about to help the little bee. Suddenly, a hand grabbed hers. Don't touch it. This is Edmund's needle and has corrosive properties. Will stood behind Alida, frowning. I'll use tweezers, Alida said, feeling a bit too hasty just now. I'll do it. Will extended dark threads from his fingers, wrapping around the black needle and pulling it off. The little bee was barely breathing from pain. It was the first time her pet was so severely injured. Alida noticed the little bee's abdominal flesh had turned black. The little bee told Alida telepathically that it needed to return to the space. Without hesitation, Alida immediately put the little bee into the space. The little bee returned to its breeding cage. Originally, there were 7 little bee patterns in the breeding cage, and now one of them was red, representing the injured little bee. With the space upgrade and the breeding warehouse upgrade, which came with recovery functions, the little bee needed to rest in the breeding warehouse and couldn't come out for the time being. Around the injured little bee, something like a golden eggshell extended, wrapping the little bee up. Soon, the little bee was as if enclosed in an eggshell. It should be healing. Alida hurriedly fed the little bee more food. She also fed the other animals some more. The black kitten had swallowed the green energy bead. Now its breeding warehouse symbol showed yellow, meaning it couldn't come out either. Alida looked at the other cages. Only those that were green could be summoned out. Red represented injury. Yellow indicated promotion in progress, and white meant too far away. Among them, 3 ice worms and 3 bats were all marked with white symbols. Alida sighed in relief. It was good that the little bee hadn't died. As long as they still had a breath left and entered her space, her pets wouldn't die. If they didn't enter her space, they would turn black, indicating death. But even dead pets couldn't clear the breeding cage and would forever occupy a breeding warehouse. Seeing Will's somewhat heavy expression, Alida asked, "What's wrong?" Will, looking at the dark threads winding around the black thorn, frowned and said, "I didn't expect the opponent to be Edmund. Edmund is very strong. His special ability is to release black thorns, just like what you saw. He can release 100 black thorns at once, equivalent to firing 100 bullets instantly. So powerful." Alida slightly frowned. After the apocalypse, the number of back-mutated beasts increased, and those awakened psychics were getting stronger. These psychics evolved slowly before the apocalypse, but their evolutionary conditions accelerated after the apocalypse, possibly due to the mutated beasts. Chapter 160, Rescue. Alida couldn't sleep this night. Jay was right there across from her, but how to rescue him was a troublesome matter. Early in the morning, Alida didn't dare to send bees over again after considering the one that got injured yesterday. "Will, do you have any good ideas?" Alida asked. "We can temporarily switch Jay for me," Will explained his plan. Will and Jay had identical faces, and if Will took Jay's place, they could then deal with the black magnet bugs. Just rescuing Jay wouldn't be enough. What mattered most was obtaining the controller. "So, who do you think has the control over Jay?" Alida asked. "Either it was in the hands of the Armin, or it was Allison. Let's not risk it." "I can't take you along with such a risk either," Alida said. "After dealing with the people, we still need to get the controller out," Will added. "They must surely have a temporary controller between them." "Don't let both of you get caught," Alida frowned. "If we're found out, it'll be troublesome," Alida remarked. "It won't happen, we won't be discovered," Will was very certain. Will had pretended to be Jay before, but back then, Jay indeed didn't have scars on his face, so no one could recognize the difference. "You two have different scars and even hairstyles," Alida frowned. They left. Alida stood under the window alongside Will as several individuals from the opposite building left. Besides the Armin wrapped in black robes and Allison in red attire, there was also Barkley with his well-built muscles. Jay was flanked by them, pale-faced. Through the shared vision ability yesterday, Alida had seen that Jay had been beaten. "Hurry, let's go." Alida and Will hurriedly followed suit. The two stayed at a proper distance behind them. The others were walking too. Fortunately, their car had overturned. After reaching an open area, they stopped instead of continuing on. "What are they doing?" Alida watched from afar, puzzled. Alida and Will hid behind a large tree, wondering why they had stopped. They had discussed the plan already, to wait until night when Will would speak with Jay. At night, the dim light meant they wouldn't scrutinize each other's faces closely. However, plans never quite went as expected. After about half an hour, the distant rumbling grew louder. "Oh no, it's a plane," Alida frowned. "If they leave by plane, it would be much more difficult." As she spoke, Alida rushed forward. Seeing the helicopter approaching, Jay's expression changed. As he began to gather lightning in his hand, he felt a surge throughout his body. Allison immediately pressed a button, while Barkley punched Jay's chin. Damn, behave yourself. Barkley scolded angrily. Stop resisting, Jay. No one can resist the black magnet bug, Allison said leisurely, now somewhat admiring Jay's willpower. Go to hell. Jay rolled his throat, using all his strength to say just one word. TSK. Stubbornness. We'll see how tough you are when your marrow is drained dry, Allison sneered. As the plane drew closer, they relaxed considerably. Being picked up by a plane indicated that their mission would soon be completed. If the task wasn't finished on time, they'd face punishment too. Alida hobbled over, her leg still injured, and this entrance certainly wasn't impressive. Release my husband. Alida hobbled, but her expression was extremely serious, her voice cold. Her gaze only slowed down when it landed on Jay. Anue? Upon seeing Alida appear, Jay became instantly excited. Allison, upon seeing Alida, was stunned. How was that possible? How could you wake up? Allison frowned. She not only woke up but also chased here. Release my husband now, or else you'll regret it, Alida warned coldly. Barkley looked at the frail woman, her leg injured, confident that he could easily choke her neck with one hand. Anue, run. Jay urged, enduring pain as he struggled to tell Alida. Will hadn't come along, he remained hidden behind the tree, seemingly lost in thought. Seemingly surprised by Alida's impulsive rush. Jay, there's always someone for you. Will's expression appeared somewhat melancholy. I'll handle this woman. Barkley flexed his fists, making a creaking sound. Just as Will was ready to step forward from behind the tree to help, Alida gave a mocking laugh. Are you strong enough? Do you dare hit my husband? Big White, beat the living daylights out of him, Alida shouted. The others listened to Alida, wondering if she had lost her mind. Even Will stepped out from behind the big tree. But in the next second, a giant white bear 2 meters tall appeared beside Alida. She had another animal in her space, a panda which is a national treasure, but its evolution was slow, so she sent out the white bear directly. Roar. The white bear roared and instantly charged at Barkley. Then Allison made her move. She had wings behind her back and held a knife, stabbing toward Alida. Alida didn't panic. In the next second, Big Black jumped down from the sky, lunging at Allison. What remained was Armin. Wrapped in black robes, he immediately shot dozens of black thorns at Alida. Then 2 giant spiders appeared, instantly weaving a dense web in front of Alida. The black thorns were stuck on this web as soon as they hit. A few thorns did hit the giant spider's body, but with its hard and large body, it wasn't harmed. Next, Alida released the devil frog and sat on its back. As soon as the devil frog appeared, the other animals seemed less imposing. Carrying Alida, the devil frog quickly moved toward Jay and swallowed him whole. With a light leap, the devil frog covered hundreds of meters, disappearing from everyone's sight. The white bear and Barkley fought intensely, then suddenly stopped and ran away. The 3 giant spiders also followed Alida's direction, quickly leaving. Armin's face turned green with rage. Will, hiding behind, retracted his foot that was about to step forward. He never imagined Alida would have so many terrifying pets. He had only seen that little black cat before. Now, Allison was wrapped in spider silk, unable to move. Armin, let's chase them. They're getting away. Barkley cursed. Barkley was now in pain all over, always having beaten others before, now bruised and battered, even his nose broken. Chapter 161, Embrace. But Jay had escaped, and their mission would be incomplete. The punishment they would receive later would be more painful than this beating. Why are you chasing? How can we catch him? Grayson said with a gloomy face. They had never seen such an enormous frog before. Whoa, Barkley, get me out quickly, Adley cried out loudly. She was completely wrapped in spider silk and couldn't move at all, and this spider silk was very sticky. Relax, I still have the controller in my hand, he won't get away, Adley said. Barkley spent quite some time tearing off the spider silk from Adley. At that moment, we should have killed that woman, then this wouldn't have happened, Grayson frowned and said. He reacted so strongly, resisting violently, Adley replied. Moreover, it was Adley who suggested speeding things up at that time. With his body injected with the 2nd-generation black magnetic bug, he can't escape, Adley said. As she spoke, Adley took out the controller to press down. The 2nd-generation signal connected to satellites. No matter how far he ran, it was useless. As long as he was on Earth, he couldn't escape. Just as Adley was about to press the controller, a transparent thread suddenly coiled around and carried away the controller. Who is it? Adley asked angrily. There were movements in the distant trees, and the controller also flew over there along with it. Grayson directly shot out a dense cluster of black spikes towards the opposite direction. Some black spikes pierced through the trees, showing strong penetration power. These were his 2nd-generation black spikes. Adley sprouted wings on her back and wanted to chase after it. Stop chasing, Grayson coldly ordered. That's Dark Thread, if you chase, you'll die too, Grayson said. Dark Thread. Adley frowned slightly, not knowing who Grayson was referring to. The executioner of the former Dark Underground organization, the first person to black magnetic bugs control after the apocalypse, Grayson said indifferently. After Grayson finished speaking, both Adley and Barkley were stunned. Escape the control of black magnetic bugs. How is that possible? Once the black magnetic bugs lose signal, they will upload and start controlling, Adley asked in disbelief. Recently, due to the disasters brought by the end times, the signals have weakened or disappeared. But these bugs are injected into the body. Unless self-dissection and scraping the bones. Adley frowned, explaining. Because painkillers and anesthetics didn't work at all. Anesthetics would even accelerate the activity of black magnetic bugs. These artificially created nanotechnological black magnetic bugs have magnetic properties and adhere to human blood. This might also be related to his ability, because his ability is dark thread, he can control dark threads to enter the body and remove black magnetic bugs. However, encountering resistance, black magnetic bugs will resist, accelerating the pain. Dark thread executioner, he was the one who committed the 123 case alone. Grayson released another piece of information. In the 123 case, hundreds of people died in Myanmar, and no intact corpses were found at the scene. I know that case. It turns out he did it all by himself for our dark underground organization, Adley exclaimed in surprise. Madness. What should we do now that the controller was seized? Barkley frowned, worried without the controller and Jay's escape. Let's go back first. We still have the controller. With the second-generation black magnetic bugs injected into Jay's body, it won't be easy for him to get rid of them, Grayson said. Otherwise, many controlled psychics would want to remove them, as no one wants to be controlled by others. This kind of thing, although it won't take your life, will cause unbearable pain. Worse than death. On the other side, a leader had already taken Jay and sat on the back of the devil frog. After an hour, a leader dared to let the devil frog stop. A leader put the devil frog back into space to rest, and then she put the polar bear and 3 giant spiders back into space one after another. At this moment, Jay had passed out, burning hot, probably over 40 degrees Celsius. Jay's blood vessels were bulging all over his body, and a leader could see wriggling black things inside. Could this be the black magnetic bugs Will mentioned, or the second generation? Seeing Jay faint, a leader frowned tightly, trembling all over. The place where Alida was now was a wasteland surrounded by wild grass. With Jay unconscious, it must be the black magnetic bugs inside his body causing trouble. Alida frowned slightly, brainstorming rapidly in her mind. Ice worm. She had the smallest worms in her hands now. Now that Jay's body was so hot, it was just right to use ice worm to cool him down. Alida still had 3 ice worms left in her space and summoned one. Space upgrades caused changes in them, making them more transparent and cooler. If not looked closely, one could hardly see the ice worms. The freezing capability of each ice worm had doubled now. The ice worm crawled onto Jay's body, instantly starting to form a thin layer of ice over his skin. Jay. Alida called out, but Jay did not respond. However, the freezing ability of the ice worm had restored Jay's body temperature to normal. Not only that, Alida noticed that Jay's bulging blood vessels were no longer prominent. It seemed that the freezing effect could also effectively control the situation. It was almost dark now, yet Jay still hadn't regained consciousness. Alida summoned Da Hay for vigilance and then found a tent from her space, setting it up simply. Alida placed Jay inside the tent, which felt entirely cool. At the tent entrance, she put a solar lamp, a small table, and a chair. She took some food from her space, preparing to eat as she was quite hungry after the fight and all the events leading to this moment. At this time, Alida felt a call, and the one who could call her was only her little black cat. Little Black said it had completed its promotion and wanted to come out. So, Alida let Little Black out. Upon coming out, Little Black immediately jumped into Alida's arms, rubbing against her neck. Alida stroked its head, and Little Black's golden eyes sparkled, sensing Alida's mood. Suddenly, it jumped off Alida and walked towards Jay in the tent. The tent was very cold due to the ice worm. Although black cats usually fear the cold, it still walked over and jumped onto Jay's chest. Its golden pupils gazed at Jay's closed eyes. At this moment, Alida also shared the abilities of Little Black. Telepathy, lie detection, memory viewing, and so on. No wonder Little Black was so human-like and smarter than her other pets. Through its ability, Little Black could soothe Jay's pain, essentially numbing his spirit. Jay's eyelashes twitched and slowly opened his eyes. Jay. Seeing Jay awake, Alida immediately rushed into the tent. Laurie. Seeing Alida, Jay was also very excited, and the two hugged each other tightly. Will, who was about to approach, paused with a slight frown upon witnessing this touching scene. Chapter 162, The Bird. Alida's ice worm temporalized Jay's pain, but as long as this thing remained, it could still control his body. The two chatted for a while, and then talked about their child. These are the second-generation black magnetic worms on my body. I was so close, Jay frowned, saying. Just a little closer to upgrading. Alida was about to say something when Will's older brother appeared, who might have a way to deal with what was in Jay's body too. Alida was thinking about how to tell Jay about his brother. Will had already walked over. Alida, come out quickly, Will's voice said from outside. Hearing this voice, Jay slightly frowned, and just as Alida was about to go out, she was held back by Cecil. It's your brother. Let's go out and talk, Alida said. Brother. Jay followed Alida out with a puzzled look on his face. Outside, another man stood there, with a build similar to Jay. When Jay saw Ansel's face, he was also startled. You didn't die, Jay said, somewhat agitated and apologetic. Back then, he had been rescued by the state while Will was taken away by those dark underground organizations. During the years he worked undercover, Jay had also tried to find information about Will, but without success. Because Will never revealed himself in the past. I didn't die, Will replied, but his tone was very calm, for he had long known about Jay, and even for a long time, hidden behind them. It was as if he was watching another version of his own life. Jay went over to hug Will, but Will took a step back. He had long gotten used to living alone. Jay didn't say anything more. The heartache between the two wouldn't be resolved instantly. Alida took 2 stools and a lot of food out of her spatial ring. Let's eat and chat, Alida suggested. Her stomach growled. She was really hungry at this moment. In the space, the devil frog and the polar bear were both pricked by black thorns. After finishing her meal, she gave the space back to the 2 brothers. She took the devil frog and polar bear and shrank them, then pulled out the black thorns one by one with tweezers. It won't hurt, it won't hurt. Alida reassured them hurriedly. Some thorns had pierced all the way through. Those wounds could slowly heal inside the space, but these half-penetrated ones needed manual removal. Luckily, the devil frog and polar bear were thick-skinned. If they had been fully pierced, it would truly have been life-threatening. Alida suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a trace of blood on Will's arm. After dealing with the black thorns in the pets, Alida immediately let them enter the space for recovery. Alida looked into the distance, where the 2 identical figures were talking, unsure of what they were discussing. But the atmosphere seemed a bit off. Alida didn't plan to use Darhay's ability to eavesdrop. Soon, Aelbert emerged from the darkness with shiny golden eyes, carrying an unknown animal in its mouth, wagging something. Aelbert walked up to Alida and dropped what looked like something that just crawled out of an eggshell in front of her. A baby bird. Just hatched, covered in shell. Alida couldn't tell what breed it was yet. Because animals had returned to a primitive state, it was hard to guess. Do you want me to put it in the space? Alida asked Aelbert in surprise. The black cat nodded, saying this guy can fly. Alida looked at her Aelbert, who was almost turning into a demon, now looking for teammates. Alright, Alida nodded, since her breeding chamber still had plenty of room. Just as Alida was about to put the baby bird into the space, Aelbert made her wait. About 10 minutes later, Aelbert brought back another one, and after several trips, he brought back a total of 7. 3 had hatched, and the others' shells were cracked, whether bitten by Aelbert or trying to hatch on their own. Alida put the 7 baby birds into the breeding chamber, which changed shape because of them. It turned into a mountainous nest. She hoped these big birds would grow bigger. Just as Alida settled the baby birds, Aelbert curled up and fell asleep on her. Elsewhere, Jay and Will sat facing each other, with leftover food between them. They were silent for a long time before Will finally spoke. How have these years been? Jay asked. I avenged Mom and Dad. Knew that. Will answered simply, leaving Jay momentarily speechless about what to say to him. I have a way to remove the 2nd-generation black magnetic worms from your body. It needs to be done soon, otherwise, they will continue to control you. 2nd-generation satellite signal connection, it can't be severed unless you destroy it, Will said in a series of sentences, more than what he had previously said to Alida. Alright, Jay agreed without hesitation. The process is dangerous and will be very painful, Will said sternly, frowning. How much pain there would be, Will had endured it bit by bit on his own, with no one to help. Okay, Jay replied in a deep voice. When? Jay asked. Now. Will told Jay to take off his clothes. Seeing this scene, Alida couldn't help but come over. Just as she was about to reach them, Will said, go somewhere else. Was this to chase her away? I'll help him remove the blackthorn's worm, and you guard around to prevent any wild beasts from showing up, Will said in a solemn voice. Thanks, dear. Jay quickly said with a grin. Actually, Alida wanted to stay by his side. If she watched from nearby and summoned a giant python for protection, wouldn't that be fine? But seeing that the 2 didn't want her to see, they were probably worried she might worry. Thinking of this, Alida immediately agreed. I'll be nearby. Call me if anything happens, Alida said. Alida hid nearby and summoned a giant python. The little rainbow snake coiled up, and Alida lay on it. The black kitten also curled up beside Alida. In the distance. Why is your body so icy? This ice has slowed down your blood flow. It's Laurie's ice worm, Jay truthfully replied. Will didn't speak again. Soon Jay might experience double the pain. Actually, the best option would be to find an underwater location or a deep cave. Even if the satellite signal remains, it would relatively weaken. But there was no time now. Will's dark threads directly entered Jay's bloodstream, which required a high level of control from Will. As soon as Will's dark thread touched one of the black magnetic worms, the other black magnetic worms immediately resisted. Jay felt like his whole body was being gnawed by giant ants, with waves of pain assaulting his brain. The pain he felt from those black magnetic worms before was nothing compared to this. Jay's hands were clawed bloody, veins bulging as he endured the pain. Chapter 163, Sharing Perception. But Jay remained silent. Stay awake. Don't lose consciousness, Will said coldly. If he passed out, the black magnetic worms would stop moving. Back then, Will had also forcibly pulled out the black magnetic worms from his body this way. Blood flowed profusely from Jay's chest, covering everything in a crimson hue, permeated with the stench of blood. Will seemed not to notice, but Alida kept glancing over from where she stood not far away. She could only see Jay's back. Sizzling. Perhaps due to severe injuries and excessive blood loss, Jay had triggered his own evolution conditions earlier. Now that those conditions were fulfilled, electricity swirled around him. The electricity surrounding Jay had originally been green but gradually turned into a faint purple. The purple electricity entwined around Will's dark threads, numbing his body. The 2 sets of lightning and dark threads intertwined. After all, being twins, their genes were identical. Will stared at Jay in surprise, He hadn't expected Jay's evolution condition to be triggered. The purple lightning could penetrate a human body. The black magnetic worms, after all, weren't living organisms but nanotechnology creations. Inside Jay's body, the magnetic field formed by the purple lightning caused the black magnetic worms to malfunction. This relieved Jay's pain as Will used the dark threads to pull out each black magnetic worm one by one. These extracted black magnetic worms were as tiny as grains of sand, almost invisible unless scrutinized closely. After several hours, Will finally removed all the second-generation black magnetic worms. The black magnetic worms continued jumping around upon extraction, trying to find a new host. Without a human host, they quickly lost activity. Seeing Jay losing consciousness, Alida rushed over. "So much blood," she muttered, dazed by the sight before her. Soon after, even Will fainted. "Why is this happening?" Will seemed to realize something as he passed out. Alida cleaned the blood and tended to Jay's wounds, changing him into clean clothes. Jay's face was pale from blood loss, while Alida threw a fresh set of clothes at Will, whose clothes were also stained with blood. After about 3 hours, both men regained consciousness almost simultaneously. They exchanged a glance. "You felt it too?" Jay asked. Will frowned slightly, seemingly very uncomfortable. "Felt what?" Alida looked at them confusedly, feeling uneasy or perhaps embarrassed. "Shared perception," Jay explained. Alida furrowed her brows, not understanding Jay's meaning. Then Will lifted his hand and condensed lightning. "You." Alida froze upon seeing this. "Did you switch souls with Jay?" she asked in horror. Will was now able to condense dark threads with one hand and lightning with the other. "I'm your husband," Jay said, pulling his wife close, showing a shallow scar on his face. Speaking of which, Jay simultaneously demonstrated both lightning and dark threads. "What is going on? When you said shared perception, you also meant sharing abilities?" Alida realized belatedly. Jay recounted what had happened. While Will was helping him draw out the dark threads, his energy was evolving, intertwining the two energies together. Their identical twin genes already possessed dual abilities, thus inadvertently activating each other's powers. So now they both have two abilities. Is this even possible? Alida couldn't help but marvel. She suddenly thought of how their son had dual abilities, one of strength, the other mental. But their child wasn't a twin. Maybe when she was pregnant, she carried twins initially, but due to some reasons, the other didn't survive. What does this shared perception mean? Alida asked, hoping it wasn't what she imagined. Heavens. Seeing Jay's expression, Alida understood that they shared sensations. Is there any way to stop it? Alida didn't want Will to feel anything when she was affectionate with Jay. That felt wrong. Alida shook her head. "It should be temporary, maybe a side effect of evolution," Jay hurriedly said. No wonder they both passed out at the same time. After ensuring they ate, Alida noted the black magnetic worm issue was resolved. "If there's a buyer who matches your abilities, they will still come for you," Will stated gravely. Now without the black magnetic worms, they temporarily lost leverage over you, but they can still connect to the satellite system and become aware of your presence. But they weren't worried now, as Jay's lightning had advanced to an electromagnetic field capable of controlling surrounding magnetism. "Then let's head back to Tianyin City quickly," Alida said. Jay was safe now, but she had been out for several days. After all, she was worried about her son and feared those people might come after him again. "Yes." Jay nodded. "Come with us." Jay invited Will. Will shook his head. He came to find Jay partly because he couldn't let go of him, and also to trigger his abilities. However, he didn't expect the side effect of triggering would result in shared perception. It was unknown how long this side effect would last. Will openly stated his intentions. He was used to living alone. So Alida and Jay didn't try to persuade him, knowing it would be futile. Will's personality was that of a lone wolf, always going his own way. If one were to describe them as light and dark, Jay was like a blazing sun, while Will was the shadow under the sun. In fact, Will's temperament was somewhat short-tempered, and his sudden bursts of violence could be quite frightening. Alida gave Jay a large pack of food before they parted ways. "Will, if anything happens, come find me in Tianyin City," Jay said with concern. Will responded indifferently, then turned and left. Alida watched Will's retreating figure and then looked at Jay. "Do you feel a bit reluctant?" Alida asked. "I'm just glad to know he's alive," Jay replied. Thinking back to those past events, he had always felt guilty, scared, and remorseful. What would have happened if he had been taken away by the dark organization? The scars on Will's body. Alida and Jay decided to return to Tianyin City as soon as possible, since their son was still there. Jay was still physically weak, so their journey wouldn't be quick. Alida hugged Jay tightly. His embrace was still as warm as it used to be. Chapter 164, Departure. Suddenly, Alida seemed to think of something. She was hugging Jay like this, and since he shared the same intuition as Will, wouldn't Will be able to sense something too? With that thought, Alida got out of Jay's embrace. "What's wrong?" Jay's warm breath fell on Alida's ear, noticing that his wife seemed a bit off. Alida shook her head and said nothing. Anyway, Will wasn't here. Why would she have any trouble getting over this mental hurdle? Pretending not to know would be fine, wouldn't it? Will had been anemic these past 2 days and had eaten a lot of food to replenish his blood and chi. On the way, Alida recounted everything that had happened to Jay. It was a meteorite, but actually, true meteorites are also called evolution stones, which can promote the evolution of psychics and also activate some special abilities, Jay explained. Surprisingly, it has this effect. So, what we saw on TV before were fake meteorites? Alida asked with raised eyebrows. Exactly. Jay nodded. Then if they knew where these meteorites came from, wouldn't they be able to find more? Besides, with their current technology, weren't they capable of going into space or even to the moon? We don't have access to those high-tech data, Jay replied. These were secrets each country kept closely guarded. Even someone like Jay, who worked in a special department, didn't have access to them. No wonder the special ability holders in the capital are so powerful and numerous, Alida sighed. The more resources available, the more opportunities for advancement. This time, Jay's strength increased, turning misfortune into a blessing. This little black is unlike any other pet, Jay observed about Little Black's peculiar nature. Yeah. Alida stroked Little Black's soft head. I remember there's a saying among the people that black cats can communicate with spirits, Alida said. Perhaps it was true? As they spoke, they noticed smoke rising ahead on the road. They exchanged glances, climbed over the highway barrier, and found several cars crashed on the highway. Jay walked forward first, and Alida followed closely behind. When Alida reached the highway, she saw a large section had collapsed, likely due to heavy rain. No repairs had been made, causing at least 200 meters of collapse. There was a deep pit underground, and many burnt-out vehicles were left with only skeletons remaining. These vehicles probably slammed on their brakes when they saw the collapsed road, leading to collisions. Several people inside the vehicles suffered severe injuries, with some even dying on the spot. The road can't be used now, Alida frowned. Roads, built by humans, naturally require maintenance. Without repair, problems will occur. Moreover, it could be substandard construction. Alida and Jay couldn't save everyone but managed to rescue those still alive from the vehicles. They couldn't do much else. They bypassed the collapsed highway and continued walking. When tired, she summoned the giant spider from her spatial ring. Sitting on the broad back of the spider, they moved faster than walking, though not very fast. At night, they set up a tent by the roadside. Jay roasted meat outside while Alida nestled in the tent. A small solar-powered light kept the tent from being dark. She mentally entered her spatial realm, finding no changes in the black soil of the fifth layer. She wondered what its purpose was. Was it for planting things? The crops in the farming space couldn't be relocated, and she had no seeds. If she wanted to plant something, she needed to bring items from the outside. Alida took out a bit of the black soil, studied it carefully, but found nothing unusual, so she put it back in her spatial ring. Anue, the meat is done, Jay said gently. Little Black had gone somewhere, probably hunting again. It wouldn't go far and would return during the day, sleeping during the day and active at night. Alida emerged from the tent and retrieved a durian from her spatial ring. Jay, can you help open the durian? Alida asked. Sure. All the durians in the spatial ring are ripe, and I can't eat them all alone, Alida said with a smile. I'll roast it for you. Jay opened the durian, scooped out the flesh, and placed it in a foil box to roast. Their table was filled with roasted meat, durian, and freshly squeezed drinks. Finally, Alida's phone had some battery. The signal is surprisingly strong, Alida was surprised. Her signal had previously been weak. While eating, she played with her phone. There hadn't been news in a long time. Now, official networks were only accessible in the capital base and metropolis base, the two main official bases. Jay, the capital and metropolis established an ability academy, Alida exclaimed. The awakening of psychic abilities in 6-year-old children has greatly increased, Alida said. Before the apocalypse, the country used to hide these psychics, but now it's all public. Children who can awaken their abilities can attend the Psychic Academy for systematic learning and control over their powers. Now, anyone capable of awakening abilities chooses to go to the capital or metropolis. As long as they can awaken abilities, their families can stay in the capital or metropolis. This is also to attract a large number of psychics together. Those people who took your bone marrow, would they take children's bone marrow too? Alida frowned. To achieve some goals, who knows if these people wouldn't go crazy? It's possible. Jay frowned. Whether it's the state or the dark underground organizations, everything has changed. The world is really going to be different, Alida said. Actually, Alida's guess was right. The top management of the capital and metropolis had undergone a major reshuffle. Now, these rulers are all special ability holders. These people are being brainwashed into believing that only special ability holders can change the world. The capital and metropolis are also continuously expanding. There are more and more atavism beasts, Alida said, and some of them even have high intelligence. However, with these mutated beasts, ancient viruses and bacteria are slowly reviving. Human bodies are also undergoing changes. Alida scrolled through her phone, looking at the latest news. The inland areas were still fine, but the sea creatures by the coast were truly terrifying. After eating their fill, the two lay in the tent. For safety, Alida placed a giant spider outside to guard. Having not seen each other for so long, Jay held Alida close and couldn't help but kiss her. I missed you. Jay's burning gaze seemed like it could melt Alida. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Alida felt a bit embarrassed. Chapter 165, Reunion with Kyra. On the other side, Will seemed to sense something, making him more irritable. He had a large backpack on his back when someone attempted to snatch his supplies. Jay and Alida were heading towards Tianyin City. Though they didn't have cars, they could still travel with the help of giant spiders. Unfortunately, they still hadn't encountered a small foal. Otherwise, she would have taken the foal as her mode of transportation. Jay, haven't you noticed that the plants along the way seem to have increased? Alida said. When they came, the plants were all withered and yellow, unable to grow any food, which is why there was a food shortage, nothing could grow in the fields. But now they found that the trees in this area seem to have come back to life, growing rapidly. You should know that some trees take many years to grow thick. Yet now, the trees had grown so robust. I've also seen on my phone that a lot of trees are starting to grow wildly, Alida said. Whether it's good or bad, at least the ability for plants to grow means there can be food. The road they walked on was damaged by the rapid growth of nearby trees, with underground roots making the road uneven. Human traces were gradually disappearing, as if the entire world was turning into a primitive forest. Alida and Jay saw a bus on their way to Tianyin City. This bus was already dilapidated, and there were 7 or 8 men, followed by over 10 elderly, weak, and women. Most of them were young women, but their faces weren't in good shape. Damn it, I told you to find food, and this is what you bring back. If you can't find any, I'll throw your children out, Ansel said viciously. A few women in the back couldn't help but cry. Boss, these 2 people tried to escape, but we caught them for you. Ansel held a gun. 2 women hugged their own little kids, one of whom wasn't even a year old. You wanted to run? Smack. The man slapped one of the women. Damn it, I'll kill you. Another woman, who had a fiery temper, rushed forward to fight Ansel. But he had a gun in his hand. He coldly said, if you try to run again, I'll shoot your son. Even with a lame leg, she can still run fast. Tie her hands and make her crawl. Like a dog, crawling. Ha ha. A few men laughed mockingly. None of the other women dared to speak up. These evil men, at first, they thought these men were good people, but they turned out to be devils. Their families had died, leaving them alone with no support, relying on the goodwill of strangers for survival, only to find that they were demons. The leader of these men was an African black man. Don't kill them, the black man said in broken language. Don't worry, Anson, we're just playing with them, to stop them from running around. Ansel hurriedly responded. Alida could tell that these men showed great respect for the black man. Nowadays, finding women was not easy, mainly because these women were useful for his advancement in abilities. His promotion conditions required extracting yin to supplement yang. Using these people's children to control them made them easier to manipulate. However, there were a few stubborn ones, like the woman in front of him, who indeed had strength. Ordinary men were no match for her. But what difference did that make? They had guns. Katrina, who repeatedly attempted to escape, was none other than Kyra. I will kill you all. Let go of my mom. A child ran toward Kyra crying, but was kicked down by a man beside her. Abdullahi, who was just a few years older than Kyra's baby, was malnourished and skinny due to constant hardship. Abdullahi. Hearing this, Kyra struggled, watching her injured son, heartbroken beyond words, wishing she could take the injury herself. But a man stomped on her leg mercilessly. Her leg was already severely injured. Abdullahi coughed up blood after being kicked, his eyes red, possibly due to a retinal bleed. This damn woman. Ansel frowned. Kyra. Colleen wanted to help Kyra, but she was holding a child and felt powerless. Instinctively, she protected her child. The child was emaciated and severely malnourished. Colleen's hair was pulled by Ansel beside her. Want to run again? If you do, I'll bury your child alive and eat them. As he spoke, Ansel tried to grab the child from Colleen's arms. Please don't hurt my child. I won't run anymore. Please. Colleen cried. She could endure injuries, but not her child. Just as Ansel grabbed the child from Colleen, Alida and Jay suddenly burst in. Who are you? Ansel looked at the 2 unexpected visitors. Alida was neatly dressed. Alida and Jay usually minded their own business, but the sight of the child caught Alida's attention. Seeing Kyra and Colleen being beaten, Alida, who had traveled with them since the early stages of the apocalypse, could not bear to stand by. Moreover, she now had the power to help. Women. The black man's eyes lit up when he saw Alida. Although his special ability required unique conditions for advancement, most women nowadays were thin, dark, and had rough skin. But this woman before him had delicate and appealing skin. Alida first helped Abdullahi, who was lying on the ground. At this moment, Kyra and Colleen recognized her. Anue. Kyra was very excited upon seeing Alida but then suddenly said, you should leave quickly. These people are bastards. Kyra tried to speak through her effort but received another slap immediately. Leave now. They have guns. Colleen also couldn't help but say. Although there was hope in her heart, she wished to be saved. They still held a glimmer of hope, knowing that Alida had a devil frog. Before Alida could respond, Jay had already formed lightning in his hand. Instantly, the men restraining Kyra and Colleen were electrocuted and fell to the ground. Their hair was singed by the electricity, emitting a burnt smell. Kyra and Colleen, who were on the ground, were stunned speechless by the scene, but their hearts were relieved, rescued. You're a special ability user. The black man exclaimed, surprised at the lightning released by Jay. This was his first encounter with other special ability users. I am the only main character. The black man frowned, seemingly angry. He had always thought he was the only one with special abilities. The other men holding guns aimed at Jay, but they were electrocuted unconscious even before they pulled the trigger. Kyra and Colleen looked at Ansel in front of them, amazed by his strength. Alida's husband is also a special ability user. Chapter 166, bringing them back to the base. The African man was extremely angry, his body started to swell. Originally standing at around 189 centimeters, he now towered at 250 after swelling. Not only did his height increase, but his physique also grew robust as if pumped with air. He lunged toward Jay in attack. With a kick to Jay's body, he actually bounced back. After several rounds, seeing Jay faltering, the African man became even more excited. He was the special ability holder, the savior of the world. Honey, enough is enough, Alida said. Upon hearing Alida's words, Jay instantly became serious. He wanted to test out Ansel's special ability, which resembled inflation, making him impervious to blades and bullets. Then, Jay gathered a purple lightning bolt in his hand and struck it down on the African man's head. Immediately, the African man deflated like a punctured balloon. Sizzling. With a thud, the African man fell to the ground. Alida hurriedly helped Kyra and Jacqueline up. Kyra rushed over to check on Alaire. Seeing that Alaire had just been kicked unconscious and still breathing, she felt relieved. Looking at the child Jacqueline held, Alida noted that the lower half of the child's clothes were torn. You didn't give birth to a girl? If she remembered correctly, Jacqueline gave birth to a girl. This one was clearly a boy. He died, left in Lebanon City. Jacqueline seemed somewhat numb, speaking in a very calm tone, but Alida knew her heart must be hurting deeply. Jacqueline lost her own child and then adopted this little boy whose mother had also died. No big deal. So many have died, Jacqueline said calmly, yet inside she was already torn apart. Having seen so much death along the way, she became numb. They had witnessed too many deaths and too many abandoned children. Being abandoned was the better outcome. Without food, those people would eat anything. He will be my child from now on, Jacqueline declared while holding the little boy. Adopting him might also comfort her broken heart. Alida said nothing more. Words of consolation meant little to a mother who had lost her child. Come with me, Alida invited. Upon hearing this, Kyra and Jacqueline exchanged glances, both filled with excitement. They never expected Alida to take them along willingly. Thank you. Kyra and Jacqueline expressed their gratitude. Even these simple words of thanks felt inadequate. A few women behind them, seeing Alida agree to bring them along, stepped forward and pleaded, please take us with you. And us. Neither Jacqueline nor Kyra said anything. Alida's willingness to save them for their shared hardships was already greatly appreciated. Alida looked at the group of raggedy women and saw two listless children among them, malnutrition likely affecting their brain development. I'm heading to Tianyin City, still quite a distance away. If you want to follow me, you may, Alida stated. Perhaps thinking of her own child, seeing the two boys softened her words. The women knelt before Alida and kowtowed. Before the apocalypse, they wouldn't kneel to anyone but their parents. But now, for survival, what did dignity mean? Alida distributed some vegetables from her spatial ring to them. Both mothers couldn't bear to eat, instead feeding their children first, even asking the children to thank Alida. At this moment, Alida's planting space unlocked another type of vegetable, radish. She now had both red carrots and white radishes. This time, there was a number on the planting interface showing 260. Was this gratitude value? People genuinely thankful for eating her vegetables. Alida couldn't believe unlocking planting conditions could happen so easily. It turned out it required this. She had given away countless vegetables and fruits, yet the gratitude value was only this high. Surely, she had given to thousands of people, including previous gold exchanges and donations in Tianyin City's base. Unexpectedly, only about 200 people truly felt grateful. Taking the group along slowed her pace due to their injuries. After 2 days of rest, and with Alida providing food, the two women, who hadn't eaten properly in who knows how long, devoured the food eagerly. Although Jacqueline was hungry, she didn't force herself to eat too much. Eating too much when starving could cause health problems. So even though they were extremely hungry, they didn't overeat. My son hasn't woken up, Kyra worriedly observed her unconscious son. Don't worry, Jay mentioned that Alaire experienced shock from being kicked, but it unexpectedly activated his special ability. Alida reassured her. When they learned that Alaire had also triggered a special ability, they were all stunned for a moment. Kyra was especially agitated and excited, but more so anxious and worried. Because Kyra knew that only special ability holders could survive better, especially after witnessing too many incidents of the survival of the fittest. A few days later, Alaire finally woke up, confirming that he had indeed triggered a special ability. Alaire's special ability was invisibility. He could turn invisible in light. However, as it was newly triggered, his power was very unstable. After several days of rest, Jacqueline and Kyra visibly improved significantly, given that they ate vegetables and fruits from Alida's planting space every day. Finally, they arrived at Tianyin City. Tianyin City was also covered with creeping vines everywhere. These vines grew along the walls of buildings, and in such a short time, the entire city was filled with these plants. On a high-rise building, a few young people slid down the creeping vines, seemingly treating them as toys. Had the world changed this much in just a few days? These vines seemed to have grown from nowhere, spreading along the walls like climbing ivy. The once decaying city was now completely concealed by these green vines. Alida couldn't wait to return to the base in Tianyin City. At the Tianyin City base, as soon as they reached the gate, they noticed many people on the buildings clearing these vines. Vines grew everywhere. Who are you? You can't enter our base. One person directly stopped their group, noting their gaunt appearance. They clearly weren't from their base. Alida frowned slightly. Just then, a boy approached from behind. It was Hurley. Sister and you. Brother Xiao. Hurley saw Alida and Jay and excitedly walked up. Hurley noticed the few women and children behind them. Brother Lan. The child who had initially intercepted Alida seemed surprised to see how respectfully Hurley treated the woman before him. Plus, her name. He had only recently arrived, and although he hadn't met Alida, he had heard her name. Chapter 167, Vine Proliferation. Alida, who could control terrifying mutated beasts, they had all heard of her. They knew the tanks at their base were also brought back by her. Alida nodded and asked, "How are the children?" She was concerned about the children the moment she returned. "Don't worry, the kids are doing well. Come on, I'll take you to them. Abram knows you're back and will definitely be very happy," Atlas said with a smile. "Lanzi, help settle them down. From now on, they will be living in our base," Alida said. "Sure, no problem." Atlas nodded in agreement. Lynn and Kyra, who followed behind, were somewhat surprised by this scene. It seemed that Alida held a high status in this base. But considering that both husband and wife were special ability users, it made sense that her position would not be low. Alida felt relieved upon hearing the children were safe, so she then asked how Yin City had turned into this state. Although she had seen moss in other cities before, this kind of creeping vine was unique to their city. A big windstorm half a month ago, and for some reason, this stuff just started growing throughout the city. Atlas didn't know the specific reason. All he knew was that this thing was harmless but quite sturdy. Some mature creepers even bore fruit. These fruits could enhance human capabilities, so there was a lot of competition for them now in Yin City. Not all creepers bore fruit, only the orange-yellow ones did. Winston and brother Iona have gone to look for the fruits, Atlas mentioned. These fruits were in high demand. "Anue, you're finally back." Kira's joy was indescribable when she saw Anue return, her eyes shining with excitement. "Yes." Alida smiled, recalling how they hadn't gotten along well initially. Friendship is a mysterious bond. Once Kira and Alida became close, Kira paid less attention to Jay. "Mommy." Dayan ran over when he saw Alida come back, followed by Philip and Jimena. "Mommy, I missed you so much." Dayan threw himself into Alida's arms. Alida lovingly patted Dayan's head. Jay squatted down as well, reuniting the family. Jimena looked at them with envy, which Alida noticed. She then called the two siblings over. "How have you been? Have you been eating properly?" Alida asked tenderly. "Yes, of course," Jimena nodded. Alida had left a lot of food, but what she had saved in the base was long gone. Now they found food outside, which wasn't as good in taste, though edible, most were bitter or sour. Alida retrieved the frozen worms from the few kids since they had been out too long and lacked energy. Plus, the space needed upgrading, and so did the worms. She provided them with new ones and put 3 bats back into the space. With Alida and Jay returning, they planned to celebrate tonight. "Kira, inform everyone in the base to add extra dishes tonight," Alida said with a smile. She now knew how to upgrade the cultivation space, and the extra vegetables, which grew quickly, could be distributed without issue. "All right, our benefactor is back indeed," Kira replied happily. On the other side, Lynn and Kyra were arranged in a building by Atlas. The house smelled due to disuse for a long time. "You can stay in these 2 rooms, Ansel said. They numbered almost 10 people in total. 2 rooms directly across from each other, each around 60 square meters. "I'll live with you," one woman with her child said to Kyra and Lynn. The other 2 also wanted to live with them. Kyra frowned slightly. Before, no one had wanted to live with them because Kyra kept trying to escape, offending people often, and others feared being implicated. Seeing that Kyra and Lynn were closely related to that special mutant beast controller, who not only saved them but brought them to the base, people felt more comfortable. As they walked, they saw patrols on the neighborhood square, elderly people walking, and children playing. These children looked clean, and although their clothes were old, they were clearly not malnourished. The women here lived without fear. Being assigned houses and having a protector, naturally, they agreed. A few others also wanted to live with Lynn and Kyra. Having endured the apocalypse for so long, the 2 understood these people's intentions. Kyra knew that it was unlikely for him and Lynn to live alone in one house, so they chose 2 relatively honest people to live with. Although the others were somewhat reluctant, since they would all be living opposite each other, and Kyra and Lynn insisted, no further argument ensued. The 2 women were named Tenley, who had an 8-year-old child, and Judy, who had a 6-year-old child. Kyra chose them because they both had children, ensuring they wouldn't have bad intentions due to the presence of kids. The children could also keep each other company, avoiding boredom. Their house needed to be cleaned. It had 2 or 3 bedrooms, but they didn't need the living room and dining area as these spaces were not essential. On their way, they heard that there were cafeterias here where people ate in shifts. Women and children ate first, then men, and finally the elderly, all according to scheduled times. If you missed your time slot, you'd have to wait until the next day. So when mealtime came around, everyone would queue up early, and the community also had announcements to remind people. "I can sleep on the sofa in the living room," Tenley said. She wasn't familiar with Kyra and Lynn, never expecting Kyra to choose her, so she was still a bit nervous. Judy's child had been quite friendly with Alaire. When Kyra tried to escape before, Judy didn't report her but even helped cover it up. "This couch in the living room is big enough for me and my child," Tenley nervously added. Kyra nodded without saying anything. The children looked pale and thin. After cleaning up for so long, they were already very hungry, let alone the adults. "The manager said we can familiarize ourselves with the place today and go to them for work assignments tomorrow afternoon," Kyra said. The others nodded as well. Living here wouldn't mean free meals and lodging. They would definitely need to work. When Kyra entered, she saw many people expanding the urban area. I hope we can settle down in the future, Judy sighed, having lived through too much instability. Chapter 168, The canteen opens for meals. As long as we're not in hell, we can do any hard work, Tenley said. Previously, they had all been abused by the black man, and each time after being abused, they would become weak for a period of time. Kyra, who had been exercising regularly and was a boxer, also became physically weak over time. The black man even found that Kyra provided more benefits to her, so he frequently targeted Kyra, leading to her body becoming increasingly frail, to the point where she couldn't even fight off men anymore. It's better now that we've left that hell. From now on, it will be our new life, Kyra said. At first, when they were humiliated, didn't they think about dying? But they all had children, and to live for their children, more so because of the instinct to survive. A bad life is better than no life at all. Aha! The eyes of several women lit up with renewed hope for life. There were still some clothes in the wardrobe in the room. They seemed to belong to the previous occupants. Their own clothes hadn't been changed for a long time. Jacqueline and Kyra received outfits early from Ivory due to their relationship with her. These clothes can be altered to fit the children, Judy said, as the kids' clothes were too small. At this moment, the loudspeaker outside started announcing, reminding women and children to go to the canteen for meals as entry would be closed after 15 minutes. In their base, women and children always ate first, a rule set by Ivory because all the food came from her. Upon hearing the announcement about the canteen opening and having a time limit, "Let's hurry up and go eat. Mom, I'm so hungry," a child said hungrily. The four of them rushed toward the canteen with the children. Initially, they didn't know where the canteen was, but seeing many women and children rushing in one direction made it clear that that was the canteen. "I heard Sister Lynn has returned. The canteen has new vegetables today. And fruits too. No wonder. I saw so many people queuing up early." Usually, everyone followed the rules because anyone who broke them would be recorded. On the first offense, they weren't allowed into the canteen, but if the violations exceeded 3 times, they would be expelled from the base. "That's great. Sister Lynn is back. Stop talking. Let's queue up. It's been so long since we've had fresh vegetables. Fruits too." They harvested some fruits from outside, but they were too sour and bitter, even more bitter than bitter gourd, making them almost inedible. As Kyra and the others queued up, they listened to the ongoing chatter around them. However, some people looked at them, especially noticing how pale and thin the children looked. "Are you new here?" a woman asked warmly. Though her skin was rough and her hands bore marks from hard labor, she did not appear malnourished and had good color in her face. "Yeah," Kyra nodded. "Look at your child, he's so skinny. You go ahead of me in line," the woman kindly offered, moved by pity for these emaciated children, as thin as racks of ribs covered by just a layer of skin. When Ivory first saw Alaire, she barely recognized him, he was too thin. No one else objected. Those queuing were all women and children. The children were neatly dressed, without any signs of malnutrition. "Thank you." Kyra nodded but did not cut the line. Katrina said nothing more. "I joined the training team, and I can now do 50 push-ups in one breath," a child, about the same age as the kids, boasted. "Wow, you're really strong. I can only do 30, another child replied enviously. "I want to be even stronger. If only I could have special abilities like the uncles," another child said hopefully. "I heard the uncles went to look for fruit, and eating such special fruit might trigger special abilities," another excited child added. "But you need to meet the physical standards first. The drillmaster said only kids who meet the physical standards will get the fruit," another child pointed out. Yet none of the kids had met the physical standards yet. If they met the standards and got the fruit, they might activate their abilities. Children always dreamt of being heroes. Dreaming of using abilities to defeat monsters, kids love watching shows like that, such as Ultraman cartoons. The children were encouraging each other. Because getting the fruit depended on age and physical condition, the younger and healthier the body, the higher the chance of triggering abilities. Of course, genetics played a role too. Alaire and the other 2 children listening behind were very curious. But right now, they were too hungry to think of anything except eating. Soon, the time arrived, and they immediately lined up to enter the canteen. "Wow, there are apples and yellow peaches today. There's fruit. And fresh vegetables." The group was excited to see this. They hurriedly grabbed plates and started queuing up for food. Although everyone was eager, they all followed the rules while queuing. Kyra and Jacqueline were also starving, but they didn't make any excessive moves. The 2 women behind Kyra, Judy, and Tenley, were also nervous and didn't dare to act rashly. There's no such thing as a free lunch, especially after being hungry for so long. Even though they desperately wanted to rush in and eat, they didn't dare to do so. "Can we really eat all of these?" Judy asked, hardly believing it. "You're new here, right?" "Yes, you can eat everything, but you can't waste food. 1 portion per person," a kind woman answered. Everyone could only take 1 portion, regardless of appetite size. Those with small appetites could take less. But those with big appetites couldn't take more. Most importantly, no wasting food. No, I won't," Judy quickly replied. It was great just to have food, how could anyone waste it? The few of them enjoyed a full meal, including fresh fruit. Earlier, when they came back, there had been fruit, but only Kyra and Jacqueline got some. The others could only watch. Their food had always been what they found on their own. However, it was already good that Ivory had brought them back. While eating in the cafeteria, they heard several women outside trying to get in, making quite a commotion. It's Alia and the others. Judy recognized the people outside. Alia was one of the women who had come with them. It's too late now, you can't enter anymore. Only tomorrow, Ansel at the entrance sternly said. Let us in. We haven't eaten for days. Right. We are new today. No way. There are rules. You cannot enter, not even if you're a minute late. These are the rules. Ansel frowned, emphasizing the rules. If he let them in, he would also face penalties. Chapter 169 Privilege. Can you be lenient with us? It's our first day here, the woman pleaded. It's been several days since we've had a meal. We just arrived, another woman chimed in, feigning distress. Instantly, several women surrounded Ansel. The man hurriedly broke free, and more people came over from around to separate these women. If you continue causing trouble, I'll have to consider that it's your first day here. If you do this again, it will be noted, the administrator said with a frown. The women looked at each other hesitantly but were drawn by the inviting aroma wafting from the dining hall. They were starving. At this moment, Alida and Kira entered the dining hall. Although Alida had plenty of fresh vegetables and fruits in her space, she preferred the hot dishes prepared in the dining hall. They usually ate there but would use private rooms. Alida had brought many vegetables today, and noticing the increased nutrition values, she felt quite happy. You're back. They've added several new dishes, and recently they found a great chef. The food is really good, Kira commented. During the period without fresh produce, only grains were available, yet the chef managed to make excellent pastries. They stored plenty of rice and flour and continued searching for supplies, but those items eventually ran out. They tried planting wheat but found the soil overrun by vines. Good, let's give it a try today, Alida said with a smile. Upon returning, she noticed significant changes in the community, including expanding the area by connecting adjacent residential zones. They had also set up a generator and a small water storage system with a filtration unit. The men blocking the entrance became immediately respectful upon seeing Kira and Alida, especially toward Alida, who was their base's supply manager. The extra dishes were added specifically because she had returned. Manager Jo, the men exclaimed. Kira nodded. He had grown accustomed to such treatment as the few ability users managed the entire base. As ability users, they treated ordinary people with respect rather than oppression, unlike some other bases where ordinary people were often treated like slaves. Many had fled from other bases to theirs, some successfully, others not so fortunate. Those caught were either beaten or killed and even cooked as food. Seeing Alida and Kira followed by several young girls entering, the women wondered aloud. They can go in, why can't we? Don't argue. Ansel frowned, unwilling to explain further. One of the women recognized Alida from the side. Isn't that the woman who led us here? The women turned to see Alida, indeed, recognizing her as the one who rescued Kyra and Jacqueline. None expected Alida to have such high status within the base. Clearly, her husband held significant influence. They remembered how formidable Alida's husband's abilities were. We know her very well. Please let us in, the woman shouted, trying to get Alida's attention. However, Alida had already entered the dining hall with Kira. The women were left outside. Come early tomorrow morning. Entry is closed now, the administrator frowned. Left outside, they were not willing to leave. So they waited, hoping to catch Alida after her meal. About 20 minutes later, people began to emerge, starting with the men, then the elderly. That's Kyra, one of the women exclaimed, spotting Kyra and Jacqueline leaving. Alia, still hungry, watched them leave with envy. Kyra. Alia rushed over. What is it? Kyra asked, frowning. We slept in today because we were too tired. You know Alida, right? Can you help us ask her and her husband to let us in for a meal? Yes, please. We haven't eaten, the other women begged. I can't manage that, Kyra replied, frowning. We just saw Alida go in. You can go in and tell her, right? Alia said. Ilan, please help us. You have such a good relationship with Alida. Another woman, Martina, also pleaded. Yes, the remaining two women chimed in from the side. We really can't help. You heard what they said when you came in, Kyra replied. So what? We just saw Alida go in too, didn't we? She's also a woman. She was able to get in after the time limit, Martina frowned. Kyra looked at Martina as if she were looking at someone with a mental disability. The vegetables served in the cafeteria were all Alida's. Of course, she could enter whenever she wanted. Even a single word could have her meal served to her on a platter. Do you know what kind of treatment national leaders receive? Sorry, I can't help. Kyra directly refused. Although they had shared experiences with Alida, she wasn't foolish enough to use this bond to help others. Ilan, you're the nicest person. Martina turned to Jacqueline. Jacqueline also shook her head. She was no longer the same woman as before. Without looking back, Kyra and Jacqueline left, while Tenley and Judy hurriedly followed with their children. Left behind were the few who couldn't get in for a meal. Forget it, I'm going back. At least there's water in the room, another woman said. At least drinking some water would help her last through the night, and she could come early tomorrow morning to queue up. The cafeteria now served 2 meals a day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. Children received different treatment. Those who joined the training team would get extra meals since they were still growing. Martina and Alia still harbored hopes, peering through the glass windows of the dining hall at the mouth-watering dishes and fruits inside. They even considered waiting to see if anyone left any leftovers they could pick up and eat. After all, during this time outside, they hadn't eaten anything. Chapter 170, Greater Power. Alida and Kira were dining with 3 kids in a private small dining hall. Everything's coming together nicely, getting better all the time, Alida said with a smile. With rules, things will gradually improve, Kira remarked. Without guidelines, management would be impossible. They now had to set rules firmly in place. With these rules, these people wouldn't dare to act recklessly anymore. I used to wonder why those in higher positions have so much power. Now I truly understand, Kira sighed. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. These days, I'm so busy that I don't even have time for cultivation, Kira lamented. Strength is still essential. Gradually foster talent, Alida advised. Their current authority stemmed from their personal strength. The respect people showed her also came from her own capabilities. If she wasn't strong enough, sooner or later someone else would take her place. Yes, I know, I'm currently screening candidates. Kira nodded. She hadn't yet found the conditions for promotion, but promotions often happened unexpectedly. This time, it would be challenging. Now we've obtained the purple vine fruit, which can potentially awaken latent abilities in ordinary people. The orange-yellow vine fruit enhances physical constitution. Actually, there's another type of pink vine fruit, which boosts the abilities of psychics. If enhanced sufficiently, it could lead to a promotion, Kira whispered into Alida's ear. Only a few psychics knew about the pink vine fruits, but they were incredibly hard to find. Moreover, pink vine fruits were often guarded by psychic beasts. The rarer the vine fruits, the more unpleasant their taste. While chatting over their meal, they couldn't help but reflect on how many things had changed. Previously in other cities, Alida had seen various strange plants. Could plants have also reverted and mutated? Alida believed this possibility was very real. The dishes prepared by the kitchen indeed tasted good, far better than what she could cook. Of course, they could prepare meat dishes, but the meat came from mutant beasts that required hunting. When family members hunted down mutant beasts and delivered them to the kitchen, they received meat vouchers based on the weight. This way, they could exchange for meat when dining. This system was separate. Alternatively, one could choose not to deliver the meat and cook it themselves. Given the scorching weather, winter felt like summer, only the kitchen had refrigerators. Otherwise, the mutant beast carcasses would spoil quickly after death. Therefore, most people chose to send the meat to the kitchen to ensure it stayed fresh longer. A pot of braised mutant pork arrived from the kitchen, specifically prepared for them. The children enjoyed their meal thoroughly. After they finished eating, as they were about to leave the dining area, an idea flashed in Alida's mind about the black soil in her spatial pocket. She had planting space, livestock space, storage, and well water layers. Now, there was an additional layer of black soil. Could she try growing mutant vines? The soil in the planting space was yellow. Perhaps the black soil would make a difference. She was eager to try. Just as they stepped out of the dining hall, several women surrounded them. Angia, we're friends with Kyra and Jacqueline. Alia finally caught up with Alida and immediately approached. Alida furrowed her brow slightly, as if recalling something. Angia, we just arrived today and missed dinner. Please let us eat here. Martina pleaded. Yeah, we're close friends with Kyra and Jacqueline, Alia added. Alida frowned slightly, having heard about the base's rules from Kira during dinner. Why can't you just decide this yourself since you're in charge? Alia didn't seem to notice the cold expression on Alida's face. Alida hated being morally pressured. Why should I help you? Alida asked sharply. Just show some kindness. Consider our friendship with Kyra, Alia persisted, trying to charm her. Standing beside her, Martina saw Alida's stern look. She felt it best not to continue pleading. Before, they had begged Alida for food, but she only provided for Kyra, ignoring the rest. This is the base's food, not hers. Even if she refused before, now we're part of the base. Can't she help us? Martina argued. If you want to eat, you'll work at the restaurant today, Alida replied coldly. Dishes and utensils needed to be washed by diners. Sure. Alia nodded eagerly, willing to do anything for a meal. When you're hungry, dignity and self-respect mean nothing. As long as you can fill your belly, food is the priority for the people. Some people haven't eaten for too long, they can't wait at all. Being too hungry makes the stomach uncomfortable. The dishes in the restaurant might take them half a day to clean up. This has actually reduced the kitchen's burden today, Kira said with a smile. She hadn't expected that Alida would actually agree. In the past, Alida would have refused coldly. Water is a scarce resource. They wash the dishes with sand and soil before rinsing them with water. Work for food, it's only natural, Alida said indifferently. Actually, this was because she was just short of the points needed for an upgrade, so Alida agreed. Alida's return brought a lot of fresh vegetables and fruits to the cafeteria. Her planting area had grown several numerical values, unlocking a new fruit, orange. Alida had too many durians in her space, so today the cafeteria issued quite a few durians. Many women were thrilled. To think there would be durians. I couldn't even afford to buy them before the apocalypse. Durians need to be exchanged with points. But I still want to eat them. It's great. Tianyan City now has 2 large bases, both dominated by psychics. Besides their base in the west, there is also one in the northern wealthy residential area, mostly villa complexes. That base has guns and 6 or 7 psychics, with 2 being the strongest. To the east is a panda reserve where pandas live. They rarely come to this side. In the north, there are vines, as well as in the city center. Tianjin City is surrounded by mountains, which have also sprouted many vines. The two bases fight over the vine fruits every day. The other base gets most of its food from hunting mutant beast. However, mutant beasts are fierce and not always hunted successfully. Besides, the food supply for ordinary people is limited. Over time, the gap has widened significantly, but due to the strong power of their psychics, no one dares to resist. Chapter 171 Pink Vine Fruit. Those people are truly ruthless and devoid of conscience. How could they use children to threaten us? That group of people are despicable. A few people, upon returning, expressed their anger at today's scene. They would actually use children as bait just to seize supplies. Our base members wouldn't do something like that. I heard the people in the other base were all ex-prisoners, a bunch of perverted lunatics. Yeah, when they run out of food, they will even resort to cannibalism. They even cook the corpses. Throughout human history, there have been perverted individuals in ancient times who ate people, but not even mutant beasts would do such things. Don't talk about it anymore. It makes me feel sick just thinking about it. Several people who returned from outside conversed like this. Nowadays, the two large bases are both competing for resources in Tian City. The survivors in Tian City mostly live in these two bases, although some prefer living independently in the urban areas without joining any base. But they're the minority. Kyra's son is a special ability user, so he was assigned to the primary school. Currently, children over 6 years old must attend school where they train physically. If they awaken abilities, they can enter the specialized classes for gifted students. Kyra's child autonomously awakened his power, but it remained quite unstable. Kira said they discovered pink vine fruit in the northern part of the city, but there's a powerful mutant beast guarding it. It's unclear what type of mutation it underwent, but its shell is incredibly hard. It can't be penetrated by bullet. Ivory found Kira's words interesting. She had not left the base recently, spending her time researching her own spatial realm and accompanying her child these past few days, considering how long she'd been away. Since she had that idea last time, Ivory transplanted a vine into her black soil space. She found that the vine had rooted in the black soil, while the vines outside were green. This one inside her space turned completely black from root to tip. However, unlike the vines outside that bear fruit, perhaps due to the short amount of time, this black vine was very sturdy. Laurie, are you interested in checking it out? Asked Kira. Ivory shook her head. She wasn't too interested now. She wasn't particularly fascinated by the fruit, but the vine intrigued her. Pink vine fruit. It can enhance abilities. Kira said excitedly. It can strengthen abilities. Kira added. Ivory thought, if she could transplant that vine back to her black soil space. Thinking about this, Ivory immediately agreed. Ivory, Kira, Dino, Wayne, and Jay went to the northern part of the city together. Now, the city's roads were occupied by vines which climbed walls and spread throughout the entire city. From the outside, the entire city seemed swallowed by green, resembling an ancient world. Nature's magic slowly erases all traces of human life. Perhaps the retreat of humans allowed other species to evolve rapidly. Like the giant tree Ivory saw before, more bizarre plants and animals might appear in the future. Laurie, you haven't been out much lately. Besides our base, there's another base nearby. Those people escaped from prison. There's a heavy-duty prison outside the city of Tian, Kira said. Because it was a high-tech electronic prison, it had strict management with prisoners wearing electronic collars. Unexpectedly, after the end times, all those people managed to escape. There are many prisons nationwide with countless inmates inside. Kira knew about this prison in Tian because it once held a dangerous criminal. What if a psychic commits a crime? Ivory asked. There's a separate island prison in the sea specifically for psychic criminals. Now during the apocalypse, it's unknown if those inmates have escaped. If they did, it could be a disaster, Kira replied. That prison only houses psychic criminals. In the sea, it won't be easy to escape, and sea monsters are also dangerous, Dino pointed out. The island prison isn't a place for ordinary criminals. After all, anyone who has served time is deranged and devoid of humanity. Now, in this post-apocalyptic era, they're probably even more inhumane, Kira sighed. As long as they don't provoke us. Ivory said calmly, humans shouldn't harm others unless attacked first. If they dare provoke her, she doesn't mind feeding them to her pets. Little Black didn't run around wildly this time but stood on Ivory's shoulder. Ivory patted its head. Kira liked petting cats, but Little Black was very aloof. No one else could touch it besides Ivory and Dave. Besides us, the other group has their eyes on it too, Kira said. The opposite base has several psychics, 2 of whom are particularly powerful, but that giant mutant beast is really powerful. We attacked it so many times, and it didn't even flinch, Kira said. Only Zaire's electric shocks can paralyze it, Honest said. But when it gets paralyzed, its whole body curls up, making it impossible for us to move, Kira said angrily. That mutant beast blocked the way, preventing them from getting to the pink vine fruit which they could only see but not reach. These vines are increasing in number. Kira observed the vines that had fused with the walls, making the tall buildings look like tree houses from a fairy tale. Human infrastructure was strong, the vines around their community were slowly being cleared away. However, these vines continuously invaded, spreading from outside to inside, hiding everything under a cloak of vines. Laurie, do you see? There's a pink vine fruit over there on the big square, Kira pointed towards the large spiral square ahead. Look, those people are still there. Honest pointed to a group of people on the roof of a 3-story building nearby who seemed to be waiting for an opportunity to strike. Ivory saw the spiral plaza ahead. Is this vine fruit this big? Ivory thought it would be small, but it turned out the pink vine fruit was much larger than a winter melon. Yes, that's just the outer layer. Only the core inside is effective. The vine fruit was too large and heavy, so they had to be very careful during harvesting. If it fell to the ground, it would easily shatter, destroying the valuable pink core inside. Ivory wasn't worried about that. She could directly store it in her spatial realm. Laurie, look, that's the big monster. It's resting now. Kira pointed at the monster curled up beneath the vines. Ivory wasn't particularly interested in the vine fruit, she was more intrigued by the vine that bore it. The vine bearing the fruit was much thicker than ordinary vines. The one she dug up before was as thick as her arm, but this one was as thick as a thigh. Chapter 172 Getting the Pink Fruit. People in the distance were also watching. Now, it seemed as if that mutated beast was sleeping. If you assume it's asleep and recklessly rush forward, it will swallow you whole. Alida looked at its appearance. It resembled a tortoise shell disc but was covered with sharp spikes. Isn't it a bit like Godzilla? Alida said. What is Godzilla? Kira asked, frowning. It's a giant monster from foreign films, supposedly designed based on ancient creatures. Alida explained. This movie was quite popular, didn't they watch it? Their special department members were always busy training and completing missions, so they rarely watched movies. It does look similar, Jay said. They had children, so they used to watch some animated films at home, including this one. Its body is also very tall. It might be about 3 to 4 meters, Kira remarked. Although it was around 3 to 4 meters tall, it still couldn't match the size of Alida's devil frog. We should lure it out, then we can go and steal the fruit while keeping an eye on those people who might try to snatch it from us, Kira suggested. Can you send out your spiders? Or bye-bye. Kira thought that one of Alida's pets could fight the current Godzilla. Before Kira finished speaking, Alida directly summoned the giant python. The small CAI snake had grown to be 7 to 8 meters long and very wide. 3 or 4 people could stand on its snake head without any problem. Alida stood on the snake head, looking extremely powerful. She looked at Jay and said, Jay, come up. The snake lowered its head, and Jay stepped right onto the python's head. Both Jay and Alida stood half on the python's head, looking incredibly formidable, which made Kira envious. Anue. Me too. Kira exclaimed. Alida released 3 giant spiders, allowing each of them to stand on one spider. Since Kira had been on one before, he felt more familiar with it. Honest, hurry up. Kira urged Honest. Wayne climbed onto the back of a giant spider behind them. This was his first time riding one. When they first encountered these spiders, they were dangerous foes, but now they had become their helpers. Abram, don't get too close to its eyes, Alida warned. Hearing Alida's words, Abram quickly retreated, feeling tense. Honest hesitated at the sight of such a large spider, but since both Kira and Wayne had gone up, he gritted his teeth and climbed on. Make sure to keep your balance and hold on tight. Kira reminded him expertly. In a bit, the 3 of you will distract Godzilla while the spiders assist you. I'll go and pick the fruit, Alida declared. Got it. Everyone nodded, with no objections. The 3 giant spiders carried the 3 of them toward Godzilla, using their powers to catch its attention. On the rooftop of a nearby building. Am I seeing things? Why are there 3 people standing on giant spiders? Look. 3 people leaned against the railing, watching the 3 giant spiders distracting Godzilla not far away. It's them. They recognized these people by their powers immediately. Brother Baker, they're going for the pink fruit, Ansel said anxiously. They had been waiting here to snatch the fruit as well, and now they saw their chance. They could take advantage of the distraction to grab the fruit themselves. Go. Miguel, you go first, Ansel instructed. Miguel jumped directly from the 3rd floor while the others hurried down the stairs. Miguel was also a power user, with the ability to rubberize his body, making him waterproof and resistant to electricity. Even falling from the 20th floor wouldn't harm him. I want to dig out all these vines, Alida said. Okay. Jay nodded, not questioning what she intended to do with the vines, just supporting her decision. Meanwhile, the 3 giant spiders were struggling with Godzilla, their webs combined with the power user's abilities managing to briefly immobilize it. However, this creature's defense was formidable, and it remained unharmed despite their attacks. The power users over there are heading for the pink fruit. Kira noticed several power users running toward the fruit while they distracted Godzilla. The pink fruit grew deep within the thicket of vines, requiring some time to reach. Moreover, the vines were thick, making climbing difficult. Don't worry, Sister Ran is here. Abram reassured everyone. Great, the pink fruit is ours, one person said excitedly as he prepared to climb the vines. I'll climb up, you catch the pink fruit down there. Make sure you catch it, Ansel instructed. Don't worry, I'll definitely catch it without damaging it, Miguel replied. He was a rubber man after all. Just as they were getting excited and the pink fruit was almost in their hands, suddenly a giant python darted out from the side. The python reared up, and Alida directly stored the pink fruit into her spatial ring. The few people were startled by the sudden appearance of the python, then saw that 2 people were standing on it, and the pink fruit was gone. They thought the python had swallowed the pink fruit. What do we do? Miguel asked, as the pink fruit was already gone. Damn it, they're trying to steal our fruit, the bearded man cursed, pulling out a handgun and firing at the python. Bang bang. 2 bullets shot over, hitting the snake scales. Such bullets now only caused superficial injuries to the evolved giant python. Both men simultaneously released their abilities, while Jay's lightning also shot out at the same time. Bang. The abilities of the 3 affected the surrounding vines. At this moment, other lurking mutated beasts emerged not far away. Let's go. Seeing the situation wasn't favorable, the group immediately retreated. Alida wanted to dig up the vine. Seeing that other mutated beasts were emerging around, she sent out Bye-Bye and the panda from her spatial ring. It was the first time for the giant panda to come out, and it was curious about everything it saw. Bye-Bye, block them, Alida ordered. Alida jumped off the python, instructing the panda to dig up the soil. She intended to plant this vine in her spatial ring. Using the panda like this, why do I feel a bit heartbroken? Alida muttered, possibly due to the weight of it being a national treasure. The panda's efficiency was impressive, quickly digging out a hole in just a few moments. Alida took the opportunity to store the vine into her spatial ring and told Jay, we can leave now. The panda returned to the spatial ring, wondering if its master brought it out just to dig some dirt. Chapter 173 Special Psychic Beast. Godzilla sensed the disappearance of the pink fruit and instantly became enraged. Suddenly, a fireball shot out from Godzilla's mouth. Given Godzilla's massive size, the fireball was also enormous, instantly setting ablaze the spider silk that entangled it. Spider silk is most afraid of fire, and Godzilla's sudden rage intensified. Quick, retreat. Alida instructed the giant spiders, not wanting them to get hurt. Kira conjured an ice wall, temporarily blocking the attack of the fireball. Honest dared not unleash his psychic power at this moment. His ability was wind-based. If he had released a tornado, it would have only helped spread Godzilla's fireballs. Godzilla saw the giant python within its territory and let out a roar, the intense and piercing sound making everyone uncomfortable. Godzilla attacked the giant python, and Jay quickly formed a massive electric net, buzzing. Godzilla was momentarily stunned. Taking advantage of this, the giant python swiftly carried Alida away while showing a strong will to fight. With Godzilla catching up again, its speed suddenly increased and it collided with the giant python. The python's head was covered in smooth scales, and with this collision, the giant python staggered. Alida and Jay lost their balance, causing Alida to fall directly down. Jay caught Alida around her waist, rolling into a patch of vines nearby. Jay controlled dark threads to cut through the surrounding vines, but even though he had activated his second ability, he still couldn't control it well. Especially because this ability required strict control. It's like controlling each strand of hair. If you can't control your own hair, how could you control these threads? However, Jay could manage simple control within 1 meter. The giant python and Godzilla fought fiercely as the python spat out its tongue, coiling itself upright around Godzilla. Meanwhile, the other 3 giant spiders were carrying the 3 humans away. The fireballs from Godzilla had already burned many of the vines around. These vines would burn out today, but they would grow back fully after just 2 or 3 days, demonstrating their incredible resilience. Godzilla charged toward the giant python, but the python moved quickly, wrapping around Godzilla and tightening its hold continuously. Godzilla shot fireballs at the giant python, sizzling. The giant python preferred cold environments and its scales changed color. However, it didn't let Godzilla off easily, continuing to tighten its grip. As Godzilla tried to break free, the tighter the python wrapped, creating a standoff between the 2 beasts. The giant python extended its head, quickly circling around Godzilla's back. The python couldn't swallow such a huge Godzilla, but its constriction continued. Godzilla's shell was incredibly hard, and surprisingly, it curled itself into a ball. Regardless of the python's constriction, Godzilla refused to come out. Alida felt they had what they came for and didn't need to risk more lives, so she summoned the python back. The python immediately loosened its grip and quickly returned to Alida and Jay's location, carrying them away. Behind them, Godzilla slowly recovered, noticing the disappearance of the pink fruit, which made him furious. He kept shooting fireballs around until he couldn't shoot anymore, then stopped. Alida recalled the giant python into her space. Its scales were tough, but it had been burned earlier. That guy's shell is really hard. Even the python couldn't strangle it to death. Kira commented. Even with all of them using their powers, its massive shell blocked everything. Who knew that big guy could be both large, have a hard shell, and shoot fire? Now mutated beasts can breathe fire too? Wayne frowned slightly. This was the strangest psychic beast they had ever seen. We humans have psychics, and now these mutants have special abilities, Honest remarked, frowning slightly. The world might become more fantastical, mutated humans, peculiar fruits, and fierce mutant beasts. The end of science leads to a fantastical world, Kira added philosophically. Everything has really changed. In the future, we should be careful about mutant beasts. Some of them can mutate, Kira said. Maybe it's because of those vine fruits. Humans eating them can activate psychic powers, and mutants might do the same, Alida speculated seriously. Just as pink fruits can enhance mutant capabilities, they could also boost mutant beasts. These mutant beasts seem to guard the vine fruits, but animals are generally more sensitive than humans. Why does this guy guard the vine fruit without eating it? Alida asked, puzzled. They all knew that pink fruits had evolutionary effects. Since mutant beasts already possessed abilities, they must know this effect. So why not eat them? Not yet. Maybe this fruit isn't fully ripe? Kira speculated. Mutant beasts understand this effect better than humans. They made wild guesses without any confirmation, as if a new era had just begun. Everything needed exploration, and they were probably the pioneers. Back at the base. The shell of this pink fruit is surprisingly large, Alida sighed. Eating this can enhance abilities. Evolve. Vita got one last time and ate it that way, Wayne said. Now we only have this one. Kira frowned slightly. Everyone wanted to become stronger. Since Laurie obtained it, let's give it to Laurie, Kira said. The others nodded in agreement. After all, Alida was the one who got the fruit. They even felt that if they hadn't gone today, with Alida's mutant beast, Godzilla could still be lured away, and the mutant pink fruit obtained. This won't do me any good. Alida shook her head. Her spatial ability doesn't absorb anything. Why don't we all try a little bit then? Alida suggested. Kira's eyes lit up but also felt a bit embarrassed. Jay and Wayne opened the shell, which was indeed very large. Alida's little black cat jumped up, its claws gripping the pink shell. Little Black asked for Alida's opinion. Little Black eats this shell, Alida said. Well, let's eat it then. Can you really eat the shell? It's quite sour, Kira remarked. At first, they tried the shell, which was not only sour but also had no effect, so they threw it away. Now Little Black wanted to eat the shell, while inside, there appeared a pink fruit. It looked like a peach, and Alida took out a small knife, cutting it into several pieces, each about the size of a fingernail, sharing it among everyone present. Alida put a piece in her mouth and found it very sweet, with no particular energy sensation. Chapter 174, Mutated Plants. However, everyone else had a look of shock after eating the fruit. I feel my energy has slightly increased. It seems this pink fruit really does enhance one's energy. No wonder Atlas's strength improved so quickly, Kira said with a sigh. Did you all feel it too? Alida asked. Millimeter. Everyone nodded, even Jay, who had just advanced, felt something. Alida didn't feel any changes after eating the pink fruit. Perhaps it was because their abilities were on their bodies, while hers was spatial. They needed to increase their own energy to level up, whereas she needed to expand her space. The faster the space expanded, the quicker she would advance. So for her, the pink fruit wasn't as useful as gold. Thinking about this, Alida set up a gold exchange point in the base, allowing people to trade gold for vegetables and fruits from her space. Little Black had actually eaten its entire shell, and now feeling full of energy, it wanted to return to the space to advance further. Without a word, Alida took Little Black back into the space. It seemed that the outer layer of the pink fruit was truly beneficial for mutated beasts. In the following days, many continued to venture out for supplies or search for vine fruits. Early one morning, Alida sensed something unusual in her space and immediately entered it mentally, finding herself in the black soil area, which was her fifth space. Now her space resembled a petal shape, with this fifth petal having black soil where she had transplanted 2 vines, expecting them to produce vine fruits. But these 2 vines grew intertwined, stretching toward Alida's spirit as they sensed her presence. She could faintly sense their consciousness. She must be going crazy, though Alida vaguely sensed that there was something special about this black soil and believed it was meant for growing plants or mutant plants. She hadn't expected it to actually work. Each petal represented a layer, 1 for cultivation, another for water, 3 for storage, 4 for livestock, and this last half for plant mutation. However, even these mutated plants required nutrient. Alida didn't know what conditions were needed for advancement. Apart from that meteorite which could overall boost her space, known methods included using gold to upgrade livestock space and gratitude values from others consuming her food to upgrade the cultivation space. Actually, Alida didn't realize that it wasn't gratitude but faith. The more food consumed from her cultivation space, the more faith generated towards her once a certain level was reached. The current value over 300 was the measure of faith in Alida. Albie and Philip, along with Jimena and other children, joined training activities in the base. Children generally played and fought, not paying much attention. The base had installed signal networks, and Alida browsed news from Jingju on her phone. Indeed, not only in their city, but plants in other cities also exhibited ancestral traits, some producing unique fruits, while others feasted on flesh and blood, be it human or beast. Now, only Jingju and Mudu remained stable among the bases, the rest struggled to survive. They faced danger from both mutant beasts and traps set by mutant plants. After Little Black finished advancing, it often roamed freely outside, returning only at night to sleep, disappearing again afterward. Alida didn't interfere much since she had many pets, but she truly doted on Little Black. A month later, in the livestock space, the 7 small birds Little Black brought back had grown considerably. Only now did Alida get a clear view of their appearance, pterodactyls, likely due to a bird species with pterodactyl genes undergoing ancestral mutation. Hi Xiao, want to take a ride? Alida said. Your pterodactyls have grown? Jay asked, knowing about the 7 pterodactyls in her space, which had now matured. They should be able to carry a person without issue. Yes, but we need protective gear. Alida replied. No problem, I'll make it. Jay said with a smile. After gathering materials, Jay made several sets of protective gear. Otherwise, with the pterodactyls flying fast and high, falling would be disastrous. In the residential area, when others saw Alida come out, none dared to disturb her. Alida released the pterodactyls from her space, and Jay fitted them with the protective gear. What is that? Such a large bird. What kind of bird? It looks like a pterodactyl. Haven't you seen a fossil? Another man said. It does look a bit like one. Alida released the pterodactyl, attracting quite a crowd, but no one dared to approach. The pterodactyl looked very fierce. But there were people secretly recording with their phones. Now in the base, there was electricity, and some could get hold of phones, playing with them occasionally, and there was even a signal. The giant python sister and had last time was already scary. I think the giant spider was scarier, but this pterodactyl is pretty cool, isn't it? People around were chatting quietly. Jay had already fitted the protective gear. The pterodactyl lowered its head, allowing Alida to climb on. To be honest, she was still a bit nervous, but after riding the devil frog, this wasn't so bad. Jay, want to come with me? Alida asked. Sure. Jay also wanted to try. Kira rushed over when he heard the commotion, seeing Alida and Jay already sitting on the several meter tall pterodactyl. Anua, when did you start keeping this? Kira exclaimed in shock. We'll fly around once, and I'll tell you when we get back, Alida replied. Kira watched the two riding on the pterodactyl's back, feeling somewhat envious. Jay sat behind, with Alida clinging tightly to him, both gripping the reins. The pterodactyl had always stayed in her space. This was its first time flying out. Seeing the blue sky, it was very excited. Alida could sense its excitement. Let's go. Alida patted the pterodactyl's back. The pterodactyl soared straight into the sky, and at the moment of takeoff, a strong sensation of weightlessness and dizziness overwhelmed them. Jay felt Alida's tension. He had undergone training before, but Alida hadn't. This flight felt different from sitting on the devil frog. Alida's face turned slightly pale. Don't be nervous, relax. Jay kept comforting Alida from behind. Alida watched as the ground below became more distant, with the strong wind blowing through her hair. Chapter 175, Thrilling. The pterodactyl could sense Alida's condition, so it wasn't flying very fast. After a while, Alida gradually adapted. This was much more thrilling than riding in an airplane. This was an unobstructed, glass-free reality. The surrounding wind blew her eyes almost shut, forcing her to squint. Seemed like next time she should bring along some windproof goggles. Really thrilling, Alida said. Jay had piloted a single-seat plane and skydived before, but this was his first time riding a dragon. The pterodactyl didn't fly too high, skimming above the skyscrapers. Flying too high at first would have scared Alida. Alida looked down at a large villa compound surrounded by wire mesh fences below. There were people on the ground clearing away some vines. This is another base, Alida asked. Yin City now had two major bases, one was theirs, and the other was here. Shall we take a look? Alida asked curiously. She had heard about this base from her own base. It was rumored that life here was harsh and inhumane, because most of the people here were ex-prisoners. Alida wanted to see how inhumane it was for herself. If there's a red line, then it's humanity's bottom line. If there isn't a red line, then there are no limits to human depravity, Jay remarked lightly. During his time undercover, he had seen everything. At first, Alida didn't understand what Jay meant. Although she had caused trouble in the past, compared to these things, it was nothing. Alida ordered the pterodactyl to land on a rooftop. She and Jay got off but didn't recall the pterodactyl. Instead, she let it go out for a stroll. To differentiate between the several pterodactyls, Alida numbered them from 1 to 7. This one was Little One. Little One was delighted to receive Alida's command and flew into the sky joyfully. Alida and Jay prepared to go downstairs and explore, intending to exit through the rooftop door. But then, Alida heard something, and not just her, Jay also heard it. They exchanged glances, and Jay walked toward the sound. Getting closer, Alida covered her nose. Because there was an indescribably foul smell. On the rooftop were several thick white pipes, and the sound was coming from inside them. Jay approached and saw no one. These pipes didn't seem big enough to hide anything substantial either. Alida crouched down and saw a little girl, about 4 or 5 years old, curled up inside. Her face was deathly pale, and the stench emanated from her. Justine, upon seeing Alida and Jay, quickly curled up even tighter in fear. Why are you hiding here? Where are your parents? Alida frowned, asking. Justine didn't answer, only looking at Alida nervously. Suddenly, an even more disgusting odor came out, causing both Alida and Jay to step back quickly. That smell seemed to come from the little girl, possibly due to some special ability. I've seen a special ability before. It produces a sweet aroma to attract people. This child might have something similar, Jay said, holding his nose. Alida found the odor overwhelming. I mean you no harm. Here, have this apple. Alida took an apple from her space ring and placed it on the ground. Let's move away, Alida said, pulling Jay farther away. Only then did she feel better. She hadn't dared to breathe just now. Justine noticed the red fruit on the ground. Its fragrant sweetness tempted her. Her mouth began to water involuntarily, her stomach growling with hunger. She was afraid to come out, but her hunger was unbearable. All she could think about was the apple in front of her. Finally, she couldn't resist and crawled out slowly, picking up the apple and munching down on it. She barely tasted it as she chewed, even swallowing the core without spitting it out. Within seconds, she finished the apple. Only then did she feel a sweet fragrance lingering in her mouth. Alida and Jay didn't pay further attention to the little girl and headed towards the rooftop door. However, the door was locked from the outside. Alida tried pushing it open but failed. It won't open, the little girl said blankly, probably less resistant now because Alida had given her the apple. They had welded the door shut from the outside because of her smell, locking her in permanently. Alida pushed a few times, then finally used the polar bear's strength, forcefully prying the door open. Justine's eyes lit up when she saw the door being pushed open, but she quickly retreated and hid behind. Alida and Jay walked out of the rooftop. The building here was somewhat dilapidated, with water stains everywhere and peeling walls. A damp odor permeated the building, along with an eerie moistness. Alida descended the stairs, and when she reached around the 7th or 8th floor, she faintly heard voices. She looked into a room where a scene straight out of a movie unfolded before their eyes. Several couples were engaged in primal human desires. Alida's face turned slightly red. Although she and Jay had children together, this intense group scenario made her heart pound. Jay also looked displeased and quickly covered Alida's eyes as they continued walking down. "We've been together for so long, this isn't much." Alida tried to remain calm. Suddenly, Jay leaned close to Alida's ear, his voice tinged with amusement. "Really?" Thinking about how they hadn't been intimate recently, mainly because Alida knew that Cecil and Will could experience their sensations similarly, making it hard for her psychologically. Whenever she was close to Jay, thinking another person felt the same made her hesitant. Over this period, Alida consistently refused, and Jay never forced her. "Actually, the side effects should have worn off," Jay said, as he hadn't sensed anything from Will lately. Before, he would occasionally feel his pain or injuries, but nothing in the past 2 weeks. "Her." Alida's eyes brightened. Jay looked at her adorably and pulled her into his arms. "Stop, not here." Alida frowned. "I'm feeling eager to get back." Jay seemed somewhat unsatisfied. Alida rolled her eyes at him. They had come this far, so naturally, they needed to check the situation first. There were still many people on this floor, including children playing in the hallways, though they all looked like African refugees. Chapter 176, Bloodthirsty Bats. The oldest of the several children was probably around 10 years old. At the sight of Alida and Jay, their expressions instantly turned to terror. Immediately, all the children retreated back into the room, a hotel room in a high-rise building, this floor being designated for the hotel. The door had already been damaged, yet the children hurriedly squeezed inside, but out of apparent curiosity, they peered out from within, staring at Alida and Jay. Each child was filthy, with black dirt embedded under their fingernails. Alida looked at one of the older children among them. "Can I ask you something?" Alida asked. The boy furrowed his brows, momentarily fearful, only staring intently at Alida. From her spatial pocket, Alida took out a few apples. The children's eyes lit up upon seeing the apples. It was an extremely hungry look. Each child stared intensely at the apples in Alida's hand but dared not rush to grab them, only looking pleadingly. "I'll ask you a few questions, answer me, and these are yours," Alida said seriously. The boy nodded vigorously at Alida's words, afraid she might change her mind. "Where are your parents?" Alida asked. Working outside, the boy answered softly, slightly lowering his head. Their parents worked laborious jobs outside, bringing back food daily when they returned. These children hid here. "How old are you all?" Alida continued asking. The boy listed their ages one by one. The oldest was 11, the youngest merely 3. Alida asked a few more simple questions, though they didn't know much beyond that. After finishing her inquiries, Alida handed over the apples. Instantly, the children swarmed forward, devouring the apples greedily. Their faces were covered in dirt, yet their exposed teeth were stark white. One little girl only nibbled on half an apple, reserving the rest despite Alida noticing how much she wanted to eat it. She seemed to be searching for something to properly store the remaining half of the apple. She wanted to save it for when her mother returned. Alida took out a few more apples from her spatial pocket. "These are for you too." Thank you, big brother, big sister," the boy sincerely thanked. Alida waved her hand dismissively, saying nothing as the value points in her cultivation space increased once again. Indeed, Alida found the conditions needed for upgrading her cultivation space. "Big sister, are you going downstairs?" A little boy called out to Alida. "Yeah," Alida nodded. "There will be many bad people there. You must be careful," the older boy warned. "All right." Some children's hearts were still so pure, give them a little kindness, and they would remember it forever. But what about a naive child trying to survive in this apocalypse? This high-rise building had several floors. Alida and Jay walked down, finding this place inhabited mainly by commoners. And some ruthless civilians who bullied others. Please let go of my daughter. She is only 13, a woman cried. Several men dragged a little girl whose clothes were now torn to shreds. On the ground lay what appeared to be the little girl's mother, stepped on, with a man pressing down on her. Yet she still pleaded desperately for them to spare her daughter. "Jordan is my favorite. When I went to prison, it was because I slept with a girl and got sentenced to 10 years. Now I sleep with 10 or 20. Let's see who can sentence me," one man boasted arrogantly. "Bud, we could only watch in videos before, now we can actually do it," another man grinned wickedly beside him. There was no need for fantasy, they were just restrained by legal limits or lack thereof. "Mommy, save me, mommy, save me." A teenage girl sobbed, terrified. Don't kill her," a man ordered, frowning. Their base had few young girls left, mostly even younger ones. "If she dies, what's to fear?" "Exactly, who can arrest us if she dies?" The group of men laughed arrogantly. Seeing this scene, Alida was nearly enraged to the point of exploding. "These people. No, beasts. I haven't released my bats in a long time, they're thirsty for blood too." Thinking this, Alida released the vampire bats from her spatial pocket. What's that? Bats? Those who saw the sudden emergence of the vampire bats screamed in shock. They wielded weapons nearby, slashing at the bats, but the bats moved swiftly, biting into the men's necks. Once bitten, the bat's venom carried an anesthetic and hallucinogenic effect, preventing any resistance. Instantly, several men were drained of blood, leaving only a few violated little girls. The mother lying on the ground rushed over desperately, hugging her daughter tightly in her arms. "Mommy, Mommy." Justine screamed frantically. Don't be afraid, Mommy is here." Katrina held her child tightly. She would rather be drained by the vampire bats than see her daughter defiled to death. Surprisingly, these vampire bats didn't harm them. Instead, they sucked those vile men dry and then vanished as if they had never been there. After a while, the woman gradually regained her composure from shock. "Mommy, I just saw two people," the little girl said, wondering if it was a god who saved them or Superman. "Elias. Just as long as you're safe, thank goodness." Katrina quickly led her child away from this place. Those men, now drained of blood, had turned into dried-up corpses with no flesh left on their bones, skin clinging to bone, a terrifying sight. "They might have had their fill and left," the woman said gratefully. A leader exited the building. As the children said, most people in this base were prison escapees, so none of them were good. People in this base also wanted to escape, but the area around the base was surrounded by electric fences that would kill anyone who crossed. Of course, some tried to dig tunnels secretly to escape, but they lacked the strength to do so, barely able to eat enough daily. After being starved for days, they couldn't even speak, let alone dig tunnels. A leader summoned a pterodactyl and left this place with Jay. Fortunately, her base hadn't fallen into such chaos, not that it hadn't happened, but because no one dared. They did not dare to cross the line, knowing the severe consequences. Being expelled from the base meant losing this living environment and this kind of food. They could still access the internet and knew that in huge bases like the Kyoto base, fresh vegetables were unavailable even to ordinary people, yet they always had plenty of food here. Chapter 177, Wedding. In the evening, Madison returned from working outside. She looked at her hands which had become rough and dry, with peeling skin. Her fingernails were caked with black mud, even the lines of her skin were filled with dark marks, and her hair, unwashed for a long time, had become frizzy. She used to be someone who cared about her appearance, having a decent job, getting skincare treatments weekly, and doing manicures. But now she lived just to exist. It turned out that one could live without dignity. Her child was the only reason she continued living. "Mommy, Mommy." Justine ran up to Madison excitedly as soon as she saw her return, hugging her tightly. Madison took out a crushed instant noodle packet and a bottle of water from her pocket. "Quick, eat, daughter," Madison said. "Mommy, look." Justine pulled out an apple from her pocket. The apple was bright red and gave off a fresh scent. Madison had almost forgotten what this fruit smelled like. For a moment, Madison thought it was a toy apple. "Where did you get this?" Madison first felt surprised when she saw the apple, followed by fear. Outside now, no green plants except vines could survive, and the seeds they found wouldn't grow. "A big sister gave it to me. They all have them," the little girl said. Each child received one. Some kids ate theirs entirely, while others wanted to save it for their parents but couldn't resist. Justine held on to hers, waiting until her mother came back. "Big sister?" Madison wondered if she could be an angel. Then she suddenly thought of something. Could it be someone from the sky-shaded base? Even though she hadn't been there, she had heard people discuss how people in that base enjoyed fresh vegetables and fruits, ensuring children's safety. Many people from their base fled there, some caught and brought back, others made it successfully. "Mommy, hurry up and eat." Justine swallowed her saliva, fearing her mother might not eat, and she couldn't resist any longer. Madison's hand trembled as she gazed at the apple, larger than her palm, taking a tiny bite. Its sweet taste spread through her mouth, and she almost didn't dare to take another bite. "It's an apple. Mommy, isn't it delicious?" Justine said. This was the best thing she had ever tasted. Joan may not know that, for her, it was just an apple, one among many she possessed. But for others, it was precious food, perhaps life-saving. "Not good, baby. You eat." "I don't like it," Madison lied. The more responsible her daughter became, the more useless she felt. Watching her daughter joyfully eating the apple, Madison recalled the days when she bought various fruits, cherries, blueberries, cantaloupes, for her daughter. What hasn't her daughter eaten? Yet eating an apple now was so difficult. Everyone wants their child to live a good life. Madison felt the same. She clenched her fists silently, determined to bring her daughter out of here. To that base. Next door, an argument could be heard. Joan and Jay rode on a pterodactyl. These vines grew up tall buildings, covering the entire structure. If anyone lived inside, they would clear away the vines around windows. Otherwise, the rooms would be dark during the day due to these vines. Still, the vines also protected humans to some extent. Some people left the base because they found it too restrictive, hiding instead. Joan saw some people picking vine leaves to boil and eat. This caused diarrhea. After eating, they'd run to the bathroom, yet still continue eating these leaves, having no other food. Of course, some people got dehydrated or developed allergies leading to bleeding and death. But others gained immunity and stopped having symptoms. Indeed, only the fittest survived. Humanity was slowly adapting to the world, but at a brutal cost. The people who couldn't adapt would eventually be eliminated. Flying around, Joan and Jay returned to the base by dusk. Several people waited for Jay and Joan. In the dining hall, they had a private room, and everyone was present today. A few kids were already eating and seemed very happy to see Jonyu return. Mommy, I want to ride the flying dragon tomorrow too, Daeun said. Sure. Jonyu agreed. Capri also wanted to but didn't speak up. Daeun, however, volunteered for her, saying, I want to go with big sister. Okay. Jonyu agreed. As long as you're not afraid, Jonyu considered whether the kids might suffer from acrophobia. Once Jonyu and Jae sat down, the dishes prepared by the chef were served. Today, there are 2 pieces of news to announce, Kira said sheepishly as she glanced at Honest. I'll make the announcement. I've already proposed to Kira, and we want to have a wedding. We're seeking everyone's opinion, Honest announced generously. Kira, standing beside him, felt somewhat embarrassed. Sure. It just happens that there hasn't been any good news in our base recently, Jonyu smiled. Seeing Jonyu agree, the others all nodded. Kira, I'll take care of your wedding dress, it will definitely be beautiful. Jonyu laughed. Thank you. Kira expressed her gratitude. Zaire, sister and you, our base is getting larger and needs to expand its defense, especially our military strength, Usher said. People with superpowers were still in the minority, those who had activated their powers now were mostly children. Additionally, some mutant beasts were evolving rapidly. The speed at which humans evolved was not on par with these mutant beasts. Therefore, they wanted to find some thermal weapons. A few members of the Tianyan forces had come to their base a few days ago. Their troops had been attacked by a group of beasts. Since the troops were stationed in desolate areas where wild beasts were already numerous and had mutated, becoming even stronger, the soldiers had scattered, but the army still possessed weapons in an armory. However, the commander had died without leaving a password, so they needed to figure out how to open it. We want the armory, Iona said. To retrieve the armory, they would need Jonyu's help due to her spatial ability, and also to figure out how to open the armory door. The person who knows the password is a senior military programmer now located in another base, Usher explained. This meant they would need to rescue that man to get the armory, which came as a surprise to Jonyu since they had just been there today. After discussing further while eating, they ultimately decided that Kira and Honest's wedding would take place the day after tomorrow. And then there was the matter of the armory. Chapter 178, Activation of Mutants. After the meal, Ivory and Kira had some private time together. In fact, I didn't plan on getting married or having children so soon. But I got pregnant, Kira admitted shyly. Congratulations, congratulations. Ivory congratulated with a smile. Pregnancy is rare for humans, let alone for us ability users. I didn't expect to succeed in just a few tries. I haven't figured out how to be a good mom yet, said Kira, somewhat melancholy, especially given their current environment. How would they go through prenatal checkups? How would they deliver the baby? The future seemed bleak. So it seems like I really have noticed something unusual, said Ivory as she stroked her chin. There had indeed been quite a few pregnancies recently at the base, but abortion was extremely difficult now due to the lack of equipment and doctors. Currently, apart from Cannon, Colleen, who had previously studied medicine, also naturally became a part of the hospital's outpatient department. Now, there were only 4 people in their outpatient clinic: Cannon, Colleen, Cannon's daughter, and an ophthalmologist. Honestly speaking, medical personnel were severely lacking. It would be great if we could take over that other base, said Ivory, as that base controlled several hospitals and thus had doctors as well. Actually, given their capabilities, they could very well raid it. Let's get the wedding done first, suggested Ivory. All right. Kira nodded, feeling a bit nervous. Recently, there were indeed many pregnancies at the base. Human reproduction capacity had surprisingly increased. With more pregnant women in the base, baby supplies became highly sought after, leading many to search for these supplies outside. This was the base's first wedding, and what's more, it was between 2 powerful ability users, making it quite lively. In the evening, colorful lights adorned the entire base. Although using generators couldn't handle the power demand, Jay being present ensured sufficient power supply since he was essentially a human generator. With a wind ability user and an ice ability user as parents, what kind of mutant ability would their child possess? That night, perhaps because of the bright lights, a swarm of mutated moths, each the size of a sparrow, was attracted. The base had established walls and protective electric fences, but these moths flew overhead. The crowd immediately fell into chaos and hurriedly fled indoors. Screams occasionally broke out among the crowd. With too many people around, using abilities might inadvertently hurt others, but some continued to kill these mutant creatures. Ivory unleashed 3 bloodthirsty bats and 7 pterodactyls, creating an aerial chase scene where the group of moths were swallowed by her mutants, while others were drained dry by the bloodthirsty bats. Gradually, the commotion died down, but a few people were bitten and injured by the moths. These moths truly bit, leaving chunks of flesh in their wake. Those bitten were promptly sent to the base clinic. I shouldn't have gone ahead with the wedding. Kira felt guilty despite Ivory's timely release of mutant creatures. Despite her efforts, people still got bitten. One person was even bitten on an artery, causing them to bleed out and die on the spot. Mutant beasts arrived unexpectedly, beyond anyone's control. The deceased were buried, and the injured received treatment. Ivory specially took out some well water, sharing it among the people. Her well water had healing properties. A few of those bitten by the moths underwent severe changes after drinking the well water. After the well water upgraded, its exact effects remained unknown until now. Her well water had an activating effect. Those bitten by the mutated moths did not die instantly. The moth's toxin clashed with their body. Typically, one's immune system wouldn't stand a chance. However, after drinking a mouthful of Ivory's well water, the immune cells in their bodies mutated and fused with the moth toxin. Ultimately, these individuals experienced mutations, becoming mutants. Wings akin to moths grew on their backs, allowing flight but without retracting capability. Their eyes turned triangular. Initially treated as monsters, these mutants retained clear consciousness and garnered envy from others, much like Vita. Having been triggered and transformed by Ivory's mineral water, they developed a peculiar trust in her. Even some, seeing them fly in the sky, wished to be bitten. "I want to be bitten too," one man fantasized aloud. But several people died from the bites that day. There were others who had been bitten by mutant beasts before, but their wounds became infected and worsened. They either died or became weakened. A few people chatted, recalling that day when Ivory had fed them an unknown liquid which led to their successful mutation. Now these people were all called mutants. Soon, quite a few came to ask Ivory for that strange water she had given out before. Normally, they wouldn't dare go to Ivory's doorstep, only waiting in the hallway. Whenever Ivory appeared, a crowd would immediately gather around her. "Lynn, can you give us a bit of that water from that day?" one man asked with some boldness. Ivory frowned slightly. "Lynn, here are gold bars I've collected." The man took out a box full of gold bars. Seeing the gold bars, Ivory, indeed finding them useful, gave Ansel 10 milliliters of well water. "Thank you, Lynn, thank you so much," Ansel said gratefully, hurrying away while treasuring the well water. Others couldn't help but feel envious. "Lynn, I have gold too. Lynn, I have jade and..." A crowd surrounded her, all asking for the well water. Ivory looked at what they offered. She exchanged for what she could use, passing on what she didn't like. Although her well water was abundant and inexhaustible, she wouldn't just give it away for free. Those who successfully exchanged were thrilled, while those rejected felt disheartened. However, most knew that Ivory wanted gold the most. It seemed that she didn't need to search for supplies, just directing people with the items from her space would suffice. At night, Ivory now lived with Jay, their family occupying a 150 square meter house. Jimena and her brother Philip shared a room, while Dave also slept alone. "Laurie, the kids are all asleep." Jay wrapped his arms around Ivory's waist, his eyes glowing with intense passion. Chapter 179 Attack. Recently, more and more people in the base have been getting pregnant, leading to a shortage of baby supplies. The base has a unified storage facility for materials, all of which are communal. One only needs to contribute 30%, while the remainder can be used privately. Communal resources need to be exchanged. "What's going on?" "Over 100 people got pregnant this month in our base," Kira said. "I saw news online about the Kyoto base and Metropolis base. Pregnancy rates there have also surged. It might be related to physical constitutions and genes," a leader said. "Before the apocalypse, many who wanted children couldn't conceive, but now they easily become pregnant. Condoms have become scarce. The reproduction ability of mutated beasts is very strong. Could we humans be following suit?" "Perhaps it really is due to mutation," Kira speculated. "The entire planet is undergoing atavistic mutation, indicating that Earth must have undergone some change, causing this phenomenon. Earth is also returning to its ancestral form," Usher said. "They are all life forms living on Earth. Changes on Earth have led to an atavistic gene mutation in all its inhabitants. It must be so, even though we don't know what this change is," Jay said. "Many disasters in the post-apocalypse world are after effects of this atavism. We don't yet know how Earth will mutate or what stages it will go through." People were speculating wildly. "There's a very popular post online that I think makes a lot of sense," Usher said. Usher specifically read it aloud. It was written by a history doctorate, summarizing that Earth has been evolving over long periods, like a cell that destroys and repairs itself repeatedly. Eventually, the cell undergoes mutation, and Earth's core shifts. Years ago, they noticed various intense electromagnetic bursts and signal mutations, but humanity didn't take it seriously enough. Mutations within Earth's core likely caused this atavistic phenomenon. Now, electromagnetic forces affect the entire planet, and all life on Earth's surface is mutating. This is just the first stage of the electromagnetic burst's impact. The second wave is already spreading, and it's uncertain whether there will be a third or fourth wave. However, animals, plants, and humans, all living creatures on Earth, are evolving equally. The increase in reproductive capabilities is a clear indication. Reproduction weeds out the weak, leaving the strong to evolve. Constantly thriving, evolving, and competing, this applies to both humans and mutated beasts alike. Everyone nodded thoughtfully after listening. "This person makes a lot of sense," Kira said. "Take us psychics. We usually struggle with pregnancy, but this time we conceived twice in a row." As Kira spoke, Honest turned bright red beside her. "Cough." Honest quickly reminded her. Others couldn't help but chuckle quietly. Only then did Kira notice the abnormal expressions on a few faces. She felt a bit embarrassed too. With so many sudden pregnancies here, other areas probably have similar situations. There will likely be many abandoned infants, a leader sighed lightly. In today's environment, surviving is hard enough, let alone raising a child. Even if someone doesn't want a child, abortion isn't an option, so they have no choice but to give birth. This is too hard on women, Kira said. Once pregnant, women become vulnerable, and their status will likely decline further. In other bases, women's statuses have indeed dropped significantly. Their physical strength and endurance cannot match men's, compounded by monthly weaknesses. Women's statuses have fallen even lower. A person's status is ultimately determined by their power. Previously, women could compensate for their physical weaknesses by excelling in other areas, such as earning money and social standing. But now, acquiring resources and food is key, especially personal strength. Undeniably, women are relatively weaker in this aspect. However, some women are psychics, whose statuses are naturally higher than ordinary men, like Alida and Kira. Both are psychics, and Alida, with her powerful mutant beast and resources, commands respect within the base. Their status is self-determined, they can only improve by becoming stronger. But now, with increased fertility, women face another challenge, bearing and raising children. With enhanced pregnancy capabilities, women will continuously bear and raise children, leaving little time to strengthen themselves. Too scary. Kira thought more about it and felt increasingly uneasy. Kira touched her belly. She would only have one child. We can't predict what will happen in the future, but for now, let's focus on improving our base, Alida said. Regardless, there would be a wave of newborns coming soon. Let's go and settle that base today, Alida said. The hospital equipment and supplies were all needed by her. All right, I'll gather Ansel power, Usher replied. Their base also had guns, however, the tank they drove back last time hadn't been used much because no one among the common residents in the base knew how to operate it. Operating this thing required at least 3 people, one person wouldn't suffice. But this was enough as it was. The others went directly through the front gate, while Alida sat atop a pterodactyl. As Kira was pregnant, Honest did not let her join. Each of them psychic ability users rode a pterodactyl. I'm a bit nervous, Usher said, though it was a nervousness tinged with excitement. This reminds me of Daenerys Targaryen, too awesome, Usher continued. Usher, Rachel, Jay, Honest, Iona, and Alida. Several pterodactyls had already arrived, circling above the skyscrapers. They haven't arrived yet, Iona said. Their flying speed naturally outstripped those traveling on land. They circled around the high-rise building a few times. A little girl on the rooftop saw Alida and immediately recognized her as the sister who gave her an apple that day. That apple was the most delicious thing she had ever eaten, so the memory stayed vivid. Inside the villa, several people were drinking and fooling around. Beer bottles and bagged peanuts covered the living room table, with cigarette ashes scattered everywhere. Oh no, Brother Chen, third brother, someone is here to sabotage our base, a man ran in panically. Who dares attack us? Are they courting death? Brother Chen, tipsy from alcohol, bellowed loudly. Beside the sofa, a few women were trembling in fear. It's the Skygloom base, they've sent many people, and there are lots of dragons flying in the sky. They destroyed our power grid, we can't stop them, Ansel said nervously. Chapter 180 Attack 2. Alida had expected this base to be difficult to conquer. After all, it was the largest base in Tianyin City aside from theirs and controlled a hospital with supplies. Surprisingly, it turned out to be so simple. It's the Tianyin base, it's them. Quickly, save us, we surrender. Many ordinary residents actually started to fight among themselves. The chaos outside lasted only about 10 minutes before it was under control. Alida and her group flew down from the sky. Atlas and the others had caught a manager here, who was also once from prison. Where are your leaders? Alida asked. They're in the villa area, Ansel said nervously, swallowing hard. Take us there, Alida said. Their base had a total of 6 special ability users. The strongest one, Cole, was always in the villa area and rarely went out. Therefore, Grayson and Miguel were the ones making decisions inside the villa area. Several mutated dragons circled in the air, and people on the ground who wanted to run dared not move. I'll deal with that Cole along with Jay, you handle the rest, Alida said. No problem, Honest and Usher responded. Atlas, check the population of the base. Iona, check the supplies. All right, Iona nodded. Everyone began their respective tasks while Jay followed Alida. Honey, you're becoming more and more like Romina, Jay smiled. Ahem. Alida felt somewhat embarrassed listening to Jay. She had naturally taken charge just now. Mainly because everyone looked to her. How about you do it then? Alida said calmly. No, I want to be the person behind the Amina, Jay teased gently. I can't really fight, Alida said. Alida didn't need to fight personally, just releasing any of her pet beasts would be enough to intimidate others. But today, I need to try out my new pet beast, Alida said. Hearing Alida's tone, Jay wondered what she had obtained recently, but he had been with her all the time lately and hadn't seen her acquire any small pet beast. All right there. He usually lives in that villa, no one can approach except for deliveries. Ansel pointed to a villa ahead with a swimming pool. The water in the pool was already empty, and the original owner of the villa had long been driven away. Do you know this Cole? Alida asked. If he was an energy user from before the apocalypse, their special department should have records. Jay shook his head. There were tens of thousands of special ability users nationwide, and he couldn't possibly know all of them, especially some confidential ones known only to the state. Well, let me send B to check. Alida finished and dispatched a small bee to fly in and check. All the curtains in the villa were drawn, windows locked, airtight. What could Cole be doing inside? Alida couldn't see through it, so she and Jay approached the villa. Was this Cole's ability indeed the strongest? They saw the door was locked and prepared to break it open. But as they got close, the door opened automatically. Suddenly, Jay grabbed Alida's arm and said, "Stay outside, I'll go in." Alida, seeing Jay's furrowed brows, nodded. As soon as the door opened, a strong bloody smell greeted them, causing Alida some unease. She summoned a giant python from her space. The python shrunk its size and coiled around Alida. After a few minutes, there was no sound of fighting from inside. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurred, and the villa collapsed. Flying debris and rubble headed towards Alida but were blocked by the giant python. Jay. Alida called out anxiously. Crackling purple lightning flashed, Jay's ability. Seeing the purple lightning, Alida felt slightly relieved, knowing Jay was not in mortal danger. At this moment, the exploded villa revealed a large pit in the middle. Alida saw Jay engaged in combat with a man in the pit. The man was covered entirely in silver, like liquid mercury. Strikes from Jay felt like hitting cotton. However, when Ansel hit Jay, it was solid. Jay released an electric net to bind Ansel, but he transformed into a silver stream and escaped, impossible to catch. What ability is this? Alida exclaimed in surprise. Giant spider, trap him. Alida released 3 giant spiders. The man froze for a moment upon seeing the sudden appearance of 3 giant spiders. They instantly shot out spider silk, wrapping around him, but he moved quickly and ran off into the distance. This feud is settled, the fleeing man said angrily. He escaped. Alida frowned slightly. Jay, are you alright? Alida hurriedly ran towards Jay and asked. That ability was very peculiar, it's liquid silver. This kind of ability grows by devouring. Judging from his appearance, he must have devoured a lot of silver, Jay said. Growing by eating silver every day, his body had developed quite strangely as well. There were traces of injuries on Jay's body, but they weren't serious. How did such a big explosion happen just now? Alida asked. He detonated a bomb. I used dark threads to protect myself, Jay said. He escaped, but anyway, this space is ours now. Alida said, though thinking about what that guy said at the end, she still felt a bit uneasy. Liquid silver fears fire. If Usher were here, he could have targeted him, Jay said. Although abilities were powerful, each had its own checks and balances. After a morning of turmoil, the entire base was organized, killing those who needed to be killed and sparing those who deserved to live. A few special ability users escaped, only this one is left, Honest said. Special ability users had unique powers, and if they wanted to escape, ordinary people couldn't catch them. The remaining man was bound tightly. His ability was X-ray vision, so his offensive capability wasn't impressive. Don't kill me, I was just trying to make a living, Ansel nervously said. Jay stood in front of Alida, gathering lightning in his hand, and directly stunned Ansel with it. Don't look around recklessly, or I'll blind you, Jay coldly said. Thinking of this guy's ability being X-ray vision, and how he had been staring at Alida just now, Wayne walked up and slapped Ansel. Should we keep this person or kill him? Wayne coldly asked, with telekinetically controlled blades right in front of Ansel. Don't kill me, I want to join your base. I haven't done anything bad either, Ansel cried. I've even gotten married, I haven't had children yet, I can't die. Ansel wailed. Chapter 181, Master of Antique Appraisal. The man with the X-ray vision was named Beckett. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Master of Antique Appraisal, Usher said to Ansel in front of him. Just a minor figure, all in the past. The man responded modestly. Kira also remembered and asked, so it's you. You were the one who consecutively won against the Americans in stone gambling, unveiling a super purple jade. He became famous possibly because those American gamblers were so overbearing that they stirred up nationalistic feelings among the people at that time. Anyway, after the video went viral, it remained on the internet for quite some time. This man possessed special abilities but had not reported them or undergone any official tests. The man, 26 years old, is named Amon. I really haven't done anything wicked, I just earn a living. I didn't participate in whatever they did, Amon explained. Indeed, he barely earned enough to get by. His ability, X-ray vision, wasn't combative at all. It was purely an auxiliary ability. He usually participated when searching for supplies. No wonder, every time we searched for supplies, you guys always found things faster and more thoroughly than us, Usher said. Usher often led teams to search for supplies. With such a large area in Tianyin City yet to be explored, encounters would happen from time to time. But whenever they encountered these people, they were always a step too late. Their base had lost most of its supplies to these people, and only 2 vehicles remained operational. Most other psychics had either escaped or been eliminated. Anyone who wants to stay can stay, and anyone who wants to join their base is free to do so without being forced. Don't kill Big Brother, several dirty children suddenly ran over. Don't come here, Amon frowned, looking at the kids. Don't kill Brother Xiaofeng. The children stood in front of Amon, displaying a rather intimidating presence. These are orphans, their parents are dead, and they're of no use, Amon nervously explained. He had seen too many instances of child abuse in various bases. Children used to be treasures, flowers of the nation, but others' children counted for nothing. Alida saw that Amon seemed decent and didn't plan to harm him. You can choose to join our base or stay here, Alida said. They didn't intend to keep this place as it was surrounded by basic facilities and power grids but still exuded a foul smell. Amon neither refused nor answered. He simply didn't want to enter another base again. There was no freedom, and he had witnessed too much filth, making him lose faith. Humanity could be great and noble, yet sometimes deeply corrupt. Perhaps that's why there's the concept of heaven and hell. Alida didn't force them and instead took out several apples and yellow peaches from her spatial bag. Here, take these, Alida said. The children hesitated, but their eyes sparkled when they saw the fruit. Yet, now they seemed scared and dared not come forward, contrasting sharply with their earlier aggressive demeanor. "These are for you," Alida repeated, perhaps feeling softer toward children due to her own kid. Unable to resist the inviting fruits, the children cautiously took one each. "Here, Brother Xiaofeng," one child offered a piece of fruit to Amon. "Big brother doesn't eat. You have it," Amon replied. These children were very young, in elementary school or even kindergarten age. They should have been protected like flowers in a greenhouse. But they had witnessed their parents' deaths and human cruelty firsthand, struggling daily for food. "Let's go," Alida suggested, leaving the decision to them. Alida noticed the value in her spatial planting area had increased again. She found that feeding children was particularly effective in raising these numbers, while giving food to adults barely affected it. What Alida didn't know was that occasionally giving apples to these children left a profound impact on them. In the future, Alida not only had pet beasts but also received support from many young people. After merging this base, they needed many hands to expand it further. "We should give our base a resounding name," Kira remarked. "How about Tianyin Base?" Usher suggested nonchalantly. Since they were in Tianyin City, it made sense to call it Tianyin Base. "I think in the future, our base will surpass Jingju and Modu, becoming a first-class super large base," Kira said with anticipation. "That means we need a striking name. What would be a good one?" Everyone was lost in thought. Usher had an idea and suggested, "How about Alliance Base?" "Something feels missing at the beginning," Iona said, rubbing his chin. "How about Avengers Alliance? Why not go bigger and call it Blue Star Alliance?" Kira said. "Not bad." Alida smiled. From then on, their base had another name, Blue Star Alliance. The base was systematically undergoing renovation and expansion. "Our base is getting better and better." "True. My favorite is Vulcan Usher, controlling the super fireball. I like Thunder God J." Nowadays, discussions about these psychics were most common in the base. Even children in the park played pretend games. "I am the Thunder God, I'm going to shock you to death." A little boy gestured with his hands. "I can cast a huge fireball. Burn you, monster." Another little girl gestured as well. "Look at mine, my giant python, my big spider." Another little girl said, with two people behind her acting as the giant python and spider. "Xiaohua, you're cheating, we're all alone, why do you have so many people?" Another little boy said discontentedly. "They are all my pet beast." Xiaohua replied. "Right, I'm the giant python, I'll swallow you whole. I'm playing the spider, I can spit silk. I still need someone to play the wyvern," Xiaohua said. Several children were having a lively time in the garden. Alida and Kira passed by them. Though it was chaotic outside, at least this place remained a sanctuary of peace. "Why doesn't anyone play me?" Kira frowned slightly, seeming somewhat unsatisfied. I'll work on increasing my strength as soon as I have a child," Kira said. Chapter 182, The Third Magnetic Storm. The Blue Star Alliance was officially established, and the expansion around the Tianyin base began. However, such expansion also required a large amount of human and material resources. Kyoto has detected that the third electromagnetic storm has already started from the Antarctic region and may reach our country in about half a month, Usher said. Those inside China who could receive information already knew this news. They all speculated that the first magnetic storm likely caused the anomalies on Blue Star. Now, another magnetic storm was approaching. Only Kyoto has global satellites that can connect with other countries. Right now, we don't know what's happening in other places due to the magnetic storm. When the magnetic storm occurs, signals get disrupted and blocked. The first two storms didn't have noticeable effects on us, but they did have impacts, Honest said. If scientists' predictions are still accurate, at least the first magnetic storm brought various crises and natural disasters. When the second magnetic storm came, many animals and plants began to mutate. The first and second storms were close in time, and now this third one, no one knows what will happen. Online warnings are abundant. Kyoto received the news first, and everyone had tried every possible way to stockpile supplies. No one knows what this third magnetic storm will bring. Scientists are studying the origins of these storms. If they find the source and destroy it, perhaps the crisis can be solved. The core of the magnetic storm is in the Earth's core, but how deep is that? Humans can't survive at such depths. Those issues aren't things they can consider now. Their base is small and has no scientists, only ordinary people who want to survive. To prepare for this crisis, the renovation and expansion of the base were accelerated. During the day, Alida and Jay went out to search for supplies, and Alida took the opportunity to look for other baby beasts to fill her breeding warehouse. "What if I try ants too?" Alida said, looking at a cluster of ants on the ground. "Although I don't know their purpose, you might as well give it a try," Jay said. Alida always had some unique ideas. So, Alida squatted down and waited for several days, eventually finding an antamina and collecting some of her eggs. However, she could only breed up to 7 at a time, otherwise, she would have taken them all. "They are probably soldier ants," Jay said. "Ants are excellent builders, and soldier ants build even faster. Unfortunately, there are so few, and it would be great to capture an antamina. Unfortunately, her breeding warehouse only accepts baby beasts, and an antamina, being fully grown, cannot enter the space." Alida searched for various pet beasts for the upcoming magnetic storm to enhance her space and improve her strength. She gathered more gold to expand her breeding warehouse. At the Blue Star Alliance base, The signal network in Kyoto is cut off. It seems the magnetic storm has entered our country, Iona said with a slight frown. We're not far from Kyoto. It might reach us within a day or two, Usher said. No one knew what kind of crisis this magnetic storm would bring. Recently, they had been gathering supplies, reinforcing the power grid, and preparing for the magnetic storm crisis. Deal with soldiers when they come and use dirt when water comes, Alida said calmly. This kind of natural disaster couldn't be stopped by humans, who seemed so insignificant in the face of nature. Tell everyone to stay indoors as much as possible. We don't know what effects this magnetic storm will have, Jay said gravely. Yeah. The magnetic storm might bring natural disasters like earthquakes. People feared staying in tall buildings at night and camped out in open areas. Some feared floods and wore life jackets. Of course, those outside the base had no information and didn't know what to expect, only noticing that mutant beasts had become quieter, thinking peaceful times were coming, making resource gathering easier. Before the storm, there's always calm. What follows will only be stronger storms. Mom, I'm a little sleepy, Dave said. Then go to bed early, Alida said without much thought. She opened her phone and saw no signal, indicating the magnetic storm had silently arrived. No one knew what it would bring. I'm so sleepy too, Jimena said. Philip had already fallen asleep playing. Alida looked at her watch. It was only a bit past 7. Jay, why are the kids going to bed so early today? Alida frowned, feeling something strange. I also find it a bit puzzling, Jay said with a frown. Children were usually full of energy, especially since they often lost track of time while playing. Staying up until 11 or even midnight was common. Today, they were already sleepy at 7. The next day, the children were still asleep. Not just the kids in their base but all children had become excessively sleepy, along with pregnant women. Alida and the others, who were Psi-energy users, visited several families and found everyone sleeping. Is this magnetic storm affecting children? And pregnant women? Alida frowned. What about Kira? Alida asked nervously, as Kira was also pregnant. Honest said Kira is sleeping too, Usher replied. Across the entire base, children and pregnant women fell into deep sleep. Keep close watch, Alida said. All they could do now was closely monitor the situation. Alida was very worried about the children. But besides being extremely sleepy, there were no other abnormalities in the children. 2 days later, Dave and Jimena woke up. A few other children in the base also woke up one after another, but these were children who had awakened special abilities. Kira also regained consciousness. Dave, how do you feel? As Dave was the first child to wake up, Alida asked anxiously. Dave shook his head, feeling nothing unusual. The same went for the other Psi-energy awakening children. They just slept for an extended period. However, the other children and pregnant women showed no signs of waking up and needed to be fed liquid food daily. Could this be the effect of the third magnetic storm? Alida frowned. How about Jojo? Alida asked Jimena. She's still in deep sleep. Jimena was also very concerned. I secretly used my Psi-energy, but it had no effect, Jimena said. Does this third magnetic storm have a targeted effect? However, over the next few days, not only children and pregnant women but also the elderly and adults began to feel extremely sleepy. Every day, more people fell into deep sleep. Could this be some kind of sleeping virus? Usher asked nervously. Chapter 183, Coma. No one knew if the coma was caused by a virus. Anyway, people fell into comas every day in the base. Especially at night, once they fell asleep, it would be hard to wake up the next day. So quite a few people were too scared to sleep. The other kids were still not awake except for little Hudson and several children with activated powers who only slept for 1 or 2 days. Today, half of the people fell asleep again and didn't wake up. Iona frowned and said. How's Kira? Alida asked. Very stable. Honest replied. They are all very stable, but we don't know why they can't wake up, Usher said. It's so hard. Now everyone in the base is panicking, afraid that one day they won't wake up after falling asleep. Little Hay used to go out during the day and come back to sleep at night, but recently Little Hay goes out less. Though he did not fall into a coma, it was obvious that he was sleeping more, a few hours during the day, and then a few hours awake. It seems that this geomagnetic storm had a significant impact on animals as well. Alida also felt uneasy. She said, Jay, let's go outside and have a look. Okay. So Alida and Jay flew over Tianyin City on the pterodactyl. Although the pterodactyl looked unspirited, it was still able to carry Alida and Jay. They came to the habitat of giant pandas. This place belonged to the pandas. Normally, they wouldn't invade, and these pandas wouldn't enter their base. Due to the geomagnetic storm, animals' reproductive abilities increased, and pandas' reproductive ability became stronger. However, though reproductive abilities increased, survival rates remained low. Newborn cubs died easily, becoming targets for mutant beasts. Look, these pandas also seem listless, Alida said. But not just these mutated pandas, she noticed the same condition among other mutant animals. After a short flight, pterodactyl number 2 told her it needed to rest in the spatial realm. It seems this geomagnetic storm not only affects humans but also animals, Alida said. If I had the power and opportunity, I really want to understand all of this, Alida murmured. To truly understand it, perhaps going to the center of the geomagnetic storm, the core of the Earth, might uncover the truth. But who dared to go there? Even with advanced technology in the past, no one dared due to the extreme temperature and electromagnetic disturbance. With the pterodactyl feeling sleepy, Alida could only take it back to the spatial realm. This geomagnetic storm affected not only Tianyin City but the entire world fell into comas. Alida watched as fewer and fewer people in the base stayed awake. It's strange. Even in comas, their bodies still supply energy. Alida frowned, puzzled. This energy in the human body might result from the geomagnetic storm. In other words, they won't die but will remain in comas, Jay said. Really strange, Usher frowned. I'm now scared. Afraid to sleep at night, afraid I won't wake up, Usher sighed, his eyes circled black indicating he hadn't slept for days. But not sleeping wasn't an option, it only made him more tired. 3 days later, everyone in the base started falling into comas. Moreover, vines began to grow wildly, emerging from the ground and spreading everywhere. That day, Alida entered the spiritual space to check her realm, wanting to leave, but found she couldn't. Immediately, Alida thought she must have fallen into a coma too. Her physical body was in a coma while her consciousness was trapped in the spatial realm. With Alida in a coma, chaos ensued outside. What happened? Why did sister-in-law fall into a coma? Usher frowned when he saw Alida asleep. He thought psychics wouldn't fall into comas, at least their bodies had resistance. Mommy, wake up. Little Hudson lay on Alida, trying to open her eyelids, but she showed no response. Auntie Anue, Jimena watched Alida anxiously. Beside them, Little Hay licked Alida's face and then licked Little Hudson's hand. Mommy, it's okay. Little Hudson could communicate with Little Hay, so she sensed that everything was fine. While Alida was in a coma, Little Hay couldn't enter the spatial realm, but he could sense Alida's state through telepathy. Maybe I should find a coffin or a bathtub, somewhere good to sleep, Usher said. Days later, everyone but a few psychics fell into comas. I can't do it anymore, I can't stay awake, Usher's eyes filled with red bloodshot veins. If sleeping is better, then let's sleep rather than waiting to die, Usher said as he prepared a bathtub for himself and lay down inside. Then Honest slept beside Kira, and Iona also found a place to sleep. They were too tired, feeling the stronger impact of the geomagnetic storm clearly. A few days later, only Jimena and Little Hudson remained awake among the kids. There were 2 other children who stayed awake in the base, Evander and another child with activated powers. Now, only Jay was left. He was also incredibly exhausted, with stubble all over his face and dark circles under his eyes. Shinxi, your father feels like he can't hold on much longer. You and your friends must help each other. Dad. Uncle. Jimena and Little Hudson looked at Jay anxiously. Does Mom leave you the freezing bugs? Jay asked. Yes. Little Hudson replied. Both he and Jimena had 2 freezing bugs with them. The other mutant beasts seemed lethargic, but these 2 freezing bugs were unaffected. Perhaps due to their tiny size and usual lack of movement, they were less affected. Although Alida was in a coma, she could still perceive the outside world through Little Hay. And the freezing bugs, being connected to her, allowed her to sense the outside conditions through them. Alida desperately wanted to return to her body, but it seemed as if there was some kind of energy preventing her from doing so. Other spirits were also confined, unable to move. Dad. Little Hudson watched as Jay struggled to stay awake but eventually fell asleep beside Alida. Little Hudson cried loudly, while Jimena comforted him by patting his head. We will wake up. Didn't I already wake up? Jimena said. How long has that been? Little Hudson cried. No matter how long it takes, we will wait, Jimena said. Chapter 184, Coma 2. Jimena placed Philip in this room as well. Daddy, Mommy, wake up quickly. Dayan pushed Alida and Jay. The little black cat nearby came over and rubbed against Dayan's chin, seemingly comforting him. They will definitely wake up, Jimena also comforted Dayan. What do we do now? Jarrett asked from the side. How many people are still conscious in the base now? Among these children, only Jimena was a bit older. You, me, Dayan, and Brayden, Jarrett said. Jimena is now 10 years old, Jarrett is 6 years old, Brayden is 7 years old, and Dayan is only 4 years old. Do you all have special abilities? Jimena asked. With only a few children left, they had no reason to hide. Jarrett and Brayden nodded. The ability awakened by the children was invisibility, but with low energy levels, it also had time limitations and wasn't controlled very stably. Brayden's ability was body transformation, changing into any form. His ability had just been triggered, so he couldn't control it yet. Newly awakened abilities weren't stable and required practice and control, especially for their young age. They previously practiced under adult supervision due to being playful. Let's check if we have enough food first, Jimena said. People have all fallen into a coma, there's plenty of supplies in the storage area, Jarrett said. Since he could turn invisible, he had often gone there secretly, knowing there were quite a few supplies stored there. Daddy, Mommy, Dayan was lost in the coma of his parents. Dayan, your parents are just sleeping, there will be a day when they wake up, like my parents, Jimena frowned, seemingly thinking of her own parents. Yes, I know. They will definitely wake up, Dayan said, though unsure when that would happen. In recent days, mutant beasts outside also began to fall into a coma, reducing danger. However, daily life issues relied on them now. Jarrett visited his mother, Kyra, and Aunt Jacqueline every day. Even though people were comatose, vines and green plants grew wildly without stopping, even covering the supplies. Dayan and Jimena carried daggers to clear the vines while walking around, otherwise, the vines would trip them. It felt like they returned to a primitive world. Saul cleared the vines that had grown on the bed, otherwise, these things would cover his parents' bed completely. WNY, little CI, there's a big hole in the storage area, and all the supplies have fallen down. Jarrett frowned. When he went to get food, he found the storage filled with various vines, and the ground cracked, dropping many supplies underground. Now, where would they get food? I want to sleep like Mom, then I wouldn't feel hungry anymore. Jarrett complained slightly, since at least in a coma, one wouldn't feel hunger, unlike having to find food every day. I'll go see, Jimena said. Saul, worried about his sister, followed her. The storage was essentially an underground garage with some old cars. It was dark here because it was underground and not lit, with only a small amount of sunlight coming through. I have a lamp, Saul said. It was a solar-powered light given by his mother, which absorbed energy during the day and provided light at night. The entire underground garage had collapsed, with thick vines below. If the house collapses, Mom won't be buried, right? Saul nervously said. Jimena shook her head, probably not. Look how sturdy those vines are. None of the children knew for sure, but finding food was their primary concern. Saul had never felt hunger, even in the apocalypse, when many people starved or resorted to eating leaves and soil, he had always had fresh food. Now he hadn't eaten for a whole day, and his little stomach was already feeling empty, especially considering his large appetite. The entire garage was deep and too dark, so they dared not venture in and stayed near the edges. They did manage to pick up some scattered food, most of it picked by Jimena, Jarrett, and Braden. Dayan found food with a broken bag, and such little food wasn't enough for him, leaving him still hungry. Here, eat this, Jarrett and Jimena both gave Dayan. Braden felt uncomfortable inside. Why did he get less food but eat more? Some people still act like their mommies and daddies are here. Braden said in a sarcastic tone. Without daddy and mommy, can't even find food by themselves. Eat so much. Braden, stop talking, Jarrett frowned, as Saul's mother had saved them many times, and his mother gave them a lot of food before. Jarrett always remembered that, and at the time, he had a good relationship with Dayan. If we want to give, we don't take from you. Jimena coldly snorted, unwilling to deal with Braden. Let's not argue. There are only 4 of us kids awake now. If we don't unite, how can we survive? Jarrett frowned. Jarrett had experienced too much on this journey, witnessing much, and his mind had matured considerably. Saul tightly clenched his small fists, but hearing Jarrett's words, he held back. However, he did not eat the food given by Jarrett and Jimena. At night, the few children slept together, the quietness was terrifying, even though there was bright moonlight in the sky, the surroundings were still eerily silent. Saul sat on the steps, surrounded by cut vines. His stomach wasn't full, in fact, he was so hungry he almost wanted to eat the vines. Jimena came over, taking out a tin can, saying, "Eat it, I found this. I know you didn't eat enough." Jimena had been living with Dayan for so long, nearly every day together, she naturally knew Dayan's appetite well. "I'm not hungry," Saul seemed stubbornly claimed. "Eat it, you're being polite to your sister." Jimena pinched Dayan's cheek, Saul pouted, but did not refuse Jimena's kindness. He quickly finished the tin can, feeling much better after eating it. "Sister Sheila, I remember Mom said the fruits on those vines can be eaten. Now there are so many vines, should we look for vine fruits?" Dayan suggested. Chapter 185, Children's Survival Log. Now, the supplies in the base were originally not abundant. Fresh food was distributed daily by a leader, and what remained was stored in warehouses that had collapsed, filled with vines. Several children had also seen the collapse, it was very deep, and when they threw things into it, it took a long time to hear any sound. Jimena, listening to Saul's words, felt a bit tense. They hadn't found this kind of fruit within the base. If they wanted to find it, they would have to leave the base. "No, it's too dangerous outside the base," said Jimena. "Mom said the vine fruits have energy. Perhaps if Mom and Dad eat them, they could regain consciousness," Saul said. He remembered his mother telling him about these orange and pink fruits, and perhaps they could wake her up as well. Jimena's eyes lit up upon hearing Saul's words. "This might be a way. I'll go out and look for them tomorrow, while you stay at home," Jimena said. "No, I want to go with you," Saul said. "You're too young, it's dangerous outside," Jimena frowned. There were mutated beasts outside, and she didn't want the little one to take risks. "I can help, and I still have the freezing bugs Mom left me. We can each carry one, and they could help us in critical moments." Saul tugged on Jimena's arm. Jimena hesitated but couldn't resist her little brother's pleadings, plus there was the possibility of waking up a leader. She finally agreed. The next day, she told Jarrett and Braden about it, seeing if they would join them since more people meant more strength. Both Jarrett and Braden had special abilities and could potentially help them. "Sure, I'll go with you. Maybe those fruits can really wake up Mom," Jarrett said. Now that there was a plan, he wished he could immediately find the vine fruits to save his mom. Braden only had his aunt left, but previously, his aunt's family hadn't been nice to him until he developed his ability, which changed their attitude toward him. Now, his aunt's family was also in a coma, so after a moment of hesitation, Braden agreed to go with them to search for the vine fruits. Being alone in the base made him feel lonely. Although there were many people in the base, they were all in comas, unresponsive even when disturbed. Children feared loneliness the most, so even though he was somewhat scared, he followed them. Everyone else was in a coma, except a leader, who was trapped in her own space. Though her spirit couldn't leave, she could sense her son and Jimena's condition. She could also perceive the situation outside through Little Black. A leader was bored in her space, but as a spiritual entity, she wouldn't feel hunger. The crops in the cultivation space were ripe, and she could only store part of them in the refrigerated warehouse. Mostly, she stayed in the cultivation area watching Big Black and the others. Especially the black soil, where 2 mutant vines were intertwined. Alida could control them now. Initially, she thought they might bear fruit or perhaps grow on the black soil used for mutant plants. However, while she could control the mutant plants, there was only 1 patch of black soil, enough for only 2 transplants. She wasn't sure what was required for the black soil to level up. An invisible force blocked her from the outside world. Alida guessed it might be the geomagnetic storm. They could only wait for the 3rd geomagnetic storm to subside for everyone to slowly wake up. She didn't know when the 3rd geomagnetic storm would end. Now, Alida could only wait quietly, worrying if her son might encounter any accidents outside. She instructed Little Black to follow them. Saul, Jimena, Jarrett, and Braden exited the base gate, which was now unmanned and covered in vines. Their city was relatively spared, with just vine invasions, unlike coastal cities where some people in comas had their rooms flooded with seawater. The roads outside were long gone, taken over by vines, forcing them to step on vines to move forward. Each child carried a small backpack containing supplies. Wow, look at how thick those vines are, Saul pointed at a nearby thick vine. The entire city was enwrapped in vines. Huge. Jarrett couldn't help but exclaim. Previously, when he came to the base, the vines were fewer, and now they formed a dense forest. As they walked down the street, they weren't as scared anymore, instead filled with curiosity. Children had the most curiosity, and these kids were astonished by the scene before them. Is this a mushroom? It looks like a mushroom, Braden said, looking at a patch of mushrooms growing on the roof of an abandoned car. These were the only plants they had seen besides the vines, and the children couldn't help but gather around to take a closer look. These can't be eaten. The colorful mushrooms are poisonous, Jimena said. She grew up in the countryside, so she knew these basic facts about plants. The world has changed now. It's not certain that colorful ones can't be eaten, Jarrett said. Previously, when he fled with his mother, they had also eaten many strange mutated plants due to lack of food. Although those plants were very peculiar, they still ate them to fill their stomachs. The taste was hard to swallow, but after eating, there was no danger to life. Jarrett remembered eating a green fruit once, which looked like an apricot but was green and very bitter. After eating it, he recalled having green stools for 3 days. It scared him quite badly back then. However, this colored mushroom smells quite nice. Braden couldn't resist leaning in to smell it, its fragrance carrying a sweet scent. I smell something foul, Jarrett said, covering his nose. Why do I smell something sour? Jimena frowned. Saul shook his head. He didn't smell anything. Our goal is to find the pink fruits to save people. Let's not touch these strange things anymore, Jimena said. Though they were all curious, none of them continued to investigate further. However, they saw many such mushrooms on numerous rooftops as they went along. Some mushrooms even grew to look transparent like jellyfish, and Braden couldn't resist poking one with his finger, causing it to burst and release a clear, viscous liquid inside. Braden's fingers were covered in this stuff, which was extremely disgusting, yet it clung to his hand like superglue, impossible to shake off. The mushroom's viscous liquid was just like super strong glue. Chapter 186, Survival Log 2. A few children did not find the pink fruit of the note. The word appears to be used as a plant name and should be transliterated, but the outside world had undergone tremendous changes. Beautiful flowers bloomed in the cracks between walls. All of them were purple, swaying in the wind, each flower very large. What beautiful flowers, Saul said, the other children also gazing at the flowers in admiration. They even wanted to walk over and pick one. However, this flower was indeed quite large, taller than half a person. I want to pick one to give to my mom. She would surely like it, Saul said. Don't go over there. Jimena quickly held back Saul and Braden, who were about to step forward. What's wrong? Braden frowned, a little unhappy. Look over there. Jimena pointed to the giant flower in the corner of the wall, on which hung half the corpse of an animal. Normally, the carcass should emit a putrid smell, but now it exuded an unusually fresh fragrance. The sight made the children involuntarily retch. These flowers eat people, Braden said, his face pale. Thank you, sister. Realizing what could have happened, Saul hurriedly thanked Jimena. If not for her hold, they might have rushed over. We must be more careful, Jimena said. Saul nodded, losing interest in the beautiful flowers. This might be the plant mutation Aunt Laurie mentioned, Jimena remarked. Previously, Alida chatted with them without hiding anything from these children. So, they had heard her words, and Jimena, being observant, took notes. Retromutated animals, followed by retromutated plants. After wandering outside for a few days, they still hadn't found the pink fruit. Moreover, with vines covering the entire city, they couldn't tell their way around and got lost. The food in their backpacks was all gone. They could only infiltrate a mall to see if they could find supplies. This house had numerous vines growing through it, sparing no furniture or sofas. So hungry. Regardless, I will eat poisonous mushrooms too, Jarrett said. Yeah, Saul agreed. He usually ate a lot and was even hungrier now. It should be fine as long as they're cooked thoroughly, right? Braden said. The children found an open area and lit a fire with lighters they easily found, but couldn't find a pot. So they skewered the mushrooms on sticks to roast them. The transparent ones can't be roasted, they're full of clear liquid, Braden remarked. They roasted the mushrooms without knowing whether they were properly cooked. The mushrooms turned black, but no one dared to eat them. I think they're done like this, right? Braden looked at the charred mushrooms in his hand, almost indistinguishable from regular mushrooms. Forget it. I'm going to eat first, Saul said. He was really famished. Jimena grabbed his hand, saying, let me try first. If something went wrong, she wouldn't let harm come to Saul. No, sister, we'll eat together, Saul firmly replied, his small face serious. These days, their faces were yellowish, hair messy, clothes torn, and shoes worn out. To live or die, let's do it together, Jarrett declared boldly since they came out together, and there was no one else left. Agreed. Just as the children decided to eat the roasted mushrooms, a mutated rat emerged from the vines. This rat, the size of a large dog, had a completely orange-yellow body without fur, resembling a cat from old cartoons. Its eyes were blood green, looking at the children like prey. Ah, mutated beast. Jarrett shouted nervously. You guys go first. Jimena knew Jarrett and Braden's abilities that could help them escape. Not just one, but two more appeared behind them, surrounding the children on all sides with 3 mutated hairless beasts. The 4 children huddled closely together. Jarrett became invisible directly while Braden liquefied his body and hid aside. Children possessed powers but didn't know how to fight. Don't be afraid, sister is here. Jimena clung tightly to Saul's small hand, unaware her own legs trembled nervously. She silently prayed that the freezing beasts Aunt Anua mentioned would protect them, everything would be fine. But this time, there were 4. 2 days ago, they encountered danger once, but Alida's frozen bug instantly froze the mutant beast into ice. However, this time with 4, Jimena was genuinely worried. All 4 beasts rushed at them simultaneously. Jimena loudly shouted, freezing bug. Jimena only had 1 freezing bug, while Saul had 2. With the attack of the freezing bugs, 3 of them instantly froze into ice statues. But another hairless beast still rushed over. Although the attack of the freezing bug was powerful, it was too small to handle other mutant beasts at the same time. Moreover, the freezing bugs needed to replenish energy. Recently, they could not return to Alida's space to replenish energy and did not have any sweets for slow energy restoration. In this dangerous moment, the mutant beast pounced on Saul directly, its big mouth stretching out to bite Saul's head. But Michelle's tiny hand choked the neck of the mutant beast. The little guy had great strength, and the mutant beast couldn't break through. However, its claws were long, and with one swipe, it caught Saul's arm. Saul endured the pain but didn't let go, otherwise, he would be bitten to death by the mutant beast. Beside him, a child who was invisible had no weapons except for the stick used for roasting mushrooms, which was swung over. But the stick broke upon impact, leaving the mutant beast unharmed. If only there were knives. Jimena also wanted to rush over to help Saul. At that moment, a black cat jumped down from above. It was Albert. In one swipe, Albert blinded the mutant beast and then clawed open its neck with sharp claws. The mutant beast convulsed twice before becoming still. The children were all terrified. Michelle. Jimena hurried to Saul, seeing his bleeding arm. Without caring about hiding her ability, she quickly used her healing power to treat Michelle's wound. Though Michelle's wound was healed, the side effect was apparent, as Jimena's face immediately turned pale. Albert walked over and rubbed against Saul, its paws still stained with blood, indicating it arrived too late. I'm fine. Saul sensed Albert's regret. Albert knew they had no food, so it went hunting specially. Alida sensed Michelle's danger through the freezing bugs and hurriedly notified Albert to return. Chapter 187. Alida regains consciousness. Alida heaved a sigh of relief upon sensing her son was unharmed, but she was still fuming. It felt like there was an invisible film surrounding everything, acting as some kind of barrier. No matter how hard she tried to break through it, she would always be repelled back. This could probably be related to the electromagnetic field. This couldn't go on. Danger lurked outside and she was genuinely worried about leaving the kids alone out there, especially since Giovanni, her 4-year-old. Time and again, Alida collided with the electromagnetic field only to be bounced back each time. However, this time Alida seemed to have found its weak point because she wasn't repelled back again. She had finally made it back. Blinking her eyes and opening them wide, Alida looked around at the surroundings that were both familiar and strange. The whole house was covered with green vines, including herself, entwined in them, while Jay embraced her from the side. Struggling hard, Alida cleared away all the vines on her body and then cleared the ones off Jay's body. Jay! Alida patted Jay's face, seeing him sleep soundly. She pressed her ear against his chest. His breathing was steady. Wake up. Alida patted Jay several more times but felt no response from him. Even after calling him a few times, Jay remained unresponsive. Just waking up, Alida's stomach rumbled hungrily. So, she took out some food from her spatial bag and ate heartily until she was full. After eating, Alida intended to go out to find her son, but she couldn't bring herself to leave Jay here alone. Therefore, she released a bat to guard the place. The whole house was filled with vines. Alida found a knife from her spatial bag and cleared quite a bit of them away. Wait for me, Alida whispered to Jay and lightly kissed his forehead. Vines wrapped around the doorway, and the corridors were crawling with vines too. All the corridors were overgrown with vines, making it necessary to clear these vines if one wanted to get out. Alida broke the glass instead and cut through the vines covering the window, releasing the pterodactyl. Alida sat on the back of the pterodactyl and patted its head, saying, "Let's go." The pterodactyl flew slowly due to the high-rise buildings nearby, which were also overgrown with vines. These vines were so vibrant that they grew wildly even in the city. If humans did not wake up, The place might turn into a primeval forest. There were uninhabited areas on Blue Star as well. It was unknown what had happened there. Also, many mutated beasts lived under the vines. A leader saw a mutated panda gnawing on the roots of the vines. Did these vines serve as food for these mutated beasts? The children, who had just survived the attack of the mutated cats, were all shaken. We encountered so many this time. Abdullahi frowned and said. Last time, they only encountered one, which turned into an ice sculpture. Let's hurry, Jimena said. Although the freezing bugs froze those mutated beasts, they would gradually thaw when the weather got warmer. Braden saw Jimena's ability and asked in surprise, I just saw blood all over Saul's body, but now the blood is gone, and even his wounds are healed. You can heal wounds. Braden exclaimed happily. Before this, Braden was somewhat jealous. Although Jimena was the oldest among them, she didn't seem to have any special abilities. But unexpectedly, Jimena could heal wounds. Abdullahi was equally astonished by what he had witnessed. Jimena's complexion was rather pale, mainly due to the recent lack of food. Her ability required a lot of energy and replenishment of her own blood. Don't tell anyone about this, Saul frowned and said. He remembered his mother warning them repeatedly never to reveal Jimena's ability. After all, the ability to heal was extremely rare, especially in the current situation where medical facilities were almost non-existent. Okay, don't worry, I won't say anything, Abdullahi nodded. Braden also nodded but still asked curiously, you can heal wounds, why can't you revive someone? Big Sister's power isn't omnipotent, and reviving someone would make her very weak, Giovanni explained. Saul was worried when he saw Jimena's lips losing color after healing her. I can only heal wounds, not revive people, Jimena said. Healing wounds required the red blood cells in her body. Therefore, Jimena always ended up anemic after healing others, possibly because she was still young. However, it was much better than before. In the past, if she had tried to heal Giovanni, she wouldn't have been able to complete it and might have even passed out. Now, she only felt uncomfortable, possibly due to the lack of blood, which would also lead to her feeling cold. The children hurriedly left the place, but there was nothing to eat, and they were all hungry. Aelbert returned again, carrying a mutated beast in his mouth. Are you asking us to eat this? Only Giovanni Ding could understand Aelbert's intention here. But this is a mutated beast, how are we supposed to eat it? Braden frowned. Why not roast it? Just like roasting mushrooms, Abdullahi suggested. However, they would need to dissect the mutated beast first, which none of the kids knew much about. I'll do it, Jimena said. She often helped out at home before, and she had seen a leader roast things while they watched nearby. Their stomachs growled with hunger. Although they also wanted to find some food they could eat directly, given the surroundings, they decided to roast the mutated beast. Starting a fire was the easiest part. They had a lighter, and these vines' leaves were very thick, similar to the large leaves of succulents. These leaves could catch fire. If someone started a fire here, it might burn the entire city. So, they made sure to clear a spot before starting the fire. They didn't have any seasoning. Jimena found a stick and impaled the mutated beast, preparing to roast it over the fire. Aelbert jumped over and reached out with his claws, scraping away. The insides of the mutated sparrow were removed by Aelbert, creating a bloody scene. Braden felt somewhat uncomfortable watching this. Jimena, Giovanni Ding, and Abdullahi had seen many such scenes on their journey, so they were somewhat desensitized now. Giovanni Ding was more focused on his hunger than feeling disgusted. He imagined the aroma of a well-roasted sparrow. Giovanni Ding swallowed his saliva. He was so hungry. Why does it smell foul? Braden remarked. He remembered that roasted meat should smell delicious. Abdullahi and Jimena also noticed an unpleasant odor. When the children got close to the fire, they smelled something fragrant. But as soon as they moved away, a foul smell became apparent, and it grew worse. Why does it smell so bad? Saul pinched his nose. So foul. Chapter 188 found the child. The stench was unbearable for the children. Jarrett, Jimena, and Braden all took a hasty step back. Though they could still smell it, the intensity of the odor had lessened significantly. Augustine, is the sparrow your cat brought back spoiled? Why does it stink so much? Braden shouted. It shouldn't be. It smelled fragrantly roasted when we checked just now, Jarrett said. It was as if they had triggered some kind of toxic gas bomb, merely by getting close. Augustine has quite the tolerance, Braden commented while looking at little Augustine's expression. Wow. Augustine finally couldn't hold it in any longer, gagging but only vomiting saliva. Then he bolted away faster than lightning. The children hid next to the vines. Strange. Jarrett frowned. Walking 2 steps forward made the stench much worse. Jimena also tried it. The disgusting odor grew stronger as she moved forward, but disappeared when she stepped back. The front seems to be surrounded by a circle of stench, Braden observed. I'm so hungry. Little Augustine patted his own belly. Rumble. Why don't we take out the sparrow meat? Jimena suddenly suggested. Could this intense smell not be coming from the sparrow? Just as the children hesitated, a ragged child suddenly darted out from a corner. This child had long, matted hair, clearly untended for a long time. He rushed towards the campfire and snatched the roasted mutant sparrow. Don't run. Jarrett pointed at the girl who dared to steal their food. Braden and Jimena quickly reacted, chasing after her. Being short and young, with vines all around, Augustine couldn't catch up immediately. But Augustine noticed that the surrounding foul smell had decreased significantly. It's too smelly, Jimena complained, unable to continue the chase. Why did it get more stinky as they chased? We can't chase anymore. Too smelly. Jarrett also couldn't tolerate the smell. They all stopped and caught their breath. Jimena then speculated, that kid must have some special ability. His special ability might be emitting this stench. Our meat. Braden lamented. Augustine, can you ask your little black one to catch another one? Braden looked at him. Little black doesn't know where it went. Augustine frowned. You really have an uncooperative pet, Braden grimaced. They couldn't catch the girl anyway. Even if they did, they'd be overwhelmed by the stench. The children were already physically weaker than ordinary people and were now famished. It's none of your business. Augustine resented Braden's tone. Little black loved running around, and nobody, not even his mother, disciplined him. What do you have to boast about? Your parents are gone. What do you have to boast about? Small yet eats a lot, Braden said. Deep down, he actually envied Augustine, who was usually treated like a star in the base. He had toys, delicious food, and parents who were powerful psychics, admired by others. You didn't feed me. Augustine didn't give in, and the two started fighting. Braden was taller by more than a head, but Augustine had immense strength despite being short. He resisted a mutated beast's charge when he was just 4 years old. Other kids would have been torn apart instantly. Braden was pressed beneath Augustine but quickly used his psychic power to liquefy and escape from Augustine's grip. Jarrett and Jimena tried to stop the fight. At this moment, Little Black returned, sensing the tension. He could sense human emotions, and growled menacingly at Braden, its golden eyes piercing through the darkness, claws bared. Braden didn't dare provoke the cat again. He saw it gut something alive before. Alida found Augustine riding a flying dragon, stopping in front of the window. Little Alf, Sheila, Alida called excitedly upon seeing the children inside. Alf turned around, rubbing his eyes, fearing he was mistaken, then seeing it was indeed Alida. Mommy. Alf shouted happily. Auntie Anua. Jimena was also delighted. Alida opened the window, jumped in, and recalled the flying dragon. Little Black also came over to rub against Alida's calf. Alida put her arms around Dave and Jimena, one on each side. Mommy, you're awake, Dave said excitedly. Yes, Mommy is awake, but Daddy and the others are still asleep, Alida sighed. They probably wouldn't wake up until the geomagnetic storm gradually weakened. Braden felt suddenly nervous when he saw Alida come back, his face pale. He had just bullied her son, and now her mom was here. Braden didn't dare cause any more trouble. Alida looked at Jimena, Dave, and Jarrett. You all have lost weight during this period. And Sheila, why is your face so pale? Alida observed that Jimena's lips had no color at all. Mommy, Sister Sheila saved me, Dave said guiltily. Thank you, Sheila. Alida patted Jimena's head. When rescuing this child, she had noticed her special ability, but she hadn't expected it to be healing. Are you all hungry? Alida asked. Yes, Dave replied, while Jimena and Jarrett couldn't help but nod as well. Originally, Little Black had found them a mutant beast, but it was stolen by a strange child right after it was roasted. They were currently worrying about not having food and were even ready to chew on vine leaves. As long as it could be eaten, they would finish it. Alida hurriedly gave the children a few apples and then prepared to make a fire to cook some noodles for them. She casually retrieved the frozen bugs from their bodies. They also need to replenish energy, Alida explained to Dave. Thanks to the frozen bugs Mommy left behind this time, Dave said. Jimena also nodded in agreement. Several times they had been protected by the frozen bugs. Alida put the frozen bugs back, sprinkled some sugar on them to replenish their energy, and summoned 2 new frozen bugs to place on their bodies. With the frozen bugs on them, Alida could also sense their location. Chapter 189, Release of Stench. Alida cooked a pot of noodles for the kids, adding some vegetables. Each child had a bowl. Braden had just argued with Dave and felt embarrassed to eat despite being very hungry. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have spoken to you like that, Braden said. Dave could sense Braden's sincerity and didn't say anything more. Finally, they could enjoy a full meal, and all the children ate without saying a word. These past few days had been filled with hunger. They never ate their fill, sometimes only 1 meal a day. With a mother figure around, Dave finally didn't feel hungry anymore and no longer worried about eating too much. No matter how much he ate, his mother would still be able to take care of him. Just as they were savoring their delicious meal, an all too familiar stench suddenly arose. This smell. Alida covered her nose. She seemed to have smelled it before. It's back. Dave covered his nose as well. Braden and Jimena, along with the other children, retreated a few steps, and the odor became less intense. Jimena had just finished eating and didn't want to vomit because of the nauseating smell. This odor was an attack on both body and mind. At this moment, Alida noticed something hiding in the corner. She summoned the black soil vines, 2 thick as arms, emerging from the earth. Controlled by Alida, the dark green vines instantly shot out toward the child in the corner. Ah! A scream echoed as the dark green vine lifted the child up. The child struggled, intensifying the stench. Ooh! Unable to endure it, the kids began vomiting what they had just eaten. My food. Dave lamented. I'm going to faint, Braden said before losing consciousness. Holding her breath, Alida wondered why the smell also made her eyes burn. Finally, she used the vines to knock the little girl unconscious. If the child didn't pass out, they would have been overwhelmed by the stench. Indeed, once the child fainted, the entire room's stench vanished as if it had never been there. The stench gone, Alida took deep breaths, having not inhaled any oxygen earlier. Jimena and Dave recovered as well. The two children looked at the vomit-strewn floor, furious that they had just finished eating. Alida controlled the vines, bringing the unconscious child closer. Though the child wasn't emitting the foul odor now, she still looked dirty, likely not having bathed in days. The intensity of the smell earlier suggested this might be a special ability of the child. "Mommy, she smells so bad. Let's throw her out," Dave complained, still annoyed at having been made to vomit after just eating. Jimena crouched down, looking at the child who appeared to be 5 or 6 years old, feeling somewhat compassionate. But she didn't say anything, not wanting to pressure Aunt Anue. Alida recognized the child as the same little girl she had seen locked on the rooftop during her visit to the base with Jay-Fei. Meeting again must mean something, Alida murmured to herself. It seemed the end times made people more selfish, merely magnifying human nature. When you have money, giving a few hundred to a poor person isn't much, but when you're poor, you might even rob someone just to survive. From her spatial pocket, Alida found clothes and shoes and dressed the child in them. Only upon undressing the child did she realize she was a little girl. Had she not developed this strange ability, she might not have survived. But thinking of a young girl with such a smelly power made Alida feel uncomfortable. Still, in these end times, having any kind of ability could mean survival. Actually, the little girl could emit various odors, not just this foul one. After about 2 hours, the child gradually regained consciousness. "Mommy," she woke up. Dave, who had been watching closely, immediately informed Alida. Justine appeared nervous and ready to release her ability. "Apple. Calm down, little one." Alida held an apple in front of the girl. Recognizing Alida, the little girl looked up at her. Seeing the child relax, Alida comforted her further. "Don't be afraid," Alida reassured her. "Why are you scared? My mom isn't a bad person. Look, she gave you new clothes," Dave tried to reassure the girl. Justine looked at her new clothes, seeming to relax a bit more. However, due to her past experiences of being abused, she was still not ready to trust people easily. Alida didn't force her and simply gave her a few apples. "I don't mean you any harm. Please don't release the stench," Alida said. "Look at what your stench did. My friend is still unconscious because of it." Dave pointed to Brayden lying on the couch not far away. "And it made me vomit out my meal too," Dave added, clearly feeling indignant as he thought about it. Justine silently lowered her head, not saying a word. Seeing that it was already late, Alida said, "We'll rest here for the night and return to the base tomorrow." Jay was still there, and the base needed cleaning, with too many vines around. "Okay." With Alida around, the children felt much more relaxed, especially Jimena and Dave. Tired from the day's events, they were all sleepy. Dave fell asleep on the sofa right away. Justine didn't sleep either. She sat quietly on a chair, hugging her legs, but she ate all the apples Alida had given her. "Sheila, thank you for your hard work these days," Alida patted Jimena's head. Jimena shook her head and replied, "When Auntie isn't around in the future, I will take good care of Dave." Children grow faster in harsh environments. It shapes them. Dave had grown up quite a bit too. The next day, they planned to return to the base. "Auntie Anue, that child is still following us." Jarrett glanced back at the little girl trailing behind them. "I'll go ask her," Dave volunteered, walking towards the little girl. "Why are you following us?" Dave asked grumpily, still remembering how she had made him vomit. "You have nowhere else to go." Dave frowned. Justine was surprised. She hadn't said anything yet. Chapter 190. Everyone woke up. "Are you coming with us?" Sam asked. Justine opened her big eyes and nodded. She could eat apples if she followed this auntie. "You can come with us, but you must not release that stinky gas." Sam frowned. The gas was too smelly. Justine nodded. She could make it even smellier. Seeing the little girl nod, Sam felt relieved. "Mommy, let her come with us." Sam's eyes sparkled. It was okay as long as she could release the gas to bother others. "Okay." Alida agreed. After all, they were all kids. Sam asked for the little girl's name, Alina. Her father's surname was Shia, and her mother's surname was Ari, so she was named Alina. She had gotten lost and was taken to this city. She hadn't seen her parents for a long time, but only remembered her name. Alida nodded, thinking the name was quite cute. "Remember not to release any more stinky gas," Sam warned again. They continued walking towards the base, passing by some shops selling clothes and shoes. Though they were all entangled with vines, they collected what they could. Alida let out the big black dog and told it to inform her immediately if anyone at the base woke up. Alida saw Kira still unconscious, so she cleared away the surrounding vines. That day, she took out water from her space pocket to help wash the children's hair. Especially since their hair had grown longer, Alida cut it for them one by one. Justine's also got short haircuts, especially Alina, whose skin shone after washing. Her skin was so white and tender, which was unexpected in such an environment, especially during hot weather when vines grew wildly and temperatures dropped. Plus, lacking nutrition and having irregular meals left no time for skincare. Dark and cracked skin was common, even among children. Yet, this little girl had such white and tender skin. A week later, the geomagnetic storm gradually weakened, and many people started waking up. After the storm, countless vines had bloomed. People who woke up first felt their bodies improved. Upon waking, everyone thought they had traveled to another world as the furniture inside the rooms turned into vines. Interestingly, over the next 3 to 4 days, people in the base gradually woke up one by one. They then started cleaning the entire base, removing all the vines that had extended inside. When will Daddy wake up? Sam frowned, looking at Jay again. Soon, Alida comforted, feeling that Jay would wake up soon. Others, including Usher and Iona, had already woken up. Usher had hidden in the bathtub and felt sore all over when he woke up. I feel like this long sleep filled me with energy, Usher said. I feel the same, Iona added, along with Honest. It seemed like the geomagnetic storm had boosted their energy. As the storm's energy dissipated, the base gradually returned to normal. Although most hadn't developed superpowers, their bodies had clearly been enhanced. Alida went online and found that the network had finally been restored. Kyoto had recovered days earlier than them. Geomagnetic awakening and body transformation. People absorbing geomagnetic energy. These topics dominated the internet. Alida casually browsed until she saw something. Exploring the origins of the apocalypse, gathering volunteers at the Earth's core. Alida clicked in and saw many comments. To understand this crisis, they needed to explore the Earth's core, recruiting various superpower volunteers. I think spatial ability users should go. They can store supplies. If supplies are controlled by one person and they are endangered, everyone's supplies will be gone. Someone with storage abilities has no other powers and needs protection. Alida didn't read much further but felt the Earth's core was the root of the apocalypse. However, she wouldn't explore it herself, she just wanted to protect her children and let them grow up well. Days later, Jay finally woke up. Seeing Alida unharmed, he tightly hugged her. What's wrong? Alida noticed something off about his face. Will is injured, Jay hesitated to say. Didn't you say your telepathy disappeared? Alida frowned. I also thought it disappeared because I haven't felt Will's movements for a long time. Alida felt somewhat embarrassed, thinking that their telepathic connection had not been severed. Then before they fell into a deep sleep, they were kissing and being intimate. Would Will have felt that? Will is injured. Alida decided to stop thinking about it. Yes. Very seriously, I need to save him, Jay said. After all, he was his older brother. Last time, Will came to rescue him. I will go with you, Alida said. What about the kids? Jay still had some concerns about the children. They'll be fine in the base, Alida said. Now that Iona, Usher, Kira, and others had woken up, they would help take care of the children. Moreover, she left enough food for the kids and kept the big black dog behind as well. During their last deep sleep, the children had lived on their own for quite some time. Alida believed things were different now, she couldn't treat the children like before the world changed. They needed to face tough environments and learn to grow up. Parental protection could only go so far. Alida gave Sam and Jimena some instructions. Mom, don't worry, we can take care of ourselves, Sam said, indicating he had grown up. But you should come back quickly, I'll miss you. Okay, after I save your uncle, I'll return as soon as possible, Alida said. Jay perceived that Will's injuries were severe, so Alida didn't dare waste time. She directly released the pterodactyl from her space pocket, and the two of them got on it. Can you sense Will's location? Alida asked. Jay closed his eyes as if sensing something. After a few minutes, he opened his eyes and said, he's in the northwest direction. With the direction confirmed, they rode the pterodactyl towards where Jay pointed. Flying over Tianjin City, the traces of the old highways were almost invisible. The ground was uneven, as if squeezed, leaving behind holes and craters. Chapter 191, Will's severe injuries. Almost all traces of human creation were gradually disappearing. The trees outside were growing lushly, and some strange mutated beasts were inhabiting them. One could also see mutated beasts fighting each other, competing for territory. The world outside had completely transformed into something Alida didn't recognize anymore. Who knows what the future will look like, Alida said with a sigh as she observed this transformation. Survival of the fittest, Jay responded. Suddenly, an image flashed through Alida's mind. It was like a magical forest where people had started living again. People's constitutions have changed after the geomagnetic storm this time. In the future, psychics will gradually increase, Jay remarked. Yeah. They continued flying for about an hour with the pterodactyl circling in the air. Probably it's around here below us. Jay closed his eyes to sense the location. Alida patted the pterodactyl's head, causing it to descend. Then, both Alida and Jay dismounted and retrieved it back into their storage space. Around them were giant trees covered with climbing vines, on which there hung some unknown fruits, along with brightly colored butterflies flying above. This was once part of a high-speed rail track. The entire train stopped on the tracks, with the front section overturned. Is he here? Alida frowned, asking. Jay sensed that the specific location should be here. They walked along the side of the overturned train. Broken glass windows revealed several half-bodies hanging outside. She had seen plenty of corpses before, but these still made her feel nauseous. Maybe time would numb her to such sights. As they walked further, Alida felt something amiss and released 3 giant spiders from her space to protect them from behind. The spiders climbed onto the high-speed rail, ready to eliminate any danger. Tracing along the carriage, they finally found Will in the 7th car. Just as Jay had sensed, Will was seriously injured. Will. Jay frowned and hurried over, squatting down to check on Will. Will lay half reclining against the train wall, pale-faced, with bloodstains dried up around him. There were wounds on his arm, completely penetrated by a hole. So severe. Alida was surprised at this sight. She knew about Will's abilities well. His dark threads were extremely resilient, plus he could trigger lightning from Jay. Dual element ability, he too possessed one, So how could he sustain such severe injuries? And this wound was directly penetrated, with burns surrounding it. What kind of power caused this? Jay hastily felt Will's pulse, detecting faint pulsations. There were other mutant animal carcasses in the carriage, giving off a foul smell. Will. Jay patted Will. A deathly pale face, his eyelids struggled to move, but only one eye weakly opened. He saw Alida first, then Jay. Alida quickly took out well water from her space, which could replenish energy and provide some medicinal benefits. Alida noticed Will's chapped lips, having been without water for quite some time. Jay supported Will while Alida fed him some water. Since he hadn't had water in too long, she didn't dare give him too much. I'll check if there's another quieter carriage, Jay suggested. Alida nodded. Indeed, this carriage was not suitable. There was a putrid stench, and it seemed that mutant beasts had come attracted by the scent of Will's blood. There were many dead mutant beasts lying on the ground, unattended, emitting a foul odor and even writhing maggots. Soon, Jay returned. He had cleaned the last carriage, which had a much better environment than here. Therefore, Jay carried Will, heading towards the final carriage, which turned out to be a sleeper compartment. No one else was inside, probably because they had fled. Jay laid Will on the bed. Alida brought out various emergency supplies, and Jay began helping Will undress. Alida excused herself. I'll stand guard outside, she offered. All right, Jay nodded, focusing on treating Will's wounds. After going outside, the 3 giant spiders stayed nearby. One spider wanted to explore outside. Alida agreed. Being cooped up in the space all day must have been frustrating. Entering the space, she let out anyone who wished to come out. Several mutant creatures expressed their wish. Little Black, who usually ran around outside, was unwilling this time, perhaps because it was in its growth phase. Alida watched as several mutants wandered away but wouldn't go too far. After about half an hour, Jay finally finished treating Will's wounds and came out. How is he? Alida looked at Jay's face, which didn't seem to be in good condition. The wounds are severe, he can't be moved for now, Jay said. Looks like we'll have to stay here for some time, Alida said. The wounds on Will are strange, not like those caused by psychic abilities. They seem more like weapon injuries, Jay frowned, recalling the peculiar wounds on Will. His arm has been pierced through. Without healing abilities, his arm might be permanently damaged, Jay added. They both thought of Jimena at the same time, but she was young and her abilities were limited, so it would take her a while to heal him properly. They could only wait for Will's condition to stabilize first. At night, Alida took out a solar-powered lamp in the carriage. Will was still unconscious. Jay had spent all his energy treating the wounds and was also feeling drowsy, so he closed his eyes and fell asleep. With Alida around, Jay felt very reassured. Alida took out an electric pot from her space. It had been recharged by Jay, and she started cooking some porridge for Will. After excessive blood loss and not having eaten for a long time, he needed some liquid food to replenish his energy. Sitting beside the bed, Alida idly scrolled through her phone, but there was no signal here. Soon, she heard some movement and saw Will half opening his eyelids, trying to move but unable to do so. Are you having another manic episode? Is that why you got injured so badly? Alida frowned. Will looked at this woman with a complicated expression. No one dared to mention his bipolar disorder for fear of provoking him. But Alida was different. She always brought it up even after knowing about his condition, as if it wasn't a big deal. No, Will replied calmly. Then what happened? How did you get so badly hurt? Were you attacked by a mutant beast while unconscious? Will shook his head and said, I'm hungry. The hot porridge in the pot smelled fragrant. Will had been eating raw mutant beast meat recently, leaving his mouth filled with the taste of blood. Chapter 192, The Inner Earth World. Before long, Jay also woke up. Alida served a bowl of porridge to Will, but with his severely injured arm and weakened strength, he couldn't feed himself. So Jay fed him, and soon Will finished a bowl of porridge, feeling much of his strength return. Psionics have much stronger physical attributes compared to ordinary people. Moreover, this geomagnetic storm has caused human physical attributes to mutate as well. What happened? Jay frowned, sensing Will's pain the moment he regained consciousness. I didn't expect that empathic link to actually save my life, Will said in a deep voice. Jay looked at Alida somewhat awkwardly. At that time, he thought it had already been resolved. Looking at Alida's calm expression, Jay guessed she must be quite embarrassed inside. He would have to console her later. What happened to you? Jay asked. Will's eyes turned slightly cold, frowning as he said, ground fissure. Alida frowned slightly. Could it be some kind of natural disaster? Then Will slowly recounted what had happened that day. The ground split open, and strange beings surged out from within, completely naked like savages. They were very powerful, each having different colored hair, all of them psionics. By accident, Will clashed with them. Although Will was strong, they outnumbered him, and each one had unique abilities. Their powers are peculiar, Will remarked, frowning. Their powers seemed more like bodily enhancements, a combination of thermal weapons and human bodies. Will was injured by them, but instead of killing him, they scanned his brain with an instrument and left him to his fate. Savages, thermal weapons, high-intelligence weaponry. Alida listened to Will, somewhat shocked. Could these people have come from a crack in the earth? Not some space travelers? Will directly dismissed Alida's speculation. They were not from another universe or outer space, just from their own planet. Then who could they be? Possessing advanced weapons but dressed like savages. I faintly heard them say they were people escaping from underground before I passed out, Will spoke gravely. The inner Earth world. Hearing this, Alida couldn't help but exclaim. But could anyone live in the inner Earth? Isn't it scorching hot, filled with molten magma? Moreover, global satellites extend into outer space. How could they miss detecting anything underground? Could it be something like the highly advanced nation in Black Panther? Alida felt a headache coming on, unsure of what to think, but Will insisted those things came from the inner Earth. That's right. Will confirmed he hadn't misunderstood. If there really is a world within the Earth, and if disaster struck there, possibly even worse than here, then they might have fled, Alida speculated. She recalled several posts she'd seen online, theorizing that the geomagnetic storm originated from the core of the Earth. They had experienced its power. If the geomagnetic storm originated from the Earth's core, then any disaster there would certainly be more severe. They've encountered crises in the inner Earth world, affecting us, Alida boldly guessed. Perhaps. Jay furrowed his brow. It seemed many people would be fleeing from beneath the Earth. These past few days, both Alida and Jay were stunned by such news. As Alida suspected, the inner Earth world suffered a severe explosion. To survive, many fled the inner Earth. Originally separated worlds, due to a natural disaster, the inner Earth people arrived above ground. Almost everyone was a psionic, equipped with some advanced weaponry, making surface humans no match for them. They were destined to be enslaved. In recent days, Alida was deeply worried about this. On the third day, Little Black returned carrying a pure black egg. It was the first time Alida saw a black egg, unsure where it came from. There were many empty spaces in the breeding warehouse. Alida originally wanted to wait until whatever hatched and then keep it in her space pocket. After waiting several days with no results, finding the egg quite peculiar, Alida decided to put it away first. Will recovered after a few days of rest, able to move much better. Alida and Jay planned to return to Tianyin City with him. Alida summoned 2 winged dragons from her space pocket. With Will still injured, he couldn't ride alone, so Jay carried him. Alida rode a winged dragon by herself. Flying through the air, the winged dragons passed over the area where Will encountered the ground fissure. All they could see was a dark, deep hole, with nothing visible inside. Although somewhat curious, Alida and Jay did not linger too long. On their way back, they discovered quite a few such cracks in the ground, hoping not all of them were from the inner Earth world. They returned to Tianyin City base. How can there be 2 Brother Xiao? Usher said, looking at the 2 almost identical people. It was generally hard for outsiders to tell them apart. Twins? Kira said in surprise, never having thought that Brother Xiao would be a twin. 2 dads. Dave was also shocked to see 2 fathers but quickly recognized which one was his real dad. This is your uncle, Jay said, patting his son's head. Uncle. Dave stared with wide eyes and curiously called out. Will looked at Dave, his expression softening as he patted the child's head. Thus, Will temporarily settled down in the Tianyin base. The several psychics gathered together. After waking up from this geomagnetic storm, many people's physical attributes have changed, someone remarked. They've all become stronger, Usher said. This should be considered good news, Alida said. The change in people's physical attributes gave them the ability to protect themselves. It could be seen as an evolution. The energy of the young has increased, but on the contrary, many elderly have passed away, Kira sighed. Perhaps due to the geomagnetic storm, some elderly people's bodies couldn't adapt to the energy transformation, leading to health issues. This isn't the main issue. I saw a piece of news online, Usher said very seriously. Since receiving the equipment from Tianyin City's armed forces, their base's network signal had been enhanced, allowing them to connect to satellites and synchronize information with the capital and Shanghai. In modern China, only 4 bases could synchronously connect to satellites: the capital, Shanghai, Hong Kong, and their own Blue Star Alliance. Chapter 193, The Ground Cracks Open. There was footage captured by drones online showing the ground splitting into a hole and then slowly merging, eventually forming small peaks. All of this happened as the ground continuously cracked, swallowing many objects and even causing mutated beasts to accidentally fall in. However, some cracks would gradually heal over time, forming small hills with bulges. Drones also captured strange animals, and even humans, emerging from within. Some people speculated that they were cavemen. In any case, the creatures that emerged from the ground cracks are incredibly destructive and enormous, said Iona. Kyoto has sent people to study this, and some have gone to investigate. But no one has found anything yet. It is guessed that the ground cracks might be akin to space-time rifts. Who knows if we'll discover something similar in our Tianyin City, Usher said worriedly. If the surface mutant animals are only at the initial stage of returning to ancestral forms, then these creatures emerging from underground are more advanced. I think these guys are specifically targeting human cities. Kyoto has already reported multiple deaths, Honest remarked. Still, given Kyoto's advanced technology, they won't be easily threatened. On the contrary, smaller bases like theirs could quickly come under attack once super-ancestral mutants appear. Alida was also concerned. According to Will, the humans from the subterranean world were clearly superior in both combat and technology. After discussion, everyone agreed that enhancing the strength of the base residents was crucial. Intensive training was needed for everyone, regardless of gender or age, to learn how to use weapons. Their arsenal of modern firearms was limited, so they had to rely on cold weapons. Humans' greatest advantage lies in their ability to create tools. In such dire circumstances, any potential danger would cause tension. The geomagnetic storm gave people a chance to change their physical attributes, making stronger individuals through exercise. For instance, a frail woman became nearly as strong as an adult male after the storm. Moreover, it seemed the geomagnetic storm accelerated the growth of vine fruits. Many people found pink vine fruits. However, these pink vine fruits only stimulated abilities in children under 10. More than 2 wouldn't have any effect. The number of child psychics in the base increased significantly, but being young, they needed guidance from adults. Ordinary parents couldn't handle it, so adult psychics in the base started taking students. Usher, Iona, and Honest all took a few students. Alida also took Jimena, Alina, and Braden as students. A few people in the base had become mutants during the bird attack, and some wanted to be infected intentionally. Although mutants are peculiar, they do possess special abilities. They can fly with wings, envied by others. Someone discovered that Vita managed to successfully mutate into a spider person through Alida's pet. So, many people wanted to seek out Alida. It can be done, but you take responsibility for the consequences. Alida warned them. She could control her pet beast to infect minimally, but success depended on individual constitution, and she couldn't guarantee it fully. Yes, they had thought deeply about it. They were prepared for the possibility of failure. Moreover, they considered for a long time, mutation requires body strength and successful gene fusion. After the geomagnetic storm, their physical fitness had clearly improved, giving them confidence. Which one do you choose? Asked Alida. The giant spider, they all replied in unison. The success rate for giant spiders is higher. Upon hearing this, Alida summoned a giant spider, shrinking it down to palm size. Otherwise, too large would cause severe injuries they couldn't bear. Who goes first? Alida asked. I quit, said one woman, seeing the spider's hairy legs. What about you? Alida looked at the other 3 men and 1 woman. Let's do it. I'll go first, another short-haired woman clenched her fists. Strength always comes at a cost. All right. Alida nodded and controlled the spider to bite, injecting a bit of genetic toxin. Alida admired their courage and gave each of them a cup of well water. The girl who quit saw the water and remembered the rumors that the mutants succeeded due to a special water given by Alida. Can I try? No. There's only one chance. If you give up, it's over, Alida said coolly. The girl looked unhappy but dared not say anything more in the face of Alida's cold expression. The gene fusion for mutation is extremely painful. Vita had a fever for many days and barely survived through it. These people also had fevers for 10 consecutive days. Although they successfully mutated, each person's fusion probability was different. Vita's fusion rate was as high as 80%, which was already very high, meaning the greater the fusion, the stronger the abilities from the giant spider would be. However, these people's fusion rates were around 40 to 50%. Although not as high as Vita's, it was still quite good. Even with Alida's controlled infection and the effect of the well water, one man did not fuse successfully and even experienced a decline in physical condition. Fusion mutation is a risky matter. Although Alida had other pets, none of the other mutant beasts had successful cases, so most people came to seek the giant spider mutation. Since Alida learned that more powerful mutant beasts and humans were surging out from the inner earth, she felt a vague unease. Therefore, she did not refuse those who wanted to mutate. Humans needed to become stronger too. Besides, those who underwent her giant spider fusion mutation were naturally suppressed by the giant spider. Half a month later, the black egg in Alida's breeding space finally hatched. This egg was the slowest to hatch among all the eggs in Alida's space. Watching the black eggshell crack bit by bit, Alida was very excited about what might emerge. After all, there are only so many types of egg-born animals. Boom. Alida was startled when she saw what came out. This was a dinosaur. A Tyrannosaurus rex. Alida had only seen fossils before. This small creature resembled fossil images by 70 to 80%. Actually, it's a dinosaur, Alida exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 194, Falling into the Inner Earth World. Judith didn't know that the dinosaur egg was laid by a female dinosaur that had barely escaped from the Inner Earth World. But just after escaping from the Inner Earth World, it had desperately laid several eggs, and the others were all destroyed. Only this small black egg remained, which was brought back by the little black cat. However, the body of the female dinosaur was also devoured by other mutated beasts. The law of the jungle is more brutal than in their human world. Judith looked at this newly hatched little dinosaur. This must be the first true dinosaur, right? Judith fed it quite a bit of food as she had just unlocked a new pet. Her planting space actually automatically unlocked a new plot of land, and this time the plant was a cherry tree. Cherries are good for replenishing blood. She would give some to Alessandra when they ripen in a couple of days. That day, during the daytime, suddenly the entire base shook, and everyone ran downstairs. Something's wrong. A deep hole suddenly appeared on the square, and many children fell into it, Usher said anxiously. Judith also became anxious upon hearing this. Aunt Anu, Nigel, and Adelaide are also on the square, Alessandra said panicking. Today was training day for the children, and Nigel and Adelaide were also training on the square, as they were of similar age. When Judith and Jay heard this news, their hearts trembled as if pierced by an icy cold wind. Without words, they exchanged glances and sprinted towards the square in unison. The square, now far from its former tranquility and peace, resembled torn animal skin with deep cracks exposed like gruesome wounds, shocking to behold. Judith hurriedly activated the perception ability of the freezing worm, trying to locate Nigel. However, her face turned pale immediately. I can't sense him. Judith's voice trembled with fear. Although she couldn't pinpoint Nigel's exact location, information from the breeding space told her that the freezing worm attached to Nigel was still alive. This allowed Judith to feel slightly relieved. Even though Nigel had fallen into the chasm, he was safe for now. They needed to find him and rescue him from danger quickly. Thus, they quickened their pace, searching for clues on the square. Their gazes darted among the cracks, trying to find any trace of Nigel. But not only Nigel fell in, other children also tumbled down. Will came over and observed the cracked ground. Ground split, Will said quietly. I have to go down, Judith said. I'll go with you. Jay grabbed Judith's hand. WNE, take care of yourself. After saying this, Judith jumped into the crack without hesitation, followed closely by Jay. Right behind them was a black figure, Will. Seeing the two jump down, he did not hesitate and went after them. Aren't you? Alessandra shouted anxiously, her heart nearly jumping out of her throat, feeling extremely guilty for not being there when Nigel got into trouble. Parents were in despair, hoping it wasn't their child who fell into the fissure. A few winged mutants stood at the crack, seeming hesitant. Please, save my child, someone in the crowd cried out. Seeing Jay and Judith jump down, the mutants prepared to follow, but the ground began to shake again. The area where the crack had formed started to close up, forming a small hill. What's happening? How could it close? Someone in the crowd yelled. And you, Xiaodi. Kira was surprised as well upon seeing the ground seal shut. Parents whose children had fallen tried digging into the hill, and Alessandra ran over to help. This closure happened too fast, Usher frowned. He remembered reading online that closures usually took a day or a few hours, not mere minutes. Bring the excavator over, Iona instructed the surrounding people. Soon, the excavator arrived and began digging into the hill, but the soil that seemed soft turned very hard. After digging for a while, they were still digging through the hill. They won't be all right, will they? Kira asked nervously. They will. Usher frowned, but felt unsure about this unprecedented event, especially the opening and closing of the crack. Maybe they fell into another space. Kira speculated wildly. Honest didn't say much, but he had also seen online about a few people falling into the cracks of ground splits, and there was still no news about them. Some people had probed the depths of these cracks, saying that this ground split hole was extremely deep. On the other side, as Judith jumped down, darkness enveloped her instantly, with only a strong air current making it impossible for her to open her eyes. Judith had been holding hands with Jay, but the falling speed was too fast, and there was a strong magnetic field around them, which forcibly separated the two. Judith felt like the descent lasted a long time. She wanted to summon a pterodactyl from her space, but after an unknown period, it seemed to have become brighter. Then gradually, it brightened up. The light was more like firelight, not as bright as sunlight, but rather like warm twilight. And the temperature was very hot, at least 40 degrees Celsius. Judith took out an ice worm from her space and placed it on herself, feeling cooler, reducing the scorching heat. The descent speed slowed down somewhat, and Judith had yet to see clearly when she landed directly on a soft, fluffy surface. She hadn't fallen to her death. The surrounding light was still warm yellow firelight, and there was no sign of Jay. Judith did not call out immediately but first checked her surroundings. Where she landed was on top of a giant tree, covered in huge leaves. Judith stood up, causing the leaves to sway slightly as she slowly steadied herself. Looking around, all she saw were these giant leaves. Just as she wanted to walk to the edge of the leaf, she stuck her head out and looked down. She was now atop a giant tree, and this tree was very tall, possibly as high as a 10-story building. And there were some fiery red rocks beside her, emitting this firelight. This inner Earth world had no sun, it was pitch black except for these luminous rocks. Chapter 195, The Inner Earth World 2. The speed and duration of the fall indicated that this underground place must be very deep. Fortunately, there were these large tree leaves to cushion the fall, otherwise, we might have been smashed into pulp. These leaves had a powerful shock-absorbing effect, able to float up and down while bearing considerable weight. Some fortunate ones were swallowed by the ground cracks and landed on the leaves, while others probably fell to their deaths or into underground lava, being instantly reduced to ashes. However, climbing down such tall trees would still be dangerous for Laurie, as a misstep could result in fatal injury. Nonetheless, the overlapping layers of leaves provided an alternative route down, albeit a heart-stopping one. But Alida didn't need this method, she had her flying pterodactyl. Just as Alida was about to release the pterodactyl from her dimensional space, a small black dot descended from the sky and landed directly on her leaf. The giant leaf acted like a spring, catapulting Alida back into the air. Her mind buzzed like it was on a trampoline, and she felt aches throughout her body. Avon! Alida exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the figure. As she steadied herself and approached Ansel, she noticed his attire. Avon wore white, and even when he jumped down, his clothes remained white. Wade, on the other hand, wore a black t-shirt. Why did you come down too? Alida asked with a frown. Turning her head, she saw no scar near his eye, realizing this person was Wade, not Avon. Without responding, Wade surveyed the surroundings. This is the inner Earth world. Wade asked, frowning. From such a height, how did those people escape? Alida quickly checked the position of the frostworm, getting a general sense of direction. Though the exact location wasn't clear, she knew through the frostworm that little Leonardo Anua was unharmed. Avon came down with me, so he should be somewhere nearby, Alida explained. Wade replied. Alida summoned her pterodactyl from her dimensional space and climbed onto its back. She then summoned another for Wade, but noticing his arm hadn't healed, she worried he might be thrown off if he rode alone. Come up here, Alida sighed, unable to leave him behind. It was unexpected that Wade had followed them down. Sitting behind Alida, Wade's aura contrasted sharply with Avon's. While Avon radiated warmth like sunshine, this man's presence felt somewhat eerie. Despite the intense heat around them, Alida felt cool, causing Wade to inch closer. Keep your distance, Alida frowned. Unmoved, Wade stayed close. Flying on the pterodactyl, they circled above the vast canopy, searching for any sign of Avon but found nothing. Avon, Alida called out, yet there was no response. How could we end up separated if we jumped from the same place? Alida wondered aloud. What caused this separation? Did you feel any wind currents when you fell? Alida suddenly asked. During the fall, strong currents had separated her from Avon. 2 different currents. Yes, Wade confirmed. It seemed the currents carried them in different directions, with Wade ending up near her. Frowning, Alida thought the currents shouldn't have taken them too far apart. Avon should be nearby. After searching fruitlessly for some time, Alida sensed the frostworm's energy weakening. This suggested it had initiated an attack, meaning little Leonardo was in danger, prompting the frostworm to intervene. Continuing their flight above the trees, Alida noted their massive size and dense foliage. Suddenly, she asked, didn't you share telepathy with Avon? Can you locate him? Since Avon could perceive Wade, shouldn't Wade also be able to find Avon? I can't feel him, Wade replied, frowning. He had tried immediately after landing but found the inner Earth world seemed to block their connection. Why now of all times? Alida murmured, slightly irritated. Then she recalled how their shared telepathy had persisted during her intimate moments with Avon, making her feel even more awkward. Both of them dismounted from the pterodactyl. The land in this inner Earth world was rocky, and not only that, it was faintly warm. The ground is hot. With magma in the Earth's core, it's normal for the land to be hot. Alida gazed at the towering forest of giant trees. Who would have thought that such enormous trees would exist in the inner Earth world? Moreover, the light on the surface was somewhat dim, just like the brightness during twilight. Let's go save little Leonardo first, Alida said. She could sense the position of little Leonardo. Adolf responded. Alida and Adolf headed in the general direction. They had all fallen through the same ground crack, yet they ended up so far apart. It must have something to do with the wind currents when they fell. Alida noticed Adolf's clothes were already drenched in sweat. This place was indeed very hot. It felt like being in a sauna. Don't move, Alida said. Adolf frowned slightly but didn't move. Alida tapped his arm lightly. Instantly, he felt much cooler. This is a frostworm. It will stay on your skin and make you feel more comfortable, Alida explained. Frostworm, a personal air conditioner. Adolf spoke sparingly, and Alida didn't bother talking more as she continued searching for her son. Boom, boom. Suddenly, there were sparks ahead, and lava erupted from one spot. It's lava. Alida frowned. Adolf and Alida quickly detoured around it. Alida glanced down at the dark black ground beneath their feet. Beneath it lay molten rock. Occasionally, it would spurt out. At such high temperatures, everything could melt, so Alida and Adolf became even more cautious. Alida was also more worried about her son. Bang, bang. Ahead, 2 massive beasts were battling. Compared to them, Alida and Adolf, hiding among the tree roots, seemed incredibly small. Even the grass here grew to be over 2 meters tall. Are those 2 dinosaurs fighting? I wonder what kind they are, Alida frowned. The 2 dinosaurs were each 3 to 4 meters long, tearing at each other. Could this inner Earth world be Earth from billions of years ago? Alida speculated. Chapter 196, The Inner Earth World 3. But with such advanced technology on Blue Star, it's unbelievable that exploring the deep sea and underground has not led to the discovery of the inner Earth world. The energy here is different, Will remarked. The surrounding energy, along with geomagnetic storms, interferes with any signal instruments, making them ineffective here. Moreover, the geological layers here are also distinct. Such hard rocks cannot be damaged by tools, and even magma at such high temperatures hasn't destroyed them. Previously, their exploration of the inner Earth only encountered magma. Alida had also seen online that the underground was full of magma. As Alida watched a butterfly fly by, she marveled at its brilliant colors, something she had never seen before. All the creatures here are ancient life forms. Could the virus affecting the surface have originated from here? Alida guessed. Perhaps. Will spoke little but always responded. The 2 continued walking on this path, paying attention to whether magma would spurt out. Along the way, Alida only saw tall trees, with leaves so high up that there seemed to be no edible food here. The ground barely had grass, only towering trees could be seen. No water source was visible either. Without water, how do the creatures in the inner Earth world survive? Alida took out well water from her spatial pocket and gave a bottle to Will. In this underground world, despite the presence of frostworms to cool down, they still needed more water internally. After drinking some water and eating some food, it was impossible to tell what time it was here. Looking up revealed only dim light, with dark areas where the sun couldn't be seen. After about an hour's walk, Alida discovered a large ant frozen on the ground, nearly as tall as a person. In this underground world, ants were this big. She realized the creatures in her spatial pocket were actually quite small. Coming here felt like entering a land of giants. Although the large ant was frozen, the high temperature was almost melting it, and it was still wriggling. Will immediately used dark threads to deal with the ant. These creatures in the inner earth world are so huge. No wonder those who escape from here are so powerful, Alida said. Will frowned slightly. Alida kept walking, sensing Dayan's frost worm more clearly. She quickened her pace. Where is he? Seeing not far ahead, Dayan was crouched on a tree trunk, while below, a red tiger-like creature waited patiently. That creature seemed to be sleeping and hadn't noticed Dayan on the tree trunk above. Though there was no immediate danger, Alida still felt uneasy, considering the tiger was right beneath Dayan. She wondered how Dayan managed to climb such a thick tree. I'll lure that thing away, Will said, but Alida stopped him. Don't go. I have a plan, Alida said. Her spatial pocket had many pets, and with Will injured, she wouldn't let him take risks. With that, Alida released 3 bees to provoke the mutated tiger. Unfortunately, the mutated tiger didn't react. Having no other choice, Alida summoned the devil frog. The ground was quite hot, and since the devil frog preferred water, this scorching environment made it uncomfortable, limiting its strength. Wah. Standing fully, the devil frog was taller than the mutated tiger. The tiger only growled threateningly but didn't stand up. Alida and Will hid behind, observing. Strange, this mutated tiger doesn't seem inclined to attack, Alida frowned. Look there. Will pointed to the tiger's back, which leaned against the tree. Is that blood? The mutated tiger was badly wounded, explaining why it didn't react to the devil frog's provocations. It couldn't stand up. Knowing the tiger was injured, Alida and Will relaxed. They approached cautiously. Dayan, exhausted from mental stress and the long journey without food or water, was sleeping on the tree trunk. Hoo. The mutated tiger, unbothered by the devil frog earlier, suddenly grew agitated upon seeing Alida and Will appear. Trying to stand up, it only managed to lift its upper body. The lower half bled into the underground magma. Alida found it odd too. If the ground was all magma, how did these enormous trees grow? Growing in magma, truly extraordinary. Without hesitation, Will summoned the dark threads. They extended swiftly like ethereal snakes, precisely entangling around the ferocious mutated beast's head. The power of the dark threads erupted instantly, ruthlessly strangling the massive mutated tiger. Blood spurted out like a scorching red fountain, staining the surrounding tree trunks crimson. The life force of the mutated tiger rapidly drained away, its eyes losing their light as it became clear that it could not be saved. Will gazed at the wound on the mutated tiger, a chill inexplicably rising in his heart. He noticed that the wound on its chest was strikingly similar to those caused by the weapons of the inner Earthworld humans they had encountered earlier. That ice blue weapon, which emitted beams of light sharp as blades, could easily pierce through any living thing. Reflecting on this, Will couldn't help but marvel at the technological prowess of the inner Earthworld. Such laser weapons were incredibly powerful and almost invariably lethal to mutated beasts. This mutated tiger must have been severely injured in a battle with the inner Earth people, preventing it from standing up. Will sighed softly, knowing that in this world full of unknowns and dangers, every life was struggling for survival. Whether human or mutated beast, all played their respective roles in this brutal contest. Here, they must always remain vigilant to survive in this world. Though such science fiction movies and anime depicted these weapons, in the real world, such weapons had never been manufactured before. They belonged to the realm of conceptual weapons. And yet, how did such advanced weapons exist in this inner Earth world that appeared to be a primeval forest? The mutated tiger was dead. Alida hurriedly climbed up the tree trunk, where a small figure curled up. She quickly embraced her child. Her first concern was to ensure her child was still alive. Observing her child's chapped lips and noticing that the shoes had somehow fallen off, revealing feet scorched red by the ground, Alida immediately took out water from her spatial pocket and forced it into her child's mouth. Chapter 197, The Inner Earthworld 4. Mom. Dayan struggled to open his eyes and saw Alida's worried face. He forced a smile and snuggled into her embrace. Alida held Dayan and jumped from the tree trunk onto the devil frog's back. This place has no concept of time, let's find a safe spot to rest first, said Alida. Will nodded. After killing the mutant tiger, the strong smell of blood would attract other mutant beasts. Not long after they left, several famished wild animals came over following the scent, tearing apart and devouring the dead mutant tiger. The ground here was scorching, even with shoes on, they could feel the heat. To rest, they had to stay on the tree trunks, which were all quite thick. Here will do. Alida looked up at an enormous tree trunk about 8 stories high, very thick, large enough for several people to lie on. One could build many tree houses here if they wished. Alida had the pterodactyl carry them up. These tree trunks were sturdy but strangely only branched out with 1 leaf per branch, and only 1 large leaf canopy on top. Alida placed Dayan on the tree trunk and gave him some well water to drink. Dayan gradually felt better, and she fed him several more times. The light never changes here, there's no way to tell time. Alida frowned slightly, the lack of time perception made her uneasy. This was the inner Earth, yet it should have time as the Earth still rotates, but there was neither sunlight nor moonlight, nothing at all. The 3 rested against the tree trunk for a few hours before Dayan slowly regained his strength. Mom, Xiao Ari was taken by someone, said Dayan as he fully woke up, remembering what happened when Xiao Ari was captured. Mom, can we save Xiao Ari? His eyes were red-rimmed. Alida first calmed Dayan down before gently asking him to recount what happened. Dayan and Adeline were training on the square when the ground suddenly split open, and they felt like they were falling endlessly until landing in a soft place. Finding some leaves, Dayan followed the intertwining tree trunks and slowly descended. During this time, he lost his shoes and found himself unable to locate them. With the ground too hot, he climbed back up the tree. He encountered a mutant caterpillar which was handled by the frozen insects and later met an exceptionally large ant. Both frozen insects had run out of energy. So he stayed on the tree trunk until he saw a group of people riding a huge creature resembling a brachiosaurus. It wasn't just like it was a brachiosaurus. On its neck hung an iron cage containing Adeline. The bad guys took Adeline, Dayan said. They had become good friends during these past few days. Okay, Mom knows. Eat something first, I'll think of a way to rescue Xiao Ari. Alida patted Dayan's head comfortingly. Those people must be the inhabitants of the inner Earth world. After eating a little, Dayan fell asleep again, possibly due to exhaustion. When Dayan slept, Will spoke up. The weapons here are advanced. If their technology is so advanced, why live in the inner Earth world? Alida wondered. They didn't know where they came from, and Alida sensed that the living conditions here were poor. Feeling drowsy, Alida also drifted off to sleep, exhausted from the day's events. Will closed his eyes, then slightly opened them, his gaze fixed on Alida, lost in thought. Suddenly, Will touched his heart area, frowning slightly. After an unknown amount of time, Alida was awakened by a roar. Mom! Dayan approached as Alida woke up. Mom, look over there. Alida pointed to a herd of brachiosaurs in the distance. Such a grand sight was usually seen only in movies. My God, Alida couldn't help but exclaim. Who would have thought that dinosaurs, believed extinct for millions of years due to a disaster, had survived in the inner Earth world? What a magical world this was. Now that they found Dayan, they needed to find Jay, rescue Xiao Qiai, and then find a way out. After resting, Alida released pterodactyl number 1 from her space pocket. Ailbert wanted to come out too. It had been cooped up in the space pocket for days. Alida immediately released it as well. Fortunately, the pterodactyl was large enough to carry them without any issues. Will's arm had not yet healed, so Alida held Dayan while Jay sat behind her, with Dayan holding the black kitten. The pterodactyl flew through the sky as dinosaurs roamed below. Alida noticed that this place mostly consisted of huge trees and rocks. She hadn't seen a single water source. Moreover, most of the mutant beasts were engaged in fierce battles with each other. In some areas, red lava emerged from the ground, and the scorching heat engulfed the mutant beasts that couldn't escape in time. However, strangely, these giant trees remained untouched, standing firm. If it weren't for their immense size, they would probably need excavators to dig for days to transplant them into the space. What material were these giant tree trunks made of to be so resilient? Alida tried cutting one with her knife but couldn't even leave a scratch, though the surface did have clear patterns and large leaves growing on them. Otherwise, she would have thought they were fake. This inner Earth world was vast, extremely vast. Let's go that way. Will, who was usually quiet, suddenly pointed in a direction. I think Jay is over there. Upon hearing Will's words, Alida immediately directed the pterodactyl to head in the direction he indicated. Alida realized that flying dinosaurs were rare here, most were on the ground. Huge centipedes, some terrifyingly large ants, and colorful caterpillars over a meter long clung to the tree trunks. A hot laser shot towards them, and although the pterodactyl reacted quickly, its wing was still hit. This sudden attack left everyone unprepared. The pterodactyl struggled to maintain balance, its injured wing burning in pain. Dayan, holding the black cat, tumbled downwards. Fortunately, they landed on some large leaves with a few thuds. Alida bounced to the edge of a large leaf and was about to fall when she intended to summon vines. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her. It was Will. Chapter 198, The Inner Earth World 5. Alida saw blood seeping out of Will's arm, but he showed no sign of loosening his grip. Let go of me, I'll be fine. Alida shouted loudly. There were large leaves below, she wouldn't fall to her death. Will said nothing, remaining silent, but did not release his hold on her. Mommy, Dayan called out nervously, for it was several dozen meters down to the ground beneath the giant tree leaves, equivalent to a dozen floors. Will forcefully pulled Alida up, and she climbed up as well. At the moment the pterodactyl fell, she had already withdrawn it into her space. She would have been unharmed even if she had fallen just now because she had released vines. But unexpectedly, Will struggled to pull her back up despite being injured. Little Black Cat also easily leapt up. Although the leaf shook a bit, its four-legged form provided stability. Daddy, your arm is bleeding, Dayan said. No, Uncle. Dayan covered his mouth, realizing again that he had made a mistake. It happened sometimes. He always made the same mistakes. It's okay. Will and Jay were identical twins, their genes virtually identical, so Dayan's genes shared similarities with both. A genetic test would show almost no difference. Just treat the wound first. Alida frowned slightly. Alida rebandaged Will's wound, saying, don't let it tear open again, or there's a risk of infection. All right. The number 1 pterodactyl had an injured wing and needed rest in her space. However, she still had 6 other pterodactyls. Though the red laser didn't hit them directly, they all felt the intense heat. Laser weapon? Alida guessed. Yes, that's what injured me too, Will said. There are really such weapons. Alida frowned. The inner Earth doesn't seem like a high-tech place, Alida noted, frowning again. But Will didn't agree. With its ability to remain undiscovered and shield signals, combined with ancient creatures, people here might be stronger and technology possibly more advanced. Indeed, many surface abilities originated from those who escaped from the inner earth, carrying genes of special abilities. 80% of people in the inner earth had awakened powers. 8 out of 10 individuals were capable of using special abilities. If the inner earth people were so strong, why didn't they move to the surface? This puzzled a leader as well. After rebandaging Will's wound, they slowly descended the tree trunk layer by layer. When they reached several layers down, they finally found a few people sitting on a massive dinosaur. The dinosaur's head was behind the thick tree branch where they hid, at a distance yet well hidden. Alida hugged Daeun, while Will squeezed next to her behind the tree branch, wary of being seen. We clearly shot it. Why can't we find the carcass? One man frowned. Maybe it landed on the broad leaves of the tree, another man answered. These enormous trees were called BA trees, and their leaves, BA leaves. Pterodactyls are rare. What a pity, Ansel sighed. Pterodactyls were rare in the inner earth, for flying creatures were uncommon here. I saw someone on that pterodactyl earlier, a man mentioned. I saw it too. Send people to search, Ansel frowned. The inner earth has been unstable recently, causing some surface dwellers to fall through. Some took this opportunity to escape. The instability caused recent magma eruptions, another man sighed. This brought calamity to the inner earth's people and wildlife. Many had already fled to the surface. What's so good about the surface? The energy there is depleted, another person frowned, but some still seized the chance to escape. Though energy was depleted on the surface, once fresh food, plants, fruits, and vegetables were available. In the inner earth, however, there were no edible fruits or vegetables. Most inner earth inhabitants were carnivorous. For instance, Brachiosaurus, which should be herbivorous based on surface exploration data, fed on meat here. In the inner earth, no creature ate plants. Even the giant tree trunks could withstand scorching magma. How could any life form digest it? Of course, some rare leaves were edible but very scarce. The people escaping from the inner earth may not realize their lifespan will decrease on the surface, Ansel sighed. If they go to the surface, it will be difficult for them to come back down. Alright, don't talk about this anymore. Quite a few people have fallen from the surface recently. The man frowned. What's the use of capturing those people? They're just a bunch of waste. The voices grew fainter and what was said next, Alida and the others couldn't hear clearly. Not until a group of brachiosaurs passed by did Alida breathe a sigh of relief. Those people were quite peculiar just now. For instance, some people had silver hands and arms. Semi-human, semi-mechanical beings. A bold idea suddenly flashed in Alida's mind. Could those who made those movies be people who escaped from the inner earth world to the surface? Has Jay been captured by those people? Alida frowned. Just now, she saw these people from the inner earth world also catching those who fell from the surface. Don't worry, Jay won't be in danger, Will said. Okay. Alida nodded, hoping that Jay wouldn't encounter any danger. They hadn't found a way back to the surface yet. Riding on pterodactyls would likely get them discovered by the people from the inner earth world, so they could only walk along the tree trunks. The energy here is very abundant, Will said. Energy? Alida didn't feel it. Yes, Will replied. The body naturally replenished energy here at several times the rate on the surface. Alida didn't feel it. Instead, she felt somewhat oppressed here. There was no sense of time, making her feel a bit uncomfortable. They didn't dare rest on the tree trunk either, because magma would erupt from the ground at random. If you happen to be standing there, you just have to accept your bad luck, being swallowed by the magma. But strangely, after the magma gushed out, it would slowly recede. No wonder those people from the inner earth world all sat on the backs of brachiosaurs. Will tried using his dark filaments to cut through the tree trunk but found it ineffective. His dark filaments were incredibly sharp, capable of cutting through metal. Yet, against the tree trunk, they only left slight scratches. This tree trunk was truly amazing. Chapter 199, Heart of the Earthworld 6. Judith would occasionally send out little bees to check the surroundings. Let's go. Judith discovered a few dinosaur eggs. These dinosaur eggs were green. The black one that Albert found before turned out to be a T-Rex, but what would this green one be? In this place, dinosaurs reproduced quickly, not as they had thought, where reproduction was difficult. Although they reproduced fast, it was hard for them to survive. Judith watched helplessly as several eggs were swallowed by sudden lava. Fortunately, she managed to rescue 2 eggs with mutated vines and immediately stored them in her spatial bag. In the following days, Judith found many more dinosaur eggs, though some were attacked and eaten by other dinosaurs. Judith had already collected 3 dinosaur eggs in total, 1 blue, 1 yellow, and 1 white. The blue dinosaur egg had already hatched into a blue brachiosaurus, while the other 2 hadn't hatched yet. They also saw the remains of a giant dragon, half eaten by other creatures. Scenes like this were encountered every day here. Judith originally thought there was no nighttime in this underground world, but now the already dim sky grew even darker. Within an hour, it became pitch black. Nightfall? Judith said uncertainly. How could there be night here? They had been here for more than a week, yet this was the first time they experienced nighttime. Judith was about to take out solar lamps from her spatial bag but reconsidered. If it was indeed nighttime, suddenly emitting light might attract even more dangerous situations. Mommy, green eyes. Brandan pointed at a pair of greenish eyes on a tree trunk ahead. Judith and Will looked around. Several pairs of glowing green eyes suddenly appeared. These should be velociraptors. Judith frowned. Velociraptors were turkicized and smaller than other dromaeosaurids but were pack animals. "We're surrounded," Judith protected Brandan. A few velociraptors cautiously approached Judith and her companions, with Aelbert standing on Judith's shoulder and roaring fiercely. Unlike their green eyes, Aelbert's eyes shone with golden light. Judith immediately released her pets, a trio of giant spiders, a devil frog, and a giant python. The black and white bears. There were too many velociraptors, at least a dozen or so. Judith, Brandan, and Will stood on a tree trunk as a fierce battle unfolded below. Though small in size, the velociraptors were powerful attackers. Unfortunately, her T-Rex wasn't fully grown yet, otherwise, it would have dispatched them easily. Suddenly, a velociraptor leaped down from above, heading towards them. Several strands of dark silk wrapped around the velociraptor's body, instantly slicing it apart, but its bones remained unbroken. The velociraptor's bones were incredibly tough. The scene became chaotic, many of the dozen velociraptors died, and the survivors scattered in fear. Her pet giant spiders were slightly injured, as well as the white bear. Judith returned all her pets to her spatial bag except for the panda. The panda truly lived up to its name of being an iron devourer. It liked eating metal and seemed fond of this environment, wanting to stay and eat these massive tree trunks and leaves. Judith sensed the panda's desires and allowed it to stay for a try. It turned out the panda's teeth could indeed bite through the tree trunks, shocking everyone. Will's dark silk, sharp as it was, couldn't cut through, but the panda easily bit off a chunk. Although it could bite off pieces, it did so slowly, like a dog gnawing on a bone, seemingly sharpening its teeth. Who knew the panda's diet would upgrade again? The panda gnawed through a branch of a giant tree. Otherwise, the entire tree, which was dozens of stories tall, wouldn't fit in her spatial bag. So, Judith put both the giant tree and the panda back into her spatial bag. The panda happily gnawed on the tree trunk, and the injured animals began to recover. Judith also stored the dead velociraptors' bodies in her spatial bag. After all, her pets needed food, and eating meat balanced their herbivorous diet. For them, velociraptors were almost a kind of supplement. In this animalistic world of survival of the fittest, cannibalism was commonplace. The heart of the earth was brutal, no laws, no morals, only one goal, to live. In this pitch-black environment, not knowing how long it would last, Will and Judith did not dare to let their guard down as they led Brandan. They continued walking forward. Brandan was so tired that he fell asleep, so Judith placed him on the back of Emilio. They carefully proceeded along the giant trees, climbing up the tree trunks to rest whenever they were exhausted. Ahead, there was a very bright light, not dim like before but rather similar to the glow of an electric lamp. Seeing this, Judith and Will were motivated to head towards the light. During this nighttime, they didn't see large dinosaurs but instead encountered small creatures like gigantic ants. Do not underestimate these ants, they also had attacking capabilities and were not to be taken lightly. The light seemed close by but turned out to be quite far away. What's that up there? Judith curiously observed glowing mushrooms surrounding the tree trunk. Judith approached them. Throughout her journey, she had only seen giant trees, so seeing mushrooms piqued her curiosity. Are these colorful mushrooms poisonous? Judith asked. However, she wasn't afraid, her resistance to toxins was extremely strong, previously tested to be dozens of times greater than ordinary people, and now it had only become stronger. Will also came over, squatted down, and picked one mushroom, saying, "This mushroom contains energy. How can you sense that?" Judith asked curiously. In the Earth-Heart world, Will could feel the energy around him, even with this mushroom. But Judith felt nothing at all. Your ability is spatial, while mine comes from within myself, Will said something Judith didn't understand. However, trusting Will's insight about the mushroom containing energy, Judith looked at the remaining mushrooms and wondered if she could transplant them into her black soil, though only one could fit in her limited space. Then, Judith watched in disbelief as Will took a bite out of the colorful mushroom. "You're crazy," Judith frowned. Chapter 200, The Inner Earth World 7. Alida anxiously observed Will's condition. This guy was really brave, he just ate it without any hesitation. At least Alida wouldn't be so reckless. "How does it taste?" Alida asked curiously. "Sweet," Will replied. A few minutes passed, and seeing no change in Will, Alida assumed he would be fine. "Do you feel the energy?" Just as Alida finished asking, veins popped up on Will's forehead, and his arm wounds visibly began to heal. This scene stunned Alida. This kind of ability was only seen in Jimena's healing power. Could this mushroom have such power? Alida had already transplanted one, and there were still two left, one eaten by Will and one on the ground. She hurriedly put the remaining mushroom into her spatial pocket. Once picked, it would gradually dissipate over time and couldn't be stored well. "Will." Alida noticed something was wrong with Will's expression. Although his wound had healed, his eyes seemed somewhat dazed. The mushroom had powerful recovery abilities but also came with side effects. It only grew for one day. They were lucky to encounter it. Its energy was too strong, and for a moment, Will became confused. "Will." Alida waved her hand in front of him. Seeing no response from Will, Alida was about to lower her hand when Will suddenly grabbed it tightly. No matter how hard Alida tried to pull free, Will held on firmly. "Let me go." Alida frowned slightly. Next, Will actually hugged Alida tightly, refusing to let go no matter how she struggled. Little Black jumped down from Big Black's head, extending its claws toward Will. But Alida stopped it just as it approached Will. "Little Black, wait. This guy might be poisoned by the mushroom," Alida said frowning. Effortfully lifting her head, Alida saw Will's gaze was still blurred, unfocused. Giovanni was still sleeping on Big Black's back. Alida had Big Black come down and ordered Little Black to stay alert. Will, wake up, Alida shouted. But Will remained unresponsive, holding her arm even tighter. Don't be scared, I'm here. Suddenly, Will spoke. Alida was puzzled. Was this guy hallucinating? Her face was pressed against his chest, making it hard to breathe. So, Alida bit him. The pain seemed to wake Will up. His eyes regained focus. Seeing Alida in his grasp, a flash of shock crossed his eyes before he quickly released her. I'm sorry. Fortunately, the surrounding area was pitch black, otherwise, Alida would have seen Will's ears and neck turning red. You owe me one, Alida said helplessly, referring to the bite mark on his chest. What happened to you just now? You really dared to eat that unknown mushroom. Alida frowned, remembering how shocked she was when Will put the mushroom in his mouth. I don't know what came over me. Didn't you feel anything? This mushroom has an unusual fragrance, Will explained. Just smelling that scent made him eat it. Alida could smell it too, but it didn't affect her much since she had strong resistance to toxins. The fragrance could even confuse large dinosaurs. I'm sorry again, Will apologized, thinking about what had happened. Yeah, Alida knew it wasn't intentional, so she didn't press the issue. Instead, she looked at the mushroom in her hand. It was indeed mysterious. Speaking of which, she sniffed it closer. Sure enough, there was a fragrance, which startled Will, making him step back 2 steps. He didn't want to get caught again. Alida quickly put the remaining mushroom into her spatial pocket. It might be useful later. Not only could it treat injuries, but it could also serve as a potent hallucinogen, helpful in dangerous situations. Will was still feeling the after effects, so they didn't rush off immediately. Little Black seemed less friendly toward Will. It had even growled at Will, warning him to keep his distance from Alida. Soon, Giovanni woke up and wanted water. It was scorching hot in this place. Big Black had been walking for a long time, constantly sticking out its tongue to cool down. Its feet felt the heat of the road beneath them. Alida brought Big Black into her spatial pocket to rest, noticing that the dinosaurs seemed better adapted to this environment. The young Tyrannosaurus had grown significantly, and Alida released it, sensing its great joy. Shouldn't we be close now? Alida looked at the increasing brightness ahead. Yeah, Will responded, perhaps due to what happened earlier, his gaze towards Alida seemed somewhat unnatural. But Alida didn't think much about it. This light seems like an electric lamp, a spotlight. Alida was also curious. This inner Earth world appeared just like the ancient world. If she hadn't truly fallen from above, she would really think she had traveled through time. She wouldn't believe that there could be 2 entirely different worlds on the same blue star. Breathing heavily, they finally reached the source of the light, greatly surprised by what they saw. There was actually a city wall here. The entire wall was built with dark red rocks stacked one by one. The bright lights they saw came from several large spotlights mounted on top of this wall. This is the city wall in the inner Earth world, Alida explained. They probably couldn't enter rashly, they were people from the surface, and if discovered, it would be troublesome. We climbed that big tree over there, Will pointed to a nearby tree. These trees were very tall, with some branches extending into the city wall. There were gaps between the rocks, allowing only branches to grow inside. We can't rush in, let's find a place to hide first, Alida said. Fortunately, it was pitch black now. Otherwise, even with the tree trunks and leaves above, they could easily be spotted. They climbed up the tree trunk and hid on its backside where the spotlights couldn't reach. After climbing up the tree trunk, Little Black continued up along it, and Alida didn't stop it. She then released a small bee from her spatial pocket. I'll use the small bee to scout, Alida said. The small bee had night vision capabilities. Alida sat on the tree trunk controlling the small bee while Giovanni sat beside her munching on a peach. Chapter 201, Metallic Life. Alida controlled the small bee drone and flew toward the inside of the city wall. Up close, the city walls were made of dark red rock, incredibly hard. Alida shrunk the bee drone and guided it through a crevice into the interior. The scene inside genuinely took Alida by surprise. There were complete houses within. Despite the towering city walls, the houses inside were only single-story, all built from stone blocks. It was a peculiar style of stone houses. Outside, everything was pitch black, but every household here had lights on. Now many people are taking advantage of the ground fissures to go up to the surface. They say the ground fissures in the south are more frequent, a man said. Should we go up too? There's sunlight on the surface, and with the weak power on the surface, many who went up became leaders. What's so good about the surface? The energy there is scarce, our power would be affected if we went up. But our underworld is also dangerous. We face violent lava flows daily, and a wrong move could mean being swallowed. Alida controlled the bee drone to survey the area. This was just a small underworld tribe, with only dozens of households. Alida observed everything via the bee drone and found no traces of other humans. Surprisingly, 90% of this tribe shared the same earth element abilities. The bee drone flew back, and Alida retracted it into her spatial ring. Mom, are Dad and Xiao Ari here? Emmanuel asked eagerly. Alida shook her head. Although she didn't find them, she had a rough understanding of the underworld from the drone's observations. The underworld was composed of tribes, each family of ability users forming a tribe, and it was ruled by a certain race. Metallic life. Alida whispered, genuinely shocked at hearing this. Metallic life, this seemed nearly impossible. They were extremely powerful, the kings of the underworld, with very few numbers but constantly enslaving the ability users. Those who couldn't bear the slavery used the ground fissures to escape to the surface. Escaping through fissures filled with magma was perilous, with only a slim chance of survival, and their lifespan would drastically shorten once on the surface. They say anyone who falls into the underworld from the surface gets captured and taken to the Gold Castle, a leader said with a frown. The Gold Castle was the stronghold of the metallic life. Will paused when he heard metallic life. Can metal have life? Will asked involuntarily. A leader shook her head, startled as well. Could it be some form of AI? Without seeing the metallic life herself, a leader couldn't be sure what they were. We should head to the Gold Castle first, a leader said. All right, Will agreed. A leader learned that leaving the underworld was difficult, especially since it had become unstable recently. Ground fissures and violent lava eruptions were now more frequent, and a leader didn't want to stay here permanently. The darkness here was due to inactive magma, which resulted in insufficient light reflecting off the rocks, making it appear dark. Though it was dangerous, it indicated that the underground lava wasn't raging, making it safer. We need to disguise ourselves as underworlders, a leader said. Fortunately, all three of them had abilities, and they put on underworld clothes. Due to the heat, men wore only lower body coverings made from unknown leaves. A leader also wore 2 pieces of clothing that resembled swimsuits. Let's disguise ourselves, a leader suggested. Reluctantly, Will took off his clothes. A leader had seen his upper body before, so she felt less awkward about it. Emmanuel and a leader also stripped down, though the outfits felt like swimwear. In the night, Will's eyes lingered on a leader's back. A leader let her hair down, mimicking the loose hairstyles of the locals. After resting a bit, a leader led them onto a pterodactyl and flew to the highest point. She had overheard that the Gold Castle was located northwest. Although it was dark, it didn't affect the pterodactyl's vision. A leader noted the approximate location of the Gold Castle. Knowing that winged creatures were rare in the underworld, a leader dared not fly for too long, stopping after intervals. Pterodactyl number 1 hadn't fully recovered from its injuries, and she didn't want it to get hurt again. Mom, what's that on the ground? Emmanuel asked. Following Emmanuel's gaze, a leader saw several red glowing spots on the nearby ground. It was firelight, little spots of firelight emerging from underground, presumably from the subterranean lava. It was like a blue sky mirrored on the ground, except that this ground emitted scorching red starlight. Standing on the tree trunk, a leader and Emmanuel found this sight truly beautiful and awe-inspiring. Nature can create beauty that stirs the soul, but this beauty also came with danger, threatening lives. They could only continue moving forward on the tree trunks. There's someone ahead, Will frowned, and a leader felt it too. A leader hugged Emmanuel and hid behind a nearby tree trunk, while Albert clung above them. Will also hid behind a leader. There was still faint firelight ahead, dimly revealing a man and a woman. Those intense yet rhythmic breathing sounds made a leader understand what they were doing. Fortunately, Emmanuel had already fallen asleep. In the heart of the world, due to the heat, he seemed particularly fond of sleeping. A leader looked down at Emmanuel, who was still sleeping soundly. The scene was absolutely not suitable for children. A leader turned back and saw Will's fiery gaze, which reminded her of Jay. Their eyes met. One looked away, while the other continued to stare unashamedly. This was so embarrassing. Will was still Jay's older brother. A leader thought about climbing higher up another tree trunk to bypass them, but any movement might alert those two. However, that burning atmosphere made a leader unable to bear the awkwardness. She turned around and pointed to a side branch, saying, "Let's go around from there." Will nodded. Fortunately, it was dim around, otherwise it would be even more awkward. However, the side branch was narrow, only about 2 footprints wide, and with the dimness, they might fall off. A leader carried Emmanuel, sidestepped past Will, and walked toward the branch, with Will silently following behind. Chapter 202, Will leaves. The tree branch was still a bit narrow, and with the dim light, she couldn't see the path well while holding Sam. "Who's there?" The couple seemed to have heard some noise and suddenly called out. A leader frowned, thinking she had been discovered, and missed a step. She felt a force supporting her waist, preventing her from falling. Will was pressed against her back, one arm around her waist and the other hand covering her mouth. Will pulled a leader over the tree branch and crouched down. A thick leaf above them shielded her from view. Meow. Albert jumped a few times on the upper trunk and then darted away. Katrina casually shot a water arrow toward Albert. Albert quickly dodged it and climbed up the tree. The water arrow hit the tree and turned into a puddle. The giant tree remained unscathed, just as a leader had seen its formidable defenses before. Maximilian, what creature was that? It had golden eyes and black fur. Katrina frowned. She had never seen such an animal. "It might be a baby dinosaur," Ansel said nonchalantly. "Dinosaurs can't climb trees," the woman retorted. "That meow sound is quite cute." Hiding behind the tree trunk, a leader heard this comment. "Sure enough, women always like cute animals. The light will appear soon, we should head back to the tribe," Ansel said. "So, afraid your partner will find out," the woman sneered. Will and a leader, hiding behind the tree, thought they had stumbled upon a young couple but didn't expect to hear such explosive news. "What's there to fear? She's not as strong as I am," Ansel pretended not to care. In the heart of the world, strength ruled all. Whether male or female, the stronger one took the lead. "Is that so?" the woman asked disbelievingly. "I heard the tribe has collected many rock minerals. Are they planning to rebel against Crystal City?" the woman asked. "Crystal City controls the only water source in our world underground. Who dares to rebel?" Ansel said helplessly. Where did you hear that? Don't spread rumors. If it gets back to Crystal City, our tribe will be destroyed, Ansel warned. But every year, they make us sacrifice our children. Katrina's voice became agitated. Every year, the tribe would draw lots, and the chosen children would be sacrificed to Crystal City in exchange for water. If only we could escape to the surface during the earthquakes. The surface has abundant water sources, the woman sighed wistfully. The earthquake locations are random and very dangerous. Well, many have succeeded. They chatted for a while longer and shared some affectionate moments. Will and Alida stayed silent behind the tree trunk. Listening to their conversation provided more insight into Crystal City. After about half an hour, the couple finally left. When Alida heard them leave, she breathed a sigh of relief and noticed that Will had been hugging her waist the whole time. She hadn't paid attention due to the tense situation, but now she frowned. Let go of me, Alida said sternly. Oh, Will quietly withdrew his hand. However, as Alida tried to stand up, her legs went numb from squatting too long while holding the child. She almost fell again, but Will caught her waist once more. Alida swallowed nervously. Nervous? Will's voice sounded behind her ear. I have no interest in my brother's woman, so you don't need to be nervous. I'm not that perverted, Will said coolly. That's good because I love Jay, not you, Alida coldly replied. As she spoke, she felt a sharp pain in her waist as Will tightened his grip. The pinch hurt, but Alida remained silent, knowing Will's mood swings. This might have triggered his condition. Alida expected him to do something else, but surprisingly, Will let go of her. Let's go, Will muttered, his tone turning cold. His eyes were hard to see in the darkness, but she sensed an indescribable sadness. No one liked him, not even his parents. Everyone always abandoned him first, despite having the same face. Will seemed accustomed to this. They continued walking along the tree trunk until they reached a wider part and stopped. Alida had overheard the couple saying the light would soon appear. Climbing the tree so slowly wouldn't work. Leaning against the tree trunk, Alida dozed off. When she woke up, the surroundings were gradually brightening. But Will was gone, and she didn't know how much her words had hurt him yesterday. Will, Alida called out, but there was no sign of Will around. Left. Alida frowned. She stood up, finding the area eerily quiet with no trace of Will. Mommy, where is Uncle? Sam woke up and noticed Will's absence. Xiaohe jumped down from the upper tree trunk onto Alida's shoulder, carrying an unknown green insect in its mouth. Alida put it into the breeding space. Alida waited for a long time at the spot but saw no sign of Will. It seemed he really left. He just left so quietly. Alida felt somewhat unaccustomed to it. Previously, when he was upset or when she said something that displeased him, he would want to kill her outright or become extremely irritable. But this time, there was no reaction at all, he just quietly left. If he wants to go, then let him. We'll find Daddy. Alida said. Is Uncle going to be okay? Sam asked worriedly. He will be fine. Uncle is very strong. Alida could only say this to comfort the child. Alida did not wait any longer but took Sam toward Crystal City. She glanced back one last time but still saw no sign of Will, feeling a little disappointed. She clenched her fists tightly, her eyes reflecting complicated emotions, but she eventually left with the child. Crystal City. This was the habitat of metal life forms. Many people came here to sacrifice their children. Jay was captured and brought to Crystal City. Not just him, but a few others were also taken from the surface. Based on analysis, this child has a 45% chance of success. Gene sequence analysis shows Ansel in front has a 40% chance of success. A black mask, seemingly electronic, was placed over Jay's eyes, preventing him from seeing outside but allowing him to hear. Chapter 203, Crige City. These voices sounded more like cold mechanical tones. Jay didn't know what they were doing. Unlike Alida and Will, who were fortunate enough to land on elastic leaves, he fell onto a tree branch and subsequently fell several more times. Jay suffered from multiple fractures all over his body. He was also captured by someone, but due to his severe injuries, his lightning-based, psi ability, entered an upgrade phase. This was part of his advancement condition. The worse the injury, the easier it was to trigger the conditions, but he had to survive. Jay waited for his psi ability to recover while surrounded by mechanical electronic sounds. Something about genes and success probabilities. Suddenly, his blindfold was removed, and he saw two humans fully encased in silver. Jay frowned. Next to him was a child whom he recognized as Adelaide. Who were these people? Were they psi ability users? Analysis in progress, said Ansel fully clad in silver. Jay tried to move, but he was tied up and unable to act. Meanwhile, Alida, with Samding, continued their journey toward Crige City. The underground world was filled with various dinosaurs and ancient creatures. Some of these ancient creatures were dangerous, while others were quite peculiar. As they neared Crige City, Alida saw a group of brachiosaurs. There were no cars or airplanes here. Brachiosaurs have relatively gentle temperaments and are easy to tame, so the people of the underground world often rode them as mounts. Alida had a brachiosaur egg in her spatial ring, but it hadn't hatched yet, so it couldn't be used as a mount. It appeared that everyone in this group was heading to Crige City, most carrying cages filled mostly with children. These children were intended as sacrifices for Crige City, though it wasn't clear what Crige City did with them. Alida patted Samding. She didn't dare take risks. If they discovered Samding, would he also be captured? Alida and Samding hid among the tree trunks. She summoned 7 bees from her spatial ring, shrinking them to mosquito size to hide on the brachiosaurs and follow them into Krige City. Samding felt a bit hungry, so Alida gave him some food. Alida locked onto Jay and Adelaide through the bees. If they found them, they would notify her. She wouldn't need to constantly enter the shared consciousness mode. 3 days later, one of the bees indeed located Jay. Through the bee's shared consciousness, she discovered that Jay was confined in an iron cage. Samding, I'm going to save your father. You must stay here and not wander off, Alida instructed. I understand, Samding nodded. For Samding's safety, Alida left a giant python and a mini Tyrannosaurus Rex with him. After all, the mini T-Rex is native to the underground world. Mommy, I'll wait for you to come back, Samding said anxiously. Don't worry, Mommy will bring Daddy and Adelaide back, Alida comforted, patting Samding's head. Alida left plenty of food for Samding and reiterated some instructions. Mommy will be quick, Alida promised. Samding nodded, still anxious but understanding that his mother was rescuing his father and needed to wait patiently for them to return. Disguising herself as one of the locals, Alida mingled with the crowd, fortunately blending in due to the large number of people. The brachiosaur she released, though smaller than the others, blended in well enough. The people on the ground couldn't control these brachiosaurs since they recognized their owners by scent. We're almost at Krige City, everyone behave. A loud voice echoed, spreading through the entire brachiosaur herd. You're almost at Krige City, your brother can be saved. Alida listened to Ansel, noticing both his legs were broken. Just give your brother artificial legs, and he can walk normally again. Artificial legs? Does Krige City have such technology? They're basically prosthetics. Jonai noticed that the living conditions in the underground tribes weren't as good as hers. Would they really have such advanced technology? The lava eruptions are becoming more frequent lately. If we could live in Krige City, it would be better. Krige City doesn't just let anyone in. Only psi ability users level 5 and above qualify to live there. Krige City doesn't allow level 2 psi ability users entry. Alida, listening to their conversation, frowned slightly. Entry to Krige City required qualifications. Level 2 psi ability users. She should be considered a psi ability user too. But she really didn't know her exact level, and how could this be measured? Even on the surface, it couldn't be determined. Alida frowned slightly, silently praying that her psi ability level was sufficient for the second layer. As they got closer to Krige City, the entire gate appeared before Alida. All brachiosaurs are not allowed to enter the city. An electronic voice announced. Everyone dismounted from their brachiosaurs, which then waited outside the city. A huge iron panel opened, allowing everyone to enter Krige City through it. Please enter in an orderly manner. Alida listened to this voice, which sounded just like AI-generated electronic tones. Beep beep. Unqualified, please leave Krige City immediately. Alida saw red beams beneath the feet of an unqualified man. It seemed those with red beams were unqualified. Alida observed others, some had green beams, others had white ones. Please, Great Lord of Krige City, let me in. My daughter needs an electronic heart. Please leave immediately. The emotionless electronic voice repeated. Please, go. A kind passerby pulled the pleading man away. Boom boom. Before Alida could react, 2 laser shots fired from somewhere, burning Ansel into ashes. What powerful advanced weapons. They didn't have anything like this on the surface. New weapons. This intrigued Alida about Krige City even more. Indeed, those who were unqualified later had red beams under their feet. No one begged, they all left immediately. These people didn't know their own levels until they were detected here. In just a short time, many became red and left one after another. Next, it was Alida's turn. Chapter 204, Krige City 2. Soon, Ivory was there, stepping on the metallic textured plates. Ivory felt somewhat nervous. Would it scan and reveal that she wasn't from the inner Earth world? If so, then Ivory would be in danger. Beep, with the metallic sound ringing, Ivory's heart rose to her throat. She heard the metallic electronic voice. Psionic ability level attribute space, psionic ability level 6, high quality personnel, congratulations on obtaining residency eligibility in Krige City. It turned out to be level 6, which was also unexpected for Ivory. Her psionic ability level was actually 6. Anyone who is level 5 or higher has residency eligibility in Krige City. Quickly, Ivory felt the lights flashing around her like disco lights. She looked down at her feet. At this moment, the light circle under her feet had changed from white to black. This black indicated Krige City residency eligibility. Surrounding people, upon seeing Ivory's feet turn to black light, could not help but look at her enviously. It's black. Actually black. Now she doesn't have to worry about being swallowed by cracks. Many who saw the light circle under Ivory's feet said enviously, that woman is at least a level 5 psionic. Looks like it can't be seen. A few people, looking at Ivory, seemed reluctant to believe she was only a level 5 psionic. I don't even know which tribe she's from. Female strong individuals were rarely seen in the inner Earth world. After all, although women could activate their psionics, they still needed to bear children and take care of them, making level advancement slower. Birthing did cause some damage to women. Many people discussed Ivory, but others also received the black light circles. Besides Ivory, all the other people were men. In total, among this group, only 3 obtained residency. The number of people activating psionics here was considerable. Ivory looked back at the floor she just walked over. This metallic floor seemed strange. It could detect her level, and not just that, it could also detect her psionic abilities. This place was truly amazing. After entering Cryge City one after another, each person would receive an explanation of the city. Ivory had already glanced through it since she'd been scouting the place with her tiny drones recently. They soon entered Cryge City, where a silver-covered individual approached, indiscernible as to whether male or female. A closer look revealed slowly flowing silver on them. These were metallic life forms. To Ivory, these metallic life forms were more akin to aliens. After entering Cryge City, the sacrificed children were placed on conveyor belts. Wah! Mom! Dad! Some children cried out of fear, while others stared vacantly, seemingly numb. Seeing those kids, Ivory felt powerless. Just thinking of how the laser cannon effortlessly vaporized someone. The weapons were too powerful to defend against. People without residency rights in Cryge City could stay for only a day, exchanging sacrificial items for something valuable, such as a weapon or prosthetic limb. Thus, outsiders of the inner Earth world often raided other tribes for children. Children weren't allowed to leave their tribes until adulthood, or they risked abduction. Ivory didn't know why Cryge City required so many children. Why sacrifice so many? Ivory had dispatched a drone before searching for answers. However, alarms sounded whenever the drone got close. Hesitating only for a moment, she sent a miniaturized drone into a little girl's thick hair for cover. Entering Cryge City, Ivory, as a level 5 psionic, could reside permanently. The floors here were made of unknown material. Thus, bursting magma had no impact, allowing residents to live safely without fearing sudden destruction. Only level 5 psionics could live here long-term. There weren't many residents, despite being level 5 psionics, as they had families whom they couldn't bring along. So some chose to leave for their family's sake. Over time, Ivory noticed the scarcity of metallic lifeforms, roughly 10 humans to 1 metallic lifeform. Strangely, metallic lifeforms only appeared in adult forms. Like the Silver Surfer from Fantastic Four, Ivory entered Cryge City, with permanent residency but couldn't access some areas. And there was no night here, the place had lighting 24 hours a day, and electronic products were abundant. There were even things that Ivory did not recognize. Through the small drone, Ivory saw where Jay was located, but electronic devices blocked the way ahead. Whenever she approached, an electronic voice would alert her. Ivory frowned slightly and decided to settle down first before thinking of a plan. The drone, by entering the little girl's hair, accessed rows of rooms. These small rooms resembled clones and were filled with many children. Matching degree 20%, matching degree 10%. They seemed to be conducting scans and categorizing the children for transportation. Metallic lifeforms? They match. Match what? With doubt, Ivory saw that the child where her drone stayed had a matching degree of 15% and was left behind. What about those who didn't match? Ivory didn't dare to think. At the end of the conveyor belt, a huge metallic lifeform appeared in front of Ivory. This silver-flowing entity looked like a queen from the insect race. Mother, a metallic lifeform walked over and respectfully said, "These are all matches, but the success rate is very low. Keep looking." "Yes. We found 2 with over 40% success rate." "Very good, a 40% success rate can make my prince hatch." "One is adult form, from above ground." "Adult form, I didn't expect such a high success rate from the surface." "Continue capturing people from above." Witnessing this scene through the drone's visuals, Ivory's face turned pale. She must not be discovered as someone from the surface. The metallic lifeform extended countless tiny tubes into the children's bodies. The children screamed in pain and then fell into unconsciousness. Ivory instructed the drone to secretly take a small egg. Fortunately, it was extremely tiny, like a small granule. Chapter 2053. A leader quietly brought this thing out with a small bee, which looked like a silver sphere to the naked eye. It was about the size of a small insect egg, similar to frozen rush. Suddenly, Alida turned pale as she thought of something. Could these small silver eggs be metallic life forms? Thinking of this, Alida tried putting one in her cultivation warehouse, and indeed it could go in. Alida was pleasantly surprised. Inside the cultivation warehouse, information about the silver eggs appeared in the cages, and Alida quickly sensed it. These silver eggs. No, they were advanced creatures, evolved human beings. But they were also a deviation in evolution. In ancient times, one tribe of humans fought against insectoids, and suddenly meteors fell from the sky. Their tribe was hit by these meteors, and a stream of silver liquid flowed out of them. Later, the world changed drastically. These former surface dwellers were pressed into the subterranean world, and they merged with metallic lifeforms, possessing inherited memories and high intelligence. However, they had a fatal flaw: they were very difficult to reproduce. Although they could produce thousands of metal eggs, they could not hatch them. Only matching genes could have a chance of hatching the metal eggs. This is why they needed to sacrifice many children. They had tested this. In the subterranean world, only children had the highest chances of hatching, while adults only had a few percent. The odds were too low, which explained their rarity. A success rate of over 30% would hatch a prince or princess. Metallic princes had outstanding combat power, and princesses could continue to lay eggs for reproduction. "We can directly attack the surface," said the metallic life form. "With such a high success rate on the surface, reproduction rates would significantly increase. With our strength, no one would be our match. The Amina has already sent scouts to the surface. Although our weapons surpass those on the surface, our energy comes from the core, so going up there would drain us. While surface dwellers lack strength, they are numerous. They, the metallic lifeforms, were few in number. In this vast city of gold coin, there were only about 100 of them. Moreover, if they were considered robots, then magma in the subterranean world was their charger. Continue incubating. Propagation is paramount. Yes, Your Majesty. The base now has 3 more level 5 psychics. Now we have 128 level 5 plus psychics in the base. Excellent. This increases our success rate by another 3%, said the Amina. On the other side, Alida examined the mini egg in her space. It wasn't an animal but entered her cultivation space, naturally exciting her. Although it hadn't hatched, Alida soon understood the nature of the metallic lifeform. Metallic lifeforms were interconnected, sharing knowledge among themselves. They were a truly wondrous race. Alida also knew that these creatures required magma to replenish their energy, but where would she find magma in Goldcoin City? After some thought, Alida realized she couldn't enter deeper areas within Goldcoin City as her identity made it impossible. She might live here, but she couldn't access certain places. Her only option was to hatch this creature and use it for help. Thus, Alida decided to leave Goldcoin City. Being a permanent resident allowed her to enter and exit freely. Still, when leaving, she felt uneasy, as if marked with some kind of tracker. But checking herself thoroughly, she found nothing unusual, yet a nagging feeling persisted that someone might be watching her. Leaving the base, Alida located her son but didn't go straight to him. She called Ailbert over, giving Emmanuel Jing some food, then went to find magma. Though magma was abundant underground, it remained solid unless erupting, making extraction difficult. Deciding to take the risk, Alida released her pterodactyl and rode Pterodactyl 3, speeding things up. Sure enough, after about half an hour, she found an erupted lava flow. Lava was simply molten rock at extremely high temperatures, highly viscous. The temperature generally ranges from 700 to 1200 degrees Celsius. After the low-temperature cooling process, it turns into rock. Finding such high-temperature magma meant approaching would raise the temperature. There was no other way. Alida had to take the risk and attached all the remaining frozen rushes to her body. This made her shiver with cold, but the closer she got to the magma, the less cold she felt. Instead, it became increasingly hot, and eventually, even the frozen rushes seemed unable to withstand it. With ample distance in her space, she quickly stored a large lump of magma into the cultivation warehouse. It would be good if it didn't burn through her cultivation warehouse. Alida sent the injured frozen rush back to the cultivation warehouse and fed it some more food. The metallic lifeforms began to rapidly consume the magma. Alida glanced at the panda. Being an iron-eating beast, it loved eating metal. Would the panda eat the metallic lifeforms? She later discovered that pandas were the natural enemies of metallic lifeforms. The name iron-eating beast wasn't given lightly. The metal egg, after consuming the magma, soon developed an external form. Initially, it was a pool of liquid, slowly transforming into a human-like shape. However, this human-like shape was only the size of a child a few years old. If the metal Amina saw this, she would be shocked. Because their metallic lifeforms did not have child-sized bodies, even though they borrowed the bodies of human children for incubation. It wasn't guaranteed to succeed, and even if it did, they would become adult-sized. A child-sized one was the first of its kind. Master. Alida was very surprised to hear the metallic lifeform speak right after hatching. Considering they were advanced creatures, not only did they share part of their memories, but also knowledge could be inherited from predecessors. For instance, upon birth, they already inherited the knowledge stored by their father, grandfather, or even earlier ancestors. Whether these could be fully shared depended on one's own development ability. The higher the development, the more inheritance received. Chapter 206, KR Gold City 4. Alida quickly learned about the abilities of the metal beings in KR Gold City through Little Gold. These metal beings themselves do not have much in terms of special abilities. If there is any, it would be their extraordinary memory and computational skills. In addition, their bodies differ from other lifeforms. They are made of liquid silver, which common weapons cannot harm. Even the various creatures in the subterranean world, including magma, cannot melt them. This Alida knew, as Little Gold had absorbed quite a bit of magma. These metal beings need magma to replenish their energy, but once Little Gold entered the space dimension, this space became an inexhaustible source of energy. These metal beings also require energy replenishment at intervals, otherwise, they would die like robots deprived of power. However, unlike robots that can be recharged and revived, these metal beings, if they die due to lack of energy, will truly be dead with no coming back. Thus, although some of them have long lifespans, the small population over so many years indicates how difficult reproduction is for them. But magma is highly beneficial for Little Gold. Alida's space dimension is her own energy source. Therefore, to promote Little Gold's rapid growth, providing magma is also a viable option. Enter KR Gold City and figure out a way to rescue someone, Alida said. Okay. Except that Little Gold's size was rather small. Helplessly, Alida ventured to obtain more magma for it. This allowed Little Gold to grow larger. Do you know how to make all the weapons in KR Gold City? Alida asked. I do, but only a portion has been unlocked, Little Gold replied truthfully. Being young, despite its amazing talents, it couldn't unlock everything instantly. After all, the history of metal beings stretches far beyond 5,000 years. They've existed for untold millennia, generation after generation. Their reproduction rate is alarmingly low, but their lifespan is incredibly long, so the accumulation of knowledge over time is also formidable. Through this, Alida learned that their natural predators are actually pandas, and the liquid silver in their bodies originated from a meteorite impact. Thus, fusing part of this memory, Alida suspected advanced technology might be involved, allowing them to design such advanced weapons. Good. I'll wait for you. Having Little Gold gave Alida some peace of mind. Alida used Little B again to locate Jay and Little Cutie. Both had very high compatibility rates and were likely to hatch within days. If hatching began, it would be too late because hatching means injecting a metal egg into a human body. Metal beings are usually half liquid silver and half human. Full integration results in a metal being. So after hatching, the remaining part needs to integrate with humans, leading to a successful transformation into a metal being. If the integration fails, it results in a pool of metallic blood. They won't start the fusion process yet, Little Gold said. After analysis, they need to increase the success rate. Because they aim to hatch a prince and princess, increasing the success rate is crucial. They are dispatching magma deliveries. Although magma is terrifying for others, it isn't fatal to metal beings. With magma around, the success rate improves. What a formidable race. Unwilling to wait any longer, Alida hurried to KR Gold City. Jay's abilities were now fully restored, and he opened his eyes suddenly. Though his body was restrained, the dark threads wildly surging from him cut through these bindings. Jay conjured lightning to strike around, inadvertently rescuing Adeline. ZZZT, ZZZT, ZZZT. Metal conducts electricity, but liquid silver is an exception. Lightning seems ineffective against them. However, it causes a slight paralysis effect. ZZZT, ZZZT, ZZZT. Do not release advanced weapons, a metal being ordered. Using weapons could kill the two humans, rendering the hatching impossible. Finding people with such high compatibility rates is rare. Beep, beep, beep. KR Gold City has issued a bounty for the capture of 2 individuals, rewarding those who succeed. To catch them alive, do not use advanced weapons. At this moment, electronic sounds rang throughout KR Gold City, accompanied by clear images. Jay's lightning was ineffective, but his dark threads were highly damaging. Meanwhile, Alida and Little Gold had already infiltrated KR Gold City. She followed Little B toward Jay, and they were already spotted by others along the way. No wonder they allowed level 5 psychics to reside permanently in KR Gold City. Should anything happen, these people could be mobilized. On the contrary, these people became their helpers. There was advanced technology, advanced medical care, and weapons here. Those who came here were all seeking something. Soon, Jay was surrounded by others, holding Adeline in his arms. Adeline had not yet regained consciousness and remained in a deep sleep. Just at that moment, Alida arrived. Without any delay, she directly released the pterodactyl. Go, Jay. Alida's simple call filled Jay with joy. She hurriedly pulled Jay onto the pterodactyl and flew away. Use weapons. Seeing the intruders, the metal beings hesitated not a moment before releasing tracking weapons. Interception initiated, interception successful. Little Gold directly intercepted the released weapons. These weapons were part of their shared memory, so Little Gold naturally knew about them. How can this be? Detected a similar entity, tampering with our weapon codes. How can a similar entity tamper with our codes? Initiate contact. Unable to contact, not within our sequence. Top tier. Top tier. No permission. Little Gold belonged to the top tier, a pure metal being, as it had not integrated any human factors. Their metal beings were also ranked. The more human factors they contained, the lower their rank. After integration, if the proportion of liquid silver was higher, the rank would be higher. High-tier beings could view any low-tier metal beings, but low-tier beings had no such permission. Top tier. How is this possible? The Reba exclaimed. The highest-tier metal being was her, the high-tier Reba, with a liquid silver gene composition of 79%. A top-tier being would be equivalent to a pure metal life form without any human gene fusion, making hatching impossible. Unable to analyze. Based on current knowledge, she couldn't figure out what was happening. Perform a full search, issue an underground bounty order. Why would a top-tier metal being block them? Could there be some special intention? Chapter 207, Krillin City 5. Daeun is still waiting for us outside, Alida said. The pterodactyl landed on a tree trunk, and Alida hurriedly jumped off with Jay. Alida then recalled the pterodactyl into her spatial ring to hide its whereabouts. Daeun is just ahead, Alida said. Those people will definitely send someone to search for us again. How's Brooke? Alida asked as she looked at the child in Jay's arms. He was injected with something and fell into a coma, Jay said, frowning. Resources in the inner Earth world are scarce, especially water resources. It almost never rains here, making every drop of water precious. People have to seek out a special kind of fruit containing refreshing liquid as a rare source of water. Of course, there is another way to obtain water, which is relying on water-type ability users. In the inner Earth world, water-type ability users are highly revered. Although their abilities lack strong offensive power, they can provide life-sustaining water, an indispensable supportive existence. If one cannot find those fruits or encounter a water-type ability user, death awaits them, for everyone needs to drink water. However, those fruits smell sweet, allowing many animals to follow the scent. The dinosaurs here mostly consume each other, ingesting flesh and blood, also serving as a method to replenish fluids. Alida quickly fetched some well water from her spatial ring and forcefully fed it to Brooke by prying open her mouth. Let's go. Dayan is ahead, Alida said nervously. She hadn't seen her child for days and was understandably anxious. Though she had left many helpers for Dayan, this place was dangerous and unfamiliar, making her uneasy. Roaring sounds came from up ahead. Upon hearing this, both Alida and Jay tensed up and rushed forward. They saw several people riding Brachiosaurus battling Alida's giant python. There was also a man's figure, none other than Will, who was protecting Dayan. You bad guys. Want me? Not a chance, Dayan angrily said, sensing their sinister thoughts. These three were all ability users, specifically fire-type ability users, which made them powerful in this lava-filled inner Earth world. Seize him. Alida's giant python and Tyrannosaurus rex engaged in combat with several Brachiosaurus. Meanwhile, Will fought three ability users amidst thunder and lightning. Will! Alida exclaimed, having thought he had left but finding him protecting her son. Jay and Alida rushed over. Will's arm was already scorched. Two more helpers have arrived. You're not from the inner Earth world. You come from above ground. Great. Rewards for capturing people from above ground double. The three men rejoiced, unaware of Jay's cold stare. Jay summoned purple lightning, striking the three men. Mom, please save Uncle. Dayan cried, tears streaming down his face in fear and helplessness. Alida's heart tightened. She hastily took out a bottle of clear well water from her spatial ring and placed it at Will's lips. While the well water had some healing properties, it might not be enough to save Will. Watching the ongoing battle, she knew Seasilk could handle the three fire-type ability users, but she needed to end the fight quickly. She decided to summon three large spiders from her spatial ring. These guardians charged toward Will's attackers fiercely. Moreover, a giant panda, polar bear, and huge devil frog also leaped out, showing immense strength as they fought alongside Will. Heavens! What's happening? Why did so many terrifying beasts suddenly appear? The men screamed in terror, pale-faced, and now wanted to flee. Alida ignored their screams and attacked. Several beasts pounced simultaneously. The remaining Brachiosaurus were also torn apart by Alida's beasts. She allowed them to feast, enhancing their strength. With so many pets around, no one dared to approach even if lured by the smell of blood. Will. Jay watched his wounded brother, deeply pained. Will was already injured, and now he has worsened. This arm can't be saved, Alida sighed. Cut it off, Will said in a hoarse voice, indifferent as if the arm didn't belong to him. Not cutting it off won't work either. It might lead to secondary infection. Will's voice was very weak. Hurry up, don't delay. Will looked at Jay, speaking coldly. Jay controlled his dark threads, slightly frowning, without hesitation, directly cutting off Will's scorched and rotting arm. Dayan turned his head away, frightened. Although the boy had seen plenty of bloodshed, he did live in the post-apocalypse world. Watching this happen to a family member was unbearable. Alida also subconsciously closed her eyes. Jay quickly stopped the bleeding for Will, but Will had fainted from the pain. They found another natural tree hollow and temporarily hid there. Uncle lost his arm saving me, Dayan said sorrowfully. Jay also wore a pained expression. Suddenly, Alida thought of something and said, I have a way. Alida immediately summoned Little Gold. It had consumed a considerable amount of molten lava, its silver surface shimmering with an iridescent glow. This is a metal life form, Jay observed. Yes, one I collected, now it belongs to me, Alida smiled, having initially tried out of curiosity and never expecting success. These metal life forms aren't exactly human, they only share part of the genetic code, Alida explained, which is why she could possess Little Gold. Krillin City can install prosthetics. Since Will lost his arm, let's get him fitted with a prosthetic, Alida suggested. Yes, Jay agreed. Little Gold, can you make a prosthetic? Alida asked directly. She could actually share knowledge with Little Gold, but its knowledge system was too vast for her brain capacity. Chapter 208 Prosthetics. If Alida were to forcibly accept this brain capacity, it would instead cause damage to her brain. Deciding not to force anything, she chose to ask directly. Fernando served as her super calculator, and Alida found many benefits in having Fernando around. With it by her side, she could connect to the internet no matter where she was. Just as Alida finished asking, an image appeared on Fernando's body, specifically on its chest area. There are a total of 78 types of prosthetics, but I can currently unlock only 11. The first one is an ordinary prosthetic, flexible and easy to use. The second comes equipped with basic weapons. Alida observed the 11 types of prosthetics, noting that even the 8th type had an ice-freezing skill and thermal weapons. Behind these were another 67 models. Heaven. No wonder the people in the inner Earth world needed to bind children for sacrifice. Even if one didn't have any severed limbs, they'd want to install one of these. Not only could one replace prosthetics, but also any part of their body. However, in exchange, they would need to surrender some part of themselves. The first type was simple to manufacture, taking only a few minutes, while the subsequent ones required hours to days to complete. As for the parts that remained locked, they couldn't be seen. I think we should let Will decide when he wakes up, said Alida, considering that it was he who would be installing the prosthetic. Now that they had found both the child and Jay, they needed to figure out how to leave the inner Earth world. What if those people came looking for them again? Tracking devices have been intercepted, said Fernando. It had already intercepted several tracking weapons upon emerging. Surprised by this, Alida wondered how quickly the metal lifeforms had followed them. Fortunately, Fernando was released in time. Jay peeked from outside through a tree hollow and saw numerous drone-like objects moving in different directions in the distance. Both Alida and Jay breathed a sigh of relief. Although Will's prosthetic was ready, Alexa still hadn't regained consciousness. I don't know what's wrong with little Ari, Alida frowned slightly, noting that Alexa's breathing was steady as if sleeping, but she wasn't waking up. Scanning. Fernando sent a scan over Alexa's body. Alexa's information was then displayed, and Alida observed the panel on Fernando's chest. Details like Alexa's age, abilities, and levels were all there. She was currently unconscious because she was leveling up. This Fernando doesn't seem like a native product of this planet, remarked Jay, finding it too advanced. They share their knowledge and experience. Perhaps it's accumulated over the years in the inner Earth world, guessed Alida, considering the inner Earth world might be billions of years old. Perhaps. Regardless, after Fernando scanned Alexa, she showed no signs of danger, only leveling up, which reassured Alida. Otherwise, she would have been worried again. Several hours later, Will finally woke up, regaining some strength after Jay fed him some water. Jay then informed Will that he could help install the prosthetic. You can choose among these models. The sooner, the better, said Alida, fearing infection if delayed. Will was surprised but soon calmed down, carefully selecting the 7th model. 7th prosthetic, power prosthetic, requires 3 hours to make. The process will take half the time in the spatial realm, Fernando informed Alida. Stay here in case those metal lifeforms send more things to intercept us. Understood. Do you need any materials? Asked Alida, assuming prosthetic creation required materials. I am the material, replied Fernando. Fernando scanned Will's limbs thoroughly and began creating the prosthetic. This greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. In just a few hours, the prosthetic removed from Fernando's interior was ready and installed onto Will. At first, the installation process was painful. Every touch made Will's face pale, sweating profusely as he clenched his teeth to endure the pain until it was complete. However, once the prosthetic was fully installed, the pain vanished miraculously. Will slowly raised his new arm, feeling as if it were his original arm, flexible and natural. This sensation was truly bizarre. He couldn't resist repeatedly caressing the arm, filled with peculiar emotions. Fernando, is there any way to help us leave the inner Earth world? Asked Alida. These areas show strong inner Earth activity, Fernando added, specifically marking the locations. With a way to leave, they were extremely excited, finally able to depart from this place. However, before leaving, Alida managed to collect a significant amount of magma, as this substance allowed Fernando to grow. She could see the capabilities Fernando had, it was very useful for her. They arrived at the location where Fernando said the heart activity was strong. It should be within these few days. We need to be more vigilant, Jay said. We initially fell down from above, and I thought we would fly up, but unexpectedly, it's underground. Alida sighed. Perhaps it's all interconnected. To us, it's the inner Earth, but to them, we are the inner Earth. Jay suggested. Mommy, Adelaide is awake, Emmanuel Jing said. Auntie Arnue. Adelaide felt as if she had slept for a long time, and after falling down and being caught by someone, she remembered nothing else. Yes, we can go back soon, Alida said with a smile. There are others coming too, Will frowned, sensing that other people seemed to be approaching this area, likely inner Earth world residents trying to get to the surface. Let them be, we'll focus on our own departure, Alida replied. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, like an earthquake, and deep fissures appeared on both sides, similar to the one they fell through. Let's jump, or it will close, Alida said. Fernando had mentioned that these fissures would only remain open for a short period. If they hesitated and jumped too late, they would be crushed into pulp. Swish, swish, swish. This time, Jay carried Emmanuel Jing, while Alida held Adelaide, and without hesitation, they jumped down. The last time, they experienced intense weightlessness, but this time, it was an overwhelming pressure. People behind them also jumped down, but clearly a few seconds too late. The fissure closed instantly, and they were swallowed by the magma. Chapter 209, Back to the Surface. After an indeterminate amount of time, just when Alida felt she could hardly catch her breath, they finally saw a sliver of moving light. Gurgling. Why is it that others emerge onto land, but we come up into water? This water is salty. This is seawater. Arnue. Mom. Alida heard 2 urgent calls and immediately responded. Soon after, Jay and Will swam toward Alida. Thankfully, they didn't separate this time. We're on the sea. Alida frowned, realizing how random these fissures truly were. Looking at the boundless ocean around them, now they were all floating in the seawater. Come to think of it, Alida realized that while her space had various creatures, none were from the sea. Alida summoned a winged dragon from her space. Clearly, 1 winged dragon wasn't enough for all of them, so she summoned 3 more. Everyone climbed onto the backs of the winged dragons. The feeling of sunshine was really pleasant. This was true brightness. In the subterranean world, everything always felt oppressive. Surrounded by the endless sea, they didn't know where they were. After all, the ground fissure led to a random location. But perhaps the mainland wasn't far from Tianyin City, Alida thought. After flying over the ocean for more than 2 hours, they finally saw land, though there were no skyscrapers. Let's land here to rest, Alida directed the winged dragons. Sitting on the back of a winged dragon was like being in an open airplane, not very comfortable due to the strong wind. The wind whistled past their ears, sometimes making it hard to keep their eyes open. As the winged dragons descended, they got off. It was noticeably colder here, short sleeves wouldn't suffice. Fortunately, Alida had clothes in her space, so everyone changed into clean outfits. Jay and Will even shaved their beards. They tidied themselves up, and Alida braided Opal's hair. After walking for several hours, they finally spotted a road. Although it looked worn and rugged, it at least indicated signs of previous human habitation. The words on this sign aren't in Chinese. Alida frowned. It might be Hindi or Arabic. Oh my god, did they end up in India? This was already a chaotic country, and they hadn't expected to traverse the Atlantic Ocean through a crack in the ground. Such a vast distance. These are Hindi characters, Jay said, frowning. As a former member of a special unit, he knew several languages. How did we end up here? Alida found it unbelievable. Well, let's settle down and figure out how to get back, Jay said. That's too far. In the subterranean world, it didn't feel this distant. Sure. With Alida's winged dragons, they could leave if they really wanted to, it would just take longer. Before the apocalypse, she hadn't traveled abroad. Might as well treat this like a vacation. This attitude of hers was unparalleled. A bit of self-comfort. She often saw chaotic scenes from India in videos. Who knew what it was like in reality? However, she remembered that the dark organization was rampant in India, trafficking in organs and drugs. Because of India's massive population, with no family planning policy and encouragement for reproduction, the population was densely packed. They must have arrived along India's coastline without encountering anyone. Alida summoned Fernando directly, bringing out quite a bit of lava from her space which he absorbed and integrated. Alida looked at Xiao Yin and asked, "Can you change your appearance?" Yes. Fernando then switched between several forms, and Alida chose a youthful appearance. Although he looked like a teenager externally, his surface remained silvery metal. Since he had no hair, she also gave him a hat. Scanning 20 kilometers ahead, there is a small town with 578 inhabitants, including 32 psychics, 30 level 1 psychics and 2 level 2 psychic. Fernando reported immediately. For specific psychic abilities, closer proximity scans were needed. She used to envy Krypton City's ability to scan psychics. Now she had it herself. Let's go, Alida smiled. She really liked Fernando. Dave was also very curious about Fernando. Can you scan me? Dave asked. Sure. So, scan me, Dave said. Sorry, unauthorized access, Fernando said seriously, irritating Dave. Mom tilde Dave pouted and coaxed Alida. Grant Dave access, Alida said, sensing Jay's gaze. One more for my husband. Hearing Alida's words, Jay smiled slightly, while Will turned his head away. After Alida spoke, Fernando scanned Jay and Dave, granting them access. Access granted, Fernando said. So, scan me, Dave eagerly said. Psychic ability, mind control, level 1, Fernando responded. What about Opal? Dave pointed to Opal. Fernando scanned Opal again. In fact, Alida was also somewhat curious about her. Though she knew Opal's ability was similar to releasing a foul smell. Interference type psychic ability, level 2. Interference type? Alida was surprised. This was the first time she had heard of such an ability. But Opal was roughly the same age as Dave and had already reached level 2 interference. Alida had tested herself, so she decided to test Jay and Will as well. 2 psychic abilities detected, lightning level 1, silk ability level 6. This was for Will. Lightning level 6, silk ability level 1. This was for Jay. After Fernando finished scanning, Alida looked at Jay and Will. Both had the same types of psychic abilities, but their levels were quite different. Perhaps because Jay had just awakened his dark silk ability, similar to how Will had just awakened his lightning ability. Having dual psychic abilities was already very good, awakening even one ability was difficult, yet they both had 2. After finishing the tests, they continued on their journey. The country smelled too strong. The air was filled with a rotten smell. This isn't some virus smell from after the apocalypse, is it? Alida frowned. No, it smelled like this even before the apocalypse, Jay seemed to know. They had been to this place before. Public restrooms were scarce here, and many homes didn't even have toilets. Otherwise, why would there be a movie called Toilet Hero? Everyone went to the bathroom outdoors, how could it not smell? Chapter 210, India. Due to the environment in India, their large population and chaotic bacterial and viral presence have paradoxically strengthened human antibodies. Or perhaps it's more accurate to say that they have coexisted with these bacteria and viruses. If some of the viruses and bacteria circulating in India during this apocalypse were introduced to other countries, it would likely wipe out more than half the population there. India has many towns, each sharply divided into starkly different regions for the rich and the poor. As they saw the town ahead, quite a number of people appeared along both sides of the road, wandering about loosely. And this was even before they reached the town. I don't speak Hindi, Alida said. More people in India spoke international languages. Something doesn't seem right, Jay frowned. Will also noticed something was off. Alida slightly furrowed her brows. What were those people gathered around, doing? As they moved closer, a few people suddenly turned their heads back. These individuals had sunken eye sockets and were tearing raw meat with their mouths. Especially alarming were their long, dirty nails. Zombies. Undead, rather. They were surrounding a large wild buffalo, gnawing on it. It seems like we've disturbed their meal, Alida said, frowning. Roar, roar, roar. A group of undead caught sight of Alida's party and immediately charged over with a loud roar. My god. Alida exclaimed. Jay immediately unleashed purple lightning, while Will released dark threads from one hand. Sizzle, sizzle. Instantly, over 10 undead were taken down. Ahead, a large yellow ox lay disemboweled and partially devoured. Has India become a land of zombies? Alida asked, frowning. I thought India was immune to all poisons. Alida joked. Who knew how this zombie virus had infected them? Wasn't it speculated earlier that the geomagnetic storm caused by the inner world led to continuous disasters on Earth? How did India turn into a haven for zombies? Little Jin, what causes a geomagnetic storm? Alida asked. A geomagnetic storm occurs due to instability within the Earth's core, resulting in energy disturbances. If the Earth's core exploded, what would happen? Alida asked casually. The core's explosion would cause the blue star to explode as well, Little Jin answered. The core's energy is immensely powerful, far surpassing dozens of nuclear weapons combined. After an explosion, the blue star would lose its heat, entering an ice age. This means that apart from endless ice, there would be no life left on the blue star. Everyone imagined that scenario and felt uneasy. Now it's in an unstable state, maybe something is affecting it, Alida commented. Although a geomagnetic storm can cause natural disasters, does it also bring zombies? Alida couldn't help but ask. She might have watched too many movies. Maybe, or perhaps the virus and geomagnetic storm influenced each other, changing India's genes, transforming them into this state, Jay suggested. Each country and person's genetic makeup varies. If India has become like this, they could also be in danger there. Flying over such a vast sea to return to Huaxia would be too far. Unless they crossed India and walked to the border between India and Huaxia. There's also Myanmar between India and Huaxia, making the journey through notorious territories complex. Alida only knew the general direction. They had no map or position. If they flew over the sea, would they find a cruise ship? Or a submarine? These were just thoughts. Nowadays, the sea is full of dangers. Many sea beasts have mutated and can capsize ships. Life is tough. Let's check first. Jay said. Yeah. Alida nodded, knowing that was the only option now. Mom, can we go back? Sister Sheila is waiting for me, Dave asked, his little face crumpled. Of course we can. Alida gently rubbed Dave's face. I don't think everyone in the town ahead are humans, Alida said. So she sent a scout bee to investigate the situation. About half an hour later, the scout bee returned. Alida basically got the picture. There are a few survivors trapped in a building, which serves as a small base. They've surrounded themselves with zombies they've killed. Those few people had powers and guns. Seeing that it was almost dark, Alida suggested finding a place to rest. India had plenty of people, meaning plenty of zombies. They encountered a few zombies on the road, but Jay and Will took care of them. Fernando was also temporarily placed in the space, which served as its charger. Ahead were a few small dilapidated squares that were not only in disrepair, but also stank. There were several broken pottery jars at the door, and outside were a few corpses that had been bitten to death. The smell was overwhelming, and they could not endure this environment. Alida summoned a pterodactyl. In this desolate wilderness filled with disgusting odors, it was better to find a clean environment. Alida had been feeling nauseous these past few days. Laurie, are you okay? Jay was always the first to notice Alida's discomfort. It might be the smell here. Alida frowned. The smell here always made her feel sick. Sitting on the pterodactyl during the night, it was even more bumpy as the pterodactyl did not fly too high. From below, various roars could be heard from time to time. These sounds were likely the growls of zombies. Alida felt a bit queasy in her stomach, but she didn't take it too seriously. Soon, they flew over to an Indian town, but there were simply too many zombies below. Only 4 words could describe it, densely packed. They finally found a rooftop of a tall building to rest on, though this tall building was only 7 or 8 stories high. Thankfully, there were no zombies on the rooftop, so at least they had a quiet place to rest for the night. This India, it seems we cannot stay here long. There are zombies everywhere, way too many, Alida frowned. India has a dense population, so the infection spreads faster, Jay said with a frown. Do you know where we should go next? Alida asked. The two shook their heads. Although they had been to India before, they had only been to the rich areas and the capital. This should be a small town on the edge of India, but now they had no idea of their exact location. There's no way to check the map, Alida sighed. Their phones from Huaxia wouldn't have maps of India. Let's just take it one step at a time, Will said. Now they could only do that, take it one step at a time. Chapter 211, Co-Flying Ability. Fortunately, Alida's space had enough food, otherwise, finding supplies amidst so many zombies would have been troublesome. This also indicated that since there were numerous zombies, most of the people here might have turned into zombies. Thus, it was possible that supplies remained untouched. Alida harbored an urge to search for these supplies. However, this Indian country had a huge population, and consequently, countless zombies. At night, they rested on the rooftop, occasionally hearing the screams of zombies downstairs. Mom, do these people not sleep at night? Dayan asked curiously. Adelaide, standing nearby, also looked at Alida with curiosity, waiting for her answer. They are no longer humans, they've become a different kind of creature. They just look similar to humans, Alida explained. Kuwari, did your ability change after advancing? Alida asked Adelaide. For someone her age to advance was remarkable. Alida was very curious. Actually, she could have little Jin detect it directly, but she decided to ask. Adelaide trusted Alida and told her about her ability right away. She could release foul-smelling gas that harmed enemies, which now contained additional toxins. Moreover, she had developed a new type of gas. What's the new gas like? Alida asked curiously. Adelaide shook her little head and said, I don't know either. I haven't released it yet, but the second gas should be beneficial to humans. Beneficial? Alida asked. Why don't you try releasing it, Adelaide? Dayan suggested curiously. Adelaide frowned, feeling embarrassed, but seeing Alida also looking at her with interest, she nodded. But I don't know what it smells like, Adelaide said shyly, worried it might be another foul smell. It's okay, Kuwari, give it a try, Alida encouraged her, eager to experience this gas that benefited humans. If it was beneficial, it shouldn't be unpleasant. With Alida's reassurance, Adelaide attempted to release the gas. Indeed, from Adelaide came a sweet fragrance, as if sugar-sweetened and rich. So fragrant. Dayan exclaimed. It's fragrant. Adelaide was surprised. Although she could release gas, she couldn't perceive its smell herself. Previously, in that base, some people bullied her, and she inadvertently activated her ability, which produced a terrible odor that could harm people if exposed for too long. Thus, everyone despised her, especially when she was bullied, causing surrounding areas to stink. To avoid her, they even deceived her and left her on the rooftop, where she stayed hiding. She missed her parents terribly, but the longer time passed, the more blurred their memories became in her mind. Really fragrant, Alida agreed. Jay and Will, who were nearby, also sensed it and felt less heavy in their bodies. This fragrance is indeed beneficial to humans. It seems to alleviate fatigue, Alida speculated. Have you seen such an ability before? Alida asked her husband and Will. No, they answered simultaneously. It appeared that this changed world was triggering various new abilities. After traveling all day and planning to sleep, they were now wide awake after inhaling Adelaide's sweet gas. Not only am I not sleepy, but I feel quite energetic, Alida said. Me too, Mom, Dayan said. Only Adelaide didn't feel much and looked extremely tired. So, while others couldn't sleep and felt invigorated, Adelaide fell fast asleep beside them. If we had known about this ability earlier, we wouldn't have let her release it, Alida thought, feeling a bit self-defeated. The zombies below kept screaming, and Alida was as energetic as them. We should try to rest our eyes. This supportive fragrance has a time limit, Jay reminded. If it wore off by morning, they'd likely be exhausted then, posing a danger. Jay made sense, so everyone tried to close their eyes. Dayan, unable to sleep, asked Alida for toys, and Jay played with him. Closing her eyes, Alida also entered her personal space, remembering Ansley's peculiar pet beast eggs she found in the core world. She was almost transporting the entire pet beast into her breeding space, and there was that enormous tree taking root in her black soil space. The sturdy trunk of this huge tree was indeed its trunk, but it could only be fully understood once inside her space. As the trunk grew, under her influence in the black soil space, she made it grow according to her will. She shaped it into a treehouse so that it could be used as a tent in the future. The trunk was impervious to even the Earth's core magma. Its defense capabilities were astonishing. Alida now observed that the trunk had grown 1/3 of its full size, and it would take time to develop into a treehouse. Next, she continued inspecting her breeding space. Half of the eggs had hatched already, bringing these strange dinosaurs and butterflies into existence. Don't underestimate these butterflies. They are truly beautiful. Not only beautiful, they have butterfly powder with hallucinogenic effect. Most importantly, their wings. Now, her breeding space had essentially turned into a zoo, with almost every kind of animal. Alida was familiarizing herself with each newly hatched animal and their various peculiar abilities. Though Alida could use certain abilities from animals, like the butterfly's wings, its lavender wings, Alida could actually borrow their ability. Other animals' abilities were not usable by her, such as the pterodactyl's wings, but she could use the butterfly's wings. These mentalized wings could be shared due to the butterfly's antennae having common senses. For instance, with bees, Alida could share their vision. Now, with butterflies, Alida could share their wing abilities. Alida was a little excited at this moment. This meant she didn't need to ride on the back of a pterodactyl to fly. She couldn't wait to try it out. Alida suddenly opened her eyes and stood up. Chapter 212 Butterfly Wings. Dayan, Jay, and Will were taken aback when they saw Alida, who had been quietly leaning against something, stand up. What's wrong, Mommy? Dayan asked. Anue? Jay looked at Alida with a gaze that mixed excitement with a hint of stimulation. This was an indication of a spatial upgrade, he guessed. Let me show you my new skill, Alida said with a smile, then her back slowly materialized into a butterfly wing. A pinkish-purple, translucent wing appeared on Alida's back. Wow, Mommy, you have wings on your back. Dayan was so astonished she couldn't close her mouth, and even stood up to run behind Alida for a closer look. Is this a butterfly? Jay had seen ancient butterfly-like creatures in the heart of the earth, and these wings resembled those ancient ones. Yes, I can share my butterfly's wings, Alida finished and summoned the butterfly from her space. This butterfly wasn't just any small butterfly, it was over 1 meter long. Mommy, you look like a fairy, Dayan couldn't help but praise. Although Alida now had the ability to use the butterfly's wings, she hadn't tried flying yet. After all, in her 20 years of life, she had never experienced having wings. Mommy, can you fly now? Dayan excitedly asked while looking at Alida. I'll try, Alida said. This was also why she was eager to give it a go. Feeling the presence of wings on her back for the first time, Alida thought of a foreign movie where a mutant had wings and was called Butterfly Woman, but her powers were quite ordinary and the wings weren't attractive. Alida's pair of wings was very beautiful, pinkish purple with a translucent quality. Alida tried using her wings, feeling their existence. While she was happy to have wings, controlling them for flight proved challenging. She could only manage to float slightly. Mommy, amazing. Daeun cheered encouragingly. The wing skill would require more practice, and although the butterfly's wings were beautiful, their speed was not fast. Still, being able to fly was impressive enough. Before they knew it, daylight broke. As expected, by the daytime, Daeun felt sleepy, likely due to the lingering effect of Alexa's sweet scent from yesterday. So Daeun drifted off with tired eyes. Saul, how did you fall asleep? Alexa frowned. Did she not sleep last night? It seemed she wore an expression of confusion. Alida stood atop a tall building, looking down at the zombies shuffling aimlessly below. She threw the apple core she had just finished eating downwards. Thud. The seemingly insignificant sound immediately attracted nearby zombies, originally dispersed and sluggishly moving. These zombies suddenly stopped as if responding to a signal and rushed towards the source of noise. These zombies move pretty quickly, Alida noted. Before hearing any noise, their movements were slow, especially hobbling, but once there was a sound, they moved frantically. Alida initially thought the zombies reacted to the smell of blood, but watching the scene, she slightly frowned, realizing these zombies responded to sound rather than odor. Now it seems these zombies are triggered by sound instead of smell, Alida remarked. Perhaps people living in cities had adapted to lead silent lives, fearing any noise might attract danger, similar to a world of silence. Indeed, humans had foreseen potential scenarios, and disaster or horror movies depicted situations that were gradually becoming real. Let's go, Alida said, feeling chills while watching Indian zombies whose appearance in traditional attire made them even more terrifying. Suddenly, an idea popped into Alida's head. If Africans were infected with the zombie virus, a group of black-skinned zombies might actually be quite amusing. They could only fly above India on a pterodactyl, and this aimless journey became increasingly directionless, like drifting aimlessly. They desperately needed someone to ask for directions, but everyone they encountered was a grotesque, stumbling zombie. Where could they hope to get information from such beings? Suddenly, a wisp of light smoke floated in from the distance. The smoke curled upwards, symbolizing signs of life, standing out prominently against the barren land. Where there was smoke, there must be people living and cooking, which meant that humans were around. This discovery lifted their spirits. They might encounter living people and ask for directions, and Alida could offer something in exchange. So Alida immediately guided the pterodactyls to change direction, flying towards where the smoke rose. This area was near a murky yellow river, with a group of people setting up shabby tents on the riverbank, perhaps numbering over 100, hence creating a massive plume of smoke. Alida saw that all the people below were alive. There are people below. Let's go down and ask where in India we are, Alida said. Yeah, if they know the direction to the capital of India, we can find our way, Jay said. Although India's cities were not well developed, it was still an emerging country. Yet, its capital was a relatively clean city, at least equivalent to one of our Huaxia second or third tier cities, complete with airports, trains, and internet. However, they didn't land directly in front of the group but stopped at a slightly distant spot before walking over. They were here to ask for directions, not to fight. A sudden appearance by pterodactyls might give them a fright. I'll go with Will to ask, Jay said. Okay. Alida nodded, aware that India was a highly patriarchal country with deeply ingrained gender discrimination. She had heard stories of countless girls being drowned, making her deeply disdain this nation, where human rights were non-existent, and women suffered miserably. Wait, Alida called out to Jay, thinking that those people wouldn't let them ask directions for free. So she took out some food from her spatial pocket to offer as an exchange. Chapter 213, Acquaintances in India. Alida had been waiting quietly with the two children. Alida had thought about traveling abroad with her children someday, perhaps as a vacation, but she never imagined it would be under such circumstances. Mommy, I want to eat a peach, Dave said. Hearing her son's request, Alida did not refuse. She took out a peach from her space pocket and gave it to Dave. Adelaide, what do you want to eat? Alida asked with concern. An apple, Adelaide replied with bright eyes. Alida noticed that Adelaide seemed to particularly enjoy apples. What Alida didn't know was that for Adelaide, apples were the most delicious thing she had ever tasted because it was the first time she had experienced such a wonderful food. Alida gave Adelaide an apple. The three of them, 2 adults and 1 child, sat on a large rock nearby. The temperature in India was much hotter than in Huaxia. Feeling incredibly thirsty, Alida took out a cucumber and started munching on it. Cucumbers were quite refreshing and quenched thirst effectively. After over an hour, Jay and Will still hadn't returned. Alida frowned slightly. Just asking for directions, how could it take so long? So, Alida summoned a small bee from her space pocket and sent it towards the distant tribe to check the situation. Just as she dispatched the bee, Dave tugged at Alida's sleeve and said, Mommy, look, people are coming towards us. Following Dave's gaze, Alida indeed saw 2 people riding motorcycles approaching them. In India, motorcycles were their primary mode of transportation. Alida had seen videos before, showing that an Indian motorcycle could carry up to 10 people, a remarkable feat. As the sound grew louder, the 2 motorcycles indeed came closer to their location. Mommy, they want to rob us, Dave frowned, and Alida knew that Dave had sensed the intentions of those 2 men already at this close distance. Alida found that the more hostile someone was, the more sensitive Dave became in sensing their intentions. Stay behind me, Alida said. Anue, let me make them all run away with stinky gas, Adelaide said while munching on her apple. No need, Alida hurriedly refused Adelaide's suggestion. The poisonous gas attack released by Adelaide was effective but affected everyone except herself. Vroom vroom. The two motorcycles stopped in front of Alida. They were two men. India being a developing country, men there generally had darker complexions. The two men looked around and finally focused their gaze on Alida and the two children behind her. Chinese? One man asked with a frown. How can there be Chinese women here? Let's take them back. We're short on women, one of the Indian men appraised Alida with ill-intentioned eyes, which made Alida extremely uncomfortable. Won't there be others with them? If we take them now, will anyone come looking? The other Indian man was relatively cautious. After all, things in India were chaotic due to the crisis. Moreover, few people dressed like this nowadays, especially when Indian women usually wore covered clothes. But the woman in front of them did not. There were also two children behind her, clearly eating something. Though Alida couldn't understand their Indian dialect, based on what her son told her earlier and these two men's gazes, she got the gist of the situation. The two men dismounted from their motorcycles and walked towards Alida. Without wasting any words, Alida immediately released a giant spider. A single giant spider was enough to deal with these two scoundrels. What is this? The Indian men exclaimed in terror. Seeing the sudden appearance of the giant spider, the two men were startled. Frightened, they only wanted to escape and hurriedly climbed back onto their motorcycles to flee. But Alida did not give them that chance. She ordered the giant spider to spray its web from above, enveloping both men. Alida watched as they struggled on the ground. No, don't eat me, please. The two Indians who had been bold just moments ago were now terrified and pleading for mercy. Finding their cries annoying, Alida ordered the giant spider to knock the two men unconscious with a blast, then had the spider throw them far away. Alida inspected the two motorcycles. They seemed decent. Considering Jay and Will hadn't returned yet, she connected with the bee and checked their status. They hadn't returned for so long and were actually inside a tent. When Jay saw the small bee enter, he knew that Alida was looking for them. He directly told the small bee, "We just ran into an acquaintance here in the tribe, and I was about to come get you." An acquaintance? Alida thought about it for a moment, deciding it might be worth checking out. About 10 minutes later, Jay returned. Seeing the additional two motorcycles, Alida briefly recounted what had happened earlier to him. An acquaintance? Alida asked. Yes, a teammate from the International Special Forces. Didn't I spend some time here in India before? Jay explained, seemingly as surprised as she was by this encounter. He's also a mutant with metal manipulation abilities. Jay introduced him to Alida. Metal control? Like Magneto? Alida couldn't help but draw the connection in her mind. His name is Jensen, Jay added. Alida nodded. Soon after, Jay led Alida and the others towards the tribe. Jay had some knowledge of the place. They were near the city area where the zombie crisis occurred, and people had fled from there. The population here was relatively sparse. In the tribe, there were mostly men since India already had a higher male-to-female ratio. There were also some dirty-looking children with dull eyes, clearly not having had a good meal in days. This area was close to the Hang River, and many people were soaking in the water, washing wild vegetables they had found who knows where. As soon as Alida entered, she noticed several gazes landing on them. Mommy, Auntie, Adelaide, having experienced too many such stares before, felt uncomfortable and instinctively called out to Alida. Alida picked up Adelaide, who felt better once she hid in her arms. Dave was also lifted by Jay. Suddenly, 3 or 4 people stood up, blocking Alida's path. Get lost. Before Alida could react, Jay unleashed an electric shock, rendering their hair burnt black and causing them to fall to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 214, India. Seeing the situation, the surrounding people dared not come forward anymore. Only after Jay left with Alida did murmurs arise. Fortunately, I didn't provoke him just now, otherwise, I would have been electrocuted. Several people went up to look at the electrocuted individuals whose bodies were scorched black, and it was unknown if they could survive. That Chinese person is a scion, definitely not to be provoked. A few ragged women saw that Alida's clothes were clean, her hair neatly combed. Moreover, from her appearance, she and those 2 children looked in very good spirits. These women felt somewhat envious. Alida followed Jay to a tent where 3 men were standing, one of whom was Will. Brother Xiao, is this sister-in-law? Brother Xiao often mentioned you. The man smiled. The man, though Indian, looked very upright. Indeed, as the saying goes, the face mirrors the heart. The man was Yahaya and Jensen. Hello. Alida nodded politely. This is also my brother, Max. Jensen introduced to Alida. They all sat down, and Jensen found some food for them, some unidentifiable paste wrapped in large tree leaves. Alida had no appetite looking at it, let alone the children. Eat up. Don't be shy. Brother Xiao is my savior. Jensen thought Alida was being polite. No need. Alida politely refused. Dayan glanced at the paste-like substance. It looked like feces. Ooh. This happened suddenly in India a few months ago. The infection spread very quickly. Once wounded, whether bitten or scratched by nails, one would be infected like that. Jensen sighed. Only the speed of infection and mutation varied. Those who were infected on the neck mutated very fast. India has a huge population, but the number of scions among them was very small, unlike China, which not only had a large population but also the most scions. Oh. They had already talked with Jay about some things and knew that although China did not have zombies, mutant beasts were rampant. Do you plan to stay? Now I am in charge of the entire tribe, Jensen said. Being a scion made him the tribal leader. He knew Jay's abilities, and his joining would be a great help. Not to mention this brother who looked identical to Jay, who should also be a scion. And as a Chinese person, although Jay had the strength to join them, Indians still acknowledged him. No, do you have a map? We want to go to Jakarta, Jay said. Jakarta was the capital of India. It's the rich area, we're planning to go there too, Jensen said. The management in the wealthy areas was strict, resources abundant, and the population density much lower than other places. Unlike China, where cities like the capital and first-tier metropolises were heavily populated, in India, the wealthier the city, the fewer people it had, especially the rich areas accessible only by higher caste people. The caste system in India was still very severe. Just go together, I can guide you, Jensen said with a smile. They wanted Jay to join for safety, while Jay needed their guidance. But the journey might be slower this way. If they searched on their own, it would be hard to find their way, but following them would ensure they reached their destination. If we walk, it will probably take a long time, a leader frowned and asked. About that, we've been looking for motorcycles and tricycles along the way, Jensen said. Jay and company could only temporarily agree to follow them to Indonesia's Jakarta. After Jensen and Max left, a leader said, if we don't go with them, they probably won't genuinely guide us. They gave directions, but only roughly. India's terrain is complex, roads are chaotic, and it's hard for us to find our way, Jay said. India's infrastructure was far from complete. It doesn't hurt to go together, it's just troublesome, a leader said. If they become a bother, we'll get rid of them, Will coldly remarked. Agreed, Jay echoed. Okay, I'll listen to you, a leader said. They might have to occasionally deal with issues. Although a leader feared trouble, humans are social creatures, and living alone seemed too lonely. Of course, not everyone agreed to go to Jakarta. After all, it would take so long, and who knew what dangers lay ahead? Some people were afraid and content with the current situation, but food was scarce. India relied heavily on imported food. The wild grass around here was almost all picked clean. But most people supported the idea. They were mostly poor people who could take this opportunity to see a big city like Jakarta in Indonesia. Although there might be many zombies there, the supplies wouldn't turn into zombies. Supplies from the wealthy areas. Those are lifetime supplies that one could never have dared to dream of before. So many people still agreed to go. As the saying goes, fortune lies in taking risk. In the end, the minority had to obey the majority, especially with their leader Jensen speaking. The whole group agreed. Even if they disagreed, they had to agree. They decided to set off the next day. The main roads were not an option as there were more zombies where there were more people. They would all take the small paths. The small paths were not constructed roads, they were trails walked out by people. Their team had motorcycles and tricycles. Why don't you and the kids ride in the tricycle? Jensen suggested. No need, we can walk, a leader said. Sitting in a tricycle meant squeezing together with many others. In such hot weather, skin touching skin was uncomfortable just to think about. Moreover, now it's the apocalypse with zombies everywhere, yet some women still wore veils. Sigh. Some things are deeply rooted in culture, and it's hard to change them quickly. Removing them would feel like scraping the bone. Thinking about it, the Chinese phrase scraping the bone to heal makes a lot of sense. Among these women, only Alida and Adelaide did not wear any veils. They weren't originally from China. However, Alida had heard before that foreign women visiting their country needed to respect their customs. Auntie Laurie, they keep looking at me. Adelaide felt very uncomfortable with those gazes. Alida picked up Adelaide and then cast a cold glance. Some people were intimidated by Alida's cold stare and stopped looking. Just a woman, what's the big deal? Chapter 215, India Chapter 2. These Indian children looked dirty and emaciated, almost skin and bones. But Alida felt no sympathy for them, perhaps because they were from different countries. In any case, these children did not evoke even a hint of pity in her. The weather in India was naturally hot, yet the endurance of these people was truly impressive. They had been walking for such a long time. Mommy, I'm thirsty, Dayan said. Alexa also pursed her lips and looked at Alida. Clearly she was also thirsty but reluctant to say anything. I'll get you water. Alida took out 2 cute new water bottles from her spatial bag and filled them with well water. Each child hugged one water bottle, and the water inside was very clean. They continued along the Ganges River, so water was not lacking. The locals would simply scoop up water from the Ganges and drink it directly when thirsty. The resistance to bacteria of Indians was indeed strong. Actually, with Alida's current level of resistance, drinking that wouldn't be a problem. After all, even highly toxic substances barely affected her. At this pace, it will still take more than 10 days to reach Indonesia, Jensen said. This was already the fastest speed they could manage. Their country had a large population and vast territory, the largest in the world. As long as we can reach our destination, Jay said. Once in Indonesia, they would have a general direction. And they could also gather supplies in Indonesia. Alida watched this group of people as they walked, pulling grass along the way. Places where there was slightly more grass were picked clean. Trees in India were scarce, with hardly any big trees left. Small trees had also been gnawed on. Almost anything edible went into their stomachs. There's a town ahead, someone under Jensen reported. A town? That's great, we can gather some supplies while we're at it, Jensen said. Even though it's a small town, the population isn't small. Notify each household to send a man to search for supplies with me, Jensen added. Yes. Come with me, Jay, Jensen invited Jay. Jay nodded without refusal. Jensen controlled metal, while his other brother Max had the ability to create spikes. A leader stayed behind. This Indian town was called Teenage Town, with a population of about 70 to 80,000 residents. If these people turned into zombies, there would be 70 to 80,000 zombies, forming a veritable zombie wave. Though they were all zombies, their movement during the day was slow, speeding up only at night. A leader sat down with the two children on a large round stone to rest. A few people nearby were chatting. So hungry. Once Dad comes back with supplies, we'll have food to eat. The Indians spoke an international language which a leader understood roughly. Mommy, I'm hungry too, Dayan said. Dayan always had a hearty appetite. It was noon now, and his little belly was already growling. A leader first gave each child a peach. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn by the sight of her seemingly conjuring items out of thin air. How did she do that? How did she suddenly produce 2 peaches? Does she have some kind of ability? Just like our leader, does she have unique abilities? Whispers spread quickly. Although they spoke in the international language, their accents made it hard for a leader to fully understand them. But she could feel their curious and probing gazes. A leader had plenty of flour in her spatial bag, but Jay wasn't there, and there was no electricity. Let's eat some fruits and vegetables for now, a leader told the two children. She also took out an apple and bit into it herself. Mommy, someone is coming, Dayan, who was eating his second peach, noticed a woman carrying an emaciated child approaching a leader. Can you give me some food, please? Kind person, the woman from India knelt before a leader, looking pitiful. I don't understand what you're saying, a leader frowned. Then the woman bowed her head again several times, her forehead becoming red and swollen. To beg for food in such an undignified manner to a stranger. But these women were accustomed to this. Even without the apocalypse, their dignity was often suppressed in this country. Others watching a leader remained unmoved. Some people looked at a leader unfavorably. Tatiana bowed to her, and she's just sitting there calmly. It's outrageous. That Chinese person. Don't act rashly, her husband is a superhuman and friends with the leader. A few women seemed resentful and were about to rush over to confront a leader, but they were held back. They had seen that when a few men tried to stop a leader before, they were killed by her husband. In this world now, the death of a few people each day was normal, and no one cared how you died. Mommy, she wants food, Dayan said. He could sense the child's aura. Only then did a leader understand what was happening. It was quite extraordinary for the woman to kneel in front of her like that. A leader thought for a moment and entered her mental space where she saw the cultivation space was just short of a few values. A leader gave the woman an apple. Thank you, the woman thanked her. Those who had been watching around did not expect a leader to actually give her food. Food was such a precious thing to them now. Next, many people gathered in front of a leader, all beginning to prostrate themselves. But a leader didn't give food to everyone, only those who carried children would receive something. Others seemed to notice this pattern as well. Can I borrow your child? Someone in the crowd came up with this idea. A leader looked at her planting space and found that the value was indeed full, unlocking a new plant. She imagined blueberries in her mind because eating blueberries is good for eyesight. Sure enough, the planting space unlocked a blueberry field that would mature in 3 days. Why not me? I have bowed several times, a woman frowned. Several others who did not receive food also crowded around a leader. Mommy, Dayan warned her from the side, sensing these people's thoughts turning bad. A leader also felt that these few people's emotions were becoming wrong. Some even tried to rush towards a leader to grab her. She gave me food when I asked for her child, the Adela suddenly realized and said. One of the women directly snatched Alexa. Chapter 216, India Part 3. Another woman attempted to grab Dayan, but as soon as her hands touched him, she let out a blood-curdling scream. Her hands were instantly frozen, the ice spreading up her arms. Katrina, holding little Tsaijian, noticed her companion's injury and nervously checked herself, finding no harm had come to her. Then, with renewed courage, she began to babble at a leader in a language meant to be universally understood, though not a single word made sense to a leader. However, it was clear that they had abducted Hollis. A leader didn't bother with empty words, she immediately summoned the giant spider. The people around them turned pale with fear. Seeing the woman cower in fright, a leader stepped forward, snatched back little Tsaijian, and kicked the woman in the stomach. A leader hadn't held back at all. The pain was so intense that the woman crumpled to her knees. Others backed away, none daring to step forward. So terrifying, what is that thing? That's something the woman summoned. All they could see was a leader sitting beside the giant spider. A few other women holding children hesitated. Initially, they had come to beg for food, but now things had taken an unexpected turn. One of the braver women, clutching her child and dragging another one by the hand, started to approach a leader, intending to plead with her. But as they moved closer, the giant spider standing next to a leader rose to its full height on 8 thick legs, looking exceptionally fearsome. It seemed ready to swallow anyone who dared come any closer. I haven't received anything yet, the woman cried desperately to a leader. A leader frowned. They had tried to harm her child even after she gave them food. Now, she wasn't going to give anyone else anything. You tried to hurt my child and still want food? Get lost. Alida said coldly, unsure if they could understand her. Though they didn't fully comprehend her words, they certainly felt her menacing presence, especially with the towering giant spider looming nearby. It's all your fault. If you hadn't caused trouble, we might still have been able to get food. Exactly, you don't have kids, but we do. Alida didn't know what they were saying. Then several women, who had intended to kidnap her child, got into a shouting match with those carrying children. The argument escalated into a physical fight, turning into chaos. Alida frowned and led her son away to a quieter place. The giant spider followed closely behind her, and no one dared to block their path. A few hours later, several tricycles returned from a distance, loaded with supplies. Some people carried additional supplies as well. We owe this to you brothers, Jay and Will. No one died during this supply run, and we even rescued a few people, Jensen said with a smile. Jensen looked at Jay and Will with great respect, understanding that strength commanded respect. These people had saved others along the way, and together, they stood a better chance of survival. There are plenty of supplies for everyone, Jensen said with a grin. Their strength entitled them to these rewards. Thank you, Jay replied without refusal. Though they weren't short of food, they would take what belonged to them. Jay and Will picked out some packaged items and headed towards Alida. Isn't that Anue's giant spider? Jay noticed the enormous creature immediately. Something must have happened for Anue to summon it. Jay hurried towards Alida, while Jensen, having seen the new addition of the giant spider, followed closely after receiving a report from his men. Anue! Jay called out. Daddy! Daeun shouted excitedly upon seeing Jay return. Uncle! He also greeted Will. Alida briefly recounted what had happened to Jay. Just as she finished, Jensen arrived. Jensen observed the giant spider lying beside Alida, noting how tall it was even in a resting position. It would be much taller standing upright. Initially, Jensen treated Alida politely only because she was Jay's wife. But seeing the giant spider changed his thoughts. I heard about what happened just now. I'm really sorry. Jensen apologized. Those two who dared to grab the children have been driven out by me, Jensen said. One of them had a frozen hand, and the other was injured by Alida's kick. In fact, after being driven out, they wouldn't last long. If this happens again, my giant spider will directly swallow them. Please inform your people that I don't speak international common language very well, Alida said indifferently. Hearing Alida's words, the giant spider stood up, its huge shadow looming over them. Sure, no problem, Jensen replied. He now somewhat regretted it. Originally, he wanted to recruit an assistant, but now she had become like an ancestor. Seeing the giant spider, no one dared to say no. Actually, Jensen wanted to ask why Alida had fresh vegetables and fruits, but looking at the giant spider, he didn't open his mouth. Jensen immediately instructed his subordinates not to provoke Alida anymore. This time, they found plenty of supplies in the town, enough for them to eat for some time. These people wouldn't save food either. After receiving their share, they hurried to fill their stomachs. Some knew that if they kept food stored and others ran out of food in a few days, it would invite trouble. Human nature being what it is, they might as well eat everything now. Being able to fill their stomachs for some time was the happiest thing. With the giant spider around, fewer people came to see them. Now that Jay was back, they used an electric pot to cook some noodles. These seasonings are all I found for you, Jay said. Alida noticed a package of curry blocks inside. Indian curry was quite famous. I'll do the cooking. Jay took the pot from Alida and started cooking the vegetables and noodles. Alida's vegetables didn't need washing. Jay directly chopped them with dark threads and threw them into the pot. It would be nice if we had chicken, Alida said wistfully. Then they could make curry chicken cubes. Chapter 217, Indian Chapter 4. Never provoke that Chinese woman again. Anyone who disobeys and wants to die, consider my words as unsaid. Jensen said sternly. Leader, what kind of ability does that woman have, enabling her to control beasts? Max asked curiously. And I heard that she can produce food out of thin air, perhaps a storage-type ability. But she can also control beasts. Max was also confused about the woman's abilities. Whatever her ability is, we mustn't underestimate her. The status of women in China is different from here. Jensen frowned. Since they were all ability users, they had traveled abroad and understood information about various countries. They are just troublemakers. Max frowned. They joined to help us, increasing our chances of safely reaching Indonesia. Make sure they are all careful. Only by arriving alive in Indonesia can we survive, Jensen said. Resources were now insufficient. Their food supplies were originally not enough, and with people turning into zombies, unity was essential for survival. Max thought for a moment but didn't speak his mind, knowing that Jensen wouldn't abandon these people. Actually, Max's idea was simple. He wanted to survive, taking his family and Jensen's large family. With their two ability users' capabilities, they could possibly reach Indonesia alone. Plus, there were 3 more Chinese ability users. Max felt that carrying these people along would be a burden. Jensen seemed to see through Max's thoughts and frowned. I know what you're thinking, considering them deadweight. Jensen gestured toward those people. That's not what I mean, Max frowned. But have you considered this? If we leave on our own, we'll be bringing our families. We can't bring them to search for supplies, right? We've seen various situations during this time. Max recalled encountering hordes of thousands of zombies. With so many people around, our families will receive care, and they won't dare rebel against us. If everyone dies and turns into zombies, it would be too lonely. Surviving alone would be meaningless, and if only zombies were around, with no living humans, it would be terrifying. Moreover, while zombies might eventually be eliminated, human reproduction is slow. Also, these people help us with labor and resources. Don't always think they're dragging us down, Jensen added a series of remarks. Max, after hearing Jensen's words, thought there was some truth to them. At least here, others revered him, and he didn't need to do dirty or exhausting work. On this trip to loot supplies in town, they, as ability users, led the way killing zombies, while others followed behind transporting resources. Otherwise, handling both zombies and supplies would be very dangerous, especially if other issues arose. Leader is right, I understand. Max no longer dwelled on the matter and came to terms with it. He hurriedly instructed the others not to provoke those Chinese individuals again unless they wanted to die, treating his warning as unsaid for such people. On the other side, after eating, they rested briefly. They resumed their journey quickly. The two children, having eaten their fill, became sleepy, so Alida placed them on the giant spider's back. Alida didn't plan to store the giant spider in her space, leaving it outside served as a deterrent to those with ill intentions. Indeed, no one dared approach Alida anymore, even avoiding eye contact. Along the way, they encountered other refugees. Jensen, seeing that they were healthy with no injuries, accepted them. However, the material consumption, particularly food, remained steady among so many people. 2 days later, dark clouds gathered, and it started raining. We need to find shelter. This rain isn't going to stop anytime soon, Jensen said. In India, either it doesn't rain for long, or once it starts, it rains for a long time. As they were near the Ganges, prolonged rainfall could cause it to flood. Up ahead is the village of Abame, where we can rest, Max said. He had just asked if anyone knew the terrain around them, and someone informed him. That village has only a few hundred people, so even if there are zombies, they won't be many, Max added. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Abame village, which had only a few elderly residents left, as the young had long since departed. The village was extremely impoverished, with dilapidated houses, some leaking water. But having a place to take shelter from the wind and rain was better than nothing. There weren't many zombies in the village, and they were instantly wiped out, with their bodies all being dealt with. So many people crowded into this small village that one house could contain over 10 people. However, Alida got a room with Jay, Will, and the 2 kids. Alida recalled the giant spider into her space and released Little Black. It was still raining heavily outside. It looks like we have to wait for the rain to stop before we can set off, Alida frowned. Who knows how long it will last? From the look of it, it might rain for 3 or 4 days, Jay speculated. This house had some leaks, and Jay found a ceramic jar to catch the rainwater below. They could still hear the dripping sound of the rain. Their clothes were all wet, so Alida took out new clothes from her space for them to change into. Mom, this bed smells really bad. Sam couldn't help but say. Their bed was just a mattress, which was all blackened, and hadn't been lived on, let alone washed. Mom, I'll change it for you, Alida said. She had new sheets in her space, even a mattress. Will directly threw the old, smelly mattress out, and Alida replaced it with a clean one. Only then did the 2 kids lie down, and Alida found toys for them from her space to play with. Alida looked at Will's arm, except for its silver color, it looked entirely real. Mom, I want to watch stories, Sam said. Both kids were at the age for kindergarten, living like this every day, they had nothing much to learn. Alida released Little Gold, his metallic life could project images through his eyes. Little Gold quickly scanned through the animated movies in his genetic memory and started playing them for the 2 kids. Little Black also curled up between them, watching the projection. Alida's consciousness entered her space, sensing that another egg in the breeding area had finally hatched. This egg had taken a long time to hatch, but what was this? Alida looked at it, it was actually a sea turtle. Chapter 218, India Episode 5. Judith was surprised, extremely surprised, because how could there be a high-end sea turtle in the heart of the earth? There wasn't even water, let alone sea turtles. This turned out to be a sea turtle's egg. But it didn't look like an ordinary sea turtle either. The shell on its back was dark red, just like the color of magma. Judith saw it hatch and immediately connected with it. Feeling the information about the sea turtle, she found it even more incredible. This sea turtle egg dated back to hundreds of millions of years ago, yet it hadn't been destroyed by the magma surrounding it. Instead, it had gained the ability to survive in magma. However, it had never hatched until Little Black found it and threw it into her space. No wonder most of the eggs she found in the heart of the earth hatched within a few days, but this one took so long. The little sea turtle was unafraid of fire or water, able to swim in magma as well as in seawater. Judith didn't know what it could eat, so she fed it tomatoes and various fruits. Judith discovered that the pets in her breeding space loved eating the food grown in her space. Because the food she grew had spiritual energy, Judith looked at the other animals, ensuring the breeding space provided them with the most comfortable environment. But none of them seemed eager to come out voluntarily, except for Little Black, who occasionally made demands, wishing to come out or asking for specific foods. The other animals didn't have so many desires. They rested there for the night, and by the next day, the rain had lessened, likely to stop within another day. Outside, these Indians collected quite a bit of rainwater using basins, taking advantage of the rain to bathe directly in it. The rain seemed to lift their spirits. In India, they considered rain as hope. While Fernando projected images for Montague and others, he accidentally showed scenes from hundreds of millions of years ago. These were new ancestral memories Fernando had unlocked, inherited through generations of metal life forms. Their memories were shared and passed down. Seeing such scenes, they were all greatly shocked. Is that blue star from hundreds of millions of years ago? Judith couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. In Fernando's ancestral memories, blue star from hundreds of millions of years ago was covered in forests and oceans, home to large beasts, dinosaurs. Only dinosaurs were the original inhabitants of blue star. It turned out that humans came from somewhere else. A huge spacecraft crashed onto blue star, the entire ship exploded upon impact, but some people managed to escape from inside. Our ancestors were aliens. Judith frowned. These people crash-landed on blue star and began living there. Then, after a meteor explosion, the entire planet rotated, forming the inner world. The lives from hundreds of millions of years ago were left in the core of the Earth. The remaining people reproduced on the surface, eventually forming countless races. Possibly due to the fusion of genes from the spacecraft, different genetic combinations evolved into various human cultures over hundreds of millions of years. But the genes in their bodies remained partially the same. And these metal life forms are part of that inheritance. We're aliens who came to blue star? Judith found it hard to believe. Jay and Will were equally astonished, but Fernando's ancestral memories only went back this far, no further. Perhaps it wasn't fully unlocked yet, or maybe there were other reasons. We don't even know where we originally came from. Judith frowned. They thought they evolved from aquatic creatures or apes, but never imagined they were aliens who landed here. Then they proliferated into so many people, while Blue Star continued to develop on its own. Haven't we been to the moon? Established space stations? Why didn't we discover anything? Judith couldn't help but ask curiously. The universe is vast. Establishing a space station is already difficult. Moon landing is fake. No country can truly land on the moon due to the conditions there, Jay said. Judith unknowingly learned something shocking. But what about the meteors? How do meteor impacts enhance our abilities and even trigger new ones? Judith asked. Jay shook his head, not knowing the answer either. Forget it, we can't even understand everything on our own planet. Let's leave outer space mysteries alone, Judith said. What's the point of pondering so much? Perhaps hundreds of millions of years ago, their ancestors fled here for refuge. After hundreds of millions of years, humans once again succeeded in destroying their environment. Only this time, they hadn't evolved yet and didn't have such advanced technology, leaving them unable to escape the planet. They could only cling to life as best they could, facing all the changes happening on Blue Star. Who knows what will happen to Blue Star in the future, Jay sighed. Beside him, Will frowned deeply. Judith put Fernando back into her space and then comforted the two kids to sleep. They stayed in the village for 3 days before setting off again. Chief, a few people don't want to continue and wish to stay here, Max said. These few people felt that the village was peaceful with some supplies, and they no longer wanted to travel. Let them be, Jensen replied. This small village might appear peaceful without zombies, but it was too far from the city. Once the food ran out and they needed to find more supplies, it would be too late. Living here comfortably now wasn't an issue, but in the long run, staying here wasn't a good solution. If they wanted to stay, let them fend for themselves. We won't leave any food for them, Jensen added. Then they continued along the Ganges River. A few of them, feeling thirsty, directly scooped up water from the river to drink. From not far away, a black dot came closer and closer until it finally neared. It's zombies. The crowd jumped in fright upon seeing several floating zombies in the river. These zombies had been floating in the river for who knows how long, yet they were still alive. Roar, roar. Despite this, they kept floating. Some people, upon seeing this, couldn't help but vomit the water they had just drunk. I drank water soaked by zombies, will I turn into one? A man exclaimed in terror. The others immediately scattered, fearing that Ansel might get infected and pass it on to them. It won't happen. We've been drinking from the river all along. You only mutate if bitten by a zombie, another man calmly explained. That's right, we've been drinking from it all along. As they continued walking, they encountered more and more zombies in the Ganges River. Why are there so many zombies in the river? Did a boat capsize or something? Chapter 219, Zombies. Everyone, don't get any closer to the Ganges, Max warned the others. Just a moment ago, someone tried to fetch water but was bitten on the head by a zombie that suddenly drifted out. Being bitten by zombies would result in their heads exploding immediately, otherwise, they would eventually mutate. Why are there so many zombies in the river? Many were astonished. Now everyone was afraid to get close to the Ganges, fearing that zombies might crawl out from it. These zombies had been soaked in the water for so long that their flesh had rotted away. Just a slight touch could rub off their skin. Their flesh appeared pale and wrinkled, swollen as if they were corpses that had been submerged for too long. With this situation, they avoided walking near the Ganges and instead chose a smaller road. On the way, they encountered some stray zombies, but all were dealt with. Alida noticed that there were no mutated beasts here, only zombies everywhere. The animals in India were scarce, and they couldn't even feed themselves, let alone keep additional animals. While large ancestral animals were rare, small creatures like ants and mosquitoes were abundant. They met many people along the way, of course, along with numerous zombies. Some joined their group while others perished. Alida's Black Earth space tree trunk had grown sufficiently recently, and she learned that these zombies, or rather, corpses, were the source of nutrients for it. Alida attempted to collect a zombie corpse, which was quickly decomposed by the Black Earth. Her Black Earth became richer, and her mutated vines grew thicker, even sprouting thorns. Especially her tree trunk, it was thick enough to grow according to her will. So Alida decided to make it into the shape of a bookhouse. She shared her discovery first with Jay. "Let's go collect zombies by the river," Jay said. Alida smiled knowingly. Jay always understood her inner thoughts and acted immediately with her. The children? Alida was somewhat concerned about the kids. "Just leave it to Will, besides, you still have your devil frog," Jay replied. Alida shrunk the devil frog and placed it beside Dave, who would grow larger in case of danger. Thinking it over, with Will, devil frog, Albert, and frostworm around, everything should be safe. "Let's go." Alida couldn't wait. The two quietly left the group and headed toward the Ganges. The Ganges held many zombies. A purple lightning strike from Jay, utilizing water conductivity, sent purple lightning dancing across the surface. ZZZZT. Although Jay's dark threads weren't as agile as Will's, they could still pull incomplete corpses to shore. Alida collected quite a few corpses, about 7 or 8. After the black earth absorbed these corpses, Alida felt her black earth space become even more nutrient-rich. Having collected enough, they quickly rejoined the group. At night, without finding a village, they could only rest where they were, with a few people keeping watch. Alida summoned her treehouse from the space. This giant treehouse, which came from the inner world to the black earth space, had now mutated. Wow, Opal gazed at the suddenly appearing treehouse in amazement. Little girls often dreamed of having a treehouse. "Mom, is this the giant tree?" Dave had climbed the giant tree many times. This outer bark clearly belonged to the giant tree, but why was it shaped like a treehouse? In the black earth space, any mutated plant could transform according to Alida's will. In the future, you can rest in the treehouse at night, Alida smiled. Currently, the treehouse was only big enough for the children, but with sufficient nutrients over time, it would grow larger. Then they could all live inside, protecting them from the rain. The two children were very excited about the treehouse. Alida laid down some mats inside and added frostworm to keep it cool. She also placed many toys inside and called out Fernando to tell them stories. Although Fernando was younger than them in terms of age, he had acquired a lot of knowledge and matured mentally. Like a teacher, he could tell stories and teach them about different creatures' habits, including their weaknesses and formidable attack capabilities. Seeing the children playing happily, Alida felt relieved. That Chinese woman, what's her background? She actually made a treehouse. Well, look at their kids compared to ours. If our children can just have food, that would be great. The two kids inside the treehouse seemed to be living in a different paradise compared to the children outside. Well, it's not bad. You guys should learn from that Haley's kids. Haley's child was 5 years old, easygoing, and sunny in personality, often coming over to talk to Dave and friends. It wasn't that other kids didn't come around. Dave got along pretty well with Haley's kid. Dave said Haley had a good heart, so he would occasionally give food to her. The rest of the kids weren't genuinely interested in playing with him. Being favored by that Chinese woman means no worries about food, and it's always fresh fruit. Fresh fruit. Where could you find any now? Not even rotten fruit. So many kids have been driven out, but I saw one of them inviting Haley's kid to play in their treehouse just now. Dave needed 3 people to play his game, so he went to find Gabby to join. Gabby was Haley's daughter. Though she looked malnourished, her eyes were bright. Although they didn't understand each other's languages, Dave could see through the minds of kids, so there was no barrier to communication. While they played, Alida would also cut up fruits for them and prepare milk powder for them to drink. "Thank you," Gabby shyly said. At first, she was very curious about Chinese people. Since she was half Indian and half Chinese, her mother was Indian, and her father was Chinese. But her mother told her that her father returned to China when she was 1 year old and never came back. So Gabby was very curious about Chinese people, always wondering what her father was like. That curiosity drove her to interact with them. Later on, whenever Dave ate, he shared with her, making her incredibly happy and truly grateful. Thus, Alida also received gratitude points from her. "I should go back," Gabby said. Although she liked this treehouse very much, her mom was still waiting for her. Chapter 220, Zombies 2. "Come find me to play again tomorrow," Dave said. Adriana nodded and then left. Before she went, Alida gave her a tomato. She wanted to take it back for her mother to eat. They could only rest wherever they found space. "Mommy." Adriana ran over to Haley, who was leaning against a rock. "Lisa." Seeing her daughter looking better recently, thanks to being close with those Chinese people, Haley noted. Therefore, her daughter didn't have to gnaw on tree bark like before. Her little face had color again, no longer lifeless. "Mommy, take this. Auntie Anua gave it to me," Adriana said with a smile. "You eat it." Haley immediately pushed the tomato towards her child. "I've already eaten some, drank a cup of sweet milk too. It was very good, I've never tasted anything like it before," Adriana happily replied, seemingly still savoring the taste. "Mommy, you eat it quickly," Adriana urged. Tears welled up in Haley's eyes as she felt some envious glances from around her. Haley hastily put the tomato into her mouth, but she only ate half of it, giving the other half to her daughter. Humph, associating with Chinese people really does make a difference. Have the guts to send your kid there too. Sadly, it's only our Haley that can be noticed by them. All sorts of unpleasant remarks filled their ears. Haley pulled her daughter closer and said, "Lisa, don't listen to what others say. If someone treats you well, you should treat them well too, understand?" "Yes, yes." Adriana nodded. She would remember that. Haley's face was yellowish, her lips chapped even after eating half a tomato. Though not looking well, Her bright big eyes showed that Haley used to be a lively beauty. Unfortunately, born in India, and with the disaster that struck their country. Most kids around were boys, only 2 or 3 were girls. "Mommy, does my daddy look like those Chinese people?" Adriana asked curiously. "Just like them. I miss daddy." Adriana's eyes were red. She remembered how Dave's father treated him well. Having a father to protect them, other families all had fathers going out to search for supplies while mothers stayed home to take care of the children. "You will see him someday," Haley said. In fact, she hadn't much hope, though she once longed for it every day. But with those flesh-eating zombies appearing, she almost lost hope, living just to survive each day. Now she seemed to gain some hope again, because of Alida and the other Chinese people. Haley also heard her daughter talk about them, saying they might return to China through Indonesia. Following them, they might even reach China. Now they thought maybe countries other than India might be safer. But they didn't know that although China did not suffer a nationwide zombie outbreak, the mutated plants and beasts in China occupied 2/3 of its cities. China is dangerous too. Ahead lies Brandy Town. We'll replenish supplies here. There are also large trucks which will help us travel faster, Max said. Good. Jensen agreed. Now with Avon, Adolf, and these Chinese psychics like Alida, they could gather more supplies. Brandy Town was almost entirely overrun by zombies, no live person was seen. Alida went along, her black earth space needing these zombies as nutrients. Alida directly summoned a giant devil frog, the 2 kids riding on its back. What is this? Such a huge frog. A mutant frog. So big. Many people were shocked by the sight of this several stories tall frog. At this moment, Jensen couldn't help asking Avon about Alida's psychic abilities. He didn't get much information, except knowing that a giant spider and such a big frog were indeed terrifying. Whoa whoa. Devil frogs loved eating these zombies. A flick of its tongue, and many zombies would be caught. Seeing the size of Brandy City, Alida let the devil frog take her to the largest mall in the city center. This secondary Indian city's mall was similar to a large rural marketplace in China, full of cheap goods which Alida collected into her space. Gold stores would only be found in wealthy areas. Even though Indian gold jewelry looked shiny like gold, it wasn't actually gold but pyrite, which isn't valuable. They had gathered quite a lot of supplies, and the zombies in these small towns were mostly cleared out. Alida's black earth space had collected many zombies, and now the soil was fertile. Her tree trunk had grown considerably, and even the vines began to spread. Alida rode the devil frog back from the city center alone. One must know that zombies there were densely packed, and she returned with the children. "Mommy, those zombies wanted to eat us. But they were eaten by Wawa," Dave said. Wawa's belly was swollen. Alida put the devil frog into her space. It needed time to digest. They stayed in Brandy for 2 days before leaving. Although they had cleared many zombies, there were still plenty left. There were too many. Even a small town had many zombies, not to mention a city. In India, a single train could be severely overcrowded, let alone this place. That night, they were resting, and it would only take a few more days to reach Indonesia. Indonesia is a big city, and because most people in India had turned into zombies, the supermarkets were well stocked. This allowed Alida to replenish a lot of supplies. However, the most common seasonings in India were curries, all kinds of curries. Today, they could have a feast. Alida found plenty of Indian ham, all vacuum-packed, which could be stored for 2 to 3 years, so they hadn't gone bad yet. While preparing dinner, Adriana ran over crying. "Please save my mommy, they're going to beat her to death." Adriana was sobbing so hard she could hardly catch her breath, speaking in broken sentences. Alida didn't understand the language, so she looked at Avon. "She said her mommy is about to be beaten to death," Avon said, frowning slightly. Actually, Alida didn't want to get involved in other people's troubles. Especially in this era, meddling in others' affairs often led to problems. Chapter 221 Save My Mother. So Ivory hesitated for a moment, frowning slightly. "Can you save my mother? I'll do anything you ask in the future. I can become your slave." Vera knelt on the ground, pleading. In India, there are slaves too. Vera had nothing left, she only had herself. "Mom, please save Vera's mother," Dayan said, looking at Vera's pitiful appearance. "Forget it, let me take a look," Ivory said, finally relenting due to her son's sake. Ivory believed that children who could play with her own child should be decent. She knew well of her son's capabilities. Seeing Ivory stand up, hope immediately lit up Vera's face. "Take us to see her," Jay said in the common Indian language. Vera quickly nodded, not daring to waste any time, fearing that her mother might get worse if delayed. "You bitch. I'll beat you to death today. Seducing my husband." Katrina shouted fiercely. "I didn't. These supplies were taken by me." Megan was dragged to the ground by 3 women. One pulled her hair, another held down her hands, and one sat on her body. "How dare you say no when I say yes?" Katrina slapped Megan fiercely across the face. Many people surrounded them to watch, but nobody came forward to help. "Mom." Vera watched her mother being beaten and rushed forward. But what strength could a few-year-old weak child have? She was directly pushed aside by someone. "Leisha." Megan saw the girl fall and tried to break free, but her body was pinned down tightly. Due to long-term malnutrition, Megan had no strength left, still firmly restrained. However, in the next second, the woman was yanked up from behind. It was Ivory who had pulled the woman out forcefully. Although she wasn't as strong as a man, she was far stronger than these ordinary women. Plus, she could borrow the power of the polar bear to enhance her own strength. All of you get lost, Ivory said coldly. Katrina, who was just pulled away, wanted to curse, but seeing it was that Chinese woman, they dared not provoke her. Their former leader had repeatedly warned them not to offend this Chinese woman, and they had also witnessed the terrifying giant devil frog. A few women did not dare to cause trouble anymore, retreating with fear, though they did not leave, apparently eager to continue watching. Leisha. Megan wanted to get up after seeing her daughter being pushed over. Mom. She's hurt. Megan saw her daughter's arms and legs were scraped by stones, blood seeping out. It doesn't hurt, Mom, please get up, Leisha cried, her little face tear-streaked. Vera wanted to get up but had no strength left. Having barely eaten much, coupled with the struggle just now, she felt all her energy drained. She felt living was so hard, so difficult. She wanted to die, wanted to liberate herself this way, but she had her child. Vera was her hope to live. Thank you, thank you. Vera looked at Ivory. Although Ivory couldn't understand her words, she understood her gratitude. Ivory took out a small bottle of water from her space, which was well water with some healing properties. Dayan, give this to Vera, Ivory said. Dayan nodded and passed the small bottle of water to Vera. Give this to your mother to drink, it will help her, Dayan explained while gesturing. They often played together, so even without sharing the same language, they could understand each other's meaning. Vera thanked Dayan and hurriedly fed the water to her mother. Ivory released Big Black and asked Dayan to stay here with Vera. For the rest, she couldn't handle. I'll stay with Dayan and Leisha, Nikki said. Ivory nodded. Big Black stayed to protect them, and Dayan had freeze bugs on him. Since the distance wasn't far, Ivory felt very reassured. As they left, those people watching scattered to make way for Ivory and company. Did you see that? Another big black dog appeared. A black dog as tall as a person. That huge spider, devil frog, and now a big dog. That dog looks really powerful. Bigger than a Tibetan Mastiff. Some wanted to get closer, but Big Black stood up and growled as a warning. If they got any closer, don't blame him for being unforgiving. Why are those people behaving like that? Dayan frowned and said. They are that bad. And even worse. Nikki said. She had been exposed to this kind of thing before, so she empathized with Vera's experiences. Leisha, don't be too upset. My mom said that you need to become strong if you want to protect someone. Dayan consoled her. To become strong. Unfortunately, Dayan's power was mind control. He could understand people's thoughts, those complex minds, but he couldn't change others' thoughts. Become strong? Vera frowned. How could she become strong? We need to grow up properly first. If we can't grow up, how can we get strong? Dayan said. Nikki used to have no hope either, but after following Ivory, she found her hope. Yeah, we will all grow up well. Edison, if you can follow my mom. My mom loves taking care of kids the most, Dayan smiled and said. Not far away, Ivory sneezed. When did she love taking care of kids? Every time it was Dayan who said to take them in, but oddly enough, every time Dayan suggested it, Ivory agreed, and then these kids turned out to have special abilities. And in the future, these kids gradually became big shots among psychics in the world. Of course, this was another story. No, I won't leave my mom, Vera said. She loved her mom very much, and her mom loved her too. When Megan heard this, she was deeply touched, but her inner reason told her that this was the best choice for Vera. Following that Chinese woman would allow her to live a better life. Now, she really did drag her daughter down. Dayan and Nikki stayed with them for a while. Seeing that Vera's mother had regained some strength, they left. Before leaving, Dayan gave them some more food. Leisha, Mom thinks that Chinese woman is good. Following her, you will definitely live better, Megan advised, although her heart ached. Which parent wouldn't wish their child to have a better life? Chapter 222 Leaving the group. That witch, Megan, sure has good luck. She hooked up with a Chinese woman. Every day she has food to eat and drinks to have. Look at her daughter, she's looking much better, a few women commented jealously. Now that Chinese woman even stands up for them. From now on, we'd better not provoke them anymore. Why did she seduce my husband? One woman said unwillingly. Whether she seduced him or not, you know it in your heart. Isn't it just because of that bit of food? Another woman burst out. They just wanted to taste it, but who knew the woman wouldn't allow it? Initially, they just exchanged insults, but finally resorted to physical fights. The few women stopped talking, but now everyone knew about Megan's relationship with the Chinese woman. Just when those few women were bullying Megan, the Chinese woman stood up for Megan. Not only that, but she also gave them food. Now everyone knows Megan has a good relationship with the Chinese, so they don't dare cause trouble for her anymore. That Chinese woman is meddling too much. Sure, be quiet. Katrina said nervously, afraid that if that person heard them, they would all suffer. In fact, these women were just jealous of Megan. They could only gnaw on tree bark every day. Much of the food they scavenged had expired. Megan received the least amount of supplies since she didn't have a man. They were taking care of her, which is why her food wasn't abundant. They all lived through days of sometimes having nothing to eat and other times eating to their fill. But recently everything changed. They often saw Vera bringing fresh fruits for her mother to eat. Previously, Vera was emaciated, wearing tattered and dirty clothes, without even a pair of shoes that fit. But lately, the little girl seemed completely transformed, looking much healthier. Some of them tried to approach a leader for help with their children, but after what happened last time, a leader no longer gave them extra food. Therefore, when they saw Megan and her daughter, they couldn't help feeling jealous. Human nature is so complicated. If everyone suffered equally, they might get along well. However, when someone was slightly better off, they felt unbalanced. Thus, they harbored resentment toward Megan. Alida understood this complexity. Although Edison's friendship with Vera benefited her mother, it also caused harm. There were advantages and disadvantages. What a pity that Vera doesn't follow my mom. It would be so much better, Edison said regretfully. She has her own mom. No one would leave their own mom, Opal said, seemingly touched by the scene. She missed her mom too. Seeing Adelaide's low spirits, Alida comforted her by stroking her head and saying, "We will be with you from now on." Yeah. Adelaide nodded heavily, feeling warm under Alida's kind gaze. "Can I call you Mom?" Adelaide asked nervously. "Sure." Alida did not refuse. Looking at Adelaide, she thought of Jimena. She wondered how Jojo, Sheila, and Jarrett were doing. "Mom." Adelaide called softly, hugging Alida tightly, feeling her unique fragrance, making her feel safe and warm. Hum. Alida patted Opal's head gently. "Mom." Edison murmured resentfully. "You should call me brother from now on, okay?" Edison pouted, seeming a little unhappy. Alida wanted to soothe her son, but the next moment Adelaide sweetly called Edison brother. The two of them became less tense. Jay had no objections to any of Alida's ideas, he only cared that Alida was happy. "We are almost in Indonesia. When we get there, we'll split up with them," Jay said. "Okay, let's first gather supplies from the rich areas in Indonesia. If only we could go to Dubai, there's more gold there, and we could upgrade easily," Alida mused aloud. "It's too far away," Jay replied. "Yes, that's true. Let's return to China instead," Alida agreed, realizing her idea was impractical. She wanted to go back to China. Once in Indonesia, Jay would find out the general route to return home. Indonesia has international networks that haven't been destroyed. India didn't experience major natural disasters like earthquakes, and resources remained intact as people turned into zombies. Returning to China would be more familiar. A few days later, they arrived on the highway outside Indonesia. Though there had been no earthquake here, the road was covered with dry corpses and bloodstains. Once the country with the largest population, now there are hardly any living people left, only zombies remain. "We're about to enter Indonesian territory," Jensen said. The others were also very excited. This Indonesian city was a major urban area in their country, home to many wealthy neighborhoods. And compared to other cities, it had relatively fewer people. Here, Jay planned to part ways with them. "You're leaving already? Why not enter Indonesia together?" Jensen suggested. Their group was strong, and having them around would provide extra security. "No need, we want to return to Huaxia," Alida directly declined. Return to Huaxia? Jensen thought Alida's idea was far-fetched. Not only had their country turned into a land of zombies, but planes couldn't fly anymore. How could they fly back to Huaxia, especially considering there was an ocean between their countries? "Thank you for guiding us. Here's something small as a token of gratitude," Alida said, handing over some vegetables and fruits to Jensen. Seeing these fresh vegetables and fruits, Jensen's eyes lit up, but he felt a bit reluctant as he thought about their departure. However, Alida and her group were resolute, so they did not insist on holding them back further. Hudson and Adelaide ran over to say goodbye to Vera. "I hope we can meet again someday." Hudson seemed a little reluctant. "Take this as a gift." Hudson took out a dagger. "Mom says weapons can protect you." "Thank you. You two are my best friends." Vera thanked them. "Leisha, go with them," Megan said. Though she was unwilling to part with her child, she knew her daughter would have a better life with them. "No." Vera firmly refused. She wanted to stay with her mom. "Daughter." Megan hugged Vera tightly. No matter how difficult the future might be, she would do everything to protect her child. She would. Chapter 223, Simple and Brutal. After Ivory waited for her son to say goodbye to the child, she immediately summoned 3 pterodactyls. My goodness, what are those? People in the crowd couldn't help but scream when they saw these 3 giant beasts. Big birds. No, those must be dragons. The crowd watched as the 3 pterodactyls appeared suddenly, filled with fear. Although the 3 pterodactyls looked terrifying, they remained stationary beside those Chinese people. Will rode one by himself, already quite skilled at it. The remaining 2 were ridden by Jay holding Daeun, and Ivory holding Nikki. Under everyone's astonished and incredulous gazes, Ivory and her group watched as the pterodactyls soared into the sky. "They left on dragons," the crowd exclaimed. Not only were they amazed, but Jensen and Max were also shocked. "No wonder they didn't go with us. With such flying beasts, they don't need to worry about zombies at all," Jensen said. He had thought it was a mere dream for them to return to China. Now it seemed truly possible. "Leader, what kind of power does that woman have? She can control so many strange creatures," Max asked curiously. "I don't know either. I just thought she was an ordinary woman at first." He believed that woman had survived until now because of Jay, just as his wife and child could live because of him. Jensen, looking at these fresh fruits, took a bite. They were deliciously fresh, as if freshly picked. "The rest we will split between our 2 families," Jensen said. "Yes, yes." Max excitedly agreed, taking a bite as well, which was indeed delicious. Lately, everything they ate was too dry. Eating fruit made him feel much more hydrated. Haley saw the Chinese people simply summon huge beasts and fly away. Those Chinese people have left. Let's see how Haley acts now. Some who disliked Haley gloated. Of course, there were still some kind-hearted people saying, "Be compassionate, their widows and orphans. But most people gossiped maliciously. Even if they spoke up for her, none would offer real help. Adriana hid the chocolate given by Dayan and tightly held onto the dagger in her hand. Meanwhile, Ivory sat atop the pterodactyl and flew towards the city of Indonesia. Though known as a major city in Indonesia, it could only be compared to a second-tier city in China. However, the zombie population in Indonesia City was significantly smaller. In other Indonesian towns, zombies were packed densely together. Here, the zombies on the streets could still move around somewhat freely. She also witnessed the overcrowded population here, explaining why zombies spread so quickly. In Europe and Asia, the infection wouldn't spread as fast due to lower population density. That should be the Indonesian Mall. Jay pointed to the towering building ahead, especially noting the large sphere on top, a landmark. Jay had visited there before, shopping and bringing gifts for Ivory. Great. Let's go there, Ivory said. Ivory controlled the pterodactyl to land on the rooftop of the building but didn't put them back into the space. Instead, she let them wander outside waiting for them. Ivory released 3 giant spiders, seating Dayan and Nikki on them for protection. The door to the first-floor terrace was locked, so Will dismantled it. His mechanical arm was incredibly powerful. He could easily lift a car. The Indonesian Mall still had plenty of supplies, though zombies abounded. Both Jay and Will cleared out the zombies. Will's dark silk ability was indeed formidable. These zombies rushing over never reached them, their heads severed by the dark silk mid-rush. Comparatively, Jay's control over the dark silk was less adept. Aiming for their heads, he often ended up severing arms. Some shelves in the mall were somewhat disordered, but most remained untouched. These had turned into zombies, thus unable to do much else. Ivory collected quite a lot of items and gathered some gold from the jewelry stores, but it wasn't enough for upgrading her farming space. Zombie corpses were directly absorbed into the black earth space. Her soil now consisted of black particles. Those corpses were decomposed by the black earth. After gathering things, they found a hotel, cleared out a floor of zombies, and rested there temporarily. They stayed in a 5-star hotel in Indonesia, viewing the zombies roaring below through massive windows. Inside the room, Jay directly powered the air conditioning using electricity, keeping the room quite cool. Ivory also found a mobile phone from Indonesia and directly turned it on. However, everything was in the international common language, so Ivory handed it over to Jay. The network signal in Indonesia has collapsed. Jay frowned and said. Their country doesn't have a satellite launch system, so naturally, the signal is unstable. Now with the infrastructure damaged, Jay analyzed roughly. While they were trying to figure out a solution, Ivory noticed Will's mechanical arm. How could she forget Fernando? She hurriedly summoned Fernando and directly asked if there was any way. Ivory only saw Fernando eat the metal phone directly. Mom, why did Fernando eat the phone? Dayan exclaimed in horror. Jay and Will were also very surprised, but as its owner, Ivory was also surprised at first, but soon sensed it. This is their unique ability. This way, it can directly obtain knowledge from the metal, Ivory explained. In other words, if various data were stored on the hard drive, it just needed to eat it to gain the information. So simple and brutal. This small amount of knowledge took less than a few seconds to digest. Fernando, project the map of Indonesia, Ivory said. Soon, Fernando directly projected the map using light. Wow, Fernando is so cool, Dayan praised. Thank you. Fernando was an advanced metallic lifeform, so it still had some emotions. She hadn't thought about Fernando's capability these past few days. Otherwise, she would have figured out the Indonesian phone earlier and wouldn't have to travel with those people, wasting so much time. Connect to the satellite, Ivory said. There are 23 mobile satellites, which one should I connect to? Fernando asked. There were actually this many satellites. She remembered clearly that each country had launched no more than a dozen satellites in total, yet there were really this many. Chapter 224, Airplane. They could directly link to the best signals or establish comprehensive links. Once connected, they would monitor the situation across the country through little gold. It was truly unbelievable. No wonder the technology of metallic life in the underground world was so advanced and well informed about surface conditions. This way, they could almost grasp everything happening on Blue Star. That night, Jay and the other 2 adults stayed up all night, reviewing recent global events. Recently, various disasters had struck Blue Star, highlighting the stark contrast between developed and developing countries. Developing countries, especially those already backward, struggled even with minor natural calamities and required international aid. Now, facing multiple disasters, their plight was dire. In contrast, developed countries acted swiftly, establishing safety bases and mobilizing national resources. From what I've seen, several developed countries are planning to form an alliance, Ivory said. Countries involved included America, Europe, Uruguay, Russia, and others 8 in total aiming to create an alliance to handle this crisis. Now, more people, especially children, are manifesting special abilities. Children, being the hope of the future, became a priority in large safety bases. Those who exhibited abilities were taken under state protection. Their base in Tianjin City, also known as the Blue Star Alliance Base, seemed to be doing fine. After understanding Blue Star's current situation, the 3 felt somewhat heavy-hearted. Previously, Earth's population was over 5 billion, now it had significantly decreased, perhaps only 1/3 remained. This silent disaster had caused such massive loss of human life. Survival of the fittest, Will muttered after a long pause. Will was right. Only the strong and adaptable could survive. The overall environment of Blue Star had changed drastically. Those who couldn't adapt would eventually die off. Just like in A Pride of Lions, lionesses wouldn't feed a disabled cub, no matter if it was her own offspring. With little gold, they could fly back to Blue Star on a pterodactyl tomorrow. We can fly back by airplane, Jay suggested. Airplane? Can you pilot it? Ivory asked Jay. Of course, Jay replied confidently. He knew how to fly planes. For such a long distance, flying by plane is indeed more comfortable, Ivory remarked. Although she owned 7 pterodactyls and could rest mid-flight, the thought of riding on a pterodactyl for so long was exhausting. Especially in bad weather. All right, Ivory agreed. Indonesia had an international airport, being the capital city of Yingwa. I'll collect more supplies tomorrow, Ivory added. The next morning, they cleared out a mall, filling the safe vaults, and eliminated numerous zombies. There might not be many zombies left in the future, so Ivory collected quite a few zombie corpses. In some luxurious neighborhoods of Yingwa, survivors still existed. The number of zombie roars has decreased recently. Is the army rescuing us? Unbeknownst to them, Jay, Will, and Ivory's creatures had cleared out these zombies. They had dealt with many zombies along the way. Fortunately, these zombies haven't evolved, Ivory noted. They were just too many, moving slowly. Unlike zombies in movies that sprinted quickly and were decayed bodies. Rather than calling them zombies, they were more like walking corpses. As they prepared to fly towards the airport on pterodactyls, on another street, zombies gathered. Mom, isn't that Vera? Adeline saw on another street where zombies had trapped several people on rooftops. They had come to Indonesia to search for supplies, leaving Megan and Vera behind deliberately. The others fled, leaving them trapped by the horde of zombies. Luckily, food supplies were abundant. 2 zombies were attacking Megan and her daughter on the rooftop. Megan placed her daughter on a higher platform, smashing one zombie's head but struggling with another large, possibly 200 to 300 pounds, unmutated zombie. Mom. Vera panicked, thinking of using her dagger to help Megan. But before she could jump down, Megan was bitten on the neck, and toxins rapidly spread. Mom. Vera's face turned pale as she saw her mom being bitten, and without thinking, she jumped down. She attacked the large, fat zombie with a dagger in her hand. However, Vera was so small that she didn't even reach the thigh of the zombie. She was immediately lifted up by the zombie who wanted to grab her. Don't. Megan's skin had already turned grey, but her remaining sanity drove her to protect her daughter. But the toxin spread too fast, quickly overwhelming her rationality, leaving only an insatiable craving for flesh in her mind. Then, sensing the scent, she started tearing toward the little girl. Vera cried and ran, desperately shouting for her mom. Just as she was about to be caught, suddenly, a thick green vine extended from above, wrapping around her waist and lifting her into the air. Ivory retracted the vine, bringing her onto the pterodactyl's back. Vera, are you okay? Adeline asked with concern. They had all witnessed the scene. My mom. My mom. Vera sobbed with red eyes, still shouting loudly. She hoped the woman below would respond to her, but she didn't. Katrina had completely turned into a zombie, her eyes vacant, roaring everywhere. This was the first time Ivory had seen how fast this infection could spread. The toxin spreading through the neck was especially quick. If it had bitten other parts of the body, it might have been slower. It wouldn't have mutated in just a few minutes. My mom has turned into a zombie, Vera said despondently, tears streaming down her face. Your mom would be very happy knowing you're safe, Ivory said, because she saw Megan initially resisting the zombie urge. But when Ivory rescued Vera, Megan showed a faint smile at the corner of her mouth, seemingly giving up resistance and letting the toxin invade her brain. I will definitely live on well, Vera said, remembering her mother telling her to live well. Chapter 225 Earthquake. Vera's eyes were red-rimmed as she stared at Elvin's mother on the platform, who had already undergone a mutation. She couldn't bear to leave. We should go, Alida said. They couldn't stay here for too long. Vera reluctantly looked down at Megan at the bottom of the building. Mom. Vera shouted with all her might. This was the last time she would call out to her mother. We're leaving, Alida said. Adeline patted Vera, who was sitting in front of her, offering comfort, but she knew that no consolation would work at this moment. There was a minor delay, but it did not hinder their journey to the Indonesian airport. This international airport in Indonesia was still quite large. While zombies roamed outside, there were many survivors inside the airport. The airport still had various duty-free shops and malls where the survivors managed to live off. They had closed all the airport's entrances, so the number of wandering zombies outside was not significant. Look, what's flying in the sky? Someone standing on the second floor of the airport saw Alida and company arriving on pterodactyls. Are those pterodactyls? Aren't those models? They're flying toward us, people exclaimed, amazed at the 3 pterodactyls in the sky. The pterodactyls landed on an aircraft. How about this one, a small passenger plane? Jay suggested, noting it was a small passenger plane, expensive yet comfortable inside. After all, it would be a flight of 7 or 8 hours. Alida called back the pterodactyls, and Jay and Will entered the plane first. There were 2 men inside the cabin who were startled when Jay and Will barged in. Who are you? The 2 men looked fierce, holding baseball bats. Jay didn't bother talking and sent a bolt of lightning, instantly stunning the 2 men. A burnt smell filled the air. Will tossed the 2 men out of the plane. Dayan and Adeline had grown used to such scenes, but Vera was genuinely taken aback by the situation. Jay and Will cleared out the plane. Jay then attempted to start the engine. Rumble. The plane roared to life. Jay checked the fuel gauge, which still had 2/3 of its fuel remaining, plenty enough. With only them on board, the weight would be light, further conserving fuel. Come on up, Will said. Seeing that the plane could indeed start, a leader led the 3 children aboard. Not far away. That plane has started. There's a pilot. Are they going to leave? The loud rumble of the plane stirred excitement among a few who heard it. It's the plane, it's starting. Some people exclaimed excitedly. They desperately wanted to leave this place. Seeing the plane start up, some immediately ran toward it. In the cockpit, Jay was adjusting the equipment while Will, though unable to fly, assisted from the co-pilot seat. It was a small private jet, with VIP seats littered with food trash left behind by the 2 men Will had just thrown out. A leader threw out the remaining supplies and cleaned up the trash. With 3 children present, and considering Vera's fragile emotional state, keeping things clean was important. Vera's clothes were dirty and torn from riding on the pterodactyls. A leader found new clothes and shoes for Vera, helping her change into a clean outfit and trimming her hair. Thank you, Vera said. In the cockpit, Jay finished configuring the equipment and explained some basic operations to Will. Most of the work was handled by AI, with the main focus being on the primary pilot. Just as everything was ready for takeoff, a warning alarm sounded in the cockpit. Through the monitor, Jay saw several people blocking the front of the plane, waving frantically. Jay frowned, not expecting anyone else to be here. The control panel kept alarming because as long as someone was nearby, the safety protocol wouldn't allow forced takeoff. We need to drive those people away, otherwise, the plane can't take off, Jay said with a frown. Will looked at the people, his voice grave. Getting them to leave won't be easy. Unless they were killed directly, then there'd be no one to block their departure. I'll handle it, Will said. Jay, watching the people in front of the plane, pressed a button. As the plane's cabin door opened, the people outside instantly became excited, feeling that they could finally leave the city. Several people immediately squeezed into the cabin. Let us in. Take us with you. There were about 7 or 8 people in the group, including men, women, and children. A few quick-eyed individuals took the opportunity to crawl in. Will frowned slightly and was just about to use his ability. Suddenly, the plane started shaking. Oh no. It's an earthquake. This unexpected earthquake threw everyone into a panic. Earthquakes were rare in Indonesia, but now the plane was shaking. We have to take off right now, Jay said. At this moment, there was no time to deal with the people who had already rushed in. Jay quickly closed the cabin door. But there was still one man trying to climb up. He was instantly decapitated by Will's dark threads. Blood splattered everywhere. The few people who had climbed in were instantly terrified by the sight. Suddenly, they realized something. The person who let them in wasn't here to help them but to kill these troublesome individuals. Jay immediately started the plane, which was now shaking due to the earthquake. The people who had come aboard huddled together, trembling, losing the boldness they had when rushing in. Rumble. The plane began to roar and then took off. Jay manually piloted the plane, followed by intense turbulence. Finally, the plane took off and could only gradually climb once it stabilized. A leader released Fernando to assist Jay. Rumble tilde tilde tilde. Looking out of the plane's window, the things on the ground were continuously shrinking. Cracks began to appear on the ground, and many zombies were buried under buildings. The few people who had climbed onto the plane felt as if they had narrowly escaped death when they saw the earthquake below. Fortunately, the earthquake lasted only a few minutes. A leader noticed the extra strangers in the plane and frowned slightly, but she also saw that the situation had been urgent. The plane could not take off if it detected anyone inside the cabin or around it. Chapter 226, Activating the Meteorite. We just want to leave. Please, please don't kill us. One of the women couldn't bear the pressure anymore and begged Will with tears. Don't be afraid, there are so many of us here. We're already on board. You're Huaxia nationals, right? So am I. Fellow countrymen don't harm each other, Aoric said excitedly. Unexpectedly, this aircraft was operated by Huaxia people. He had been discriminated against here but managed to survive thanks to his strength. Shut up, Will said coldly. He was usually quite irritable and even suffered from intermittent explosive disorder, prone to killing. But at this moment, he didn't continue his actions. The plane was already in the air. Killing them would fill the cabin with blood and there were children present. You all be quiet, Will said coldly. You stay here. Don't go into the VIP cabin. Will pointed to the front VIP compartment where a leader and the 3 children were. This plane wasn't very spacious. Okay. The Huaxia national hurriedly nodded. The remaining Indians did not argue. Everyone felt like they had survived a disaster and hadn't thought of anything else. These Indians on the plane were among their nation's elites, residing in wealthy areas. It wasn't something anyone could afford to do. A few people leaned back in their seats to rest, some busy coming aboard, forgetting about dropped items. The plane continued its ascent, following the designated route from Huaxia's capital city directly. Hopefully, no other planes were flying in this apocalyptic era. At least, the chances of colliding were minimal. But Jay didn't dare be careless. Only when the flight stabilized did he slightly relax. Mom, I'm hungry, Daeun said. Daeun wasn't really that hungry, but he sensed Gabby's hunger. Knowing she was hesitant to speak up, he asked for her. All right, I'll get you something to eat, Alida said. She took out various food items and fresh fruits from her space ring and distributed them among the 3 kids. Thinking Jay and Will hadn't eaten, Alida prepared to take some food to the cockpit. Seeing Alida holding the food, those who were hungry couldn't help drooling. An Adela intercepted Alida. Can you give me some food? The Adela spoke in imperfect Huaxia language. Alida frowned, intending to refuse, but noticed a colorful jade pendant around the woman's neck. I can, but you must trade your necklace for it, Alida said, changing her mind after seeing the necklace. The Adela hesitated for only a moment before removing her necklace. It was a gift from her boyfriend, now turned into a zombie. This jade was supposed to bring her luck, and she had indeed seemed lucky on this journey. But now she was out of food, especially craving the fresh fruit. Yes. Katrina quickly unclasped her necklace and handed it to Alida. Alida took the necklace, feeling a warm energy flow through it, silently pleased though she didn't show it. She handed over the food and a bottle of water to the woman. Thank you. Katrina thanked profusely, clutching the pile of food and hurrying to a corner to protect it. Seeing this, others wanted to trade as well, jewelry, rings, etc. While most items were useless to Alida, she traded an apple for a gold ring. Upon getting the apple, Ansel immediately bit into it, while others could only swallow their saliva. Alida then went to the cockpit and gave 2 servings of food to Jay and Will. We will arrive at the capital airport in about 7 hours. But we don't know the current situation there, Jay said. Isn't there a large base established outside the capital? Plus, there are underground safety bases. Alida replied. They had seen the capital earlier, and it was indeed the safest area in Huaxia. There are many devolved beasts in the capital, mostly from the wildlife park mutations, Alida explained. We're heading to the abandoned districts of the capital, Jay mentioned. Because the flight route led only to the capital airport, which had been deserted for half a year. The urban area of the capital had long been occupied by mutated beasts. Instead of staying in the wild outside, these beasts chose to inhabit the human city. Could it be because there was shelter from wind and rain? In their Huaxia nation, there were too many mutated plants and devolved beast. Of course, other countries also had them, but Huaxia had too many strange varieties. Like the kangaroos in Australia that had all undergone mutation, and due to their large numbers, they had become a disaster. Thinking of the kangaroos in Australia, Alida actually wanted to capture one herself. After all, Australian kangaroos already had very developed muscles, and now being mutated, they had become even more powerful. She would capture one when she had the chance. Alida felt like she was becoming more like a zookeeper. Alida held the jade in her hand. What made her excited was that this thing was actually a meteorite. Although it was only as big as a fingernail, she remembered how the meteorite last time had upgraded her space ring. Of course, because the energy was too great, the space ring had closed for a while to upgrade. Alida did not want the space ring to close again. However, the meteorite she saw this time was slightly different from the last one. So, she took it to Jay. Jay was also surprised when he saw it. After all, such things were hard to find. This is probably an activation-type meteorite, Jay said and continued to explain. It's so small, it can probably activate 2 or 3 times at most, Jay added. It could awaken people's superpowers, but the success rate varied from person to person. Although Alida knew this thing wasn't for enhancing abilities, she was a little disappointed. But then she thought that if the meteorite upgraded, her space ring would close for another period to upgrade, which would be troublesome. Alida looked at the small meteorite and didn't put it into her space ring for the moment. Instead, she put it in her pocket. This activation meteorite required someone to hold it and drip blood on it, almost like recognizing its owner through blood. Chapter 227, Return to Huaxia Country. Watching the plane climb into the clouds, everyone finally left the place full of zombies, and couldn't help but sigh with relief. When people realized this, their mood stabilized a bit. After all, they were safe in the plane now. Where is this plane flying to? One person asked. I don't know either, as long as we are not staying where the zombies are, said a man who was still in fear, remembering that he never had a full night's sleep at the airport every day due to the zombies roaring outside. Don't grab my food came from a corner of the cabin, where fighting and quarreling voices could be heard. It was the woman who had exchanged her necklace for meteorites with Alida, so Alida gave her a lot of food. You bastards, this is mine. We are all human beings, why not share some with us? The sounds of fighting outside the cabin drew Alida's attention. Mommy, there are people fighting outside, Dayan frowned. Vera had only eaten a few bites. She had no mood after losing her mother just now. Perhaps because she was too tired, Vera fell asleep on the plane, and Alida covered her with a small blanket. Alina also prepared to rest along with Dayan. Just sleep, Mommy will go and see, said Alida. Little Hay originally curled up on the seat sleeping, but when Alida got up, Little Hay followed her out. Alida saw 2 men fighting over the woman's food as soon as she stepped out of the cabin. This woman was the very one Alida had exchanged meteorites for her necklace with. If it were others, Alida would not interfere. However, right now they were all on the plane, and the noise was bothering the children's sleep. Moreover, the necklace that the woman exchanged was quite valuable. Therefore, Alida decided to intervene. Alida stretched out her hand, rarely doing anything personally as she usually had her pets to protect her. This time, when Alida raised her hand, a long vine sprouted from her hand, directly tying and suspending the 2 men in the air inside the cabin. Annoying, Alida said coldly. Ah, save me. The other people were frightened by the sudden emergence of the vines, and never expected this woman before them to also be an awakener. They swallowed hard. If I hear any more noises, Alida made a gesture as if touching her throat. At that moment, Little Hay sensed Alida's mood and then jumped onto the bound men following the vines. Little Hay extended its claws, scratching both men's faces and drawing blood. Ah! The two could not help screaming in pain, quickly stopping as they had just seen what Alida did. Katrina, whose food had been snatched back, hurriedly picked up her food. Immediately, the cabin became silent, with no one daring to speak anymore. By the time Alida returned, the children had already fallen asleep. Looking at the sleeping children, Alida felt warmth in her heart. Though the outside world was in ruins, having children meant there was hope. After Alida's warning, those people outside behaved well, being quiet and not stirring up trouble again. Alida lay down on her seat and fell asleep as well. Soon it turned dark. The plane had been flying for about 5 or 6 hours and was about to arrive in Huasha country. One of the passengers from Huasha country suddenly got excited upon recognizing familiar lands beneath the plane. "I'm back. I've finally come back," exclaimed Ansel. Then others noticed it too, seeing no zombies below. "This is Huasha country. We've actually arrived here." Unlike the excitement of the Huasian passenger, these Indian people appeared uneasy. "Why have we flown here?" A few people frowned. One of them had previously traveled to Huasha country. "The supplies here are rich, and there seem to be no zombies below." Looking down from the window, they saw no zombies but lush green trees. Their eyes gradually brightened, as vegetation signified food. Although they arrived in Huasha country unexpectedly, as long as they could survive and were not in a place where zombies ate humans everywhere, the airport was now covered by large green trees and thick vines, and even mutant beasts were startled by the passing plane. "It cannot land here," Jay frowned, unable to see the runway which was covered by dense green plants. While Jay was figuring out how to land, suddenly a giant python coiled on the control tower of the airport woke up from its slumber due to the roaring sound of the plane. SSS. The plane began to experience turbulence, and Jay, gripping the control stick, had no choice but to attempt an emergency landing. "Hold on tight," Jay shouted into the intercom, his words directed at Alida. "We're making an emergency landing." After Jay spoke, he felt a sudden jolt through the aircraft. Alida tightly held onto the 3 children, as the sound of the plane's engines roared. The severe turbulence had already roused the children from their sleep. Roaring. The plane emitted a sharp, ear-piercing noise. Jay struggled to maintain control over the aircraft. Fortunately, it was a small passenger plane. With a loud boom, both wings plunged into large trees, breaking off in the process. Fortunately, there wasn't much aviation fuel left in the plane. "Get off the plane quickly," Jay said. Despite the limited amount of aviation fuel, there was still a risk of fire or explosion. The plane's cabin opened, but the slide failed to deploy. Everyone braced themselves and jumped down. Luckily, they landed on soft grass, which cushioned their fall. Alida jumped down while holding Vera, and Jay and Will each carried one child as they jumped down too. Roaring. The plane started emitting sparks. "Hurry, run," someone in the crowd yelled. "The plane is about to explode." People quickly moved away from the plane. Once they were far enough, the plane behind them erupted with a deafening explosion. Though flying by plane was relatively comfortable, it certainly didn't offer the same as riding on the back of a pterodactyl. However, the danger level was incredibly high. One mistake could lead to an explosion, perhaps due to the dangerous environment they were in. Alida looked back. Although the plane had exploded, the fire did not spread. Only the plane itself burned, and oddly, the surrounding trees and deep green leaves remained unscathed. In a typical forest fire, it would take days or even longer to extinguish the flames. Instead, the leaves, when exposed to the fire, melted into a green, sticky liquid, releasing a pungent odor that became unbearable after a short time. Chapter 228, Kyoto Base. "Let's go," Ivory said. Then she hastily summoned the pterodactyl. Now, each person would have to hold one child. It was quite fair. Those few Indians who were sitting in their airplane were dumbfounded at this sight. "What do we do now? There are plants everywhere. There must be something edible," one of them said, looking around at the greenery. "Well, what's that over there?" A woman pointed in horror at the tower ahead where a giant python was circling above it. "Python," Ansel muttered, only managing to mouth the words. Everyone retreated a few steps in fear. None dared to step forward anymore or quarrel loudly, for fear of alarming the massive python. On the other side, Ivory had already mounted the pterodactyl, flying above the dense foliage below. "Should we head straight back to Chenyin City, or go to the Kyoto base?" Ivory asked. She was quite curious about the Kyoto base. "Either way, you decide," Jay said. Since they were already here, they might as well tour the Kyoto base. She had heard there were many psychics in the Kyoto base and wanted to see for herself. The safe zone of Kyoto was established outside the capital. The place they were in now was the original Kyoto, which was huge, incredibly huge. After all, being the capital and a first-tier city, it once housed millions of humans. Even though it now exudes a wilderness vibe, one can still tell how prosperous this city used to be. What was once a human habitation has now become a paradise for mutant beasts. Many different mutants roamed amidst the ruins of the city, with some even engaged in fierce battles. With their strong reproductive capabilities, these mutant beasts quickly took over this place. Flying directly over Kyoto, they gazed down at the city. Many tall buildings were still standing firm. However, vines entangled these structures, and various crawling beasts could be seen. Some mutant birds also flew about but scattered upon seeing the pterodactyls and did not dare approach again. After about half an hour, they finally arrived at the Kyoto base. "So big, so tall," Ivory exclaimed. The walls were at least 20 stories high, and not only that, electric wires were set up on the walls. Ivory instructed the pterodactyl to land. They all dismounted from the pterodactyl. A road was constructed here with cars driving along it. This place seemed like it had returned to the past. Carrying the children, they headed toward the entrance of the Kyoto base. To enter the Kyoto base required full body scanning to prevent carrying viruses or other hazards. Most residents in the Kyoto base were originally from Kyoto, while some came from nearby areas. The Kyoto base could be considered the most complete large-scale base currently. If in China, there were 4 major bases: Kyoto base, Shigang base, Modu base, Hongjiang base. The rest were smaller bases in various cities. To enter the Kyoto base, comprehensive scanning was required, and to live in the Kyoto base was needed. They, as new entrants to the Kyoto base, had no tool. But for Ivory, it didn't matter since she had plenty of vegetables in her space that could be exchanged for. They carried the 3 kids through the scanning process. Ivory specifically instructed Dave and Adeline not to use their psychic powers. There was a rule in Kyoto that if a child is a psychic, they would be raised by the state. Ivory didn't want trouble and decided to keep the 2 children's abilities hidden. Inside the Kyoto base, aside from the towering walls surrounding it, the environment inside seemed like a different world altogether. The 3 kids stared wide-eyed at everything around them, filled with curiosity. Small shops, various malls, and stores lined the streets. An additional feature was the physical training gyms. Also present were street-side radio and television broadcasting continuously about mutant creatures' abilities. Among them was a large glass building with slides and an indoor play castle for children. Dave was instantly attracted. Ivory and Jay went into the mall, noticing Will was gone. "Where is he?" Ivory asked, turning around only to find him missing. "He has his own life," Jay smiled, knowing Will wouldn't always follow them. In fact, that night, they talked a lot, especially since they were twins. Despite years apart, there was still a faint telepathic connection between them. Jay recalled what was said that night. "Thank you back then," Jay suddenly remembered and said. Back then, when Ivory was targeted on her way home at night, it was Will who saved her. That night was dark, and Ivory mistook Will for Jay, leading her to be upset with Jay for some time. Because he saved her but didn't leave her side. This led to Ivory's misunderstanding. Will seemed a bit guilty because at that time, he would always unintentionally appear beside Ivory, pretending to be Jay. Back then, Jay bore the brunt of many misunderstandings as Ivory thought Jay had developed schizophrenia. Jay's gentle nature always made him considerate towards Ivory, unlike Will who frequently had a cold expression. "I won't disturb your life," Will said in a deep voice, though there was a suppressed emotion in his eyes. Without any words exchanged, both men understood each other. "I envy you," were Will's final words to Jay. Ivory didn't have much reaction when Will left. "Where does the child want to play?" Ivory pointed to the large amusement park. After entering the mall, Dave ran straight to the playground. Hey, you can't enter. You need to pay with to enter," a woman stopped Dave directly. Ivory noticed that the playground had few children, most families couldn't afford it. Those who had usually kept them for exchanging food, in essence, this were just digital currency. "How do I exchange these?" Ivory asked. "Are you from outside?" Katrina slightly frowned, her tone somewhat disdainful. Seeing they were all dressed neatly, she initially assumed they were locals, only to find out they were outsiders. "Yes, it's our first day here at the base," Ivory replied calmly. On the first day at the base, they wouldn't have any at all. "You should go to the administrative hall. Being here is useless," the woman frowned and said. By going to the administrative hall for work, they could earn. Ivory saw the woman's dismissive attitude and slightly frowned. She noticed Dave's eager look to play. Then, Ivory took out a few apples and asked, "Can I exchange these apples for entry?" Seeing the 3 bright red apples, the woman's eyes lit up in surprise and excitement. Chapter 229, Special Operations Team. "Are you sure?" the woman asked in surprise. Vegetables and fruits were very expensive nowadays since they all had to be grown in greenhouses. Plants outside had all undergone mutations, with some fruits tasting bad or even being toxic. Most of them had unknown toxicity levels and were still under study. Therefore, fresh vegetables and fruits remained highly valuable. "Of course," Alida said indifferently, and she was prepared to give more if it wasn't enough. "How about I give you 2 more? I have 3 kids," Alida added. Saying this, Alida gave the woman 2 more apples. Katrina excitedly stashed away the apples and then said, "All right, go play now." She immediately credited Alida with 6 points. This was a great deal. It was like getting 5 apples for just 6 points, knowing that each apple now cost 5 points and they were small ones at that. For such large apples, it would definitely take 7 to 8 points. Now when they ate apples, they used knives to cut them into tiny pieces. The freedom to eat fruits casually was long gone. Jay was playing with the 3 children at the indoor playground while Alida watched them. It felt like they were back before the apocalypse, a time without mutated beasts, mutated plants, and zombies, just peaceful days. Alida went upstairs to browse the mall. She hadn't been there in such a long time. Seeing all these items in the mall, Alida couldn't help but feel an urge to collect everything into her spatial pocket. Afraid she might actually do that if she kept browsing, she hurriedly came down. Shopping without spending money was indeed pleasant. The Grand Mall in India was quite satisfying to loot. Vera had never seen such an indoor playground before, nor played on slides. She was rather nervous. Alexa had been brought here by her parents before, but those memories seemed blurry now. The children played for 2 to 3 hours before leaving. Mommy, the playground is so much fun, Daeun said excitedly, still craving more. Before the apocalypse, these activities were part of everyday life for children. They toured around the Jingju base again. It was really too vast. If one could live here, life would be peaceful, and children could grow up normally. However, Himena and Yang Jiuyu were both in Tianyin City, where their base was already well established. Yet, people still preferred living in places with better environments. This Jingju safety base had been built long ago, and China's infrastructure capabilities were among the top 3 globally. But now they had no points, making every step difficult in Jingju base. After touring once, Alida and Jay decided to leave the Jingju base with the children. Let's return to Tianyin City, Alida said, as Himena and Yang Jiuyu were there, and she couldn't feel at ease otherwise. Okay, Jay agreed. As they prepared to leave the Jingju base, several people suddenly arrived, surrounding Jay, Alida, and the others. What are you doing? Alida asked, frowning. I'm from the Jingju Special Forces, and our captain wants to see you, Ansel replied solemnly. Captain? Jay frowned. Jay used to be in the Special Forces, and Alida remembered how Jingju wanted to capture them earlier to bleed the psychics for research. Alida grabbed Jay's arm, regretting coming here. Visiting the Jingju base seemed like walking straight into a trap. The 3 children also hid behind Alida and Jay nervously. See us. Jay frowned, understanding that this included his wife Alida. We were planning to leave the Jingju base, Jay said, frowning again. Please come with us, Ansel frowned back. And if we don't? Alida asked coldly. Who knew what might happen? The man seemed to understand her concerns and said after some thought, the matter from last time has been resolved. What do you mean? Alida asked, frowning. You'll understand when you meet the special operations team, Ansel replied. Please cooperate with us. They surrounded them instantly. These people were psychics. Alida slightly frowned, not fearing this, though they were with 3 children. The atmosphere was tense for a moment. Where? Jay asked. Follow us, Ansel said, seeing Jay loosening up, relaxing a bit himself. Jay and Alida exchanged glances, and Alida understood his thoughts. She nodded, sensing that their hostility wasn't strong. Entering their Jingju base would lead to an internet query, as Jay was once in the Special Forces, so information came quickly. Jay and Alida followed them, boarding a black minivan together. Mommy, where are we going? Daeun asked curiously. Mommy doesn't know either. You have to be good, Alida said, not just to Daeun but also to the other 2 children. Alida looked at Vera and thought about her meteorite that could trigger her psychic power. There were 2 or 3 chances in total. Vera would follow her in the future, so she could try to stimulate her powers. The car drove for about 20 minutes and stopped in front of a villa area. Please come in, Ansel said. Jay and Alida got out of the car and walked toward the villa area, which was simply decorated inside. You can wait here, the commander will arrive soon, Ansel said and left. The large living room was only occupied by their family. Who is this commander? Alida asked. He must be newly appointed. I'm not quite clear either, Jay replied. Many changes occurred in the country after the apocalypse. Many powers were redistributed. Like now, the few major bases could almost rule themselves. Though they all belonged to China, besides sharing information, they shared nothing else. I wonder why they're looking for us. Alida frowned. It probably wasn't for blood drawing, otherwise, they wouldn't have been so courteous. Alida suddenly thought of something and squatted down, whispering a few words to Daeun. Daeun nodded and said, I understand, Mommy. They didn't wait long. About 10 minutes later, a man appeared out of thin air in the room. Alida was surprised but knew Ansel before her must also be a psychic. Teleportation, Jay murmured. This was a branch of spatial abilities, allowing one to teleport to any coordinate point they had set. Just how many coordinate points he could set now was unknown. Hello, Jay, Ansel greeted, appearing to be around 30 with short hair that looked energetic. Chapter 230 Residency. Let's cut to the chase. Why did you come looking for us? Jay said directly. I know you have deep misunderstandings about headquarters. Initially, it was Devin who conducted experiments. This research violated human ethics, so he was dismissed long ago. The man explained. The nation was in dire straits back then, especially at the beginning of the apocalypse with so many mutant beasts. Only the police guard teams defended Kyoto. Only now have the military units around Kyoto been urgently recalled. However, the production of military weapons has ceased and cannot be resumed. Thus, they could only increase the chances of awakening powers among psychics. Now the probability of psychic abilities manifesting has significantly increased, possibly due to geomagnetic storms. So what do you want to say? I've already left the National Special Forces, Jay said solemnly. All he wanted now was to live well with his wife and child. I know your wife is also a spatial psychic. Ansel changed the subject and looked at Alida. Then Ansel pressed the remote control, and the projector opposite him turned on. There were footage taken by drones showing intermittent scenes from Tianyin City. Tianyin City, that's our base, Alida exclaimed in surprise. How did they get footage from Tianyin City? These are satellite recordings. Ansel did not conceal anything from Alida. The country had the most advanced satellites that could observe the entire world. Alida remembered when Fernando connected to the satellites, several extra satellites appeared. It seems you understand the situation in China well, Alida muttered. There are a total of 56 small bases nationwide. Your base is built quite well, and you've established a network. But just half a month ago, after you fell into the inner Earth world, chaos broke out in Tianyin base. While they had fallen into the inner Earth world, people from there had also broken out, occupying Tianyin base. Upon hearing this, Alida frowned, thinking of Jimena and her friends with Jay, Kyra, Jacqueline, and Kira, who was pregnant. We have monitored the geographical fluctuations in China and had psychics specially investigate them. You are the only ones to escape from the inner Earth world, Ansel stated. After he spoke, Alida and Jay understood why Ansel had come to see them. They wanted to learn about the inner Earth world, because they highly suspected that the disaster of retrograde mutant beasts originated from the inner Earth world. Now, only a few major countries still had contact with each other. Facing a global disaster, they could only work together to overcome the difficulties. Moreover, they were currently discussing building a massive city, constructing a final fortress with the 5 major nations. Of course, this would be a very challenging project. Alida and Jay had nothing to hide anymore and directly shared details about the inner Earth world. They even drew some maps for them. I hope you can stay here for some time. Life in Kyoto, as you've seen. The man glanced at the 3 children behind Alida and said, they also need some education. This point once worried Alida, but since she had Fernando, it no longer mattered. Alida had found many hard drives in India, which Fernando devoured. With its ability to gain knowledge by eating metal hard drives, Fernando's learning skill truly made her envious. You are all psychics. Here in Kyoto, you will have better living conditions and safety, Ansel continued. Kyoto's security measures were very robust and continuously improving. The man then proceeded to ask them more about the inner Earth world. In fact, they had done research, even excavating tens of thousands of meters underground, but never found the inner Earth world. It was strange. Alida actually had an idea. The inner Earth world might be beneath volcanoes, like the hell they often spoke of. After all, no one digs beneath volcanoes, right? But she didn't share this bold idea, she let them guess on their own. It seemed they would be staying for a few days. However, Alida was concerned about the situation in Tianyin City. The best news she received was that Anselagement of Tianyin base had been taken over by people from the inner Earth world, but everyone else was temporarily safe. After all, a base couldn't function without people, right? Knowing they were safe, Alida felt relieved. She planned to use Fernando to establish internet connections and directly contact them. Soon, they were arranged to live in a residential area, with buildings up to 150 stories high. That night, Alida's family moved into their new home. The house was fully furnished, and Alida had everything else she needed in her spatial dimension. The 3 kids were darting around the room. Looks like the Special Forces headquarters wants to keep us here, Alida said, noting the clear arrangements. It's probably about the inner Earth world. We've all been monitored. I guess Will has also been kept here, Alida guessed. Her guess was right. Will had indeed been retained. The people of Kyoto must have known something, Alida speculated. But they hadn't told them the specifics. In another office. How did it go? I've kept the 3 of them here, the commander reported. Make sure they stay in Kyoto, even by force if necessary. Yes. The people from the inner Earth world have such high psychic powers. We've detected that inner Earth rocks can stimulate these abilities. The energy they emit is equivalent to that of meteorites. For the survival of China, they must find a way to increase the number of psychics. The mutant beasts outside are growing in number. Moreover, bullets are becoming less effective against them. Only psychic attacks can cause damage. Meanwhile, Alida connected to the Tianyin base network via Fernando. The signal was unstable, showing only faint scenes. The signal there has been interrupted, Fernando said. Can we connect to the satellites? Alida asked. It was possible but required a mainframe and password. She could crack the password but lacked access to the mainframe. While connecting without the mainframe was possible, it wouldn't allow full control. Knowing they were safe was reassuring. The people from the inner Earth world controlling Tianyin City meant they were stronger than her group. Let's celebrate today, Alida said. After so long living outdoors, staying in a house felt like home again. Chapter 231, Sudden Attack. Alida took out an oven and a hot pot, specially roasting durians. The whole family sat in the living room eating hot pot. It was Vera's first time seeing a hot pot, and she didn't know how to use chopsticks either. Because in her country, they usually eat with their hands or spoons. Alida then brought out a small juicer cup and squeezed a glass of blueberry juice for each of the 3 children. Blueberry juice is good for the eyes. Alida noticed Vera's tension and discomfort. These were things that needed time to change gradually. Alida looked at Alina, who used to be very nervous as well but now was very relaxed and had truly come to see Alida as her mother. The hot pot was a mixed broth type. The 3 kids were eating from the tomato broth side while Alida and Jay were eating from the spicy side. Opposite neighbor's kitchen. I think I smell hot pot. Who's eating hot pot? You must be hallucinating. Having a hot pot meal required so many ingredients that it could be considered a luxury nowadays. No, come and smell, said the woman. The man frowned. Although he thought the woman might be hallucinating, he still walked towards the window. Seeing Ansel's expression change, the woman said, I told you I wasn't lying. Someone really is eating hot pot. I want some too. I don't know when I last ate snail rice noodle soup or sour and spicy rice noodle soup. Katrina sighed. It must be the neighbors opposite, probably new arrivals. How fragrant. Let me just smell here. I must be hallucinating, but I smell durian. Yes, durian, the woman exclaimed excitedly. Most women still love eating durians very much. How can there be durian? That's impossible, the woman doubted her own nose. This place couldn't possibly produce durians. After dinner, Alida gave the 3 children baths and changed them into clean clothes. Should we let them go to school in Kyoto? Jay asked. In fact, this was also what Alida had been worrying about. School would help the children get familiar with the environment and accustomed to interacting with others. Let's wait and see, Alida said, and Jay nodded. She didn't know how long they would stay here. Life over the next few days went smoothly, without worrying about mutated beasts around. Apart from the huge metal-like city walls in the distance, everything else felt like it had returned to normal. They had lived there for several days when one morning, the whole city suddenly sounded a shocking alarm. Alida and Jay immediately woke up from their sleep. From the window, they saw several mutant beasts flying in the sky. Citizens, please return home as soon as possible. Huge announcements echoed above the city. Mutant beast. Alida frowned. Although the massive iron wall kept outside mutants at bay, it couldn't completely block those from the sky. Though powerful electric grids were set up in the sky to fend off these mutant beasts, some still broke through the grid. Soon, a row of drones attacked the mutant beasts, but the bullets fired by drones did limited damage. Boom boom tilde. Suddenly, a searing red laser beam appeared in the sky. Alida followed the source of the red beam with her eyes. It turned out to be coming from a man's eyes. 3 words instantly popped up in Alida's mind. Laser eye. The powerful anomaly pierced through the mutant bird, quickly eliminating 3 mutant birds. The electric grid still needed maintenance and repair, but this was the minimum loss. The Kyoto base indeed was a highly secure base, with formidable anomaly users, and the swarm of mutant birds was wiped out in no time. After they were eliminated, the alarm was lifted, and the Kyoto base returned to its usual calm. To the residents of the Kyoto base, this was just a minor event. Mutated beasts seldom attacked their city. In the morning, Alida and Jay bid farewell to the Special Warfare Department personnel. A contract was still on the table. They want us to join the Special Warfare Department, Alida said, frowning. Considering Jay's powerful ability, especially with his lightning-based anomalies, combined with Alida's spatial anomalies. They said we should join the Special Forces team together and form a duo. Alida hadn't quite grasped the meaning yet. After reviewing the contract, Alida understood that most of the Special Forces teams now were duos, with duo combinations, trio combinations, the minimum being 1 person and the maximum being 5 people. Most were duos, while singles were rare unless the individual possessed an exceptionally unique ability. Based on everyone's abilities, they were assigned accordingly. Combinations between abilities allowed for optimal strength. Because Alida and Jay were husband and wife, and it was the first time such an exceptional case occurred, they were given special privileges. Of course, it was also possible that they would add new members to their team, or they would join someone else's team. The special ability system in Kyoto already exists, Jay said. He had once been part of the Special Warfare Department, and while other places might not have comparable special forces teams, Kyoto's certainly did. Kyoto's research on abilities, including combat capabilities and international engagements, were all conducted secretly. He gave us 3 days to consider, Alida frowned. The benefits and conditions are quite generous, much better than when we were at the Nanning base. After all, this was Kyoto, whereas they hadn't stayed long at the Nanning base before the city was attacked by mutated beasts. But now, they were in Kyoto, with the best defenses. Should we return to Tianjin or stay here? Alida was a bit torn. The environment here was too good. If not for the small attack in the morning, she wouldn't even think this was the dangerous world of the apocalypse. The Tianjin base couldn't compare to this place at all. It was like comparing a top-tier metropolis to a small village. As for Tianjin City, although the person from the inner earth controls the base, there hasn't been any harm done to anyone, Jay explained. Alida had also seen through her connection with Little Gold's satellite that Jimena and the others were continuously training. However, Jimena didn't seem to have revealed her own abilities. Kyoto was hundreds of kilometers away from Tianjin City. If they wanted to go back, they would have to take the 3 children with them. Although they could ride on pterodactyls, there would still be various dangers along the way. Moreover, Alida had discovered through Little Gold's satellite that China was filled with mutated plants and wild beasts, all extremely ferocious. The peaceful life they had enjoyed over the past few days here was exactly what they had been looking for. Wasn't their goal to find a safe and secure place? Chapter 232, Agreeing to Join. Alida was deep in thought. The contract says that psychics joining the Special Warfare Department only need to be assigned to a region and ensure its safety, Jay said. Just like the bird attack this morning, a psychic with laser eyes quickly appeared to clear it up. Everyone yearns for a safe and stable life, and Alida was no exception. The first phase of the contract is 3 months, Jay added. The first phase lasts 3 months, the second phase 1 year, and the third phase 3 years. Benefits are also subject to evaluation, and there were many details spanning several pages. Alida hadn't gone through them carefully. Should we stay for 3 months and see how it goes? Alida asked. Okay. Thus, they decided to sign the first phase contract, becoming junior defenders. In Jingju, defenders are responsible for urban security and receive some basic benefits. Even these basic benefits far surpass those of ordinary residents in Jingju. The remaining higher-ranking officials include combatants. These psychics handle dangerous missions like searching for supplies outside the base. Actually, based on Jay's abilities, he could have joined the combatants, but due to matters concerning the inner Earth world, he was assigned here instead. Alida and Jay prepared to contact the base personnel to sign their first phase contract. Meanwhile, headquarters, Ansel who came in with them has left the Jingju base. Our people failed to capture him. The man bowed his head, awaiting criticism. The man frowned slightly and said, it doesn't matter if one got away, the couple remains at the base. Yes. Given the dangers outside the base, he didn't want to send more people out just to capture one person. As long as the couple was still there, they could get news about the inner Earth world. Now, the inner Earth world was their biggest secret. Recalling what a leader had said to them that day, he couldn't help but frown. She had warned them not to go to the inner Earth world because the environment there wasn't as good as on the surface, which is why so many people risked their lives trying to come up. However, psychics coming from the inner Earth were all very strong, and the advanced high-tech weapons they carried were several times more advanced than theirs. Elsewhere, Alida and Jay signed the 3-month contract. Their task was to protect the residential area where they were assigned. This residential area had 20 buildings, with approximately 10,000 residents. There was no way around it. The population of Jingju base was too large and spread over a vast area. No wonder they assigned us to live in this neighborhood, Alida remarked, seeming to understand their intentions. Even if they hadn't wanted to stay, they would have found ways to keep them here. They were given a tablet containing a virtual map of the entire Jingju base. Each area had designated defenders marked with red stars. The higher the number of red stars, the stronger the defenders in that area, indicating higher real estate value. After all, everyone wants to live in a safe place. Of course, there were areas without red stars, often referred to as slums. Their neighborhood saw an increase in red stars. News exploded across the community chat groups. Our neighborhood now has red stars. Psychics live among us. We don't know who they are yet. Our property values have skyrocketed. That's fantastic. Previously, their neighborhood had a red star, but after a fierce underground beast attack, the psychic died, and they lost their red star. Now we don't know which building the new psychic lives in. Speculations and theories flew around the neighborhood chat group. However, Alida and Jay hadn't joined the group yet, so they were unaware of the fuss. Alida examined the map of Jingju base. Such a large base must have been expanded from previous city layouts. Jingju base had underground facilities as well, including secret military zones and various training grounds. Currently, Jingju base is undergoing construction and expansion, with most buildings being refitted with metal reinforcements. China truly excels in infrastructure. The facilities are highly advanced and well-equipped. Seldom do mutant beasts manage to breach their walls. If a large beast does attack, the defenders are responsible for repelling it. For large mutant beasts, ordinary bullets pose almost no threat, requiring heavy weapons like missiles. But these weapons are scarce and finite. They want to produce missiles and establish factories but lack the necessary equipment, manpower, and resources. Unfortunately, most people, even some scientists, have perished. The catastrophe virus was extremely unfriendly to the elderly and those with weak resistance, and most of the scientists were older people. These past few days, they strolled around their neighborhood and took the kids to play at the mall. Vera's personality had stabilized quite a bit, and she was gradually learning Chinese. In the evenings, Alida would occasionally check the video feed to observe the Tianyin base situation. Finally, they managed to contact Usher. Zaire, sister-in-law, it's really you, came the message from the other end of the phone. I'm so glad you're all right, Usher said excitedly. Alida and Jay inquired about the Tianyin base situation. Currently, Tianyin base is controlled by a man whose psychic power is gravity fields. Any creatures, including mutant beasts, must submit within his field range. He's very powerful. Not only that, but he also possesses an advanced laser weapon. They had only seen such weapons in movies before, which proves that the inner Earth world has more advanced technology than theirs. That man is too strong for any of them to defeat, and now he leads the base. His name is Eve. Life at the base isn't easy either, as they need to go out frequently to search for supplies. After all, without a leader, many supplies have to be sought externally. I want to come to Jingju to find you, Usher said, as the Jingju base was definitely safer. But the dangers along the way were considerable. I'll talk to them. But Kira is pregnant, Usher said, frowning. It was likely that Kira and Honest would not leave. Let's wait until the situation stabilizes, Jay said. Usher nodded, having no choice but to give up. Although Eve had taken control of the base, they felt uncomfortable. After all, they had built the Tianyin base themselves from scratch, and now it was led by an outsider. The power gap was just too big. Once his gravity field came into play, they couldn't even move. Chapter 233, Night Attack. These past few days, the Kyoto base had been relatively calm. However, their community group chat was bustling every day with speculations on who their area's protector might be. Recently, 5 new families have moved into our neighborhood. The first family consists of 5 people, a couple with 3 kids. They don't seem like likely candidates. The second family is just 2 brothers. Very possible. The third family has 8 members. Not very likely. The fourth one is a person with disabilities. The fifth family includes elderly members, also unlikely. Everyone felt that the 2 young and strong brothers were the most likely to be the protectors. Now no one knew who the protector was. Only when something happened would it possibly be revealed. I wonder what kind of power our area's protector will have, some people guessed curiously. Like in Zone 1, the laser eyes are really powerful. Remember our previous protector could control fire? It almost burned down our houses when fighting mutant beasts. That won't happen now, all our roofs are metal reinforced. How can you say that? That person was trying to protect us. Now, the police in the Kyoto base could only handle routine matters. If someone committed theft or other crimes, they would be punished by forced labor. Thus, the security in the base was quite good since no one wanted to do hard labor. Hard labor was indeed arduous. Unless one was extremely poor, they wouldn't go for it. Their community was very curious about who their protector was. Lately, Alida and Jay hadn't shown up much. Life felt quite easy this way. The family could stay together, at least having comfortable and fixed beds at night without needing to run around daily. They had 3 rooms in total. Jay and Alida shared one, Alexa and Vera another. Mommy, I want to sleep alone. Can I stay with you? Dayan said pitifully. You're already 4 years old. You should sleep alone. Alida patted Dayan's head, encouraging him. Seeing little Hay sleeping on the balcony, Dayan went over and picked up little Hay. Then little Hay can sleep with me, Dayan said. This time, Alida didn't refuse, so Dayan and little Hay slept together. After tidying up in the evening, they went to bed, while Alida and Jay sat in the living room. Jay was drying Alida's hair, which had grown much longer. These peaceful days are not bad, Alida smiled. Yes, everyone wants such stable and peaceful days. Beep beep beep. Just as Alida finished speaking, the alarm sounded again. She felt as if she had been proven wrong. This time their watches vibrated, indicating a giant beast attack outside the city wall. I'll go. You stay and take care of the kids, Jay said. Ordinary large beasts they could handle easily unless it was a beast tide. Be careful, Alida reminded him. The alarm kept ringing outside. Jay hurried out. Most people stayed at home, as these alarms rang several times a month, and everyone had gotten used to them. But they still turned on their TVs or mobile phones. Because every time a beast attacked, drones live-streamed the event. Although protected within the city walls, people needed to know who risked their lives to protect them. Each crisis was live-streamed, and Alida, worried, opened her TV to watch. The live broadcast was fairly clear, using high-definition cameras. Despite being nighttime, the scene was visible. This time, it appeared to be centipede-like mutants, each as big as a large dog. Buzz buzz. Constant gunfire and artillery shells, but monthly mutant attacks meant supplies were getting low. These are centipede beast. So many. I suffer from trypophobia. Too many legs. So scary. Unexpectedly, the phone screens showed comments streaming in densely. Come on. Hold your ground, humans. A red-hot beam of light flashed brilliantly in the darkness. It was the laser eye, whose eyes emitted intense laser beams, instantly piercing through a cluster of centipede mutants. Alida summoned Fernando directly and connected it to the drone, allowing her to control where it went. Fernando, can you scan and determine the level of that laser ability? Alida asked curiously. Currently, there was no machine capable of detecting ability levels. They could only judge based on battle performance. That laser eye was among the base protectors. I can detect it. Do you want me to proceed with the detection? Fernando asked. Detect. Alida's eyes lit up as she said. Male, age 28, skill, laser, energy level 5. The energy level was only 5, but his skill had very strong killing power. Most ability users were men, possessing abilities like freezing, metal control, and large-scale light waves. These people were all defenders of the Kyoto base. Soon, Alida spotted Jay. Purple lightning flickered among them, electrocuting many mutant centipedes. That's a Thunder-type ability user. Why is his color purple? Most Thunder-type ability users they had seen had blue-white lightning, but Jay's was purple. This minor beast tide involved at least dozens of defenders, all capable fighters. In just half an hour, they cleared out the small beast tide. It's over. To deploy dozens of ability users at once, this could only happen in a large base. Other bases would be lucky to have 10 ability users combined. Kyoto truly lived up to its name. It had always been a gathering place for various ability users. In the community group chat, I saw it. Our community's defender is from Building 3, 10th floor, Unit 102. The family of 5. That man, he's so handsome. And he's a Thunder type. He's our community's defender. With him here, we are much safer, and property prices might even rise. Since Alida had Fernando connected to the drone and wanted to monitor Jay's movements, the camera basically locked onto Jay's position. It was in high definition, and since they regularly conducted activities in the neighborhood, the residents quickly recognized them. I thought it was the 2 strong brothers. Only defenders can bring their families along, right? One person supporting a wife and 3 kids, and I noticed his wife didn't go out to work either, always taking care of the children or playing around the neighborhood or mall, a woman said enviously, though this comment was only made within her own home. No one would say such things in the group chat, lest they offend the defenders. Chapter 234 Exposure. Soon, this wave of the beast tide was broken, leaving behind only shattered centipede corpses and damaged roads, all of which needed to be cleared. However, they, the defenders, did not need to worry about these. The next day, once it was light, people would come to transport away these mutant centipede corpses. Some would take the mutant centipede corpses back for study and dissection. They had already studied many kinds of mutant animals and plants. Once research results were obtained, they would be immediately published online to let the residents understand them. While establishing the 5 major bases, networks were set up to share information with each other for survival purposes. These mutant centipedes' legs are extremely sharp, useful for making weapons, and their shells can be ground into a very effective medicine. It can heal wounds, so yesterday those mutant centipede's shells were all peeled off. Now various mutant beasts have proven useful after research. On that day, Alida took the children to the mall. She had her eye on a storefront here before, planning to rent it down and sell vegetables and fruits. Mainly because she had too many vegetables and fruits from her space, which matured quickly. There should also be plenty of gold in Kyoto, so she planned to continue exchanging gold or other needed items. As a result of yesterday's beast attack on the city, Jay's points had arrived, totaling 100 points. Alida bought a lot of hard disks for little gold to eat, and it was uncertain if the remaining points would be enough to rent the shop. Because all properties in Kyoto belong to the collective assets of the Kyoto base and not individuals. Thanks to their two abilities, they quickly rented a shop, though it was at the corner as it was the only one left. Shops within the Kyoto base were originally few since most areas were large malls purchased as collective assets. These small shops were rare. Alida brought the three children to play in the square in the community. Perhaps because many knew Jay's identity as a defender, many people treated them very friendly. Jay was cleaning and organizing signs in the shop. Do you need help? Two girls, looking around 17 or 18 years old, appeared lively and vibrant at the entrance of the shop. No need, the shop hasn't opened yet, Jay replied solemnly. We saw you during the live stream that day, you're our defender here. Your strength is so impressive. You look so young, not like someone who has 3 kids at all. The two girls praised Jay non-stop. If an ordinary man saw 2 beautiful women praising him like this, he might have felt quite pleased. Although monogamy was still officially observed in the Kyoto base, due to the power and benefits of being close to abnormals plus temptations, many people tried to get close to abnormals. Because abnormals had powers and could protect them, along with having points. Moreover, combining with abnormals increased the chance of giving birth to children who could develop abilities. Mothers of abnormal children enjoyed benefits in the base. Thus, many targeted abnormals. Even if some original wives were unwilling, they didn't dare divorce. This led to many young females actively trying to get closer. Alida and Jay were new in the Kyoto base, naturally unaware of these matters. Some female abnormals had 1 or 2 men around them, but most female abnormals stayed with male abnormals. Because both being abnormals significantly raised the chances of their children developing abilities. Jay's face became increasingly cold and unpleasant. The shop isn't open yet, please leave, Jay rejected them again. How could the 2 women give up such an opportunity? They had been observing, but his family always seemed to stick together. This time, they seized the chance and wouldn't easily let go. The 2 women began helping Jay with the work, intentionally getting close to him. Both women wore low-cut JK uniforms with short skirts. Though Jay was already a father, he was indeed very handsome, even more attractive than other abnormals. One of the women pretended to fall toward Jay. Jay took a step back, causing the woman to land directly on her buttocks. Ouch! Katrina cried out in pain, not expecting Jay to make no move to catch her. Why didn't you catch me? She asked, frowning with feigned disappointment. Jay looked at the 2 women, his face colder than ever. He ignored them and walked away from the shop directly. The 2 girls were stunned seeing Jay just leave like that. He just walked away like that. The girl gritted her teeth in disbelief. They had specially dressed up for today. He and his wife already have 3 kids, so there must be no passion left. Why would he act like this? We're not even as good as the mother of his 3 kids, the other girl said unwillingly. Maybe he was nervous, the 2 girls guessed. We'll take our time and slowly work on it. Let's see if we can't make him change his mind. Right. Once we are with a mutant, our treatment will improve. At least we won't have to do hard labor anymore. Anyone residing in Kyoto who was 18 years old or older had to perform 24 hours of compulsory hard labor each week. The hard labor included too many tasks: cleaning trash, construction work, infrastructure development, clearing mutant beasts, maintenance, building, etc. It was really too tiring, and these girls had never done such things before. However, the hard labor was allocated on a rotational basis without distinction between men and women, treated equally. Some girls couldn't bear it, so they came up with this plan. Just like some girls adored weakness and wanted to rise suddenly, some girls were down-to-earth and unafraid of hardships. On the other side, Alida sat on a small square, with an amusement park in front of her, featuring slides, swings, and more. The 3 children were all playing there, and Alida had reminded them, especially Shia Cable, not to release their abilities. Because children with abilities would all be taken away for centralized training, trained from a young age. After all, the future belonged to these ability-having children. Vera quickly learned the language and could basically understand and speak some basic Chinese. You 3 kids are so well behaved. Is one of those kids foreign? A middle-aged woman chatted casually with Alida. In fact, Alida was somewhat troubled by this. Chatting about trivial matters was indeed boring. Yes, that kid was saved by me, Alida said. Since we're both women, let me give you a warning. Keep a close eye on your man, especially since your husband is a mutant. Katrina leaned closer to warn Alida. Chapter 235, Shop. Alida frowned slightly, seemingly unable to understand what the woman in front of her meant. So many psychics men can't resist temptation. Isn't that too normal? Just like when men get rich, they turn bad, another woman chimed in. Several women gathered in front of Alida, talking and occasionally trying to pry for information. Sorry, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. And besides, your concerns are all unnecessary here, Alida said coldly, giving them a haughty back view. As Alida walked away, one of the women remarked, "What's so great about her? We are kindly warning her. When her husband is lured away by someone else, let's see if she cries," the women mocked. Of course, these few women also had their own petty thoughts, but none of them showed it. If my husband were a psychic, as long as he provides me with food and drink every month, I wouldn't care about anything else. On the other side, Alida was already leading the children towards the shop direction. She just saw Jay coming out of the shop looking stern as if he encountered something unpleasant, and his expression was terrible. Jay's cold eyes instantly warmed up when he saw Alida. "Anue," Jay smiled with his eyes. "Dad." Brandan ran over first, followed closely by Adriana and Alexa. Alida's bad mood from those women immediately improved upon seeing Jay. "What's wrong?" Both of them asked simultaneously, sensing that something was amiss. "A bunch of gossiping women," Alida answered first. Just after Alida spoke, she saw two young women dressed as students come out of her shop. Seeing these two, Alida understood why Jay was not in a good mood. Then she remembered the gossiping women before and knew what happened. These two female students usually would be guilty when seeing Alida as the rightful owner, but instead, both looked provocative. "Brother Xiao, we've cleaned everything inside. If you need help, remember to ask us." "Yeah, Brother Xiao, we'll find you tomorrow." Before leaving, these two female students deliberately glanced at Alida, but she did not show any anger. Instead, she secretly looked at Jay again, seeing him still calm. Alida and Jay returned to the shop and indeed found that it was almost tidied up. The shop was small, only around 12 square meters or so. She planned to sell vegetables and fruits there daily, depending on her mood. "Mommy, shall we help you sell in the future?" Brandan asked, finding selling food very fun. "Sure." Alida nodded. The two female students couldn't stir up any ripples with Alida and Jay. After being together for so long, how could they not trust each other? There might be more such incidents in the future. Alida thought about what those women said. "So, from now on, I will always be with you," Jay chuckled, hugging Alida's shoulders. Online news spread quickly, especially with an online ranking, the Defender's handsomeness chart. Originally inconspicuous, Jay suddenly rose to second place, almost matching the popularity of the top ranker. The top ranker was a 19-year-old boy with a clean and solitary air, and he possessed wind-based powers, which made him popular online. Now, Jay, a father, had surged to the second position. Alida and Jay hadn't seen this yet, currently opening the shop, arranging vegetables and fruits. "Gold, hard drives, and dead mutant beast corpses can be exchanged," Alida said, while Cecil wrote on a board stating that their vegetables and fruits could only be exchanged for items, not points. Mutant beast corpses could upgrade her black soil space, gold for her farming space, and hard drive specifically for Fernando. "Not sure what else can be exchanged for now, let's write it like this for now," Alida said. "All right." Jay wrote on the board and hung it at the entrance. The three children arranged the vegetables and fruits. Soon, their store attracted a crowd, mostly girls who came for Jay, and some who were surprised by the fresh produce. "These are blueberries. Wow. Haven't seen them for ages. And oranges, peaches, apples. My God. What am I seeing? This is a durian. There's actually durian." One woman screamed in surprise at the sight of a durian. She only placed 2 durians as samples, no need for more, just to give an idea. There were also corn and various fresh vegetables, as if they had just been picked. Can I exchange this gold necklace?" one of the women asked boldly. "Sure." Brandan replied. Gold, hard drives. These things weren't commonly traded anymore. No one expected them to be accepted here, and suddenly the crowd became excited. Many people started queuing up for exchanges. Just after a few people exchanged items, a black enforcement car pulled up in front of their shop, and 2 men got out. "Everybody, move aside, move aside." The 2 men with truncheons cleared a path instantly. These were policemen, and no one wanted to cause trouble and get taken away for forced labor. The 2 men had also done background checks. They immediately received reports that fresh vegetables and fruits were being sold here, items only available from official Kyoto stores. Those who were waiting in line to buy moved back quite a bit. "What's going on?" Alida frowned, noticing the aggressive demeanor of the policeman. "Grains, any food items are exclusively sold by official Kyoto stores. Where did you get all these things?" one of the policemen asked. People around heard this as well. "That's right. Such fresh vegetables, and even durians, where do they come from? Are they fake?" The crowd buzzed with discussion. The 2 people who had just exchanged items looked anxiously at the fruit in their hands, having focused only on buying. "These are produced by us, grown and sold by us," Alida answered calmly. "Produced by you?" The policeman clearly didn't believe it. "Did you steal them?" the other policeman asked. "Steal? Where would we steal from? If they were stolen, would I dare sell them so openly?" Alida was speechless. She didn't know that now, grains and anything related to food couldn't be traded freely. No wonder she hadn't seen food stores in other shops. Most were clothing stores. And there were very few shops in general. One needed to go to large malls to buy anything. Chapter 236, Cultivation. The 2 policemen did not believe that Alida was growing and selling her own produce, so they prepared to take Alida and Jay back for questioning. "Wait, let's verify their identities first." One of the policemen took out a palm-sized device and then performed facial recognition on Alida and Jay. Soon, the identities of the 2 people were displayed on the device, revealing that both of them were PSI abilities users. You are PSI abilities users," the policeman exclaimed in surprise. They had never encountered PSI-abilities users who ran shops before. Yeah, everyone could hear them. They all knew that Jay was a PSI-abilities user, but the policeman said you too. You too are PSI-abilities users. Does that mean the woman is also one? These vegetables. My PSI-ability is a cultivation space. These items were grown there. Do you think I can sell them now? Alida decided not to hide it any longer. With her current strength along with Jay's, they were powerful enough to protect themselves and their children. Strength gave her this confidence. Well. The two policemen were baffled, having never encountered such PSI-abilities users before. I need to consult my superiors, Ansel said nervously. A space ability that could grow vegetables and fruit. This was earth-shattering. Even the people queuing up behind them were stunned. Space cultivation PSI-abilities. My goodness. How enviable. This is a must-have skill in the end times. It's what I dream of. Among the crowd were several young girls who specifically came for Jay, including the two girls from the other day. They exchanged glances. We have no chance anymore. Yes. How could there be any chance? They had thought Jay's wife was just an ordinary person, merely a sidekick, but unexpectedly, she was not only young and beautiful but also a PSI-abilities user, moreover, a space cultivation PSI-abilities user. No wonder she could support 3 kids. She could support 5 or even 10 more. All hope was lost. I'm closing the shop for today. We'll resume selling tomorrow, Alida said. Jay immediately understood and locked the door. Those who hadn't managed to exchange anything felt unhappy. If only the police had come a bit later. Those who successfully exchanged products hurriedly went home with their fresh vegetables and fruits. They feared these items might be confiscated. What a great deal. Smelling the fresh aroma of the fruit, it was so fresh. Gold was no longer currency. It was now merely an ornament, not even worth 1 point, let alone being as valuable as a piece of clothing. Essential goods were now the most expensive items. In the capital base, it was rare to see anyone wearing particularly nice clothes. Just having clothes to wear was already considered fortunate. Seeing the door closed, the two policemen said, "We don't have the authority to handle this. We need to consult our superiors." "Sure, we understand," Alida replied. The attitudes and tones of the two policemen became much more respectful. "A PSI-abilities couple. These are gifts for you. Please inform us when there's news." Alida handed 2 apples to the 2 men. Initially, the 2 policemen wanted to refuse, but upon touching the apples and thinking of their children at home, "Thank you very much, we'll report back immediately," they quickly thanked and drove away without wasting a moment. A spatial cultivation type PSI-ability, this must be the first one, right? They had encountered PSI-abilities users with spatial abilities and those who could accelerate plant growth before. Accelerating plant growth had high status within the base now. "Hurry back and report," the policeman urged, knowing this matter wasn't something they could decide. They speculated that if they were to sell, it would likely be through official channels in the capital, not directly to individuals. The capital authorities would naturally take a cut, but perhaps private sales would be allowed as well. The capital had its own greenhouses, so vegetables weren't lacking, though there were limited varieties, and fruits were especially scarce. Due to the need to maintain food supplies for the entire capital, fast-growing crops like wheat were prioritized. Typically, a crop like wheat required the assistance of a PSI-abilities user specializing in accelerating growth to achieve such high yields. One of the policemen couldn't resist taking a bite out of the apple. "Wow, this is delicious," Ansel exclaimed. In their base, to increase production and maturity rates, they added special substances to the vegetables, and even used PSI-abilities users to accelerate the ripening process for wheat. As a result, the vegetables seemed to lose their original flavors, tasting somewhat bitter instead. While the taste wasn't ideal, and many mutant plants outside were still under research, most mutant plant fruits were inedible. As long as they could fill their stomachs, the taste of the food became secondary. "I almost forgot what real fruit tastes like," the policeman said, immersed in the experience, as it had been a long time since he had tasted such flavorful fruit. Now, the food they ate was merely to fill their stomachs, and even nutritional solutions were being researched. Basically glucose solutions. Many poor families would buy glucose to supplement their nutrition. Alida hadn't expected that her shop would close its doors less than 10 minutes after opening, so she could only put away the remaining items in her spatial cultivation ability and return home. What should we eat for dinner tonight? Alida thought. Every day, she was troubled by what to eat. "I'll cook. I want meat," Alida said, as it had been a long time since she had eaten any. "I'll go buy some," Jay said. The base sold meat from mutant beasts, all of which had been studied and approved for consumption. The meat of these mutant beasts could enhance human physical condition, making them very expensive. Jay went to the mall to buy meat, but Alida had planned to have her mutated dragon go out and hunt some for her. However, since Jay had gone, she didn't say anything. Her pterodactyl had to wait until night to sneak out. By the time she arrived at the building complex with the kids, quite a few people were already waiting for her. "Here she comes, here she comes." A group of people, seeing Alida return, excitedly gathered around. "I have gold rings here. I have necklaces. Can I use points to buy?" Several people immediately surrounded Alida, chattering excitedly. At the entrance of her building, Alida exchanged quite a bit. Seeing more people coming forward, Alida felt a bit exhausted. "That's it for today, nothing left," Alida said. Hearing there was nothing left, everyone was somewhat disappointed. "Miss Lin, when will you have more?" one Hector asked. "I'll notify you," Alida replied. After considerable effort, she managed to send these people away. Those who had exchanged items left contentedly, while those who hadn't exchanged items left with envy and regret. Chapter 237, Stimulation. Jay bought a piece of mutated beef back. Despite its small size, it cost 20 points. We can eat meat tonight, Dayan said excitedly. However, seeing the palm-sized piece of meat in Jay's hand, he realized this amount was barely enough, like a single steak, not nearly sufficient for him. Let's taste it today, and tomorrow Mom will bring you plenty of meat. Alida smiled. Okay. Dayan was still very excited. Adriana didn't say much. She just thought about what her mother had told her, that life was better now than before the apocalypse. Every day, she wore clean clothes, ate fresh food, and played with toys she had never seen before. Adriana felt fortunate, believing that even amidst the disasters outside, her current life was a paradise beyond her wildest dreams. Meanwhile, the police quickly reported to the captain, then to the base administration, eventually convening a special meeting. Since this is a spatial cultivation ability, I think she should contribute to our base. She provides us with food, and we give her points. How do we set the point ratio? Several people sat in the office to discuss. Let's first call over a leader. After all, we don't know how much she can cultivate in her space. If it's not much, buying from her wouldn't make sense, one leader said. Alright, Xiao Gaius, you personally escort a leader here. Remember to be polite. Yes, sir. At that moment, Jay was cooking in the kitchen, while a leader was cutting fruit nearby. The three children were playing with building blocks in the living room. There was a knock at the door. A leader wiped her hands and opened it, revealing a young man in uniform. Miss Lin, I'm from the base government. We would like to ask you to come with us. What's it about? Alida already had a guess. It concerns your ability, the young man responded politely. Okay, wait a moment, Alida replied. The young man waited respectfully at the door. Alida informed Jay and left with the young man. Seeing he seemed decent, she asked in the car, what fruits do you like? I like them all, Ansel replied instinctively. Alida took out a few cucumbers from her space and said, you seem nice, so I'll give these to you. Thank you, the young man stammered, then thanked her profusely. After that, the young man became even more enthusiastic, and Alida received gratitude points from her planting space. Upon entering the conference room, Miss Lin, welcome, a Hector greeted. Soon, through a series of questions, Alida understood they wanted her to sell her space-grown food to the base in exchange for points. Yes, my space is quite small with limited cultivation area, and the crops need time to mature, so I can't supply much, Alida explained. If I can't open a shop, I won't sell, she added. Let's discuss it further, Ansel suggested. Alright, but my cultivation area is indeed limited, Alida said calmly. In reality, she had plenty of food and quick-growing crops, but she didn't want to attract too much attention. These are samples for you, Alida said, taking out some tomatoes from her space and placing them on the table. Of course, if I can reopen my shop, you all will be VIPs, she clarified, leaving the rest up to them. After Alida left, the leaders continued their discussion. Indeed, such fresh fruits can't possibly be supplied in large quantities, even from a spatial cultivation. True. Why not have her register the shop under our base name, requiring only a small portion of the points as a contribution? They quickly made a decision, everyone eyeing the fresh tomatoes on the table. Meeting adjourned. The matter settled, they quickly divided the tomatoes, leaving none behind. The young man drove Alida back, the round trip taking less than an hour. He received a call and informed her, Miss Lin, the higher-ups have agreed to let you continue operating your shop under the base's name, requiring a monthly contribution of 30 points. Okay, no problem, Alida replied, then went upstairs. Just getting home, Jay had already prepared dinner, and the children were waiting for her. Mom, you're finally back, Dayan said. Let's eat together, Alida said, knowing these little ones must have been hungry but still waited for her to come back. Jay asked Alida how the shop matter was resolved. I can earn some gratitude points by running the shop myself, but it's hard to say if selling to the base would be beneficial. Besides, in the future, we'll open for business every morning for just 1 hour, Alida added. No more sales after that, and no exchanges. Mom, we can help you sell, okay? Dayan said. Sure. It will be good practice for you, Alida replied. After finishing their meal, Jay cleared the table. Adriana, come here for a moment, Alida said gently. Yes, Adriana replied obediently, walking over to Alida. She trusted Alida very much. Do you want special abilities? Alida asked. Her. Adriana thought she had misheard. Yes. I really want them. Adriana knew what special abilities were. I can try to stimulate your ability, but even if you get it, don't show it off, okay? Alida said. Okay. Adriana nodded seriously. She knew Dayan and Alexa both had special abilities. Alida took out the meteorite that could stimulate mutant abilities and asked, Jay, will using this meteorite hurt or anything? Jay shook his head, unsure about it. I'll bear it. Leisha isn't afraid of pain, Adriana said. Dayan and Alexa, curious, also came closer. Both of you go back inside. I'll call you when it's done, Alida instructed. The two kids frowned but followed Alida's order, going back into the room with the door left slightly ajar to peek. Don't be scared. We're all here. Alida reassured her. If stimulating abilities with the meteorite failed, Alida had another method, through transformation via her mutant beast. Chapter 238, Going to School. In this world, only those who activate their abilities can survive, and this will become increasingly apparent in the future. With the changing times, the future will belong entirely to psychics. Naturally, the children following her should activate their psychic powers as early as possible. Like Dayan and Alexa, who activated their powers on their own, they definitely have better aptitudes. It's unknown whether Vera has any talent. Don't be nervous, Alida continued to reassure Vera. Then she began using the meteorite to help her activate her power. The meteorite emitted a white light. The first time, Vera didn't feel anything. No problem, this meteorite can be used 3 times, Alida said. She then used it twice more, but there was still no effect. Do I not have any? Vera couldn't finish her sentence. She looked rather sad. We still have one last try. Let's give it another shot. Even if we fail, I'll find another way, Alida said. Alida prepared to use it for the last time. This time, the light was fainter. After use, the meteorite completely crumbled into dust. This time, Vera finally showed a reaction. Most people only get one chance to use the meteorite to activate their powers. Vera had actually used it 3 times. Generally, using the activation meteorite comes with conditions. One of the parents must be a psychic, and the child must have excellent physical condition. Studies have shown that activating psychic powers is related to genetics. How did it go? Alida asked. I feel like. Vera didn't know how to describe it. If you felt something, it likely means activation was successful. We just don't know what kind of power yet. It takes some time. When Dayan initially activated his powers, it also took quite a while. Vera nodded, curious about what kind of power she would have. The next day, when they went to the shop to sell things, there was already a long queue outside the store. Alida handed over the selling duties directly to the 3 kids. There are fresh vegetables and fruits from Gwangan district. Many people are lining up. Points or gold hard drives can be exchanged. Quantities are limited. Some people started queuing very early in the morning. Alida didn't realize how quickly news spread online. Within an hour of opening, everything was sold out. So fast. It sold out so quickly. Some people expressed dissatisfaction. Only so much is produced daily, so naturally, only so much is sold, Alida said, frowning. For next time, come early and queue. The amount of gold exchanged was minimal, but some hard drives provided a lot for little gold to eat. That day, 2 men in blue uniforms came knocking. These are your 3 children. Since both of you are psychics, your children have a high probability of being psychics too. According to regulations, they need to attend a psychic school. They are still too young, Alida frowned, somewhat worried. Based on their age, they will rest 2 days a week, Ansel said politely. Mom, I want to go to school, Dayan said. They haven't attended school yet and will eventually have to integrate into society. We will first check if they have the potential to activate psychic powers before considering enrollment. With proper training, psychics should be cultivated from a young age. Otherwise, some children might activate their powers without proper moral guidance, posing a danger to the base. Alida and Jay consulted the children's opinions. I want to go too, Alexa said, not wanting to be a burden anymore. Vera didn't mind either way. She wanted to stay with her friends Dayan and Alexa, so she agreed to go. Alright, then you can give it a try, Alida said. At the base's psychic academy, it shouldn't be dangerous. With little gold, Alida could connect to their surveillance and watch her children at all times. Alida would also place freeze worms on them to ensure their safety. Early the next morning, Alida and Jay took the children to the psychic academy. This was the psychic academy in the capital, filled with children aged 3 to 18 who had activated their powers. Dayan and the others were in the younger class. Since some children with activated powers play and fight, it's common. But a psychic child fighting with a regular child can be dangerous. Therefore, most children in the base undergo testing, some with the potential to activate powers but haven't, and those who already have activated powers. The Jingju base also had a population of tens of millions, especially the largest number of psychics. Therefore, quite a few children activated their powers at an early age. Little friends, just stand on the instrument above, don't move around, said a young girl in a white uniform gently. Alida and Jay were outside the glass window, observing and waiting for the results. This was their testing instrument, a newly evolved testing device, and currently, only one existed. In fact, initially using psychic blood to activate others' powers led to successful pseudopsychic activations. This not only posed significant harm to the psychic whose blood was drawn but also resulted in generally mediocre abilities for the pseudopsychics. Thus, this method was cancelled. Moreover, the probability of children activating their powers greatly increased, leading the person in charge of Jingju to believe that cultivating these children was the hope for the future. The test results came out quickly. Amazingly, your 3 children all have psychic abilities, haven't you noticed? The woman said in shock. The last child, Vera, clearly looked adopted, with much lower psychic indices compared to the other 2. These need to be enrolled as soon as possible, the woman said. I hope they can be in the same class so they can look out for each other, Alida said. Of course, they will all be in the youngest class. Actually, we only have a few dozen psychics in our youngest class, the woman replied. After all, children who activate their powers earlier usually have higher aptitudes. Although they have high aptitudes, they are difficult to manage, especially at this age when they have no concept of right and wrong, compounded by their own psychic abilities. So, this young class has the most troublemakers. However, these young classes cannot be neglected, because these children have high aptitudes and backgrounds, their parents are all psychics. Thus, the 3 children were sent to the psychic academy. Well, here's some food I brought for little class 4, a leader said. I will send some vegetables and fruits to little class 4 every week, a leader added. Oh, thank you so much. The female teacher's eyes lit up, knowing their background from investigations. They had seen a leader's story online as well. Chapter 239, Fighting. The children went to school, and it seemed that they were considerably more relaxed now. Jay, can we go out of the city during the day? A leader asked. Sure, Jay replied. Defenders could also leave the city to search for supplies, which would all belong to them personally. Let's get some meat, a leader said. Meat in this base was not only for points but also subject to purchase limits. They might as well go out of the city and get some meat for themselves. Thus, she put up a sign and took 3 days off. At the Abnormal Ability Academy, over the past 3 days. Why does class 4 always have fresh fruit every day? Yeah, why don't we have any? Students from other classes, including older classes, came looking. We want apples too. A few children started crying. Then several kids from other classes began fighting over apples, causing chaos in 2 smaller classes. Luckily, they were all young with newly awakened abilities, so their attacks didn't do much damage. Those with invisibility abilities tried to steal apples, while those who could teleport used their ability too. Various abilities were on full display. In the end, the amount of fruit a leader had left for 7 days was gone in just 3. Inside an office, 2 abnormal ability teachers, 2 life skills teachers, and 4 drill masters sat stern-faced. What exactly happened here? The principal of the Abnormal Ability Academy frowned. This was the first time such a big incident occurred. These children encountered some danger, and we are responsible. How did things escalate into such chaos? The principal shouted angrily. This isn't our fault. If anyone should be blamed, it's you. Me. The principal laughed bitterly. Why does class 4 have fresh vegetables and fruits for snacks? All these kids are the same age. Shouldn't they be treated equally? Well, at this point, the female teacher from class 4 hurriedly stood up to explain. These are provided by the parents of our students. The parents? Which parents have so much wealth? The male teacher clearly didn't believe her. He looked at the principal, suspecting favoritism. It's true. It's Julius's mother, a leader, who owns the produce shop and is the highly discussed female abnormal on social media recently, the female teacher explained quickly, hoping to make it clear. The male teacher frowned slightly, not expecting such a situation. Of course, they had noticed this issue, especially since it was trending 3rd on the hot search list. She wants her child to eat well and gave us extra, the female teacher said with a hint of frustration. Maybe we should buy some from her. Otherwise, our class children will start complaining too. The children from other classes will complain too. Moreover, the donated fruits in the kitchen were often stolen from the refrigerator. Buy. We don't have enough budget. Our academy's budget is fixed, the principal pointed out. So, let's transfer all our students to class 4. Another teacher from a smaller class suggested. Aggie, shouldn't you communicate with the parents again? The principal's tone softened. I think you need to appear with me. Aggie frowned. Initially, this was a delightful matter, and even the teachers benefited from it. No one expected this to happen. Fortunately, only the younger classes caused trouble. The middle and senior classes remained calm. Luckily, despite a couple of minor injuries among the children, nothing serious happened, or it would have been hard to explain. Besides, those parents did it for their own children. I don't know how to address this. Aggie was conflicted. How did something so good turn out like this? After all, they were all just kids. Some parents soon received word about the incident in the classroom. It was similar to a wealthy parent renovating a classroom for their child, leading to jealousy from other classrooms. That parent grows stuff in their space. Why doesn't she donate more? One parent commented casually in the group chat. She only donated to her child's class. Who knew kids from other classes would come and fight? Another parent replied. Kids lack self-control. You should teach your own kids better. Can my child switch to class 4? A parent from class 3 couldn't help asking. Me too. Let my child switch to class 4. The parent group exploded with chatter. Meanwhile, the teachers of class 4 were discussing how to talk to a leader. How do we say this? Initially, it was meant to be a kind gesture. Exactly. Now, thanks to you guys, what if the parents get upset? The parents from class 3 should apologize to them. Right now, the parent group was in heated discussion. At this moment, the students from class 4 and class 3 all stood up. Have you all realized your mistakes today? Aggie asked. They were the ones who first grabbed our class's food. Class 3 students, do you know your mistake? You must apologize to the students of class 4, Aggie said. It took a long time before these kids finally settled down. In the end, Aggie, with a thick skin, left Michelle, Shia Kuari, and Vera behind. Can you tell your mothers about this situation? This is also my fault for not supervising well enough. Aggie was very nervous. Originally, they had benefited from these few children, but after eating well for only a few days, such an incident occurred. Michelle immediately understood the teacher's thoughts. If the class 3 students admit their mistake in public, I will tell my mother properly, Michelle said. Yes, there's no problem with that. It was indeed their fault. Aggie quickly nodded in agreement. At this moment, Alida and Jay were riding a pterodactyl toward the old city of Jingju, preparing to hunt for some meat. Then they received a call from Aggie. The current phone was in the form of a watch. Hello, this is Julius's parent, right? I'm his teacher. Yeah, what's the matter? Alida asked. Only teachers' numbers could call this phone, so it must be a teacher. Moreover, she had just watched her son's training video yesterday, and it was going well. Not only did he receive training but also acquired various basic knowledge. He had many partners, which was much better than staying at home. Aggie carefully told Alida about this incident, mainly because although they were in the group chat, they usually didn't pay attention to it. In that case, when I return, I'll send more fresh fruits and vegetables. Alida didn't really mind. Oh, thank you so much. Aggie nervously hung up the phone. In the office, there were other teachers, even the principal. Originally, it was their fault, and they lost a lot of fresh vegetables and fruits. If they were to compensate, they would have no objections, and parents of other children also needed to apologize. Chapter 240, First. Aggie hadn't expected that Alida would not mind at all and even wanted to give them more. You must all be good to those 3 kids, you know, the principal said to the other teachers. Definitely. After all, they were the ones who could improve their diet. Taking in these 3 children was truly worthwhile. You must all cultivate them well, the principal said. Yes. Several teachers also sighed with relief. The classmates of Class 4 knew that the food was sent by Xavion's mother and the other 2 kids' mothers. Instantly, the 3 kids became leading figures in Class 4. Alida and Jay were already at an old area in Jingju City. They flew directly to a building over 30 stories high. Alida released her mutant beasts directly and said, "Today I'm letting you guys come out for some exercise." Roar. But suddenly, Alida felt dizzy. What's wrong? Jay sensed Alida's pale face immediately. Alida hurriedly took back several mutant beasts and only felt better then. The energy consumption is too fast when releasing too many at once, Alida frowned and said. She had never experienced this before because she used to not have the habit of releasing them all at once. It seemed there was still a limit, unable to release too many mutant beasts at the same time. So Alida only released 3 giant spiders and added 2 bears, making them clean up the building. That day, they hunted quite a few mutant beasts. Unfortunately, after detection by Little Gold, some things couldn't be eaten. Of course, some could be consumed and would even enhance physical fitness. Alida and Jay stayed outside of Jingju for 2 days, thinking about how there was no supply of fruits for their son. The little guy was used to eating refined grains and probably wouldn't be accustomed to eating coarse grains anymore. Therefore, Alida and Jay returned to the Jingju base. They brought back quite a bit of mutated meat on this trip. On the first day of their return, they went to the Psionic Academy first. Miss Lin. Several people were very excited to see Alida and Jay come. This time, Alida brought the Psionic Academy plenty of fresh vegetables and fruits again, as well as a fresh mutated cow. This mutated cow weighed over 2,000 pounds, enough to feed the kids for a month. My son has a big appetite, I hope he doesn't go hungry. If there's any extra food, please let him have it, Alida said. Alida knew her son's appetite all too well. Aggie also knew that Xavion's appetite was indeed large. If alone, she wouldn't provide an extra portion for a kid. However, now that the mother was wealthy and generous, providing both meat and vegetables and fruits, they must ensure her son is fed well. Let us transfer to Class 4. Teacher, I want Class 4. Just as Alida and Jay finished checking on the 3 kids and prepared to leave, a group of children appeared at the classroom door. I also want to go to Class 4. I want to be in the same class as Xavion, another child said. Class 4 smelled so fragrant today from the stewed meat that even the younger classes couldn't sit still. Although having learned from the last experience, none dared to act rashly this time. However, they all surrounded the teacher, clamoring to join Class 4. Go back quickly. What are you doing? The female teacher said angrily. Alida, thinking about the fight in the junior class a few days ago, said, here's the deal. I will donate more vegetables and fruits, but not meat. She grew plenty of vegetables and fruits in her space, but hunting for meat required going out herself, so she would only provide it for her own kids. This is too kind. Aggie's mouth gaped open in surprise and then excitement. Alida left behind plenty of fresh vegetables and fruits before they finally left. After they left, in Class 3, we should all thank Xavion's mother, she has donated extra vegetables and fruits to our Class 3. Wow. A loud cheer went up in Class 3. All the students in Class 3 were thrilled. After all, children loved fruits, not to mention the tasteless and even bitter daily meals they usually had. Children loved sweets. Be good friends with Xavion, the teacher of Class 3 reminded them. If they offended someone else's child, they might lose the supply altogether. On the first day, Class 3 received fresh apples. So delicious. Alida sent various kinds of fruits, apples, peaches, blueberries. Alida and Jay just got home and were about to take a bath when their growing space suddenly received a lot of points. Compared to adults, these kids expressed their gratitude much more purely, which made Alida want to donate vegetables to the entire Psionic Academy. But after thinking about it, she decided against it. There's no need to be too showy, as long as her own children have enough, and incidentally, this would boost the kids' popularity. The growing space received a surge of points, unlocking a new type of plant instantly. How about cherries? In the next second, Alida's mind confirmed the unlocking of a plot for cherries. Recently, more fruits were being unlocked, while fewer vegetables were. The cherry maturation period was also 3 days. In 3 days, they could distribute them to the children. Cherries can replenish blood and contain many rich nutrients. Alida and Jay took a bath, then snuggled on the sofa watching the latest news from the Jingju base. Television now had no TV dramas, movies, or variety shows, only explanations of how to deal with various dangers. Today, a new type of plant has been discovered, named duoya. There was a close-up picture of the plant on TV. The extract of this plant is rich in nutrients and can serve as a nutrient solution, though its taste is very bitter. Even adding lots of sugar made it even more bitter. However, this was indeed a good thing. Alida changed the channel to see the top 10 hot auxiliary abilities in the base. Alida was ranked first. Space planting ability, no worries about vegetables and fruit. I want one. The second was invisibility ability. The healing ability was surprisingly ranked fifth, mainly because although it can heal, it takes a toll on the healer themselves. It could be described as self-sacrificing. This is clearly an overpowered golden finger from the Apocalypse movie. Many netizens commented below. Just give me any ability, I'm not picky. I like powerful offensive abilities. There were two main rankings, one for combat type ability users and one for support type ability users. The combat list featured strong offensive abilities such as metal control, wind blades, lightning, fire control, etc. Jay was also on the list but not very high up, as there were quite a few powerful combat ability users in the Jingju base with great strength. Chapter 241, Taking Over. At the Psychic Academy, Class 4's students were undergoing physical training. Although Vera had been tested positive for psychic abilities, her specific power hadn't shown up yet. Feeling somewhat disheartened, at this moment, a student from an intermediate class noticed that Vera didn't look Chinese and was munching on a peach in her hand. The peach looked big and succulent, seemingly very tasty. Due to her disappointment, Vera didn't have much of an appetite. Suddenly, Vera found herself suspended in midair, which scared her a great deal. What's happening? Vera began to panic. Then, a boy taller than Vera by a good 2 heads appeared. Since Vera was in the kindergarten class, this boy must be around 4th or 5th grade. They are from the juvenile psychic classes. I heard they have delicious snacks in their kindergarten class. And they really do. Give me your apple, the little boy said domineeringly. No. Vera frowned. I'll take it myself. With that, one of the kids forcibly snatched the apple from Vera's hand. The intermediate grade students started eating the apple in front of Vera. Give it back. Vera's eyes reddened as she clenched her lips tightly. Lisha, Xia Kumyao and Dave came out looking for Vera and realized she was being bullied. The scene instantly turned tense. Several students from the small classes were not taken seriously by the intermediates. These intermediate students did not care about the smaller ones, but unexpectedly, Class 3 and Class 4 elementary students all arrived. The situation became extremely serious. Fortunately, the teacher arrived just in time, otherwise, it would have been troublesome. The current students are too difficult to manage, the woman frowned. These students are not ordinary, they are all children who have activated their psychic powers. Ordinary students are mischievous too, let alone these psychic kids. Children's moral consciousness is gradually forming, now they are in their playful and mischievous period. Oh, can we discuss with Miss Alida if she could provide food for the entire psychic academy? How likely is that? Aggie frowned. Last time, when her child was in the small class, she provided food for her own child. We can't possibly ask her to donate everything. I will apply for compensation from above, the principal said. Alida only ran her store for a week and then closed it because she was lazy. This led to quite a few people talking about her online. However, Alida didn't care much. She spent her days collecting supplies and fighting monsters in the old city district with Jay, returning home by dusk. One day, Alida connected via Little Gold to Tianyin City. Aunt Anue, I want to come to the capital to find you. I don't want to stay here anymore, Jimena said. Jimena also missed Dave. It's dangerous for you to come alone. Alida frowned, still somewhat worried. I also want to go to the capital, Usher said. And me, Wayne added. Iona fell in love in the base and probably couldn't leave. Kira's child was about to be born, so he and Honest would definitely stay there. In that case, I will send a pterodactyl to pick you up, Alida said, thinking this was the best plan. It was the fastest and safest way to get them there. Really? Aunt Anue, can I really come to find you? Jimena's eyes lit up. With Uncle Usher and Wayne, there shouldn't be any problem, Alida said. Great. Jimena was overjoyed. I'll have the pterodactyl replenish its energy tonight and set off, Alida said. She decided to send Xiao Gu Xiao Qi for the mission. After disconnecting, Jimena and Philip went over. In the capital base, they could also attend school. After all, children need to study more knowledge and understand things better. That leader from the inner Earth world, who is also the chief of Tianyin City, might not let them leave. This was a leader's concern. I've observed him through Little Gold, his strength is indeed impressive, but he hasn't done anything excessive, Alida said. To know that those who escaped from the inner Earth world cannot survive underground either, Jay said. But, that guy is only coming to enjoy life. In the inner Earth world, although strength is strong, resources are scarce, making life rather tough. On the other side, Usher and Wayne knew they could leave. We should tell Iona, Honest, and the others about our departure, Usher said. Yes. So, Usher and Wayne went to find Honest, Kira, and Iona. You all are leaving for the capital. The journey is long, and we don't know what dangers lie ahead, Kira said worriedly. Her belly was already very big, almost at her due date. Now the base is no longer something we can manage. Staying here has lost its meaning, Usher said. The base leader, relying on his strength, had become like a king in the base, practicing autocracy. Everyone had to follow him, any opposition would be expelled from the base. The capital base has the backing of the state and is very well established. I also want to go with you, but... Kira looked at her large belly, which made it inconvenient. After I give birth, we'll find a way to get there, Kira said. Only this can be done. What about you, Iona? Usha asked. I'm considering, Iona hesitated. Alright, there should only be 1 day left. Laurie said her pterodactyl will come to pick us up. Usha felt a bit excited thinking about it. At the capital base, Alida was refueling 2 pterodactyls. Although they would be out for a long time and couldn't quickly recharge using the spatial station. The spatial station was essentially a rapid charging station, combined with high-speed growth. Today was also Montague's day off, and Alida and Jay went to pick up the children specifically. Mom, today, the intermediate grade students and almost got into a fight, Montague said. Alida immediately looked at Vera. I'm fine, Aunt Laurie, Vera hurriedly said. Shinxie, we're leaving. See you next week, a classmate from the small class said warmly to Montague. A few kids greeted the 3 of them enthusiastically. One of the parents walked over to Alida. Hello, I'm Jong Pengran's father, Ansel said politely. Jong Pengran was Montague's classmate. Can I buy some fruits from you? Ansel asked. Chapter 242, Bring Them Back. Alida, seeing that it was a classmate of her child's, did not refuse. Recently, another plot of land had appeared in her farming space, yielding new fruits, watermelons. Thank you. Before long, several other parents also approached Alida and bought quite a bit from her. By evening, despite doing nothing these past few days, her points had risen significantly. We have so many points but nowhere to spend them. Alida instantly felt a bit regretful. Her space already had plenty of food and various supplies. She and Jay went hunting for meat every day. They lacked nothing. Apart from using points to pay rent, there was no other spending needed. When the 3 children came home for vacation, Alida first took them on a trip to the amusement park. The Jingju base had clear regulations. The use of superpowers within the base was forbidden to prevent accidental harm to ordinary people. In general, management at the Jingju base was quite strict, with rules and systems well established. After all, Jingju was the capital of Huaxia. The school wants me to supply fresh fruit for the entire superpower school again, which I outright refused, said Alida. For her children to attend school, she had to provide supplies for the entire superpower academy without receiving any compensation in points. Those middle school classes bully my kids, and they expect me to supply them. Dream on. Alida said angrily. If other parents wanted to buy from her, she could accommodate them, but this time she would not give anything to the school. The next morning, Alida's phone received several unfamiliar numbers she had never seen before, and only the school had her number. Thinking these were calls from the school, she answered. Hello, may I speak to Miss Alida? Asked a man with a magnetic voice over the phone. Yes. What's the matter? Alida asked. It's like this, I am the Prime Minister's secretary of the base, Ansel said gently. The Prime Minister's secretary? Alida felt a slight unease. She knew the current manager of the Jingju base was once the Prime Minister of Huaxia. Though the Prime Minister didn't have superpowers, he was still Anselager of the Jingju base, known for his outstanding ability and high prestige in China. Is there something wrong? Alida's voice became softer. In the pre-apocalypse era, how could someone like her ever come into contact with such high-ranking officials? She could only see them on TV news. Could we meet and discuss this in person? Ansel asked. Yes. Alida agreed. After hanging up, Alida told Cecil about the call content. Prime Minister's secretary, Ross? Jay was also surprised when he heard this. Alida immediately nodded. The voice was familiar because she had heard it on TV before. I've never met him either, Jay replied. I wonder why the Prime Minister's secretary is contacting me. Could it be related to the vegetables and fruits grown in my space? Alida speculated. Currently, only the vegetables and fruits from her space were unique. Actually, the base also had greenhouses, so they shouldn't lack vegetables and fruits. Unsure of the reason, Alida waited anxiously at home. About 10 minutes later, a black sedan stopped downstairs, surrounded by armed guards. A Hector, nearly 50 years old, entered their house, and Alida recognized him right away as he looked similar to his TV appearances, except with more white hair. Hello, Miss Lin, Mr. Gao, Hayward greeted cordially. Hello, Alida and Cecil replied, slightly tense. Hayward was very friendly, so he sat down on the sofa, chatting face to face with them while the children were kept in another room by Alida. I'll get straight to the point. This is what happened. I previously arranged to purchase food grown in your space and conducted some tests, revealing energy content. Alida was taken aback by this information. She hadn't known her fruits and vegetables contained energy. Our tests show that regular consumption can improve the constitution of ordinary people and help enhance the power of superhumans. To be honest, I wasn't aware, Alida admitted. She just found her produce especially tasty. So, I wish to represent Jingju in purchasing your output. Whatever you produce, we will take. Alida hadn't expected that the cultivation in her space would require such high-level attention from the Prime Minister's secretary. In truth, the Jingju base management was not as harmonious as it seemed on the surface, considering the changed environment and era. If Anselagement of Huaxia were divided into 2 factions, one faction would be the superhumans, led by the head of the Jingju Special Warfare Department. The other faction would be ordinary people like them who are capable, as managing the country and various affairs cannot be handled solely by superpowers. However, in the current environment, powerful superhumans do hold a higher status. The laws for ordinary people don't apply to superhumans, and even privileges have been granted to superhumans. With responsibilities come privileges. There's nothing that can be done about it. The future development of Huaxia still needs to be explored, and harmonious coexistence between ordinary people and superhumans is essential. The cultivation in my space requires energy and time for production, once every 3 months. Actually, it could be done in just 2 or 3 days, but a leader conservatively stated this. I understand, Haywood said. They were already shocked by the energy-rich food. A 3-month maturity period was very fast, much faster than their greenhouse planting. This is the resource badge for a level 1 citizen. Saying this, Haywood handed over the badge to a leader. Level 1 citizen? This was the first time a leader had heard such a term. Yes, level 1 citizens have certain privileges. You can check the official website of Huaxia Jingju, Haywood said. A leader gave an awkward smile. She really hadn't paid attention to these things before. The discussion went smoothly, and Haywood left in his car. In the car, Haywood visibly relaxed. I thought they would make excessive demands, but they stayed within reasonable limits, Haywood said. Now that we've settled with them, the Special Warfare Headquarters will be too late if they want to intervene, the driver in the car said. We've given enough privileges to superhumans here in Jingju base, yet Frisco still thinks it's not enough, the young man said resentfully. Superhumans aren't subject to the death penalty, even for serious crimes, they're just confined to special prisons for so-called redemption. Times have changed, Haywood said helplessly. This is the age of superhumans. At least after this agreement, it proves that improving the constitution of ordinary people is possible. Chapter 243, Beating Someone. Since ordinary people cannot activate their superpowers, enhancing their physical strength is the next best option. Take Elias for example, he also didn't have superpowers but relied on his superior physique to easily beat a group of mutants. We are secretly researching potions as well. If successful, there's a high probability that ordinary people's physical abilities will soar. This type of research potion is similar to the one injected into Chase. It can enhance human physical strength, increase power, and elevate ordinary people to the level of warriors. However, this kind of potion is not easy to develop. Even before the apocalypse, research was continuously ongoing, and it hasn't stopped now. Lava from the Earth's core world might be the key to this research potion. Make sure to protect them, Yui said. The Special Warfare Headquarters, no matter how rampant they are, wouldn't dare cause trouble in Kyoto base. I don't want any accidents to happen because of this, even if it's just a small chance. Although they are all citizens of China, they are still in a competitive struggle with each other. People at the Special Warfare Headquarters want to be the ones making the rules, but that's impossible. Ordinary people also need a way to live. After all, psychics are still in the minority. Sigh. Even in the current post-apocalypse era, humans, when gathered, cannot avoid internal struggles. Fortunately, humans are an organization that unites in the face of major disasters. Otherwise, Kyoto base wouldn't be so stable. I actually saw the Prime Minister's secretary, a leader exclaimed. In the past, this was an unreachable existence, yet today he unexpectedly came to their home. A leader was excited, but Jay turned cold. It seems ancillagement of Kyoto is quite complicated. Huh. A leader looked at Jay in confusion. I remember Frisco, the minister of the Special Warfare Headquarters, is also a psychic, and a strong one, Jay said. Just after meeting the Prime Minister's secretary, a leader received another call from the Special Warfare Headquarters. I'm sorry, I only have so many plants from my spatial bag, and I've already signed contracts. A leader had to politely refuse. After hanging up, she said, it was a call from the Special Warfare Headquarters. They wanted to buy food from me, but I refused. Aren't the Special Warfare Headquarters and the Prime Minister supposed to be on the same side? A leader frowned. Cecil shook his head, indicating it seemed more troublesome. Remember the news a few days ago? It mentioned that the base would re-elect its leader next year. However, the number of ordinary people far exceeds that of psychics within the base, Jay explained. If we don't restrict psychics, it will certainly lead to some conflicts, Jay added. But isn't everything going fine now? The Special Warfare Headquarters has its special forces ensuring safety, while the Prime Minister manages the ordinary people and various livelihood issues without interfering with each other, a leader responded. Nowadays, outside the post-apocalypse, there are many dangers. Psychics have to pay a price, unlike before when they hardly had missions. Limiting their abilities as long as they don't endanger society should be enough. But now, to protect society, psychics have to use their powers more frequently, which means they will demand more rewards. Psychics already enjoy many privileges over ordinary people. If the conflict escalates too much, it will be problematic, Jay analyzed. Regardless, as long as we're doing well, that's what matters, a leader said. Her wish was simple, as long as they were safe, nothing else mattered. Does this mean we're siding with the Prime Minister? A leader asked. We are also psychics, Jay simply stated. Late at night, a sudden sound of fighting and Albert's barking came from the living room. A leader and Jay woke up immediately. A leader went to check on the child, while Jay turned on the lights. They saw Albert fighting something invisible, and things were moving around. ZZZZ. Albert swiped with a claw, and Cecil saw blood appear out of nowhere. A psychic must have broken into their home. Without hesitation, Jay struck with a bolt of lightning. ZZZZZ. The man started smoking all over and then revealed himself, but he was completely naked. Seeing that the child was fine, Alida told him to stay inside while she prepared to come out. Wait. Jay's voice sounded urgent, hurriedly covering Ansel with a sofa cover. When Alida came out, she witnessed this scene. Invisibility power. Jay frowned. Some invisibility powers can make clothes invisible too, but lower-level invisibility skills only work if the person is nude. About 2 hours later, Ansel regained consciousness and saw a purple lightning surrounding him. Who are you? Why did you break into our house? Jay frowned and asked. The man looked to be in his 20s. I saw online that you have spatial planting abilities, so I wanted to steal some things from your place, Ansel said evasively. But he didn't expect that as soon as he came in, a black cat suddenly darted out. When he entered just now, he saw a pair of shining golden eyes in the dark, which startled him. Because the cat was black, its body almost blended into the darkness, leaving only the golden pupils visible. Let's call the police, Alida said. Calling the police won't do any good. I'm a psychic, protected by special privileges. They won't arrest me, and since I didn't steal anything, my points won't be deducted either, Ansel said smugly. Psychics have such privileges. If an ordinary person stole something, they would be forced into hard labor, but psychics get away with it. Alida felt that giving all psychics privileges was unfair. Why should someone who hasn't contributed enjoy these privileges? Then let's beat him up and throw him out. Anyway, I'm also a psychic and a first-class citizen, so nothing will happen to me, Alida coldly replied. Indeed, only violence could deter violence. So, Alida gave Ansel a beating, then tied him up and threw him outside the hallway. The next day, everyone saw a man lying naked and bound outside the hallway. Since he was a psychic, he fell outside the jurisdiction of the police and had to be taken away by the Special Warfare Inspection Team. Thus, Ansel was left on display for quite some time. In this information age, the incident quickly became one of Kyoto's top news stories. What happened in one city spread across the entire nation overnight, especially in a large city like this. News of the incident was known within minutes. That thief finally got what he deserved. He relied on his invisibility power to steal everywhere. This time, he messed with another psychic, serves him right. Just because he's a psychic, he never used his invisibility to fight monsters. Many people were discussing the event online. Chapter 244 Desert. This incident quickly sparked another wave of voices on the internet. The privileges of psychics are too excessive. Why should those who have made no contributions enjoy such privileges? Just like military personnel, they understand their privileges. But for those who haven't contributed and even committed crimes to also have privileges is beyond comprehension. Exactly. Perhaps it's because they are psychics with genetic factors, and their next generation might inherit the potential to develop psychic powers. That's why they are indulged this way. Now, online arguments had split into two major factions, hoping to strengthen acknowledgement of psychics. The majority of netizens were still ordinary citizens. Alright, if you reduce the privileges of psychics, then you should be the ones to deal with the monsters when they come. After this sentence was posted, many subsequent comments subsided. Psychics who have contributed deserve privileges, but what about those who haven't? Why should they get privileges? Because they were born into good conditions. This is just like some being born into wealth, while others into poverty. It's unchangeable. It's all down to luck. It's completely random. In short, when Alida beat up the psychic and threw him out, it caused a huge stir online. However, Alida and Jay, as the instigators of all this, didn't care much. Alida felt the position of the pterodactyl, which was approaching her direction. It seems that pterodactyl has already picked up Himena and Usher, Alida said. Estimated by time, it would take about 2 to 3 days to arrive. Pterodactyl flying alone wouldn't waste any time. Flying fast in the sky would naturally allow a quick arrival. However, after picking up Usher, Himena, and others, the speed would be much slower. Sitting on pterodactyl's back for long flights would definitely be unbearable for them. They needed rest, food, and energy replenishment. This would definitely cause delays. But perhaps they could reach within 3 to 4 days, depending on how long they could stay on the pterodactyl. The 3 children rested at home for 2 days. On Monday, Jay and Alida sent the children to school and left enough food for a week. After sending the children off, they immediately left the capital city for the old urban area. This place had become a paradise for mutant beasts and various mutant plants. We cleaned this building just 2 days ago, and now it's already full of mutant beasts again, Alida sighed. These mutant beasts had incredibly strong reproductive abilities. Little Jin followed closely by Alida's side so she could keep an eye on the children's situation at the Psychic Academy. Additionally, Alida found plenty of discs and various chips in the old urban area for Little Jin to eat as snacks. Can you detect metals, Little Jin? Alida asked. Of course I can. Being made of metal himself, detecting metal should be natural for him. That's great, Alida said happily. Her farming space had absorbed gold to the brink of upgrading. Although it was close to the threshold, it still required a significant amount of gold. In the past few days, the gold bars found by her and Jay in the old urban area were few, as most gold shops had been absorbed. Actually, she wanted to find the central bank where there were vaults storing a lot of gold bars, especially since it was China's gold storage location. She just didn't know where it was. This must be a state secret. Start connection exploration. It will take half an hour, Little Jin said. Unexpectedly, it required such a long time. probably due to the detection process. Then, Alida saw little Jin stand on the rooftop conducting the detection. Alida and Jay waited nearby. Half an hour later, little Jin finally finished the detection. Its eyes projected a beam of light. There are a total of 89 gold mines globally, with the largest being 7. Alida saw the yellow regions on the Earth, indicating gold mines. Also, each country's gold reserves were marked. Wow, our country has such a vast amount, Alida said excitedly. Next came Russia and the United States. To think that China's gold reserve is in the desert. Who would have thought it would be there? Alida said in surprise. Our location isn't far from the desert, let's go there, Alida said excitedly. Such a large amount of gold would certainly be enough for her farming space to break through the critical value. Sure. Jay nodded. They set off immediately. Alida released the pterodactyl, and the two rode it towards the desert. Actually, the distance from the capital to the desert wasn't far, and with the pterodactyl's speed, it would take only 1 or 2 hours to arrive. Alida couldn't wait to see what her upgraded farming space would be like. Within an hour, they arrived at the desert. Indeed, the pterodactyl had become even faster. Fortunately, Alida had already gotten used to this speed. If someone were to ride the pterodactyl for the first time, they might end up getting motion sickness right away. After all, it was like a 360-degree, open-top airplane made of flesh and bone. Ordinary people couldn't withstand such physical stress, which is why Jimena and the others took so long on their return trip on the pterodactyl. Even 1 hour of sitting could make them feel nauseous and dizzy. The desert was filled with flying yellow sand. Boom. What's going on? How can there be such a massive lightning strike in the desert? Alida frowned. I can sense a very strong force of lightning, be careful, Jay said with a frown. He was originally a thunder-type psychic, and his power had reached level 6, allowing him to easily detect lightning. Let the pterodactyl fly low, Alida instructed. Following Alida's command, the pterodactyl lowered its altitude. However, the flashing lightning could still be seen flickering in the sky. Could it be because of the gold here? Alida speculated. After all, metal conducts electricity, especially gold, which has excellent conductivity. Uncertain, Jay replied. But how did such a large-scale lightning strike form? We should land. Low-altitude flying also makes it easier to get hit, Jay suggested. Being struck by such powerful lightning would turn anyone into charcoal. Okay. Alida agreed and landed in the desert, then recalled the pterodactyl into her farming space. Sizzle. Suddenly, a giant yellow scorpion emerged from underground. Then, as if it found a target, the lightning in the sky struck the scorpion's tail. However, strangely enough, the huge scorpion did not turn into charcoal. This scorpion's tail is quite interesting, Jay remarked. The scorpion tried to attack Jay and Alida, but was quickly blocked. Seeing this, the scorpion dropped a bunch of smaller scorpions, then burrowed back into the ground and escaped quickly. Alida looked at the hundreds of baby scorpions scattered on the ground, each about the size of a palm. Chapter 245, Urgency in the Breeding Space. It's understandable to run when you can't fight, but laying a bunch of scorpions before fleeing? What does that mean? Alida frowned, unable to comprehend the scorpion's behavior. However, she truly marveled at these scorpions' reproductive ability. It was truly remarkable. In fact, not only were the mutated beasts' reproductive ability strengthening, but it seemed humans' reproductive capacity had also improved. The more they reproduced, the better chances of selecting 1 out of 1,000, evolving into the strongest. This could also be considered a capability for survival of the fittest. How about we raise a few, said Alida, taking 3 baby scorpions and throwing them into her breeding space. That scorpion's tail just evolved to resist lightning, Jay exclaimed. Upon hearing this from Jay, Alida picked up 4 more. Since only 7 of the same kind could be raised, she decided to raise all of them. Thinking about how thick the lightning was absorbed by the scorpion's tail, Alida felt intrigued. The remaining baby scorpions quickly burrowed into the ground. Alida did not bother with them anymore. Lightning flashed across the desert sky from time to time. We should find the location of the treasury as soon as possible, said Alida, noting the frequent lightning strikes here. Agreed, responded Jay. They walked for about an hour. Little Jin's location is here, but why doesn't it look like anything? Alida frowned. It still looked like a desert. Earlier, the shifting sands covered this area. Jay squatted down, dug a hole, and saw wall fragments. Won't it be that we're standing on the roof right now? Alida thought boldly. Looking around at the sand, could this spot where they stood now have been a military base? Now it's all buried underground. Possibly, said Jay. How would she collect the gold beneath then? Alida frowned. She got an idea soon. It's finally my aunt's turn for a mission, said Alida. Then she released her giant ants from the space. These mutant ants were brought out from the core world. Though lacking in offensive power, these ants worked like engineers. Their construction capabilities were very strong. Such digging tasks were child's play for them. These ants were nearly 1.55 meters long. Soon, they rapidly dug a deep pit, with loose sand surrounding it. Ants secreted a very strong, adhesive liquid to stabilize the surroundings, so the sand around them solidified. In about half an hour, they had dug out a passage. Wow! Alida also found it impressive and said, my ants are pretty good. Yeah. Jay watched these ants, thinking if there were more of them, they could build houses or even a city. The ants seemed to sense Alida's praise and became more diligent. Soon, the ants had excavated a passage underground. Below is the treasury, But the metal steel door outside has strong protection, Alida frowned. A place storing gold must be heavily guarded inside and out. I've got it. Alida immediately thought of a way. She released the giant panda from her space. It had mutated and specialized in devouring metal. No matter how thick this steel door was, the giant panda could eat through it. Soon, the panda chewed a hole through it. Alida and Jay didn't rush, waiting patiently. Lightning continued to flash in the distance. Boom. A thick bolt of lightning almost illuminated the entire day. Such powerful thunder energy, Jay commented, feeling strongly the energy due to his electrical mutation. Hopefully, it wouldn't strike here. After about half an hour, the giant panda had chewed through the thick metal plates, revealing the shiny gold inside. Wow. Alida could feel her breathing space getting agitated. She hurriedly put all the gold into the space. Instantly, the breathing space started absorbing fiercely, reducing half the treasury quickly. When the breathing space reached its threshold and began upgrading, it automatically stopped absorbing gold, refusing to absorb any more even if she wanted it to continue. Alida suddenly had an idea, perhaps it was saturated, and to upgrade further, she should try diamonds or other metals. The breeding space added several rows of small compartments, and all the mutated beasts began to evolve. Alida hurriedly put the giant panda into the space. The breeding space was undergoing upgrades, and the two pterodactyls she had dispatched would wait until their return for their modifications. Her pets were all advancing and upgrading, and the breeding space was undergoing a major renovation, now in a closed state. Damn. The breeding space is sealed off for upgrade, Alida frowned. The last time the entire space was sealed off during an upgrade. Now, although it was just the breeding space, without the pterodactyls, how would they get back? She had just put the iron-eating beast into the space as well. We can only walk. Hopefully, the upgrade will be quick, Alida said helplessly. Fortunately, the other functions of the space could still be used, so they didn't lack food. Otherwise, in this desert, without food, they would be both thirsty and hungry. Let's head back first, Jay suggested. Okay, Alida agreed. There was a lot of metal here, which attracted more lightning. If struck, that would be dangerous. Although her breeding space was upgrading and her pets couldn't come out, she could still use their abilities. Plus, the mutated plants in her black soil space could also be used. Your hair is standing up, Alida noticed Jay's hair. Yours too. Jay saw Alida's hair also standing up. Damn. The sky was now covered with dark clouds, and the thunderhead above them was getting denser. We can't run, Jay said. If their hair was merely dry from static electricity, there would still be time to leave. But now that their hair was already standing up, they couldn't run anymore because running would generate step voltage, making things even worse. Whoosh tilde. A thick blue-white lightning bolt struck directly at them. My god. Jay immediately protected Alida, gathering purple lightning in his hand to counter the blue-white lightning. ZZZT. Though shielded by Jay, Alida still felt the intense voltage. The strong electric current made her feel numb all over, as if her brain was electrified. This was only part of the current, Jay had blocked the rest of it. Chapter 246, Promotion. Jay was resisting the lightning, which was extremely powerful. Jay absorbed all the electric currents towards himself. His clothes had already cracked from the strain, and his body buzzed with electric sparks. Jay. Alida said worriedly, but her voice was distorted as if tangled by electricity, making her speech less articulate. Jay's expression twisted, and suddenly a strong counterpressure threw Alida away. Surrounded by soft sand, Alida did not sustain much injury. Electric sparks were buzzing in Jay's eyes. It could be seen that the veins on Jay's arms were pulsing, like blue-white currents flowing continuously. He was absorbing the lightning. Thick blue-white lightning was gradually swallowed by purple lightning until it turned completely purple. It was already evening now, with purple electric light around them. After absorbing the power of the lightning, electric currents surged through Jay's body. Jay. Alida was very worried and wanted to go over and check on him. Don't come over. Jay immediately stopped Alida. My whole body is charged with lightning now. I must wait until I digest it all, for fear of accidentally hurting you, Jay quickly explained, fearing that Alida would approach and get hurt. Okay. Hearing this, Alida did not move closer but instead took a few steps back. After about 3 hours, the lightning surrounding Jay was finally absorbed. Alida had been watching the situation closely. Seeing the lightning around Jay dissipate, she hurried over. At this moment, Jay's clothes were scorched by the electricity and tattered. Jay's muscles became more solid, and his physique appeared even better. Due to the slight current transformation, Alida's skin had become remarkably smoother. How do you feel? You were really daring, welcoming the lightning. Alida felt somewhat fearful when recalling the scene. The lightning was so thick, and they might have ended up dead if it struck them directly. At that time, he only wanted to try it out, but unexpectedly, it succeeded. Although the process was extremely painful, it was far less than when first exposed to the magnetic worms. A blessing in disguise, Jay remarked. Previously, for Jay to advance, he needed severe injuries. Unexpectedly, just now he managed to absorb lightning. But this kind of energy is stored in my body. Once used up, it's a one-time boost from lightning, Jay explained. However, if he encountered thunderstorms, he could go out to absorb the lightning and use it later, plus his body can slowly absorb the lightning force within him. They fussed around for half the night, and now it was dark. After ensuring both were safe, they felt quite hungry. The two of them ate some food and drank water to replenish their strength. Alida released the treehouse, which had grown considerably large. Inside were a bed, small table, and chairs, a cozy little home. After Jay absorbed that massive lightning strike, the lightning in the sky significantly reduced. The two slept overnight in the treehouse and woke up in the afternoon of the next day. When Alida opened her eyes again, she sensed that her cultivation space had completed its evolution. She checked on her pet beasts. During their first promotion, their eyes turned golden, and now their skin appeared a faint gold. Like the panda that was originally black and white, it had mutated into black and gold. Except for Xiaohe, who still had black fur and golden eyes, but its claws were golden. Overall, all her pet beasts in the cultivation space had turned golden. Great! My pet beasts have successfully advanced. Alida exclaimed excitedly. This trip wasn't wasted, although there were scares along the way. Jay advanced, and so did she. Let's go, Alida said, retracting the treehouse into her space. The wind and sand around them intensified. Alida released pterodactyl number 1, whose wings now had a golden edge, looking dazzling. Not bad, Jay commented. Alida and Jay rode on the pterodactyl. She gently patted its back. Just as Alida spoke, the pterodactyl soared upward abruptly. Though they had gotten used to riding the pterodactyl, sudden acceleration still caught Alida off guard. It was like being accustomed to airplanes and then suddenly sitting in a fighter jet, a different experience altogether. After evolving and mutating, the pet's strengths were amplified. Slow down a bit, Alida couldn't help but say. Both Jay and Alida felt the winds and sand blasting at them, making it hard to keep their eyes open, let alone withstand such intense wind pressure. At Alida's instruction, the pterodactyl slowed down significantly, allowing her to feel more comfortable. It took 2 hours to fly to the Kyoto base. On the way back, they managed to save half an hour due to increased speed. This was still after Alida had reduced the speed, otherwise, it could have been even faster. The other 2 pterodactyls are almost here. Let's wait for them here. Alida sensed the distance of the other 2 pterodactyls. Okay, Jay replied. They waited until all of them entered the Kyoto base together. The entrance to the Kyoto base was relatively lively, with cars coming and going everywhere. There was also a long line of stalls selling various items dug out from the old district of Kyoto, fresh mutant animal corpses, and all kinds of strange mutant plants that had already been explored. Alida and Jay walked around, but these supplies were already in her cultivation space, so she didn't need anything. In the afternoon, 2 more pterodactyls flew over from afar. Alida and Jay went to greet them. Aunt Laurie, Jimena carried Philip off the pterodactyl, excited to see Alida. Alida looked at Jimena and felt that she must have gone through a lot. Her eyes showed concern as she said, "How did you get so thin again?" Jimena's healing ability required consuming her own energy, making her naturally slender. Now she looked like 2 bamboo poles. "This is my first time riding a pterodactyl for so long," Jimena said, slightly embarrassed. She had been quite nervous. "Where's Giovanni?" Jimena asked. "He's attending school at the base. I can take you both in as well," Alida smiled. Jimena was probably old enough to attend the elementary school class for those with special abilities now. Brother Xiao, Usher and Wayne walked over to Jay. They bumped fist. Actually, Atlas wanted to come along too, but her parents were at the base, and she couldn't abandon them. Alida and Jay brought them into the base. Since Wayne and Usher were both psychics, they were directly assigned areas. Chapter 247, Rising Fame. Alida and Jay brought Jimena and Philip back to their place. There were other children who fell in initially, Jimena asked. Unknown, Alida shook her head. Some of the lucky ones fell onto leaves and survived, while others unfortunately died from the fall. The survivors were all psychics. Ordinary people were rare in the core world because it was filled with too many dangers. Alida felt that rescuing Karis and Emanuelzi was already extraordinarily lucky. Jimena said nothing more, only feeling somewhat regretful. She had anticipated this outcome. Those parents waiting anxiously on the surface might never see their children again. Let's return to the base first. Get used to the environment here before I send you to school, Alida said. Auntie, Philip called out. Being not yet 2 years old, Philip spoke with difficulty. Unfortunately, Philip can't attend the psychic academy with you, Alida said. Philip was still too young to activate her powers, and besides, the meteorite Alida had for activation was already used up. There could be other methods, but given Philip's age, even if she did manage to activate her power, it would be uncertain whether she could control it, and releasing it would be challenging. Karis had a lot of energy but had yet to activate any specific abilities. Skills needed self-realization, others couldn't help much with this. Okay, Jimena nodded, feeling secure as long as she was with Auntie Anue. This trust seemed inherent. The next day, after settling down, Alida took Jimena to the psychic academy. Sister Sheila, Emanuelzi greeted excitedly upon seeing Jimena. Big sister, Karis joined in. Thus, Jimena stayed at the psychic academy. Given it was a small class, Alida generously donated a lot of food to the school. The teacher of the mid-level first grade class smiled widely, previously envious of class 4. Now another child had joined, although she didn't know why Miss Lin had so many children. But they were well supported, not just surviving but thriving. Oh no, now that we've sent Jimena to school, we still need to take care of Philip, Alida said. Looking at the nearly 2-year-old little one, how could she leave him alone at home? Currently, there were no daycare centers in the Kyoto base due to lack of resources. Hiring a nanny wasn't practical either, so Philip had to stay with Alida and Jay. They went hunting for mutant beasts daily or flew to the desert to watch Jay absorb lightning. Or sometimes, Philip accompanied a leader searching for special metals. Despite his young age, Philip experienced much. When the kids were on holiday, they stayed home together, creating lively days. These people are crazy. Being a bachelor, lately many have tried setting me up with partners, Usher said. Wayne looked slightly uncomfortable. No choice, psychics have better benefits in the base, so people want to live better by taking shortcuts, a leader explained. Before the apocalypse, many tried using opportunities to marry into wealth. Too scary, Usher commented. Beep beep beep. Hold on, my sector is under attack by mutant beasts, Usher ended the video call. A leader watched as red spots appeared, signaling attacks. Recently, such attacks had become frequent. Half a year later, Kyoto base now had fortified layers inside and out, with continuous strengthening. The frequency of mutant beast attacks has increased recently, a leader frowned. Beat them, Philip said. Since Philip hadn't gone to school, he often witnessed fights alongside a leader and Jay, making a deep impression. Punch them, punch them. In recent months, several regions had faced various impacts, with some psychics and ordinary people dying while resisting mutant beasts. Their area remained unscathed, drawing many requests to move in. Over 6 months, a leader's planting space unlocked 3 new plants. Gabby's energy readings kept rising, but her skills remained undeveloped. Don't worry, a leader reassured Gabby. Little Jin had checked. Gabby's skill was an energy ball, potent in damage. Her body contained much energy but hadn't found a way to release it yet. Not sure how to activate it yet, a leader added. Online news says the leader of the Kyoto base will be elected, a leader mentioned. Election? There were still quite a number of ordinary people in the Kyoto base, so if the election was to be held, there was a significant chance for an ordinary person to meet the conditions for leadership. It's just 2 factions. Actually, special combat psychics are equivalent to the military department. Electing 2 leaders for mutual supervision would make sense, a leader analyzed. They came after you handled that pack of savage fire ants last time, a leader sighed. Jay had absorbed too much electric energy last time, and with one move, he eradicated countless fire ants. Since then, Jay became well known in Kyoto. Although Kyoto had lightning-type psychics, none matched Jay's power. For a while, Jay rose to fame within the Kyoto base. The Special Combat Corps often invited Jay to join them, but he declined. Originally, the Kyoto base had 2 systems, one for psychics and another for ordinary people. While psychics and ordinary people did have conflicts, they also shared many ties. After all, they were all humans, and a psychic's family members might not all be psychics. The stronger one is, the greater the responsibility, a leader sighed. They wanted to keep a low profile, but when incidents happened, they couldn't just stand by and do nothing. However, the greater their strength, the more influence they had within the base. Of course, there were women who would frequently run into Jay, and even handsome men who would occasionally bump into a leader. Until a leader posted a status update a few days ago. Whoever comes will die. Other psychic wives were ordinary people, and if someone caused harm within the base, they would face labor punishment. But her leader was a psychic. She had no fear, so many people started behaving properly. This day, the children went to school, leaving only Philip and Little Black at home. Anue, should we have another one? Jay laughed. Do you think we don't have enough kids as it is? A leader asked, speechless. It was strange, in a time when the general birth rate was high, and abortion wasn't allowed during pregnancy. A leader showed no signs of being pregnant. Chapter 248, The Great Battle. We can afford to raise more if you want, but if you don't, we won't, Jay said. After all, his wife was more important than children. Let's take it as it comes, a leader said, though raising children didn't seem that tiring. Philip was usually taken care of by Fernando. Herman played with him until he got tired, and then they would switch pets. 3 days later, they eliminated another wave of monsters. But the mutant beasts have been attacking more frequently recently. Now, there were almost daily attacks by small groups of mutant beasts, and the alarm sounded almost every day. This is not a good sign, Jay said. In the past 6 months, various bases had been studying mutant beasts. Their reproductive capacity has risen so sharply. Our birth rate has been high this half year, how much more for mutant beasts? A leader frowned. Their reproduction rate was strong, and mutant beasts seemed hostile toward humans. Of course, some mutant beasts were friendly, but these were few, and they didn't attack cities or people. We should stay inside for now, a leader said. She felt something was off. Yeah, Jay agreed, sharing her intuition. The next morning, a shrill alarm sounded across the base. Here come the mutant beasts again. Everyone was already accustomed to it since mutant beast attacks happened almost daily, sometimes even twice a day. Initially, everyone thought it was just another small attack. But then the city walls began shaking. Ding ding ding. The alarm didn't stop and became even sharper. Outside the wall, the sounds of mechanical gunfire and explosions were incessant. With a loud bang, a powerful explosion shook the steel-reinforced walls, causing cracks. Mutant beasts started climbing over or crashing into the walls. The sudden intense assault caught the base unprepared. This time, mutant beasts attacked from all sides. Sizzle, electric fences in the sky and drones intercepted mutant beasts. But there were too many. Rumble. What's going on? A leader frowned as she saw mutant beasts attacking the outskirts of the city. The school. A leader frowned again. Jay, I'm going to save the children at the school, Alida said. Her area was within their protection zone. Jay stayed behind to protect the district while she went to save the kids. Alida released her pterodactyl, now a shimmering golden one under the morning sun. What is that? Someone is actually riding a mutant beast. That mutant beast looks different. Many on higher floors noticed Alida atop the pterodactyl, impossible to ignore. Alida usually kept a low profile and only released her pterodactyl outside the base. Several mutant beasts had already invaded the city, but smaller ones were dealt with outside, leaving her no choice but to focus on finding her children. The children were at the Ability Academy. Alida had withdrawn her iceworms because they were evolving into cocoons. On the way, Alida saw several large mutant beasts wreaking havoc in the city. Help! Some ability users were surrounding and attacking mutant beasts. In less than a minute, the pterodactyl carried Alida to the Ability Academy. Students huddled inside classrooms, teachers shouting, "Stay still, be quiet. Teacher, look at that mutant beast." A student pointed at the golden pterodactyl landing on their playground. Although it looked cool, it was still a mutant beast. Ability teachers instantly became serious, ready to act if it endangered lives. There's someone on that pterodactyl. It's Miss Lin. Some recognized Alida standing on the pterodactyl. She was familiar to them from her donations of food. It's Mommy. Hyatt identified Alida immediately. It's my mommy, Adelaide said. Auntie Anua, Vera exclaimed, more lively now than before. Alida descended from the pterodactyl as the children ran out of their classes, including Jimena. You're safe, thank goodness. Alida sighed with relief. Roar. Suddenly, a water ball attacked the pterodactyl. The winged creature turned back with a series of roars. Fortunately, Alida stopped it in time. Otherwise, most of the students nearby would have been injured by that water ball. Don't hurt the pterodactyl. It's my pet beast. Alida shouted loudly. Pet beast. Alida raised her hand, and the pterodactyl lowered its head to rub against her hand. Only then did everyone believe that this shiny golden pterodactyl was truly Alida's pet beast. Boom boom. Outside the city walls, many ability users were resisting the mutant beasts here. There are too many, and some of them can even crawl. Activate the electric current on the city wall. ZZZZZ. The metal steel wall instantly connected to the power grid, blocking a group of mutant beasts. The electricity on the western city wall has malfunctioned and cannot be activated, a soldier reported. Mutant beasts were crawling from all directions, and some had already broken through into the city walls. Rumble. A mutant beast has entered the school, said the school's guard. Instantly, the school's alarm was pulled. Fortunately, this was the Ability Academy, which had many ability users. Suddenly, a 3-meter-long black giant python rushed in, instantly swallowing the guards whole. Teachers, take the children and leave first. Alida hurriedly said. Now all ability users were defending the city walls, but many large mutant beasts had also invaded the city. They didn't have Ultraman, they only had ability users. Although ability users possessed abilities, the size difference was too great. Some ability users' attacks had little effect on the mutant beasts. The giant python attacked again, wrapping around the teaching building. Alida quickly released the treehouse from her spatial pocket. After half a year of growth, the treehouse's interior space had expanded to about 100 square meters. Moreover, the trees were incredibly tough, even resistant to underground magma. Sheila, take the children and hide inside the treehouse, Alida said. Alida quickly led the other children into the treehouse. Other young children, familiar with Hyatt and his friends, followed without hesitation. Boom boom. Chapter 249, The Great Battle 2. The black giant python coiled around the teaching building, causing wall blocks and stones to fall. However, nothing was damaged when they hit the treehouse. Come out, my python. Alida recalled her pterodactyl and released her golden giant python. In the past half year, she had discovered that she could release a maximum of 6 beast pets at once for combat. Any more would exhaust her energy. But if not engaged in combat, she could release over 10 kinds, though any more would make her dizzy. All of Alida's beast pets, after evolving in her farming space, had golden pupils, golden skin, and golden scales. The golden giant python's appearance was even more intimidating. It instantly engaged in battle with the black giant python. Sizzle. The black giant python could spit a black pus-like liquid with strong corrosiveness. The outer walls of nearby buildings were corroded by this black fluid. The two pythons entwined tightly, locked onto each other. Alida heard a cacophony of sounds and turned back to see several children at the bottom of the building with bricks constantly falling. One of the children could release a barrier, which held off the falling rocks from above. However, being young and having limited energy, he could only handle so much. Alida saw the entire glass window about to fall. Alida controlled black vines to directly block the falling windows and stones. Go to the treehouse. Alida pointed to the treehouse on the square. Stones also fell above it, but none harmed the treehouse. Several children quickly ran toward the treehouse. Before long, quite a few people stood inside the treehouse. Other teachers and faculty members of the Scion Academy also assisted nearby. Alida then released 3 golden giant spiders. She needed to resolve this huge python issue as soon as possible. The 3 golden giant spiders cooperated with the golden python, and the corrosive black python seemed almost finished. The golden python swallowed it whole, its body growing larger as a result. Soon, the entire black python was devoured by her golden python, but due to its excessive weight, it needed time to digest the black python. Upon seeing this, Alida retracted her golden python back into the space. Boom boom. Some mutant beasts still escaped into the area from the distant city walls. Alida rushed to the treehouse, saying, "Sheila, you must stay in the treehouse and not go out. 3 giant spiders will stay to protect you. Don't run around," Alida repeatedly warned. "Mom, where are you going?" Cal frowned. "We need to end this attack, or else the Kyoto base will be destroyed," Alida said with a frown. Having lived here for more than half a year, the Kyoto base had gradually improved, becoming a home built by everyone. No one wanted to see it destroyed by this mutant beast attack. "As long as you don't leave the treehouse, rest assured, no one can harm you," Alida said. "I have to help Dad," Alida explained. "Mom, be careful," Cal and Christian said. "Aunt Anue." Alida left Albert behind and released the pterodactyl, sitting on its back. "Your mom is so awesome. Your mom's pets are all golden. 3 big golden spiders look so beautiful." Although it was dangerous outside, the treehouse was safe, allowing them to peek at the 3 golden giant spiders outside through the gaps. The treehouse also had toys and snacks prepared for the children. Riding the pterodactyl looks so cool, the children chatted among themselves. Although it was dangerous outside, it was safe inside the treehouse. The teachers quickly organized the children. "We'll wait until it's safe outside before we go out," Aggie said, noting there were still 3 giant spiders outside, making them hesitant to leave. Meanwhile, Alida rode the pterodactyl flying in the sky. Roar. A mutant beast rushing in bit off half of a person's body. It was about to eat another person when Alida jumped off the pterodactyl and landed on the back of a devil frog. The devil frog was about 4 to 5 meters tall, matching the height of the approaching mutant beasts. Alida's devil frog quickly dispatched the mutant beast. Not far away, lightning flashed. That should be Jay's ability. Boom boom boom. On the way, Alida dealt with several incoming mutant beasts. At that moment, the outer electric fence was restored, sizzling. The mutant beasts outside seemed not to rush in anymore. Thinking the mutant beast battle was about to end, suddenly the ground shook. Boom boom. Outside the city walls, a 20-meter-tall mutant beast suddenly burst in. This is a giraffe mutant beast. Alida looked at the mutant beast with a very long neck and couldn't help but blurt out. Boom boom tilde. Behind it was a mutant elephant over 30 meters tall, even taller than the giraffe. There was no difference between these and monsters. The psychokinesis hitting them was like tickling. The 2 beasts charged in, seemingly bent on destroying the surroundings. This can't go on. Alida immediately released her golden Tyrannosaurus Rex. Shit, what's that? Am I seeing things? I actually saw a Tyrannosaurus Rex. And such a huge one. Weren't dinosaurs extinct long ago? Some people were taken aback by the sudden appearance of such a massive dinosaur, which emerged out of nowhere. There's a woman standing on the T-Rex's head. Some residents on high floors, though the situation was critical, still couldn't resist taking photos of Alida on the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head with their phone. Pink butterfly wings slowly grew from Alida's back, helping to stabilize her posture. Go. Alida said resolutely. Roar. The Tyrannosaurus Rex roared as it charged forward, with the devil frog following behind. Golden Tyrannosaurus. The T-Rex bit directly into the giraffe's neck. But the mutant elephant was more dangerous with its thick hide. The devil frog wasn't a match for it. Suddenly, a black and white panda appeared, attacking the mutant elephant. It could digest steel, let alone the flesh of this large white elephant. F***ck, my eyes must be playing tricks on me, actually seeing our national treasure. Come on. Take it down. Roar roar roar. Alida commanded the panda and devil frog to attack from both sides, finally subduing the mutant beast. However, many surrounding buildings were also destroyed, mainly due to their enormous size. Boom boom tilde. As the 2 giant mutant beasts collapsed, no other mutant beasts rushed in. Alida felt this mutant beast attack seemed to be orchestrated. Chapter 250, Alida disappears. So Alida sat on the back of the pterodactyl and flew up into the sky. Looking down at the city walls, a small portion of the mutant beasts had already been dealt with by the psychics. The 2 huge monsters from earlier had also been killed by her creatures. The mutant beasts outside the city walls were gradually retreating, but some were still putting up resistance. Alida observed these mutant beasts from atop the pterodactyl outside the city walls. Inside the city, as the mutant beasts scattered, many people were injured and were being treated urgently. Beep beep beep. This is the sound of the alarm being lifted, the teacher in the treehouse said excitedly. The mutant beasts must have dispersed. Should we go out and check? Milo asked. But outside, there are those 3 giant spiders. Aggie looked at the 3 mutated golden giant spiders, which looked quite terrifying. No need to be afraid. Dayan squeezed out a head from behind. Little spider is very obedient, Dayan said. How about we wait a bit longer before going out? Aggie suggested. Although the alarm had been lifted, there might still be some lingering mutant beasts. Okay, Milo agreed. Sitting on the pterodactyl, Alida noticed that these mutant beasts were retreating in a very orderly manner. She searched above to find the reason. Sizzling. The pterodactyl told her that it was being drawn by a frequency that only mutant beasts could hear. Let's follow it, Alida said. Unbeknownst to her, this decision led her away for several days. At the other side, on the playground of the Psychics Academy, a few children emerged from the wooden house. Dayan climbed directly onto the back of the golden giant spider, followed by Adalberto, Jimena, and Vera. Be careful. The dangerous action made the two teachers jump. However, the three golden giant spiders did no harm to them and were even quite gentle. The surrounding teaching buildings were severely damaged, with windows hanging precariously. On the fourth floor, shattered glass fell when the wind blew. Just as it was about to hit Dayan and the others, a large web blocked the falling glass and held it suspended in midair. The hospital was in chaos, with injured people everywhere requiring urgent treatment. Damaged buildings also needed to be evacuated and repaired quickly. Videos started appearing online, showing Jay's formidable lightning power, which everyone already knew about. Most importantly, the appearance of those golden pet beasts in the base caught attention. What is that big frog? And a woman sitting on it. That's a dinosaur. A golden Tyrannosaurus Rex, with a woman on top. What woman? Look closely, that's a leader. Indeed, upon zooming in, it became clear that the same woman stood atop these majestic pet beast. Heavens! Someone actually stands on mutant beast. Isn't a leader's ability spatial planting? Could she not only grow plants but also raise mutant beasts? Does spatial ability have such a function? Among the psychics in Kyoto, there were 2 or 3 with spatial abilities, who saw their spaces only covered 20 to 30 square meters. Only one spatial psychic possessed the skill of spatial teleportation, covering a distance equal to the square meterage of their space. After dealing with the mutant beasts, Jay brought Philip to the Psychics Academy. Dad. Seeing Jay, Dayan ran over excitedly. Where's your mother? Jay asked, noticing the 3 giant spiders and treehouse left by a leader, indicating she had been there. Mom flew away on the pterodactyl. Didn't she come looking for you? Dayan frowned. Where could Mom have gone? Jay shook his head but wasn't worried about a leader's safety. Since the 3 giant spiders and the treehouse hadn't disappeared, a leader wasn't in danger. If a leader were injured or dead, her pet beasts would also have vanished. But a leader's disappearance lasted nearly 6 months. During this time, no mutant beasts attacked Kyoto base again, and many buildings were renovated. Jay searched outside the city multiple times but found no trace of a leader. Online, some claimed a leader was dead. How could she be dead? Haven't you seen the 3 giant spiders left at the Psychics Academy? That's what a leader left behind. The 3 giant spiders were temporarily kept at the Psychics Academy, drawing crowds due to their docility and obedience to Dayan. In the safety office of Kyoto base, a large conference table sat in the spacious office. On one side were the captain and deputy captains of the Kyoto Psychic Special Operations Team. On the other side were ordinary people, including the former president of China, now the base commander of Kyoto base, along with the prime minister. This time, a leader dealt with 2 huge monsters, which prevented the Kyoto base from suffering greater damage. You all saw what just happened. A leader not only has spatial plants but also mutant animals. These are easy to distinguish. The mutant beasts that obey her are all golden. It's highly likely that gold is the condition for her advancement. Previously, when exchanging vegetables and fruits, she required gold in exchange. Gold isn't worth much now, far less valuable than steel. Steel was in high demand for building city walls. She could cause harm to the Kyoto base with any of her mutant beasts. Her husband Jay is also a powerful psychic specializing in lightning. According to our surveillance, Jay possesses another ability. The footage showed Jay using dark threads to cut through mutant beasts. This person is actually a dual ability psychic. We should say both of them are. Everyone at Special Operations Headquarters was stunned. 2 people with dual abilities, this was the first they had heard of it. Perhaps it's related to their return from the inner earth, one of them guessed. How strong must their child's genes be, one of them marveled. They had also conducted tests, confirming that their true child was Saul. You know what happened to the previous Special Operations Headquarters, the president said pointedly, looking at Frisco. Of course, we will not do anything against social morals, Frisco frowned and replied. He didn't need to offend anyone in genetic research, especially since Jay was around the child, along with the 3 giant spiders. A leader has been missing for a month now. We still need to expedite the search. This joint meeting aims to invite Jay to join the Special Operations Corps, Frisco said. If Jay joined, their Special Operations Headquarters would become even stronger, but Jay and a leader seem to have already refused. Now we need to focus on repairing the base. Who knows if another major crisis like last time will happen again, the Prime Minister said. Chapter 251, Bizarre. A leader rode on the winged dragon, flying towards the place that was attracting it. This was the museum in the old district of the capital city. There were many large and powerful mutated beasts prowling below. Why are there so many mutated beasts here? A leader frowned, each one towering over the others. A leader stroked the winged dragon's head to calm its agitated heart. There must be something here, otherwise, how could all these mutated beasts be so big? However, these huge mutated beasts did not seem to have any intention of attacking them, perhaps mistaking the winged dragon for one of their own kind. Or maybe because she was circling in the sky, not entering their territory. There, beneath us. A leader felt the signal transmitted by the winged dragon. It was under the Temple of Heaven, but with so many mutated beasts underground, would she be putting herself at risk by going down? Soon, a leader came up with a plan. With her evolved pet space, she could now use the abilities of her pet creatures, though it was time-limited. Still, she sent out Little Bee to scout ahead. Strange, I can't see anything, just feel an intense attraction to the mutated beasts. A leader frowned. This was the first time using the mutated beast's ability had failed. Moreover, Little Bee also felt the strong pull, nearly being drawn in if Alida hadn't quickly summoned it back. So, Alida retracted the winged dragon and Little Bee, deciding to go check it out herself. Her heart pounded. She wasn't sure what boldness drove her to investigate like this. Alida had always trusted her intuition, and there was definitely something strange here. The outside mutated beasts were surely connected to whatever was underground. Transforming into a panda, revealing cat ears and a cat tail, Alida altered her appearance to resemble a mutated beast. Fortunately, these mutated beasts were all quite large. As long as she avoided their heads, they probably wouldn't notice her. Silently, she slipped past a giant lizard's tail, heading deeper into the Temple of Heaven. The vast Temple of Heaven was where ancient emperors offered sacrifices to heaven, covering 273 hectares, and is the largest existing ancient sacrificial architecture in China. Despite the massive mutated beasts swirling around, none had destroyed this structure, which was quite unusual, suggesting something special was indeed here. Approaching inside the Temple of Heaven, it was pitch dark, seeing nothing. But there was a black hole in the ground, with twinkling lights within. As Alida moved closer to look inside, she was genuinely startled. Not only did it twinkle, but it also pulsed rhythmically. What is that? A human brain? It looked like neural circuits, pulsating. Thump thump thump. What was this thing attracting the mutated beasts? Did you order the mutated beasts to attack the base? Alida asked into the emptiness. I must be seeing things, talking to a glowing brain. Alida frowned but instinctively thought it might be a human brain. Finally, someone has found me. Thump thump thump. The flashing frequency increased. Who are you? Alida took 2 steps back, somewhat terrified. Don't be afraid, I'm just a brain left now. A brain that could glow, flash, and speak. I can't really talk. I have no facial features, I communicate via brainwaves. It could communicate with those mutated beasts, and since Alida owned many mutated beasts, their connections allowed her, in her half-beast form, to receive its brainwave frequency. Who are you? Why are you just a brain? And did you command the mutated beasts to attack the human base? Alida fired off a series of questions. I need to answer these one by one. I am from the planet Kalfa, suffering severe injuries and falling onto your planet. An alien? Alida was shocked. Could an alien remain alive with only a brain? Moreover, Blue Star technology had explored the universe without finding signs of life nearby. How could there be an alien brain? Its planet's language frequencies resonated only with Blue Star's mutated beasts, thus it issued commands, influencing those beasts, although their intelligence levels were too low. How can I help you? Alida asked, frowning. I've been trapped here too long. Can you set me free? Set you free? Didn't you crash onto Blue Star after being injured? Alida questioned, suspecting it wasn't that simple. I'm just a brain now, I can't move and have been trapped here for too long. Why did you attack human cities? Since you can communicate with the mutated beasts, getting them to bring someone to help you shouldn't be a problem, right? Of course. As Alida continued questioning, the glowing brain began pulsating more intensely, flashing rapidly. Alida felt like she was being hypnotized. Not bad, you have talent. Finally, I can possess a body. Finally, it could resurrect, no longer just a bare brain. As the light approached Alida, the glowing brain attempted to merge into her body. How is this possible? It doesn't fit. Why can't I merge with such a high-level talent? Question mark. It had once driven mutated beasts to find other humans. But most were ordinary people, lacking any talent. If it possessed them, they wouldn't last long. After finally finding someone with talent to possess, it couldn't successfully attach. A bold idea emerged. Could this woman's talent be even higher than its own? Could it be a special grade talent? This couldn't be possible. Blue Star was clearly a planet in the early stages of awakening. How could it possibly have a special grade talent? The light refused to give up, repeatedly trying to enter Alida's body but always being blocked by an invisible force. Soon, Alida sensed something was wrong. Her head spun, and her vision was still filled with illusions. The mutated beasts were strongly attracted to the glowing brain, so Alida directly summoned mutant plants from her black earth space. The black vines were thick and bristled with sharp thorns. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Now it was just a brain, vulnerable to damage and only capable of illusions. This was why many large mutated beasts guarded around it, to protect it. Chapter 252, Absorption. If her main body were still intact, she might indeed have been beyond his reach. However, with only a mere brain left, it was no match for Alida. Suddenly, the powerful mutant beasts surrounding them began to surge inward. Unfortunately for it, those mutant beasts were too far away and could not come in time to protect it. How is this possible? The brain had underestimated the situation, never expecting that this small, remote planet would have someone with greater talent than herself. How could this be? A tiny backwater star system, how could it possibly have someone with exceptional talent? As it agonized, Alida directly used the mutant plants to crush its head. Alida felt an excruciating headache as fragments of light from the brain entered her mind. It was like watching a replay. She saw the memories of this person. This was the mind of a woman who lived in another star system, where monsters coexisted with humans. She was a high-level mutant, capable of surviving even if her entire body was destroyed as long as her brain remained intact. After an unknown period of time, Alida felt her mind was too full, almost to the point of unbearable pressure, and she fainted. The black mutant vines around her guarded Alida, coiling around her. If any other mutant beasts dared to intrude, they would be driven away by the mutant vines. A month later, Alida had been missing for a month. Jay settled the children and spent most of his time searching for Alida in the old city district. Dad, I finally got in touch with you. There are 3 giant spiders. And Herman has been in contact with Mom. We can definitely find her, Sam said over the phone. He had been trying to contact his father for days, but Jay was either offline or out of service. Finally, he managed to reach him. Mom can sense the presence of mutant beasts, so the mutant beasts must also be able to sense Mom's presence. Herman and Sam shared telepathy, so Sam asked Herman directly. Herman says she can sense Mom, Sam said excitedly. I've been such a fool. Jay frowned, regretting that when Alida first went missing, he hadn't thought of this method. Alright, I'll go back right now. Jay's eyes lit up. Jay returned to the Jingju base, which was almost fully repaired, though some areas were still under restoration. China, being the country known for infrastructure, had almost completed the reconstruction of the city walls and even strengthened the electric current. Returning to the Mutant Academy, Jay took Herman, the black cat, from Sam's side. The black cat was very familiar with Jay, so it jumped onto his shoulder. Son, wait patiently for your parents to come back, Jay said. Okay, Sam replied. Seeing Jay's scruffy appearance and exhausted state, Sam knew these past few days of searching for Mom must have kept him from getting much sleep. Meanwhile, following Herman's guidance, Jay arrived at the outskirts of the Temple of Heaven. The area was filled with ferocious mutant beasts, many towering in size. Even a slight approach would alert them. Instantly, a mutant lizard over 10 meters tall attacked Jay. ZZZZ. No way. Can't fight head-on. Apart from the mutant lizards, there were pythons, centipedes over 10 meters long, and various other mutants. At least a dozen of them were over 10 meters long. Jay quickly withdrew and found a safe place to hide. Herman jumped off Jay's shoulder. Seeing it about to leave, Jay asked, "Are you going to find Alida?" Meow tilde Herman seemed to respond and then disappeared into the darkness. Herman moved agilely among several large mutant beasts without being noticed. Following the sensed path, the surroundings were covered in black vines, which instantly stirred upon sensing movement. Meow tilde. Sensing a familiar aura, the black vines, belonging to Alida's space, automatically parted to make way. At the center wrapped by the vines was Alida, surrounded by pink light. It wasn't that she didn't want to wake up, but the memory contained within this brain spanned centuries. This challenged Alida's understanding, as humans on Earth usually only live to about 100 years at most. This woman had lived for hundreds of years. With too many memories, it felt like watching a long-running series. She tried to force a shutdown, but every attempt caused her intense pain. Unable to stop, flashes of memories rapidly passed through her mind. Finally, she saw this woman battling a colossal insectoid monster at least 100 meters long. Both perished, falling to Earth. According to this woman's memories, there was also an insectoid egg hidden underground. Alida felt warmth on her face and slowly woke up. Herman. Golden pupils and a furry touch were rubbing against her chin. Alida's first thought was how hungry she was. She hurriedly took out some food from her spatial pocket to have a big meal. Herman told her that Jay was waiting for her outside. Why did he come? Alida was quite surprised. Her memory was still stuck a month ago. Let's get the egg from underground first. Alida knew it belonged to the insectoids. Over 100 meters tall. This egg had been ancient, and Alida wasn't sure if her spatial pocket could hatch it. Alida got up as the surrounding pink light points gradually dissipated. Those were the remnants of that brain, which had completely vanished. It also meant that the person was thoroughly dead. Herman sensed Alida's thoughts and went to find the egg on its own. So small. Although she had seen it in the memories. But an insectoid over 100 meters tall laid eggs that were only the size of quail eggs. However, it made sense because insectoids could lay hundreds of thousands of eggs at once. Only this egg was special, so it was taken by this woman. This was a female egg. It was extremely rare to have one female egg among hundreds of thousands. A female egg could evolve into an insectoid amina, making it very precious. Not knowing whether this egg could survive, Alida put it in her spatial pocket. Let's go. Jay has probably been waiting for a long time outside, said Alida. Alida retracted the black vines, and Herman jumped onto her shoulder. Alida pushed through the mutant beasts and followed Herman to a dilapidated building. Jay's eyes were bloodshot, clearly having stayed up for several nights. Jay immediately hugged Alida tightly and kissed her lips. You're not allowed to disappear again. Chapter 253 End 1. Alida was greatly startled. She felt as if she had fallen into a deep sleep, watching memories like they were part of a dream, never imagining that a month had passed. No wonder she was so hungry. Alida returned to the base with Jay. At this moment, Alida's mutated beast had been on the network charts for a whole month. However, with Alida and Jay's abilities being exposed due to the recent attack by the mutated beast, they became the strongest couple in the base. So you obtained the aliens' memories? Yes. Our Landstar's mutated beasts can't compare to the monsters from space. I hope no more monsters will come here, said Alida. Landstar is remote, it shouldn't be discovered. Jay could only comfort her this way. Now on their Landstar, with various mutated beasts and the evolution of psychics, their era was rapidly advancing. 5 years later, what was now called the New Age of Apocalypse 06. Landstar integrated its resources and established a Grand Alliance nation. Their Huaxia country's 5 major bases were reduced to 3. A severe mutation occurred among the sea creatures, leading to severe sea creature attacks on the coastal city bases, forcing them to relocate the capital. Today, Huaxia country has only 3 remaining bases, while other countries frequently experience mutated beast attacks. But only Jingju base, after an attack 5 years ago, has not been attacked by mutated beasts again. However, the city walls are still under maintenance and renovation, and now Jingju base's city walls are 30 meters high. One could say they were impregnable. After 5 years of tremendous changes, the number of psychics and birth rates have increased. Fresh vegetables and fruits have become more precious because the cultivated ones have undergone genetic mutations, not only tasting bad but also containing impurities if consumed too much by humans. Thus, people developed nutritional liquids, extracting nutrients from various fruits and vegetables. Alida and Jay didn't join any organization but established Superpower Academy in Jingju. The current Chenran Super Cute Academy in Huaxia Jingju base is an exceptionally unique existence, even people from other bases flock to it. A year ago, during a sea creature attack, Alida rode a golden sea whale and 7 golden sea sharks, saving the nearly extinct Hongju base. That battle made her a legend. There were even pictures and merchandise online. How many pets Alida has remains a mystery. Today, Superpower Academy is an independent entity within Huaxia country. Getting into Superpower Academy isn't easy, one must have enough talent. And Superpower Academy's meals surpass any place, fresh fruits and vegetables, as well as energy-boosting food. Though humans are getting stronger, mutated beasts continue to evolve. Cultivating food has become increasingly luxurious. Therefore, they've developed nutritional liquids, albeit low-grade ones. But in psychic schools, all food is fresh. Alida connected to the inner earth world through Little Jinn, a high-level metallic life form, which, due to the hierarchy among metallic lives, cannot disobey Little Jinn. From the aliens' memories, it turned out that metallic lives originated from aliens combining with local Landstar genes. Alida hadn't expected that her farming space could cultivate extraterrestrial races. Alida and Jay's Superpower Academy has only 50 people, including her several children. Life had always been peaceful until one day. 2 people claiming to be Alida's mother and her sister Cheyenne arrived after fleeing from elsewhere, joining the convoy that reached Jingju base. For 2 years, they had worked hard in Jingju base, hardly having any news except work. However, that day, a talented young psychic appeared in their slum. My son tested positive for talent. He can attend Superpower Academy. Superpower Academy is much better than Psychic Academy. Most importantly, it was started by the base's strongest couple, and there's plenty of food. At Psychic Academy, we only drink nutritional liquids, which are widespread. But nutritional liquids only provide body energy. Meanwhile, the food from Alida's space can improve human physique. Alida's food is very expensive, only top-tier psychics in Jingju can afford it. Did you mention Alida? The principal? Mom, are they talking about my sister? Cheyenne asked in disbelief. Katrina and daughter looked much older, especially Cheyenne's daughter, who was emaciated. How old is the Alida you're talking about? Do you have any photos? The woman asked anxiously. Who doesn't know Alida in the base? A passerby laughed mockingly. She was the strongest woman among them. So they went out onto the street and saw Alida's photo on someone's phone. It's her. It's my sister. Cheyenne laughed happily, almost hysterically. Her sister, being so powerful, surely wouldn't ignore her, but she forgot that during the early days of the apocalypse, in Yong'an County's Shanglin village, they had severed their ties. Mom, let's find our sister. Go to Superpower Academy. We won't have to suffer here anymore. Cheyenne said excitedly. You can't abandon your brother. He is crippled now, the woman frowned. If we find a leader, someone will take care of us. Cheyenne said. Her brother had actually died long ago, but her mother couldn't accept the loss and became mentally unstable. Her mom was not entirely sane now, but still could do physical labor. Cheyenne pulled Amaya, who was half insane, towards Superpower Academy. Superpower Academy was different from other schools. Its outer structure was built by Alida's aunts, while inside were tree houses. In 5 years, the tree houses had grown to cover several hundred square meters, with many modifications. Next to the tree houses were black vines, which were branches of Alida's vines, encircling the entire complex. The entire Psychic Academy exuded a forest-like breeze, perhaps because the vines were black. The entrance had glowing text made from tree vines. Chenran Superpower Academy. The surrounding streets were well maintained, all thanks to Alida's efforts. The environment was very pleasant with lush trees. It was Cheyenne's first time walking down such a clean street with Amaya, and she felt somewhat lost. She and her mother lived in a poor slum, making this place feel like another world. People around looked at them disdainfully. Just as they entered the street, they were stopped by the Jingju security team. Chapter 254 End 2. I'm Alida's elder sister. This is her mother. Let her come out quickly. Cheyenne shouted loudly. What nonsense. How could Principal Lin have a relative like you? The guard obviously didn't believe it. These 2 people in front of them looked incredibly destitute and did not resemble any relatives of Principal Lin at all. We escaped here from disaster. I am indeed Alida's elder sister. Cheyenne. Cheyenne spoke aggressively. I'm telling you, Alida, come out now. Cheyenne yelled. No one in the capital base dared to challenge Alida this way, so the guards were unsure how to handle it. If these 2 were really Alida's relatives, They couldn't risk offending Principal Lin. At Chenren Super College, fresh fruits and vegetables are always distributed to the security team every Friday. Let's send someone to inform Principal Lin first. Some curious onlookers even started livestreaming the scene online. Principal Lin's family reunion event. Alida was very famous not just in the capital base but throughout China. Someone claiming to be her mother and sister naturally attracted a lot of attention. My elder sister? Mother? Alida frowned. Then she heard the names, Cheyenne, Amaya. Her first reaction was shock that these two were still alive, given that outside major city bases, the area was overrun by mutant plants. Not only were they alive but also coming to cause trouble for her. Alida understood. After all, they had always been leeches. Alida originally wanted to ignore the situation. This incident has become quite a spectacle, even live-streamed with hundreds of thousands of viewers, Kira said. 3 years ago, the Tianyin city base was attacked by mutants, and Kira, along with Honest, were brought to the capital base by Alida. Along came Jacqueline and Kyra as well. Kyra taught physical education to young students at the school, while Jacqueline worked as a school doctor. How audacious. They tried to sever ties back then and now dare to show their faces. Kyra frowned. Although neither Kyra nor Jacqueline were psychics, they had suffered together with Alida during the early days of the apocalypse. Kira continued, this matter needs to be resolved, otherwise it will affect our school. Why not face them directly? Alida wasn't afraid. She had long severed ties with them and knew they weren't even related by blood. Wow, it's the golden-winged dragon. Principal Lin is here. A dragon flew through the sky, its wings shimmering with gold. Most people already knew Alida's pet dragon had golden edges. Alida jumped down from mid-air, butterfly wings glowing behind her, which automatically retracted upon landing. Wow! Every appearance of Principal Lin was so impressive. During the previous base conference, a psychic raped a little girl and was spared the death penalty due to special privileges. But when Principal Lin arrived riding a golden python at the sentencing, death sentence. Those 2 words made the guilty psychic immediately swallowed whole by the giant python. Since then, crime rates in the capital base plummeted, even psychics dared not commit crimes anymore. From then on, privileges within the base changed, and even psychics committing serious crimes would face capital punishment. Cheyenne stood dumbfounded as Alida appeared. She seemed to find it hard to believe that this person could be Alida. With flowing long hair and smooth, flawless skin, there was no sign of hardship or malnutrition. Food in the base was extremely precious, and residents in poor areas barely ate more than once every 2 days. Their skins were dark, and lips chapped. Cheyenne couldn't believe her eyes, but the sound of the ongoing livestream brought her back to reality. Sister, sister. Cheyenne sobbed and rushed towards Alida. A black and gold dog suddenly appeared, blocking her path. Cheyenne stopped in her tracks. I'm not your sister, don't misidentify me as kin. Alida frowned. This is our mother, how can you deny it? You've become successful and now refuse to recognize us. Cheyenne pushed Amaya forward. Mother, we'll see. Alida spoke calmly. Soon, 3 men in white coats from the capital hospital arrived. Principal Lin. Alida nodded and said, isn't a DNA test enough to verify if we're related? Go ahead and check. Cheyenne acted fearless. But Amaya's face turned pale as she clung to Cheyenne's clothes. No, no. Amaya protested. Alida snorted and handed a strand of her hair to the doctors. Immediately, they approached Amaya to collect samples. No, no. Amaya hurriedly refused. Why refuse? Is it really fake? People come in all sorts. There's actually someone daring enough to impersonate. Maybe they've suffered too much and are willing to take the risk. Don't they even know about DNA technology? How amusing. People around were gossiping as they watched the commotion. The space was small, so Cheyenne could hear everything clearly. Alida, how can you be so unfilial? Mom gave birth to you, yet now you refuse to recognize her. You may not acknowledge me as your sister, but you must recognize Mom. Cheyenne said angrily. Oh, let's wait for the results before we talk. How long will it take for the results? Alida asked. 2 hours, the doctor replied. The 2-hour process was streamed live online, with Cheyenne and Amaya both staying put, sitting on the ground while many people gathered around, watching and waiting for the result. Amaya looked uneasy, as if she already knew something. Meanwhile, Alida sat on a sofa, eating some fruit. Soon, her several children heard the news and rushed over. 2 winged dragons flew down from the sky again. Jay, along with the children, 9-year-old Saul, 16-year-old Jimena, 7-year-old Philip, 10-year-old Vera, and Adeline. 11-year-old Alaire was hiding in the dark, invisible. Mom. The children called out to Alida at the same time. Their abilities had improved rapidly. Wow. Everyone knew that only one child belonged to Alida biologically, the others were adopted. The children were well cared for. Saul had a serious expression, bearing a strong resemblance to Jay. Jay had control-type powers, Vera's explosive barrier was highly offensive, Adeline controlled 5 types of gases, Alaire could use stealth attacks, and Jimena had healing abilities. Philip, whose body was incredibly tough due to Alida finding a mutated fruit to trigger her latent ability, providing amazing defense. After 2 hours, the doctor publicly announced the results. They are not related by blood, the genetic probability is only 35%, which is very low. Indeed, it's fraudulent. Impersonating relatives like this. Amaya seemed unsurprised by the answer, but Cheyenne was shocked. How is this possible? Cheyenne asked in shock. Mom, say something. Cheyenne shook Amaya. Yes, she was an orphan we picked up, Amaya said, looking down. But we raised her for several years. We should get some return. Cheyenne pointed at Alida. Seeing Alida holding fresh food, wearing clean clothes, and having her supportive husband and children behind her. Even if she isn't our biological daughter, we raised her for years. Cheyenne said. We've severed ties. Alida coldly laughed. With the answer obtained, Alida didn't want to stay any longer. Summoning the winged dragons, she left with the children and Jay. Fraud. Go back to your slum. Coming here to claim kinship. Alida, you're heartless. Cheyenne wanted to curse more, but the winged dragons were already far away, leaving behind endless insults from the crowd. Cheyenne's future would only become worse. However, Alida didn't care. Today was just a small episode. Today's incident made our school even more famous. Kira chuckled. Accelerate the training of these children. Future beasts will be even more terrifying. Alida solemnly said. After her insect Amina evolved in her spatial realm, she realized the horror of alien beasts. Her goal in establishing the Psycho Academy was also to nurture strong individuals, preparing for the future. The end.